The monster forest hides countless unknown dangers. The Goblin Tribe is like an abandoned corner, filled with endless violence and despair. Here, goblins survive on violence and hunger. Fighting each other has become a daily routine, and only the strong can survive longer. The weak cubs in the tribe are often abandoned or devoured, while adult goblins become the masters of this bloody cycle. In this cursed land, survival seems to be an endless struggle, and any glimmer of hope collapses in the face of violence and hunger. My name is Li Qinwu. I was originally an ordinary person on Earth. One day, when I was staying up late to play a game and was about to finish it, I suddenly died. When I opened my eyes, I found myself traveling to a strange world and becoming a goblin. When I first arrived, I found myself in a desolate monster forest, and the Goblin Tribe here looked like a garbage dump. All around were ugly little goblins, no more than 1 meter tall. They surrounded a freshly captured wild boar, licking their lips greedily, and seemed just about to pounce on it. However, the person sitting next to the wild boar was the leader of the Goblin Tribe. The goblin leader was huge, much taller than the average goblin, and his fat body made it almost impossible for him to move, but he was the king of this area. He ate the wild boar meat greedily until only half of it was left. Then he put down his paw, burped, and staggered back to the tribe to rest. Without the restraint of their leader, the other goblins rushed to the remaining wild boar and ate it voraciously. Soon, the wild boar was eaten until only a skeleton was left. After they had eaten their fill, they began to find random places to lie down and sleep. At this time, a goblin cub secretly crawled out, licked the pig blood on the ground, watched his companions gnaw on the soil, and secretly swore in his heart that he would never be so miserable again. In this strange place, I didn't even know if I could survive. Just when I almost gave up, I was surprised to find that my game system also came to this world with me and even gave me 3 attribute points. I immediately invested these points into vitality to give myself more strength to survive. Days passed, and I lived only on grass. Although hunger almost made me collapse, I had no other choice. Occasionally, I would observe the adult goblins in the tribe, and they would occasionally bring back some prey, but no one ever shared a bite with me. What was even more terrifying was that there were no female goblins in the Goblin Tribe, which made me wonder. Until one day, I saw those adult goblins bringing back alive captured female animals, and that scene shocked me deeply. What was even more shocking was that the goblin team that failed in the hunt began to eat people, and the weak goblin cubs became their target. This made me realize that these goblins had no family affection at all, only violence and desire for food. I also understood that only by relying on myself can I survive in this world. On the 14th day after entering this world, I finally grew up and was able to stand up and walk. Hunger was still a constant presence, but one day I found an opportunity next to a boar skeleton. I picked up a stone, broke the boar's tusks, and began to think about how to use them as weapons. However, my hunger was getting stronger and stronger, and my stomach was almost empty. Although I was eager for food, I forced myself to find grass to eat first. Just as I was about to look for food, I suddenly noticed the leg bones of the wild boars, which seemed to contain bone marrow. This was a rich source of food. I ran into the forest with the boar's leg bone, intending to make a fire to roast the meat. The goblins in the Goblin Tribe all ate raw meat and never made a fire, which made me more careful and didn't want to attract their attention. After a lot of running around, I finally found a quiet place and started a fire. I was busy preparing tools when the system prompted me to complete a forging task and gain forging proficiency +1. I know that the forging skills provided by the system gave me the opportunity to make weapons. Although it was just a simple, tattered spear, it made me feel that I had some weapon protection. Finally, the pork leg bones on the fire were roasted. The aroma of the bone marrow was so fragrant that I couldn't help but eat it with relish, as if I had been redeemed from this suffering. But just as I was about to finish eating, I heard footsteps. I looked up and saw 8 goblin cubs approaching me, their eyes full of greed. "Grass eater, what's that in your hand? It smells so good. Give it to me," the leading goblin cub said with a sly look on his face. Although I had a spear, it was still very dangerous to face these goblins. In order to save my life, I decided to give in first and threw the pig bone out to divert their attention. As expected, the goblins saw the food and immediately started fighting for it. I took the opportunity to knock down a goblin with a stone and then stabbed another goblin in the abdomen with my spear. The bloody battle made me calmer, I took advantage of the terrain to knock down the remaining goblins one by one. Finally, 4 goblins fell to the ground, and my heartbeat gradually calmed down, but the spear in my hand had lost its tip due to the fierce battle. The system reminded me again that killing enemies gave me experience points, and I finally reached level 1, gaining an attribute point and a specialization point. Then, I chose to increase vitality to make myself stronger. After the battle, I got some grain and loot, which made me feel a little relieved. Now, my goal is clear: to gain a foothold in this world, and even replace the goblin leader and become the new king. Chapter 5. It was still early, so I decided not to go back to the tribe. Going back would just mean lying on the ground and eating grass, which was boring. I wanted to take this opportunity to go out and develop and improve myself. I remembered there was a river in the north, which might bring some different resources. Gobmo and I walked north for 7 or 8 kilometers and finally saw the big river. I was stunned. The river was so wide that I could hardly see the other side. It was probably about 5 kilometers wide. A huge creature jumped out of the water, and when it hit the ground, it stirred up a huge column of water, like a cannonball exploding, which made my heart tighten. Oh my God, this is another world. I was sweating. That thing looked at least 100 meters long. Even from such a distance, it still gave me chills. I quickly pulled Goblin away from the shore, not waiting for the giant to come ashore and eat us as snacks. I didn't plan to leave, but decided to look for small tributaries along the river. There were giant monsters in the big river, and I couldn't get close to them, so I went to the small tributaries to see if I could catch some small fish. Soon, Gobmo and I found a small tributary. The water was very clear, and there were many fish swimming in it. The resources were very rich. Gobmo was so excited that he jumped into the water and planned to catch fish with his bare hands. Seeing his look, I rolled my eyes. How could catching fish be that easy? Sure enough, after working in the water for a long time, Gobmo caught nothing and got himself wet, but he did clean up the bad smell on his body. He went ashore in frustration and suddenly saw a snail crawling on the shore. Seeing the animal, he grabbed one and put it in his mouth without hesitation. Fuck! As soon as I saw Goblin eating something carelessly, I slapped him and made him spin 3 times in place. Are you looking for death? This thing is full of parasites. I shook him angrily, reminding him that these snails cannot be eaten casually. Goblin covered his swollen face, looking confused, not understanding why he was beaten. I know that some goblins often die from eating raw food, especially those with parasites. But Gobmo obviously didn't know how powerful the parasites were, and just looked at me with grievance. I was too lazy to explain to him, so I simply told him that he was not allowed to eat anything without my permission. I pointed to the forest and said to him, "Go find some straight branches and vines. The more the better." Goblin didn't understand what I was doing, but he went anyway and came back with a bunch of sticks and vines. "Boss, why do you want these things? You can't eat them. They can't be eaten, but they can catch food. Watch carefully and learn from me." I took the wood and started to work. Soon, a simple fish basket was ready. Goblin didn't understand what these things were used for, but he had a strong learning ability and immediately imitated me to make a fish basket. Looking at Goblin's serious look, I was really impressed by the Goblin's learning ability. I took 2 fish baskets, tied them up with straw ropes, then picked up a few big snails from the river, smashed them with stones, put the snail meat into the fish baskets, tied them with straw ropes, inserted them on tree branches, and threw them directly into the stream. We stepped back a little and waited quietly. While we were waiting, both of us started to feel hungry, especially Gob's pair, who hadn't eaten anything all day and had been running with me in the mountains, so he was almost exhausted. I saw that Gobmo looked listless, and I was afraid that he would fail again due to low blood sugar, so I took out a bag of grain from the warehouse and put a handful of grain in his hand. "Eat." Gobmo was stunned. Seeing the bag of grain, he wondered how I got it. He looked at the thing in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. As a result, he frowned, and it was obvious that this thing was not delicious. I saw that he was going to waste food, so I raised my hand. "If you dare to spit it out, I will send you to see the grandmother." Gobmo had no choice but to swallow these unpalatable things. After he swallowed 3 handfuls of grains, he said he couldn't eat anymore. I stopped feeding him. Although he found the grains unpalatable, the energy they provided made him no longer hungry. I also ate a few handfuls of grains myself. Because I have the bonus of the herbivore title, I didn't feel any negative effect from eating this, but instead felt a bit refreshing. However, I'm a modern man after all, and I plan to take some time to study the shelling technology and improve my food problem. After eating, I let Gobmo continue to look for branches and vines. We made a dozen fish baskets, and my forging proficiency level increased to 8. As long as it reaches 25 points, I could choose the first small skill. After making the fish basket, we returned to the river. Gobmo picked up the fish basket and was about to throw it into the water, but I stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. First check the first 2 fish baskets to see if they caught any fish. Gobmo did as he was told, pulled the rope to lift the fish basket out, and jumped up excitedly. We have fish. We caught fish. He opened the fish basket, and there were 2 big fish and 4 or 5 small fish in it. Gobmo picked up the big fish and couldn't help opening his mouth to bite it. But he suddenly remembered what I said and put the fish down in dismay. I was very satisfied to see that he could control himself. This showed that my command was enhanced by the system, and the goblin could actually control his desire to eat. Next, I asked Goblin to find dry branches and leaves. I used a small bout of drill wood and made a fire. Then I used the wild boar's tusks to cut open the big fish, remove the scales and internal organs, washed it, stuck it on branches, and roasted it next to the fire. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Gobmo looked at me eagerly, swallowing his saliva, and it was obvious that he was very hungry. I ignored him and enjoyed the delicious food. Then, I hung the 2 fish on the vines, and in a blink of an eye, the grilled fish disappeared, and the system prompted that I had stored it in the warehouse. Well, morale has improved. I looked at the amount of food in the warehouse with satisfaction. Gobmo looked at all this with a look of disappointment on his face. I threw the boar tusk to him and pointed at the small fish on the ground. You saw how I treated the fish just now. Do as I did, and half of the small fish here will be yours. Gobmo happily picked up the boar tusk and started to process the fish, while I stuffed the fish entrails into the newly made fish basket and continued to throw into the river. The fish basket began to fill up like crazy, and we could catch a fish every 10 minutes. This made us very happy, busy processing the fish, and then put it by the fire to roast. With the addition of Gob's pair to the team, my storage limit also increased from 30 to 40. At this moment, the water surface suddenly shook, a large amount of water splashed, and a huge crocodile broke out of the water, fiercely bit the fish basket and dragged it directly back into the water. Gobmao was so frightened that he fell to the ground. I was grilling fish and looked back, and I felt a chill. The crocodile was 3 meters long, with 2 horns on its head and red light flashing in its eyes. With one open mouth, it could swallow us and the fish basket together. Seeing this, I knew I had to retreat as quickly as possible, so I grabbed the goblin spear and ran into the forest. Chapter 6. Just now, those monster crocodiles were attracted by the fishy smell, and they ate the fish baskets we placed in the river as if they were melon seeds in just a few bites. Then, their scarlet eyes turned to us, and they began to twist their fat bodies and slowly climbed onto the shore. Gobpair was so frightened that he was stunned and didn't even react. I dragged his body and pulled him to a safe place with great effort. Seeing that he still hadn't recovered, I slapped him. Damn it, if you don't run, you'll be fed to the fish, I shouted. Gobmo finally came to his senses and saw that the monster crocodile had climbed onto the shore. He screamed and rushed into the forest like crazy, running for hundreds of meters until he could no longer see the river. He was panting heavily and suddenly realized that I was not following him. According to his nature, he should have slipped away by himself, but now he was my soldier and subconsciously began to worry about my safety. So, against his selfish goblin instincts, he started running back to find me. When he found me, I was standing in front of the monster crocodiles, about 10 meters away. I saw that every time these crocodiles took a step forward, I took a step back. I was actually stalking these crocodiles. Boss! Gobmao was a little anxious and shouted at me to run, but I just waved my hand, signaling him not to disturb me. I found that these crocodiles were not fast. Their carapaces were too thick, and their 4 short legs could not provide much power. After landing, they just twisted and crawled slowly. I decided to try how far they could chase me after landing, so I kept hanging them. These crocodiles are identified as enemies by the mount and blade system, and I can gain experience by killing them. And judging from their physique, the experience is definitely high. I deliberately let them chase me for a while, until about 100 meters from the shore. They obviously lost their patience and turned around and went back. Is 100 meters the limit? I remembered this information in my mind and planned to go back and figure out how to use these monsters. Let's go back, I shouted to Gobmo, preparing to take him back to the Goblin Tribe. We had gained enough today, and there was no need to stay outside any longer. Hey, wait for me, boss. Gobmao hurriedly caught up with me. He was shocked to see me fight the crocodile just now. He was afraid that if he ran too slowly, he would become the crocodile's food. Now, he was even more in awe of me. We didn't go back to the tribe directly, but took a detour to a safe little ditch and jumped in to wash our bodies. I crushed some grass with a stone and smeared the grass juice on my body to remove the fishy smell. I know that the living conditions of the Goblin Tribe are very poor. Under the rule of the fat and foolish goblin leader, the goblins do not do any productive work, and they even go out hunting only when they are hungry. This attitude towards life makes the tribe hungry all year round. If the two goblin cubs returned with the smell of fish, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. So, goblin spear and I washed carefully to make sure there was no fishy smell on our bodies. After cleaning, we started to return to the tribe. When we got to the tribe, I found a bush, hit our 2 spears, and then sneaked into the tribe. As soon as I entered the tribe, I found something was wrong. Several goblins were rolling on the ground, holding their stomachs and howling, looking extremely painful. Some goblins were already foaming at the mouth, obviously dying. Is this poisoning? I was shocked. Looking at their symptoms, it seemed like poisoning, but I had to confirm it. I quietly walked up behind a goblin cub who was eating a melon and poked him from behind. "Hey man, what's wrong? Are you eating mushrooms?" The goblin cub was startled and didn't answer me. Instead, it bared its teeth at me and made a gurgling sound, as if threatening me. I gave him 3 big smacks straight away, and he instantly came to his senses, his eyes becoming as sincere as a college student's. The hunting team found a kind of red fruit outside. After bringing it back to the tribe, many people ate it, and the result was this. He finally answered me. It turned out to be poisoned, and seeing so many goblins lying on the ground, I guess the fruit must be quite poisonous. I think this thing will be very useful to me, and I plan to find out where this fruit is picked. I continued to ask the goblin cub, and he said he didn't know. Only the hunting team knew, and now the hunting team had eaten the fruit and were lying on the ground motionless. I had an idea in mind and planned to find a surviving goblin from the hunting team to ask him about it. Before leaving, I smiled and patted the goblin cub on the shoulder. "Young man, I see that you have extraordinary talents and are a natural talent for filling in the gaps. How about joining my army and recognizing me as your leader?" The goblin cub was stunned and didn't understand what I was saying at all. I thought maybe my goblin language was too niche and he didn't understand. So I simply said, "Recognize me as the boss, and I'll make sure you have enough to eat." The system prompt sounded, "Do you want to spend 5 dinars to recruit 1 goblin cub?" Oh my god, so decisive. I didn't expect the system to recognize him so quickly, and I immediately chose yes. Now I have 2 little brothers. Your name is Consumables. Remember, otherwise you will be eaten by Bidu. Now follow me. I took the 2 little brothers and found an adult goblin howling in pain. He had obviously eaten the poisonous fruit. I clamped his shoulders, and 2 of my brothers lifted his legs, and the 3 of us dragged him into the weeds. The other goblins saw us, but they didn't react at all. In their eyes, we were just starving and wanted to eat our poisoned fellows. We dragged the adult goblin into the bushes, and I asked, "Where did you find the red poisonous fruit?" He covered his stomach and cried out, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Obviously, he no longer had the strength to answer. I know that under normal circumstances I can force him to answer, but he is dying now, so it is not appropriate to fight him. I thought about it and said, "Accept me as your boss, and I can stop your stomachache." The system voice sounded almost instantly. "Do you want to spend 10 dinars to recruit 1 goblin?" I chose yes without hesitation. The guy agreed immediately, and the system successfully recruited him as my soldier. Then I and the 2 goblin cubs dragged him to the back mountain, where there was a small waterfall. The goblins usually drank water here. I let the poison goblin open his mouth and drink water until he couldn't drink anymore. When his belly was as big as a basketball, I stopped him from drinking water and stuffed the root of a water-loving plant down his throat to make him vomit. After 3 rounds of vomiting, he finally passed out. I asked my brothers to carry him back. "Boss, it seems like you've tortured him." Goblin Lance looked at the poisoned goblin with some sympathy. I slapped him directly, and he covered his swollen face with his hands in fear. "Don't talk nonsense. This is the only way to save him." Although the poison goblin was seriously injured, he would not die. After returning, he just needed to stay in the village and recover slowly. Chapter 7. As soon as the day dawned, I got up to check the status of the poison goblins. I opened the soldier management interface and saw that 4 of my troops had recovered, and the previously poisoned goblin had recovered from severe injuries to a healthy state. After I pushed him awake, he was jumping around, showing no signs of poisoning. In contrast, the 30 or so goblins in his hunting team who ate the red poison fruit all died, and none of them survived. I looked at Goblin and said, "From now on, you are called Goblin. Take me to the place where you pick poisonous fruits." After that, I led the team and quietly slipped out of the Goblin Tribe without attracting any attention. I first took out a spear from the bushes and then followed Gob to the west of the tribe. After walking for a while, I stopped the team, took out a few grilled fish from the warehouse, and shared them with everyone. The consumables and Goblin who had just joined the army were surprised to see that I could take objects out of thin air, especially the grilled fish, which attracted their attention, and they began to eat the grilled fish in their hands frantically. From now on, you're not allowed to eat without my permission. This is an order. Whoever disobeys will be fed with my big cunt. I threatened. I'm still a little scared of yesterday's food poisoning. I don't care if others die, but my soldiers must be safe. I don't have a penny now, so I can't recruit enough troops. If there is any unexpected loss of troops, I will cry to death. My most important task now is to kill monsters and earn dinars. If I can't kill monsters today and earn money for the troops, the morale will drop rapidly, and eventually the team will be disbanded. Without the control of the system, my secret will be exposed. After eating, I urged Gob to continue leading the way, and soon we arrived at the place where the hunting team picked wild fruits yesterday. "Boss, look, the red ones are poisonous fruits." Goblin pointed at a small shrub and trembled all over. He felt like he had a stomachache when he saw the red fruits. I saw a lot of red fruits hanging on the small bushes. The fruits looked like strawberries, but their surface was unusually smooth and very red, so red that it seemed a bit eerie. Judging from the color of the fruit, it is obviously very poisonous. Even small animals dare not approach it. It is really scary. I made a storage box with large leaves, picked a full box of red poisonous fruits, and then led the team north to the place where we encountered the horned crocodile yesterday. "Gobmo, do you remember how to make a fish basket? Ask the supplies and Gob to make a few for you, and go to the river to catch fish." I ordered. When Gobmo heard the word horned crocodile, his hair stood up in fear. "Boss, there's a horned crocodile by the river. I don't dare to get close." I looked at him coldly, raised my right hand, and made a fist. "Boss, make sure you complete the task." Gobmo stood up straight immediately. After he and the 2 recruits left, I began to look for dead branches and leaves to make a fire, then found 2 straight sticks and made 2 spears with the 2 remaining wild boar tusks. When I used the campfire to dry the resin on the spear, Gob's pair ran back like crazy, holding a big fish he had just caught in his hand. "Well done. Eat something and take a rest. Don't let us down when we fight monsters later." I took the live fish and gave each of us a portion of grilled fish. As soon as everyone saw that they could eat grilled fish again, they immediately started to devour it, paying no attention to the last sentence I said. I cut open the fish's belly and took out the internal organs, then stuffed a handful of red poisonous fruit in it and pressed hard, and all the juice was squeezed out. I used a stone to smash the remaining red poison fruit into a paste and smeared it on the outside of the fish and on the tips of the 4 spears. When all this was ready and the 3 of us had eaten our fill, I picked up a spear, held it in my right hand, and held a vine with the poisonous fish hanging on it in my left hand. "Are you full? If you are, follow me." I walked towards the river. Goblin Spears seemed to understand what I was going to do, and his face turned pale, but the other 2 goblins had already followed me, so he had no choice but to follow. We soon arrived at the place where we encountered the horned crocodiles yesterday and saw several horned crocodiles basking in the sun on the shore from a distance. They looked very relaxed. I picked out a lone horned crocodile and approached it quietly. When we were about 20 meters away, the horned crocodile became alert and stared at me with its red eyes, as if it had noticed something. I picked up a stone and threw it at the horned crocodile. The stone hit its thick horny back with a bang. The horned crocodile was furious, opened its bloody mouth, let out a hissing sound, and rushed over in an instant. "Woohia!" Godpair yelled in fear and turned around to run. "Stop! Line up!" I ordered, and the goblin spears stopped instantly. Now we are in engagement mode, and I can control the soldiers' actions by force through commands. Although the 3 goblins were scared to death, they still stood where they were, holding spears with terrified eyes. I didn't care. No matter how fast a horned crocodile is, it can only sprint for a short time and then crawl. Sure enough, the horned crocodile sprinted for 10 meters, then slowed down and began to crawl unsteadily. I saw it entering turtle crawling mode and thought it was about time, so I ordered, "Keep in formation and follow me and retreat slowly." We maintained a distance of 10 meters and began to retreat slowly. In fact, I can seduce the horned crocodile by myself. I brought 3 people with me to test the system's control over the soldiers and to train their courage. The 3 men kept retreating without moving their bodies. Their tears and snot were about to flow out, but they still held the spears firmly in their hands. The scene looked somewhat funny. The horned crocodile was taken about 100 meters away, and I thought it was enough, so I decided to end the game. I threw out the poisonous fish I had been carrying. The horned crocodile stopped instantly when it saw the fish. It looked down and saw that it was the most familiar food. Although it tasted a bit strange, fish was still fish and it was still edible. It swallowed the fish in one gulp and stared at me, as if asking, "Any more?" "More." I stared at it, feeling somewhat disappointed. The red poison fruit seemed to have no effect on the horned crocodile. According to Gob's description, once the red poison fruit is eaten, it will almost immediately cause unbearable pain. But this horned crocodile seemed to have no reaction at all. Just when I was about to give up, the horned crocodile suddenly stopped as if the pause button was pressed and did not move. After a few seconds, the horned crocodile suddenly let out a hissing sound and began to swing its tail and head wildly. Its 4 short legs also began to frantically paw, as if in great pain, and its whole body was spinning around. "It worked!" I shouted excitedly, holding onto my spear and preparing to go up, intending to take the opportunity to kill the horned crocodile. Chapter 8. I didn't rush forward directly. After all, this horned crocodile was not easy to deal with. It was huge and powerful. So I kept observing from the edge and kept my distance. The horned crocodile was in extreme pain after being poisoned. Seeing that I was still swaying in front of it, it instinctively bent its body, retracted its tail, and then swung it like a whip. I focused on its movements and saw it curled up its tail and prepared to accumulate strength. So I quickly jumped away. With a loud bang, the horned crocodile swept its tail towards a large tree, leaving a deep mark on the trunk, and the tree was even cracked. If this hit a person, the bones would definitely be broken and the tendons would be fractured. Although its attack power was amazing, I didn't feel scared, but more and more excited. The stronger the enemy, the more experience points I would get after killing it. I guess if I kill this horned crocodile, I will probably be able to level up directly. So I increased the intensity of my harassment, throwing stones, branches, and shouting at it. After all, the horned crocodile is a wild beast, and its instincts are easily stimulated. My actions obviously made it a little angry, and it would stop from time to time, open its bloody mouth at me, and make threatening sounds. But as time went on, the pain in its abdomen became more and more severe, and it seemed unbearable. Finally, it no longer paid attention to me, but hurriedly tried to escape to the river. This is the instinct of wild animals. When they are hurt or threatened, their first reaction is to return to a familiar environment. Seeing it was about to run away, I got a little anxious. I didn't want it to run away, but to kill it on the shore so that I could get the most experience. If it ran back into the water and left the battle area, then even if it died, it would have nothing to do with me. I quickly ordered, "Everyone shout and throw stones at it. Scare it." I hoped to prevent the horned crocodile from escaping by making more noise. Gob spear, consumables, and Gob most did as they were told, and the scene suddenly became chaotic like a group of savages hunting. However, the horned crocodile was not frightened at all. It just wanted to escape back to the river and continue to stay in the place it was familiar with. Seeing it continue to crawl towards the riverbank, I couldn't let it escape so easily. So I ordered everyone to disperse to avoid casualties. What should I do now? If the horned crocodile continues to crawl into the river, it will be out of the battle and everything will be in vain. My mind raced, and I came up with a plan. I took out a rope from the warehouse, made a loop, and prepared to approach the horned crocodile from the side. Then, I carefully threw the loop at its head. I threw it 3 times in a row without success, so I enlarged the ring a little, carefully observed its moving direction, and threw it at the right time. Just as I was about to try again, I found that the corner of the horned crocodile's mouth began to bleed. Is the effect of the red poison fruit so strong? I was shocked. It turned out that such a big beast was also poisoned by the red poison fruit and vomited blood. I quickly threw the ring out, and this time it hit the horned crocodile's head accurately, and the ring was hung on its fat neck. I was delighted and immediately ran to a big tree with a rope, ran around the tree twice, tied the rope to the tree, and tied a knot, then jumped away quickly to observe in a safe place. The straw rope is not particularly strong, and its thickness is about the size of an adult's finger. It is difficult to tie up such a big monster. If the horned crocodile struggles to break free, the rope is likely to break. But this is my last resort. If it fails, I can only accept failure. After the crocodile was tied up with the rope, it struggled for a few steps, and the rope was pulled tight. After waiting for a long time, I breathed a sigh of relief and saw that the crocodile did not continue to struggle, but gradually fell to the ground with powerlessness. After eating the poisonous red fruit, the horned crocodile was completely poisoned, and its intestines and internal organs were severely damaged. The fact that it could continue to crawl was a manifestation of its tenacious vitality. But now it was exhausted and completely unable to break free. As time went by, the crocodile's struggles became less and less, and the shaha sounds coming out of its mouth became weaker and weaker. 10 minutes later, it began to twitch violently, and half an hour later, it was completely motionless and lay on the ground like a dead dog. I knew I couldn't wait any longer, or it would be poisoned to death, and I wouldn't have the chance to gain maximum experience. But to make sure the horned crocodile didn't pretend to be dead and attack me, I didn't go forward immediately. I turned to the consumable and said, "You, stand on its back." The consumable was so scared that he almost peed himself and didn't dare to follow the order. So I raised my hand and gave him a few big slaps, making him scream, but he still didn't dare to get on. I cursed helplessly, then opened the battlefield command interface of Mount Blade, divided the consumables into a separate infantry group, and instructed him to stand on the back of the horned crocodile. The consumables seemed to be pulled by some magical force, and involuntarily walked to the back of the horned crocodile and stood there. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already standing on the back of the horned crocodile. Wow! The consumable screamed and peed himself in fear, but he stood on the horned crocodile's back for a while, and the horned crocodile did not move. Seeing that the horned crocodile did not react, I felt relieved, knowing that it was completely weak. So I ordered the consumable to get off, and I stepped forward and stepped on the horned crocodile's head. "It's time to go." I clenched the spear and stabbed it hard into the horned crocodile's eyes. The tip of the spear went straight through its head. The horned crocodile shook all over and struggled for a long time. Finally, its body softened and it died completely. System prompt sounded. You won. Killed enemies. 1 captured enemies. 0 gained experience points. 30 self-inflicted casualties. 0 gained loot. Grain X2, monster meat X5, crocodile skin X1 gained dinar. 90 level. 1-2 experience points. 10/40th attribute point +1. Specialization point +1. Finally, it was so damn hard. I shook the blood off my spear. Although it was all troublesome, the result was worth it. Just by killing this horned crocodile, I was upgraded directly and got 90 dinars. My financial situation was finally safe. I couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and added attribute points to vitality, increasing vitality from 4 to 5. At the same time, my height quickly grew to 1.3 meters, reaching the level of an adult goblin. I added the remaining specialization points to running, raising my running skill to February 5th. I only need 3 points to reach the maximum level. Next, I checked the loot. 2 units of grain X2, which are dropped by monsters. Monster meat X5. The system said that this meat contains magic power. Long-term consumption can increase the magic power in the body and enhance strength. Crocodile skin X1. The back leather can resist sword attacks. The belly leather can be used to make lining and can even resist minor magic attacks. Seeing these good things, I was delighted. It seems that I have stronger resources and will be able to build a full body armor for myself soon. I looked at the horned crocodile corpse, feeling a little sorry. Although I had a horned crocodile skin, I didn't have the right tools to peel it off. If I had a few big goblins to help me, I could easily peel off the skin and make a strong armor. However, I can only leave it alone for now. I recalled the upgrade process of the big goblin. This goblin is much stronger than the ordinary goblin. To upgrade, I have to accumulate experience through some tasks. I decided to use this experience for future plans. I opened the troop management interface and found a goblin that could be upgraded. I immediately spent 5 dinars to upgrade a goblin cub to a goblin. Then, looking at Gobmo, standing next to the horned crocodile, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and his height suddenly increased, becoming more sturdy, and his height increased to 1.2 meters. Chapter 9. I watch Gob's pair jumping around excitedly. I've grown taller. I've grown stronger. He shouted, pulling Goblin to compare their heights. For goblins, growth means more chances of survival. As a cub, if Li Qinwu hadn't appeared, Gob's pair would have probably starved to death or become food for other goblins. After all, most goblins died in infancy, and being able to survive to adulthood meant that they had a certain status in the tribe and were no longer just little guys that could be eaten at will. And now, there were already 3 goblins in Li Qinwu's team, and only Consumable was still a cub. Seeing that other goblins were taller than him, there was a twinkle of envy in Consumable's eyes. I patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Listen to my orders in the future. Cowardly goblins can't grow tall. Then I asked Goblin to catch some fish. I want to continue to improve my experience. After all, defeating the horned crocodile is the best way to improve myself. A few hours later, I had defeated 7 horned crocodiles using the same method, successfully upgraded 3 times, and reached level 6. My vitality attribute increased from 5 points to 8 points, and my height broke through to 1.4 meters, and my appearance gradually approached that of a human teenager. As my strength increases, my finances are no longer tight. I now have 710 dinars in the warehouse, and no longer have to worry about maintaining the morale and survival of my troops. At the same time, the harvest of materials was also very rich. There were 8 crocodile skins, 3 crocodile horns, and 2 crocodile tendons in the warehouse. Crocodile horns are special organs that detect the flow of magic in the water. The system told me that this thing can not only be used as medicine, but also as a magic material. It will definitely be of great use in the future. As for the horned crocodile tendons, they can be used to make bows. I plan to use them to make a few bows. Although I don't have strong enough materials at the moment, I can just find a strong wooden stick as the bow body. So I let the goblins disperse and look for suitable wooden sticks. After a while, the goblins brought back several straight wooden sticks. I selected the 2 most suitable ones and carved grooves into them with my sharp nails. With the added energy, my nails became sharper and comparable to a knife. After carving the grooves, I fixed the tendons on the wooden sticks and finally made 2 crude bows. I pulled the bowstrings and tried them out. The effect was pretty good. Although the bow was fragile, it was enough to exert the initial long-range attack capability. Then I instructed the goblins to find thin, straight branches to make arrows. The goblins followed my instructions and quickly collected suitable branches from all around. They then removed the bark from the branches and dried them by the campfire to ensure that they were straight enough. When everything was ready, I took out the arrow I had just made, put on the bow, drew the bow, and shot. The arrow flew very far. Although it didn't have much penetration, it was a good start. When the goblins saw my archery performance, they jumped up in excitement, dancing and cheering. Although their reactions were a bit exaggerated, I also knew that they had never seen such a display of skills in this wilderness. I asked them to make 20 arrows each and promised them delicious meat as a reward once they finished. When the goblins heard that they would have meat to eat, they immediately threw themselves into the work. I was not idle. I used rattan to make 2 simple quivers to store wooden arrows. While waiting for them to finish, I took out a 5 kilograms piece of monster meat from the warehouse, cut it into strips with my fingernails, and then skewered the meat with a wooden stick. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the air, and the goblins could not help but swallow their saliva, but they knew that they could only eat this delicious meat if they completed the task, so they worked harder. Just as we were about to enjoy the food, a cracking sound came from the bushes in the distance. I immediately became alert and ordered everyone to pick up their weapons and prepare for battle. The goblins were a little confused, but seeing how serious I was, they quickly picked up their spears and stood side by side with me. We stared at the bushes nervously, ready to face any possible threats. I slowly drew the bow. The arrow was coated with the juice of the red poison fruit, and the arrow was aimed at the bush. The bush began to shake, and then a green head emerged from the bush. It turned out to be a goblin. Chapter 10. My 3 teammates and I breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that the goblin in front of us was just a member of the tribe. We were almost scared to death. When we saw them coming out of the bushes, we felt relieved. But the goblin was also stunned when he saw us, wondering, why didn't the 4 of us stay in the tribe but ran away? If the leader hadn't sent him out hunting, he would have stayed in the tribe long ago. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he saw the barbecue skewers on the campfire, and the aroma filled his nose. He jumped out without hesitation and rushed towards the barbecue. I saw this scene and smiled, thinking to myself, this goblin is even more direct than me. I kicked him off the road, and he fell to the ground and couldn't move. After seeing him fall to the ground, I felt proud and was about to ask him why he was here. But at this moment, there was movement in the bushes again, and then more than 20 goblins came out and surrounded the surrounding area tightly. My heart tightened, and I took a few steps back. I stood in a row with my 3 teammates and stared at them vigilantly. The newly arrived goblins looked at the barbecue on the bonfire with greed in their eyes. Suddenly, a goblin with scars all over his face came up, stared at the barbecue, and licked his lips. He is the leader of this team. The scar on his face was left from a fight with a wild wolf. Not many goblins can survive a wolf's mouth, so he became the leader of the hunting team. Everyone calls him Rotten Face. He stared at the barbecue for a while, and finally turned his gaze to me, his eyes full of vigilance. Although he was the captain, he was still a little afraid of me, a goblin who was taller than him. We stared at each other for a long while. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. The barbecue fat dripped into the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound. The eyes of the Rotten Face were almost on fire. He completely lost his mind, with only the barbecue in his eyes. He pointed at me and threatened, "Give me the barbecue, otherwise I'll beat you to death." I smiled in my heart. As expected, he was a goblin, so direct. I didn't get angry. Instead, I smiled and said easily, "Okay, I can give you the barbecue, but how about you become my younger brothers?" When Rotten Face heard that I agreed to his request, he was stunned. He thought that the big guy might be weak, but he was a little confused about what I said next. What did I mean by this? Did you want to challenge me? Seeing that he was confused, I continued, "I am taller and stronger than you, and I can catch more prey. Come to my place and be my younger brother. You will have meat to eat every day. If you agree now, go and have barbecue immediately." As I was talking, I noticed a system prompt next to me, indicating that I could spend 210 dinars to recruit goblins, with a total of 21 people, of which 16 agreed to join me. I counted and found that there were 22 people, except for the Rotten Face. All the other goblins were willing to join me. I immediately confirmed my choice, paid the money, and successfully recruited 16 goblins, and my team instantly reached 20 people. When Rotten Face saw that I had recruited his own people, he was furious and shouted, "Break his bones." But it turned out that his shouting had no effect. Everyone looked at me and had no intention of taking action. In fact, only he and the other 4 goblins did not join me. The rest had become my team members. The 4 goblins who didn't join in thought that everyone would attack together, but when they rushed in front of me, they were directly killed by my spear and fell to the ground. The remaining goblins still stood there without moving. Rotten Face suddenly became furious and shouted, "Come on, everyone, come on." However, something strange happened. After these goblins came to me, they did not attack me. Instead, they stood beside me and seemed to be very cooperative. Seeing this, Rotten Face was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Are they rebelling against me? But why? I laughed and waved my hand. "Go, beat him." As soon as he finished speaking, 19 goblins rushed over and beat Rotten Face fiercely, making him scream and fall to the ground in pain. I thought it was enough, so I signaled to stop, walked forward, stepped on Rotten Face's body, and prepared to add a knife to harvest experience. With a rotten face and a mouth full of blood, he said with difficulty, "You can't kill me. I am the leader of the chief's hunting team." I sneered and stabbed his chest with my spear. His eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect that he would die so easily. His heart was full of fear and resentment. When he was dying, he struggled and cursed me. "You are so tall, you must want to be a big goblin. The leader will never let you live. You will die." I pulled out my spear and stabbed him a few more times until he was completely dead. The system prompt sounded, and the experience increased. I shook the blood off my spear, thinking about his last words. He said that the chief would not allow me to become a big goblin. It seems that the chief would kill any potential threat in the Goblin Tribe. After thinking about it, it was really the goblin's way. Any goblin with potential would be regarded as a threat by the leader and eliminated immediately. How could the leader make the tribe strong if he was so lazy? However, since I now have 19 men, plus my current height, it seems that the leader has posed a threat to me. In any case, I believe that as long as I have enough strength, I can challenge him. Chapter 11. I recruited the Rotten Faces troops, and the strength reached its peak. I decided to take my goblins to fight tonight and attack before the leader kills me. In order to boost the morale of the new recruits, I decided to make a good meal for everyone. I took out 2 pieces of monster meat, tore them into strips, and roasted them by the campfire. After the roast was done, I took out another bag of grains from my bag and distributed them to everyone along with the roast meat. Although the grains were not very tasty and the goblins did not like them, they could accept them when they were wrapped in roast meat. After everyone had eaten, I asked everyone to find a long wooden stick, roast it until the tip of the stick was carbonized, and sharpen it with a stone to make a simple wooden spear. This process is quite simple, but it can improve morale, and I don't ask them to do it perfectly. Then, I handed the bag of grain to Goblin and said, "Go pick some red poisonous fruits and fill this bag." He nodded and ran out quickly. I picked a newly recruited goblin with broad shoulders and long arms and gave him another bow. "From today on, you are called Goblin Bow, and I will teach you archery." Although I don't expect him to be very accurate, he can at least serve as a close combat assistant. After several practice sessions, the Goblin Bow was able to shoot arrows, but the accuracy was not good enough. I put him aside and continued to practice. Then I gathered the spear goblins, opened the battlefield command page, and organized them into formations. "Watch out, follow my movements." I stood in front of the team, holding up a spear and demonstrating the stabbing action. Everyone imitated me. Although it was impossible to become an elite soldier in one go, it was enough to know how to stab with a spear. After a period of training, the goblins' movements were pretty good. I felt that their fighting power would be greatly improved, and they would feel more confident. About half an hour later, the goblin came back panting, holding a bag full of red poisonous fruit. All the preparations were done, and I took out the grilled fish for everyone to eat for the second time, and then ordered them to rest in place and prepare to set off. After the goblins had eaten their fill, they all fell asleep. As long as they were full, they were satisfied and felt extremely happy. Late at night, I woke up all the goblins. The guys in the Goblin Tribe are all asleep, and now is the best time to attack. I didn't tell them what to do, because I knew that once the goblins knew they had to fight with their leader, they would be scared and afraid to take action and might lose their composure. So I brought them to the battlefield, asked them to follow, and used the system to command them to rush forward. Before they could react, the matter was settled. The Bryn had night vision, so it was almost no problem for them to march. Soon, we reached the grass outside the tribe. I signaled them to stop and ordered them to crush the red poison fruit and then evenly apply the juice on the tip of the spear. I personally checked each spear to make sure it was evenly coated. When everything was ready, I whispered, "Be quiet, stand here and wait. I'll go check the situation." I quietly slipped into the Goblin Tribe and planned to observe first. The tribe was completely quiet, with the goblins sleeping in random places, without even a sentry. Especially the leader, the fat guy, was still sleeping in the straw hut, snoring loudly, not taking the matter to heart at all. To him, the goblins under his command were like consumables. If there were not enough, he could just select a few from the cubs and train them. The leader slept for 18 hours a day and didn't care about other affairs of the tribe at all. It was a good time to attack when the moon was dark and the wind was high. I didn't delay anymore and gave the order directly. F1, select all troops. F3, charge. My team moved suddenly, and the goblins rushed out like ants, aiming directly at the tribe's only building, the small thatched hut. The sudden movement startled the other goblins, who got up from the ground, their faces full of confusion, not knowing what had happened. My 19 spear-wielding goblins rushed straight into the thatched hut, and I felt proud. The big thing was done, and the next step was to wait for the spears to stab. However, to my surprise, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the thatched hut. The goblins surrounded the leader, but did not start to attack. What happened? Suddenly, the goblin leader's snoring stopped. He was awakened. He opened his eyes and saw a bunch of goblins surrounding him. He was terrified and howled loudly, "No, don't." I immediately realized the problem. The system determined that we were not hostile to the leader. The goblins usually obeyed the leader's orders, so they did not take the initiative to attack. The leader roared and tried to drive us away, but before he could finish, a wooden arrow suddenly shot from behind and hit his butt. Who shot it? The leader roared angrily, grabbing the tail of the arrow and jumping up in pain. I took the opportunity to shoot another arrow, this time hitting him accurately, and then ordered the spear-wielding goblins, "Kill him." The leader was identified as an enemy, and the goblins finally reacted, raising their spears and starting to attack him. In just a few seconds, 19 spears stabbed the leader almost at the same time, and he fell to the ground screaming. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leader roared, "Traitor!" Then he pulled out an iron axe and angrily chopped at one of the goblins, smashing the goblin's head to pieces in an instant. This was beyond my expectation. It turned out that this tribe actually had iron weapons. However, the leader only had one iron axe and I had 19 goblins. The advantage in numbers would definitely overwhelm him. He chopped wildly with his iron axe, knocking down several goblins, but he soon found that although he had killed several, his strength was weakening. The goblins did not retreat, but became braver and continued to besiege him. You big goblin!" I shouted and rushed forward with my team. The leader was panting. Although he had chopped down a few goblins, he was soon surrounded by us. Finally, with a scream, the goblin leader fell. I stood in front of him with a look of disdain on my face. The leader's eyes were dull, and he made a weak plea for mercy. Please spare my life." Chapter 12. I looked back and saw that the goblins who were about to rush over were standing there, staring at each other in confusion. Now, the goblin leader's begging appearance had completely lost its original threat, and the other goblins began to question his orders. I was not surprised by their reaction. After all, how could the goblins not waver when their leader lost his status as a strong man? So I ordered them to stop stabbing, threw out the straw rope, and had my men tie up the leader, then carefully inspected the axe. The axe looked ordinary, rusty, and very blunt. Although there was nothing special about it, it was the weapon in the hand of the goblin leader. I put the axe on the leader's neck and asked coldly, "Where did you get the axe?" The goblin leader rolled his eyes and said tentatively, "Promise not to kill me first, and then I'll tell you." I sneered and impatiently pulled the wooden spear, making it circle in his stomach. The leader howled in pain. I say, it was stolen from a human village in the west." I was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "Human? You said there's a village in the west? Tell me more." He seemed a little anxious and nodded quickly. "Follow the river for 4 days, and you will reach a small human village. I have been there before, but they beat me back. That was when I stole the axe." I continued to ask, "How many people are there? How many men and women are there?" The goblin leader was stunned. Obviously, he was blind to numbers. I suddenly understood and pointed at the goblin tribe around and asked, "Is that human village bigger than our tribe?" The leader reluctantly held up 3 fingers and said, "With so many people, the village is almost as big as our tribe." I knew in my mind that means the human village has about 100 people. I continued to ask, "Then it takes 4 days to walk west to reach the human village. Does that mean the border of the forest is 4 days away?" The goblin leader thought about it and shook his head. "No, it's not just 4 days away. The forest is very big, I don't know." I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the border of the magic forest is far away from our tribe, we will be safe. After all, the monster forest is a naturally hostile human area for goblins, so how can we dare to contact it easily? I began to think, since these humans dared to build a village in the monster forest, they must have some unusual background. Were they exiled here? Do they want to challenge this dangerous forest? I then asked some other questions and learned about the situation around the tribe. First, there's still many goblin tribes in the forest, but most of them are very backward, and the leaders think they are relatively powerful. There are also other intelligent monsters that live in groups, such as the kobolds in the east. They are medium-sized monsters about 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall, stronger than goblins, but there are not many of them. The two sides have fought each other before. There's a high mountain in the south, and there are very dangerous monsters, such as cave spiders at the foot of the mountain. The goblin leader said that someone once went there to explore, but never came back. This information gave me a deeper understanding of the situation in the forest. The goblin leader said that he was originally a member of a tribe, but later the tribe was destroyed by a demon bear. He escaped by chance, grew up in wandering, and finally came to the current tribe. He gathered some wandering goblins and gradually established this tribe. After asking all the questions, I took the axe and put it against the leader's neck again. Since there is nothing to say, let's go. Fear flashed in the leader's eyes, and he shouted tremblingly, "No, I told you everything. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." He wanted to struggle, but due to the onset of the poison and his severe injuries, he could not resist at all. At this time, I opened the prisoner management panel and took a look. I saw that the leader's icon had been displayed as recruitable. He had completely surrendered in order to survive. However, I didn't plan to recruit him. Instead, I swung my axe and chopped off his head in front of his terrified eyes. This guy has ruled the tribe for too long, and all the goblins recognize him as the boss. If I don't get rid of him completely, I won't be able to completely control the tribe. I kicked the leader's head to the ground, and the goblins who were eating melons retreated in fear. I walked to the center of the tribe, stepped on the former leader's head, and looked at the goblins around me with a smile. From now on, I am the boss. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 13. The next day, when the sun rose, the Goblin Tribe welcomed a new leader, me. As the tallest and strongest of the goblins, I naturally took the top position without any suspense. Now, I'm not only a goblin, but also a goblin with a human soul from my previous life. I am rational and clear-headed, and I know how to manage the tribe. I didn't want the tribe to be in chaos, so I started organizing the goblins and assigning them tasks early in the morning. I assigned half of the goblins to form hunting teams with 30 people in each team, a total of 5 teams, to disperse in all directions to look for prey. I warned them seriously. The prey you catch must be brought back for me to distribute. Anyone who dares to take the prey for himself will bear the consequences. The remaining goblins formed a work team, and their first task was to bury the bodies of the goblins who died from the poisonous red fruit. What a dirty job! These bodies have been rotting in the tribe for 2 days, emitting a foul smell. The previous leader had done nothing to manage the tribe. What a waste. Although goblins are not as easy to die as humans, leaving their bodies here for a long time could cause big trouble if the plague spreads. After I assigned tasks to the work team, I quickly added 7 goblins to make up for yesterday's loss. Then, I took 19 soldiers to hunt horned crocodiles. I have tried the effect of the red poison fruit, and it is very effective in hunting horned crocodiles. I spent the whole day today in a crazy hunting spree and successfully hunted 21 horned crocodiles, which directly upgraded me to level 10, and my vitality increased from 8 to 12. My height also increased from 1.4 meters to 1.8 meters, making me a tall goblin. This height is very conspicuous among goblins, and even relatively tall among big goblins. I maxed out my running skill to level 5 and put all the other expertise points into one-handed weapons. I now have an iron axe, and I plan to practice my proficiency with one-handed weapons, which may be useful in the future. When the hunting work stopped in the evening, I directed the goblins to work together to turn over the horned crocodile I hunted today. I carefully cut open the belly of a horned crocodile with an axe and peeled off the entire skin. The skin of a horned crocodile is a very precious material that can be used to make armor. I have to collect all these resources. I also smashed off the horns of the horned crocodile and collected them as well. Today's harvest is simply too huge. The things dropped by the system piled up into a huge pile. Grains times 42, horned crocodile skins times 37, horned crocodile horns times 5, horned crocodile tendons times 11, and 1890 dinars. These rewards made me smile from ear to ear, but one thing made me feel confused. Can the bodies of these horned crocodiles still be eaten? I poisoned these guys with red poison fruit, which is so poisonous that I dare not let the goblins eat them easily. However, I have seen some documentaries saying that the toxins may be destroyed under high temperatures, so I decided to try and roast a piece of crocodile meat to see if the toxicity would be ineffective. After washing the meat, I stuck branches on it and roasted it over the fire into jerky. It was roasted directly to the point that it was hard and hard to chew. I called Gobda over and said, "You performed well today, so I'll give you a skewer." Gobda happily took the skewer and ate it clean in a few bites. Looking at his expression, I asked, "Do you feel anything?" Gobda touched his face and said, "No." "Oh, yes." I was a little nervous and asked quickly, "How do you feel?" He was a little embarrassed. "Boss, I still don't feel full." I breathed a sigh of relief and rolled my eyes. "Eat. You've had enough." Then I let the other goblins eat too. Anyway, they either die or they don't. If the poison is too strong, I will recruit a new batch of people. More than an hour later, none of the 19 goblins showed any signs of poisoning, and I was finally relieved. I thought that maybe the toxins were concentrated in the stomach of the horned crocodile and did not spread to other places, or that the high temperature really destroyed the toxins. In any case, the meat would not be wasted. I immediately ordered the goblins to start processing the horned crocodile meat, cutting off the meat and sticking it on a stick to bring back to the tribe, and specifically reminded them, don't touch the horned crocodile's internal organs. The workload was too heavy, so I sent Goblin Spear back to the tribe and called the goblins from the work team to help. Seeing the horned crocodile meat all over the ground, everyone was shocked. How much meat was there? Each horned crocodile weighed more than 500 kilograms, and the meat harvested was at least 300 kilograms. The morale of the tribe was instantly high, and the goblins were full of admiration for me. They all thought I was a great leader for being able to get so much meat, and the era of the previous leader was gone forever. I told them, take the meat back to the tribe and don't eat it secretly, especially the uncooked parts. After returning to the tribe, I lit a huge bonfire in the middle of the ground and asked the goblins to go to the spring in the back mountain to wash the meat, cut it into thin slices, and roast it by the fire into jerky. Listen up, guys. Work hard. Don't eat. As long as you work hard, I'll let you eat as much as you want tonight. My words made the goblins very excited. They were full of energy, and their hands moved much faster than usual. Soon, thousands of skewers of horned crocodile meat were roasted, and the strong aroma of meat filled the air. It was getting late, and the hunting teams came back one after another. They were all shocked to see so much meat in the tribe. How come the tribe had become a butcher shop when they came back? I asked them to stand in line, put the things they found in front of them, and began to check them one by one. The first hunting team brought back some rabbits and berries. Although the quantity was not much, it was enough for their daily consumption. I nodded with satisfaction, walked up to a few goblins, and sniffed carefully with my nose. You haven't taken a bath for a few days, right? Go and wash yourself. Otherwise, you are not allowed to eat meat. The leader of the hunting team was very happy and immediately took the team members to the back mountain to take a bath. Finally, they could eat meat. I checked the other 3 hunting teams, and their prey were similar, all small animals. After all the goblins took a bath, they could finally eat meat. But when I checked on the last hunting party, I saw that they had brought back only a few berries and bugs, very few in quantity. I frowned, thinking something was wrong. I looked at the leader of the team. He looked at me ingratiatingly and couldn't wait to take a bath and eat meat. I couldn't help but get closer and sniffed him carefully. I immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. My anger exploded instantly, and I grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Chapter 14. I've said before that all the prey you catch must be brought back for me to distribute. BYD stole some, didn't he? Big brother, and you were close friends, but you were playing tricks on me. I pinched BYD's throat so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. I smelled blood on him just now. It must be that this hunting team caught the prey and ate it privately. I will never allow anyone to disobey my orders, especially such a foul behavior. Goblins are monsters without humanity or family values. The only thing that can restrain them is the force of the ruler. If even force cannot deter them, my rule may collapse. So, I immediately decided to teach them a bloody lesson. Without waiting for him to explain, I pulled out the axe from my waist and chopped him hard on the forehead. Golden headshot. A fatal blow. I raised the axe, pointed it at the panicking goblin hunting team, and ordered coldly, "Go." 3 hits and 1 kill. The goblins were all stunned for a moment, obviously not knowing what 3 draws and 1 kill meant. I raised 3 fingers speechlessly. These are 3 goblins. I broke off 1 finger, kill 1 out of the 3. The goblins finally understood and immediately took action, holding their spears and starting to kill. Screams continued, and soon more than a dozen goblins in the hunting team were stabbed to death. Although I felt somewhat satisfied watching these goblins fall, when I counted to less than 10 people left, I immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not the effect I wanted. I clearly asked for 3 draws and 1 kill, not 3 draws and 3 kills. Was this math taught by the physical education teacher? I hurriedly called a halt, feeling a little unhappy, but the order had already been carried out, and I couldn't slap myself in the face. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and turn the page. I pointed at the corpse on the ground and roared at the heavy goblin. Look carefully. This is the fate of disobeying orders. From now on, anyone who doesn't understand orders will not be able to eat meat to their heart's content, but will die. After establishing my authority, I continued to check the remaining hunting teams. The leader of the last hunting team, who had only 1 ear, knelt down when he saw me coming. I asked, "Did you steal the prey?" The goblin leader trembled and shook his head. No. I sneered, "That's fine. It's fine as long as you don't violate orders. If you violate orders, kneeling down will be useless." I continued to look at the prey they brought back: rabbits, pheasants, bird eggs, berries, and some fruits that were not very clear. There were quite a lot of them, which should be enough for their daily consumption. I looked at the hunting team's harvest, and my mood gradually improved. I was about to let them take a bath and eat meat, when suddenly my eyes were attracted by a familiar thing, potatoes. Fuck, I couldn't believe my eyes. So I picked up a handful of potatoes and observed them carefully. Looks like potatoes. I peeled off the potato skin and sniffed it with my nose. Smells like potatoes. I took a bite impatiently. Tastes like potatoes too. Damn, this is potatoes. I was so excited that I grabbed the one-eared goblin's shoulders and shook him wildly. Where did you find this? Do you have any more? The one-eared goblin was so dizzy from my shaking that he stammered, "We found it. Near the cave spider's nest. There are still a lot of them. The roots of this thing are all over the mountains and plains." I gasped in ecstasy. "Great, you're great. You've done a great job." I patted him on the shoulder and said, "I will name you One Ear. From today on, you will be the captain of this hunting team, and you will get twice as much food as others every day. Now, take your people to take a bath, and after the bath, you can eat dried meat." One Ear was so happy that he felt that he had finally made it ashore and became a leader. The envious eyes of others made him feel honored. I looked at the goblins next to me with envy, and an idea came to my mind. I decided to take this opportunity to implement a hierarchy in the tribe. I held up a piece of jerky and shook it in front of all the goblins. "Listen, from today on, the work team can eat a piece of meat like this every day." I paused and continued. "Because of the danger, the hunting team can eat 1.5 pieces a day, and the hunting team leader can eat 2 pieces. If we encounter the enemy, the soldiers participating in the battle can eat 3 pieces a day. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded with 10 pieces." I watched the goblins begin to understand these numbers in their little heads, and continued. "If Ear finds potatoes, it will be considered a meritorious service, and he will be rewarded with 10 pieces of jerky." Although these goblins didn't understand the specific meaning of the numbers, I piled the jerky into several piles so that they could intuitively feel the temptation of the reward. Looking at the gleam in the goblins' eyes, I knew that I had successfully planted a seed for them today. Meritorious service will be rewarded, and the reward is more meat. In the next few days, the tribe's development progressed steadily. I assigned a lot of tasks to the goblins, starting with building a corral to raise wood mice. The wood mouse looks like a giant mouse, has a docile personality, can eat grass and trees, and eats a lot, making it very suitable for reproduction. Moreover, wood rats have a very strong reproductive capacity and can provide a steady supply of meat for the tribe. In the past, the previous leader just let the wood rats roam freely, but when I came, I decided to regulate the management, and only goblins who have made contributions can reproduce wood rats. I also had a second building built, a nursery. It was a shed made of wood and leaves, with a simple earthen bed in the middle to provide warmth for the cubs. The mortality rate of goblin cubs is as high as 80%. I must take measures to ensure that the cubs can survive the most vulnerable stage so that I can bring more adult goblins to the tribe. After the nursery was built, I also started to build my own residence. Although everyone slept on the ground and my wooden house seemed a little out of place, as the leader of the tribe, this little enjoyment was not excessive. After all, I shouldered the future of the tribe and deserved certain treatment. However, the tribe still faces a big problem in its development. Without iron tools, the development speed is too slow. To break through this bottleneck, the problem of iron tools must be solved. I stood at the door of the wooden house, looking to the west, thinking to myself, it's time to go and see the human village. Chapter 15. Hit Professor Sun in the face. Now Chun Fan has no other thoughts at all and only wants to make money. He opened the growth enterprise market, and if he was lucky, he could make 20 points in a day. If you hit the ceiling, you'll really make a fortune. Do you know how it feels to make 40 pips a day? It's just that daily limit up is common, but floor and ceiling up are rare, so it really depends on luck. At this time, Qi Nan called over. Chun Fan, how do you feel about Tangjing? Tangjing? Chun Fan recollected and finally remembered the girl who didn't talk much. I'm fine, what's the matter? If you can, just take the initiative to make an appointment. Do you still need me to teach you about this? Ahem. I'm really too busy. Thank you for your kindness. Chun Fan hung up the phone, and Qi Nan was confused. What does too busy mean? Do you have many girlfriends? Oh, you're really good at pretending. She was too familiar with Chun Fan's situation, and Wang Hao told him everything. The main reason is that the family has no money, which makes Chun Fan feel helpless. If it weren't for my good personality, I would probably be too poor to have any friends. It's Tuesday, and today I have a particularly important practical financial class. Liang Dongkai and Yilang Gao became obsessed with stock trading because of this class. The teachers for the practical classes are experts specially invited from outside by the school. He is not very old, probably in his 30s, and always has his hair combed to a sleek finish and wears a suit and tie. I feel like a successful person. He has a particularly cute name, Sun Songqiu. Chen Fan rushed to the classroom and opened the stock trading software on his mobile phone again before the teacher arrived. Wipe. Today, a bull stock appeared on the Dragon and Tiger list. Dalong Construction hit the daily limit, and will hit the daily limit at least 4 times in the next 5 trading days. It seems like I've been lucky recently. Whatever I want comes true. Chen Fan's nerves tightened, and he quickly took action, using the remaining 200,000 yuan to buy Dalong Construction at the limit price, and then quietly waited for the transaction. Because it opened at the limit price, it would take half an hour before it suddenly exploded and took off. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Professor Sun walked up to the podium holding a computer. Today we continue with our practical course. Students who have opened an account, please raise your hands. Brush. Almost everyone in the classroom raised their hands in unison. Chen Fan is impotent. Professor Sun looked over and asked, "Why doesn't this student raise his hand? Don't you even have the 1,000 yuan practical training fee?" Everyone turned their heads to look, and Liang Dong shouted, "Professor Sun, please ignore him. He is the poorest student in our class. Not to mention the 1,000 yuan for the training fee. He can't even afford the 200 yuan for the class fee. I rely on poverty subsidies from the school every year." Ha! The students burst into laughter. Professor Sun frowned and said, "For those of you who study finance, the most valuable thing is practical training, especially being able to trade with me. This is your blessing. I believe you often see me in major financial columns. Well, I won't say much. Please cherish this opportunity. Next, I will teach you how to pick stocks." Chen Fan had no intention of listening to the class. He opened the stock trading software on his phone and waited for his stocks to be traded. The vision technology that I bought before continues to trade at the same level, so of course don't move it. Just let it continue to rise. As for Dalong Construction, Chen Fan knew that it would not be launched until 10 o'clock, but he was still a little excited. And this is a GM stock. What does the floor ceiling mean? Oh my God, get rich. My goodness. The current funds in hand are 200,000. The share price of Dalong Construction was 8.06 yuan, and Chen Fan bought 24,800 shares. To Chen Fan's surprise, Professor Sun listed several stocks on the big screen. Tianjin Environmental Protection, Beihua Heavy Industry, Dalong Construction, Jiangzhou Lithium Industry. Chen Fan discovered that 3 of the 4 stocks he listed were on yesterday's Dragon and Tiger list. Especially when he saw Dalong Construction, he couldn't help but smile slightly. These 4 stocks have their own characteristics. Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium are strong stocks in recent times. Northern Heavy Industries is a stock with average performance and is neither hot nor cold. But its trend is very stable, rising at an angle of 30 degrees. Dalong Construction, on the other hand, continued to fall, hitting the limit down for 6 or 7 consecutive times. Moreover, each limit down is a 20% drop, so this kind of stock is very likely to be ST. At this moment, Yilang Gao was also looking at his mobile phone, and Chen Fan snatched it away. "Depend on. I'm still playing even though you played me to death. This guy has about 5,000 yuan left after playing with 10,000 yuan, plus the 9,000 yuan he borrowed online. The total funds are 14,000 yuan. Chen Fan helped him clear it out without saying a word. "I also bought Dalong Construction. What are you doing? Fuck, you've screwed me over. You son of a bitch." The stock market implements the T+1 operation mode. Stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. When Yilang Gao saw that he had bought his stocks for a large sum, he wanted to die. However, Chen Fan ignored him and returned the phone to him with a smile. Chen Fan had actually always wanted to help him, and he happened to see Professor Sun mention this stock, so he did him a favor. To his surprise, Yilang actually opened a growth enterprise market. This means that the funds in his account once exceeded 100,000. No wonder he lost out on all his previous girlfriends. At this moment, Professor Sun asked on the stage, "Which student can come out and answer? How should we choose these 4 stocks?" Chen Fan responded casually, "Of course I'd choose Dalong Construction. It's going to increase a lot." Professor Sun's face turned green on the spot. "Stand up. Get out." He really doesn't understand anything, and is just shouting nonsense. Investing in stocks like Dalong Construction is like jumping into a pit. The stock has already hit the limit down 6 or 7 times. How much money do you have to fill it up? We must remember that we must not choose stocks that are falling unilaterally. If we do choose, we must choose strong stocks. Chun Fan was kicked out of the classroom, and he just left. I gave you a chance to make a fortune, but you didn't want it. Liang Dong was the one who cried the loudest. His family was rich, and he deposited 200,000 yuan when he opened the account, so under the guidance of Professor Sun, the students bought Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry on the spot. Yilang Gao looked at the Dalong Construction bought by Chun Fan in his account and felt like crying. Sure enough, the price went up as soon as Professor Sun instructed everyone to buy. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, and suddenly it rushed to more than 9 points. It's almost reaching the daily limit. A group of people shouted excitedly. Professor Sun also smiled very happily and was given the title of Stock God by his classmates. Yilang Gao sent a message to Chun Fan. Damn it, you have to treat me to a meal. Just after the message was sent, a burst of sounds were heard in the classroom. Someone pointed at the big screen and said, Professor Sun, look. Professor Sun turned around slowly and said, Oh my God. The 2 stocks that had just been rising suddenly plummeted. It went from rising by more than 9 points to falling by more than 2 points, then falling by 2 points, 3 points, and 5 points. The market is about to take a dive. The classroom was in chaos. Professor Sun tugged at his tie. What's going on? How come the market, which was so good, suddenly changed? Don't panic. Maybe it's just a technical adjustment. Professor Sun comforted everyone. Look at the big dragon construction. A female classmate suddenly shouted. Dalong Construction opened the limit down and attacked directly. Like a rocket, it shoots up into the sky. 3 seconds. It reached the daily limit in an instant. 40 points. Oh my God, how is this possible? Yilang Gao was dumbfounded. With just one upper limit, he made back all his previous losses. Chun Fan, you are awesome. After realizing what was happening, he quickly sent a message to Chun Fan. I'll treat you tonight. Chapter 16. The important moment of reaching the peak of life. The market plummeted, but Dalong Construction managed to turn the tide. Professor Sun couldn't hold his face anymore, as if today's market was designed to slap him in the face. The other students were fine, but Liang Dongkai lost more than 10 points just to pretend to be good. Oh my God, he even wanted to bang his head against the wall. Wang Hao, MMP, I never believe in experts again. In order not to make his girlfriend angry, he did not dare to tell Qin Nan that he also traded stocks. But fortunately, the investment was not large, only 1,000 yuan. Professor Sun wiped his sweat and said, Today's lesson tells us that the stock market is risky and we should be cautious when entering the market. Let me see which students have a sense of risk. Those who have not lost money, please raise your hands. Everyone was silent. Yilang Gao stood up and said, Teacher, I made 40 points. Oh shit. Everyone in the class looked over here, and some girls even gave him admiring looks. Ahem. Student, how did you do it? Yilang Gao chuckled and pretended to be accomplished. I analyzed Dalong Construction. It has fallen 6 or 7 times in a row. Everything will turn around when it reaches its extreme. It should be lifted today. As the saying goes, be greedy when everyone is fearful, and there are signs of capital intervention. So I bought in without hesitation. All right, you are awesome. Even Professor Sun gave thumbs up. I don't expect every student to become the most talented stock god. I will be satisfied if only 1 or 2 students can achieve something in their life. The 4 stocks selected today are enough to test everyone, which also shows that most people are not suitable for stock trading. This student is great, work hard. That's all for today's lesson. You can practice on your own from now on. Professor Sun hurried away with his computer. The moment he walked out of the classroom, his vest was soaked with sweat. Prince, teach me how to operate it. Prince, you are my idol. Prince, I love you. Let me be your girlfriend. In a classroom, Yilang Gao was surrounded by a group of classmates. Chun Fan's unintentional small favor made it his highlight moment. Some girls even wanted to throw themselves into his arms. If I find a boyfriend like this, won't I have endless money to spend in the future? Sukuching suddenly sneezed a dozen times. She probably didn't realize that her position was about to become unstable. Chun Fan was in the dormitory looking at the financial account on his mobile phone. The total amount of funds had reached more than 360,000. This ground plate is delicious. The 2 stocks made a net profit of more than 60,000. Only Why do I feel like money is coming too slowly? Do you want to do some off-market financing? Some formal securities institutions only provide up to 3 times leverage. If you want more capital allocation, you have to find over-the-counter institutions. By the way, can I ask Zhuo Handong about this matter? People of their level should have familiar channels. Chen Fan took out his phone and said, Mr. Zhuo, are you free? I need your help. Just after hanging up the phone, Zhuo Bing sent a message. Zhu, let's make a date? No time. What are you going to do again? You're leaving me alone like this. Aren't you afraid that someone will kidnap you? I'm going to see my father-in-law. Zhuo Bing, why are you going to see him again? Who is your girlfriend anyway? Seeing that Chen Fan was going to see his father again, Zhuo Bing was a little worried. What if this guy lets the cat out of the bag? He'll sell himself out. I'm going to try to please him. See if I can take you down sooner rather than later. Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. Come back and tell me. Chen Fan didn't even want to go to class and ran to the city to find Zhuo Handong. When Zhuo Handong heard that Chen Fan was looking for an off-market financing institution, he looked at him in surprise. Do you still play stocks? Leverage is not easy to add, so take it easy. Not me. I'm not interested in these things. With the help of Zhuo Handong, Chen Fan contacted a reliable financing institution. He went to handle the formalities in the afternoon, and both parties signed a confidentiality agreement. Since Chen Fan chose 10 times the capital allocation, according to the agreement, the other party has the right to supervise the funds. Moreover, an extremely strict closing line has been set. As long as the decline reaches 10%, the position will be closed immediately to ensure that the other party's funds are not lost. After finishing all this and returning school, Zhuo Bing couldn't wait to find me. Why are you looking for my dad? It's our dad. Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes at him and asked, What on earth were you doing? Chen Fan leaned close to her ear and said, I will find a way to make money so that I can marry you in style in the future. Smooth talking, hugging such a beautiful and sexy lady. This guy was a little eager to move. Let's go get a room. Zhuo Bing gritted her teeth and pinched the tender flesh on his waist fiercely. Is this what you think about every day? You won't let go until you get me? Who said that? I won't let go even if I get it. Roll. The two of them were flirting with each other, and Zhuo Bing did not stop him from doing whatever he wanted, but always hold the last line of defense. Chen Fan had no choice but to watch a movie with her, and then sent her back to the dormitory. That night, the Prince of Finance did not return to the dormitory. Guo Jianliang was lying on the bed, playing games in boredom. Wang Hao asked him, Why don't you go on a date? What the hell? Let's break up. What's going on? Wang Hao threw a cigarette to him. Guo Jianliang said, She knows about my relationship with the boss's wife. Puff. Chen Fan and the other man burst out laughing. Wang Hao said, It's okay. Prince and Su Kaching are probably about to reach the end of their relationship. Why? Chen Fan was very confused. Hadn't their relationship always been good? Wang Hao laughed and said, Prince caught a great game today. Several girls in the class invited him to the hotel to exchange experiences. Chen Fan wiped his sweat and wondered, Am I helping him or harming him? Su Kaching won't blame me, right? 2 of the 3 couples in the dormitory suddenly broke up. Love in college is so unreliable. Wednesday, May 21st. This is the day Chen Fan takes off. It was also an important moment for him to reach the peak of his life. In the morning, he opened the stock trading software on his mobile phone, and it happened that the market trend of Dalong construction had already ended. It had been up 4 times in 5 trading days, but it rose and fell today and then entered the adjustment stage. Well, Zhao's real estate is good. This is a local enterprise in Jiangzhou with good growth potential. After a period of consolidation, the stock closed down at a low level yesterday. The main force has adjusted in place and is about to enter the stage of rising and taking off. According to the future trend of Zhao's real estate, it is a 3-fold bull stock. That's it. Without saying anything, Chen Fan sold all the Dalong construction shares he held. When it comes to stock trading, Chen Fan only looks for monster stocks. He doesn't touch any stocks that haven't been listed for several consecutive days. Besides, he doesn't have time to watch the market every day. He bought Dalong Construction with 200,000 yuan of capital. It has been listed for 4 consecutive days in 5 days, and he has 510,000 yuan of funds. In addition, although Yuanjing technology has not yet reached its peak, it has doubled after 7 daily limits. So Chen Fan's current funds have reached 700,000. Now he wants to allocate funds 10 times the amount of the OTC market and invest 7 million in Zhao's real estate. Zhao Real Estate opened 3.37% lower today. The current share price is 8.36 yuan. 7 million yuan of funds have been poured in. If it hits the daily limit, it will be a steady profit of 700,000 yuan. Directly reaching the total amount of all previous funds is an unimaginable way of getting rich quickly. Chun Fan clenched his fists, feeling a little excited. Life with cheats is really different. Chapter 17. Chun Fan, I like you. When I want to eat at noon, I finally saw Li Gao. This guy has been a little bit arrogant lately, openly taking 2 girls out to eat together. Guo Jianliang cursed jealously. This dog is so arrogant. I thought I was the only scumbag in the dormitory. If Su Keqing knew about this, he would be in trouble. Before he could finish his words, Su Keqing arrived. Oh no, something's going to happen. Wang Hao was about to remind Yilang Gao when Su Keqing came up to Yilang Gao and the 2 girls with a sullen face. What do you mean? I don't answer the phone, I don't reply to messages. Yilang Gao looked at her and said, let's break up. Why? Su Keqing looked aggrieved. She broke up with me for no apparent reason. You have to give me a reason, right? Do I even need to ask? I've been talking to you for such a long time, and you can't do this or that. Ask all the boys who is willing to stay in the novice village forever. I've been talking to you for so long, and you won't even let me touch you. Su Keqing burst into tears, covered her face with her hands, and turned around and ran away. Chun Fan shook his head and blamed himself. Why should I help him with stocks if I have nothing to do? Dalong Construction's stock price rose again today. I wonder if he sold it. Chun Fan didn't even look at the future market situation. Just let it be. Just then, Chun Fan's cell phone rang. Hawthorne, Pear. He took out his cell phone and looked at Guo Jianliang and Wang Hao speechlessly. Who changed my ringtone? Caller ID. Awesome girl. Chun Fan glared at them and answered the phone. Chun Fan, come here right now. I'm blocked at the door of the dormitory. Since his girlfriend was blocked by someone, Chun Fan naturally took the lead. Seeing him running away, Wang Hao winked at Guo Jianliang. Something must have happened again. Let's go. The 2 hurried over and saw Chun Fan actually coming to the girls' dormitory. What is he doing here? Could it be that this boy is also secretly having an affair with some girl? Zhuo Bing lives in Building 6, and there's a BMW parked at the door, surrounded by a large group of people. There was a boy blocking the way with a rose in his hand. Zhuo Bing, I know you are testing me, but you have to believe in my sincerity. I am sincere. For you, I would rather give up the entire forest and stay with you forever. For you, I can give everything. Zhuo Bing promised me. I really like you. Chun Fan rushed over and found that the man holding the flowers was the shameless Liang Dongkai. Although he was rejected by Zhuo Bing last time, he still didn't give up and came to pester her again. It seems that Zhuo Bing will not be able to get away without an explanation today. Looking at the flowers in Liang Dongkai's hand, Zhuo Bing was speechless. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Don't lie to me. How could you have a boyfriend? Everyone in the school knows that I'm pursuing you. At this time, many people nearby started to make a fuss, and these guys were not afraid of getting into trouble. They were more curious about whether Zhuo Bing would agree to Liang Dongkai. There was even a girl upstairs shouting, if she doesn't agree to you, can I be your girlfriend? Hearing that someone was pursuing Zhuo Bing again, Zhao Linlin watched quietly. The last time Zhuo Bing rejected Liang Dongkai, it had caused quite a stir in the school, causing Zhuo Bing's popularity to skyrocket. All the topics in the school revolved around Zhuo Bing. Even she, the school beauty goddess, was neglected. In addition, Zhuo Bing has a natural advantage of long legs, so she has always been very popular. Didn't Chun Fan say that he could handle Zhuo Bing? I want to see if he can get past Liang Dongkai. Seeing that Zhuo Bing refused to agree, Liang Dongkai said angrily, since you said you have a boyfriend, fine, then call him over. If I see it with my own eyes, I will give up. Zhuo Bing was anxiously waiting. Why hadn't that bastard Chun Fan come yet? Chun Fan arrived just in time, and Zhuo Bing walked over quickly. I'm going to be frank, Liang Dongkai. Chun Fan is my boyfriend. Seeing Chun Fan, Liang Dong stopped getting angry and laughed instead. You must be joking, Zhuo Bing. You're actually acting this out with me? Do you know who he is? He is the poorest boy in our class. If you don't believe me, go and ask me if I am lying. Besides, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If you want to find one, at least find someone who is more capable so that I can be convinced. Zhuo Bing asked, what's wrong with me liking him? Does it have anything to do with you? Chun Fan glanced at Liang Dongkai and said, is driving a BMW so great? What's there to be proud of? I don't even care about a broken BMW. Ha ha. A group of people around laughed. The poorest boy in the class actually said he looked down on BMW. Don't forget that you're still receiving poverty relief from the school. Liang Donkai came over and took Zhuo Bing's hand. Zhuo Bing retreated to Chun Fan's side. Liang Donkai, you don't believe it, right? Okay, I'll prove it to you now. Zhuo Bing turned around, put her arms around Chun Fan's neck, and suddenly gave him a passionate kiss. Chun Fan didn't care anymore. He hugged her and actively cooperated. Oh. There was a commotion at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, and many boys and girls started screaming. So romantic. Liang Dong felt that his whole body was green, and he threw the roses away angrily. Damn it, Chun Fan, just wait. I'm going to kill you sooner or later. I saw him get in the car and leave in a rage. So Bing let go of Chun Fan, his bright eyes filled with smiles. She put her arms around Chun Fan's neck. Chun Fan, I like you. Then, post it again. Keep showing off your love. The two young people were a little selfless. Some curious people picked up their phones and snapped. Snap! Chun Fan was secretly worried that his news would be on the school headlines today. Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang were stunned. This guy would not do anything if he was not going to do it, but when he did, he would do it on a big scale. The two guys suddenly felt that all the girlfriends they had dated before were no longer attractive to them. In another dormitory opposite, Zhao Linlin frowned, feeling a strange feeling in her heart. How shameless. Zhou Yufei, next to her, cursed. Zhao Linlin said speechlessly, Why are you jealous? Aren't young people supposed to dare to love and hate? Linlin, you've changed. Zhou Yufei stared at her in surprise. That afternoon, Zhuo Bing and Chun Fan's relationship became a hot topic on the school BBS. Some people with bad intentions posted photos and videos. Especially since Zhuo Bing was so proactive, countless people were envious and jealous. Tang Jing saw this scene and felt very uncomfortable. In the afternoon, the two of them didn't go to class and instead stayed in a cafe to hang out. Zhuo Bing, shall we go to the hotel? Zhuo Bing frowned and pouted. Can't you just hold back? Will it not be yours sooner or later? Chun Fan looked distressed. This is too uncomfortable. Do you know that the boy in our dormitory broke up with his girlfriend? Why? Because he doesn't want to stay in a novice village forever. Zhuo Bing glared at him with gritted teeth. You're still a novice, and you got me on our first date. I only have one last city left. What else do you want? Hey. This guy smiles in a very obscene way. He whispered something in Zhuo Bing's ear, and Zhuo Bing blushed immediately and punched him shyly. Chapter 18. Your relationship has not been going well recently. On May 22nd, Zhao Real Estate continued to hit the daily limit without any suspense. According to the subsequent trends that Chun Fan saw, it tripled within 22 trading days. After several consecutive days of gains, there were a few days in between when the market makers vigorously cleaned up the market, with the fluctuation reaching 20%. This is also a very good operation opportunity. Chun Fan confirmed his own account. After 2 daily limit increases, the total amount was 8.47 million yuan. Excluding leveraged funds, this means that his own funds have reached 2.17 million. Wow, I'm a millionaire. After closing the software, Chun Fan took a piece of paper and typed out an application report. During the second class, the head teacher called and asked him to go to the office. Chun Fan and his classmate's class teacher was a young woman in her 20s who was extremely beautiful and sexy. She holds the title of goddess of Jiangzhou University. She has a great figure and is 1.68 meters tall. She is a beautiful sight at Jiangzhou University. In almost the entire campus, her class was the only one that no one missed. Chun Fan took the report he had written to the head teacher's office. Teacher Shen Mingyao had a sad face with a hint of worry between her brows. Hearing the knock on the door, she shouted, Come in. Teacher Shun. Chun Fan walked in with a report. Shen Mingyao looked at the child from the countryside and said with a hint of apology, Student Chun Fan, please sit down. No need, I'll just stand there. Mr. Shun, you go ahead. Shen Mingyao is different from most teachers. Most teachers don't care much about these students and don't even understand their situation. Shen Mingyao did a lot of work and knew the situation of every student very well. Chun Fan's family was poor, and it was Shen Mingyao who helped him apply for the subsidy for poor students. At this moment, she said with some embarrassment, Chun Fan, there is something I want to explain to you, but I hope you can calm down. Well, teacher, you say. Chun Fan was polite, which made Shen Mingyao very satisfied. Your poverty subsidy for this semester has been canceled. Although I tried my best to fight for it with the principal, there are many students who need it more than you, so there are not enough places for this semester. I hope you won't be discouraged. I will help you apply for the next semester. I will use part of my salary to support you this semester. No thanks, teacher. Thank you so much. In fact, even if the school does not cancel my subsidy, I'm also going to apply for cancellation. This is my application report. Please take a look. Huh? Shin Mingyao never dreamed that such a difficult problem could be solved so easily. She took Chun Fan's application report with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Student Chun Fan. Looking at Chun Fan's beautiful handwriting, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that this child is quite talented. Why do you want to cancel? Because I can now support myself. I can earn the living expenses I need through more channels. I can be independent and don't need to cause trouble for the school anymore. Thank you for your concern all the time, teacher. One honest child. His simplicity alone is precious. Then go back to the classroom first. Shin Mingyao nodded with special appreciation. She also knew that Chun Fan had been working part-time to pay for his studies. But Chun Fan did not leave. Instead, he looked at Shun Mingyao seriously again. Do you have anything else to do? Shun Mingyao is so beautiful. Compared with those young college students, she is on a completely different level. She is mature, sexy, and even charming. Seeing Chun Fan's abrupt look, Shin Mingyao couldn't help but blush. Chun Fan said, Teacher Shun, your relationship may not be going well recently. Please take care of yourself. I don't know why, don't ask me the reason, but I can see a person's fortune. After saying that, he left. It took Shin Mingyao a long time to react. What? What nonsense is Chun Fan talking about? Why is my relationship so unsuccessful? You should know that Shun Mingyao's husband is a young and promising executive in a real estate company. Shin Mingyao also lived a happy life, but the two had not conceived a child for more than 3 years after their marriage. Of course, one of the reasons is that her husband is too busy and the two of them are rarely together. Why did Chun Fan suddenly talk about this? Young people nowadays love to have wild thoughts. Shin Mingyao shook her head and didn't take it to heart. After a while, I received a WeChat message on my phone. Wife, I'm going on a business trip for a few days and won't be home to sleep at night. Shin Mingyao replied with a smiling emoticon, saying, be careful and protect yourself when you are outside. I put my phone down, got up, and went to the classroom. Chun Fan returned to the classroom and found Liang Donkai looking at him with a gloomy face. Needless to say, he could roughly guess that the cancellation of his poverty subsidy was probably caused by him. Firstly, he is a class leader, and secondly, his relative is a school leader. Of course, he didn't know that even if his poverty allowance was not canceled, he was ready to apply for cancellation. After all, he could earn hundreds of thousands a day, so why would he care about such a small amount of money? The stock of Zhao Group that he holds can bring him at least 3 times the return, and he will be worth tens of millions by then. Ever since the classmates found out that Chun Fan had stolen Liang Donkai's girl, they have been full of admiration for him. Who doesn't know that Zhu Bing is a great beauty, especially her long legs, which have fascinated countless people. Unexpectedly, the girl that Liang Donkai had even held hands with was won by Chun Fan. Now, the BBS is flooded with photos and videos of the two kissing passionately, which makes these animals excited. Ilang Gao came over and said, Chun Fan, you are awesome. When did you catch Zhu Bing? Chun Fan smiled faintly. She was the one who took the initiative to pursue me. Puff. Everyone in the class rolled their eyes. Liang Donkai glared at him and said, Chongbi, I will kill you sooner or later. The head teacher came and the classroom became quiet. After class, Shin Mingyao returned to the office and received several WeChat messages and missed calls on her mobile phone. The WeChat message was sent by my bestie. My dear girl, there's a class reunion tonight at Yunhu International Resort. I will pick you up after work. At their level, many of their classmates have achieved success, and there are more class reunions. Shin Mingyao originally wanted to refuse, but her husband was on a business trip and she was alone at home anyway, so she decided to go together. At around 5 o'clock, my best friend drove over to pick me up. Those who can reach their level are basically people who have no worries about food and clothing and have particularly good family conditions. Her best friend drove a newly bought Porsche Cayenne, and Shin Mingyao didn't even have time to change her clothes before she hurriedly got in the car. The luxury car was filled with the scent of Chanel perfume. My best friend dressed very sexily and made herself look like a little elf. Shin Mingyao said, Lu Qin, you are really becoming more and more charming. Aren't you afraid of being so charming that you kill people? Li Qin smiled softly. I just want to charm them to death. Who told them to be so short-sighted back then that they didn't dare to pursue me? Yunhu Resort Center is a leisure place far away from the city. It is also a great place to meet your lover. There are hot springs, high-end hotels, entertainment, and leisure. Li Qin parked the car. Huh? Mengyao, isn't this your husband's car? Only then did Shun Mengyao notice that the car next to her was her own BMW 740. This man who kept telling me he was on a business trip was walking into the hotel with a woman in his arms. Chapter 19, Am I Pregnant? Shun Fan didn't know what happened with the teacher. He just hoped that time would pass faster so that he could experience the feeling of being worth tens of millions. These past few days, he had been calculating in his mind how much money he could get after investing the $7 million and waiting for this market trend to clear in a month. $7 million has tripled, and the difference, handling fees and interest in the middle, can be ignored. If we remove the leverage from the more than $21 million, it would be more than $14 million. Oh my God. After confirming the stock market situation again, Shun Fan lay down and took a rest. Teacher Shun had a big fight with her husband at Yunhu Resort. She was so heartbroken that she had even thought about divorce, and even her best friend couldn't persuade her to stop. Shun Fan took a break and was still thinking about when to go to the antique street to pick up bargains. Suddenly, he received a message from Zhuo Bing. Shun Fan, am I pregnant? Puff. Shun Fan was frightened when he saw the message. A call came over, but Zhuo Bing didn't answer and continued to send messages. I'm in class. I felt uncomfortable when I woke up this morning. Nausea. Do you think she might be pregnant? Depend on. I am so surprised. I didn't even touch you. How did you get pregnant? Shun Fan asked, whose? Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. No matter who it belongs to, you have to admit it. Come out. I'll get you a room to rest. Zhuo Bing. This guy has bad intentions. Always tricking me into going to the hotel. After school at noon, Shun Fan asked her out. Zhuo Bing squatted under a tree, holding his stomach. I'll take you to the infirmary. Zhuo Bing nodded, and Shun Fan accompanied her to the infirmary. The doctor said she was about to have her period and was having dysmenorrhea. Zhuo Bing smiled wryly at Shun Fan embarrassedly and got some medicine from the infirmary. He saw that she couldn't even walk steadily. Shun Fan said, how about I take you home? No. She looked at Shun Fan and hesitated for a long time. Why don't you go get a room? I don't want to go back to the dormitory. After so much haggling, she finally agreed to go to the hotel with me. But Shun Fan couldn't be happy at all. He suspected that the girl was torturing him on purpose, but there was nothing he could do but take her out of the campus. I hailed a taxi on the side of the road and said, Master, let's find a 5-star hotel that's closer. The taxi driver smiled at the two of them sensibly and drove the car to Boya Hotel. Shun Fan didn't want to pretend. He just didn't want to go to those cheap little hotels near the school because they were unhygienic. After helping Zhuo Bing into the room, Zhuo Bing asked, why did you run so far? It's right next to the school. Shun Fan smiled and said, that kind of place is unworthy of your status. I will do my best to give you the best. Zhuo Bing glared at him. Don't have any other ideas. I'm not feeling well today. Shun Fan was speechless. Why? Besides, am I that kind of person? Okay, then come here and help me rub it. Shun Fan walked over, hugged her, and gently rubbed her belly. Rubbing and rubbing. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't want. Zhuo Bing looked resentful, not honest at all. Shun Fan retracted his hand, still feeling unsatisfied. In the hotel lobby, a group of managers surrounded a young girl and walked to the front desk. Miss, the hotel has been doing very well recently. We have done a lot of work. This quarter's performance also increased by 60%. More than a dozen managers followed the girl, very respectfully. The girl asked the front desk staff for today's customer check-in records. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the performance was the same as what these people said. Chun Fan. But when she saw Chun Fan's name, she thought it was a person with the same name. You can see the age and the entered identity information. She frowned. Why is he staying here? When did this guest check in? Just now, about 20 minutes ago. With a girl. The girl's brows quivered. Send me the video of the hall. Okay, miss. Please wait a moment. In 2 minutes, the waiter played the video recording of the incident. A sneer flashed across the girl's face, and then she shook her head. I still underestimated him. Just as I was about to leave, the elevator door opened. Chun Fan was in a hurry to go out and make some brown sugar water for Zhuo Bing. But unexpectedly, he saw Zhao Lin surrounded by a crowd of people. Why are you here? Oh no. The fact that Zhuo Bing and I came to the hotel is probably going to be exposed. Zhao Linlin looked at him strangely. Why can't I be here? This is our family business. From the first day I entered university, my family gave it to me to manage. Chun Fan wiped his sweat. So embarrassing. I only knew that Zhao Linlin's family was rich, but I didn't expect their family was so rich. A 5-star hotel was left to her, a single girl, to manage. Awesome. Chun Fan waved his hand. It's okay, I'm leaving first. Scumbag. Zhao Linlin curled her lips. Who is this? How long have they been together? And you brought her to the hotel. I don't know what she was thinking. After seeing Chun Fan leave, she actually asked a staff member to keep an eye on him. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should have gone to the pharmacy, right? After a while, the staff came to report. Chun Fan went into a restaurant, made a bowl of brown sugar water, and brought upstairs. Zhao Linlin seemed to be thinking about something. I didn't expect this scumbag to be so attentive. Chapter 20. Holding down Zhao's real estate and pulling it out. She wasn't going to school tonight either. Half an hour later, she called the waiter over again. Go and deliver a fruit plate to 8,916 and pay attention to the situation inside. After the waiter left, Zhao Linlin sat in the office playing with the pen in her hand. There are not many people who can reach her level at such a young age, studying and practicing management experience at the same time. She has reached a height that is unattainable for many people. At this moment, the campus beauty Zhao was looking out the window, waiting for news from the waiter. 10 minutes later, the waiter came over. Miss, the fruit plate has been delivered. There was a man and a woman inside, and the woman was already asleep. How about this? Knock on the door every half hour. No, every 10 minutes. The waiter looked at Zhao Linlin in confusion. This will cause complaint from customers. What are you complaining about? Just go and I tell you to. Why so much talk? All right. The waiter didn't leave, and I don't know what's wrong with the young lady today. 10 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Would you like to change the sheets? Chun Fan opened the door, and a waiter poked his head in and asked, what sheets to change? Need not. Chun Fan closed the door. 10 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Would you like something to eat? Our hotel has a free buffet. 10 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Excuse me. Chun Fan finally couldn't help it. Fuck. What the hell is going on? What kind of hotel is this? I told you not to disturb me. Don't disturb me. The waiter blushed. Sorry. We are just worried that our service will not be adequate and your experience will be bad. After all, we are a 5-star hotel. I'll just stand at the door and call me if you need anything. What are you doing standing at the door? Okay, it's okay if I don't live here anymore. Congratulations, you have successfully driven away a guest. Zhuo Bing was also woken up. What's going on? I don't know. She comes knocking on the door every 10 minutes. It's so annoying. Are you feeling better? Shall we go back to school? Zhuo Bing also looked at the waiter in surprise. He had never heard of anyone saying that there would be someone guarding the door when staying in a hotel. When I traveled with my parents before, I never received such treatment. This hotel has great service. The two of them went downstairs to eat together, and Chun Fan said, Shall we go back to school? Why? Didn't you keep asking to come to the hotel? I suddenly remembered that there is something very important that I need to deal with right away. Zhuo Bing looked at him with suspicion, as if he couldn't believe it. All right, it's you who wanted to go back. Don't blame me. The two checked out of the hotel and called a car back to school. As soon as they left the hotel, the waiter reported to Zhao Linlin, Miss, they checked out. Oh. Zhao Linlin also packed up and drove back to school. Yufei, check to see if Chun Fan has returned to the dormitory. Zhou Yufei stared. How should I know? Don't you have a telescope hidden in your trunk? Don't think I don't know. All right. Zhou Yufei had no choice but to take out the telescope hidden under the box. They're taking a bath. Zhou Yufei's expression was very unnatural. Wait, I see Chun Fan. Hey, why are you so concerned about Chun Fan? It's okay. Go take a shower and go to bed. Zhao Linlin took the clothes and went into the bathroom. Instead, Zhou Yufei understood. Linlin, what medicine did you take today? No. Why are you suddenly paying attention to Chun Fan? Oh, God, you can't be. Zhou Yufei covered her mouth, as if she had discovered a new world. Chun Fan took a shower and lay on the bed, thinking about the strange things that happened today. Could it be Zhao Linlin's doing? That shouldn't be possible. Could she be so bored? Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. In the blink of an eye, 5 trading days have passed, and Zhao Real Estate has lived up to expectations and hit 5 daily limit increases in a row. But it will be lifted today. In the next few days, It will undergo a strong cleanup with an amplitude of up to 20%. I guess many small retail investors will be scared away, and then the bankers will continue to make money. Chun Fan saw that he already had 11.27 million in his account. In order to create the illusion of continued price increases, the market maker placed hundreds of thousands of large orders to block the price increase early in the morning. Then he suddenly released the funds and canceled all the orders. After that, the stock price began to fall. This also gave Chun Fan the opportunity to escape, and he sold all the stocks in his hands without hesitation. However, it takes a certain level of skill to use small orders to absorb more than 10 million yuan of funds at a low level without attracting the attention of the banker. It's time to test your trading abilities. It seems like I should buy a laptop and set up my own trading room. You can even rent a house outside, which will be more conducive to your work. The sell order was executed, and the main force of Zhao real estate suppressed the stock, which rose and fell, forming a long upper shadow line on the K-line chart. Trading volume increased, and turnover rate increased. In order to scare away retail investors, the main force is pressing the price to the death, and the price has already fallen below 8 points. Suppress it today, increase the limit tomorrow, and decrease the limit the day after tomorrow. This routine is played very well. In that case, what are you waiting for? Then hold down Zhao's real estate and squeeze it to death. So he didn't think too much about it and kept placing small and medium-sized orders to buy. The total market value of Zhao real estate is 100 billion yuan, and the trading volume has fluctuated between 200 million and 300 million yuan every day in recent days. Chun Fan only has over 10 million in his hand, which should not attract too much attention. Seeing that his buy orders were constantly being executed, Chun Fan was secretly happy. I guess even the dealer himself can't tell how many people are buying at a low price. However, the market makers never take these small retail investors seriously because the stock price is about to hit the limit down. 20 minutes later, Zhao real estate hit the limit down. Chun Fan's funds of more than 10 million yuan were all traded, and his current total floating loss is 0.63 points. Sell it when a market opens tomorrow, and buy it the day after tomorrow. Haha, thinking of this, the main force of Zhao real estate will cry. The transaction is completed, and you can exit the trading software. The next thing he had to do was to rent a house. At this moment, the top management of Zhao Group was holding a meeting, and the chairman decided to take advantage of this wave of market conditions to raise the market value of the entire company to a higher level. Then find an appropriate time to reduce holdings and cash out, freeing up funds for new projects. Of course, they didn't expect that there was a little fish growing slowly in their pond. Chapter 21. Feelings are not everything. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Shun, hasn't come to work for a few days. All the students didn't know what was going on. The school soon replaced their class teacher, an old man with thinning hair. Why isn't Teacher Shin here? Many people speculated, but only Chun Fan was shocked, wondering if the good fortune he saw that day had come true. That day, he discovered that Teacher Shun was a little cheated on, and after much consideration, he decided to give Teacher Shun a reminder. As a result, Teacher Shun didn't come the next day. However, this kind of thing is not something I can control, and Teacher Shun is too fragile. Even if my husband has someone else outside, he shouldn't even skip work, right? At noon that day, Chun Fan was browsing rental information on his mobile phone. I unexpectedly saw a piece of information about a high-end apartment for rent nearby. A one-bedroom single apartment with complete home appliances, ready for move-in, monthly rent of 2,000 yuan, utilities at your own expense. Although the monthly rent was a bit expensive, Chun Fan still decided to take a look. Because this location is very close to the school, the straight line distance is less than 300 meters, just outside the campus walls. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Chun Fan contacted the agent and went to see the house. This is indeed a high-end residential area, with security guards strictly controlling entry and exit, and the environment is beautiful. The safety factor is very high. The house is on the 26th floor, and all the windows are Chun Fan's favorite floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the campus. The room was filled with a faint feminine scent, which was particularly pleasant. The decoration and furnishings are very satisfactory. Chun Fan fell in love with this place at first sight. Let's book it. How much is the deposit? He still had several $1,000s in his hand, so he signed the contract directly. I'll give you 5,000 as a deposit first, and the rent will be transferred the day after tomorrow. The agent was quite straightforward and immediately gave the key to Chun Fan. From now on, he was the tenant of this house. After the agent left, Chun Fan took a look around and found the room was exceptionally clean. He didn't even have to take care of the cleaning himself. Moreover, the landlord seemed to have left in a hurry and did not have time to take away some clothes, so he left them here temporarily. I need a computer now, and I may even need more than one in the future. After looking at the layout of the room, it seems that there is no need to change it. The landlord has a ready-made workbench that meets my current needs. It's just that I have no money. How embarrassing. The rent is $24,000, plus 2 computers will cost an estimated $40,000. I can only reduce my position tomorrow. Well, I am still too poor. The next morning, Zhao Real Estate decisively rose to the daily limit, but it hit the daily limit again the next day. Chun Fan cleared out his position again and waited to buy after it hit the daily limit tomorrow. It would take off again. At this moment, the dealer was sneering, and another small retail investor was scared away. Now Chun Fan has a large amount of funds in his hands, but he can only transfer it out of the account tomorrow. So he took a day off, studied hard, and made progress every day. On the morning of the 3rd day, he immediately transferred out 100,000 yuan and invested the rest in Zhao Real Estate. After paying the rent, I went to the computer market and bought a laptop and a desktop. With these 2 powerful tools, you can show your skills and officially enter the professional stock trading mode. When Chun Fan dragged 2 computers back to the rental house and opened the door, forehead, there was a woman lying on the sofa. The other person was wearing a tight skirt, black stockings, and her hair was curled into big waves. She looked particularly sexy. Chun Fan was still thinking, this hairstyle looks like Teacher Shun's. As a result, the other person sat up when he heard the sound of the door opening, and both of them were stunned. Teacher Shun, student Chun Fan, why are you here? The 2 asked in unison. Teacher Shun looked at Chun Fan dragging 2 boxes and seemed to understand. You are really diligent. Did you skip classes to do odd jobs again? Chun Fan's face turned red, and he immediately responded, well, I'm free anyway, so I might as well run some errands and make as much money as I can. Teacher Shun pulled her skirt a little embarrassedly and said, you are really a good child that your parents can rest assured about. Alas, it's all my fault. I couldn't help you apply for the subsidy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Teacher, it's really not necessary. What I've earned through my own hard work is more real. He brought in the computer box, the system was pre-installed, and all he had to do was plug it in. Hey, Mr. Shun, why are you here? Shin Mingyao explained rather embarrassedly. I came to get some clothes, but I was so sleepy that I just laid down on the sofa for a while. Chun Fan understood that this was Teacher Shun's house. This is such a coincidence. How should I explain it to her if I let her know that I rented her house? Watching Chun Fan skillfully connect the power supply and clean up the garbage on the ground, Shin Mingyao did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked, how do you have a key here? The owner left the key with the security guard and asked me to fix the computer. Oh, Shin Mingyao looked at him with interest. After I had finished everything, I didn't notice that Shin Mingyao was about to leave. Chun Fan didn't leave. Teacher Shun, I'll leave first. Shin Mingyao said, no hurry, I'm leaving too, so I'll come over and get 2 pieces of clothing. Let me help you carry it. Chun Fan took the initiative to help Shin Mingyao lift the suitcase, and the 2 entered the elevator together. Shin Mingyao is very tall, about 28 or 29 years old, with a unique mature charm. Chun Fan smelled that particularly pleasant perfume again. No wonder, I always felt that the smell of this perfume was very familiar when I went in. It turned out to be Teacher Shun's house. Teacher Shun, why did you suddenly resign? Shin Mingyao smiled bitterly. Didn't you remind me? Chun Fan was stunned. So that's it. No wonder she looked a little haggard. So where are you going now? I don't know. Let's go out and relax first. Maybe I'll come back later. Bye. The elevator reached the 1st floor. Shin Mingyao was about to go to the parking lot to pick up the car. Chun Fan couldn't help but say, Teacher Shun, I have something to tell you. Shin Mingyao was slightly stunned, then looked back and said, you say. In fact, feelings are only a small part of life. There is no need to regard them as all you have. Even if you lose it, there's still a lot of happiness in life. It's a metaphor for work, life goals, dreams. Chun Fan said seriously. Shin Mingyao looked at him steadily, as if she had some illusion. I didn't expect that a student could see things more clearly than I did in this regard. She shook her head and flashed a bitter smile again. Thank you, Chun Fan. I'll be fine. You're right. Feelings aren't everything. I should have higher aspirations. Look at her turning around and getting into the car. Her back is so beautiful. Chen Fan waved his hand. After the car left, he returned to the rental house. I turned on both computers and tested the network and stock trading software. The network here is ready-made and can be used as long as you renew it. Chapter 22, Their family, is working for themselves. Chen Fan did not plan to live here and had to go back to the dormitory at night to avoid people suspecting that he had done anything bad outside. Because there are already many couples in the school who rent houses together. Just after leaving the community, I unexpectedly ran into Qin Nan and Tang Jing. The two were also surprised to see him coming out. Chen Fan greeted her, and Tang Jing's face looked very bad, and she turned and left. What's the matter with her? Qin Nan glared at him speechlessly. Didn't you make her angry? Tang Jing. Wait for me. Qin Nan turned around and chased after him, leaving Chen Fan scratching his head in confusion. How did I make her angry? Chen Fan was supposed to clean the cafeteria today. He could earn 20 yuan each time he helped clean the cafeteria. Do this 3 times a week. After cleaning, I can get a meal. For a poor student, this is already a good enough treatment. But Chen Fan came here today to resign, but he didn't expect that as soon as he entered the cafeteria, a group of students surrounded him. Hey, isn't this the poor student who pursued Zwabing? Haha, it's really interesting. Are poor students nowadays so shameless? It's such an insult to Zwabing. Hey, poor loser, stay away from Zwabing. Chen Fan ignored this group of people who thought they were noble. I am now worth tens of millions. He was somewhat disdainful of associating with them, so he ordered a meal and looked for a seat. In the corner of the cafeteria, 2 girls watched all this indifferently. This gigolo is really amazing. He can tolerate being scolded like this. Zhou Yufei curled her lips. She just couldn't see through this poor student. He's not as simple as you think. The corners of Zhao Linlin's mouth curled up slightly, and she felt inexplicably excited when she thought about how she had ruined their hotel room booking that day. She investigated Chen Fan's background and found that he was just an ordinary country college student. Without any family influence, I really don't understand why Zwabing wants to be with him. She also knew Zwabing, who was very popular in the school. The family's assets must be worth at least 100 million, and his father can be considered a successful man. He used to earn hundreds of millions of dollars a year just from the antique business, but now he lives a lazy life. She just rejected a rich boy like Liang Dongkai and stayed with Chen Fan. However, in Zhao Linlin's eyes, the assets of Liang Dongcai's family are not enough. Chen Fan accidentally came over to Zhao Linlin and the others and asked, Hey, you haven't finished eating yet? I'm done. Zhao Linlin looked at him curiously. Chen Fan, you can catch up with Zwabing just by cleaning here? I really don't understand what Zwabing is thinking. Chen Fan smiled and said, This has nothing to do with you, right? At least she's better than you. You bumped into someone and didn't even say an apology. Zhao Linlin's face froze. Okay, it was my fault for bumping into you. I apologized to you, didn't I? Who told you to have bad intentions? Chen Fan didn't want to talk to her again. What do you mean I have bad intentions? I never had any intention of targeting you from the beginning to the end. Okay? It's you who are self-righteous. Assume that everyone wants to be around you. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored her, Zhao Linlin felt unhappy. How about this? Don't clean here anymore. Go work at the hotel under my name. Just last Saturday and Sunday, 2,000 a month. Working 8 days a month, 2,000 a month is already very high, right? You have to know that the salary of many waiters is only a little over 3,000 yuan. So Zhao Linlin gave him the green light. Chen Fan stopped and asked, Is this your compensation? That's not necessary. In fact, I come here to clean not for money, but purely because I like to work. I'm not interested in money. Puff. Zhou Yufei, next to her, was really about to explode. A poor student who relies on subsidies actually said that he is not interested in money? Zhou Yufei, who had always been a supporting role beside Zhao Linlin, thought to herself, I'm not interested in boys yet. Chen Fan looked at the two of them and smiled, without arguing with them, because arguing with a woman is a stupid thing to do. After eating, Chen Fan said goodbye to the cafeteria owner, quit his job, and returned to the rental house. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of Zhao Group, Zhao Guowei was giving instructions. When the increase reaches about 50%, we need to adjust and fluctuate at the right time, and we can't let those small retail investors and hot money take advantage of it. The purpose of doing this is to prevent retail investors from causing trouble, because retail investors have a characteristic of running away after making a little profit. They can't hold on to the chips in their hands, so they have to shake them out and wait for them to see the rising trend before chasing them in. This will raise their cost price. The advantage of doing this is that it reduces your costs. It seems that Zhao Guowei is also an expert. He is very good at playing stocks and is a good hand at reaping profits. But this time I met Chen Fan. Before the Zhao real estate trader had time to resort to this tactic, Chen Fan had already started shipping the goods. His current size is not big, so it is naturally difficult for him to attract people's attention. But this guy did something so outrageous that made Zhao Guowei vomit blood. When Zhao real estate hit its daily limit, Chen Fan had already fled. When Zhao real estate was under pressure, he bought in again. And he almost always sells at the highest point and buys at the lowest point. This made the trader very angry. Although this amount of short-selling funds would not have much impact on Zhao real estate, Chen Fan's goal was not to destroy it. As long as he could make money, it would be enough. In this way, Chen Fan repeatedly earned at least 20 points in the past few days, and his capital account has reached an astonishing 14 million. Next, it was time for Zhao real estate to truly take off. In the next half month, the stock price of Zhao Group doubled. However, Chen Fan did something even more outrageous. He removed the previous leverage and entered the market with 5 times leverage. Seeing that all the funds in the account had been converted into Zhao real estate stocks, Chen Fan looked at the screen and laughed. I guess Zhao Linlin doesn't know yet. Their family is working for themselves. With this plugin, no evil stock can escape your eyes. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you will definitely be invincible in the stock market. After completing the operation, Chen Fan stretched and thought, how about going to the antique market again today? See if there is still a chance to pick up a bargain. Chapter 23, A Friend in Need is a Friend Indeed. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as I was about to go out, the doorbell rang. Chen Fan was a little curious, so he opened the door and saw a beautiful young lady standing outside. The other person was wearing a standard small suit and dragging a suitcase, looking very much like a bank employee. Who are you looking for? Chen Fan looked at the other person for a long while, and the other person asked doubtfully, No. Do you have a house for rent here? I came here to look at the house. What house are you looking at? I have rented the house, and it seems that the agent has not withdrawn the information yet. The girl asked, Can I see the house? Isn't this not good? Chen Fan had no choice but to tell her the truth. No way. The other party looked anxious. What should I do? I have no place to stay tonight. And I love this house. She had seen photos of the house online and thought it was a perfect fit for her. Chen Fan spread his hands helplessly. He needed it too, and it had just been done, so there was no way he could move it. Can I come in and take a look? The other party still wanted to fight for it, and seeing her pitiful appearance, Chen Fan had no choice but to let her in. After walking around the room, Chen Fan did not change the previous layout and only added 2 computers, so the place was still full of a warm atmosphere. Little brother, you're still a student, right? This name is so awkward. She's a girl, it's not nice to call her like that, right? Chen Fan looked at her and wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but he found that it was indeed very big. The small suit and the tight white shirt were about to burst. In the past, Chen Fan would not have dared to look at others like this. Ever since Wu Bing opened the door to his other world, he has also learned to appreciate it. This figure is many times better than those of internet celebrities. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, the other party raised her eyelids and said, Little brother, can I discuss something with you? What's up? Can I stay here for a few days? Chen Fan looked at the only bed in the room and asked, Is it suitable? In fact, he didn't want to be disturbed, and he didn't want anyone to know his secrets. But the other party said, What's inappropriate about this? I can sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, just sleep in the big bed inside. I promise not to disturb you. Then she took Chen Fan's arm and swayed pitifully. Please help me. I was fired from the company today, and I really have nowhere to go. Please take me in for a few days. Don't worry, if anything unexpected happens during this period, I will never call the police. When she said this, Chen Fan's heart suddenly tightened. You are not afraid, but I'm a little scared now. He glanced at the limp body clinging to his arm, and the other person pleaded, Really? When I get through this difficult time, I will repay you. I was fired from the company, and I haven't received my salary. If you don't agree to help me, I will have to sleep on the streets. Can you bear to see me, such a beautiful girl, wandering on the streets? And I can cook and do laundry. If you need anything, I can help you. Okay, stop shaking. I am dizzy. Chen Fan thought, since he wasn't going to sleep here anyway, he might as well be a good person and take her in for a few days. Well, The main problem is that the pair of legs are so soft that they made my legs weak from shaking. Chun Fan said, "You can stay here for a few days, but you're not allowed to touch my things." He pointed to 2 computers. The girl looked at him with a smile, as if she understood what was going on. "Don't worry. I promise I won't touch your hard drive." Chun Fan, "Give me a picture of your ID card. After all, the other person is a stranger and we have had no previous interactions, so it is better to get to know each other better." "Good class. Thank you, little brother." Seeing that Chun Fan agreed, the other party excitedly rushed to the door, dragged the suitcase in, and took out his ID card from the bag. "Suruthin." Yes. Why don't you call me Lu Rushi?" "That's fine, as long as you like. You can call me whatever you want." Su Rujin stared at him happily. "Do you want to sign a contract?" "No need. You're only staying for a few days anyway." Chun Fan took a photo and returned the ID card to her. I didn't expect that she was only 24 years old and had such a well-developed figure. "You can sleep here tonight." Chun Fan prepared to leave. Su Rujin asked, "Don't you want to add WeChat? Or leave a phone number or something?" "All right." Chun Fan turned back and added her WeChat and left her phone number. It seemed that she had no intention of running away. After seeing Chun Fan leave, Su Rujin hung her clothes in the closet, tidied up, and started cleaning. Then I picked up my clothes and went to take a shower. After returning to school, Chun Fan sent a message to Zhuo Bing. "Let's go out for dinner?" Zhuo Bing didn't respond for a long time, probably because he went to the dance studio. There were several animals in the dormitory. Guo Jianliang was lying on the bed chatting with a girl. Wang Hao was sitting there smoking, and Yilang Gao was as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. There was gauze tied on his head, probably because he was beaten. "What's going on?" Chun Fan asked, and at first none of the 3 said anything. Wang Hao said he was beaten. "Online loans have risen to more than 40,000 yuan. Depend on. I borrowed 10,000 and got 9,000. In such a short time, it increased to more than 40,000? Chun Fan looked at Yilang Gao speechlessly. "Didn't I ask you to return it last time?" Yilang Gao drooped his face and said, "I saw that the market was going up nicely and wanted to make some more money, but I ended up losing it all." "Where are those 2 girls? If I run away and have no money, who will follow me?" "So realistic." Wang Hao said, "The debt collector said that if he doesn't pay the money back the day after tomorrow, he will take his legs." As soon as he finished speaking, Yilang Gao stood up and rushed out. "Where are you going?" Chun Fan stopped him. "I'm going to sell my kidney." "Get lost, you good for nothing." Chun Fan pushed him and threw a cigarette to each of them. "Let's think of a solution together." Wang Hao said, "I'll discuss it with Qin Nan and see if we can squeeze out 2 or 3,000. In this regard, Wang Hao has always been loyal. "And you?" Chun Fan asked Guo Jianliang, who shook his head. "I don't have any money. People like him are unlikely to help others except for bragging." Chun Fan said to Yilang Gao, "Don't go anywhere these 2 days, just stay in school." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Yilang shouted at him, "What are you going to do?" "Help you get some money. Let me see if Zhuo Bing has any." As soon as I arrived downstairs of the dormitory, I ran into Su Keqing. "Why are you here?" Su Keqing looked very haggard recently, with red eyes. She gritted her teeth, took out a stack of bills from her pocket, and stuffed it over. "Give this to him. That's all I have." After saying that, she turned and ran away. Chun Fan's heart was touched. The 2 girls who were fond of Yilang Gao and drank spicy food ran away, and instead, Su Keqing was deeply in love with him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Chapter 24, Brotherhood. Yilang Gao's issue must be resolved, but there can be no compromise. I don't know how many people have been harmed by these irregular online lending companies. Many girls have also been deceived, and it would be difficult to bring them to justice if we call the police. Chun Fan was thinking about the best solution. That's right. Why not take advantage of the internet and the power of public opinion? Okay, let's do it. After coming up with a solution, Chun Fan went to get some money. Together with what Su Keqing gave, it would be about 10,000 yuan, and Wang Hao would then add a little more. It's not that Chun Fan is unwilling to pay this money. He can afford it alone, but he has to use this matter to give Yilang Gao lessons. Wang Hao's money represents brotherhood. Su Keqing's money represents love. Yilang Gao must remember those who have helped him, and he cannot pretend to be a hero. Besides, he wasn't going to give the other party so much. How could he pay back 40,000 in just a few days? These people have such dark hearts. After getting everything ready, he called Zhuo Bing and asked her out. Zhuo Bing had just finished taking a shower, and her hair had a fresh fragrance. Seeing that she was wearing her favorite denim shorts again, Chun Fan shook his head helplessly. Next time I'll buy her a dozen pairs of trousers. There's no need to show such beautiful long legs to everyone. What's the matter? Chun Fan didn't explain clearly on the phone just now. He just said that she had something to do. Zhuo Bing came out in a hurry. Chun Fan took her to a deserted part of the playground. There were a few couples hugging each other under a tree in the distance. Zhuo Bing was anxious. You didn't come to the hotel last time. What do you want to do by bringing me to a place like this? What are you thinking about? Chun Fan was speechless. One of our roommates is in trouble. I want you to help me. When Zhuo Bing heard that it was serious business, she pouted and said, "Oh, we will go meet those people then. And if you see that the situation is not right, call the police." Zhuo Bing nodded, but asked worriedly, "Can you guys handle it?" Chun Fan said, "It's okay, the worst that can happen is that I get beaten. Remember, no matter what happens, don't come here and keep the evidence." Chun Fan returned to the dormitory, and Ilang Gao and the other three had not gone out. He took out 2,600 yuan from his pocket and said, "This is from Su Keqing. Be a decent person from now on. Look at what you did to the girl." Su Keqing is so affectionate. Wang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "I love you. I love you. Prince, if you don't want me, please don't waste me. It's shameful to waste me. Why don't you give it to me?" Ilang Gao glared at the guy and said, "Get lost." He really didn't expect Su Keqing to come out to help him, but Su Keqing's conditions were limited, and for a girl to be able to do this, there was nothing to say. Chun Fan said, "After you're done, go apologize to her and try to get her back. It is a blessing in your life to have a girl treat you like this." "Damn it, stop talking." Ilang Gao ran out with red eyes. Guo Jianliang sat there without saying a word. He had no intention of helping anyway. Chun Fan received a WeChat message on his phone. "Little brother, will you come back to sleep tonight?" "No, it's 11 o'clock in the evening, and Ilang Gao hasn't come back yet. I only found out the next day that he went to find Su Keqing, and the two of them hugged each other in the woods behind the school for the whole night. In the afternoon, the three people were ready to meet with the people from the online lending company." Chun Fan asked Guo Jianliang, "Will you go with us?" He wanted to confirm Guo Jianliang's character. He couldn't make friends with someone who was unwilling to help in times of crisis. Guo Jianliang said, "I won't get involved in this kind of thing." "Okay, let's go." Chun Fan ignored Guo Jianliang and decided not to associate with people like him anymore. The three of them came to the place where they had agreed to meet, which was a tea restaurant at the school gate. Chun Fan asked Ilang Gao to choose the location, mainly for Zhuo Bing to take photos and record videos. There were 5 or 6 people on the other side. All of them were big and strong, with tattoos all over their bodies. It was probably done deliberately to put pressure on the 3 people so that they would not dare to resist. The leading man was called a Biao. He looked fierce, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Staring with a pair of goldfish eyes, he asked, "Did you bring the money?" Ilang looked up at Chun Fan without saying anything. Chun Fan said, "I brought it." He also had a recorder on him, and he negotiated with the other party solemnly. "There is something wrong with your online loan. Why is the interest so high? When I borrowed the money, you only gave me 9,000 out of 10,000. How come it only took more than a week to get to 40,000? The other party glared at Chun Fan and asked, "Did I ask you a question? Are you itching for trouble? This is a matter between us and him. What does it have to do with you? You're talking nonsense here." Chun Fan had already prepared himself mentally. "He is my brother. We will pay back his money together. Since you don't want me to get involved, let's go." "Stop." The other party slammed the table and said, "Little B, who the hell gave you the face to be so arrogant to your grandfather?" Wang Hao was not afraid of them. "Why are you so fierce? I just want to lend you a few dollars. We are not your slaves. We have to pay our debts, but human rights are equal. Don't think that just because I borrowed some money from you guys, I can order you around." "Hey," the other party rolled his eyes. "You little brats are still making trouble?" Several thugs behind them were about to rush over and attack. So the 3 of them stood up at the same time and each grabbed a chair. "Kill them." Several thugs were preparing to attack viciously, and Chun Fan shouted, "Slow down. Today we are here to repay the money with sincerity. What do you mean by this?" The other party sneered, "Okay, then you pay me back. But today I'm no longer 40,000 or 80,000. I'll borrow 9,000 from you, and you have to pay back 80,000 in a week? Is there such a thing in the world?" Chun Fan shouted loudly on purpose. "What law tells me that there is such a thing as interest in the world? As long as you can provide evidence, we will accept not only 80,000 yuan, but also 800,000 yuan. Biao said angrily, I am the basis. With the stupid behavior of you today, you can't leave without 80,000 yuan. When Chun Fan wanted to speak again, the other party pointed at his nose and said, 100,000. Sorry, we don't have the money. We won't pay it back. Biao pointed at his nose and said, you said you won't return it, so why not? Oh, boy, no one in this area has ever dared to say harsh words to me. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. At a glance from the other party, several of his men surrounded him. Chun Fan and the other two were also prepared. As long as they made a move, no matter what, the three of them would just grab a Biao. When catching a thief, catch the leader first. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. Anyway, Zhuo Bing left evidence there, so we are not afraid to talk about reason. Seeing that the other party was about to take action, Chun Fan and the other two stood up suddenly. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, a police car siren suddenly sounded outside. Chapter 25, The Indulgence of Youth. Law enforcement officers arrived and took both parties into the police car. Chun Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he knocked a Biao down just now, he was hit several times, and his gums were bleeding. Yilang Gao and the other were also in a very embarrassed state. After all, they were just ordinary students and had no experience in fighting. If Chun Fan had not advocated a head-on confrontation with them, Yilang Gao would have had no choice but to compromise, but this time, he felt the passion of brotherhood. This kind of emotion cannot be bought with any amount of money. It is also a source of recollection many years later. Young, frivolous, happy. Of course, Yilang Gao also remembered this friendship firmly. After both parties were brought to the police station and questioned, the law enforcement officers also learned the specific situation. But this kind of thing is not easy to deal with. After all, there's a debt dispute. For several students, law enforcement officers simply gave them an education and let them go back to school. The money has to be repaid, but both parties need to discuss how to repay it. Biao's men are very arrogant, and even in such a place they are clamoring to kill Chun Fan and the others. Of course, they didn't take just a few students seriously. After leaving the police station, Wang Hao asked, what should we do if they want to retaliate against us? Chun Fan handed a cigarette to the two men and said, there is no way out. Fight to the end. If we don't kill them, we'll be in trouble. Ow! Yilang asked as he lit a cigarette. Let's go back first. Chun Fan thought about the evidence in Zhuo Bing's hand, so he called Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing asked anxiously, are you all right? I'm ready to go find my dad. It's okay. I'm out, but the matter is not settled yet. Okay, we'll come back to see you later. The three of them returned to school and found Zhuo Bing first. After Zhuo Bing showed the three people the video she had taken, Chun Fan forwarded it to his mobile phone. I'll take care of the rest, don't worry. Wang Hao said, call me if you need anything. Yilang Gao put his arms around their shoulders and said, thank you, brothers. I will only recognize you two in this life. Let's go and have a drink. After the fight, my mentality changed a lot. How could they dare to confront these people in society in the past? It's different now. I've become fearless. The three of them called Zhuo Bing to go have a barbecue together. Isn't your name Su Keqing? No more shouting. This is not appropriate. Zhuo Bing was involved in this matter, so he asked her to go along. At the barbecue stall, Yilang Gao shouted loudly, boss, 2 bottles of beer. Give me a round of all the barbecue. Zhuo Bing said, you're sick. I'll go order some food. She deleted all the ones that didn't taste good. She was not as stupid as Yilang Gao. You keep showing off here, and later the boss will bring you all the food that cannot be sold. Beep. Yilang Gao bit open the bottle and said, come on, brothers, let's drink it. After what happened today, my life will belong to you from now on. Done. All three of them raised their bottles, and Zhuo Bing also poured himself a glass. After a touch, the three of them raised their heads and gurgled. He drank the wine in one gulp. After drinking, he slammed the bottle on the table. Refreshing. Life is like this. What else can I ask for? Brothers, come again. Gurgle, gurgle. The three of them blew another bottle. Zhuo Bing glanced at the three of them without saying anything. At this time, she would not persuade them to stop drinking. If you want to drink, drink to your heart's content. At worst, I can handle the rest myself later. After 3 bottles, Yilang Gao burped. Guo Jianliang is really a jerk. I won't play with him anymore. Guo Jianliang has always been disloyal, but as long as there is food, he will definitely take advantage of others. Chun Fan said, there is no need for that. It is impossible for a person to treat everyone as a brother in his life. and it is impossible for him to be open-hearted to everyone. There are only a few people who truly know him. Didn't the ancients say that having one true friend in life is enough? Guo Jianliang should just treat him as a passerby in his life. There is no need to deliberately target him. Zhuo Bing looked at him in surprise. Her boyfriend was really different from others. She did notice a different temperament in Chun Fan. This is something that many people cannot do. Wang Hao nodded, yes. As the four of them were eating barbecue, Yilang shouted, Zhuo Bing, eat by yourself. Order whatever you want and don't bother us. I don't want to care about you. Zhuo Bing smiled and was very sensible. She sat next to Chun Fan, occasionally handing him a skewer of barbecue that she had bitten. Don't worry about eating it. I have tested the poison for you. Seeing the two of them showing off their love, Wang Hao and the other man looked disgusted. The three of them drank and ate meat with big gulps. Chun Fan gave Zhuo Bing a look and said, go and settle the bill later. No, Zhuo Bing remained silent. She had already made preparations. That night, the three of them finished 2 cases of beer, and Zhuo Bing drank 2 bottles. Seeing them staggering and unable to walk steadily, Zhuo Bing just smiled. When you are young, you should indulge yourself and not restrain your personality. Let it go. This is Chun Qing. She quietly paid the bill and watched the 3 people staggering along the roadside. Zhuo Bing was about to come over when he saw these 3 guys shamelessly taking out their weapons to drain the water. Depend on. Zhuo Bing turned away and pretended he saw nothing. Intoxicated by the wine, the 3 of them put their hands on each other's shoulders and sang. Men should be self-reliant. Seeing them having fun and being wild together, Zhuo Bing was very envious. These are rights that only boys have, and girls cannot have them. After sending them back to the dormitory, Zhuo Bing went back. When Guo Jianliang saw them coming back, all of them reeking of alcohol, he cursed, damn, you guys are just a bunch of dog coins. You went out for a midnight snack without even calling me. Yilang Gao got angry when he heard this. He was already drunk, and he glared at Guo Jianliang and cursed. What else can you do with your Malaysian currency besides eating and drinking for free? Guo Jianliang, it's not that I don't treat you as a human being. It's you who don't know how to behave. Do you know what the 3 of us did today? We had a fight with those people who were collecting online loans. Damn it, we all got hit a few times. If the law enforcement officers hadn't arrived quickly, the 3 of us would have died there today. Where were you when we were together through life and death? You still have a nerve to tell me that I didn't invite you to have a midnight snack? Even if I call you today, can you eat it? Guo Jianliang was scolded so much that he sat down on the bed. Chun Fan stopped him and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Guo Jianliang said stubbornly, damn it, you guys want to fight, and you didn't call me. If you had called me, I would have definitely gone with you. Wang Hao couldn't bear to listen any longer. Didn't I ask you to go? It was you who didn't want to go. Why are you pretending to be so serious at this time? Okay, stop talking and go to bed. We are all classmates living in the same dormitory, so we should not have too much contact with each other, and there is no need to make a fuss. Chapter 26. Hiring a beautiful employee. The next day, Chun Fan found a self-media person. After meeting with the other party, he made a request. Let this matter be exposed. The bigger the better. The other party looked at the video material and said, yes, but the fee is a bit expensive. The self-media person is a man in his 30s. He is not tall, less than 1.7 meters. Looks smarter. Chun Fan asked, how much do you want? 20,000. The other party stared at Chun Fan for a long time before reporting this number. Because I don't think he can afford more. After all, he is still a student. Chun Fan said, I'll give you 40,000, but you have to hype this up. You know, if there's a hot topic, it will also bring traffic to him if it is hyped up. Maybe his own account will become popular, which is also an intangible wealth. I didn't expect this student to be so generous. He nodded and said, leave it to me. Chun Fan paid him a deposit of 20,000 yuan, and the remaining 20,000 yuan would be paid after the deal was done. The other party took the money and left. Chun Fan did not go to school, but returned to his rented place. Su Ruzhen was eating potato chips and watching variety shows on the sofa. Seeing Chun Fan coming back, he quickly stood up and patted the potato chip crumbs off his body. Little brother, why are you back now? Chun Fan saw that she was wearing a tight skirt with a pair of long, beautiful legs that were dazzling. She seemed to realize something and instinctively pulled the hem of her skirt. Sit down, I'll get you some tea. Chun Fan said, no need, I just came back for something. Hey, why are you still here? Su Ruzhen bit her lip and said, I haven't found a job yet. You are not going to chase me away. Seeing how nervous she was, Chun Fan said, "That's not the case." I casually opened the computer and was about to check the stock market situation when I saw Su Ruzhen standing there with her hands crossed. "Behave properly." "Hey, why are you standing there? Go and do your thing." I don't have anything to do. "Little brother, do you want to do some laundry?" "How about I go and cook, and you don't have to go to school for lunch." "Can she still cook?" Chun Fan was a little skeptical, but looking at her expression, he thought about letting her cook a meal and give it a try. So he nodded. "Okay, then I'll go buy some groceries." Su Ruzhen glanced at him, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Chun Fan glanced at her and asked, "Don't you have any money?" "Uh-huh." "Chun Fan, I had some money left on me, so I gave it to her to buy groceries." Chun Fan logged into the stock trading software and found that Zhao Real Estate was showing good growth. It has been 5 consecutive days. Zhao Real Estate is a big fish, and its target price is to quadruple. Now Chun Fan doesn't have to do anything. Just wait quietly. Before the other party ships the goods, run away. The amount of capital now is large, and it is impossible to catch the daily limit every day like before. You can only do medium and long-term investment. Otherwise, once you intervene, you will alarm the other party. The market makers are not fools. If you intervene with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds, it may be okay if it is large-cap stocks, but if you encounter small-cap stocks worth tens of billions, they will be scared away immediately. So now Chun Fan must take a long-term approach. Otherwise, he will have to find an assistant to manage the market for him. Su Ruzhen came back when the market was almost closed. "How's it going? Are you hungry?" What she brought back was not food, but fast food. "Didn't you go shopping for groceries? You came back after cooking the vegetables, right?" Looking at the fast food on the table, Chun Fan was speechless. Su Ruzhen smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was delayed because I was running some business. I was afraid that you would be hungry for too long, so I bought some fast food." "Well, just eat it." After the two of them finished their meal, Su Ruzhen poured him another cup of tea and then cleaned up the mess on the table. "I feel that she is very hard-working, like a young wife. Do you want to go get some sleep?" Chun Fan was about to stand up. "Hey, how did you get fired?" Su Ruzhen pursed her lips and smiled. "I won't say anymore, it's annoying." "So what do you do?" "I'm a temporary bank worker." "Oh." Chun Fan entered the bedroom and laid down on the big bed. It smells good." This scent seems to be the same as Su Ruzhen's. Needless to say, she must have slept here last night. When Chun Fan entered the bedroom, Su Ruzhen was lying on the sofa. After sleeping for more than an hour, Chun Fan got up. Su Ruzhen also sat up when she heard the voice. "Are we going to school so soon? Will you come back to sleep at night?" "No." Chun Fan walked to the door. "Hey, what are your plans recently?" Su Ruzhen shook her head. "Then can you trade stocks?" "Yes, I have been trained." "Why? You want to teach me how to trade stocks?" Chun Fan did not respond to her directly, but stared at her for a long time. Su Ruzhen was a little nervous. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with me?" "If you were offered a job, how much would you like to earn per month?" Chun Fan suddenly asked. Su Ruzhen was stunned. "That depends on what kind of job. I'm still thinking about whether I should do a live broadcast." Chun Fan said, "Stop doing those messy things and help me work." What do you want to do?" Su Ruzhen stared at him in disbelief, covering her chest and taking a few steps back. Chun Fan was speechless. "What are you thinking about? You help me run the business, working 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. You will live here from now on." Su Ruzhen breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? Of course it's true, but we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. You are not allowed to tell anyone about your work, otherwise I will hold you accountable." "Of course. I still have some professional ethics." "Okay, how much do you want per month?" "I want a long-term contract. If you're not mentally prepared, we can't discuss it." Su Ruzhen bit her lip and said, "I used to work in a bank and I was paid 6,000 yuan a month. If my performance is good, it will be over 10,000 yuan. You decide how much to pay me. I'll give you a guaranteed 10,000 plus commission." Su Ruzhen looked excited. "Is this true?" Chun Fan said, "If you agree, we will sign the contract, but I have many requirements." Yeah. Don't worry, I'll try my best to satisfy you." "That's not what I meant. If we reach an agreement, you will live here in the future, and no third person will be allowed here. I will write all of this down in the terms and conditions. You can take a look at it and sign it if you think it's okay." "No need to look at it, I promise." Of course, Su Ruzhen agreed without hesitation. So the two signed the contract in person, and from now on, Su Ruzhen officially became Chun Fan's first employee. Chapter 27. The little brother is actually a billionaire? After signing the contract, Su Ruzhin felt a sense of disbelief. That's how you found a job? And the job requirements, nature, time, salary, these are almost the life dreams that all working people dream of. The workday is just 4 hours, and there are only 5 days of work. The treatment is so good, with food and accommodation provided. It's simply too good to be true. Wait, he doesn't have any intentions towards me, right? Su Ruzhin thought about it for a long time, but it didn't seem like it. This little brother doesn't seem to have any feelings for himself at all. Hearing that the job Chen Fan assigned to her was to trade stocks, Su Ruzhin began to cram on the knowledge of stock trading. Of course, she knew how to do simple transactions, and in order to justify the salary, she decided to learn more. Then turn on the computer and simulate while learning. After Chen Fan signed her, he ignored her for several days. Just let her stay in the rental house. The hype from the self-media way, Jianjun gradually took effect, and he posted the video resources that Chen Fan gave him online in segments, and asked many colleagues to forward and hype it. In recent years, online loans have harmed many young people, especially some female college students. This topic quickly caused a stir. Some people who liked to join in the fun forwarded the message and condemned it, and the incident became more and more serious. After seeing these reports, more than 10,000 students from Jiangzhou University joined in. As Chen Fan expected, the incident became a hot topic. The higher-ups finally couldn't sit still anymore and decided to take action to deal with these irregular online loans. At the same time, the criminal responsibility of those involved in the video will be pursued. These people were arrested very quickly, and since they had a lot of criminal records, it would probably take them 10 to 8 years to get out. When this incident broke out, Chen Fan and the other 3 were called over for questioning many times. The city told the school that it wanted to commend the 3 of them, but Chen Fan refused. Low profile, low profile. What's there to praise about this kind of thing? Just deal with things properly. It's best to remove these tumors. Eliminate harm to society. After things were thoroughly implemented and handled, Yolongo also emerged from the online loan turmoil. After experiencing this incident, he became much more mature than before, and his relationship with Su Keqing was also better. Most importantly, he gave up stock trading. Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. At noon that day, he handed the last 20,000 yuan to Wei Jianjun. Seeing how happy he was, Wei Jianjun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, come find me if you need work in the future." Ugh. The 2 parties already had WeChat and contact information. After seeing Wei Jianjun off, Chen Fan returned to the apartment. Zhao Real Estate is preparing to liquidate its inventory and must leave safely before the dealer. He looked at the stock trend yesterday. Tomorrow, the market makers will push up the price, and then it will slowly fluctuate for a few days and then go down again. Su Ruzhin has not left the house for a whole week. She keeps doing simulations, reading books, and catching up on her knowledge every day. Chen Fan asked to open the door. "We will have actual combat in the afternoon." "Ah, yes. She's so happy. Until now, she still didn't know Chen Fan's background. She only knew that he was a sophomore student. Chen Fan turned on the computer and logged into his financial account. In just half a month, Zhao Real Estate's stock price soared by 15 daily limits. The stock price quadrupled and instantly became a big monster stock in the real estate sector. At this moment, the total amount of funds in Chen Fan's account has been displayed as 154 million. Oh my goodness! When Su Ruzhin saw the amount in the account, she was shocked. The little brother is actually a billionaire? In fact, this is not the case. There's 5 times the leverage funds that Chen Fan had borrowed before. Excluding these off-market funds and interest, Chen Fan still had about 120 million left. From entering the market with 5 times leverage to now exceeding 120 million. Chen Fan had made a lot of money from Zhao Real Estate. Seeing himself become a billionaire, Chen Fan was a little excited and wanted to celebrate tonight. In the afternoon, Chen Fan took charge of the operation himself. Start reducing your position while the banker is not paying attention. Currently, there are more than 20,000 large orders on the market, and the stock price is 96.67 yuan. I guess many people are waiting for it to break the 100 yuan mark. In fact, tomorrow it will break through 100 and then fall. Chen Fan smiled slightly. The total value of these more than 20,000 large orders was 193 million yuan. The total value of all the shares in my hands is only 154 million, which is simply tailor-made for me. Ah. He just smiled evilly, selected all, and clicked the lightning buy button. Brush. 154 million, instantly eating up 70% of the orders on the daily limit. Little did he know that his smash would tear a hole in the price limit. Some investors who saw the bad situation fled. At this moment, the traders of Zhao real estate looked panicked. Oh shit, what's going on? Not good. There is capital flight. Quick, report to the chairman. Damn it, who is behind this? Didn't we inform those organizations in advance? Today is not the shipping time. A call came to the chairman's office, and Zhao Guowei's face changed drastically. What's going on? Block it now. The harvest season is just around the corner. How could something bad happen to us? In the trading room, several traders quickly supported the market and invested more than 100 million to fill the gap. Chairman Zhao Guowei was cursing on the phone. You guys don't follow the ethics of martial arts. We agreed to evacuate in stages. Whoever dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. No, Mr. Zhao. Listen to me. We really didn't sell any of them. Maybe some retail investor? Several major institutional investors have stated that they did not cause any trouble. But Zhao Guowei was so angry that he roared like thunder. After planning for so long, he relied on this plan to reduce his holdings and cash out. If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, subsequent investment plans will be ruined. But Chen Fan's smash shook market confidence. Many people left the market after seeing the good gains. Retail investors may be as light as a swallow. But how can the market makers be so comfortable? If he wants to leave the market, he must have such a huge amount of funds to take over. Otherwise, the price will continue to fall endlessly. Seeing that these retail investors and hot money were about to run away, Zhao Guowei had to order the stock to fall to the lower limit. Let's smash it and see who is stronger and has more chips. Blocked by the market makers, retail investors cannot escape even if they want to. I have to say that this move of his was really ruthless. On this day, the ceiling and floor of Zhao's property were torn apart, leaving behind an extremely terrifying solid green column. Chen Fan had already secured the money and smiled slightly as he looked at the more than 100 million in his account. Starting tomorrow, he will have to rearrange his plans. Now he removes the lever and breaks the whole thing down to its own pieces. Do medium and long-term investment while doing short-term investment. With a net worth of over 100 million yuan, he decided to keep only 120 million yuan in the stock market, transferred the rest of the money for pocket money, and transferred another 20,000 yuan to his parents. At the same time, he paid Su Ruzhen 1 month's salary in advance so that she could work for him with peace of mind. Su Ruzhen suddenly couldn't control herself and hugged him excitedly and kissed him. Little brother, you were so kind to me. Chapter 28, Help My Dad in the Future. Don't accept anything less than 100,000. Seeing Su Ruzhen sticking to him so unreservedly, his soft body felt quite comfortable. This made Chen Fan almost lose control, and he was about to pounce on her. As his hand was about to fall, he suddenly stopped. No, this can't be done. If she became his girlfriend, she would order him around. And they also manage their own money. She won't work hard for herself. Su Ruzhen was also extremely excited just now. And when Chen Fan pounced on her, she was still immersed in excitement. Girls also have needs, but Chen Fan suddenly stopped, which made her feel itchy. What's the meaning? She looked at Chen Fan, but saw Chen Fan picked up his clothes and left. Hey, what are you doing? Are you just going to leave yourself here and not do anything? Who is it? She was so angry that she picked up her phone and made a call. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Isn't it bad to keep me hanging like this? Chen Fan said, you should work hard and don't mess around in the future. Oh no, what did I go wrong? Su Ruzhen quickly understood how much older he was. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I will work hard. That would be best. Chen Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. But the stimulation that Su Ruzhen brought him always made people linger on it. After tormenting myself for a long time, I had no choice but to call Zwabing. Zwabing, come out and play for a while. No, I have class tonight. Then let's end the get out of class. I'll wait for you. What do you want to do now? I want to celebrate with you. Now that I have become a billionaire, I have to share my joy with someone. He has also decided to go back during the summer vacation and find a way to make his parents live a good life. So Bing thought about it and said, okay, I'll contact you after class. As for Zhao Linlin, she also received news today that Zhao's real estate transactions were abnormal and even reached the ceiling and floor prices. Zhao Linlin, who came from a privileged family, was much better than most of her classmates. Although she is only a sophomore, she already has a lot of experience in shopping mall management and also has knowledge of the stock market. If the banker is selling out, he will definitely sell out while pulling up the price, using a gentle approach, and will never be so violent. There's no doubt that Zhao Real Estate was tricked. But who is the other party? The dealer can't find out either, unless they have an insider in the security center, and a few $100 million in Chun Fan's hands is nothing in the hundreds of billions of dollars when Zhao's real estate has doubled, right? Zhao Linlin returned home and saw that her father was still angry. Chun Fan's behavior today forced him to postpone his plan to reduce his holdings. Dad, we can actually do this in bulk. Zhao Linlin suggested to her father. Zhao Guowei said, now that the stock price is so high, who will come and take over? Zhao Linlin smiled and said, this is easy. Apply for a trading suspension tomorrow, and then use a high transfer method to lower the stock price. Our stock price is really eye-catching at the moment, and the rise is too rapid, so profit taking will definitely happen. Zhao Guowei narrowed his eyes. That's fine. Then give 10 shares for every 10 shares you get, or even 20 shares will do. This lowers the stock price and makes it less eye-catching. And many people like stocks with rights issues. Good idea. Zhao Guowei looked at his daughter with satisfaction and said, your plan is good. We will implement it tomorrow. Linlin, you're the only daughter in our family. From now on, all the Zhao properties will be yours. The hotel gave you a chance to practice. How are you feeling lately? That's fine, Dad. I'll work hard. Zhao Guowei is particularly fond of his daughter, and Zhao Linlin is also very sensible. She never disappoints my expectations of her. What's even more gratifying is that she knows her limits very well. Unlike some girls who fall in love at school at a young age, Zhao Linlin inherited this from me and is ambitious. Mrs. Zhao came over with a fruit plate and saw the father and daughter chatting about work. She also felt a special sense of accomplishment. After all, being able to raise a daughter is her biggest dream. The Zhao family is having a great time. Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing are shopping. Zhuo Bing, does this bag look good? How about this watch? Where's your cell phone? Do you like it? Zhuo Bing looked at him strangely. Something's wrong with you today. Tell me, what do you want? Chun Fan didn't say anything. Zhuo Bing asked, do we need to use money to measure the relationship between us? Am I so materialistic in your eyes? Wait, are you like this to other girls too? Zhuo Bing pressed forward step by step, staring at Chun Fan and not letting go. Chun Fan didn't know how to explain it. I made some money today and wanted to share it with you. Zhuo Bing stared at him closely. How much did you earn? 20,000. Cut. Zhuo Bing looked disdainful. 20,000 is also called money. Any antique my dad sells would be enough to support you for a lifetime. All right. She is a girl who has no shortage of money. Zhuo Bing poked his forehead and said, you should be more ambitious. You are so happy with just 20,000 yuan. How can I expect my husband to become a successful person in the future? Remember, if you help my dad in the future, don't ask for less than 100,000. This girl is so love. Forget it. She doesn't want material things, so let's go shopping. How about we go to the movies? Zhuo Bing couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so they went to the movies together. After watching the movie, it was already 10:30. Chun Fan said, how about we not go back to school tonight? Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes at him and said, I know this is your purpose today, but don't touch me today. Why? It's inconvenient. Why? It seems that today is not the right day. This guy had to suppress his anger and look at the stars and the moon with Zhuo Bing. Hey, Chun Fan, what is your dream? Zhuo Bing snuggled in Chun Fan's arms and suddenly asked. Chun Fan looked at the sky and said, make a lot of money. Then what? Make lots and lots of money. Zhuo Bing frowned, and Chun Fan said again, I'll support you. Zhuo Bing pinched the guy's nose and said, liar, does it cost so much money to support me? I see you want to support a lot of people. No, actually you don't know. My family is very poor, and you don't know how hard rural people work. Take me to see it if you have the chance. Zhuo Bing said, okay, I'll go back this summer. Chun Fan agreed to Zhuo Bing without much thought. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhuo Bing smiled and said, why don't you ask a few more classmates to go with you? That way, we can have someone to cover for us. Chun Fan thought about it and said, let's talk about it later. He was also thinking about how to tell his parents when he got back and make them accept this reality. But it's only mid-June now, and there's still a month before the holiday. I should cherish this month and make great efforts to achieve some results. I don't know how much money I can make in a month with the 120 million yuan in my hand. Chapter 29, forget it. I have a bottom line. Chun Fan finally sent Zhu Bing back to the dormitory and then returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhen had already fallen asleep. When she saw Chun Fan rushing over in the middle of the night, she thought something had happened. As a result, Chun Fan asked her to go to bed, and he went to check some information on the internet. How could Su Ruzhen let her boss work overtime while she went to sleep? Besides, Chun Fan gave himself 20,000 yuan a month, but he hasn't done anything yet. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Chun Fan and stood by his side obediently. Chun Fan tried to persuade her several times, but she just refused to go to bed, so he didn't bother to care anymore. So I opened the stock trading software and started studying the stocks carefully. Su Ruzhen knew that one had to do homework in advance before trading stocks, but she didn't expect Chun Fan to work so hard. It's almost 12 o'clock now, and he still comes back to study stocks. Chun Fan didn't mind her watching from the side, since she couldn't see the future trend of the stock anyway. After working until after 3 o'clock, Chun Fan picked out 10 stocks, 3 of which were on the Qi next. Then he screened again, and only 3 stocks remained. Su Ruzhen was in very good spirits and was watching them carefully, but she just couldn't understand why Chun Fan chose them. Seeing that Chun Fan had finished his work, she asked, "Why did you choose these stocks?" "Don't worry about that. Just do as I say." "Ugh." Chun Fan handed her the notebook and said, "This blue chip stock is for the long term. Buy 60 million in installments within 3 days. These 2 small cap stocks from the GM will be bought for 30 million each tomorrow. I marked it for you. This is the buy point." "Uh-huh." Su Ruzhen nodded and listened attentively. Chun Fan handed them to her and said, "You go to sleep first. I'll lie on the sofa for a while." "How can that be? It's not right for the boss to sleep on the sofa. You go to the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa." Su Ruzhen refused to agree no matter what. Chun Fan is quite considerate of women. Isn't it inappropriate to let girls sleep on the sofa? He waved his hand. "Okay, don't delay tomorrow's transaction." Su Ruzhen had no choice but to walk into the bedroom, looked at the 1.8-meter tall bed and turned back. "How about sleeping together? The bed is big enough anyway." Forehead. Chun Fan looked at her sexy Anna figure and swallowed his saliva. "This is not good." "Forget it. I have a bottom line." "Faint. What are you thinking about?" Su Ruzhen blushed and said, "I really didn't mean that." In that case, she didn't say anything more. She brought a pillow and blanket to Chun Fan and then went to sleep. But she left the door open and told him to come in if he felt uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. This sentence made Chun Fan struggle with his thoughts for a long time. In the end, reason prevailed over impulse. "No, the first time must be reserved for my girlfriend." When Wang Hao returned to the dormitory early the next morning, he said that Gui Jianliang had moved out on his own. Chun Fan didn't care about him. It was just that he couldn't fit into this circle. From now on, all the glory and wealth will have nothing to do with him. At 9:30 in the morning, Su Ruzhen carefully followed Chun Fan's instructions. The 2 short-term ones were fully invested, and the long-term one was broken down into small pieces, and the 60 million was slowly bought in over 2 days in the form of small orders. This will not alarm the market maker at all, and you can intervene before the price goes up. The stock that Chun Fan chose is a large-cap stock with a value of over 100 billion yuan, and its daily trading volume fluctuates between several hundred million yuan. Now that Su Ruzhen is helping him manage the business, Chun Fan doesn't need to be distracted anymore. Finally, I can free up my hands to do other things. He glanced at his classmates. "Well, it's time to get rich with your brothers." Ever since Gui Jianliang moved out, he basically stopped interacting with the 3 of them. He went there only after he had completely flattered Liang Dong. During lunch, Chun Fan called Yilang Gao and Wang Hao together. "Do you 2 want to start a business?" Yilang Gao, "Starting a business? I might as well invest in stocks." "Roll." Chun Fan kicked him. "Are you not dead enough?" Wang Hao asked, "Do you have a solution?" Chun Fan nodded. "Since you guys like to go out for midnight snacks so much, why don't we open our own midnight snack shop? Then call Su Keqing and Qi Nan to help." "Wait, why isn't Zhu Bing there?" Yilang Gao grasped the key point. "Ahem." Chun Fan raised his eyelids and said, "Zhu Bing's family is not short of money. His father is worth over 100 million yuan. Can you compare?" The 2 were speechless. Wang Hao said, "Okay, but I can't afford that much money. Do we have to sell our bodies like Gui Jianliang does with his Dogecoin?" Chun Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, "Your vision is too narrow. Don't worry about the money. Take as much as you can. I'll find someone to invest." "Huh? Then aren't we still working for others?" Yilang Gao raised questions. In fact, this guy is still thinking about making quick money and doesn't want to work so hard. Chun Fan glared at him. If you're not pragmatic anymore, will you be worthy of Su-Keqing? My goal is simple, to earn back 1 year's tuition. Rat, don't you think so? Wang Hao nodded. This will also reduce the burden on the family. Ilang Gao looked at the two with disdain. Well, forget it. People at your level are completely unable to see things at a higher level. It's just some hard-earned money. No ambition. Depend on, are you going to do it or not? Chun Fan cursed, and he became obedient. Go ahead. Why not? Just think of it as an experience of life with you. Oh, I'm sorry for making young Mastery feel wronged. The two of them laughed. At this time, Qin Nan and Su-Keqing came over and asked, what bad things are you three planning to do? Chun Fan said, you came at the right time. We were discussing starting a late-night snack shop. Okay, let's experience the hardship of starting a business in advance. We can also go and help. Qin Nan has a good personality and is cheerful and lively. Su-Keqing was more reserved, and she glanced at Ilang Gao secretly. Seeing that they had no objection, Chun Fan said, then it's settled. All 5 of us are shareholders. Qin Nan asked, can we call Tang Jing over as well? She still wanted to bring Chun Fan and the other 2 together. Ilang Gao said, okay, if she wants to come, we certainly welcome her, but can she endure this hardship? Chun Fan said no. Why? Qin Nan looked puzzled and mustered up the courage to say to Chun Fan, actually, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, but I don't know if you like to hear it. Zwabing is not suitable for you. The gap between you two is too big. Chun Fan, listen to me. Tang Jing is actually very hardworking. Trust my judgment. You two are the most suitable. In the end, the deeper you love, the deeper you get hurt. Chun Fan wiped his sweat. He also knew what Qin Nan was thinking. She was doing it for his own good. After all, I'm a poor student and cannot enter such a high-end circle. Wang Hao also advised, yes, I think my wife is right. Roll. When Qin Nan heard him calling her wife, she exploded on the spot. Chun Fan and the others burst into laughter, and even Su-Keqing couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 30. Someone just want to see you. A few people got to work and started planning how to run the business. Chun Fan secretly called Su Ruzhen and asked her to go to the back street to look around the shops and buy any suitable one she found. Jiangzhou University is not in the city center, and the shops there cost only around 10,000 yuan per square meter. Su Ruzhen finished her trading in the morning. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she went to the back street of school. There are always some businesses that don't run well, and not everyone can make money. Some restaurants that open late-night snack shops just don't make money. Su Ruzhen was optimistic about the 2 stores and sent photos to Chun Fan for confirmation. Chun Fan took a look and found that he was familiar with the locations of the 2 stores. So he asked Su Ruzhen to negotiate the price and buy the 2 stores directly. An hour later, Su Ruzhen reported the results of the negotiation with the boss. 3 million and 2 million for 2 stores. Chun Fan bought it without saying anything. In the evening, Chun Fan returned to the apartment specifically to meet Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen is going to handle the store, transfer tomorrow, and Chun Fan needs to go with her. In addition, Chun Fan looked at her trading performance today. 2 short-term positions have been entered, and half of the long-term positions have been purchased. The remaining positions will probably be fully invested tomorrow. Su Ruzhen asked cautiously, I still don't understand why I chose these 3 stocks. She analyzed it for a long time, and it seemed to be different from what she had learned. The K-shaped chart, trend, and volume seemed to have nothing to do with each other. Chun Fan smiled and said, there is definitely a gap between the theory in the book and the actual combat. We can't just study blindly and apply the formula mechanically. Do you see for yourself that they have gone up? That long-term stock is still fluctuating and is expected to open lower tomorrow. 2 GM stocks have risen, one by 8 points and the other by 13 points. This was also a question she was curious about. She bought in the morning and the price went up in the afternoon. Why is Chun Fan so powerful? All the stocks he likes will rise in value. Su Ruzhen was particularly shocked to see 120 million yuan in his account. He won't go back to sleep tonight and will stay here all night. Su Ruzhen said, you should sleep on the bed tonight. I still have some homework to do. As the boss, Chun Fan was no longer polite. It is indeed not very comfortable to sleep on the sofa. I felt pain all over my body when I woke up the next day. In the middle of the night, Chun Fan turned over and felt that he was hugging something soft, which was very comfortable. He didn't think much about it in his sleep. After all, this kind of experience was rare. Only Zwabing has ever given me such treatment. Then he had a dream, in which he was with Zwabing. The two people were passionately entangled, but at the critical moment, one of them was awakened by the urge to urinate. He looked at Su Ruzhin, whose clothes were disheveled on the bed, and walked into the bathroom awkwardly. Su Ruzhin also woke up, and when Chun Fan came out, she seemed to realize something. He tugged at his clothes and said, "You are so dishonest when you sleep." Chun Fan came to the living room with a red face. Su Ruzhin asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "No need to sleep. I'm going for a morning run." "How can I sleep like this? If I lie down again, something bad will probably happen." Chun Fan changed his clothes and went out. Su Ruzhin yawned and lay down again. She also likes to sleep in. It's just past 5 o'clock now, and the sky is dim. Chun Fan was like a wild horse with nowhere to vent, running around the playground. I ran 5 or 6 laps in one breath and was still full of energy. Su Ruzhin is simply a poison. Chun Fan took a few breaths and continued running. The sky gradually brightened, and a few more figures appeared on the playground. Zhao Linlin, wearing sportswear and a ponytail, also came from morning exercises. It's just that her direction is opposite to Chun Fan's, and after running a circle, the two inevitably meet. Zhao Linlin looked up at him and thought that he really knew how to choose a place. "Why do you come to your morning exercise place every day to exercise? What else is it saying that it is not directed at him?" "Oh," but Chun Fan ignored her, not knowing that she was distracted. His foot twisted and he fell down. Ouch! Chun Fan had no intention of going over when he heard the sound, but when he heard Zhao Linlin's painful groan, he stopped and asked, "Are you okay?" "Ouch! Pain." Zhao Linlin didn't answer. She was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on her head. "I ran too fast just now, and my inertia was too great." The fall bruised her knee and sprained her foot. Chun Fan walked over, took a look in the dim light, and couldn't help but gasp. My knee was skinned and bleeding a lot. Zhao Linlin was in so much pain that tears came out, and she glared at Chun Fan angrily. "It's all your fault." "Why? How would Chun Fan know the reason?" But Zhao Linlin knew clearly that if she hadn't looked at him, how could she have fallen so hard? She bit her lip and her eyes were filled with tears. Chun Fan squatted down and said, "Don't move. Help her roll up her trouser legs and take off her shoes. Her exquisite jade feet make people's heart beat fast. She is worthy of being the campus belle of Jiangzhou University. Even her feet are so delicate, white, and attractive. But the ankle is already swollen so badly that it looks like he has no choice but to go to the infirmary." But at this time, the infirmary was not open at all. Chun Fan asked, "Does it hurt? Can I rub it for you?" Children from the countryside don't think much of such minor injuries. When we were kids, we played around and got scrapes here and there, but it was no big deal. But how could a rich girl like Zhao Linlin have ever suffered such hardship? Chun Fan grabbed her ankle and said, "Bear with it. It may hurt a little." Zhao Linlin shrank back instinctively. From childhood to adulthood, when had her feet ever been touched by a boy? But her foot joint was dislocated, and if it wasn't repositioned quickly, the pain would become even worse. Watch Chun Fan grab his ankle and shake it slowly a few times. She suddenly became nervous. "Wait a moment." Zhao Linlin grabbed Chun Fan's arm with both hands. "Be gentle." Chun Fan said nothing. He held the ankle with one hand and supported the sole of the foot with the other. Sudden, "Ah!" Zhao Linlin screamed, and Chun Fan also screamed. Her nails dug into Chun Fan's arm fiercely, and her body went limp and she fainted. Chun Fan looked at this delicate young lady speechlessly. "Not really." He pinched Zhao Linlin's ankle joints and rubbed them gently a few times to make sure they had been repositioned. "It's just a knee injury, and I have to go to the infirmary for treatment." Zhao Linlin fainted, and Chun Fan looked helpless. With such a weak body, how could she withstand the hardship in the future? Looking at Zhao Linlin's small, soft lips, Chun Fan couldn't bear to pinch them. Zhao Linlin woke up and found herself lying in Chun Fan's arms. I couldn't help but sit up hastily and stare at him angrily. "What did you do to me?" "I help you reset your dislocated joint." "What else can I do?" Zhao Linlin looked down at her chest and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her clothes were not messy. "Shall I take you to the infirmary?" "Don't you want to know where the infirmary is open at this time?" I don't know why, but Zhao Linlin was very angry. Chun Fan said depressedly, "Why are you being so mean to me? I was the one who helped you." Zhao Linlin said angrily, "If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen down? I exercise here every day and nothing has ever happened." It's all your fault. Why? I just saw you go there, but I didn't look at the road. Well, this reason left Chun Fan unable to refute. Chapter 31. The Doctor Who Assists. Am I that good looking? Does it mean that once people have money, they can become beautiful? Chun Fan has always been curious about this question. The problem is that I have never made it public and want to be a low-key rich man. He took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and wiped the blood for Zhao Linlin. Fortunately, it was only a scratch. Shall I take you to the hospital? Zhao Linlin glared at him. Do you want me to go alone? Can you speak a little more gently? This is very inconsistent with your image. Chun Fan said dissatisfiedly. Zhao Linlin paused. She was very curious about what her image would be like, especially in the hearts of boys like them. But at this moment she didn't ask, but pouting, looking really angry. Let me carry you. Chun Fan helped her up and then squatted in front of her. Zhao Linlin looked around. It was just dawn and there were not many people on the playground. She hesitated and said, you should just go and get my car. I'll ask Zhou Yufei to bring the key over. All right. Chun Fan arrived at the door of the girls' dormitory. Zhou Yufei, who had just woken up, was in a daze. Why is it you? She only realized the accident when she handed the car keys to Chun Fan. Chun Fan didn't say much to her and turned to go to the parking lot. Zhou Yufei rubbed her eyes. What's going on? Why did Linlin ask me to give him the key? Oh, they won't. Zhou Yufei was not calm anymore. What about the promise to give this to me? 555. My best friend is really unreliable. There's so many guys chasing after her, but she won't even give me the poorest one. Although Chun Fan's family was poor, he still worked hard to get a driver's license. This was the first time I had ever driven a luxury car like a Maserati. I briefly familiarized myself with the process and stepped on the accelerator carefully. Hearing that this type of car accelerates very quickly, he didn't dare to step on the accelerator hard. Seeing this guy driving the car over, Zhao Linlin said angrily, "Go slower, my injury is almost healed." Humans are a very strange animal. Zhao Linlin was originally very resistant to contact with boys, but for some reason, she didn't reject Chun Fan this time. Maybe it was because he saw Chun Fan and Zhou Bing kissing passionately at the entrance of the girls' dormitory that day. Pursuing the dreams of young people openly, letting go of yourself, being free and unrestrained. These aroused her longing. She used to keep herself to herself, but deep down, she is a person with aspirations. This is just like watching the men and women in TV dramas, seeing them break the mundane world and pursue themselves. This kind of plot is what girls yearn for the most. Perhaps Zhao Linlin was moved and wanted to experience this kind of happiness. Some people say that if you haven't had a romantic relationship in college, you're wasting your time. There should be love and happiness in college. It was just around 6:40 when the car arrived at the city hospital and Chun Fan helped her go to the emergency room. The doctor was a very beautiful woman in her 30s. Seeing that Zhao Linlin's delicate knee was bruised, he couldn't help but ask distressfully, "How did you fall like this?" She glared at Chun Fan and said, "You are such an incompetent boyfriend, aren't you? You don't protect such a beautiful girlfriend well. It hurts me to see it." Chun Fan was embarrassed. "Doctor, okay, just hold her and don't say anything." Chun Fan was speechless and could only support Zhao Linlin and watch the doctor help her treat the wound. Zhao Linlin looked up at him and said, "Doctor, he is not my boyfriend." "Ah." The doctor smiled awkwardly and looked at the two of them again. "It's okay. Dating is allowed in universities now. There's no need to hide it from your parents. They will understand. After all, everyone has a time when they are young." Chun Fan was impressed by this great doctor. But seeing how carefully she treated Zhao Linlin's wound, she must be a very caring mother. "Young man, remember to bring her here in 2 days to change the dressing." Before leaving, she gave specific instructions. Chun Fan responded and was about to leave with Zhao Linlin on his arm. She hurriedly said, "Hey, carry her on your back. She can't use force on her feet." Chun Fan looked at Zhao Linlin awkwardly. He had asked her to carry him before, but she had always refused. "I didn't expect the doctor to be the best assist." Zhao Linlin turned around to look at the doctor, who quickly pushed her and asked, "Why are you standing there? Everyone is squatting." "Did I squat?" How could Chun Fan remain indifferent? Zhao Linlin's face turned red as she lay on Chun Fan's back awkwardly. "Remember to take good care of yourself when you get back, and don't go into the water easily." The doctor gave another warning. "Got it. Thank you, doctor." Chun Fan came out carrying Zhao Linlin on his back, and he looked back in confusion. This doctor is so enthusiastic. "Hey, how much do you weigh?" As they walked out of the emergency building, he asked again. Zhao Linlin's face was burning. What do you mean? Put me down and I can walk by myself. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. He was just wondering in his heart. Zhao Linlin looked very thin, but he didn't expect that she was not light at all. But her waist is not thick and she is such a good figure. So where does the fat grow? When Zhao Linlin put down her hands that were on his back, he quickly understood the reason. Not worse than Zwabing at all. Are all girls nowadays developing so well? Chen Fan was distracted and thought about Su Ruzhen last night. That feel. As they were about to reach the parking lot, Chen Fan suddenly wanted to go slower and take a longer road. Zhao Linlin was extremely confused and her head was buzzing. She doesn't even know what she's doing. I kept asking myself in my heart, Zhao Linlin, what's wrong with you? This guy has a girlfriend. Are you confused? When they got to the car, Chen Fan put her down. He found that Zhao Linlin's face was flushed and she didn't even look at him. Chen Fan looked at the watch. It was already 7:30. He stayed in the emergency room for a few dozen minutes. As soon as I got in the car, Su Ruzhen called me. Boss, I have to go to the real estate bureau today. When are you free? I made an appointment with someone to meet you there at 8:30. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then turned around and asked Zhao Linlin, can we go back later? I still have something to do. Zhao Linlin did not object, but she was hungry and hadn't had breakfast yet. She asked Chen Fan, is it urgent? It's not urgent. It's 8:30. Then let's find a place to have breakfast. I'm hungry. Chen Fan looked around and saw a lot of people buying snacks in front of the hospital. How about I go buy some for you? I want to eat mutton noodles. But Zhao Linlin has her own requirements. She won't eat from roadside stalls. Chen Fan had no choice but to take out his cell phone to search for a nearby mutton noodle shop and drive her there. After helping Zhao Linlin into the store, he looked at the prices and found that a bowl of mutton noodles cost 18 yuan, which was equivalent to his breakfast money for a week. If he wasn't rich now, he really wouldn't be willing to be so extravagant. When Chen Fan went to order food, Zhao Linlin was replying to WeChat messages. Aunt, Linlin, this boy is good. Keep it up. Zhao Linlin. Aunt, don't worry. I won't tell your parents, and I'll keep it a secret for you. Chapter 32. Rich Girlfriend. At 8:30, Chen Fan drove to the real estate bureau. He parked his car opposite and asked Zhao Linlin to wait in the car while he walked over. Zhao Linlin looked at his back. Why was he going to the real estate bureau? But she didn't care. With her family background, nothing Chen Fan did would shock her. It's just like a king in the past asked his people, why don't you eat meat porridge? In her opinion, isn't it normal to have a house? But she didn't even think about the fact that Chen Fan had a house. Maybe he came here for other reasons. Zhao Linlin picked up her phone and continued sending WeChat messages. How could she know that her aunt was on duty today? She witnessed this incident and she insisted that Chen Fan was her boyfriend. No explanation is of any use. Zhao Linlin was helpless. Boyfriend? Is he okay? She was looking at the door of the real estate bureau. She didn't know either, since she had never been in love. She longed for Zwabing's unrestrained freedom. But I don't want to find a boyfriend casually. Of course, she is a proud little princess after all. How could ordinary people catch her eye? But when she thought about the throbbing in her heart when she came into contact with Chen Fan, Zhao Linlin's face turned red again. After waiting for more than an hour, Chen Fan came back. He entrusted all matters to Su Ruzhen, and he just signed and left. When I got back to the car, I found that Zhao Linlin was looking at me strangely and her face was very red. Did you steal anything? What's the meaning? Zhao Linlin didn't understand what this guy was saying. Chen Fan said, you look very guilty. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes and said, drive your car. When Chen Fan sent her back to school and handed her the car keys, Zhao Linlin suddenly asked, what do you think about what I told you last time? What's up? Chen Fan had forgotten it long ago. Zhao Linlin was a little angry. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I just wanted to help the poor, but he didn't take it seriously. Seeing Zhao Linlin limping towards the dormitory, Chen Fan turned and left. He didn't even say he would take her upstairs. But some things are just so coincidental. Just as Chen Fan walked to the door of Building 6, Zwabing appeared out of nowhere. Why are you here? I was just about to go find you. What's the matter? I heard you were planning to open a barbecue restaurant. Why didn't you call me? Chen Fan was shocked and thought that Zhao Linlin knew that he sent her to the hospital. So that's what it is. He pulled Zwabing aside and said, how could I not tell you? I'm still waiting for you, a rich woman, to invest. Come on, I'll show you the location. There was no original plan to involve Zwabing in this matter. After all, he didn't need to start business. By doing this, I was just letting Elang Gao and Wang Hao experience the hardships of starting a business in advance. After all, many things cannot be considered until after graduation. Who would have thought that Zhu Bing was also interested? But she's just playing around. It is definitely unrealistic to ask her to manage a store. The two came to the back street and saw that the two stores had closed down due to poor management, and the landlord was preparing to leave Jiangzhou. After the handover procedures are completed, the property rights will be under Chun Fan's name. 2 storefronts this big? How much would that cost? Money doesn't matter. The owner is an acquaintance and will give us the lowest discount. Do you have any acquaintances? So being asked in surprise. Every student is familiar with this street, but there are so many restaurants, accommodations, and late-night snacks around the school. Of course, there are those who make money and those who lose money. Seeing that Chun Fan and his team were going to buy 2 shops at once, Zhu Bing was still a little shocked. Chun Fan said, I have an idea. When a business opens, can you bring your dance team over to show your support? We'll set up a stage here, and of course, we can give them performance fees. Zhu Bing looked at him strangely. Where did you learn these tricks? I'm not sure about this. Let me ask for you. The dance team has not yet taken any orders. After all, they are all students and are not so commercial. I don't know if other people are willing. However, there are some students who carry guitars out at night to earn tips. After discussing it, the two returned to school. At noon, Su Ruzhen called and said the procedures had been completed. Chun Fan said okay and asked her to go back and wait, and he would contact her if there was anything. In the afternoon, several people met. Chun Fan said that the storefront issue had been settled and asked everyone to act quickly. Then everyone divided the work and used their spare time to manage the store and choose a day to open it. As for the cost of the partnership, Elang Gao and Su Keqing contributed 4,000 yuan, and Wang Hao and Xin Nin contributed 5,000 yuan. Zhu Bing offered 10,000. Elang Gao and Wang Hao said to Chun Fan, your family is limited, so just give your share. It's yours anyway. Is this okay? Chun Fan said, okay, then I will just take the salary, no dividends. Zhu Bing said, this 10,000 is the money we invested. All right, he has a rich girlfriend. The rent of these 2 shops is only half of that of others. That is to say, they rented 2 storefronts with the price of 1 shop. Seeing everyone painting the walls together, taking care of the shop by themselves, and even Zhu Bing working so hard, Chun Fan smiled and answered the call from Su Ruzhen. Boss, the 2 stocks on the Chinex have reached their daily limit. The net profit from yesterday to today is about 28%. Well, just keep an eye on it. It should continue to rise. I may have to sell it and exchange stocks tomorrow. 28% of 60 million is 76.8 million. The profit is not bad. As for another long-term investment, 60 million has already been invested, and we are just waiting for it to take off. In the evening, everyone was busy all day, so they had some midnight snack and went back to sleep. I'm not going back to the dormitory today. Chun Fan said that he was going to the apartment. The 2 animals exclaimed, damn, they got it done so quickly. Niubi. Chun Fan was afraid that they would misunderstand. It's not Zhu Bing, don't talk nonsense. Depend on. The 2 were confused again. This beast actually has other girls besides Zhu Bing? What a beast. Chun Fan was speechless. That's not what I meant. I'm going to a friend's place. Don't say anything. Seeing him leave, Elang Gao asked enviously, how's he? Did you succeed? Wang Hao shook his head. But it's almost done. Half of it has been taken. And you? Elang Gao raised his middle finger at him. Rubbish. Fuck, you succeeded? Did Su Keqing agree? Come on, tell me. Elang Gao took out a small, square plastic package and said, go and experience it for yourself. Wang Hao took it in his hand and was extremely excited. Is this thing reliable? I heard it leaks. Shit, do you really think you're a pile driver? Besides, can't you be a little gentler? Wang Hao put it in his pocket excitedly. Thank you for your advice. After the task is completed, there will be a generous reward. Chapter 33, the barbecue restaurant, is open. When Chun Fan returned to the apartment, Su Ruzhen was still fully clothed. She had just taken a shower, and it was so late, so she didn't expect Chun Fan to come over. But the material of the pajamas is so silky that at first glance, you're not wearing anything underneath? Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed. Do you want to change your clothes? Su Ruzhen said, forget it. There's no one else here anyway. She glanced at Chun Fan charmingly and teased him. They say that good things should be kept within the family. I'm not afraid. So why should you be afraid? Fortunately, I am not that kind of casual person. Chun Fan turned on the computer and started making plans for tomorrow. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee, then stayed quietly beside him without disturbing him. Chun Fan saw that the 2 GM stocks he bought yesterday would rise and then fall tomorrow. So I started to write an operation plan for Su Ruzhen based on a high point. One of the 2 stocks will surge 13.66%. One will reach 16.72%. Then we'll call back. After all, the daily limit for Chinex stocks is as high as 20%, so the pullback can be very sharp. While Chun Fan was doing his homework, he accidentally discovered a particularly promising stock. Oriental Dragon. 7 consecutive daily limit increases. Chun Fan's hands trembled. This is a stock on the growth enterprise market. Normally, the increase reaches 10%, and 7 daily limit increases can double it. This is a 20% increase, which is incredible. Chun Fan studied it carefully and found that the total market value of this stock was only a few billion, but the trading volume in the past few days had reached 200 or 300 million per day. This requires a major blood transfusion. That's it. Chun Fan wrote down the transaction plan and gave it to Su Ruzhen. As usual, you sell these 2 stocks tomorrow and then open a position. Buy in batches without alerting the market maker. By tomorrow, we should have more than 80 million in funds. Let's use all of it to buy this stock. Su Ruzhen remembered it carefully. Chun Fan finished his coffee and was about to leave. Su Ruzhen said, "Why don't you just sleep here? It's so late." It is indeed very late today, and I have to climb over the wall to get back to the dormitory. He glanced at Su Ruzhen, who looked embarrassed and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I won't do anything rash." Chun Fan pointed to the bedroom and said, "Then you go to sleep. I'll lie on the sofa for a while." Seeing Su Ruzhen's sexy figure walking into the bedroom, Chun Fan gritted his teeth. "I have to confront Zhuo Bing tomorrow. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, I could really suffocate myself to death. I'm already 20 years old this year, so there's no need to remain a virgin anymore, right?" The store had been running for about a week, and Chun Fan stock had also been rising for a week. That long-term stock has taken off, rising 59% in 7 trading days. The GM stock that Su Ruzhen recently invested in is Oriental Dragon, which is 7 stocks behind it. The total market value of the shares I currently hold is nearly 400 million. In a place like the stock market, Chun Fan's wealth grew exponentially. But as the amount of funds increases, the operation becomes more difficult. Moreover, it is impossible to use all the funds to catch the daily limit. After all, that is unrealistic. In the future, our main energy should only be focused on the medium and long term, and it should also be diversified. We should not put all our eggs in one basket. But these are not problems. Chun Fan can continue to recruit people. After completing this short-term transaction, Chun Fan gave Su Ruzhen a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Su Ruzhen looked at the transfer on her phone and said, "Boss, I've already received an advance on last month's salary. Why are you giving me a bonus again?" Chun Fan said, "Take it and cherish the present time." Su Ruzhen burst into tears. "Are you going to chase me away? Don't you want me anymore?" She had been with Chun Fan for less than a month, and Chun Fan gave her 120,000 yuan. "Where can I find such a job?" Seeing Su Ruzhen's crying face, Chun Fan smiled and asked, "Why are you crying? Is that stupid? I mean, enjoy it while you can make money now. Who knows about the stock market?" Su Ruzhen finally burst into laughter and said, "You are so mean. I thought you didn't want me anymore. If I don't do well, you can scold me and criticize me." Chun Fan said awkwardly, "You are good in everything except that you are too beautiful." Su Ruzhen blushed and looked at him resentfully. "Boss, do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course." "Oh." She curled her lips. "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble." Chun Fan looked at her with appreciation. It was good that she had this awareness. He transferred another million to Su Ruzhen and said, "Go pick up the car on the weekend." When Su Ruzhen heard that Chun Fan wanted to buy a car, she nodded excitedly. "They'll buy a business model. How about a Mercedes-Benz E300? Chun Fan didn't care. Whatever you think is suitable. It's just a means of transportation anyway. Su Ruzhen wrote down his instructions in a small notebook. "I've written all down. Is there anything else?" "There is none left." After explaining the work, the 2 sat down and chatted. Chun Fan asked, "Why were you fired?" Can you please not answer this question?" Su Ruzhen was very embarrassed. It must be said. "Okay." Su Ruzhen bit her lip. "They always ask me to accompany the leaders to social events, and they have bad intentions." Chun Fan looked at her strangely. "You don't seem to be such a conservative person, do you?" "Dizzy." What are you talking about? I just couldn't control myself in front of you. After all, who doesn't like young, handsome guys? Chen Fan felt a little embarrassed. He failed to tease others and ended up embarrassing himself. Su Ruzhen raised her head and said with twinkling eyes, "Really? I won't cause you any trouble. If you have any ideas, feel free to... Ahem. Let's focus on work. You also know that I have no shortage of girlfriends." Okay, so Rufen Luktri Senfed. The barbecue restaurant is going to open this weekend. Zhuo Bing told Chen Fan that she has already taken care of the dance team's matter. When they heard that it was Zhuo Bing's boyfriend's restaurant, they were all willing to support it, and it would be free of charge. But they have a request, which is that they should be given a discount when they come to eat barbecue next time. Chen Fan laughed, thinking it was no big deal. As long as they come, it's free. You should know that all the members of the dance team are as beautiful as flowers and have amazing figures. With these fairies around, are you still worried that business won't be booming? After a few people finished their work, they asked what name they should give it. Chen Fan said the signboard has been completed. Indulgent Youth. Forehead? Everyone was stunned for a long time. Indulgent Youth? All right, you have a final say. No one objected. When a new store opened, they didn't print any flyers, but simply posted a lot of advertisements on BBS and in alumni groups. A stage was built in front of the store, and a sound system worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was installed. People can now enjoy singing and dancing while eating barbecue. If you want to have fun, you can go up and play a tune or sing a song. So the barbecue restaurant opened with great fanfare this weekend. Chapter 34, A Campus Beauty from Zhao University. The decoration of Indulgent Youth is very simple. After all, only so much money was invested. The audio system on the stage was purchased privately by Chen Fan, but he told others that it was rented. Opening today, all dishes are 20% off and beer is free to drink. Ilang Gao, Su Keqing, Wang Hao, Qin Nan, almost everyone took part in the battle in person. Chen Fan was in charge of planning, controlling the situation, and greeting the guests. Because when this store was set up, most of the ideas came from Chen Fan, including those from Zhuo Bing's team. Therefore, they unanimously decided to let Chen Fan be the manager, and they would be responsible for the work. When Su Ruzhen heard that the boss's barbecue restaurant was opening, she also offered to come over to help, but was rejected by Chen Fan. She is the nominal owner of the shop. How could she do such things? The barbecue restaurant doesn't have much business in the afternoon and only starts to get people in the evening. It starts at 6 o'clock and the music starts. Let's liven up the atmosphere first. Many alumni who saw the news rushed over to join in the fun, and some had already started placing orders. Different from most barbecue restaurants, Chen Fan's restaurant provides self-service barbecue. Customers place an order, the dishes are delivered to them, and they grill the food themselves. This way, people won't complain about your poor craftsmanship or that you don't have enough manpower. They have their own fun baking it. The dance team came on stage. All of them were young ladies in hip-length skirts, looking sexy and enchanting. Look at them standing on the stage in unison. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he kicked his long legs, the audience on the stage immediately started screaming. 8 young ladies were showing off their dancing skills on the stage. The people below even forgot about the barbecue, and some of them were drooling. Ilang Gao and his friends were busy preparing side dishes and serving drinks. Qin Nan and the others helped take the order, while Zhuo Bing was the cashier. I don't know why, but there were so many people today that the place was full in no time. Many people come not to eat barbecue, but to watch the show. After all, these girls in the dance team are rarely seen. There was also a young lady playing drums next to them. Her hair was flying under the influence of a powerful electric fan, and she was having a lot of fun. The shows followed one after another, and the atmosphere was particularly good. Chen Fan continued to arrange people to add simple tables, and temporarily added more than a dozen tables. In the dormitory, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony and looked at the back street of the school. Yufei, I don't want to go to the cafeteria to eat today. Zhou Yufei looked at the barbecue restaurant and said, Me too. Then let's go out and grab something to eat. Okay. The two of them left the campus and heard a deafening sound of music in front of them. Linlin, shall we go over and take a look too? Zhou Yufei stared at this side curiously. Zhao Linlin frowned. They were doing it really well. You have a good business sense. A few students were able to run a store like this and have learned how to attract business traffic. The business of uninhibited youth is booming, while some shops nearby are deserted. Especially when you see those young and beautiful girls on the stage. It's full of commercial routines. Shall we get something to eat too? Zhou Yufei was drooling and looking greedy. Can you bake it yourself? Isn't this simple? Zhou Yufei walked over and said, Lin Lin wants to eat barbecue. Who can help me grill some? Huh? Zhao Lin Lin is here too. I bake. I bake. When people heard that Zhao Lin Lin had arrived, there was a burst of screams at the scene. Countless boys stood up and shouted, Send over the food you just baked. Zhou Yufei took it without hesitation, looked at Zhao Lin Lin and said with a smile, Isn't it ready? Zhao Lin Lin was speechless. Zhuo Bing happened to see her and came over to her and shouted, Zhao, the school beauty, thank you for coming to show your support. Zhao Lin Lin couldn't respond. Sit down, sit down. Zhuo Bing picked a table for the two of them to sit down, and those flattering boys immediately crowded in front of them. Eat it. We'll grill anything you want. Yes, eat it while it's hot. Seeing so many people trying to please her, Zhao Lin Lin looked embarrassed. Why is classmate Zhao Lin Lin here? Chen Fan was also a little surprised to see her and came over to say hello in person. School beauty Zhao, why don't you also go on stage and perform a show? You are recognized as the most talented campus beauty in the school. Zhao Lin Lin didn't expect that she just came to join in the fun, but Chen Fan actually asked her to go on stage. Before she could refuse, the people around her started to make a fuss. Campus beauty, come here. Campus beauty, come here. With so many people shouting together, it was difficult for Zhao Lin Lin to refuse. She looked at Chen Fan with resentment and wanted to strangle him to death from the bottom of her heart. Her strength is playing the piano. After all, children raised in such a family will naturally take the high-end route. But there is no piano here, so she came to the stage and said, Then I will sing a song. Yeah, there was a scream from the audience. You know, how can these ordinary students have a chance to get in touch with the campus belle of Zhao University? Don't say that we are just alumni. Even though they were in the same class, ordinary people wouldn't have many opportunities to talk to her. Zhao Lin Lin picked up a microphone and asked, Is there any music? Yes, yes, yes. Elang Gao was particularly excited and ran to the computer and asked, What song do you want to play? Priscilla Chan's thousands of songs. Okay, music, let's go. Zhao Lin Lin has a great stage presence. When the music started, she took the microphone and walked a few steps. The night that once belonged to each other. Hong Hong is still you. Give me the sunshine in my heart. Like crying foolishly, Zhao Lin Lin has a great voice. It seems she has put a lot of effort into music. Even Chen Fan was somewhat fascinated by what he heard. Her songs have a different mood. Although it's not the original version, it's better than the original. So Bing stared with her beautiful big eyes, looking intently. Zhao Lin Lin is very elegant and reserved, unlike Zhuo Bing, who is unrestrained. She looked very gentle, and her singing voice seemed to carry a hint of loneliness. The people in the audience kept cheering and applauding. Zhao Lin Lin seemed to be immersed in her own music and was very involved. Wow, the campus beauty Zhao has such amazing singing skills. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Zhuo Bing also nodded repeatedly. She seldom admired someone like this. Today, Zhao Lin Lin really opened her eyes. Until Zhao Lin Lin finished singing, everyone was still immersed in her singing. It's really great. It was not until she said thank you that thunderous applause broke out again from the audience. One more school beauty, one more. The audience refused to give up and asked her to sing another song. Zhao Lin Lin shook her head, no. Seeing her gracefully stepping down from the stage, everyone was still not satisfied. Zhuo Bing came forward with a handful of barbecue. You are awesome. Come, have something to eat. Zhao Lin Lin took out a beef skewer and said, I'll leave first. Thank you. Zhou Yufei grabbed a handful of skewers and chased after him. Wait for me. The party didn't end until after 2 o'clock that night. We were busy cleaning up, clearing the place, and packing up until after 3 o'clock. It's getting late, and everyone has worked hard. Let's go home and have lunch together tomorrow. A few girls returned to the dormitory first, and Chun Fan and the other two roughly calculated their income for today. Today we basically lost money, but gained publicity, and we finished more than 80 boxes of beer. Chapter 35. Su Ruzhen is moved. The next day at noon, everyone had lunch together and discussed the matter. Some experiences were also summarized. Last night's model was undoubtedly very successful. We made some money from the barbecue ingredients, but we lost too much money from beer. After observing last night, I found that some animals can really drink. One person finished a case of beer, but there is no way around it. This is a necessary expense to attract traffic. The next 2 days were still very popular. The barbecue restaurant Indulgent Youth has become famous in Jiangzhou University. especially since it opened last night. Many people posted on their moments and TikTok. The dance troupe show that Bing called over has become popular on a certain audio platform. After all, their beauty is there. The song sung by Zhao Linlin also became popular. Coupled with her unique style and goddess-like appearance, her videos have been shared by countless people. The unbridled youth has become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities, so there were a lot of people on the second and third nights. Some internet celebrities who wanted to take advantage of the traffic even came to do live broadcasts. Chun Fan and the others didn't bother them. As long as they abided by the rules here, they could do what they wanted as long as it didn't affect their business. After a week, we finally made a profit. The profits of the last 4 days made up for the losses of the first 3 days. Chun Fan estimated that if things continued like this, the store could make about 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a day. At the end of the month, the profit should be around 50,000 to 60,000. Although this amount of money is insignificant to Chun Fan, it is at least the beginning of his entrepreneurship. It also brought another opportunity to the brothers. This will be a great help for them when they enter society in the future. When Guo Jinliang heard that the three of them opened a store, he hated them to death. Now he even didn't want to pay attention to Chun Fan and regarded the three of them as enemies. Of course, Chun Fan ignored him. People like him have different ideas and cannot work together. He has now completely become Liang Dongcai's lackey. However, Chun Fan doesn't care too much about the business in the store. He regards this purely as an experience. What he really cares about is the situation of the stock market. This week, Su Ruzhen was in charge of most of the operations. The long-term stock that I invested in previously has basically doubled in value. The market value of the shares in hand is 122 million yuan. The most promising ones are those on the Chinext. Almost every day, Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to buy stocks that had risen by 20% in batches. He currently owns 580 million yuan. It's just that there are more stocks to invest in, which makes the operation more difficult and the workload greater. There's only half a month left before summer vacation. Chun Fan requires that the total assets must reach at least 2 billion yuan within this half month. Of course, if this were to happen, Su Ruzhen would be too busy to handle it. It's not that Su Ruzhen's skills are poor, but that the stock market gives you limited time. So Chun Fan simply skipped class in the morning and watched the market from 9:30 to 11:30. Complete the operation with Su Ruzhen and return to school in the afternoon. In addition to working, Su Ruzhen also prepared lunch so that Chun Fan could eat in the apartment and take a nap before going to school. At this moment, she had already picked up the car and parked it in the apartment parking lot. So far, Chun Fan has never touched this car. He had to go back during the summer vacation because he needed more accounts to operate these funds. At this moment, he and Su Ruzhen stayed in the apartment, carrying out the homework he had done last night. Bing called, "Where are you?" "I have something to do outside, so I'm not available now." Bing was so angry that he waved his fist. This guy seemed to be acting strange recently. He seriously suspected that he had someone else outside. Of course, she didn't know that Chun Fan had been keeping a low profile all this time, vowing to become the richest man in the world. He now has 3 long-term investments, with a total investment of more than 300 million yuan. The remaining 400 million was divided into 10 stocks for operation. But this is really tiring, especially his ultra-short-term model. Of course, short-term profits are the most substantial, but it made the dealer very unhappy. I don't know where this lunatic came from. He just makes 20 points a day and runs away. After hanging up Bing's phone, Chun Fan said, "I'll take care of the rest. You take a rest." Su Ruzhen was very considerate. "Then I'll go cook. Finish lunch early so you can go to school." Seeing her go to the kitchen, Chun Fan was thoughtful. After he finished his work, he walked into the kitchen. Su Ruzhen was indeed very virtuous. She was wearing an apron and cutting vegetables. This feeling made Chun Fan feel as if he had some illusion. Su Ruzhen found that he had been staring at her, and her pretty face blushed. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, it's fine. I didn't expect you could cook." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "Then keep me by your side, and I will do it for you every day." "No, you shouldn't be a cook. I want you to be a business elite." Su Ruzhen was delighted. "Really?" Chun Fan nodded. "What did you say?" "If you never abandon, I will in life and death." "Of course, I'm not talking about love." Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why can't I have love? Am I unworthy?" "No, because I have a girlfriend. You are my best partner." Su Ruzhen curled her lips and said, "One day, sooner or later, I will get you." She was not stupid and knew what Chen Fan meant. He was afraid that if he became her boyfriend or girlfriend, it would hinder his progress. Thus, they lose their focus on work. Chen Fan is in the development stage at this moment. What he needs is not love, but someone who will work hard with him. This guy thinks clearly. In fact, she had also done her own analysis and judgment during this period and traded based on the stock market knowledge she had learned, but the results were not satisfactory. The stocks that Chen Fan liked hit the daily limit every day. This puzzled her. Is someone born to be the king of the stock market? After many tests, Su Ruzhen finally admitted it. People just have this talent. In that case, I'll just follow him wholeheartedly. After all, he's been nice to me. Su Ruzhen simply made 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. She dresses casually at home, basically in pajamas. Chen Fan said, when you have time, go shopping and buy some high-end clothes. The money is mine. Chen Fan had not spent all the 5 million in his hand, so he directly transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen was shocked. Why are you giving me so much money? Chen Fan smiled. You make money to spend. If you don't spend it, what's the point of making it? From now on, all your expenses will be charged to me. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll buy you a car. As long as you like, you can pick whatever you like. Girls need to be pretty, but remember not to be too flashy. It's better to be low-key when you need to be low-key. Su Ruzhen bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan with emotion. You are so good to me. How can I repay you? She was indeed deeply touched. When she worked in a bank, those people said they were very nice to her. Everyone has bad intentions. Now I want to take the initiative to repay Chen Fan, but Chen Fan never takes advantage of me. Girls are easily moved. Chen Fan pinched her face and said, work hard, and we will own the whole world in the future. Suruthen nadid bigerisli. Chapter 36, something happened at Tang Jing's home. Chen Fan, come here for a moment. Just as he was about to go to school, Wang Hao called and asked him to go to the barbecue restaurant immediately. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen a few instructions and left in a hurry. Qi Nan, Su Kaching, and others were all in the barbecue restaurant. There was also Tang Jing, who was crying bitterly. Chen Fan didn't know what was going on, so he quickly asked, what's going on? Qi Nan said, something happened at Tang Jing's home. Her father was in a car accident, and the doctor said it would cost 200,000 yuan for surgery. 200,000 is definitely a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Tang Jing's family is from Sichuan. They're ordinary citizens. They had some savings and bought a house last year. He still has hundreds of thousands of loans to pay. Now her father is in trouble again, and the family can no longer come up with any money. Her mother decided to sell the house, but no one was willing to take it over for a while. Now everyone is trying to find a way to help her. But how could a girl like her get 200,000 yuan to pay for her father's surgery? What Li Gao and Wang Hao meant was that everyone should contribute a little. But there is not much money in the store. After all, it has only been open for a short time. Even if you give her all your money, it will be a drop in the bucket. Tang Jing got along well with Qin Nan, and it was impossible for Qin Nan to just watch her being alone and helpless. Why don't you take a leave and go back to see what's going on? We can work together to figure out a way to solve the money problem. Chen Fan said to Tang Jing. Tang Jing's eyes were red from crying. She also knew the family backgrounds of Chen Fan and his people. None of them are rich people. 200,000 is a huge sum of money for anyone. Li Gao suggested that all the cash in the store be taken back to Tang Jing first. No one else objected, but Tang Jing shook her head. How could she not know the consequences of doing this? If they took away all the cash in the store, their newly opened store would go bankrupt. How to survive without funds? She also doesn't want to implicate anyone. Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't take this money. Tang Jing wiped her tears and left, trying hard to hold back her tears. The scene was very quiet. Chen Fan glanced at everyone and said, don't worry about Tang Jing. I know a friend. Let's see if I can borrow some from him. Elang said, don't be so stubborn, Chen Fan. We all know that your family is poorer than ours. How can you have any rich friends? Wang Hao said, everyone come together. At worst, we can close this store. Okay, then let's do as you wish. Qin Nan, give the money to Tang Jing. Since everyone is so united, Chen Fan doesn't want to disappoint them. He said to Qin Nan, please send me her WeChat. Qin Nan didn't think much about it and pushed Tang Jing's WeChat to him. After Chen Fan clicked it, he sent a friend request. I am Chen Fan. I don't know what Tang Jing is doing. Anyway, it was added more than 10 minutes later. Chen Fan said, come out for a moment. I'll wait for you in the woods behind the school. Tang Jing did not reply, but she really came. It was noon, and there was no one in the grove. Chun Fan was sitting under a tree. When he saw Tang Jing coming over, he waved. Tang Jing's eyes were red, probably because she had been crying since she returned to the dormitory. Such a big thing happened at home, and she, a girl, was completely helpless. Chun Fan didn't say much and directly transferred 220,000 yuan to Tang Jing. You should go back earlier. Buying a plane ticket can save a lot of time. Tang Jing heard her cell phone ringing, but she didn't look at it. Instead, she bit her lip and looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan reminded her, check your phone. Tang Jing then took out her cell phone and opened it. When she saw the transfer of 220,000 yuan, she was completely stunned. She looked at Chun Fan with tearful eyes and burst into tears. Don't cry. If someone sees me, they'll think I did something bad. Tang Jing wiped her tears, completely unable to control her emotions, and sobbed against the tree. She cried for a long time before she stopped, looking at the transfer on her phone in disbelief. Where did you get this money? She heard that Chun Fan's family was not well off, and he had been receiving subsidies from the school. Before, Chun Fan was begging for snacks in the school cafeteria. Where did he get such a large sum of money? Chun Fan said, I know a friend who runs an antique shop, and I borrowed it from him. You can use it first, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this. Tang Jing wiped her tears and said, It's such a huge amount of money. I can't pay it back in a short time. What if someone asks about it? It's okay. I'll take care of it myself. I won't do anything that I can't handle, so don't worry. The most urgent thing now is that you have to rush back immediately. The rest can be discussed later. Tang Jing's eyes were red. Thank you. Chun Fan, why are you saying this? We are all alumni, so we should help if we can. Transfer the money to your mother first to avoid delaying the surgery. Tang Jing thanked him again before accepting the money. That afternoon, Tang Jing took leave and returned to her hometown. Everyone originally planned not to open the store tonight, but Qinan said that Tang Jing didn't want the money. Business must continue. But soon everyone discovered a problem. Since opening the barbecue restaurant, no time for dating. This is not in line with everyone's dreams. But Tan Nan said, we meet every day and are busy as idiots. Why would we even schedule a date? Wang Hao and Yi Langgao looked at each other. The two guys had agreed in the dormitory some time ago that they would make some progress. It turned out that there was no time to implement the plan. And Chun Fan doesn't return to the dormitory from time to time. Who knows what he is doing outside? Only Zhu Bing is a hobbyist. She joined just for fun. She is not worried about whether she can make money or not. However, Zhu Bing had stated in advance that she would come over to help when she had time, and don't blame her if she didn't have time. Anyway, she is working for free and doesn't need any salary. Seeing that everyone was so tired, Chun Fan suggested recruiting a few more people starting next semester. After all, the semester is about to end, so there probably won't be much business. Chun Fan went to the apartment building on the third day after Tang Jing left. Su Ruzhen was very happy to see him back. He took out the newly bought clothes and said, Come on, try them on. If they don't fit, you can change them. Chun Fan gave her 100,000 yuan to buy clothes, and she bought 3 sets for Chun Fan. The price of each set is more than 20,000 yuan. The same set as Armani, Versace, and Givenchy. In addition to these, I also bought branded underwear, belts, and shoes. The total cost was more than 80,000 yuan. Chun Fan was speechless. I told you to buy for yourself. Why did you buy these for me? No. Seeing that Chun Fan was unhappy, Su Ruzhen blushed, bit her lip, and said aggrievedly, Then I'll change it tomorrow. Chun Fan realized that his words were too harsh, so he explained, We didn't understand what I meant. Girls should dress high-end so that no one can get their hands on you. When you're noble and generous, you are on a different level, and naturally many people who are not as good as you will feel ashamed and retreat when they see difficulties. Why would a grown man like me dress so extravagantly? I'm not going out to pretend. How about this? You could buy it tomorrow. He transferred another 200,000 yuan to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen said in a low voice, I also bought 2 sets myself. Do you want me to wear them and show them to you? Chapter 37. Tang Jing is grateful. Su Ruzhen bought herself 2 sets of small suits. They were not too expensive, costing only about 5 or 6,000 yuan each. It was a sky-high price for Chun Fan in the past, but to him now, it is nothing. Su Ruzhen has a very good figure, coupled with such attractive headlights. She looks very seductive. Such clothes are very suitable for ordinary social occasions, but are obviously not enough for grand occasions. Chun Fan said that you should just wear what you have now and buy some high-end clothes when you have time. Su Ruzhen didn't dare to refuse anymore and said, "Oh, obediently." But she had a little secret. She spent all the remaining 2,000 yuan on buying a cute little girl. These private things, of course, cannot be worn in broad daylight for Chun Fan to see. A week later, the short-term stocks in Chun Fan's hands almost doubled again. The 3 long-term stocks also rose by about 40%. At this moment, the total assets in hand have reached 1.36 billion. There's still more than a week of vacation left, and Chun Fan's goal is to double his income again and then go home. As for the summer vacation, he decided to take the long view. There's still more than 1 million yuan left in his bank card, so he decided to continue living on. Don't show off and keep a low profile. After he and Su Ruzhen completed the operation that day, they paid attention to the stocks of Zhao Real Estate. After the previous round of dividends and high transfers of Zhao Real Estate, Zhao Guowei took the opportunity to reduce his holdings by 12%. So far, he only holds 28.99%. But he is still the major shareholder and has the final say in the company. Tang Jing came back from her hometown. She had not originally planned to come here since it was summer vacation anyway. To thank everyone for their help, she brought a lot of snacks from her hometown. After the late-night snack shop closed, Tang Jing said she would treat them, and she wanted to express her gratitude properly. Qi Nin said, "Then let's have some barbecue in our own store instead of going anywhere else. Besides, we didn't help, and you returned all the money." Tang Jing said yes, but she must pay the bill today. A few people gathered together to have a barbecue. Zhuo Bing has been busy with dance training recently and rarely comes to the store. Chun Fan called her, and she said she was too tired today and didn't want to move at all. Dancing is very tiring because they're taking part in a competition in the city and have been increasing the intensity of their training recently. It was already past 3 o'clock after we finished our midnight snack. Qi Nan said that we shouldn't go back to the dormitory, but find a place to chat. Wang Hao understood. "Let's go to the hotel." The late-night snack shop was busy for most of half a month and made some money. Ilang raised his hands in agreement. "Then let's go to the hotel and book 3 rooms. "What's the meaning? You guys are in pairs, and you book 3 rooms. What should Tang Jing and I do?" Chun Fan said, "You guys go ahead. I'll climb over the wall and go in." Just pretend. Ilang Gao almost exposed the fact that Chun Fan often went out overnight. Chun Fan glared at him, and he stopped immediately. There was really no place to go at this time, and there were no beds in the late-night snack shop. So I went to the hotel closest to the school and booked a suite. 688. In fact, this type of suite in the hotel is just a bedroom with a mahjong table outside. Wang Hao saw the mahjong table and immediately suggested, "How about we play mahjong?" Chun Fan expressed no interest. Unexpectedly, Qinan also liked this. Everyone play for a while. Those who don't want to play can go inside and sleep. Ilang Gao actually had other plans. He glanced at Su Keqing. Su Keqing blushed and turned her head away. Chun Fan saw it and understood. The holiday is coming soon, and they have to separate. I guess they want to have some time for themselves. He made an excuse. "I'm going to go out for a while. You guys play." Tang Jing actually didn't want to play mahjong. She came here mainly to thank Chun Fan. Seeing Chun Fan go out, Tang Jing said, "I have something to do." At this time of night, what could happen to her? Qinan smiled slyly and kicked Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood and also covered his mouth and laughed. Now everyone understood. After the two of them left, Ilang said, "Tang Jing seems to be interested in Chun Fan." "Well, I think there's something going on." Su Keqing asked, "What if Zhuo Bing finds out?" Qin Nan shook his head. "After all, Zhuo Bing is from a different world from us. I am more optimistic about Tang Jing and Chun Fan. I believe Chun Fan will make his own choice, so we shouldn't worry about it." Ilang Gao couldn't bear it any longer. "I can't stay up late. Let's get another room." Wang Hao was a little confused. "You can't stay up late?" But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Are they giving themselves a chance? As stupid as a pig. Su Keqing was pulled out by Ilang Gao, and only Qi Nan and the other two were left in the room. Wang Hao touched the small raincoat that had been hidden in his pocket for most of the month, and his palms were sweating. Chun Fan, wait a moment. As soon as Chun Fan walked out of the hotel, Tang Jing followed him out. "Why did you come out?" It was already early in the morning, and Chun Fan had originally planned to go back to the apartment to sleep, but he didn't expect Tang Jing to follow him. Tang Jing approached, lowering her head. "How about we find a place to sit for a while?" Since the other party was here, Chun Fan felt embarrassed to refuse. The two left the hotel and just walked. There's a large artificial lake outside the Jiangzhou University campus. It is summer now, and the artificial lake is a great place to go. Why don't you rest with them in the hotel? The two came to the lake and sat down, and Chun Fan asked, I just wanted to say thank you, nothing else. No, why are you so polite? But Tang Jing was anxious. How can we pay back such a large sum of money? I told you there's no rush. I'll take care of the money. Don't feel any pressure. Chun Fan comforted. Tang Jing said, How can that be possible? I can't let you bear all this for me. How about this? I won't go back during the summer vacation. I'll find a job and work hard to make money to pay you back. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Chun Fan thought about it. You're only a sophomore now. What good job can you find? Even if you make $10,000 a month, when can you pay off the money? What should we do then? Tang Jing looked at him anxiously. Chun Fan thought for a moment and said, You should study hard and wait for a chance in the future. But what if someone demands payment? No, I told him that it might take several years to pay him back. But if you really want to go out and find a job, I do have a place. But not so fast, you may have to wait. Ever since Chun Fan helped her unconditionally, Tang Jing has trusted him completely. He nodded vigorously. Well, I can wait, as long as I can make some money. Chun Fan laughed. I didn't expect that you looked so arrogant before, but now you are like a different person. Tang Jing blushed and explained, I'm not arrogant at all. It's just that we don't know each other well yet. Okay, go back first. I'll tell you when things are settled. Chun Fan stood up. He really wanted to go back to his apartment and get some sleep. Tang Jing's heart was beating like a deer as she walked towards the school gate nervously. Chapter 38, These two guys did something bad last night. Chun Fan originally wanted to register a company, but registering a company involves tax issues. He didn't want to go through so much trouble. Currently, individuals who trade stocks do not have this worry. Chun Fan didn't know how Li Gao and the other four spent that night. Anyway, he went to the apartment, and Tang Jing returned to school. As a result, the next morning, neither of the two animals came to the classroom. Chun Fan thought that they probably couldn't get up. Liang Donkai came again to collect class fees. He planned to hold a class meeting on the last day of this semester. But this time, the person who helped him collect the money was Guo Jianliang. Guo Jianliang collected the class fee from his neighbor without asking Chun Fan a single question. In his eyes, Chun Fan will always be the one who cannot pay the class fees. Anyway, Liang Donkai also said that it is not necessary for everyone to participate. So Chun Fan felt at ease and once again did not pay the class fee. During the fourth class, Zhuo Bing sent him a message asking him to have lunch together. Chun Fan agreed without hesitation. The two of them got their meal together in the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also came. She glanced at them from a distance and shouted to Zhou Yufei to leave. Zhuo Bing didn't notice this. Chun Fan, shall we go traveling during the summer vacation? Chun Fan looked at her. Who are going? Zhuo Bing gave him the fat meat in the bowl and said, It's definitely not possible for just the two of us. If our family knew about it, they would scold us to death. You can call Tan Nan and the others to join you. I'm going back during the summer vacation. Let's see then. Chun Fan wasn't sure if he had the time. You know, time is too precious for him. Every trading day, the profit is at least 10%. Sometimes if you're lucky enough, you could get a good stock on the Qi next. My current funds are 1.36 billion, and I strive to double it before the summer vacation. I'll call and ask them. Zhuo Bing was about to call Qi Nan, but was stopped by Chun Fan. You'd better not call it this time. Why? I guess they didn't get up. Zhuo Bing was puzzled. It's already noon. Aren't you going to open in the evening? Chun Fan smiled ambiguously. They played all night yesterday. It is very normal to play games all night in college, and many single people can stay in internet cafes for several days. Then you go to the movies with me this weekend. Zhuo Bing made a small request. Maybe it was because the holiday was coming. Chun Fan felt that Zhuo Bing was starting to become clingy. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Chun Fan was also planning to ask her out. As for the summer vacation, he will go back and will be back soon. So Chun Fan didn't feel any pain of separation. In the afternoon, Yilang Gao and the others finally showed up, but Qin Nan and Su Keqing did not show up. Chun Fan knew the reason immediately. These two guys did something bad last night. I guess the two girls were too shy to show up. After all, it was the first time, and even if others didn't say anything, they still felt a little guilty. And Chen Xian could clearly see it from the obscene expressions of the two people. Especially Wang Hao hid a big smile on his face like an idiot. There are many red marks on the neck and chest. Elang Gao handed a cigarette to Chun Fan with a smile. Thank you for your help. Hey, how were you and Tang Jing doing last night? Chun Fan glared at the guy and said, Don't talk nonsense. I'm not even with her. Huh? That's a pity. Wang Hao said, It's all my fault. I didn't get an extra room. Okay, stop it. Chun Fan saw Zhuo Bing coming from afar and glared at the two of them fiercely. I'm a good man who keeps my chastity, and I'm not like these two guys who are always thinking about my girlfriend. It seems that Zhuo Bing really wants to go out and play, so he came to ask Qin Nan and the others for their opinions. But Qin Nan and Sukuching didn't come at all. Chun Fan said, You should also go and rest. They won't be coming today. Zhuo Bing said it was okay, as he had nowhere to go anyway. So I stayed in the store to help out. Qin Nan and Su Kuching have been dating Wang Hao for a semester in their respective dormitories. This guy kept pestering me for that every day, and I couldn't help myself last night, so I reluctantly agreed to do it. But Tang Jing was in the dormitory, and Qin Nan asked guiltily, When did you come back? Tang Jing didn't even think about it. I went straight back to the dormitory yesterday. She saw the red mark on Qin Nan's neck and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you allergic? When Qin Nan heard this, her face immediately turned red with shame. But it also confirmed to her that Tang Jing really didn't understand. Only people who have never experienced it would ask this question. She tightened the collar of her shirt and made some vague excuses. Sukuching was also in the dormitory. Her personality was more introverted than Qin Nan. She didn't dare to go out at all. When she came back, she lay on the bed pretending to be unwell. This week passed quickly. Chun Fan still did not attend classes every morning and went to the apartment to work with Su Ruzhen. He had no classes on Friday afternoon, so he decided to take some time out to spend the day with Zhuo Bing. I said goodbye to Elang Gao and the other guy and decided to take a rest today. Zhuo Bing became clingy, holding his hand when no one was around. Chun Fan, how long will it take you to come back? It's hard to say. How about you come back with me? Zhuo Bing blushed and rolled her eyes at him. I don't want it. If I go back with him, my family will definitely find out. And she didn't want to meet Chun Fan's family so soon. Then you can stay at home for a week and come back. Let's see. We can't really be sure now. I don't care. You have to accompany me to the beach anyway. Qin Nan and I have agreed on this. Are they going together? Chun Fan didn't pay attention to this. Zhuo Bing nodded. All right then. Since everyone had discussed it, Chun Fan had no choice but to agree. I went shopping with Zhuo Bing in the afternoon and bought her a few skirts. Chun Fan originally planned to buy one that cost tens of thousands of dollars, but Zhuo Bing insisted not to. I was afraid my family would be suspicious if I said it was too expensive. Besides, there was no need for me to be so extravagant. She only knew that Chun Fan collected antiques with her father, but she didn't know how much money Chun Fan had. Although his family is well off, Zhuo Bing doesn't like to spend money indiscriminately. Then the two of them went to see a movie. It was past 9 o'clock, and Chun Fan was about to persuade her not to go home that night, but Zhuo Bing's mother called. Zhuo Bing, aren't you coming back today? Zhuo Bing lied. Mom, the holidays are coming up soon. There are activities going on at school, and I can't leave. No, I'll pick you up. Zhuo Bing's mother is very strong and doesn't give Zhuo Bing any chance at all. Zhuo Bing looked at Chun Fan resentfully. I want to go back. Chun Fan also felt it was a pity. Judging from Zhuo Bing's appearance today, he should be mentally prepared. Chun Fan had no choice but to comfort her, then go back first and see you the day after tomorrow. Zhuo Bing nodded and suddenly put her arms around Chun Fan's neck and kissed him. Chun Fan, I love you. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat and he hugged Zhuo Bing tightly. His mood was no longer calm, and even his breathing became rapid. I love you too. Chapter 39, Zhuo Bing's mother's routine. Summer vacation is finally here. The school is full of inseparable couples. Chun Fan did not have such emotion because he had no intention of staying at home for too long. But I don't want too many people to know what I'm doing now. Zhuo Bing said that her mother asked her to stay at her grandmother's house for a while, so her plan to go to the beach during the summer vacation would probably be canceled. Zhuo Bing's grandmother's family is from the Northeast. No wonder she has a northern temperament. It turns out she inherited her mother's genes. Chun Fan, why don't you come with me to the Northeast? Zhuo Bing looked at him hopefully, and Chun Fan asked, Where will I live after I get there? Zhuo Bing said, My grandmother also lives in the county town. You can stay in a hotel nearby. I'll pay for it. Chun Fan pinched her face and asked, How long do you plan to stay there? At least a month. Why? It's been too long. Zhuo Bing leaned close to his ear and said, Come and stay with me. I'll give you everything. Chen Fan's blood boiled. Okay. As expected, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhuo Bing gave him a speechless look. Is this all a man thinks about? But Zhuo Bing was serious. Since she had agreed, she would not go back on her word. It's vacation time, and Elang Gao and the other three don't plan to go back. I used the excuse that I was running a barbecue restaurant. Although it was a holiday, there were still many people around the school. If they keep doing it, they can still make a lot of money every month. Moreover, when their parent heard that they had started their own business, they were very happy. The four of them stayed there with good reason to do so, but Chun Fan didn't ask where they would live. These young people who have just tasted the sweetness of love are bound to engage in a bloody battle. Zhuo Bing was picked up by her mother personally. Chun Fan greeted her from a distance, but didn't dare to get close. He felt that Zhuo Bing's mother was very strong, and Zhuo Bing was particularly afraid of her. After sending a message to Zhuo Bing, I watched him leave. In the car, Zhuo Bing's mother, who was driving, saw her daughter replying to messages through the rearview mirror and suddenly said, "Why don't we ask him to come to our house for dinner?" Zhuo Bing was startled, and his phone fell onto the seat. She took in her daughter's panic and said calmly, "It's okay. Your father and I are not unreasonable people. We got here this way too. You don't have to hide anything from us." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Zhuo Bing picked up the phone and responded hastily. Zhuo Bing's mother smiled and said, "Your face is so red, and you still want to hide it from me. Really? Ask him to come over and have a meal at our house so we can get to know him better. The boy who can make my precious daughter so worried and inseparable must be very outstanding." Zhuo Bing shook her head like a rattle. "Mom, stop guessing. There really isn't anything. I was just saying goodbye to a few friends in the group." Zhuo Bing's mother's expression froze. "No, best, you don't understand anything now. Don't be easily fooled. When you grow up and it's time for you to fall in love, your family will help you find one." "Yeah, got it, Mom." Zhuo Bing's heart tightened. She was so scared that she almost got trapped by her. This mom is really cunning. Fortunately, I didn't fall for her trick. Zhuo Bing instinctively covered his chest and looked out the window. Unfortunately, how could her little trick be hidden from her shrewd mother? All signs from my daughter indicate that she is in love. But she didn't show any expression and just chatted with Zhuo Bing intermittently. Chun Fan was about to go back to the apartment when Tang Jing sent him a message. "Chun Fan, when are you going back?" "Maybe in a few days. Not sure yet." After Chun Fan replied to the message, he then remembered that Tang Jing was looking for a job. "Then when are you free? I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Forget about eating. I'm thinking about work." Tang Jing, "No, don't misunderstand. I've already told Tan Nan about the job, and she asked me to help out in the store for 2 months. I just wanted to thank you." Tang Jing certainly kept in mind that Chun Fan had helped her so much. But Chun Fan refused. "Let's talk about it later. I won't go back for now." "Yeah, okay, then tell me before you go back." Chun Fan returned to the apartment and found Su Ruzhen very busy. Hearing the door open, she hurried over to get slippers for Chun Fan. "How's it going?" Chun Fan is very concerned about the operations in the past 2 days. Su Ruzhen said, "It will be soon, but it will probably take another day or two." Yesterday's 2 daily limit ups were very successful. One rose by 30 points. The other one caught the ground to ceiling board. The minimum number is more than 20 points. Chun Fan nodded and walked to the computer. "During this time when I'm back, I can only do long-term investment and cannot do this every day." Chun Fan looked at the total amount of funds in the account, which was already 2.398 billion. I did achieve my previous small goal, but it's still a little short of doubling it. Notice, if these stocks hit the daily limit today, they can almost double in value. Now Chun Fan began to look for long-term stocks. He calculated his schedule and found that it would take at least 7 days to get home, and at most half a month. Therefore, during this period of time, you should find a few long-term stocks to invest in. The morning session closed quickly, and Chun Fan turned off the computer and asked Su Ruzhen, "Do you have time lately?" Su Ruzhen didn't react for a moment. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Come back with me." "Huh? Are you going to meet your parents so soon?" After saying that, she suddenly realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she explained, "That's not what I meant." Chun Fan smiled and said, "I am indeed going back to see my parents, but you will definitely have to help me do something then." "Well, I'll listen to you. Then I'll go cook first." "Forget it today, let's go out to eat." Chun Fan didn't want her to work too hard, and he couldn't just treat her as a nanny. He looked at the pretty Su Ruzhen and said, "Go change your clothes first." For some reason, He liked the way Su Ruzhen dressed up beautifully. Of course, if it's too ugly, you won't be able to eat. Su Ruzhen returned to the room and didn't even lock the door. She changed her clothes and came out directly. Is this okay? She was wearing a small suit with a white shirt underneath, which wrapped her body to her charming curves. It looked very professional, and Chen Fan nodded. He liked Su Ruzhen's way of dressing, which was very professional and suitable for her status. The two came out of the apartment and got into their newly bought Tuareg for the first time. Where are we going to eat? Pick the one you like. When buying a car that day, Su Ruzhen originally went to look at a Mercedes-Benz, but after that incident on the internet, she turned around and went to the 4S store next door and bought a Tuareg. Chen Fan sat in the back seat. The feeling of a new car was okay, except that the smell was too strong. The Tuareg can only be said to be a very low-key car with okay configuration. This is also in line with Chen Fan's intention. He doesn't want to show off. After all, he only has a few billion now, and there is nothing to show off. Su Ruzhen had been with him for such a long time that she gradually understood his character, so she found an ordinary restaurant. The two of them had a simple meal and then went back to work. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the restaurant, a woman dressed seductively walked towards her. Chapter 40, this poor loser actually has 10 million. Isn't this the beautiful Su? Hey, why do you come to a place like this to eat? What? No longer has the president protecting you. When Su Ruzhen saw this person, her face turned cold. Huang Yinyin, what do you mean? Did I step on your tail? This woman used to work in the same unit as Su Ruzhen. Both of them worked in a bank. Relying on her good looks, she flirts with many men. It is said that there is someone up there. But after Su Ruzhen went there, she was no longer popular and was ignored by her superiors. Unfortunately, Su Ruzhen didn't get the upper hand and repeatedly refused his boss's request for ulterior motives, which led to his boss expelling him in anger. Huang Yinyin was somewhat jealous that Su Ruzhen had stolen her limelight, so she made sarcastic remarks when she saw her. She glanced at the man behind Su Ruzhen and said with disdain, "Oh, I thought you were so noble that you could find a decent man. I don't think he's that good." Chen Fan has always been low-key and doesn't care about his appearance, so Huang Yinyin naturally looks down on him. Su Ruzhen hit back rudely. "No matter how bad it is still 10,000 times better than those men of yours." "Cut," Huang Yinyin spat. "For someone who has even lost his job, what's there to be proud of?" After saying that, she twisted her waist and went upstairs to the box. Chen Fan felt a little nauseous looking at this woman. Although she was pretty, she was too pretentious. I don't know how thick the powder on her face is, and the lipstick is applied like a ghost. Seeing her leave, Su Ruzhen cursed angrily. "Bus. Forget it. Don't bother with this kind of woman. It lowers your status." Chen Fan called the waiter and ordered a few dishes. Neither of them drank alcohol, so they just had a few bites. Su Ruzhen said, "When I was working at the bank, she always targeted me. After being ignored, he hated me even more." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Who told you to choose a place like this to eat? I wanted to take you to eat something good, but you chose such an ordinary restaurant." Su Ruzhen frowned in frustration. "I just saw that you like to keep a low profile, but I never thought I would run into someone like this." Chen Fan said, "Since she came here to eat, it means she is not doing very well." Su Ruzhen nodded. "It's very difficult to work in a bank now, and the salary is linked to performance. Either there is someone above him, or he is very capable. She's just hanging on by the skin. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably trying to solicit business again." Oh, Chen Fan had also heard that when doing business in a bank, there were certain performance requirements every month. If the assessment does not meet the standards, the bonus will be deducted at the very least, and the employee may be eliminated at the worst. Today's banking institutions have lost their former glory. Maybe it was the right choice for Su Ruzhen to quit. After dinner, Su Ruzhen was asked to pay the bill. Chen Fan stood up and went to the bathroom, but the waiter said that the bathroom on the first floor was blocked, and he needed to go to the second floor. A burst of laughter came from the box on the second floor, accompanied by Huang Yinyin's sweet voice. "Xiao Huang, your waist is so slippery, so thin, and the skin is so good. Well, Brother Lu, you're so bad. Come, I'll toast you. Okay, let's drink a cup of wine together." A big, plump hand hugged Huang Yinyin's waist, and Huang Yinyin sat on the other's thigh. "Brother Lu, how much credit can you help me with this time? Several 100,000 saved? Let's talk about it after we drink. Brother Lu is almost 50 years old and looks particularly greasy, but Huang Yinyin doesn't mind at all. The two of them hooked their hands and drank from the wedding cup. After finishing the cup, Brother Lu didn't let her go. He hugged Huang Yinyin and said, "Come on, give me a kiss." Huang Yinyin threw him a seductive glance and took the initiative to move closer. Vomit. Chun Fan accidentally saw this scene and rushed into the bathroom, covering his mouth. "Wait, there's someone outside." Huang Yinyin slid down for Brother Lu and ran out to take a look. Seeing that it was Chun Fan, he couldn't help but said with disdain, "TSK, who is it? Turns out it's you, a poor loser. You've never seen the world, have you?" When Chun Fan saw the red mark on her low-cut chest, he naturally understood what they had done in the box. "Yes, I have never seen the world." Chun Fan looked at Huang Yinyin and casually took out his cell phone. "I transferred 10 million from the balance in the stock market." Then he handed it to Huang Yinyin and asked, "Look at what this is." "Fuck." Huang Yinyin's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait." She grabbed Chun Fan's hand. "Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Damn, 10 million. Suddenly, she was jealous. "I never thought that this poor guy actually has 10 million in savings. 10 million is nothing." Chun Fan said disdainfully and turned to go downstairs. Wait. Huang Yinyin caught up with him. Little brother. She pulled Chun Fan's hand and was about to rub it against her body, but Chun Fan pulled it back in disgust. "I went back to the bathroom and put on hand sanitizer. Don't touch me." Okay, I won't touch you. "Little brother, can you deposit your money in our bank? I'll give you the highest interest rate. 10 million, that's a big customer." She never dreamed that Su Ruzhen would hook up with a rich man. Chun Fan's total bank balance is more than 11 million. If I could get his money to the bank where I work, that would be a huge achievement. She doesn't have to run orders anymore this year. But Chun Fan washed his hands, ignored her, and went downstairs. How could Huang Yinyin have the heart to care about Brother Lu? This guy is so cunning that he even touched the balls of her stockings, but he still didn't let go. Huang Yinyin returned to the box, picked up her bag, and left. Brother Lu stood up hurriedly. "Hey, what's going on? You don't want to save money? No more, get out." Huang Yinyin caught up with Chun Fan, who had already gone downstairs. He said to Su Ruzhen, "Let's go." Ruzhen, wait for me." As soon as the two of them left the restaurant, Huang Yinyin caught up with them and shamelessly pulled Su Ruzhen, one sister on the left and one sister on the right. This made Su Ruzhen confused. "What are you doing?" "Hey, I was wrong before. I offended you. After all, we are sisters. Can you please forgive me and help me? Since you don't work at the bank anymore, could you tell your boyfriend for me?" Su Ruzhen looked at Chun Fan in confusion. "What happened?" Chun Fan said, "Ignore her." Huang Yinyin came up to him shamelessly. "Ruzhen, please help me. I'll thank you when it's done." Su Ruzhen was really annoyed with her. "Let's talk about it later. I'm busy now." "Okay then, I'll contact you later. Go slowly." She was showing off and making sarcastic remarks just now. But when Chun Fan went to the toilet, she came up to him shamelessly. Su Ruzhen was very puzzled. After starting the car and leaving, she asked Chun Fan, "Did she see you when you went to the toilet?" "Ahem." Chun Fan looked embarrassed. "Drive your car carefully." Su Ruzhen was speechless, thinking that it must have cost a lot to make Huang Yinyin so shameless. Chapter 41. Reward you 1 million. After returning to the apartment, Su Ruzhen received at least a dozen calls from Huang Yinyin. The other party kept begging her to help transfer the deposits in Chun Fan's account to her bank. Only at this moment did Su Ruzhen realize that what she saw was Chun Fan's deposit. "What do I think I saw?" Su Ruzhen hung up the phone unhappily. She was used to big money now and had no desire for just a few tens of millions. You have to know that she usually trades in billions. After telling Chun Fan about Huang Yinyin, Chun Fan said, "Why would you care about a woman like this? I just felt that she looked down on others, so I provoked her a little. Do you know what she did in the box?" "What did you see?" Su Ruzhen was a little curious. Chun Fan recounted what had just happened, and Su Ruzhen also became embarrassed. Huang Yinyin is really shameless in her pursuit of sales performance. In the afternoon, Chun Fan continued to do his homework. He wants to select a few stocks that are suitable for long-term investment. Shijiang Energy. After more than an hour of screening, an energy stock with a market value of more than 200 billion finally came into view. The stock has a strong background and has been in the doldrums after a surge 2 years ago. The stock price reached a high of over 260 yuan per share, but now it is only over 6 yuan. Chun Fan can see its future trend. It should go through a strong shock and then start to rise. The market makers of stocks like this take a long time to plan, often 1 or 2 years for one stock, but its growth is also extremely amazing. Chen Fan then found two long-term stocks, Jiangnan Machinery and Bagua Mining. These two stocks are also expected to take off in the next 15 trading days, and they're all very large stocks. He looked at the funds in his account and decided to sell all his stocks tomorrow for long-term investment. I'll take a break. Focusing too much on stocks is very taxing on your brain. Chen Fan laid down on the sofa, and Su Ruzhen quickly took the air-conditioned quilt and covered him with it. People fall asleep easily when they are too tired. In their sleep, they dream of a dog licking them. There's a faint fragrance in the nose. Chen Fan's brows trembled slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Su Ruzhen's eyelashes were almost sticking to his nose. He sat up suddenly. "What are you doing?" Su Ruzhen was also frightened by a sudden move, and her face turned red. "Nothing, nothing." Chen Fan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "Nima, it's not a dog." He quickly understood and looked at Su Ruzhen's embarrassment in silence. Are girls nowadays so lustful? The next morning, the two began to sell off their stocks. There are dozens of daily limit ups in the Chinext every day, but Chen Fan is not greedy for them. After clearing all the funds, he looked at the total amount of funds. 3.068 billion. Very nice. Perfect. In just over a month, he earned 3 billion and completed his initial accumulation. Next, it's time for you to shine. With 3 billion in hand, I should be a wealthy man wherever I am, right? But he was not in a hurry, but decided to transfer out the 68 million after the decimal point tomorrow as pocket money. The rest of the people continue to roll in the stock market. In the afternoon, he began to plan 3 long-term stocks that he was optimistic about for tomorrow: Shijiang Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Bagua Mining. These 3 stocks are all worth hundreds of billions of yuan. It may be difficult for ordinary people to manipulate the market here. What Chen Fan is optimistic about is their growth potential and background. As they were busy, they realized that they had too much money. I really don't know how long it will take to complete this slow transaction. During the 2-hour trading session in the entire afternoon, less than 300 million yuan was purchased. There is still 2.7 billion left. How long will it take to get this done? Chen Fan thought this trading method was a bit slow, so he simply found 2 long-term stocks. Dahua Heavy Industry, Jinhua shares. If this is evenly distributed, each of the 5 stocks only accounts for 600 million. Despite this, it still took the 2 of them 4 full days to buy all the 3 billion they had. Of course, if you operate normally, you must never fill your position in one go. Chen Fan dared to go all in because he could see the future trend of the stock. He then cashed out the remaining 68 million. At this moment, he had nearly 80 million in pocket money. Ruzhen, you have worked hard during this period. I will reward you with 1 million. Ooh. Su Ruzhen was completely confused. Chen Fan has given her more than 1.3 million yuan in total. I have only been with him for a month. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. Boss. Seeing her excitement, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Work hard, and you can have whatever you want in the future." Uh-huh. Su Ruzhen nodded gratefully. "I'll listen to you." But she looked at Chen Fan and asked, "Can I hug you?" Without waiting for Chen Fan to agree, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her hair rubbed gently against his chest, and Chen Fan couldn't help it. "Don't tease me. You will regret it later." Su Ruzhen said coquettishly, "I don't. No regrets. As long as you want, I will do whatever you say." Ahem. Chen Fan let her go and looked at her delicate body. "I'll bear with it a little longer." He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhuo Bing, saying that he was about to go back and would try to meet Zhuo Bing again. After receiving Chen Fan's WeChat message, Zhuo Bing said depressedly, "Chen Fan, I miss you. But my mother kept me with her and monitored me almost 24 hours a day. I didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. Oh, I'm going to my grandma's house next week. When will you come to see me?" Hearing that Zhuo Bing was under such strict control by her mother, Chen Fan had no choice but to say, "I will go back in the next few days. Try to come here as soon as possible, okay?" Zhuo Bing sent a crying expression. Then there was another long series of kisses. Well, Chen Fan sighed. This future mother-in-law is really a control freak. My daughter is already this old. Is it really that important? Chen Fan really wanted to see Zhuo Bing, but Zhuo Bing couldn't come out. Chapter 42. A girl don't need so much money. Chen Fan's hometown is at least 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. I originally planned to fly back, but Su Ruzhen said it would be better to drive. It is convenient to drive yourself, and you don't have to rush. You could just enjoy the scenery while walking. It's a journey of more than 1,000 kilometers. The worst that can happen is that you can just stay one night on the road. Chen Fan accepted her suggestion. In fact, he didn't have much luggage, so he just prepared a few clothes for the trip. There was some water and snacks in the car. Seeing that Chen Fan was about to sit in the back seat, Su Ruzhen quickly opened the door of the passenger seat. Chen Fan knew what she meant, smiled, and sat in the passenger seat. Let's take turns driving later. It was such a long journey, and Chen Fan didn't want to let her get tired alone. Even if she is your employee, you should still show her proper concern. We left the city early in the morning and got on the highway. Chen Fan's hometown is in the rural area of Tongcheng, thousands of miles away, and his family are all authentic farmers. Most people in the village choose to work outside, and few young people stay at home. Of course, there are also a small number of left-behind women and children. But these days, there are too many people moving into the city. Moreover, my hometown is a hilly area, which is not very suitable for mechanized operations. Therefore, Tongqing's economy has not developed. Su Ruzhen is from Jiangnan, which is actually quite close to Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had never asked about her family background, but seeing that she was quite skilled in driving, I couldn't help but ask, "Are you an experienced driver?" "No, I've had my driver's license for several years, but I rarely practice driving." Chen Fan also took the driving test, but he has hardly ever driven. But Su Ruzhen obviously doesn't look like a novice. But she has more opportunities to come into contact with cars than I do. After they drove more than 300 kilometers, Chen Fan suggested that she stop and take a rest at the service area. Su Ruzhen obediently turned the car into the service area. Today she was wearing a dark suit with a white shirt underneath. She used to dress like this when she worked in a bank. Chen Fan also liked the professional aura she exuded. Recently, she used the money Chen Fan gave her to buy perfume. The two of them had a meal at the service area, and Chen Fan said, "I want to set up a company in the future, and you'll be in charge." "What do you think?" Su Ruzhen stared. "Really? It has to be true. From now on, you'll be my butler. I'll give you some shares. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you'll be worth 10 billion. Su Ruzhen's heart skipped a beat. Worth tens of billions. How many people dream of this? But she shook her head and said, "I, a girl, don't need so much money. Like now, you gave me more than $1 million, and I don't know how to spend it." Chen Fan was speechless. But he likes Su Ruzhen's low-key personality. It's not good for a person to be too arrogant, and he will never achieve anything great. "So what is your dream?" Su Ruzhen glanced at Chen Fan, and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. "I won't tell you." "All right." The two rested for a while in the service area and continued on their way. After driving for another 400 kilometers, Su Ruzhen said, "Why not find a place to rest and continue tomorrow, as the visibility is not very good night." Chen Fan looked at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. "Let me drive it." The two of them didn't get off the highway until after 8 o'clock, and at this moment they were still more than 500 kilometers away from Tongcheng. This is the provincial capital where Chen Fan is from. After getting off the highway, I prepared to find the nearest hotel to check in. After graduating from high school, Chen Fan went to Jiangzhou to attend university and was completely unfamiliar with the provincial capital. In the past, I just passed by occasionally. After dinner, the two prepared to check into the hotel. Chen Fan had just parked his car when Su Ruzhen took the initiative to say, "I'll go check in first." Chen Fan didn't care. He took the luggage from the trunk and walked into the hall. "Hey, isn't this Chen Fan?" As he arrived at the door, a security guard recognized him. Chen Fan looked at him strangely. "Chen Meng, why are you here?" "Ah, I work here." Chen Meng is from the same village as Chen Fan, and they used to have a good relationship. Later, Chen Meng joined the army and Chen Fan was admitted to university. Unexpectedly, after Chen Meng retired from the army, he worked as a security guard here. Seeing Chen Fan carrying a bag and dragging a box, Chen Meng quickly lent a hand. "Let me do it." No. Chen Meng was surprised that Chen Fan came to such a high-end hotel. "You're staying here tonight?" Chen Fan scratched his head and was about to answer when Chen Meng laughed and asked, "Is that beautiful girl your classmate?" From the same school." "No wonder." Chen Meng smiled and patted his shoulder, giving him an understanding look. If you can hook up with a rich kid like this, it would be a shortcut. But Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't want Chen Meng to know his situation, so he hurriedly said hello. "I'll take her back to her room first, and I'll contact her later." "Okay, give me your phone number." Chen Meng asked for his phone number and watched Chen Fan go over with his luggage. Su Ruzhen has already checked in, and she has booked a suite. "Why did you book a room?" How embarrassing. But Su Ruzhin had already handled it, so he didn't say much. The waiter pressed the elevator for the two people, and after they went upstairs, they put their things down. The suite is nice, with 2 rooms and 2 beds. Su Ruzhin explained. The front desk said this is the only room left, and I think having 2 beds would be nice. Qin Fan didn't believe that the hotel business was so booming now. And this location is not in the city center, but he did not expose Su Ruzhin's lie. 2 people sleeping in 1 room each is no different from renting 2 rooms. You should go to bed early. I just ran into an acquaintance and wanted to chat with him. Su Ruzhin nodded considerately, took her clothes, and went to take a shower. Chun Fan came down from upstairs just as Chun Meng was about to get off work. Let's go and have a drink. The 2 childhood friends hadn't seen each other for a long time. They finally met in the provincial capital, and Chun Meng was very generous. Without even changing their clothes, the 2 went to the late-night snack stall not far from the hotel. Chun Meng said, I'm treating you today. Don't fight with me. He knew that Chun Fan was a student and his family was poor, but he was at least an office worker. Chun Fan knew his character and naturally followed his wishes. The 2 ordered a lot of barbecue and a pitcher of beer. Chun Fan asked him about his recent situation. After Chun Meng retired from the army, his financial situation was limited and he didn't even have a girlfriend. He patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, Chun Fan, you are a college student. When you start a company in the future, I will help you work. Chun Fan smiled and said, Come on, have a drink. Chun Meng said, I don't have any other skills, but I am more than qualified to be a driver. I also have martial arts skills, so I can easily handle 30 or 50 people. Well, you're not a special forces soldier. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Chun Meng grabbed an empty beer bottle and smashed it with his hand. Snap! He actually cut the beer bottle in half, leaving Chun Fan dumbfounded. With this ability, he is more than qualified to be a bodyguard, let alone a driver. Chapter 43. Worth over 100 million yuan. He came back to help his father sell potatoes. The next morning, Chun Fan greeted Chun Meng. Then continue on your journey. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 finally returned to Tongchang County. Chun Fan's hometown is not far from the county town, only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Although every village is now connected by road, there are no buses going to the villages. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhin to find a hotel in the county town and wait for his news at any time. Then he hailed a motorcycle taxi and rushed home. Fan University is back. The motorcycle driver was also from the same village. His name was Ermatzi. At the age of over 30, he did not go out to work, but opened a small shop at the intersection leading to the village from the county town. While selling things, I also see guests off. Sitting on Ermatzi's motorcycle, Chun Fan paid attention to everything in front of him. Tongcheng is still the same Tongcheng, but he is no longer the Chun Fan of the past. The feeling of coming back this time is very different, and I have a different feeling in my heart than before. The fields along the road were full of thatch, and the former farmland had long been abandoned. Nowadays, very few people are farming, as all the young people have gone out to work or moved to the city. Only the lonely elderly people are left. After returning to the village, Chun Fan paid 15 yuan, and Matzi turned around and went back. Chun Fan came to the door with his bag on his back. Dad, Mom. My mother came out of the house when she heard the sound. Chun Fan, you're back? Chun Fan put his bag at home. Where's Dad? He went to the county town today. Oh, what about your sister? Your sister hasn't come back from her classmate's house yet. Looking at everything at home, Chun Fan felt a mixture of thoughts. The house is still the old adobe house. Although it has 2 floors, it is very old. Other people have built small villas, but the floor of Chun Fan's house is made of dirt, without even a touch of cement. Chun Fan looked at his family's miserable environment and wondered how to talk to his parents. After a while, a car horn sounded at the door. Chun Fan walked out and saw that it was his sister Chun, one who came back in her classmate's car. Her male and female classmates came back with her. The male classmate parked a 50% new Hyundai on the side of the road and showed off the keys in his hand. Seeing this, my mother quickly called several of Chun Wan's classmates. Brother, you're back? 3 classmates also sat at the door. My mother poured tea and took out some melon seeds. The male student who was driving put the car keys on the table and asked Chun Fan, There's not even a car in your village. How did you get back? Did you walk? Why didn't you tell us in advance so we could pick you up? Chun Fan said, No, I'll take a motorcycle. Oh, your place is a bit remote and there are no buses. It's much more convenient over here. Almost every household has a private car. It's time for your family to buy a car. The girl next to him said, how can it be compared with your village? Your village is considered relatively wealthy in the county. The other two boys also responded, that's right, he's good. Even if he can't get into college, he will still be better than others in the future. The other party looked at Chunwan with some pride, and Chun Fan could feel that this boy probably liked Chunwan. But he didn't want to chat with these little kids, so he went back to his room. He came to the back of the yard, where there were pigs, chickens, and ducks. The environment is very bad, and there are many mosquitoes. Now Chun Fan has only one thought in his mind: how to make his parents accept this reality, or let them move to the city. It was almost 5 o'clock when Lao Chun came back from the county town on his bicycle. Just then, some of Chun Wan's classmates left. Chun Fan took the bag from Lao Chun and asked, Dad, why did you come back just now? Old Chun was a little happy to see his son. You're back? Come with me to the county town to buy potatoes tomorrow. Chun Fan nodded repeatedly. Good. When a mother saw her son coming back, she killed a chicken specially. In the evening, the whole family had a lively dinner together happily. Chun Fan asked tentatively, Dad, Mom, our house is too old, and the ecological environment is poor. Why don't we rent a storefront in the city and do some small business like them? Maybe I'll have the chance to buy a house in the city in the future. When Lao Chun heard this, he frowned and said, Go buy a house in the city. We two old guys will live here. My mother also said, yes, after you graduate from college, your family will try to scrape together some money and see if we can help you with a down payment. Nowadays, girls won't get married if they don't have a house in the city. After saying that, she glanced at Chinwan and said, You have to work hard too. Don't even fail to get into college. Stop hanging out with those classmates and focus on your studies. Chinwan didn't say anything because she knew her mother loved to nag. Chin Fan looked at her classmates today and said, I also think you should study hard. Now is not the time for you to play. Even if you want to fall in love now, you will definitely regret it when you grow up. Chunwan looked at her brother in surprise. Why did his opinion suddenly change? Chun Fan ignored her look and explained to her. He used the bowls on the table as an example. Your current social circle, classmates, and friend are like this bowl of vegetables. Your eyes must be on this bowl of vegetables right now. Only if you jump into this circle will you have a chance to see chicken. Don't look at me like that. According to your brother's knowledge over the years, there are different levels between people. Their understanding, knowledge, perspectives, and circles are different. These people are at different levels. If I were in the countryside, my goal and dream in life would just be to get married, have a child, and continue the life of my ancestors, working hard in the fields. But if I enter a higher circle, my life goal may be to start a company, build a career, and be a useful person to the motherland and society. Don't you envy those career elites and domineering CEOs on TV? You have to work hard to reach their level. Only when a girl is high-end and exquisite can she make those who are not as good as her feel ashamed. When your level is high, your life will be different. Chunwan curled her lips, indicating that she couldn't understand. Old Chun couldn't understand it either. What Chun Fan said was too profound. His request was very simple. As long as Chunwan was admitted to university, she should not stay in the countryside in the future. As for the rest, he couldn't help either. All he could do was send his children here. The rest depends on their own destiny and ability. The next day, Chun Fan went to sell potatoes with Lao Chun early in the morning. Chun Fan thought it was a lot, but when his father took it out, there were only more than 300 kilograms. It seemed that they were still working in the old way. The father and son borrowed a trailer and pulled the potatoes to the county town to sell them at the entrance of the vegetable market. With this model, how much money can the father and son make in a day? Chun Fan shook his head and made an excuse to go to the bathroom to call Su Ruzhin. The sun was a little strong today. Lao Chun stood in the sun, wiping his sweat. He had been waiting for almost an hour, but had not sold a single potato. Chun Fan didn't know where he ran off to again, and just as he was about to get angry, a brand new Tuareg drove over. A very pretty girl got out of the car. Her figure and dress looked like she was from a big city. She looked at the photo on her phone, then looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. Uncle, how much are the potatoes? Chapter 44. The future daughter-in-law is so generous. After waiting for a long time, a customer came, and she was such a beautiful girl. Lao Chun was very happy. $2.50 a pound. How much do you want? Su Ruzhin picked up a potato with pits on it and said, Your potato is of good quality and a good variety. How about this? You help me load it into the car, and I'll take them all. At this time, Chun Fan arrived in time. Dad, let me do it. Go and take a rest. Old Chun looked at the crooked and cracked potatoes he grew. Are these potatoes of good quality? Is this what city people like? Chun Fan was working hard to load 50-pound bags of potatoes onto the truck. He finished it in no time. Su Ruzhin looked at him, who was as strong as an ox, and smiled. She even touched him secretly with her hand, causing Chun Fan to glare at her. Uncle, 326 kilograms. Let's call it 400 kilograms. Your potatoes are good. I'll give you 20 yuan per pound. 400 kilograms, 8,000 yuan. Can I round it up to 10,000 yuan? Puff. Old Chun, who had just been drinking water from the bottle, spat it out. Is there such a calculation? She gave $20 for potatoes that cost $2 and a pound. 326 kilograms. She counted it as 400 kilograms. To make the total of 8,000 yuan, she gave 10,000 yuan. Lao Chun touched his forehead and asked, I don't have a fever, do I? Chun Fan was also speechless. This Suru is really overacting. Old Chun asked tremblingly, Girl, you are not mistaken. Yes, that's right. Uncle, where do you live? Can I take you back? See if you still have these potatoes at home. I want them all. Well, Chun Fan didn't expect that she would not follow the script, so he became a little anxious. There's nothing left at home. That's all. Old Chun glared at him fiercely. You silly son. How could such a good opportunity be gone? He responded repeatedly. Yes, we don't have much at home. We still have about 100 pounds to feed the pigs. Wipe. Chun Fan wiped his sweat. Dad's level still needs to be improved. Su Ruzhin smiled and asked the two to get in the car, and then go to Chun Fan's house together. Old Chun looked at the car and said, Son, this Santana is probably worth hundreds of thousands, right? When you have money in the future, you could buy one too. Su Ruzhin turned around and smiled, without saying anything. Chun Fan could only nod in response. It's fast to take a car. The journey, which originally took 3 or 4 kilometers, was quickly completed. The car stopped at the door, and Su Ruzhin looked like she was seeing something strange. Look east and west. Chen Wan was watching from the side and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Isn't this young lady so pretty? After Su Ruzhin drank 2 sips of tea, she walked into the house and looked. Hey, uncle, do you still have bowls like this? Old Chin was stunned. What's the matter? Su Ruzhin said, This is incredible. This bowl of yours is an antique. Do you want to sell it? The bowl is indeed an old one, having been passed down for decades. But if you say it is an antique, Old Chin doesn't believe it. Chun Fan's mother said, Miss, this is not an antique. It was brought over by my parents when I got married. Su Ruzhin said, whether it is an antique or not, I really like this bowl. Sell it to me. Forehead. Chun Fan's mother hesitated. Take it if you want it. It's a gift for you. No, that won't work. I still paid the money and felt at ease. You can count them and see how many there are. I want them all at 100,000 yuan each. Thump. Chun Fan's mother was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Old Chun also wondered if this girl had something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, how can you buy my potatoes for 20 yuan per pound? $100,000 to buy me a bowl. He always felt something was wrong. When Chun Fan saw Su Ruzhin's performance, he stopped talking. After all, he is not a professional and his performance level is still a bit lacking. If he continues like this, he will be exposed sooner or later. Hey, uncle, aunt, how much are these ducks in your house? Sell them to me for 10,000 yuan each. I need these chickens and ducks raised in the countryside for catering. Mr. and Mrs. Chun were stunned. Now they were sure that the girl had mental problems. Otherwise, they want everything they see and pay sky-high prices. But Su Ruzhin wasn't done yet. Hey, sell me this stool too. I want this bed too. As long as it's something from your house, I'll take it. The clever Chunwan finally figured it out. Miss, I think you want my brother, right? Mr. and Mrs. Chun suddenly realized. They all stared at their son in a daze. I see. Chun Fan looked embarrassed. What truth was he talking about? Su Ruzhin smiled sweetly at this moment. Sister is really smart. Let me tell you this, I do like your brother. I'm his senior, and I've been pursuing him for more than a year, but he just won't agree. I took advantage of his summer vacation and secretly came to your house. Then she came over and took Chun Fan's hand. Don't chase me away this time. Mr. and Mrs. Chun looked at each other in surprise, realizing that this was her real purpose. Coming for his son, but this girl is really pretty. She looks like a daughter from a wealthy family. Chun Fan was helpless after she acted out the script to this extent. Pulling his hand back, Can you please stop making trouble? Su Ruzhin smiled and stuck to him. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Uncle, aunt, he bullies me. Please help me control him. Such a beautiful girl came home, and the old couple were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. Chun Fan's mother quickly asked Su Ruzhen to sit down and glared at him. "Why are you standing there? Why don't you go wash the fruit for them?" Su Ruzhen saw Chun Fan coming in and smiled slightly with her hands covering her mouth. Then he took out a bank card from his bag and said, "Uncle, Aunt, there is 1 million in the card. You can use the money to build a house, a small villa, or something. I will also be able to save face in front of the villagers in the future." "How can this be possible?" Old Chen quickly declined. Su Ruzhen said, "We are a family from now on. Why are you being polite? Our family assets are worth tens of billions. What is this 1 million? Just don't tell the villagers after you take the money to avoid getting into trouble. Once the house is built, when Chun Fan and I come back, we won't have to live in a place like this. If my family sees it, I'll be proud of it." Forehead. After hearing her say this, Mr. and Mrs. Chun felt the same way. "For the sake of my daughter-in-law's face, I should renovate the house." The couple looked at each other. Su Ruzhen handed the bank card to them, and they hesitated for a long time before taking it. Chen Wan's eyes widened as she watched from the side. This future sister-in-law was so generous that she spent 1 million right away. Chapter 45, I Will Follow You All My Life. After giving the money to Mr. and Mrs. Chun, Su Ruzhen said to Chen Wan, "Sister, let me take you to the street to buy some clothes." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chen Wan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The sudden appearance of such a good sister-in-law is like a godsend. My mother glared at her and said, "Shame on you. How can we trouble others?" "Mom." "Oh no, Annie." Su Ruzhen said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, my relationship with Chun Fan has been confirmed. This is a fact that cannot be changed. My sister is already 17 years old, and she doesn't even have a decent set of clothes." After saying that, she was about to take Chen Wan to the county town. Chun Fan came out and shouted, "Let's eat first." Mom responded, "Yes, yes, yes." His father, "You go get a fish from the pond, and I'll kill a chicken." "Oh, call his uncle's family as well, and tell them that Chun Fan is back." It looked like they were going to make a big move, and Chun Fan didn't try to stop them. Su Ruzhen looked at his embarrassed expression and couldn't stop laughing. He came closer on purpose, appearing extremely intimate. "Am I acting okay?" Chun Fan glared at her. "I asked you to buy a potato, but you acted like a wife. I'll deal with you when I get back." Old Chun called Uncle Chun Fan and his family over, and the two brothers went to the pond to fish. Chun Fan's mother killed chickens and ducks. "These are the only things we have in the countryside. There is nothing better." When my aunt heard that Chun Fan brought a girlfriend with him, she happily came to help. When several neighbors saw this and heard that Old Chen's family had delicious food today, they came over without hesitation to eat. Chun Fan looked at everyone busy and happy, and he thought it was a good thing. Otherwise, he really didn't know what reason to give them money. If you tell them that you have made a lot of money outside and give them too much money, you are afraid that they will become arrogant. If a person drifts, it is a terrible thing. Too much money can also bring them trouble or even disaster. There is a saying that one's virtue does not match his position. Chun Fan has a very clear understanding of this aspect. If Chun Fan found a rich wife outside, and the woman's family paid for them to build a house, it would save a lot of trouble. The lunch was lively and polite. 7 or 8 dishes, more than a dozen people. Uncle and aunt were all envious of the beautiful Su Ruzhen. "My nephew is so lucky. I wish my son could have the same fate." Several neighbors were also particularly envious. They asked about Su Ruzhen's family background, and Su Ruzhen only said that her family was engaged in business, and it was a listed company. What she said also laid the foundation for Chun Fan to bring money home in the future. Otherwise, if a person becomes rich for no apparent reason, he will definitely be suspected by others. Everyone ate and drank together, and said that the Chun couple were lucky. Taking this opportunity, Chun Fan said, "Dad, let's build the house." It would be inappropriate if Ruzhen's family came and saw this. Yes, it should be built. The uncle urged him to agree. Old Chen knew it very well. The other party had given the money and was just waiting for him to make preparations. Chun Fan continued, "I'll ask someone to get you a blueprint. Build it according to the blueprint. Don't build this old-fashioned house anymore." The uncle said, "That's right. Chun Fan is a college student after all. It's right to listen to him. If you don't have much knowledge, don't get involved. Just help." "All right." Old Chen no longer has a say. After dinner, Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen took their sister to the county town to buy clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Chun stayed at home and chatted with their children. Soon, everyone in the village knew the news. It is said that Chun Fan brought back a girlfriend from a big city. Su Ruzhen took Chun Wan shopping, inside and outside. Change. Change them all. Sister-in-law will buy you a new one. Buy all the clothes for all seasons. Now, there are 10 sets for spring, 10 sets for summer, and 10 sets for winter. Chun Wan was a little confused. Do rich people buy clothes by simply clearing out clothing stores? The consumption patterns of rich people refreshed her cognition. Su Ruzhen transferred another 100,000 yuan to Chun Wan. Don't let your brother know. Don't ask your family for money for your studies in the future. Make your own decisions. But don't mess around. Chen Huan nodded sensibly, but she still told Chun Fan. Chun Fan calculated with his fingers and figured out that Su Ruzhen must have spent all the more than 1 million yuan, right? But he had to admit that Su Ru was really a good person. So he secretly transferred 10 million to her account. Beep. After hearing the message, Su Ruzhen opened her phone and took a look. Well, she suddenly let out a scream, as if something had happened. I spent 1 million for the Chun family, and he gave me 10 million. She glanced at Chun Fan in the distance and said nothing for the time being. Then he bought clothes for Chun Fan's parents. Buy some fruits and snacks to take back. After all, there are guests at home. In the evening, the house continued to be lively. Chun Fan downloaded the construction drawings of the rural residential land from the internet. He chose a courtyard house design because there are too many different styles of villas nowadays. Chun Fan's family's residential land is large enough, so he simply built a 2-story courtyard house. The drawings were given to Lao Chun. There was no need to hesitate. He just found a geomancer to check the date and then found a construction team and started working. As for the old house, it is not worth anything at all, so just demolish it. Old Chun felt at ease now that he had money in his hands. Since my daughter-in-law is so supportive, let's do it. It just so happened that Dishing looked at the date and found that the next day would be an auspicious day. As long as the Chun family could make it in time, they could start construction immediately. As for the start of construction, it is just a symbolic gesture, and we can just do it slowly from now on. Chun Fan planned to stay at home for a week to half a month, but he didn't expect that he could get this matter done when he came back. He meant the whole package, supervised by Lao Chun. My uncle is also a person who works in infrastructure construction outside all year round, so the house matter was left to him. The house was launched on the second day, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held on the third day. Then cement, sand, and steel bars were brought in. Chun Fan's family temporarily stayed at their neighbor's house, and their new home began like this. I stayed at home for a week, during which time Zhuo Bing often sent me messages and sometimes called me secretly. She asked Chun Fan to go there early because her mother would take her away from home in a few days. This year's plan suddenly changed, and she was not allowed to go to her grandmother's house. Zhuo Bing doesn't know what his mother is doing. Keep a close eye on yourself every day. After Chun Fan's home's foundation was completed and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, he said goodbye to his parents and returned to Jiangzhou early. Su Ruzhen has been staying in a hotel in the county town during this period and is finally about to return. She packed her luggage and said goodbye to Chun Fan's family. Mr. and Mrs. Chun are particularly fond of their future daughter-in-law, and they can't wait for her to have children right away. When I saw them leaving, I reluctantly saw them off for a long distance. The two drove onto the highway, and Su Ruzhen asked Chun Fan with a smile, "Boss, have I been doing okay during this period?" Chun Fan glared at her and said, "If you don't come back with me next time, how can I report to you?" Su Ruzhen giggled and said, "As long as you are willing, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Chapter 46. Zhuo Bing's battle of wisdom and courage with his mother. As they were in a hurry to meet Zhuo Bing, the two did not plan to spend the night in the provincial capital and went straight back to Jiangzhou. If you're too tired, find a place to rest. The two took turns driving and spent more than 10 hours before finally arriving in Jiangzhou at around 3 in the morning. In order to tell Zhuo Bing that he was back, Chun Fan posted a message on WeChat Moments and worked day and night. After returning to the apartment, the two of them said nothing and went to bed. This journey was so tiring. The next morning, Zhuo Bing saw the circle of friends posted by Chun Fan and smiled happily. Since his mother has been too strict lately, Chun Fan doesn't dare to send random messages. This circle of friends is a signal. Zhuo Bing was watching happily when her mother came and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Bing, get up. Mom, I'm not going today. I want to sleep in. Zhuo Bing protested. My mother pushed the door open and came in. What do you mean? We've only been training for a few days. If you don't study hard now, how can I let you manage the business in the future? Zhua Bing's mother runs her own trading company, which is neither big nor small, and is worth tens of millions. In the whole society, people like her can only be considered as not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Zhua Handong is in the antique business and is worth hundreds of millions. The couple work hard on their own and do not interfere with each other's business. Zhua Bing said angrily, "I don't want to go. Can't you let me rest for a day?" Zhua Handong heard the two of them quarreling and came over to persuade them. Just let her rest for a day. There's no need to follow her so closely every day. Zhua Bing's mother glared at him. What do you know? She suspected that her daughter was in love, but she didn't tell Zhua Handong about it. According to Zhua Bing's mother's thinking, since the signs have been discovered, they must be nipped in the bud. We can't let it develop, and if it can't be resolved, we will have to accept our fate. Taking precautions before they happen is what Zhua Bing's mother always does. Zhua Bing just refused to get up today, no matter how much she called him. So annoying. I don't know what she means. She has guarded me like a thief. Seeing that Zhua Bing refused to move, the mother got angry and threw her bag. Okay, then I won't go to work today and stay at home with you. Zhua Bing was speechless. Zhua Handong didn't know what his wife meant, but she seemed to be making things difficult for their daughter during this holiday. Keep her with you every day. He didn't want the mother and daughter to have such a bad relationship, so he said a few words of advice. But Zhua Bing's mother glared at him fiercely. Don't worry about it. I'm doing this for her own good. Zhua Bing got up, washed up, and started packing. What are you going to do? Can't I go to my grandmother's house? I'm going to tell Grandma about you and see if she treated you like this before. I'm an adult now, and I don't have any freedom at all. I don't believe you were so honest before. My mother looked embarrassed after hearing Zhua Bing's complaints. Zhua Handong looked at his wife and smiled without saying anything. When she was young, my wife is from Northeast China. She has a bold personality and dared to travel all over the country when she was a teenager. I finally settled down after I met myself. When she heard that Zhua Bing was going to her grandmother's house to complain, she felt embarrassed. Maybe it was because she knew her own character and was afraid that Zhua Bing would repeat the mistakes she made when she was young, so she stared at him closely. When Zhua Handong saw his wife being humiliated, he covered his mouth and smiled without saying anything. Okay, then you could just rest at home for a day. After all, she couldn't persuade her daughter, so she chose to take a step back. In fact, it is impossible to control a girl's love affair. She can only postpone the time as much as possible. Zhua Handong, you should stay at home with her today. After saying that, she picked up her bag and went out angrily. Zhua Handong seemed to have guessed something. Zhua Bing, why are you fighting with your mother? You know her temper. Zhua Bing said unhappily. Isn't she annoying? She stares at me like a thief every day. I'm also an adult, okay? There is no dignity or freedom at all. Zhua Handong looked at his daughter and asked, Are you in love? Zhua Bing rolled his eyes. Why are you the same as her? Zhua Handong looked embarrassed. I mean, if you are in a relationship, you can bring it back to us for reference. If this boy satisfies everyone, won't your mother be relieved? Don't try to trick me. You two are so mean. After saying that, she sat down on the sofa and said, Dad, go and get busy. I'm resting at home. Zhua Handong was more tactful than his wife. Please help me check the Tiandian store. I have something to do today. Why do I want to make time to meet Xin Fan? Are all you like this? Bother. At this moment, she really wanted to run away from home. No, Zhua Bing said unhappily. In fact, Zhua Handong was just testing the waters. After all, he was still very concerned about his daughter's lifelong affairs. It's not impossible for her to fall in love. As parents, we can help keep an eye on her. What if she meets a scumbag? Then I'll go to the store. You can take care of it yourself at noon. Zhua Handong picked up his bag and left. I know. Zhua Bing was very impatient. As soon as her parents left, she immediately called Chun Fan. Zhu, are you back? I rushed back at around 3 o'clock last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call. Zhua Bing thought for a moment and said, You should find a secluded place. My mother is always watching me. A secluded place? Then I'll go get a room. Only in the hotel, she couldn't find it. If I go shopping, what if she catches me? Whatever you want. Zhua Bing stood up, tidied herself up briefly, and admired herself in the mirror. Well, not bad. Still as beautiful and youthful as ever. After going out, Zhua Bing stopped the taxi on the side of the road. Beauty, where are you going? Go. Zhua Bing suddenly noticed a car behind him, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his mother. Oh my God. It turned out that she didn't go to the company and had been watching downstairs. Zhua Bing was speechless. Go to Xinhua bookstore. After the taxi driver dropped her off at the bookstore, Zhuo Bing bought a book and took a taxi back. Hey, this girl actually went to buy books? Did I misunderstand her? Looking at her daughter going upstairs, Zhuo Bing's mother pondered. She picked up her phone and made a call. Zhuo Bing, I'll be back for lunch at noon. Zhuo Bing was so angry that he was fuming. This meant she couldn't go out. No, he replied unhappily and hung up the phone. Then, seeing his mother's car leaving from the window, Zhuo Bing called Chun Fan in frustration. Where have you been? Chun Fan said, I was just about to go to the hotel. Are you coming out? Don't go. You can't get out today. Where are you then? I'll come see you. No, my mother is watching me closely. It's okay. I'll just take a look from your window so as not to alarm them. Zhuo Bing felt warm in the heart and looked towards the hotel outside the community. Hey, I'll send you a location. Come here. I just need to be back by noon. Chun Fan looked at the time. It was past 9 o'clock. Without saying a word, he rushed to the hotel opposite Zhuo Bing's residential area. Chapter 47, Purchase of a Building. After Chun Fan checked into the room, he immediately told Zhuo Bing the room number. Zhuo Bing arrived in 10 minutes. The two hugged each other as soon as they met. Without saying a word, they just hugged each other tightly. Zhuo Bing clung to Chun Fan like a little pet. The two hugged each other for more than 10 minutes, and Chun Fan picked her up and brought her to the sofa. At this time, it is estimated that neither of them has any bad intentions. They just want to hug each other tightly for a while to relieve the pain of missing each other. Chun Fan, do you miss me? After a long time, Zhuo Bing raised his head, touched Chun Fan's chin, and asked, I miss you so much. Otherwise, why would I rush over here in such a hurry? Love you. Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction and put his face against Chun Fan's chest. What's wrong with your mom? You look so nervous. Did she find out something about you? Chun Fan didn't understand either. He was already so old, but his parents were still staring at him like this. Speaking of his mother, Zhuo Bing looked unhappy. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's been staring at me since the day off. Chun Fan's heart trembled. Did she know about what happened at school? Zhuo Bing thought for a while and shook his head. Have no idea. Well, it seems that I still can't be too high profile. She might hear about what happened at school. What does your mother do? Two people are tired of being together. Zhuo Bing talked about his family situation, which was definitely a middle-class family. Life is without worries about food and clothing. Forget it, I don't bother with her. If you know, then you know. Actually, I don't understand. She's been very busy lately. Her current company is too small, so she plans to move. I haven't found a better venue yet. You're so busy, and you still have the mind to take care of me. Chun Fan's heart moved. Where does she want to move to? I don't know. I guess I want to find a more upscale place. Zhuo Bing lay in his arms. What did Chun Fan think of it this time? The two of them stayed in the hotel for more than an hour, and this time Chun Fan was really obedient. He didn't touch her at all like he did before, but just held her tightly. Zhuo Bing felt very at ease and enjoyed it. It was almost noon, and Zhuo Bing said awkwardly, I want to go back. My mother's coming back for dinner. Chun Fan hugged her and said, call me when you have time. Zhuo Bing nodded vigorously, hugged Chun Fan's neck, and kissed him. The two young people were inseparable and entangled with each other. When a girl is in love, she is particularly clingy. This was the first time Chun Fan experienced this feeling. After checking out, Zhuo Bing slipped away through the back door. When she got home, she sent another message to Chun Fan. Love you. You are mine. Chun Fan looked at his phone and smiled. What a clingy little goblin. At this time, Su Rujin called over. Boss, are you coming back for dinner? Return. Chun Fan quickly rushed back to the apartment. Su Rujin was cooking in a small apron. When she saw Chun Fan come in, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. You went to do something bad? Seeing the mark on Chun Fan's neck, Su Rujin felt a little unhappy. This guy left his own good cabbage and ran out to steal it. Of course, Chun Fan didn't admit it. No way, what nonsense are you talking about? Not yet. There are red marks all over my neck. Su Rujin threw a towel over and said, go to the bathroom and check it yourself. Chun Fan walked in the bathroom. Fuck. I was so engrossed just now that I didn't pay attention. I don't know if Zhuo Bing has it. Chun Fan sent her a WeChat message, and Zhuo Bing was speechless. He just responded with a pitiful expression. I have to be more careful next time, otherwise her family will find out sooner or later. Ahem. Rujin, go do something this afternoon. Chun Fan returned to the living room and said seriously. Su Rujin said, you say, isn't there a building in Zinjiku? Go buy it. Huh? Su Rujin was stunned. Why do you want to buy a building? She knew this building. It was more than 50 stories high. It was said that the developer was having difficulty with cash flow and was preparing to sell the entire building. Who can afford a building like this without hundreds of millions? She also couldn't understand why Chun Fan suddenly wanted to buy a house. Chun Fan explained, "We can't stay here forever, right? Buy it and start a company. From now on, you are President Su. Everything in the company is under your control." "Of course, you are under my control." Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said, "Have you ever taken care of others?" In this regard, she was somewhat resentful. The meal was ready. After the two finished their meal, Su Ruzhen went to do some work in the afternoon. Chun Fan opened the stock trading software to check the stock market situation. The 5 long-term stocks all saw significant gains, with an average profit of 30%. The total amount of funds in the account is now more than 3.64 billion. I looked at the future trends of these 5 stocks and sold the weak ones to cash out. Because once Su Ruzhen completes the deal, a huge amount of money will be needed. But I guess the negotiations won't be that fast. A special guest came to the Zhaoshi Real Estate Headquarters office building. The manager of the Commerce Department is also a woman, about 36 or 37 years old, and very beautiful. When she heard that someone wanted to buy the building in Coup, she personally received the guest. But when she saw the other person, she was shocked. The other person was younger and more beautiful than herself. Looking at the other person's well-dressed professional attire, Zhou Lan was unsure of his origins. "I'm Zhou Lan from Zhao Real Estate's business department. What's your name?" "My name is Su Ruzhen. Just call me Ruzhen." Su Ruzhen stood up and shook hands with Zhou Lan. In the past, she must have envied Zhou Lan, an executive of a large company. But now she has completely lost the idea. At this moment, she is Zhao's guest. Su Ruzhen explained her purpose, and Zhou Lan asked in surprise, "What payment method do you plan to use?" Su Ruzhen didn't care at all. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you think is convenient is fine. It's just that the deal needs to be done faster. Our boss doesn't like things to drag on." "You mean you can pay the full amount?" Zhou Lan stood up suddenly. The company was in urgent need of a large amount of funds recently. The chairman cashed out more than 10 points from the stock market in preparation for taking on big projects. After the news that this building in Coup was for sale was released, many interested people inquired about it, but most of them could not come up with so much cash. The other party can actually pay the full amount? Zhou Lan suppressed the joy in his heart and said, "Okay, I'll ask my superiors and try to give me the most favorable price." She walked out of the reception room and immediately called the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guowei gave her an instruction. "You are in full charge." Zhou Lan had an idea in mind. "As soon as I came back, I made the final decision with Su Ruzhen. Our company's reserve price is 480 million yuan. So Rufenadid, no problem." "Why? She didn't bargain?" Zhou Lan was a little confused. Was the deal done just like that? Of course, the previous offer was 650 million. Later, when they really needed a large amount of funds for turnover, they gave out 480 million yuan. The two parties reached an agreement in this way. Su Ruzhen paid a deposit of 10 million and signed a contract. After the third-party inspection confirms there are no quality issues with the construction, pay the remaining balance in one lump sum. Chapter 48 Chun Fan's first company. Zhao Guowei was surprised that the building of Zhao Real Estate was purchased privately. There's actually such a person in Jiangzhou. You have to know that even many large companies cannot easily spend hundreds of millions. Either take out a bank loan or pay in installments. After all, everyone knows to hold on to the cash. The other party paid very quickly. He asked Zhou Lan to keep an eye on him. Perhaps they could become partners in the future. The third-party inspection report will take a week to come out, so Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to hurry up and register a company. Su Ruzhen is the legal person. Su Ruzhen knew that Chun Fan's business empire was about to officially begin. The company's name is Blueprint Investments. While Su Ruzhen was handling the company's procedures, Chun Fan called Chun Meng over. Once a company is established, the security system must be kept up to date. When Chun Meng received the call and heard that he could be paid 3 times the salary, he resigned on the spot without saying a word and took the high-speed rail to Jiangzhou City overnight. In the evening, Chun Fan called him to have a midnight snack together. Then he stayed in the hotel overnight. The next morning, Chun Fan took him to meet Su Ruzhen. According to what the two had agreed beforehand, Su Ruzhen was the boss and Chun Fan was just an introducer. Chun Meng had met Su Ruzhen once, and seeing Su Ruzhen's temperament, he believed it. Su Ruzhen told him the key point. The company has just started, and your responsibility is to be responsible for the company's security. At present, he is temporarily working as Su Ruzhen's driver. After all, Su Ruzhen is very busy during this period. Seeing that Chun Fan had introduced such a good job to him, Chun Ming asked Su Ruzhen, "When Chun Fan graduates, can we come and work together in the company?" Su Ruzhen tried to hold back her smile, but she couldn't reveal Chun Fan's identity. "We'll talk about it later. He told me that you are very good and highly recommended you. You should do a good job." Chun Ming was very happy. After all, he was paid 10,000 yuan a month here. The work is easy. After Chun Ming's work was settled, the report from the third-party testing agency also came out. The entire building complies with construction standards and has no safety or quality issues. So the two parties formally handled the handover, and Su Ruzhen paid the money. From now on, this building belongs to Chun Fan. Moreover, it is a private property and is not included in the company's assets. Blueprint Investment Company Limited was formally established with a registered capital of 10 million. Next, Chun Fan set up another company. This time the legal person is himself. Use this company to control Blueprint Investments. Of course, Su Ruzhen didn't understand these tricks. She was just an executor. Chun Ming had been following Su Ruzhen for a while. When he took over the property, he looked at the towering building. "Oh my God, this is the company headquarters?" Su Ruzhen said, "From now on, the security of this building will be under your charge, with dozens or even hundreds of people under you." Chun Ming chuckled and scratched his head. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your appreciation. But the company's management system will be very strict, so you have to work hard." Su Ruzhen scolded him again to prevent him from getting too cocky. While she was busy setting up the company, Chun Fan continued with his daily operations. However, he is currently focusing on long-term operations and does not need to keep an eye on it every day. After freeing up 600 million yuan in funds, there are currently 4 billion yuan in the account. Just keep hiding. There's no need to alarm anyone. I just want to be a small retail investor in the stock market. Chun Fan turned off the computer and called Su Ruzhen. "Have you finished renting out the company building?" "It's done. Someone came to look at the venue yesterday." "Okay, put the ad out. You've been working hard during this period. I'd like to treat you tonight. What would you like to eat? Anything I can order?" "Yes, of course." "Can you?" Seeing that he stopped talking, Su Ruzhen covered her mouth and laughed secretly on the other end of the phone. But she was also very depressed. "What is wrong with this guy? I just don't feel bad for myself. What's wrong with me? What's wrong?" Snort. "One day you will not be able to escape from my palm." Su Ruzhen really didn't believe that Chun Fan could remain calm in such a situation. Then Chun Fan called Zhuo Bing again. "Is your mother strict with you recently? You should try to get her to go shopping at Xinjiku." Zhuo Bing didn't understand what she meant. "She's been busy lately, looking for venues everywhere, but couldn't find a suitable one. Tell her to go. It's better to keep quiet. After all, your mother is so cunning." Zhuo Bing was speechless. "You treat your future mother-in-law like this?" Chun Fan said fiercely. "If it weren't for her, I would have succeeded long ago. Now I'm 20 years old and still a virgin." Roll. Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. However, she still listened to Chun Fan's words. This time, without her mother calling her back, she went directly to her mother's company. "Mom, I don't want to eat at home tonight. Let's go out to eat. You've worked hard these past few days. I'll treat you." Forehead. Zhuo Bing's mother looked confused. She was angry with her a few days ago. "Why do you feel like a different person today?" "Not good." "Was it stolen?" She looked at her daughter carefully. In the evening, the family of 3 went out to eat. Zhuo Bing specifically asked to go to the restaurant in Xinjiku. This did not arouse my mother's suspicion, but instead made her see the rental advertisement in the building opposite. The entire building is made of LED signs. Zhuo Bing's mother's eyes lit up. "Huh? Didn't you say before that it's only for sale and not for rent? Why is it rented out now?" She immediately asked someone and found out that the building was sold for 480 million yuan. My goodness, really rich. Even with the combined funds of her and her husband, they couldn't buy this building. Moreover, they're usually regarded as successful people or so-and-so CEOs by others. Zhuo Bing's mother was very happy with the meal because she could go to see the venue tomorrow. If we can set up the company here, with this location and the grandeur of the building, the image of the entire company will become more upscale. In the evening, Chun Fan was making plans with Su Ruzhen. With such a big building, we can open a hotel ourselves. Su Ruzhen suggested. Opening a hotel is not our strong point, but we can hold a controlling stake and let others do it. Chun Fan thought of Zhao Linlin. Doesn't she run a hotel herself? Now that we have bought this building, we must make use of it. With more than 50 floors, in addition to office buildings, hotels are definitely necessary. Now Chen Fan wants to expand his business and not just make money in the stock market. The next morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zhuo Bing's mother. The two arranged a time to meet. Chen Fan told her that he didn't need to pay her rent and that we would hold the controlling stake in the form of rent. Su Ruzhen couldn't understand. Chen Fan also wanted to get involved in such a small company. Of course, she didn't know that this woman was Zhuo Bing's mother. Once he takes control of Zhuo Bing's mother's company, won't he be able to control this future mother-in-law at will? Chapter 49. I am worth billions, yet you say I am a decorator? Unexpectedly, Zhuo Bing's mother was very sensitive. When she heard that the landlord wanted to invest in her company, she chose to refuse. In the end, Su Ruzhen rented her an entire floor of the building at a relatively cheap price. Chen Fan named this building Yun Fan Building. Others don't understand Chen Fan's thoughts, but Su Ruzhen understands them. This building is another starting point for Chen Fan's career. There will always be a time to ride on the wind and waves and set sail to cross the vast ocean. He is going into business. However, Zhuo Bing's mother couldn't understand why she was so lucky to be able to get the lease of a floor in Yun Fan Building at such a cheap price. She even asked Su Ruzhen, and Su Ruzhen said that she was the first customer to rent, so she gave her a lower price. This is the only way Zhuo Bing's mother could understand it. Otherwise, you can't think that others are coveting your beauty. Zhuo Bing's mother is a woman of temperament, but Zhuo Bing is better than her. In the afternoon, Zhuo Bing sent a message saying that he would go to Yun Fan Building with his mother to check out the progress of the renovation. Chen Fan looked at the time and hurried over. In the past, Su Ruzhen was in charge of Yun Fan Building's affairs, and Chen Fan had only come once. This is my second time here today, and Blueprint Investment Company is also undergoing renovations. The top 10 floors of the building were reserved for Chen Fan. The floors below the 20th floor are used as hotels, and the floors from the 20th to the 40th are rented out. Zhuo Bing's mother was very ambitious, and she asked for the 46th floor. Because she doesn't want other companies to be ahead of her, she also sees the new company as another starting point for her career. Although the hotel has not been built yet, Chen Fan has already reserved space for it. Moreover, its elevator is separated from the commercial area upstairs. Half of the lobby on the first floor belongs to the hotel and is entered from the south. The commercial area is entered from the north, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. Chen Fan came downstairs and happened to meet Zhuo Bing and her mother getting out of the car. While her mother wasn't paying attention, Zhuo Bing smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan noticed Zhuo Bing's mother. She was a northern woman and was over 1.7 meters tall. She has a great figure, and standing together with Zhuo Bing, they look like a pair of sisters. Chen Fan followed the two into the elevator at a leisurely pace. Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chen Fan and saw that he was just an ordinary boy, so she didn't take it seriously. Chen Fan stood behind her, level with Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing quietly stroked Chen Fan's palm a few times with her fingers and made a face. Chen Fan was not polite either and pinched her thigh. "Young man, are you the decorator here?" Zhuo Bing's mother suddenly asked. Chen Fan hummed. "Yes. Auntie, is there anything wrong?" Zhuo Bing's mother looked back at him again and said to Zhuo Bing, "Look, this is the result of not studying. At such a young age, I can only do this kind of hard and tiring work on the construction site." Chen Fan was speechless. "Do you think your purpose in asking me this is just a step on me?" Zhuo Bing was also speechless. Chen Fan glanced at Zhuo Bing's mother and said, "Yes, I just don't like to study. Someone who can only carry bricks on the construction site." The elevator reached the 46th floor, and the mother and daughter got out. Chen Fan came to his company's premises, and Su Ruzhen was there. She is very serious about this matter. After all, the company is her legal representative, and she is full of passion. Chen Fan said that he wanted to make her worth 10 billion. After Blueprint Investment was established, Su Ruzhen's net worth naturally increased. By then, she will be the elite of the younger generation in this circle. "Why are you here? How about looking at our design partitions?" Chen Fan nodded and looked out the window. This 50-plus story building is exceptionally tall and reaches into the clouds. There are also many tall buildings around, but most of them are only about 30 stories high. Therefore, Yun Fan Building has a unique flavor. From here, you can see the mighty river flowing eastward. Su Ruzhen stood beside him, and Chen Fan asked, "What do you feel at this moment?" Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "There's a kind of grandeur that seems to rule the world. I'm in a very good mood and full of passion. Chen Fan smiled, but he wasn't in that mood. His goal is simple, to make money. What great ambitions and lofty sentiments. Why think so much? Su Ruzhen pointed to an area over there and said, "This is the office area prepared for you. More than 500 square meters. There's also a dedicated rest area." Since Chun Fan only planned to renovate one floor, Su Ruzhen divided an area at the place with the best view and planned to use it as Chun Fan's office. Chun Fan shook his head. "Give it to you. I don't need an office. It's just that no one is allowed to enter your rest area, except me." Su Ruzhen's face suddenly turned red, and she glared at him angrily. "I would have felt relieved if you had said that earlier." She blushed, but said seriously, "You said so, don't lie to me." Chun Fan laughed out loud. Downstairs, Zhuo Bing's mother and her daughter stood in front of the window. She pointed at everything outside the window, looking down at him. "Zhuo Bing, this is a new starting point for Mom's career. Then Mom will go out into the world from here and become a figure that the world will pay attention to. I want to be a giant in the business world, a rich man like Superman Li. When I get old, I will leave all this to you. Let's go upstairs and take a look." The mother and daughter took the elevator to the blueprint investment and renovation site upstairs. Zhuo Bing's mother came over when she found that Mr. Su was talking to the decorator. "Hey, Mr. Su, what a coincidence you are here too." When Chun Fan saw them coming, he gave Su Ruzhen a look, telling her not to reveal her identity. Su Ruzhen also smiled and greeted him. "Boss Han, why are you here?" Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chun Fan beside her, but didn't care. After all, who cares about a decorator? She started to get close to Su Ruzhen. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for taking care of me and giving me such a favorable rent. Hey, when you are free, I will treat you to a meal. How about today? It's better to do it today than today." Su Ruzhen waved her hands repeatedly. "Forget about eating, I really don't have time recently. I have to have dinner with my boss in the evening, and I can't leave him alone." Han Kaiying was anxious. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat, and it won't take up much time. "Tonight, please. How about that? I'll go make a restaurant reservation." Su Ruzhen was about to refuse, but Chun Fan gestured from a distance and asked her to look at her phone. Su Ruzhen took out her phone and looked at it. "Promise her." She didn't know what Chun Fan meant, so she could only reluctantly say, "Okay then." Chapter 50, the biggest boss behind all this. But she made a small request. "Mr. Han, if we go out to dinner together tonight, I hope it's just the two of us. I want to discuss something with Mr. Han." Zhuo Bing's mother was stunned for a moment and immediately responded, Okay. After waiting for a long time for Su Ruzhen to agree, she certainly would not refuse. Although Su Ruzhen didn't know why Chun Fan made such arrangements, she still did it. "Zhuo Bing, go back by yourself later and tell your dad. I have something to do tonight." "Good class." Zhuo Bing was extremely excited. He smiled at Chun Fan instinctively. Zhuo Bing's mother took the opportunity to invite Su Ruzhen. "In that case, why don't we find a place to have tea now? I feel very close to President Su from the moment I met him. Mr. Su has achieved so much at such a young age." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly and said politely, No, Mr. Han is the senior. I want to learn from you. It's a slap in the face to talk about studying. You manage a building worth hundreds of millions, and all I have is just tens of millions." In order to get close to Su Ruzhen, Zhuo Bing's mother invited her to a tea house she was familiar with. Of course, she would never have thought that what would happen between her daughter and a decorator. After giving a few instructions, they went downstairs. Seeing the two people get in the car and leave, Zhuo Bing waved, "Goodbye, Mom." Then she turned back, and the two people in love couldn't wait to hug each other. "Chun Fan, I love you." I love you too. This time we can finally be together openly without having to worry about my mom watching us." Su Ruzhen and Zhuo Bing's mother were still drinking tea. Little did they know, the curtains of a room in a nearby hotel slowly closed. In the tea house, Zhuo Bing's mother was very polite. "Boss Su, I really want to thank you this time." "Hey, Mr. Su, how old are you?" "I'm 24. I envy you guys so much for being this old. I'm old in the blink of an eye." Looking at Su Ruzhen's delicate figure, Zhuo Bing's mother was filled with envy. She is so young, so capable, and she combines beauty and intelligence. It must be hard to find such a girl. Where is Mr. Su from? Zhuo Bing's mother drank tea and slowly got closer to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen's eyebrows suddenly twitched for no reason. "I always feel like something's going to happen." However, the order she received was to delay Zhuo Bing's mother as much as possible. Drink tea, eat, and then do some health maintenance. It won't take a few hours to finish it, right? Su Ruzhen has been wondering, what does Chun Fan mean? What does this guy want to do? The clever Su Ruzhen seemed to have guessed something. Her pretty face turned red, and she cursed in her heart. This bastard. The two stayed in a hotel room for more than 3 hours, inseparable. When Zhuandong called, Zhu Bing remembered that he had not told his father that he would not be back home for dinner that night. Oh no, will my mother be suspicious? No, she's too busy to handle it herself. All right, Zhu Bing finally felt relieved. Hey, you seem to be very familiar with President Su. Chun Fan nodded. Do you really think that our mother can rent such a cheap office building? Huh? So you were the one who helped behind this. She was a little bit unconvinced. Chun Fan's family was not well off, so he worked extra hard. In addition to working part-time to earn money for his studies, he also worked part-time outside. According to my dad, he met Chun Fan in the antique market. But I didn't expect that he actually knew someone like Su Ruzhen. In Zhu Bing's eyes, Su Ruzhen should be considered the big boss. After all her parents' assets combined are only worth 100 or 200 million. Certainly, she would never imagine that Chun Fan was the biggest boss behind all of this. The two stayed in the hotel until after 10 o'clock, and Zhu Bing wanted to go back. This time, Chun Fan was very careful not to leave any marks on her neck. He sent Zhu Bing to her doorstep before taking a taxi home. He was indeed very excited today, as he finally defeated Zhu Bing, tasted another kind of happiness in life. After returning to the apartment, Chun Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhen came back before I finished taking a bath. She also brought food to Chun Fan. Chun Fan half closed the bathroom door and asked, "Why did you come back?" Su Ruzhen looked at him. "What do you mean? Don't you want me to come back?" "No, I didn't bring any clothes in." "Cut. It's not like I haven't seen it before." Su Ruzhen droulet hardships. Have you ever seen it? Chun Fan felt like something was wrong. Su Ruzhen's face suddenly turned red. "I'll get you some clothes." Seeing her like this, Chun Fan panicked. That's not right. How could she have seen it? Did she peek at me? Su Ruzhen brought the clothes over. Seeing her guilty look, Chun Fan seriously suspected that she had succeeded in taking advantage of him. After changing his clothes, Chun Fan asked solemnly, "Tell me the truth. Have you ever peeked at me? What are you thinking about? When you sleep at night?" Su Ruzhen suddenly stopped talking. Chun Fan shuddered. "Then you can't watch it either. Is it my fault? I'm lucky I didn't take advantage of the situation. When it comes to hooliganism, I really can't beat her." Chun Fan had no choice but to change the subject, set up the company structure as soon as possible. Chun Ming also needs to recruit people. I was just about to do it. I asked him to gather his former comrades to form a defense force. Yes, we also need to set up a property management company. Let me think about this first. Chun Fan has his own considerations. I'm going to go to the barbecue restaurant tomorrow to see their current situation. The next afternoon, Chun Fan came to the barbecue restaurant. Seeing that Ilang Gao and the others were there, Tang Jing continued to work for them. Chun Fan asked, "How's business lately?" Chinan said it was just SOSO, not too good nor too bad. "I earn more than 1,000 yuan a day." Chun Fan said, "Close it. Let others do this kind of thing." Everyone was puzzled. Wang Hao said, "I think having more than 1,000 yuan a day during the summer vacation is already pretty good." Chun Fan asked him, "Have you done the math? If there's no loss and everyone can make a little profit, then sell it." "I have an idea. How about we set up a property management company?" "Property company? How much money would that cost?" Of course, Chun Fan would not let them invest money. He would let Su Ruzhen build up the place and then contract it to them. Let them adapt to society in advance. If the Yin Fan building is built, it will be a simple matter of making money. Chun Fan said to Tang Jing, "You can come with us. The 5 of you can start a business together." Tang Jing Pao said, She didn't expect that she would have one too. Chapter 51, Su Ruzhen's Secret. Compared to the small barbecue restaurant, contracting the property of Yin Fan building will definitely be more profitable. Chun Fan told them his plan. Although the 5 people were extremely eager to do so, they were also a little worried. Will they do such a big thing for us? The most important thing is that we don't understand anything. Can't I learn if I don't understand? Working in a property management business is nothing more than providing services, collecting money, and providing good services. Chun Fan taught them solemnly. Seeing him speak so seriously and like a leader, Ilang Gao was surprised. "Chun Fan, you have changed." Yes, many people noticed that he had changed. He is no longer the poor student who was destitute before. He became more confident and imposing. You have to know that these people in front of you have grown up with him. Even Tang Jing noticed it. They all said that Chun Fan was a poor student who relied on welfare, but the confidence and courage he showed now made people very suspicious. Is this still the Chun Fan I know? Chun Fan seemed to realize something. Oh no, I overacted. He quickly interrupted them and said, seriously, if we do this well, it will be another starting point in our lives. But why should people trust us? You want us to do such a big project? Yes. You know, many companies are unwilling to hire us because we have no work experience. Qin then expressed his concerns. Chun Fan said, don't worry about that. I'll go and coordinate. What you need to do now is how to divide the work. You can temporarily register it under the name of someone else's company, so you can save yourself a lot of trouble. It's a metaphor for finance, taxation, etc. But you have to make it clear now and arrange the personnel structure. Work is very different for school. Since we are partners, we must work together and unite as one. At work, you must obey arrangements and management. Think about this for yourselves. Tannen asked, what about you? Yes, just come and be our leader, and we will follow you. Chun Fan shook his head. I have my own part-time job, and I'm too busy. Prince, Housie, you two men have a heavy responsibility to shoulder, and the burden should be borne by you. They both nodded. Okay, so what are we waiting for? You could transfer this place. The barbecue restaurant was originally prepared for them to practice, and now is just the starting point for them to officially enter the career, really come into contact with society. Currently, Yinfan Building has just started renting out properties, so the property management is not that complicated. After the barbecue restaurant was transferred, Tang Jing's salary had to be settled immediately. Chun Fan said, you should divide my share equally among you. Give Tang Jing 2 salaries. Qin then opened his mouth. This guy is so generous. He didn't want all the money from running the store, but Wang Hao said, how can this be possible? Your family is the poorest among us. How can we covet your money? Yes. Although we all know that you're a righteous person, you can't do this. What kind of brothers are we otherwise? Elang Gao also refused to take his money. Whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not interested in this little money. As requested by Chun Fan, Tang Jing was paid 5,000 yuan in salary. Tang Jing also knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to earn so much money from the job she was doing here. So she didn't want it. Everyone was speechless. No way. Don't you guys need money? You're not interested in money? Qin advised, Tang Jing, take it. It's a token of our appreciation. After talking for a long time, Tang Jing finally agreed to accept the 3,000 yuan. Seeing Chun Fan about to leave, Tang Jing chased after him. Chun Fan, what's the matter? She handed over the 3,000 yuan and said, can I pay you back first? Chun Fan shook his head. What's the hurry? Keep this money for now. School will start again in a while. You can't go back and ask for money, right? Tang Jing bit her lip, but don't have any psychological burden. I went through the same thing, but now I'm very strong inside. When the time comes, just do your job well. This is also an asset in life. But you need money too. Tang Jing was still worried. Are you worried about me? Chun Fan looked at her, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Compared to Zhu Bing, Tang Jing is more timid. I have a part-time job outside, so I'm not short of money. Now I can still send money home. Don't worry. Go back and study those property management knowledge carefully. Tang Jing hummed. I will try my best. Night. Su Ruzhen is back. Reported today's work progress to Chun Fan. Chun Meng recruited more than a dozen security guards. Among them were several of Chun Meng's comrades in arms. Chun Fan said, although the company has just started, the system must be clear. We can't let them get used to being lazy. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage them in the future. Also, let those students I told you about train themselves and see if they can be recruited into the company in the future. Chun Fan did not let them get a fixed salary, but asked them to start their own business. This was also a good intention. The current focus of the property is safety and fire protection, maintaining the building's facilities, and dealing with renovation waste from new companies moving in. As the company operated step by step, the number of employees gradually increased. Chun Fan began to plan a bigger plan. On the stock market side, Chun Fan continued to make money every day. The money in the capital account has exceeded 6.6 billion. In just half a month, the increase reached more than 50%. The amount of capital now is too large, and it is impossible to be as nimble as before and catch the daily limit every day. If too much money is involved, the dealer will become cautious. Therefore, Chun Fan could only plan for the long term. Su Ruzhen is now busier than before. She has to take care of all the affairs inside and outside the company, so she has no time to help Chun Fan run the business. Su Ruzhen was as tired as a dog that day and collapsed on the sofa as soon as she came back. Chun Fan said, "Come on, I'll take you to get a massage." Su Ruzhen lay there. "I don't want to move anymore." "No way. I'm taking you to enjoy yourself, but you won't go." Su Ruzhen hooked his foot and said, "Why don't you help me press it?" "You can press it any way you want." Chun Fan said, "Student Xiao Su, you have been drifting a lot lately. Dare you let your boss give you a massage?" Su Ruzhen curled her lips. "Stingy guy. I've never been on guard against you, but you treat me like this." Ahem. Chun Fan quickly changed the subject. "My house has already been built to the second floor, and the main structure should be completed soon." "Oh, the progress is quite fast." "Well, wait until they finish building it, and then I'll take the time to go back." "Hey, Su Ruzhen, why have I never heard you mention your family? When can I visit your home?" Su Ruzhen's face immediately became flustered. "What's so good about my house?" Chapter 52. Let your boss give you a massage? Seeing that she looked unnatural, Chun Fan seriously suspected that she was hiding a secret. "If you have any difficulties, just tell me," Chun Fan said solemnly. Su Ruzhen shook her head. "What are you talking about?" She put her feet on Chun Fan's legs and said, "Give me a massage." Chun Fan was really at a loss and could only help her massage her calves. Su Ruzhen's legs are very thin and straight, and her ankles are perfect. The slender jade feet are like exquisite jade carvings. Apart from Zhuo Bing, Chun Fan had never admired a girl's feet from such a close distance. Seeing that Su Ruzhen looked like she was enjoying it, Chun Fan suspected that she was doing it on purpose. After all, it was so ecstatic for her to lie like this. Especially when I gave her a comfortable massage, she suddenly hummed with satisfaction. It simply took away people's souls. "Come up a little. Don't keep pressing the same spot." She actually had a request. Holding Chun Fan's hand, he walked up. Chun Fan looked at her speechlessly. "Do you really think I'm a technician?" Su Ruzhen sighed sadly. "You are really like Lu Xiaohui. I really don't understand how you pursue girls. Do you want me to chase after you?" Chun Fan continued to help her press. "Usually they are the ones who chase me. Just blow it." She rubbed Chun Fan with her foot, but Chun Fan didn't respond, so she rubbed him again. "You?" Chun Fan shrank back and took her feet away. "Let's talk business. This car is no longer worthy of your status. Buy a few more cars." Su Ruzhen asked, "What price range of car do you want to buy?" Chun Fan said, "It's up to you. Don't be afraid to spend money. The company still has more than 100 million in its account and has not invested anything at the moment. So just buy whatever you want." Su Ruzhen weighed it carefully and said, "Then buy a Maybach and a business car for reception." Chun Fan said, "I'll buy one for you personally and see what kind you like. There's no need to buy so many cars." Su Ruzhen shook her head. "We'll increase it when the company needs it. At most, we'll add a small truck." Chun Fan looked at her strangely. "I noticed that you don't like money. The first time I gave her 100,000 yuan, she bought herself clothes. Later, she was given 1 million yuan, and she used it to build a house for her family. Then he gave her another 10 million, and she paid the deposit for Yinfan building. It's hard for most people not to be tempted by money, right?" Su Ruzhen smiled and said, "Who said that? I just don't like small amounts of money. Okay, I'll give you a few 100 million later." Puff. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. "What do you want to do?" "Support me." "Yes, I do have this idea," Chun Fan said truthfully. But Su Ruzhen refused to do it. "I don't believe you. If you really want to support me, but don't touch me, what does that mean? You're not raising me. You're trying to kill me with thirst." Chun Fan wiped his sweat. It was not that he didn't want to, but he just didn't want to let Zhuo Bing down. After all, Zhuo Bing is very caring towards me. I can't hurt him, right? And the most important thing is that he didn't want to have any unclear relationship with Su Ruzhen. In life, there are some things you can be greedy for, and some things you cannot be greedy for. He decided to buy a building and use it as a reward for company executives. Of course, people like Su Ruzhen should be treated especially well. "I'll take a day off tomorrow, so I don't need to watch the market." Chun Fan decided to go for a walk around the area. The next morning, the weather was just right. Since the company was under renovation, Su Ruzhen went to the construction site again. Chun Fan left the apartment building and scooted a shared bike to go look at properties. Before coming out, Chun Fan did his homework last night. "I have also checked several good communities. If I want to use it as employee dormitories, of course it has to be close to Yinfan building. However, it is difficult to buy existing properties nearby. The billboard in front reads, Jiangshan Daijing, single-family villa. Enjoy the extra-large private space. The river view is picturesque, and you can experience a different kind of life. Chun Fan had an idea. Why not go there and take a look? He rode his bike to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. This property is actually built on the hillside of a forest park, and you can indeed see the river view from a distance. A low-rise villa like this one can only see the river view because of the terrain. But the environment here is good, and the key is that it is only separated by a mountain from Jiangzhou University. One is on the south side of the mountain, and the other is on the east side of the mountain. Chun Fan stood outside the sales office and saw nothing obstructed. This location is really good. If you don't have to work hard for a living, living here would be a real pleasure. Just as I was about to enter the sales office, a car drove up from behind. Beep, beep. Chun Fan looked back and saw a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne. The car drove directly into the parking space, and Zhao Linlin got out of the car. Did she change the car again? No. Someone like her should have more than one car. Chun Fan. Zhao Linlin was wearing white casual clothes and holding a bag in her hand. She put the car keys in her bag and walked towards Chun Fan. Why are you here? Are you thinking of looking for a job here? The sales department is recruiting people, especially many college students come to apply. Zhao Linlin thought of this the first time. Chun Fan saw that she had misunderstood, so he didn't explain why. Are you here too? Zhao Linlin smiled and said, this is our family's industry. Only then did Chun Fan notice that it said Zhao Real Estate, etc. Could this Zhao Real Estate be the listed company that I fleeced last time? Chun Fan never considers these things when trading stocks. He only looks at the future trend of the stock. Seeing him in a daze, Zhao Linlin asked, what's the matter? Your father is the chairman of Zhao Real Estate? Yes. Oh, now I completely understand what you mean. Originally, Zhao Linlin's family's business was so big. After the last stock price surge, their assets should be over 100 billion, right? Of course, a market value of hundreds of billions does not mean that their family has that much money, but is also scary enough. No wonder Zhao Linlin can manage a hotel at such a young age. You want to work here? Zhao Linlin asked. Chun Fan shook his head. This place is too far from school. You might as well go to my place. Zhao Linlin extended the invitation again. Let's wait and see. Chun Fan walked into the sales office. He came there to buy a house. If he found a suitable one, he would buy two. Well, then you see. Zhao Linlin went to the office area on the second floor. Perhaps seeing Chun Fan and Zhao Linlin coming together, a pretty sales lady walked over quickly and asked, Sir, do you want to buy a house? The other person was tall, at least about 1.68 meters, and she is very beautiful. As expected of a high-end villa area, all the staff in the sales office are very good-looking, especially the young lady who received him. Chun Fan noticed the name tag on her chest, Chu Yanfei. Although she was not sure whether the young boy in front of her had the ability to buy a house, she still received Chun Fan based on her enthusiasm for her work. Chun Fan said calmly, let me take a look first. The property is in a good location and has a small number of ready-made houses, which is extremely rare in Jiangzhou. But the price, no matter how cheap the villas here are, any one of them will cost tens of millions. But for Chun Fan, who is worth billions, this is nothing. Chapter 53, 2 Villas. Working a place like this, not everyone has the opportunity to sell their villa. After all, there are too few rich people in this world. How can you buy a villa that costs tens of millions? The commission alone is over 100,000 yuan, casually surpassing the lives of too many ordinary people. Moreover, they have a guaranteed salary, so even if there are no transactions, they will not starve to death. After all, those who can come here to work are sales elites carefully selected from above, either outstanding appearance or outstanding ability. Chu Yanfei didn't have much hope that he would be able to sell a villa today. Anyway, she entertained guests with the same attitude as usual. Chun Fan asked her about the sales situation of the property. Chu Yanfei squatted beside Chun Fan and introduced him very carefully. Her action caught Chun Fan's attention, and he couldn't help but look at her again. Zhao Linlin is busy upstairs. She is here to collect market information. The Zhao family has only one precious daughter. After graduation, she will take over the family affairs directly. Therefore, Zhao Linlin must familiarize herself with all of this in advance. Chun Fan originally wanted to buy today, but he didn't want Zhao Linlin to know. So he said to Chu Yanfei, Add me on WeChat. Nowadays, there are many ways to get a beautiful woman's WeChat account. Chu Yanfei is so beautiful. There are always people who are targeting her. Hearing Chun Fan's request, she stood up and smiled. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Chun Fan didn't force it. He just glanced at her indifferently. Then call others over. Chu Yanfei saw that he was so calm and composed, and he was totally different from the usual people who teased him. Moreover, his eyes were pure, without any evil intentions. So she gritted her teeth and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go get my phone. She quickly ran to the front desk, pulled out her phone, and opened the QR code. Sir, is this okay? Chen Fan glanced at it and nodded. Go and get busy. Having said that, he was ready to leave. I'll walk you to the door. Chu Yanfei, wearing a Chong Sam, politely led Chun Fan to the door and bowed deeply. Sir, take care. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Chun Fan glanced at the second floor and said, If someone asks you later, just say that I'm here to apply for a job. Don't say anything else. Originally, he came here to apply for the job. Chu Yanfei felt a little disappointed, but fortunately, he didn't show it. He just nodded and said yes. Chen Fan walked towards the shared bicycle without hesitation. Someone who rides a shared bike probably can't afford a villa, right? Chu Yanfei returned to the lobby, and the manager came over to ask, How is it? Does the customer have any interest? Chu Yanfei shook his head. The manager laughed and said, Your judgment of people is still a little lacking. I can tell the depth of a young man like this at a glance. Learn well. Our business is very complicated. About half an hour later, Zhao Linlin came down from the second floor and looked around the sales hall. Where's the person who came in with me just now? The manager immediately ran over and said, Miss, you were talking about. Zhao Linlin frowned and looked at Chu Yanfei. Didn't you receive him? Chu Yanfei whispered. He's been gone for about half an hour. Oh, did he say what he was here for? Chu Yanfei thought for a moment and said, He said he came here to apply for a job. It's true. Zhao Linlin smiled and ordered, If he comes again, tell him that we don't hire anyone here. The manager was also confused. Chu Yanfei didn't react for a long time. I thought he had some kind of friendship with the eldest lady, but it turns out he is someone the eldest lady hates. After sending Zhao Linlin to the door, Chu Yanfei picked up his phone and prepared to delete Chen Fan's WeChat. But she still curiously paid attention to his circle of friends. His circle of friends is unremarkable. Apart from showing that he is a college student, there is nothing else to see. It turns out he is still a student. Forget it. Let's not delete it. Just lie there. Chu Yanfei was about to put away his phone when a beep sounded. A message came on my phone. Save Building 16 and Building 19 for me. How do I pay the deposit? Chu Yanfei was completely confused. I looked at the information again. That's right. It was this Chun Fan whom he was about to delete just now. Isn't he still a student? You're not kidding me, are you? Deposit? She thought for a moment and said, I'll send you the financial payment code. According to company regulations, if the customer is not satisfied, the deposit will be refunded within half a month. Chu Yanfei sent the financial payment code. A few minutes later, she received payment information from Chun Fan. Deposit of 200,000, Building 16 and Building 19. Oh my God, he actually paid the deposit, and it was for 2 villas. Chu Yanfei was a little disheveled. After all, no matter how you look at it, Chun Fan can't afford to buy a villa. Chun Fan reminded him again, Don't tell anyone about my purchase of a villa, otherwise I will cancel the plan. Okay. Chu Yanfei's heart was pounding. She repeatedly assured Chun Fan, No, absolutely not. But the front desk phone rang, and it was the finance department calling. A guest just paid the deposit for 2 villas. Who received him? The sales department was in an uproar. A deposit for 2 villas? Who is it? The manager was also confused. She looked at all the salespeople in the sales office. Chu Yanfei had no choice but to call the manager outside and tell him about Chun Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth. She had just said that Chu Yanfei didn't know how to judge people, but she didn't expect that the other person had already paid the deposit. She patted Chu Yanfei's shoulder and said, Okay, I know what to do. Contact the other party as soon as possible and try to sign the contract as soon as possible. How about this? You go there tonight to avoid any more trouble. Night? Not so good. The manager glared at her and asked, Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If you don't seize the opportunity when you encounter such a client, will you wait for others to get there first? How about I take your place? Chu Yanfei just said, obediently. Remember to bring a gift. If you get a customer like this, you won't have to work this year. If the 2 villas are sold, the commission can be at least 300,000. Of course, the manager also receives management commission, so she strongly advised Chu Yinfei to hold on to the customer and not run away. Paying the deposit shows that he is interested. When it was almost time to get off work, Chu Yinfei called and wanted to talk to Chun Fan about the villa. Invite him to have dinner together. Tomorrow. Chun Fan said this and hung up the phone. In fact, he had already learned about the entire property in the sales office just now, but he just didn't go to see the site. If he hadn't met Zhao Linlin, he would have bought it directly. Chu Yinfei nervously held the phone against his chest, hoping that nothing would change tomorrow. She prayed in her heart. Chapter 54. A gift worth more than 6 million. The next morning, Chu Yinfei called again and asked Chun Fan if he had time to sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was taking a day off today. When she heard Chun Fan's phone ring, it was a young lady's voice. She asked who? A salesman. Chun Fan responded with a reply, not wanting Su Ruzhen to know. The purchase of a villa must be kept confidential. If I remember correctly, next week is Su Ruzhen's birthday. 24 years old, her zodiac year. I'm going out for a while. Chun Fan changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Su Ruzhen pouted. You're not taking me with you? I'm going on a date. What are you doing? Snort. Su Ruzhen glared at him and said, I can assist you. Haha, forget it. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. I promised Wu Bing that I would go meet her today, but I'm afraid I won't be able to arrange the time. As soon as he left the apartment complex, Chu Yinfei and his driver came to pick him up in a Mercedes-Benz. Seeing this luxury car worth millions, Chun Fan felt calm. The 2 cars that Su Ruzhen ordered should have arrived by now, right? The car drove to the sales office, and Chu Yinfei hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for him. Mr. Chun, slow down. Since he had been here yesterday, Chun Fan went straight to the point. Let's go see the scene first. The villa in this property project of Zhao's real estate is fully furnished. Because many customers hate decoration, it is too troublesome. They just do the work for the client and make another 1 or 2 million in the process. Chun Fan followed Chu Yinfei to building 16. All the villas here have yards, and the area of the yards is about 300 square meters. This yard only has the right to use, not the ownership. The villa has 4 floors in total, including a basement. The total area is about 400 square meters. The price is more than 34 million. The 2 villas were not far from each other. Chun Fan took a quick look and said, Okay, let's decide on it. The owner of building number 16 is Su Ruzhen. Chu Yinfei was shocked. He didn't buy the villa for himself to live in. Who is this Su Ruzhen? Maybe it was his girlfriend. She kept looking at Chun Fan's clothes, which were really simple. No one could have imagined that he was actually a rich second generation. Of course, she could never have imagined that Chun Fan was a first-generation rich man. Just like that, in less than half an hour, he signed the contracts for 2 villas. Chu Yinfei's heart was about to jump out. With Chun Fan signing, her net income this year would be over 300,000 yuan. Even if there is no performance in the future, she will not lose anything. Today's customer is definitely the most pleasant customer she has ever had since she started working. If you meet some old-fashioned people, they will be slow and even take advantage of others. Chun Fan did not do anything rash from beginning to end, and did not even ask too many questions. The 2 villas are worth 62 million after discount. Chun Fan paid the bill easily and asked Chu Yinfei to take him back. Su Ruzhen was on the phone and hung up quickly when she heard the door open. You're back so soon? Will your girlfriend be satisfied with your level? Chun Fan glared at her speechlessly. What are you thinking about? As a girl, can you please stop being so rude? School will start in half a month, and Chun Fan asked Yilang Gao and the others about their recent situation. Su Ruzhen said, I asked them to go for training. Chun Fan nodded, give them more opportunities to practice, and see if we can get 2 of them. Su Ruzhen understood what he meant. If Yilang Gao and the others could adapt, they might be of great use in the future. He asked for Su Ruzhen's ID card and didn't say anything. Then he turns on the computer. Tomorrow is Monday, and he has to do his homework. The total assets in the account are currently 8 billion. Chun Fan has looked at the performance of these long-term stocks over the next half month. The trends of 2 of these stocks are similar. They will release huge volumes tomorrow, and the turnover rate will reach more than 40%. There was a sharp pullback the next day, and then it hit hard again. 7 consecutive gains within 10 trading days. This is the rhythm of the dealer's strong cleaning of the market, scaring away those unsteady floating chips. In the past, Chun Fan would definitely take advantage of tomorrow's momentum to sell out part of the money and then move in again. But the amount of funds now is too large. There are at least tens of billions of funds in each stock. If I also sell them, it will probably alarm the market maker. So he decided to remain dormant and wait quietly for the second wave of rise. By then, the funds in his account will definitely exceed 10 billion. 10 billion. It will become another starting point in your life. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Ruzhen was busy these days, Chun Fan gave her identity information to Chu Yanfei. There are 2 villas. One is registered under Su Ruzhen's name, and the other is temporarily registered under his own name. As soon as I finished the formalities, Zhuo Bing called me. What are you busy with? Why don't you look for me if I don't look for you? Pig, Chun Fan explained. I'm working part-time, you know. Send me the location. I'll be right there. Zhuo Bing snorted. This is more reasonable. She sent Chun Fan a location, and Zhuo Bing took advantage of her mother being busy these days to secretly go out and date Chun Fan. But school is about to start, and then the two of them can spend every day together. When Chun Fan arrived at the hotel opened by Zhuo Bing, he was pressed against the wall by Zhuo Bing as soon as he entered the door. This girl is very enthusiastic and has been under the supervision of her mother for a few days, so she can't wait. After the two of them finished, Zhuo Bing lay on his chest and said, "Stupid, you have to be nice to me." She originally just wanted to have a relationship, but she didn't expect to give herself up. Chun Fan hugged her and said, "Of course I will treat you well even if I don't treat myself well." That's more like it. Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction. Chun Fan said, "Let me take you shopping." Don't want. She was reluctant to waste such a short period of time. Chun Fan wanted to give her a gift, but Zhuo Bing refused every time. She also understood Chun Fan's thoughts. You know, I don't need these material things when I'm with you. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, "You must promise me this time. I hope there is something of mine in you." Zhuo Bing said speechlessly, "I've given everyone to you, so don't they all belong to you?" Chun Fan got up and said, "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." He then ran to a nearby jewelry store and said, "Get me this diamond necklace and bracelet wrapped up." The jewelry store staff were all stunned. "Brother, look carefully. This necklace alone costs more than 6 million. This bracelet also costs 800,000. Chun Fan didn't bother her. "I told you to pack up. Can't you hear me?" He took out his bank card and put on the counter. The staff trembled and said, Okay. Chun Fan bought these 2 things and returned to the hotel. Zhuo Bing was lying on the bed. When she heard the doorbell ring, she curled her lips and said, "Where have you been? You're so mysterious. I'll be back in half an hour." Chun Fan chuckled and took out the 2 gifts he had just bought. "How is it? Do you like it?" Zhuo Bing stared. "Where did you buy this? Is it expensive?" "It's not expensive, just a few $100s. All right, as long as you buy it, I like it." Zhuo Bing twisted his neck and said, "Help me put it on." Chapter 55, Same Necklace. There's a dinner party at Zhuo Bing's house in the evening, and it's the kind that you have to go. After returning home, Zhuo Bing admired the necklace that Chun Fan gave her in the mirror. The pendant is quite beautiful. This guy has quite a good eye. Something that costs only a few $100s can be so exquisite. Han Chaiyang just came back and asked, "Hey, why don't you go change your clothes? Wear a skirt, be more ladylike, and don't always show your legs." Zhuo Bing was speechless and had to go back to her room to change into a white dress. The swan-like neck and diamond necklace complement each other, exuding infinite charm. Her arms, as white and tender as jade, were also embellished with the exquisite bracelet, making them look particularly radiant. With Zhuo Bing's appearance, no matter where she appears, she is the proud little princess in everyone's heart. Zhuo Handong came back. "Are you ready? Let's go." Zhuo Handong is handsome and elegant in a suit. He is a fighter among uncles. Han Chaiyang also dressed like a lady, wearing a purple dress with a deep V neckline and a touch of white. "Handong, bring me the necklace on my dressing table." Han Chaiyang bought this necklace herself at a cost of more than 100,000 yuan. It's her favorite thing. Zhuo Handong picked up the necklace and put it on his wife personally. "Yeah, it's really nice. My wife is the most beautiful." Zhuo Bing was ashamed. "It turns out that my dad is the biggest bootlicker. Let's go." When a couple came out of the bedroom, Han Chaiyang picked up her LV bag and changed her shoes when she accidentally saw the necklace on Zhuo Bing's neck. "Huh, Zhuo Bing, when did you buy this necklace?" Zhuo Bing casually replied, "I bought it when I was dancing at school." "What's the matter?" "No, I just think it's eye-catching." "Isn't that diamond on your pendant real?" "How is that possible?" This necklace is only a few $100s. Zhuandong laughed and said, let's go. No matter how expensive a child's toys are, they can't compare to your necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's it. Han Chai-young smiled proudly and reached out to touch the big pendant on her chest. Handong, when will you give me another good one? Ugh. Zhua Bing unexpectedly discovered that her mother looked very feminine today. The family of three quickly drove to a villa community in the southern part of the city. The mother and daughter got out of the car, and Zhua Handong carried the gift he had prepared long ago. Today is the birthday of one of Han Chai-young's best friends, so everyone took this opportunity to get together. As soon as I arrived at the door, a middle-aged man came up to me with a smile. Hey, Handong, you're here. Come in and sit down. They're all waiting for you. Han Kaiying asked. No way, they came so early? The family of three entered the house, and sure enough, the room was full of people. There were 7 or 8 women who were dressed as luxuriously as Han Chai-young and were chatting happily. These are Han Chai-young's best friends in her circle, the oldest of whom is in her early 50s. The youngest ones are around 27 or 28 years old. Hey, brother-in-law Handong is here. A young woman in her 30s, with her big breasts, came over and took Zhua Handong's arm without any hesitation and started to act coquettishly. With his daughter present, Zhua Handong felt a little embarrassed. A big sister next to her said boldly, Jiao Jiao, please stop being so coquettish, okay? Be careful, Kaiying might get jealous. No way. Sister Kaiying, right? Han Kaiying said, I smelled your sexy scent when I walked in. What's wrong? You like our Handong, right? Why don't you give it to you? Ha! There was a burst of laughter in the villa. Today's birthday boy came out personally carrying some fruit and said, Be careful with your words, the children are here. The young woman holding Zhua Handong's arm curled her lips and said, That's right, they often don't pay attention to the occasion. The grandsister said, It's okay. They will know it sooner or later. We should learn from foreign countries and not be so conservative. It's better to be sensible earlier. Hey, Chaiyong, when did you buy this skirt? It looks pretty. How much is it? I want to buy one too. Seeing them talking about these things, Zhua Handong went to the yard to drink tea with a few men. Zhua Bing sat next to his mother, reached out, took a piece of fruit, and took a bite. Han Chai-young is dressed very beautifully today, but these people in the circle are all rich women and wealthy people. She was too embarrassed to brag about it. It's not worth much. I just bought it because it looked good. How much is it? Sister Li, who was in her 40s, asked curiously. She also wore a very beautiful dress today, but her dress was very expensive, costing more than 30,000 yuan. Seeing them asking again and again, Han Kaiying said, It's really cheap, only more than 6,000 yuan. That's a bargain, Sister Li said. Mine is over 30,000. The bold elder sister said, That's right, everyone knows that you are a wealthy woman. There are 3 villas, and the family assets are over 1 billion. Sister Li said proudly, It's not bad, you guys are not bad either, so don't embarrass me. In fact, their family's assets are estimated to be only about 400 to 500 million. At this time, the birthday girl's sister He said, My husband bought me a necklace. Let me wear it for you to see. Okay, everyone shouted with joy. Sister He ran into the bedroom happily and took out a red box. It was opened in public, revealing an exquisite necklace. The style of the pendant is somewhat similar to the ones Wu Bing wears, but the diamond is not as big. Everyone gathered around and said, Wow, it's so beautiful. Sister He, this necklace of yours shouldn't be cheap, right? Sister He put it on her neck and turned it around. How is it? Is it okay? In fact, Sister He is not tall, only about 1.5 meters. He's also a little fat, and his skin is not white. The diamond necklace looked out of place on her, but everyone nodded. It looks great, it's perfect. Hey, Sister He, you haven't told us yet. How much does this necklace cost? Seeing everyone so curious, Sister He smiled mysteriously and asked, How much do you think it is? I think it's at least hundreds of thousands, right? Guess again. Sister He is very happy and enjoys this feeling. Sister Haofang said, It should be more than 200,000. Sister He smiled slightly. His eyes fell on Han Kaiying's neck. Kaiying, this necklace costs hundreds of thousands. Han Chai-young was a little embarrassed. Why are you comparing yourself to me again? Seeing her so mysterious, Sister Li asked, You're not going to ask for millions, are you? Sister He smiled and said, That's not necessary. 468,008. The world of rich people is indeed different. A necklace costs 4 or 500,000. Everyone was amazed when they heard this, thinking that Sister He's family was rich. At this time, Jiao Jiao stared. Hey, your necklace seems to be the same style as Bing Bing's. When she screamed, everyone immediately turned their eyes to Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing didn't participate in their interaction at all, but just sat there watching TV. Sure enough, everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the necklace on Zhuo Bing's neck. Because this necklace is obviously more upscale than Sister He's, and the diamond is bigger. What's even worse is that they really seem to be the same model. Chapter 56. You said a necklace worth millions is only worth a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? Show it to us, will you? Sister Li is very interested in this. Of course, she didn't think Zhuo Bing's necklace would be more valuable than Sister He's. Zhuo Bing smiled and said, I just bought it casually. It cost a few $100. She casually took off the necklace and handed it over. A few $100? Everyone was somewhat unconvinced. Pick up Zhuo Bing's necklace and compare it with Sister He's. Is this supposed to be a replica? Besides, how can ordinary diamonds be this big? If it's true, it's terrible. A group of women were chattering, but they could not deny that Zhuo Bing's necklace was indeed better looking than Sister He's. Sister Li taunted, Sister He, I think you made a loss. A necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not as good as Bing Bing's imitation. That's right, the high-end imitations nowadays are so exquisite. They were about to hand the necklace to Zhuo Bing when the tall Tao Jie came out of the bathroom. Tao Jie is the youngest among this group of girlfriends at the age of 28, running a jewelry, gold, and silver business. Hey, Xiao Dao, come here and take a look. I feel more and more that Bing Bing's necklace doesn't look like a replica. Of course, there are also some of them who know what they are doing. Han Kaiying said, don't joke. It's just a toy for a child. How can you take something worth hundreds of dollars seriously? Just take a look. It's nothing to worry about anyway. Sister Tao took the necklace from Zhuo Bing, and her eyes lit up. Huh, what's the matter? Everyone asked curiously, especially Sister Li and Jiao Jiao. Tao Jie squinted her eyes and observed it carefully, then looked at the mark on the back of the necklace. Each brand has its own mark. She said with certainty, you said this is a knockoff worth a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? A few $100s? Zhuo Bing answered. Zhuo Bing thought everything Chun Fan gave her was good, no matter how expensive or cheap it was. Tao Jie looked at her wrist again. What about this bracelet? Zhuo Bing shook his head. It's really worthless. Don't ask. Tao Jie said solemnly. Sister Kaiying, your Bing Bing is too low-key. What's the matter? If I'm not mistaken, this bracelet alone is worth 6 or 700,000. There was surprise in the villa. No way. You have to know that they're considered wealthy people, but a bracelet worn by a girl like Zhuo Bing costs 6 or 700,000 yuan. That would be terrible. Han Kaiying couldn't believe it. No way. Real. I've been in this business so long. There's no way I can get it wrong. As for this necklace, it is a new model from overseas Company H. The price of the diamond on it is at least no less than 6 million. Thump. Hearing Sister Tao's affirmative voice, Sister Li slid to the ground. Sister He's face turned ugly. Are you sure? It's right. I have been to this company's new product launches. Bing Bing, this necklace is worth at least 6 million. So Bing was stunned. Chun Fan, this idiot, is he crazy? Didn't they say it only costs a few hundred? Did I hear it wrong? I missed listening to 10,000 words. Where do you get the money to give me such an expensive gift? Are you tinkering with antiques again? When Zhuo Bing was distracted, Han Chaiyang and her group of girlfriends were already confused. Han Chaiyang looked at her daughter with suspicion, her mind already filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. What did my daughter do outside? Can't afford a necklace worth millions. Sister Li said unhappily, Kaiying, our family is very low-key. That's right. The necklace was clearly worth millions, but they lied to us and said it was worth only a few $100s. Are you afraid that we will borrow money from you? Several people laughed. Han Kaiying looked embarrassed and said, stop making trouble. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Although she said so, she was already uneasy in her heart. So everyone started to compliment Han Chaiyang, saying that she was so low-key. When will she become rich? When I came back from dinner, she started to interrogate me. Zhuo Bing, come here. What, Mom? Tell me the truth. Who gave you this necklace? Oh my, what did I think it was? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shut up. Who's laughing with others? So a Han-dong came over and asked, what are you doing? She's already this big. Yeah, Dad, you don't even take care of your wife, and you keep watching your daughter like a thief every day. Han Kaiying's face darkened. You two shut up. Zhuahandong, you are still kept in the dark. Your daughter is really capable. She wears a bracelet worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan and a necklace worth more than 6 million yuan. She's having a blast today. Ah, Zhuahandong looked at Zhuo Bing in surprise. What necklace worth more than 6 million? Let me take a look. Who gave it to you? I bought it myself. Still being stubborn. Han Kaiying said angrily. If you don't explain things clearly today, don't think you can get away with it. Zhuo Bing was speechless. Mom, if you really want to do this, I will have no choice but to leave home. Really? Don't I have privacy and freedom as a person of my age? It's just a necklace. Why make such a fuss? You? Han Kaiying was so angry. I can't cure you. Zhuo Bing was not to be outdone. If you insist on forcing me, I can just take legal action. I don't believe I can't support myself. Good, good. Your wings are hard. Han Chaiyang was so angry that she vomited blood. Seeing that the two men were carrying each other, Zhuahandong had no choice but to persuade them. Zhuo Bing, just confess. Your mother is doing this for your own good. She's afraid that you might do something wrong out there. Dad, even you don't believe me anymore. I'm almost 20 years old. What could I possibly do wrong? Zhuo Bing argued with reason. But your necklace and bracelet are hard to explain. Zhuahandong is a reasonable man. Seeing her parents being so fussy, Zhuo Bing said angrily, this was given to you by a male classmate. You should be content now. What male classmate is so generous? He can give you a necklace worth millions. How are you and him? Did you do something behind my back? When Han Chaiyang heard this, she immediately became alert. Zhuo Bing was speechless. How would I know it was so valuable? He told me it was only worth a few $100s. Okay, I'll return it to him tomorrow. It's so annoying. Han Kaiying looked at her daughter. Who is he? How far have you come in relation to him? Mom, please be a human being. Are you going to force me to learn Neza? Zhuahandong quickly advised. Okay. If it was really given by a male classmate, invite him to your house tomorrow, and we can talk to him. After all, this concerns your lifelong happiness. Han Chaiyang should be happy that her daughter can find a boyfriend like this. But she just couldn't understand it, because Zhuo Bing didn't pass her screening before finding a boyfriend. This behavior is unforgivable. Chapter 57, Bastard. Let go of my daughter. At this moment, Chun Fan was about to go to bed when Zhuo Bing sent him a WeChat message. You were excellent today. That's a must. This guy smiles in a very obscene way. Zhuo Bing almost died on the spot. Go away. That's not what I'm talking about. Let's not get into the details of your huge fortune of unknown origin. Why did you give me this thing? Now my parents know about it, and they're pestering me to find out where it came from. Tell me, what should we do? Chun Fan never expected that the gift he gave would cause trouble for Zhuo Bing. He originally just wanted to give Zhuo Bing a personal item so that whenever she saw the necklace or bracelet, she would remember him. Who knew her parents were so cunning? It seems that we need to think of a solution. Do you really want to confess to Zhuo Bing's parents? Do I really have to expose my identity as a hidden rich man? So Chun Fan said to Zhuo Bing, why don't you be honest? Confess what? Given my mother's personality, if you confess, you're done. You don't know how controlling she is. Then let's meet and see how she reacts. Chun Fan thought it over again and decided that the disaster was his own fault and there was no need to hide it any longer. But Zhuo Bing disagreed. She didn't know how powerful her boyfriend was. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to sleep first. This girl's personality is just like that, especially now that she's in a bad mood. Chun Fan lay on the sofa, thinking about how to solve this problem. In the master bedroom of Zhuo Bing's house, Zhuahandong was also persuading his wife. She is an adult now, not a child anymore. You don't have to be so strict, do you? Besides, anyone who can afford to give her such a generous necklace must not be an ordinary person. They say it's better to loosen up than a block. Why don't you just let go a little? Han Kaiying said unhappily. What do you know? She hasn't graduated from college yet, and I'm afraid she'll mess around outside. Anyway, I won't let go until I find this person. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Zhuahandong didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore. Okay. You are the best in the world. He turned over and fell asleep. There was a time when he was also annoyed by his wife's temper. To be honest, do you need to be so strong at home? This time he decided not to stand on his wife's side. The next morning, when Zhuo Bing got up, seeing my mother sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, I asked, are you up? When will you explain your problem clearly? Zhuo Bing looked at her mother. Are you annoying? Han Chaiyang had a sullen face, and the atmosphere at home was terribly depressing. Zhuo Bing was annoyed. Okay. Since you are so curious, I will call him over now. A phone call was made to Chun Fan. Come over here, she can't figure out. Chun Fan originally planned to exchange shares today, but after receiving a call from Zhou Bing, he had to change his decision temporarily. Soon, he took a taxi and arrived downstairs at Zhou Bing's house. I'm here. Which floor is your house on? In fact, Chun Fan thought about it for a long time last night. If Zhou Bing's mother was so rigid and insisted on making things difficult for Zhou Bing, just show up yourself. Therefore, he came today very frankly and without any stage fright at all. Zhou Bing told him the floor and room number. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhou Handong didn't go out today. When he saw Zhou Bing go to open the door, he poured himself a cup of tea and sat down. Zhou Handong is more indifferent to the issue of his daughter's love life than Han Chaiyang. The door opened, and Zhou Bing saw Chun Fan. Still smiled. Come in. Today is the third court hearing. Chun Fan did not come empty-handed either. He brought 2 bottles of Matai liquor, bought 2 boxes of birds' nests, and held a red book in his hand. As soon as he entered the door, Uncle, hello, Aunt. Puff. Zhou Handong was so frightened when he saw Chun Fan. Why is it you? Han Kaiying stared at Chun Fan as if she was interrogating a criminal. Seeing her man's reaction, her brows fell. Do you know each other? Ahem. Zhou Handong choked with tears. Little brother, sit down, sit down. Why are you here if you want to? Why are you buying these things? Chun Fan said, it should be. Uncle, Annie, you shouldn't blame Zhou Bing for what happened between me and Zhou Bing. Blame me if you want to blame someone. Shut up. Han Kaiying stood up unhappily and looked at Chun Fan again and again. Then he looked at Zhou Handong and his daughter. Are you two planning to collude to deceive me? Zhou Handong was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Oh my goodness. Han Kaiying, what do you mean? Snort. Zhou Handong, can you deceive me with your tricks? You're worried about your daughter, so why don't you just find someone to deal with me? You think I'm blind? Can he afford a diamond necklace worth millions? Don't think I don't know. He's just a decorator on the construction site. Zhou Handong was confused by her and looked at Chun Fan blankly and asked, Little brother, when did you become a decorator? Chun Fan looked embarrassed. This is my building. I'm going to help a friend. Zhou Handong scolded. Then why don't you come to my store? No matter what, I can't treat you unfairly. Han Kaiying said coldly. Okay, have you finished your play? Zhou Bing, are you really not going to tell the truth? Zhou Bing was speechless. What can I say so that you can believe it? Seeing that she was embarrassing his girlfriend, Chun Fan stepped forward and said, Auntie, just ask whatever you want to ask. Don't make things difficult for Zhou Bing. She's a good girl. Han Kaiying glared at him and said, Do you think you are worthy of our Bing Bing? After all this time, you still don't believe in our relationship. Chun Fan asked back, Auntie, what do you mean? You think I'm poor and can't afford a gift worth millions? I just gave all the money I earned to the woman I love most. Auntie, do you think there's anything wrong with a man being like this? Zhou Handong said, How can you talk like that? Xiao Chun, this is called being low-key. Several of my antiques were found by him. Shut up. Han Kaiying would not allow him to collude with Chun Fan. Yes, I just don't believe it. What can you prove to me? Are you Zhou Bing's boyfriend? This one. Chun Fan turned his head and looked at Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing had already been irritated by her mother. Auntie, I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. He walked up to Zhou Bing and took her hand. Zhou Bing, there's nothing to hide at this point. Since Auntie is so curious, let's tell her the truth. After saying that, he hugged Zhou Bing. Aunt, we really love each other. Please don't embarrass us. Zhou Handong covered his face and turned away in embarrassment. Han Kaiying was furious. Asshole, let go of my daughter. Chapter 58, he actually owns a building. Han Chaiyang was so angry that she was about to rush over, but was quickly stopped by Zhou Handong. What are you doing? Can you understand the smell? You asked for confirmation, and now it's confirmed for you. Han Kaiying shook his hand off and shouted angrily. I think you are crazy. Zhou Bing, come here. Chun Fan let go of Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing looked at Chun Fan happily with a sweet smile. It turns out that it is such a happy thing to be with the person you love in front of your parents. Chun Fan held Zhou Bing's hand and said, Auntie, just say whatever you want to say. Han Chaiyang was so angry that she wanted to kill this psychopath. Originally, she could not forgive her daughter for having a love relationship without her permission. He actually in front of me. At this moment, Han Chaiyang felt a huge pain in her heart, as if her most beloved thing had been stolen. Seeing her like this, Chun Fan said solemnly, Auntie, I don't know what your mentality is. Freedom of love, This is a point of view that has been proposed many years ago. Bing and I are both adults. Logically, you have no reason to stop her from dating. If you try to stop it by force, it's against the law. Besides, I don't think it's shameful to give my girlfriend a gift through my own efforts. If a woman can meet someone in her life who can devote everything to her, how happy would that be? I just don't believe that you don't desire this kind of love. Ahem. Zhua Handong was so embarrassed that he couldn't help coughing. Han Chaiyang was left speechless by what he said. Yes. Is it hard for you not to desire it? Who doesn't want to have such love? But she glared at Zhua Handong fiercely. Chun Fan seized the opportunity and said, Auntie, you are so strict because you are not confident in yourself. If a woman has enough confidence, she can handle any situation. She can stand out among thousands of people. Because of her confidence, she is fearless. She didn't have any concerns, including love, career, family. If you think that my relationship with Bing is a mistake, I can help you. But I would only think that this is a cowardice on your part. Children will eventually grow up. They have their own thoughts, their own opinions, and their own world. The more you care, the smaller their world becomes. Only by letting go of your hands and letting them fly, freely can they see the whole world. That's enough. Han Kaiying was very angry, even though she knew in her heart that what Chun Fan said was right. But she just wouldn't admit it. Do I, at my age, need a kid to teach me? Zhua Bing, on the other hand, stared at Chun Fan with a look of surprise. Why didn't I realize he was so eloquent before? Snort. This mouth must have deceived many girls out there, right? Zhua Handong was convinced. As expected of a student of Jiangzhou University, he is very eloquent. Good, good. He looked at Chun Fan with admiration. What's wrong with having him as your son-in-law? Why do you have to compare yourself with others in everything? Zhua Handong has a calm temperament and does not like to compete with others. He lived this leisurely life and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Seeing her husband was silent, Han Kaiying glared at him fiercely. Let go of Zhua Bing's hand and stand still. Well, seeing her mother treating her boyfriend like that, Zhua Bing came out to speak up for her. Mom, what do you mean? Chun Fan came to your house with such an expensive gift, and you actually let him stand there? Chun Fan smiled and said, It's okay. I'll have a good talk with our mother. Zhua Bing's body stiffened. This guy really isn't afraid of death. But it's better to let him fight against his mother. Otherwise, he will have no status in the family in the future. Han Chaiyang's face turned green when she heard this name. This kid is really shameless. He doesn't look like an idiot at all. And Zhua Handong laughed secretly. He had a good impression of Chun Fan, and the necklace that Chun Fan gave to his daughter was actually worth more than 6 million. What does this mean? It shows that he is capable, can make money. What's wrong with a boy who can make a living? On the contrary, Zhua Handong does not like those rich second generations who idle away their time all day long. What people gain through their own efforts will last long. Han Kaiying asked coldly for the sake of face. Where are you from? Chun Fan replied. Annie, I'm from Tongcheng County, Daxiang Province. Both my parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister at home. Such a remote country person. Han Chaiyang suddenly felt unhappy again. Let me ask you, what can you do to guarantee Zhua Bing's happiness? When Chun Fan heard this, he thought, wow, are you ready to agree? He looked at Zhua Bing, who was smiling. It seems that we're going to win the battle with Mom after all. No matter how thick her legs are, they can't twist as hard as her arms. Seeing Han Chaiyang staring at him like a tigress, Chun Fan said nothing and silently threw out a red book. Certificate of Ownership of Yin Fan Building. Hiss. Zhua Handong took a breath and said, Is this yours? What the hell? Han Chaiyang took a look. Handong, please help me, my legs are a little weak. She looked at Chun Fan in disbelief. Yin Fan Building. So the venue my company rents is yours? She looked at Chun Fan steadily. I don't believe it. Isn't this too much? How is that possible? He actually owns a building? Bullshit. This is obviously what I rented from Blueprint Investments. Han Chaiyang's face turned cold, but she always felt something was wrong. Why should Blueprint Company give itself preferential treatment? She looked at Chun Fan, a little undecided. Could it be that this kid is really a descendant of a big family? Even if it's not true, his ability is just too amazing. As for whether this building belongs to him, I will find out later when I check. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed to continue to be so forceful, but she couldn't bring herself to lose face. So he put on a fierce face and pretended to be serious. What are your plans for the future? Will it develop in Jiangzhou? Chun Fan said, It's hard to say. If I do well in the future, I will go to bigger cities or even the whole world. Chen Fan really wasn't bragging at all. But Han Chai-young was unhappy again. Young people should be more pragmatic. Just tell me straight, are you going to settle down in Jiangzhou in the future? Jiangzhou is just the starting point of my career. It is really hard to say whether I will stay in Jiangzhou in the future. But what does this have to do with falling in love? Is what Bing said. Are you in a relationship now with the intention of getting married? Chun Fan smiled and said, if Annie likes it, we could buy a house and settle down in Jiangzhou. This is not a difficult thing for me. Oh, you are so arrogant. Okay, I'll give you half a year to buy a villa in Jiangzhou. If you do that, I will definitely not stop you from dating. Chun Fan was stunned. What's the matter? Can't you do it? If you can't do it, don't bother our Bing Bing. No. What Chun Fan wanted to say was, are the requirements so low? Not to mention one villa. I already have 2 villas. Seeing his wife making things difficult for the young man again, Zhou Handong couldn't help but say awkwardly, Kaiying, you should buy a better house first. Han Kaiying glared at him and said no. Isn't he very awesome? He gives away necklaces worth 6 million yuan at every turn. What's the big deal about buying a villa? It's just tens of millions. Ahem. Zhou Handong still sided with Chun Fan. That 6 million might be all he has. He has already given it all to your daughter. All right, Zhou Handong. Why do you keep turning your arms outward? I want him to buy a villa. Is it because of myself? He is still so young. If he has the heart, he will work hard on his own. All right. Since his wife has already made a concession, Zhou Handong decided to quit while he was ahead. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I can secretly help them later. Well, Chun Fan, since you're here, why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Remember to be nice to Zhou Bing next time. Don't bully her. Your aunt, and I only have this one daughter. You agree now? Chun Fan looked at Zhou Bing excitedly, and Zhou Bing was secretly happy. But my mother still had a stern face, so Zhou Bing walked over and took her arm. Mom, okay, don't be angry. Let's go eat. Chapter 59, haha, worth 10 billion. Han Chai-young's worry may be because she is not informed and has no confidence. After meeting Chun Fan in person, she found that although this boy came from a poor family, he was capable, so she accepted him. After all, parents' hearts are still with their children. In order to ease the atmosphere, Zhou Handong cooked the meal himself. For this purpose, he even opened a bottle of wine. Patting Chun Fan on the shoulder, he said, when you have time in the future, please come to the store more often to help me keep an eye on things. The meal lasted more than an hour. When Chun Fan left, Zhou Bing saw him downstairs. Boo! She hugged Chun Fan and said happily, Chun Fan, I love you. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, I'll go back first. Remember to think of me. Seeing Chun Fan walk away, Zhou Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got my mom settled. I didn't expect the ending to be so harmonious. The girl returned home with joy and a smile on her face. Chun Fan also returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhin was busy with company matters, so he turned on the computer to operate the business. The total amount of funds in the account is 10.389 billion. Oh my god. It seems that the recent long-term returns are also good. Chun Fan carefully studied the future trends of these stocks. There are 2 that need to be cleared out. Chun Fan never likes to fight. After all, the amount of capital now is too large. If you wait until the risk comes, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Therefore, many market makers are selling while pushing up the price. Some bad dealers, in the end, sell almost without regard to cost. So his main job in the afternoon was to reduce his holdings or even clear out all his positions. In fact, the fastest way to sell is at the daily limit. Because if a market maker wants to continue to make higher profits, he must close the daily limit and create a strong upward momentum for retail investors. Of course, others cannot understand what will happen next, but Chun Fan can. Some market makers set the daily limit in order to sell their stocks, which results in the daily limit being opened and closed again and again. He put in the funds that were chasing the rise, and then slowly planned it out. Chun Fan saw that Jinhua Holdings, Jiangnan Machinery, and Dahua Heavy Industry had come to an end. Tomorrow there will be a phenomenon of pushing up the price and selling. And in the following few trading days, the trend of pushing up the price and selling will continue. Although we'll hit the daily limit again at the end of the trading day after tomorrow, it is also the last illusion. After the daily limit, the stock price plummeted, plunging by more than 50%. Of course, Chun Fan would not allow this situation. Seeing that there were more than 40,000 large orders on the daily limit, Chun Fan did some calculations. A total of more than 600 million. But the funds I have invested in these stocks are basically over 2 billion. Never mind, let's get him first. Chen Fan stepped on the opportunity and sold 40,000 lots directly. Brush. On the market, the daily limit was instantly opened and all the buy orders were eaten up. The dealer on the other side panicked. Oh shit, what the hell? Who the hell is sneaking up on me? Block it quickly. The market maker has brought the stock price to this level, and he absolutely cannot fail. If the stocks are suddenly sold at this time, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of retail investors. If all the retail investors run away, what's the point of playing the game? The dealer gritted his teeth and once again blocked the price with a large order of more than 20,000 lots. Chen Fan smiled. He expected the dealer to block. There's no way he could let the stock price fall. So he sold another 20,000 lots and directly took the other party's buy order. As a result, Chen Fan successfully cashed out more than 300 million yuan. Despite this, there's still 1.1 billion yuan left in this stock. Now he could only wait quietly for the dealer's next move. The banker must be cursing in his heart as he has continuously reduced his holdings and cashed out more than 900 million yuan. Of course, whether to block or allow the stock price to fall depends on the mentality and tactics of the banker. After all, the market value of this stock is more than 200 billion. Sure enough, the dealer changed his approach. He no longer set a daily price limit, but instead adopted a support method to try to prevent the stock price from falling. Chen Fan smiled and ignored him. Continued to operate on another stock. The techniques are roughly the same. Soon, Chen Fan cashed out more than 4 billion yuan from these three stocks. There is still more than 2 billion untouched in the stock market. Chen Fan has no intention of selling Shijiang Energy and Bagua Mining, because the following trend broke everyone's 3 views. They turned out to be the rare monster stocks of the century. So keep watching. Over the next half month, the 2 stocks soared wildly. However, there was a huge amount of volume in the middle, and the transaction rate reached more than 60%. Chen Fan guessed that this should be the second or even third wave of hot money taking over. In fact, many of the monster stocks are not created by the same market maker, but are a phenomenon formed by the relay of hot money from multiple stocks. After about half an hour, the dealer saw that Chen Fan had no next move, and he was also analyzing his opponent's strength. With more than 900 million, he should have exhausted all his efforts. Therefore, the dealer once again blocked the order with a huge volume of more than 30,000 lots. This banker is indeed a good person. It's time to harvest. Chen Fan said thank you and unceremoniously placed an order for 30,000 lots. Another 400 million yuan was received, and only the original cost was left. The dealer is furious. Thousands of large orders were placed one after another. 4,444. 4,444. 4,444. I'm a little angry and embarrassed. Don't talk to him about the rules. Chen Fan just threw out all the chips in his hand. Finally, I gave him a few moves. 886. I don't want to play anymore. I'm leaving. 10 minutes before closing, Chen Fan sold all his chips and successfully cashed out 2.065 billion. However, the market maker is also very strong, and in the last few minutes, he hit the daily limit again. This gives retail investors more confidence, and they also believe that the stock will continue to rise. Chen Fan did not do the same for the other 2 stocks. He threw out some and kept some. He did not kill him, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he decided to throw them all away. Seeing the balance of more than 4 billion in the account, plus the nearly 6 billion in shares, it's not easy to be worth tens of billions. Just keep hiding. But Chen Fan's principle is that shareholding should not exceed 5%. It is not among the top 10 small-cap stocks and keeps a low profile. But he pissed off the banker today, and after the market closed, he was furious in the trading room. In just one day, more than 2 billion yuan of funds ran away, but it was all real money that I paid for. Damn it, I must find this opponent and make him suffer. But getting angry was useless, so he had to change his strategy. For those who originally planned to ship out tomorrow, they can only force the price to rise, continue to boost market sentiment, and then choose the right opportunity to ship out. After completing the operation, Chen Fan stretched. I don't know how Su Ruzhen is doing. Would you like to go and have a look? Su Ruzhen was supervising the construction site, and she specially asked someone to decorate a large operation room. Of course, the decorators don't know what this area is used for. They were just constructing according to the drawings, but Su Ruzhen was planning to hang a huge screen on the wall. There are dozens of computers below. then gradually increase it according to needs. A professional trading center was officially formed. Chapter 60, A Birthday Gift for Su Ruzhen. Chun Fan arrived at Yun Fan Building, where Chun Meng was on patrol. Hey, Chun Fan, why are you here? Chun Meng quickly handed over a cigarette, which turned out to be a big red eagle that cost 20 yuan a pack. Oh, it's floating. Chun Fan lit up a cigarette and took a puff. He actually dared to smoke a pack of cigarettes that cost 20 yuan. Chun Meng chuckled. Thanks to you for introducing this job to me. Boss Su has been very kind to me. He paid me 10,000 yuan a month, plus bonuses. Well, do your best. Chun Meng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I will work hard. Chun Fan came upstairs and had recently signed a lot of tenants. But the price they came in at was at least 1.5 times that of Han Chai-young. This made Han Chai-young very happy. After all, she was the only one who got the lowest price, and the others had no room for negotiation. And Su Ruzhen's tone was also very tough. We do not welcome companies without strength. She is right. If you even bargain over the rent, it means you have no strength. Companies like this will move in, but they will move out sooner or later. In order to save trouble, Su Ruzhen simply raised the threshold. Of course, if Han Chai-young didn't have a daughter named Wabing, how would she have the chance to get such a price? The decoration of the office area is almost complete. Su Ruzhen saw Chun Fan coming and hurried to greet him. Why are you here? Chun Fan smiled and said, Come and see the progress of your work. Su Ruzhen said happily, So what do you think? Is it okay? Fina. Chun Fan's fair evaluation. He soon discovered problem. No matter what kind of burden he gave Su Ruzhen, she could bear it. Where to find such employees? Office area, reception area, rest area, logistics. Everything is clearly organized. Chun Fan looked at her with satisfaction. Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off. Su Ruzhen was obviously surprised. How did you know? Cut. She has her ID card in her hands. So how do I know? Su Ruzhen reacted quickly and said with a red face, I didn't expect you to remember this. Why? What are your plans? Chun Fan said, We have whatever arrangements you want. Then, Su Ruzhen saw that there was no one around. So she leaned close to Chun Fan's ear and whispered, Give me a kiss. Puff. Not so provocative. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, You have no ambition. Leave work early tonight. Su Ruzhen laughed out loud. After staying on the construction site for an hour or so, Chun Meng felt a little surprised when he saw the two of them going downstairs together. Chun Fan is awesome. He has such a good relationship with President Su. If only the two of them could get together. Boss Su, do you want to send me off? Chun Meng stepped forward and asked. No, I could drive back by myself. Now Chun Meng and his team no longer have to rent a house outside, as all the security guards live in the dormitory on the underground floor. After all, security work is 24 hours a day in 3 shifts. The two went out to eat together and then returned to the apartment. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Chun Fan received a call from Chu Yanfei. He said everything was ready and asked Chun Fan when he could come over. This was what Chun Fan had requested in advance. He didn't expect Chu Yanfei to do his job so seriously. Just in time. Today is Su Ruzhen's birthday. It was a rare day off, so she slept in. It's already 9 o'clock, and she hasn't gotten up yet. Chun Fan came out of the kitchen and took off his apron. This was the first time he cooked since moving into the apartment. In the past, Su Ruzhen was the one who did all the cooking, and as the boss, he was only responsible for eating. Today is a special day. Let's show some concern for this veteran. Boom, boom, boom. Are you up? Chun Fan knocked on the door, and Su Ruzhen's lazy voice came from inside. What? Let me sleep a little longer. Chun Fan didn't care about that and walked in to drag her up. Get up, I have something to do today. But Su Ruzhen didn't want to move at all, and it was not known whether she did it on purpose, but she pulled hard, and Chun Fan lost his balance and fell directly on her. Su Ruzhen hugged him. Oh, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Girls, can you be more reserved? A few minutes later, Su Ruzhen wiped her saliva. Boring. Are you a man or not? That's enough, that's enough. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We're going out soon. Chun Fan drove her into the bathroom. After Su Ruzhen came out of the shower, she saw the egg noodles on the table and asked, Did you cook it? What else? Happy birthday. Chun Fan handed her a pair of chopsticks, and Su Ruzhen was a little touched. He stared at Chun Fan blankly, then smiled bitterly. Thank you. You are still so attentive. Is this how you put your heart into it? Just a bowl of noodles. After they finished eating the egg noodles, Chun Fan urged her to change her clothes. What should I wear? Suru really knows how to act like a spoiled child. And this kind of thing also requires Chun Fan's opinion. Chun Fan said, with your figure, you'd look better without any clothes on. Faint. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. Do you really want to see it? Then he pretended to take off his clothes. Chun Fan turned his face away and said, that's enough. If you continue to tease me, something bad will happen. Su Ruzhen snorted. Who's afraid of who? If you have the guts, just go ahead. I'm not refusing to agree. Chun Fan was too lazy to argue with her. Is Chu Yanfei still waiting there? Su Ruzhen changed into a tight skirt and black stockings. This enchantress is ready to seduce souls again. Chun Fan said, can't you dress more innocently? You always act so provocative. It's not safe out there. Su Ruzhen raised her eyebrow. I'd love to. All right. Chun Fan no longer cared about her, and the two drove to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. Chu Yanfei had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Chun Fan coming with a beautiful woman, he was extremely envious. This girl is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this. She walked over and handed the things that had been prepared long ago to Chun Fan. Mr. Chun, this beautiful lady, please come in. What are we doing here? Su Ruzhen certainly didn't know that Chun Fan had bought a villa here. Chun Fan said, let's take a look. This property is pretty good. It's all villas. Are you planning to live here in the future? Su Ruzhen walked side by side with him and came to Building 16 under the guidance of Chu Yanfei. Chu Yanfei opened the door to the courtyard and said, you too, please come in. Su Ruzhen pushed Chun Fan and asked him to go first. Wow, it's so big. Seeing such a luxurious villa, Su Ruzhen couldn't help but admire it. This kind of fully decorated house can be moved in as long as you buy the furniture. Chun Fan took her to the second floor, where the view was better and they could overlook the river. How is it? Do you like it? He took the bag that Chu Yanfei gave him and handed it to Su Ruzhen. This is your birthday present. Take a look. Ah. Su Ruzhen opened the bag and took out a registration certificate. A real estate certificate? Opening it, the owner was Su Ruzhen. She was stunned at the time, staring at Chun Fan blankly, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 61. Confrontation with a banker. Chun Fan. Su Ruzhen hugged him tightly regardless of the presence of others. She was really touched at this moment. Regardless of how much this villa is worth, Chun Fan put a lot of effort into it. Su Ruzhen was so moved that she hugged Chun Fan and cried regardless of anything. Hey, what are you doing? Can such a small gift move you? Chun Fan was very embarrassed, not because Su Ruzhen was crying loudly, but because her body was too attractive. Make yourself feel so uncomfortable. Chu Yanfei, who was standing next to him, saw this and turned away awkwardly. But what shocked her even more was what Chun Fan said. A villa worth more than 30 million yuan was just a small gift. Oh my god, if he hadn't bought 2 villas at once, he wouldn't have even blinked an eye. She really wanted to beat this boastful guy to death. Many things in the world may seem like a ladder that cannot be surpassed in a lifetime in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of rich people, nothing is a problem. Although Chu Yanfei works as a salesperson at the Jiangshan Daijing sales office, she never dared to hope that she would be able to live in such a luxury house one day. For an ordinary person, it would be good if he could buy a nice apartment with an elevator and a larger one in his lifetime. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Yanfei could only envy from the bottom of his heart. I wish this boy was my boyfriend. Chun Fan was really uncomfortable with Su Ruzhen's plump body rubbing against his, so he pushed Su Ruzhen away. All right. Don't do that. It's not good if someone sees it. Su Ruzhen wiped away her tears and gave him a resentful look. This guy really doesn't understand romance. But she likes this villa very much. Chun Fan handed her the key and the real estate certificate and said, this is your house. You can move in any time you want. Su Ruzhen pouted. Let's not move for now. The newly renovated house needs ventilation. Chun Fan nodded. It's up to you. In fact, what he was thinking in his mind was to vacate the apartment so that he could have a tryst with Zwabing in the future. But he couldn't urge Su Ruzhen to move. After checking in, Su Ruzhen was extremely happy. Let's go out for dinner today. I'll treat you. Do you have other friends in Jiangzhou? Why don't you call them all over here? Chun Fan also wanted it to be more lively. It was her birthday after all. But Su Ruzhen shook her head and whispered in Chun Fan's ear, I don't want anyone else but you. Chun Fan was defeated by her and couldn't help but give her a cold look. What a demon. You better not mess with me. I don't mind eating either meat or vegetables. Su Ruzhen's figure is even better than Zhuo Bing's. But Zhuo Bing's long legs are unmatched by many people. At noon, Chun Fan had lunch with her. Su Ruzhen made a small request. Will you accompany me to the movies? Chun Fan shook his head. I have 2 more stocks to clear in the next 2 days. If I don't leave now, I'll be in trouble. Su Ruzhen also knew that the stock market was changing rapidly, and sometimes the entire situation could change in just 1 second. She also said with great understanding, okay, then I'll go with you. Now the trading account of Blueprint Company has been registered, and the entire company has several accounts. This is what Chun Fan plans to use for investment in the future. After the two returned to the apartment building, Chun Fan immediately turned on his computer and logged into his stock account. Jiangnan Machinery and Dagua Heavy Industry are still rising, but the strength is obviously not strong enough. The upward trend has entered a period of weakness, and it is estimated that the market makers are also selling their stocks. But he was supporting the stock price while selling it, trying not to let the stock price fall too much. Seeing this, Chun Fan decided to break the goods down into small pieces and quietly sell them out by completing numerous small orders. The dealer was also very cunning. When he saw his order being eaten up, he also understood what was going on. Some people took the opportunity to ship goods. The volume is large, and if you meet such a master, it won't be easy for you to leave. Therefore, stock trading is not like what they say on TV. You can't sell it whenever you want. He can easily make tens of billions. That doesn't exist. Didn't someone take over the banker's business and lose over 10 billion a while ago? Moreover, the stock market trend is not fixed. For example, Chun Fan can see the stock trend in the next 15 trading days. However, if you withdraw funds now, or suddenly buy in large quantities, it will affect the operation of the banker and its subsequent trend will change. This is similar to traveling back to ancient times and changing the course of history. Although the current market value is over 100 billion, if the dealer wants to leave, you have to leave too. And both are huge quantities, which leads to a phenomenon. There are too many liars and not enough fools. Both funds need to sell, but if there are not enough retail investors to take over, you will not be able to sell them either. This is also the reason why Chun Fan did not reason with the market maker yesterday and directly sold the stock after the price limit was reached. When faced with a situation like today, it all depends on who has better skills and a more ruthless heart. The market maker no longer places orders, and the stock price falls directly. This is more likely to cause panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhen had never encountered such a situation before, so she asked anxiously, "What should I do?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? We have already sold 60% of our positions. Let's take a step back and say that even if we lose all the money in it, we will still make a profit." But he is different. He can't afford to gamble. Just watch. I'll teach you a new trick. Chun Fan smiled and kept placing a large number of sell orders. It's just that the prices of these sell orders are relatively high, and they cannot even be seen at the 5-level mark on the market. Of course, experts like the banker usually use 10 levels, which makes it clearer. Next, it's time to show your skills. Chun Fan suddenly placed hundreds of large orders without warning, and the stock price directly fell to the limit. The stock price soared. It fell straight to the bottom. When the market makers and countless retail investors saw this scene, they were immediately panicked. Damn it, someone's going to crash the market. The dealer quickly placed a buy order for emergency help. This is the step that Chun Fan calculated accurately. If the banker does not come to the rescue, then all his previous efforts will be in vain. Once retail investors form a run on the bank, he will not be able to continue playing the game. So protecting the market is very important to him. If he doesn't protect the market, Chun Fan will continue to smash it until he gets panicked. In order to stabilize people's hearts, the banker had to take action to protect the market. Chun Fan had just completed several hundred transactions in a short while. But it is this move that will leave a long lower shadow on today's K-line chart. This move is undoubtedly equivalent to assisting the dealer. Many uninformed retail investors believe that this is a strong market cleanup, because many teachers told them that the longer the lower shadow, the greater the bullish momentum. The subsequent rise was even more rapid. For a while, in addition to the market maker's support, many speculative retail investors also followed suit. Chun Fan's sell order placed at a high price was quickly eaten up. In less than 10 minutes, he pocketed hundreds of millions. Su Ruzhen saw it all and exclaimed, "Great! This guy is simply a genius in the stock market." Su Ruzhen saw it all and was filled with joy. After successfully clearing out the inventory and leaving, Chun Fan patted her shoulders excitedly. Call a day. I'll spend your birthday with you tonight. Chapter 62, Visitors from the Su family. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Rujin had already taken a shower and changed into a black long skirt. The black hair falls on the shoulders, simple and elegant. This way it is much purer. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction and watched her spray perfume. Let's go eat. Considering that they might drink tonight, Chun Fan asked her to call Chun Meng. Now Chun Meng is in charge of the security team and usually also serves as Su Rujin's driver and bodyguard. After Chun Meng drove over the newly bought Maybach, the two got in. Go to Four Seasons Seafood Restaurant. Okay, Chun Meng is a loyal guard. Chun Fan grew up with him and knows his character very well. Does he know what he should and shouldn't do? His job was introduced by Chun Fan, and Chun Fan was often with Su Rujin. He concluded that the two were in a relationship. After sending the two to the Four Seasons Seafood Restaurant, Su Rujin said, "You should also find a place to eat. You can eat whatever you want a day and ask me to reimburse you." Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. As a part-time bodyguard, Chun Meng did not go out for a big meal. Instead, he waited quietly in the car. Chun Fan and Su Rujin entered the restaurant, and he said the same thing. Order whatever you want. Su Rujin's eyes were as charming as silk. You don't give me what I want to eat. Chun Fan called the waiter and ordered 6 or 7 kinds of seafood, served with 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of vegetables. That's enough. How can 2 people finish it? I didn't expect Su Ru to be so frugal. Beauty, don't give me so much. Chun Fan waved his hand. Go ahead. Oh, it's her birthday today. Let's have some seafood longevity noodles. Okay, what would you 2 like to drink? The waiter did the usual sales pitch. Su Rujin asked Chun Fan, would you like some red wine? Sure, it's your birthday, you decide. I'll drink with you. Okay, a bottle of red wine then. Su Rujin looked at the price and said, the wine here is so expensive. Give me a bottle of 2,600. Chun Fan looked at her in confusion. Why are you so frugal? Su Rujin said, that's about it. That's all, beauty. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. The waiter took the menu and left. Chun Fan also ordered a cake for her, which was on the way. The service in the restaurant is good. After all, the cost of such places is not low. Just today's meal for 2 people would probably cost several thousand yuan. The food was served quickly and the wine was opened. Chun Fan held the cup and said, come, wish our president Su a happy birthday. Su Rujin smiled and said, I also wish our business will become more and more prosperous and flourish. Chun Fan nodded. That's good. Our business must be booming. Well, I wish our Chun Fan will have many beautiful wives. Puff. Chun Fan was speechless. Do you really want me to have many girlfriends? I'll have more girlfriends if I have more. Chun Fan clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Don't tease me all the time. I might push you away one day. Su Rujin glanced and said, come on. Who's afraid of who? Okay, you defeated me. Have some noodles. These are longevity noodles. Chun Fan pushed the bowl of noodles over. Didn't you cook noodles for me this morning? Eating noodles again. Su Rujin still picked up a few pieces with her chopsticks. The 2 of them ate and chatted, and Chun Fan said, you have to get the company up and running quickly. From now on, I will give you full control of the operation. In Blueprint Equity Company, Chun Fan gave Su Rujin 10% of the shares. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Su Rujin's pretty face turned red. His eyes were drunken. You can't drink. Who said that? Do you dare to have another bottle? Forget it. We still have to cut the cake later. As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, the errand boy brought the cake over. The cake is not big, but it is very sincere. It says on it that I wish Mr. Su will always be 18 years old. Su Rujin smiled happily and said, I like this. She made a wish, and while Chun Fan wasn't paying attention, she grabbed a handful of cream and smeared it on his face. Chun Fan was not to be outdone and wiped her face. If they hadn't been in the restaurant, the 2 would probably have had a big fight. Su Rujin panted, Okay, I won't make trouble anymore. Seeing her surrender, Chun Fan did not pursue her. I'm going to wash my hands. Su Rujin stood up, put her bag on the seat, and went to the bathroom. Chun Fan wiped his face with a tissue. Beauty, pay the bill. Su Rujin washed her face and was wiping it with a tissue when a man came out of the men's bathroom next door. Suruthen, so you were hiding here? Su Rujin was startled, turned her head to look at the other person, and her face suddenly changed. You're really good at hiding. The Liu family always thought you were abroad? Su Ruzhen turned around immediately and said, You got the wrong person. After saying that, he hurried back to the restaurant, picked up his bag, and shouted at Chen Fan, Let's go. But the other party caught up with her and saw Su Ruzhen with a boy. He couldn't help but yelled angrily, Stop. Chen Fan noticed something was wrong. What's going on? The other person stared at him coldly. Who are you? Boy, I advise you to mind your own business. You can't control or provoke the Su family's affairs. Su Ruzhen, that's enough. Seeing the other party getting angry at Chen Fan, Su Ruzhen also became angry. You don't need to take care of my business. There's no need for anyone to interfere. After saying that, she pulled Chen Fan towards the door angrily. But how could the other party let her go? He rushed over to stop the two of them, pointed at Chen Fan's nose, and yelled, Boy, do you want to die? You want to fight, right? Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves. It had just been a long time since he had a fight. Born in the countryside, he has plenty of strength. He just didn't believe that he couldn't defeat this pretty boy. Even though the other party was dressed in a suit and looked handsome, Chen Fan believed that as long as he punched him, he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Su Ruzhen stood between the two of them and said, Come to me if you have anything to say. The other party glared at Chen Fan angrily and said, Okay, then come back with me, and I will pretend that nothing happened today. Su Ruzhen snorted coldly. What if I don't? That's not up to you. He glanced at Chen Fan and said, Stay away from her, boy. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. What the hell is it to you? Chen Fan did not show any weakness and responded sharply. The other party was furious. I think you are looking for death. After saying that, he punched Chen Fan. Before Chen Fan could make a move, Chun Meng, who had been waiting outside, rushed over. Snap! He slapped the man in the face, then grabbed his wrist and pushed him to the ground. It hurts. The other party screamed and glared at Chun Meng with bared teeth. You dare to hit me? Bang! Chun Meng slapped him again. Yes, I will beat you. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? Chun Meng exerted force on his hand, and the other party screamed in pain. It hurts. I surrender. I surrender. Chen Fan sneered and said to Su Ruzhen, Let's go. Chapter 63. Su Ruzhen confesses her life story. After coming out of the hotel, Su Ruzhen was in no mood at all. Chen Fan comforted her. It's okay, don't think too much. The two returned to the apartment building, and Su Ruzhen was in a very low mood. She was very happy today, but she took a bottle of wine and sat on the balcony to drink it alone. Chen Fan saw that she seemed like a different person, and he always felt something was wrong. Su Ruzhen, what's going on? Tell me. Su Ruzhen picked up the wine bottle and gulped. He took a few gulps. Chen Fan snatched it away and said, Don't drink it. It will hurt your body. Su Ruzhen hugged his neck and burst into tears. Chen Fan had no choice but to comfort her. Tell me what's going on, and I'll face it with you. But Su Ruzhen didn't say anything. It seemed that she had been suppressing her emotions for too long, sobbing continuously. Chen Fan couldn't push her away either. As she cried, she raised her head and glanced at Chen Fan. Her originally beautiful face was now covered with tear marks. His eyes were already red. Even Chen Fan felt distressed when he saw it. What happened? Can't you tell me? Su Ruzhen shook her head and couldn't help sobbing. Today's events brought back her sorrow. When Chen Fan saw her like this, he didn't know what to do except comfort her. Then let me help you to the bed and rest. Drink some with me. Chen Fan had no choice but to take 2 bottles of wine and sit with her on the balcony. Maybe sometimes it's better to get drunk. So Chen Fan didn't ask her what happened, but just drank with her. In fact, Chen Fan has never been in love, never been heartbroken, and never been drunk. He had no choice but to get drunk with Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen drank and cried. Before I knew it, it was already past 1 o'clock. I saw that she was finally drunk and still had half a bottle of wine left. Chen Fan bent down, picked her up, and walked into the bedroom. I covered her with an air-conditioned quilt and stayed by her bed. The night is deep. There is no wind and no rain. Even the air seemed to be telling a faint sadness. The remaining half bottle of wine lay lonely in the corner. Chen Fan didn't know her background, nor did he know about her grievances. But I don't know how to comfort her at this time. Finally, she was tired of crying. Lying on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up from his sleep. I found myself wearing a piece of clothing. Su Ruzhen got up early. Seeing Chen Fan wake up, she said with an apologetic look, I made you suffer last night. Chen Fan stood up and stretched his muscles, and felt numb all over. Just as he was about to ask Su Ruzhen the reason, Wang Hao called, "Chun Fan, we're back. Got it. Let's talk about it later. I'm busy now." Their training class was over, and they wanted to meet with Chun Fan to discuss the situation. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. I made breakfast." After Chun Fan stood up, Su Ruzhen said gently that she changed her clothes and began to tidy up the room. Seeing that she was as diligent as a good wife and mother, Chun Fan felt a little warmer in his heart. But he still asked about what happened last night. "What happened? Who was that person yesterday?" "My cousin." Su Ruzhen no longer avoided it. After making the bed, she sat down beside it. "Do you want to know the reason? Tell me. I will help you as long as I can." Chun Fan vaguely guessed that there must be a story behind her. Through this period of contact, I can tell that she doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Her ability to manage a company is definitely not as simple as being a temporary bank worker, as mentioned before. At this point, Su Ruzhen had no choice but to speak frankly. "Actually, I am from the Jiangnan Su family. My parents died very early. In order to form an alliance with the Liu family, they wanted me to marry into the Liu family. I disagreed and ran away secretly." Chun Fan was stunned. "Are you talking about the century-old Jiangnan Su family? This family is very famous, just like Chairman Wang, who people mention today as a small goal." Of course, Chun Fan had heard of it, but he never thought that Su Ruzhen had such a background. Su Ruzhen nodded. Chun Fan stared with his eyes wide open. "Wow. So you are the eldest daughter of the Jiangnan Su family? What kind of plane?" Chun Fan looked at her in confusion, and at first he thought he was very charming. Only now did he realize that Su Ruzhen was deliberately trying to drag him down and go against the Su family. But the Liu family is also a big family. Damn it, it's full of traps, and it's a big pit. Seeing Chun Fan's expression, she glared at him in frustration and punched him. "What do you mean? You regret it?" Chun Fan asked. "Did you do this on purpose?" "What do you mean by intentional? I have nowhere else to go." Su Ruzhen blushed. "What can I do as a girl in Jiangzhou where I don't know anyone? Since you are a college student, you should be honest and simple, so I rely on you." Chun Fan shook his head. "Okay, but now that you've jumped into the pit, you are not allowed to change your original decision at any time. The company is just starting out now, so you have to move forward with me." "Don't worry." Su Ruzhen finally knew the reason and pinched his face. "You are so narrow-minded. I'm a man of my word. What are you afraid of?" "Okay, then it's a deal. No matter what happens in the future, we will face it together." Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly. But the Liu family is not so easy to deal with. If they knew that I was with someone else, they probably wouldn't let it go. Whether it is the Su family or the Liu family, for Chun Fan at the moment, it is definitely a capital giant. What Su Ruzhen said at Chun Fan's house, that her family's assets were worth hundreds of billions, was not a lie at all. It seems that I have to make a new plan and crush these giants in terms of strength. School will start in a few days. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to hurry up and set up the company and put it into formal operation. He asked Elang Gao and the others how the training was going. "The girl Tang Jing should be kept in the company." Su Ruzhen nodded. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." "Okay, you arrange it." Chun Fan stood up and prepared to go out. "Just leave like that. What's the matter?" Chun Fan thought something was wrong with her. She pointed at her face. "Would you like to have a bite?" "Faint. Flirting with myself again." No matter how many years older she is than him, in this respect, Su Ruzhen is simply a charming enchantress. No wonder so many emperors in those days would rather give up their kingdom just to win the smile of a beautiful woman. I'm afraid most people wouldn't be able to control themselves if they met a beauty like Su Ruzhen. Coming out of the apartment, Chun Fan found his legs weak. Chapter 64. Cooperation with Zhao Real Estate. At noon, Chun Fan met with Wang Hao and others. Their training has been completed, and they are about to officially take over the property management of Yunfan Building. In order to relieve their pressure, Chun Fan explained to Su Ruzhen, they are only responsible for the sanitation of the building's common areas and maintenance of facilities. Security issues are the responsibility of Blueprint Company, because security is under the management of Chun Meng, but he only has a part-time job protecting Su Ruzhen's safety. In this way, managing property becomes a lucrative job. All the companies that move in have to pay them property fees. The property fees in the entire urban area of Jiangzhou are not cheap, let alone this kind of commercial building. So what Elang Gao and his team have to do is to recruit some cleaners, plumbing and electrical maintenance workers, and the like. As long as they manage this department well, It will be no problem for each person to get hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. To put it bluntly, this is Chun Fan giving away money. It is also to develop their abilities. When everyone was eating together, Tang Jing rarely spoke. Wang Hao asked, Chun Fan, how did you get to know Mr. Su? You were so generous that you actually let us practice on such a good thing. Qi Nan was also very interested in this matter, and they had planned it a long time ago. Know how much profit you will make in a year. This is many times better than those who apply for jobs in companies. And they have a promising future. As long as we make the company bigger, we can contract properties outside. By then, the entire Jiangzhou will belong to them. This is of course the fantasy of a few young people. When discussing the division of labor, everyone unanimously nominated Yi Langgao to be the manager. Wang Hao was the deputy manager, and the two girls were in charge of other matters. Chun Fan asked Tang Jing, what about you? Tang Jing shook her head and said, I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I feel like I'm not suitable for this. I'd rather be an employee. Chun Fan understood that Tang Jing didn't want to work with these two pairs of lovers. Because they are a group and I'm a single person. She was afraid that there would be a gap between them over time. So she just brought it up now. School is about to start, but they have to put on hold. Especially in the third year. It is common to be 10 days or half a month late. They will officially start their post tomorrow, so everyone will disperse after dinner. Chun Fan noticed that Tang Jing was worried and said a few words to comfort her. Don't feel pressure, just let go and do it. If you tie your hands and feet for a mere 200,000 yuan, your vision will be narrow. Tang Jing returned to school. Life always grows through slow tempering. After experiencing this incident, Tang Jing was obviously very different from before. When I first met her, she was a little arrogant and didn't talk to people much. Now, she has learned to bow her head in front of life. The next day, Tang Jing was arranged by Su Ruzhen to work as an employee in the company. Because she is a student, she cannot go to get off work like a regular employee. Su Ruzhen could only arrange for her to take charge of some not-so-important tasks. Or it could be something that can be done remotely, so she can find time to complete it while at school. After Yi Langgao and his colleagues took over the property, they felt good on the first day. Especially Yi Langgao, who felt very cool wearing a suit with a manager's badge on his chest. Chun Fan helped them settle down, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. They have to walk the road ahead on their own. At around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called. I have good news for you. You say, how about we celebrate tonight? Su Ruzhen kept it a secret. Sure, as long as you like. Hearing Su Ruzhen's soft voice, Chun Fan remembered how she looked in bed. No, if I continue like this, I will be drain dry by her. Su Ruzhen's gentle smile came from the phone. Really, this is great news. Someone from Zhao Real Estate came to talk to me today and wanted to cooperate with us. The one who came was a young lady. So pretty. Speaking of Zhao Real Estate, Chun Fan naturally thought of Zhao Linlin immediately. Are they going to cooperate with you to open a hotel? How clever. Su Ruzhen pressed. I see that she is young, but she is quite experienced in hotel management. I read her analysis report. The hotel is managed by their professional team, which I think is good. Well, just make up your mind. It's not a big deal. Chun Fan didn't care about these little things. Su Ruzhen was fully responsible for the investment within a few small goals. You trust me so much? Su Ruzhen asked deliberately. Chun Fan was speechless. I think you want to be beaten again. Would I care about such a small matter? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, seeing that this guy was not honest. I'm telling you something serious. Don't keep thinking about that. Since you think it's feasible, I'll sign it. Okay, let's consider it our first investment. Chun Fan transferred 1 billion yuan from the stock market. He then injected the 1 billion yuan into his own company. Then the company under his own name will be injected into Blueprint Investment Company. In this way, Blueprint Investment Company was absolutely controlled by the company under his name. In addition, Chun Fan transferred the remaining 300 million yuan in the account to his own personal account. This money is used for daily pocket money. Although he transferred more than 1.3 billion yuan from the stock market, here more than 1 billion yuan from the two big stocks, Shijiang Energy and Bagel Mining. There are still tens of billions of funds in the stock market. It's just that he has been too busy recently, and he doesn't even have time to invest in other stocks. When Su Ruzhen saw the funds arrived, she signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin the next day. Blueprint Investment invested 120 million yuan, and Zhao Group invested 150 million yuan to jointly build a new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen was fully focused on her work, Chun Fan school started. He has been living in the apartment all summer. I will have fewer opportunities to go to the dormitory in the future. In fact, there is nothing much to do in the first few days of school, except welcoming the new students. Zhuo Bing has been quite busy recently. She and the dance team started rehearsing the program a week in advance for the performance at the opening ceremony. Elang Gao and his friends were working in the company, so naturally they didn't come to report. Only Chun Fan was there, strolling around preparing to go to school. Beep beep. As soon as I left the apartment, an Alpha drove over, followed by several cars. Hey, little brother, do you have any good apartments for rent here? Chun Fan glanced at the other person. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed modestly. Inside the Elfari car door that was opened was a girl of about 18 or 19. Judging from what he is wearing and the watch on his wrist, he seems to come from a wealthy family. Chun Fan said, I don't quite understand either. Why don't you ask the guard? The other party said thank you and turned to the girl in the car and asked, Miss, do you think this position is okay? It's quite close to the school. If possible, I'll arrange it now. The girl in the car leaned her head out and took a few glances. Only then did Chun Fan realize that she was extremely beautiful. Could it be another new schoolgirl? Chun Fan was about to leave when the other party called out to him, Wait a minute. Chapter 65, New Schoolgirl. Do you live in this building too? The other person got out of the car. Although he was dressed in student clothes, his facial features were extremely delicate. She has a great figure too. Her appearance is no less than that of school beauty goddess Zhao Linlin. But in the eyes of a guy like Chun Fan who knows the taste of meat, she is still a little too slim. The other person is about 1.68 meters tall, which is very good among girls. And all her clothes are high-end luxury brands. Seeing her asking him about the building, Chun Fan nodded, yes. Oh, what's the environment like here? It's okay. At least it's the safest neighborhood around here. The property management is also very good. Got it, thank you. The other party smiled brightly, and Chun Fan also said politely, You're welcome. Having said that, he turned and left. The girl looked up at the apartment and said, I've looked at so many places. This is the one. Yes, Mississippi. The middle-aged man immediately gave orders. Find the best floor and buy 2 or 3 units. Look, he's so awesome. I didn't plan to rent it all. I just bought it. A man who looked like a bodyguard ran over from the car behind, asked the doorman about the situation, and came back to report, I'm sorry, butler. The doorman said that the house here is very popular and there are no buyers at all. The butler sneered. That's because the price they gave was not enough. Talk to the owner directly. When Chun Fan arrived at the school, a large group of animals were dancing and talking. Do you know, there's going to be a very impressive person among the freshmen. It is said that she is extremely beautiful, on par with Zhao Linlin. That's right. I heard that he is a top student and has participated in many international competitions. By the way, I also heard that her family is very rich. The family seems to own several listed companies. Ahem. At this time, Liang Dong came and glanced at everyone with contempt. What's the point of saying this? Can you guys reach it? I saw it all. He came with bodyguards. For people like you, even taking one more look is a luxury. Everyone was speechless after being rebuked by Liang Dongkai. Indeed, no matter how beautiful such girls are, they are still an insurmountable gap for them. That is something that ordinary people cannot even touch. As for those daydreamers, wake up. The class was arranging the arrangements for the reception of the new students. Guo Jianliang followed behind Liang Dongkai. Like a pug, when Chun Fan left the classroom, he didn't expect to hear rumors about the new schoolgirl everywhere. Hey, have you heard? There's a very beautiful girl among the freshmen. She's got amazing looks and a great family background. Well, now the forum is full of legends about her. That's right, this guy is awesome. It's already popular even before people arrive. Wow, I really want to meet a schoolgirl like this. I don't know if she has a boyfriend. Hearing these people whispering, Chun Fan felt very bored. Isn't she just a pretty girl? So what? I'm really speechless about these single guys who have never eaten meat. Well, maybe they don't realize now that a man deserves to have everything only if he is strong. Otherwise, you will always live in envy of others. This was Chun Fan's second time in a dance studio. Through the window glass, he saw from afar a group of girls with nosebleed-enough figures rehearsing. Some girls are so overdeveloped that some parts of their bodies are as big as those of cows. However, Chun Fan does not like this kind of exaggerated figure, but prefers those like Zhuo Bing and Su Ruzhen. Zhuo Bing is worthy of being the leader of the dance pair. She is the best among them in terms of dancing posture and appearance. Chun Fan watched from afar until they finished rehearsing. Why are you here? When Zhuo Bing saw Chun Fan, he immediately ran over to say hello. When Chun Fan saw her wearing tight training clothes, he smiled in a particularly mean way. Zhuo Bing guessed what he meant and glared at him fiercely. Don't look. Chun Fan asked, what, are you free to make an appointment? Zhuo Bing checked the time and said, let's go later. I have another show later. After rehearsal, I have to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. Chun Fan nodded. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Zhuo Bing smiled sweetly. But this guy suddenly said, I'm leaving, wife. Zhuo Bing shuddered all over, turned around, gritted his teeth, and pinched the guy hard. Stop yelling. After all, he was still a student, and when Zhuo Bing heard this title, he felt numb all over. Goosebumps all over the floor. Chun Fan fled in pain. This bastard. Zhuo Bing stamped his feet, still feeling a little embarrassed. Bored, Chun Fan came to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where a woman in JK clothes was live streaming. Brothers, do you see this? This is the playground behind our school. I'm not lying to you. I'm really still a student. Thank you, brother, for the little star. Let's sell the tickets and crowdfund. Press the health bar and move the ticket. Chun Fan shook his head. People nowadays are not doing their jobs properly. Can't you just go to work properly? I play this every day and always think that pie will fall from the sky. If you really have talent, it's okay for people to reward you voluntarily. But the person in front of me can't do anything except acting coquettishly. They also frequently ask the audience to vote and compete with others. Do you think others are stupid? 555, we lost again. My brothers are so incompetent. Chun Fan sat down on the chair next to him, ready to wait for Zhuo Bing to finish rehearsal before going out to eat together. As soon as she took out her phone, the woman who was live streaming turned around and cursed. What are you looking at? Stinky loser. Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Chun Fan didn't care. He didn't expect that he would be scolded for no reason and without provoking anyone. But the other party asked, what about you? Are you deaf? Go away and don't disturb my live broadcast. Chun Fan looked up. Are you talking about me? If not you, who else could it be? It's you, a poor loser, who came here to ruin my mood. I lost the PK again. Depend on. Chun Fan stared at the woman. He sneered. What? Are you going to hit someone? I'm an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Are internet celebrities with tens of thousands of fans amazing? Chun Fan really admires those talented anchors who sell goods. They never ask fans for gifts in a coquettish manner, but instead work hard on what they want to do. Like this. As long as I get a lollipop, he will probably kneel down and call me big brother, right? Chun Fan glanced at her live broadcast account and walked to a nearby place silently. A little Jiao Jiao. What kind of nickname is this? Where do tens of thousands of fans come from? Aren't there just over 1,000? There were only a dozen people in the live broadcast room. Hee hee. Without saying a word, Chun Fan went to the other party's live broadcast room and sent 2 rockets. Wow. Big brother is coming to my live broadcast room. The other person was also a woman and was very surprised. It seems that this is the first time she has met such an awesome brother. A little girl was confused. Quickly click on the avatar of the big brother in the other party's live broadcast room. Nima. Isn't this the poor guy from before? A little girl suddenly burst into tears. Brother. Seeing Chun Fan not far away, she rushed over. Chapter 66. Boyfriend worth 100 million. Brother, please help me get a gift. Give me a huazi, and I will do whatever you say. Brother. Chun Fan looked at her strangely. Do I know you well? A little girl held onto his arm and kept rubbing against him. Brother, I was wrong just now. Just help me. Help me fight 2 games, just 2 games, okay? As long as you help me brush a huazi, I will go with you today. Chun Fan looked disgusted. He took out his cell phone and sent a few more rockets to others. Another huazi. Wow. Oh my god. The god of wealth descends from heaven. The other party completely fainted in the live broadcast room. I'm just a small anchor and have never seen any big scenes. Today, someone inexplicably gave me a rocket and even a huazi. Oh my god. The woman was so excited that she fainted. A little girl was so envious that she waved her fists in anger. Just like that, I missed the opportunity to meet my elder brother. It's all my fault. Dogs look down on people. I didn't expect that he is the real big brother. Chun Fan ignored her and left. She sat on the ground angrily. In the girls' dormitory, Zhuo Bing had finished her work and came out after changing her clothes. I saw Chun Fan waiting outside the dormitory door. Hey, you are so honest. Chun Fan stood up. What do you mean? Zhuo Bing held his hand affectionately. Today is the new student registration day. Didn't you go and provoke other schoolgirls? How can they compare to you? Jill, now you're so sweet. Did you do something bad? It is said that women are naturally sensitive. Chun Fan said firmly. What are you thinking about? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Chun Fan is now better at coaxing girls than before. After all, people always have to grow up. The two of them went out of the back door of the school and found that the two shops on the back street had been rented out to others. Taking advantage of the start of school, the boss of this shop is back to business. Chun Fan didn't want to worry about such trivial matters, and he would just have to collect rent from now on. Let's eat here. Zhuo Bing pointed to a frog shop in front. It was packed with people because school had started. You still have to queue. Chun Fan didn't like to join in the fun. Let's go to the city. Zhuo Bing stared at him. What are you doing? Although she is not short of money, she does not spend money recklessly. Not like some girls who are too ambitious and vain. Chun Fan put his arm around her waist and said, when I'm with you, of course, I have to eat the best. And you won't be back at night, right? Zhuo Bing said the following words. Chun Fan pinched her face speechlessly. It's good that you know. Anyway, there was nothing to do tomorrow, so Zhuo Bing just let him do it. The two hailed a taxi and said, Master, let's go to Yinjiang Avenue. Some people say that if you find a girlfriend, you must take her to eat seafood. The taxi driver could only glance at Chun Fan with envy. What a lucky guy. Such a good cabbage was taken away by him again. The place Chun Fan brought Zhuo Bing to was actually the top restaurant in Jiangzhou. Royal Banquet. The average consumption here is over $1,000 per person, with no upper limit. Zhuo Bing held him back. Are you crazy? Why are you in a place like this? Chun Fan said indifferently. Let's go, we're already here. Do you have a lot of money? You're so extravagant. Hey, I think you've been drifting lately. Chun Fan smiled and said, It's okay, I don't come here often. How much can the two of us eat? Zhuo Bing glanced at him. Are you hiding something from me? I'm telling you, Chun Fan, don't do anything illegal. What's wrong with eating seafood? Let's go. After dragging her into the restaurant, the staff arranged a couple's booth by the window for them. The environment here is elegant, high-end, and classy. The floor was as shiny as if it had been licked by a dog. Let's order. Chun Fan asked the waiter to give the menu to Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Bing took a look at the prices. It's too expensive. She didn't want to spend Chun Fan's money indiscriminately. But since she was already there, she gritted her teeth and ordered some not-too-expensive seafood. That's all. Show me. When Chun Fan saw this, he was like, how can this be possible? After all, I am a billionaire, so I ordered all the best dishes here. Although the food in this kind of place is expensive, it is very exquisite and the portions are not large. Chun Fan closed the menu and said, another bottle of red wine. The waiter responded happily. Okay, what brand of red wine would you like? Well, a bottle of Lafite will do. A small bottle of Lafite costs tens of thousands, so Bing thought to himself, it's over. He's going to spend all my pocket money this year at once. I guess this dinner tonight will cost at least 100,000 yuan. But Chun Fan was very happy, as this was the first time he brought Zhuo Bing to such a high-end place. Besides, she is his official girlfriend, and Chun Fan doesn't want to treat her unfairly. Seeing Zhuo Bing staring at him suspiciously, Chun Fan smiled and said, what are you doing? Am I that handsome? Zhuo Bing said, tell me the truth, what did you do? Are you dealing in antiques again? No. Chun Fan smiled, and seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, I made a lot of money from stock trading. When he mentioned stock trading, Zhuo Bing was not surprised. Many students in college are investing in stocks, but most of them lose so much money that even their parents can't recognize them. So she asked tentatively, how much do you earn? Chun Fan said calmly, not much, maybe a few $100 million. Puff. Zhuo Bing just picked up the cup to drink some water, but it suddenly sprayed out. Chun Fan speechlessly wiped the water off his face with a tissue. Why are you so wet? Zhuo Bing gave this fellow a fierce look and said, don't you like it? Chun Fan didn't expect Zhuo Bing to dare to say such a thing. All right, I really like it. Hearing that he made so much money from stock trading, Zhuo Bing felt relieved. Even a necklace worth more than 6 million yuan that I gave her last time, she felt at ease. The stock market is risky, so take it easy. But she still gave him some caring advice, and Chun Fan nodded, don't worry, I know my limits. Zhuo Bing didn't think there was anything special about having a boyfriend who was worth over 100 million yuan. She had become accustomed to this kind of life and the circle of wealthy people. After all, my parents are also worth over 100 million. The two drank red wine and ate seafood. It was quite romantic. Chun Fan had even booked a room a long time ago. This restaurant is right next to the main building. Several luxury cars drove to the restaurant entrance, and everything could be seen from the floor-to-ceiling windows. A middle-aged man got out of the car and then carefully asked a girl of about 18 or 19 to come out. Seeing his respectful attitude, Chun Fan wondered, who is this woman? Such a grand ceremony. The people who got out of another car behind were the president of Jiangzhou University, the director of the teaching department, and many other leaders. The principal lifted his collar and gestured to the middle-aged man, "Please." The middle-aged man respectfully asked the girl to go first. Chapter 67, If My Mother Finds Out, She Will Beat You to Death. Chun Fan's eyes can not only see through things, but can also see details 100 meters away. The bracelet on the girl's wrist turned out to be a product of the prosperous Tang dynasty. It is more than 1,300 years ago. Such a precious bracelet is definitely priceless. Chun Fan also saw news about this girl on the forum. She was Lu Wushuang, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, an existence that can crush the Zhao family of Jiangzhou in terms of both strength and family background. The Zhao family's assets are only a mere 20 to 30 billion, but the Lu family's strength is definitely more than that. This can be seen from the scene when Lu Wushuang goes to school. There were housekeepers, bodyguards, and even school leaders accompanying them. The appearance of Lu Wushuang made Chun Fan a little alert. After all, this family had a special relationship with Su Ruzhen. What he had to do was to develop rapidly and crush these families fundamentally. This is the only way to make Su Ruzhen feel safe. What are you looking at? Chun Fan was thinking about it when Zhuo Bing noticed his expression. However, Lu Wushuang and the others had already entered the restaurant, and Zhuo Bing saw nothing. Let's go shopping after dinner. Chun Fan took a sip of red wine. Zhuo Bing didn't seem to be very interested. No. Then go back to the hotel and sleep. This time Zhuo Bing did not refuse. Instead, I asked curiously, "Hey, how can you make so much money from stock trading? How do you do it?" Chun Fan put down the cup and looked at her with a smile on his face. "Why are you interested in this? How about I teach you some other day?" "No way. Can't you support me in the future?" Zhuo Bing shrugged. She was just asking a question. Chun Fan said, "It is necessary to support you. You are my wife." Zhuo Bing frowned. "Can you be a little more oily?" It always feels a bit awkward to call her wife at this time. After all, she is still a student. After dinner, the two took a stroll on the street and then went back to the hotel to sleep. Zhuo Bing lay in his arms. "I was slept with by you on the first day of school. How long are you going to bully me?" Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh and pinched her face. "One lifetime is not enough. You must be mine in the next life, too. Won't you be annoying me?" Zhuo Bing has a very special personality. He is very cheerful and not the shy type. Chun Fan shook his head. "Why should I bother you? Is it too late to love you?" Zhuo Bing turned over and pressed him under him. "If my mother knew, she would beat you to death." The next day, Chun Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen early in the morning. After more than a month of hard work, Blueprint Investment Company was ready and was just waiting for Chun Fan's words. Seeing that Zhuo Bing was still sleeping in, Chun Fan did not disturb her and immediately rushed to Yunfan building. Unexpectedly, I ran into Han Kaiying in the elevator. "Auntie, good morning." Han Kaiying stared at him in surprise. "Why are you here too?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "I came to see that several classmates are applying for jobs here." "Oh." Han Chaiyang was confused. Could it be that this building was really his? She thought about her rent, which was half as low as others, and her heart skipped a beat. Chun Fan stood behind her, and there was a strong smell of perfume in the elevator. This mother-in-law loves to dress up. She is in her 40s and is very particular about her daily life. But she has a good temperament and is quite charming in this aspect. He had no idea what Han Kaiying was thinking at the moment. Han Chaiyang really has all 5 feelings. If what Chun Fan said is true, for a woman as strong as I am, all these years have been wasted. Not even as good as a child. Well, what can I say? People still need to read. Now that she had accepted the matter between Chun Fan and her daughter, she no longer worried about it. As long as they are happy. Arriving at Han Kaiying's office floor, Chun Fan said politely, "Take care, Annie." Han Kaiying nodded and said, "Come to my house and play when you have time." "Okay, I'll come to see you and uncles will then." After Han Kaiying got off the elevator, Chun Fan went to Blueprint Investment. In order to avoid exposing the identity of Chun Fan, the boss behind the scenes, Su Ruzhen asked everyone to take a day off and officially go back to work tomorrow. The office is tidy. Each area is clearly divided. According to Chun Fan's instructions, Su Rujin decided that the company should be younger, have a good atmosphere, and the decoration should not be too old-fashioned or rigid. This makes people feel happy when working. Su Rujin took him around for a while, and Chun Fan said with satisfaction, "It's pretty good. Congratulations to Mr. Su on the grand opening." Su Rujin smiled sweetly. "Aren't I still working for you?" Chun Fan said, "Don't forget, you're the legal representative of the company." Su Rujin laughed and took his arm, since no one saw it anyway. Then we came to the most important area, the trading room. This area is a certain distance away from the ordinary office area and has access card permissions. People not related to the work are prohibited from entering. In the trading room, there is a huge screen in front. Below the screen is a podium where the commander sits. Below are rows of computers, dozens of them lined up in a row. There is a temporary rest area next to it, with a place to put snacks. Chun Fan praised, "You really make people feel at ease when doing things." Finally, there is Su Rujin's large office, which comes with a luxurious lounge. There is a 2.2-meter-long bed and a double bathroom. "This is all for you. Would you like to experience it?" Su Rujin said ambiguously. Chun Fan suddenly felt agitated. He put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "You're so sexy." Su Rujin rolled her eyes at him, full of charm. However, Chun Fan did not fall for it and said seriously, "Our company should have a separate elevator. You can arrange it." He didn't want to run into other people every time he came over. There will be more people in Yun Fan building in the future, so we need to avoid suspicion. So Rufenadid, okay. There are 7 companies that have moved into this building now. Many have come to negotiate, but some think it's too expensive. Chun Fan said, "We only recruit capable companies that earn money from rich people. If you think it's too expensive, don't come in." After checking, the two left the office. Su Rujin said, "I haven't been able to recruit the receptionist I want." Chun Fan has very high requirements for the receptionist. First of all, she must be beautiful and have good temperament. After all, the front desk represents the image of the company. If you find a few ugly ones, not only will the guests feel uncomfortable, but you'll also feel disgusted. So image is the first factor. The second is responsibility. You can't have someone who has no sense of responsibility, no matter how beautiful they are. The salary can be higher, but it must meet the company's employment requirements. Speaking of the front desk, Chun Fan thought of someone. But one is not enough, you need at least 2. At this time, Zhua Bing called, and Chun Fan told her that he had something to do outside. "Then I'll go back to school." Zhua Bing checked out of the hotel and took a taxi to school. As soon as Chun Fan walked out of Yinfan building, his phone rang again. Chapter 68. Picked up a receptionist. Some people and some things seem to be destined. Chu Yinfei came out of the manager's office. She was almost angry to death today. In August, she sold 2 villas and earned at least nearly 300,000 yuan in commission. But the company changed the commission plan and only paid 50%. The rest will be paid out as a bonus at the end of the year. This is intolerable. Many people protested, but they were weak and belonged to a vulnerable group after all. There's only one sentence above. It's up to you to do it or not. Even without you, there are still others. I wonder how many people are queuing up for such a good job. Indeed, the salary of Jiangshan Daijing Villa District sales staff is higher than that of the same industry. And another crucial point is that this property is easy to sell, so there's no need to worry about not finding a salesperson. The company made this decision based on the bet that they would not dare to resist. Chu Yinfei was also scolded just now. The manager said forcefully, "The reason why the property can be sold is not because of your ability, but because of the good quality of the property and the strength of the company. Don't be complacent and self-righteous just because you have achieved some results. Remember that it is the company that makes you, not you that makes the company." After they converted it, Chu Yinfei could only get a commission of more than 110,000 yuan, and only half of it. The manager also said to Chu Yinfei, "You're just picking up dead fish. Tell me what you paid for it." Of course, she knows the inside story of the property sales industry. I have also seen many colleagues make great sacrifices in order to sell their houses. She was indeed lucky, but she can't stand this. "Can I just quit?" However, before leaving, she has to hand over the work at hand. And the client's matters also need to be taken care of. For the 2 villas bought by Chun Fan, Su Rujin has already obtained a real estate certificate, but Chun Fan did not intend to put the other villa under his own name, so he has not yet obtained the certificate. Chu Yanfei called Chun Fan, hoping that he could come over if he had time. If Chun Fan doesn't go, it will be more troublesome to hand the information over to someone else. Then I'll come over. Chun Meng, please give me a ride. Without saying a word, Chun Meng drove the Tuareg to take Chun Fan to the Jiangshan Daijing sales office. Chu Yanfei had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Chun Fan get off the car, she hurried to meet him. Mr. Chun, I have prepared your information. There are also keys to Building 19. You can register the real estate at any time if you wish. Of course, you can also apply for it in someone else's name. Chun Fan said there was no rush. The apartment layout of Building 19 and Building 16 is the same, and Chun Fan had seen them at that time. Su Ruzhen was not planning to move in for the time being, so the two villas remained empty. After handing the things to Chun Fan, Chu Yanfei made a small request. Mr. Chun, can I take your car out? Sure. You're off work? I quit my job, so I'm giving you the key today. Oh. Hearing that Chu Yanfei had resigned, Chun Fan looked at him again. Most people who work in sales have good temperament and good looks. They're almost as good as those flight attendants. So Chun Fan asked, why did you resign? Chu Yanfei angrily stated the reason, and Chun Fan looked back at the sales department of Jiangshan Daijing. I didn't expect such a big company would rip off its own employees. What is your education level? College. Chu Yanfei didn't know why Chun Fan asked these questions. She just answered truthfully. So what are your plans next? I don't know. I'll find another job. If that doesn't work out, I'll go sell cars. Chun Fan said, I have a place you can try. If you're competent, the salary should not be too bad. Really? Chu Yanfei's eyes widened. What company? Chun Fan said to Chun Meng, who was driving. Let him take you there. It's a newly opened company, and they are hiring a receptionist. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also apply for other positions. Well, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chu Yanfei was very happy that he could find a job so quickly. Of course, she believed that the boss who could afford the villa would not cheat. If they want to find a job for themselves, it's a matter of minutes. Chun Meng, I'm going back to school. You take her to see President Su for an interview. Chu Yanfei guessed that Ms. Su should be the girl that Chun Fan brought last time. Arriving at the apartment building, Chun Fan got out of the car. Chun Meng took Chu Yanfei away. In the apartment building, a group of people were moving furniture, and it happened to be going to the floor where Chun Fan was. When he arrived at the door of the house he rented, he found that the doors of the two houses opposite and the one next to him were open. The middle-aged man I met yesterday was directing the moving work. Be careful. Don't bump into anything. You need to put things in order. You can go a little slower. I'll give you double pay then. Thank you, boss. Several movers were overjoyed and worked extra hard. Chun Fan was a little surprised. Aren't there any houses for sale here? They even changed the furniture, 3 sets at once. So cool. Just as he was about to enter the door, the middle-aged man saw him and said, Young man, do you live here too? Oh, do you need help? No. The other party waved his hand, and Chun Fan didn't say much and went straight back to his room. When I opened the computer, I saw that the share prices of Xizjiang Energy and Bagel Mining had skyrocketed. From the time Chun Fan started investing to now, the price has increased 6-fold, and it continues to soar. As expected of the century's big bull stock, the subsequent trends that Chun Fan can currently see are almost all rushing upwards in the form of daily limit. This is going to double again. Very good. Since his current size is large enough, if these two stocks double again, his shareholding funds will reach nearly 10 billion. It is very difficult to produce such a large quantity, and the dealer himself also needs to ship the goods. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to ship the goods after another 5 or 6 trading days. Then part of the funds will be handed over to Su Ruzhen's team to manage the business. Be your own boss behind the scenes. But Chun Fan discovered a problem. The market was going to fall soon, and there is still more than 500 points of room for decline. This is a bad phenomenon. Every time this happens in a market, it will affect the trends of many individual stocks. The tragedy of thousands of stocks hitting the daily limit may happen again. However, there are also a very small number of individual stocks that do not care about the rise and fall of the market and develop independent trends. Chun Fan paid attention to Zhao Real Estate and found that its stock price was cut in half in the following market. Jiangnan Paper, Southland Real Estate, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile Company, Limited fell by more than 60%. Chun Fan widened his eyes. No way. When reviewing the market today, I discovered these stocks. Because the amount of funds is too large, it is not conducive to short-term operations. I didn't expect the following market situation to be so exciting. Today is the second day, which means these stocks will start to plummet tomorrow. Chen Fan picked out these stocks without hesitation, as they have been rising rapidly. They are all bull stocks that have increased several times in value in the previous period. So what are you waiting for? Let's short sell by borrowing securities. Chapter 69. I became familiar with the girls in the dance troupe. The market capitalizations of these stocks range from hundreds of billions to tens of billions, and their market caps are not small. Chen Fan checked their margin lending quota. Just by a few hundred million first. If the stock price plummets tomorrow, you can just lie down and make money. After finishing all this, there was no more noise outside. I guess everything has been moved. Chen Fan called Zhuo Bing and asked, "Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Zhuo Bing agreed readily. "Sure. Come and pick me up." Chen Fan hung up the phone and went out. As expected, the place across the street had already been cleaned. There were at least 4 hourly workers cleaning each room. At this time, 2 people came into the elevator. The middle-aged man came with a woman in her 40s and said, "From now on, you will take care of the young lady's daily life and diet." The middle-aged man ordered, "Okay, please rest assured, I will take good care of the young lady." Chen Fan entered the elevator and shook his head with emotion. Children from wealthy families are different. They have several bodyguards and nannies to take care of them. What a grand ceremony. Chen Fan arrived at the school, and Zhuo Bing was still in the dance studio. Seeing that the time was almost up, he had to go over to take over. Unexpectedly, I happened to run into Zhuo Bing and her friends just after their rehearsal, and a group of girls ran out. "Huh, Bing Bing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him run away. We must catch him today." "That's right, let him treat us today." A group of girls surrounded Chen Fan with laughter. "We want to have a barbecue." They didn't know that Chen Fan had already rented out the shop, and they all kept pestering Chen Fan with smiles on their faces. Chen Fan said, "I have no money. If you don't have money, ask Zhuo Bing to pay for you. She's a very wealthy woman." At this time, a girl shouted, "No, I want to eat seafood." Another girl laughed. "Why do you have to eat seafood? Seafood is for girlfriends." "Why?" There are pure girls who don't understand. The girl who had just laughed rolled her eyes and said, "You don't even know what seafood tastes like?" "Oh." Zhuo Bing understood instantly. He couldn't help but glare at Chen Fan fiercely. So this was the reason why he wanted to take him to eat seafood. It is clearly laying the groundwork for future plans. Everyone changed their clothes and went to have a barbecue together. Chen Fan was surrounded by a dozen girls, which stunned all the boys in the school. "Oh shit, whose son is this?" "Yes. Which rich second generation is this again?" "This posture is so awesome. You should know that everyone in Zhuo Bing's dance troupe has a great figure, good looks, and long legs. Any boy who can date one of them will be blessed in his life. This guy actually brought a bunch of beauties with him." At this moment, countless jealous eyes attacked like sharp swords. He wished he could cut Chen Fan into pieces. Especially those boys who are still single in their senior year are extremely angry. This scene happened to be seen by Liang Dong. "Fuck you, poor loser. You're done pretending." He glared at Zhuo Bing. "Bitch, sooner or later I'm going to get you and abandon you." Chen Fan didn't see Liang Dong Kai, nor did he know that he was cursing him behind his back. He took Zhuo Bing and the others to the back street and said, "You can order whatever you want to eat. Zhuo Bing will treat us today anyway." Zhuo Bing was also very polite. "Well, order more and bring some to the people in the dormitory." "Hey, rich lady Zhuo Bing, you can't possibly take the food away after you finish eating, right?" A girl who was on good terms with Zhuo Bing joked. "It doesn't matter as long as you are happy." At this time, a girl next to them looked at the two of them curiously. "Isn't it your boyfriend who's treating? Why are you paying?" "Chen Fan, you don't want to be a gigolo, do you?" Chen Fan didn't mind. "In our family, women manage the money." "Ha ha." A group of girls laughed happily. Zhuo Bing found that his eyes were always glancing at the long legs of other girls. Gnashing her teeth, she pinched him secretly and said, "Don't try to take advantage of them." Chen Fan smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person?" But this guy is indeed eyeing these girls, thinking about whether to sign them to work as receptionists in the company. If they appear, wow. Who can compare with this scenery and grandeur? The girls who were with Zhuo Bing all had good personalities. Can take a joke too. When we didn't know each other well before, everyone was so aloof. We became familiar with each other, just like brothers. They ate barbecue and drank beer without any restraint at all. If I can build them into a girl group, I can also invest in the film and television industry in the future. A bolder idea popped up in Chen Fan's mind. By the time everyone finished eating the barbecue, it was almost 8:30. Chen Fan really didn't expect that these girls could drink so much. A dozen people drank 4 boxes of beer, with each person averaging at least 4 bottles. There were a few of them who couldn't drink much, which meant that some people drank 5 or 6 bottles, or even more. Watching this group of lively and naughty girls waving goodbye, Chun Fan hugs Bing and whispered, "Why don't we go to the hotel?" "Faint, you went there last night, and you're going there again today?" Although Bing also wanted to stay with Chun Fan, she still refused to go to the hotel. "Why don't I rent a house, and then we can?" "You want me dead?" Bing immediately stopped his next thought. It is absolutely impossible to rent a house outside. This is open cohabitation. Don't you dare to think like that. Bing pinched his nose and said, "Work hard, we are still young. We'll have a lot of time together in the future." All right. Chun Fan had no choice but to send her back to the dormitory. After all, girls should be more cautious in this regard. Chun Fan returned to the apartment and was stopped by 2 bodyguards when he was about to enter the elevator. "What's the meaning?" Chun Fan looked at the other person angrily. A bodyguard said with a sullen face, "I'm sorry. Our young lady doesn't like to share an elevator with others. Please go to the side." Chun Fan was a little annoyed. "Is the elevator yours?" The bodyguard frowned and was about to warn Chun Fan, but the girl in the elevator shouted, "Forget it. Let him in." "Miss." The 2 bodyguards wanted to say something else. The girl glanced at them and said, "Can't you hear me?" "Yes." The 2 of them then walked into the elevator awkwardly and no longer tried to stop Chun Fan. Chun Fan was a little unhappy, looking at the 2 bodyguards and thinking, "Do you believe that I will find someone to beat you up?" He simply didn't enter the elevator and walked out to wait for Su Ruzhen. After a while, Chun Meng brought Su Ruzhen back. Chun Fan called him to the side. "Chun Meng, how strong are you? Can you beat those bodyguards?" Chun Meng looked at him in confusion. "What do you want to do?" Chun Fan said, "I want you to help me beat up 2 people. Just give it a try." Chun Meng was not sure. After all, the other party was also a bodyguard-level figure. He can't brag about this. But Chun Meng had a request. "If I win, you buy me a drink. If I lose, you send me to the hospital." "Ha ha." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 70, Chun Meng's Strength. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to drag Chun Meng to fight, Su Ruzhen asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Chun Fan touched his nose and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to step aside for a while." "What happened?" "The eldest daughter of the Liu family, Liu Wushuang, has come to Jiangzhou University to study. She lives upstairs with her bodyguards." "Ah." Su Ruzhen felt a bit overwhelmed. "Then I won't go up. You guys go." After saying that, he left in a hurry. "I guess I'll just have to stay in a hotel tonight." Chun Fan took Chun Meng into the elevator and went straight to the 26th floor. Liu Wushuang has returned to her room. The housekeeper bought 3 sets of houses here at once, and Liu Wushuang lives in one of them alone. The 2 bodyguards live in one suite, and the other one is for the nanny, which also serves as the kitchen. When the 2 went upstairs, they happened to meet Liu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards guarding the door. "Are they both?" As soon as Chun Meng came up, he pointed at the 2 of them and asked. Chun Fan nodded. Chun Meng walked over and asked, "Are you 2 awesome? Come here and fight me." The 2 bodyguards glanced at him with some disdain. You have to know that they have all received professional training. Those who were sent by the Liu family to protect Liu Wushuang are definitely not ordinary people. "Fight with you? It seems like I've lost my identity." But when Chun Meng rolled up his sleeves, he looked just like a country bumpkin. He pointed at the nose of one of the bodyguards and said, "Damn it, just because you're rich is not a big deal. Does this elevator belong to you? Can you install one yourself?" The other party frowned and grabbed Chun Meng with a grappling hand. Chun Meng sneered, lowered his body, raised his hand, and hit the other person's lower abdomen with his elbow. Forehead? Is this guy a martial artist? The opponent instinctively bent his body to avoid Chun Meng's attack. Who knew that Chun Meng would use a whirlwind kick? Brush. A powerful force came against the wind, long legs like whips. Hit the opponent's waist hard. The opponent was knocked flying on the spot and hit the wall hard. Seeing the other person curled up on the ground, covering his injured part, Chun Fan gave him a thumbs up. "It works in one shot, not bad. I never expected Chun Meng to be so powerful." A professional bodyguard was knocked down by him in just 2 moves. The other bodyguard was stunned and roared. He ignored the bodyguard who had fallen to the ground and rushed towards Chun. Chun Meng was not to be outdone. Bang, bang, bang. He threw out 18 consecutive punches in an instant with great force. The opponent was beaten back repeatedly by him and had no power to fight back. "Good." Chen Fan watched with great interest and shouted excitedly. The other party became furious and roared loudly, using the Black Tiger heart-ripping move to attack Chen Meng's heart. Chen Meng blocked with both hands, suddenly pulled back and turned around. An elbow hit the opponent's cheek. Puff! A trace of blood flew out of the other person's mouth, along with a few teeth. Thump, thump, thump. After being hit hard by Chen Meng's attack, he couldn't stop and retreated more than 10 steps. He touched his cheeks swollen by Chen Meng, his eyes burning with anger. Come again. Chen Meng hooked his finger at him. The other party was furious and rushed over roaring. Chen Meng pulled up his stance, bow in front, and arrow behind. Aho! Seeing the opponent approaching, he kicked again. Thump! The bodyguard suffered the same fate and was knocked to the ground by Chen Meng. Good! Wonderful! Chen Fan clapped his hands and shouted. He walked over and patted Chen Meng on the shoulder. Awesome! Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have this skill? I'll ask Mr. Su to double your salary later. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Why? Chen Meng reacted after he finished speaking. What is your relationship with President Su? Chen Fan smiled and said, we are brothers who share the same bed. Depend on. That's what I told you. The relationship between them must be special. Otherwise, how could Su Ruzhen be so nice to me? What are you doing? Lu Wushuang came out of the house after hearing the noise and saw that his 2 bodyguards were beaten black and blue. They were holding their waists and couldn't even stand up. What's going on? This was probably the most embarrassed time she saw the 2 bodyguards. You know, jobs like theirs are usually quite impressive. How could ordinary people dare to provoke him? The 2 struggled to get up, lowered their heads and shouted, Mississippi. One of the bodyguards complained first, pointing at Chen Fan and saying, we just stopped him in the elevator and he called people over to retaliate against us. Lu Wushuang was speechless. Are you 2 shit-eaters? You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to say you will protect me? Her face darkened. From now on, you 2 are fired. No, miss. Go and explain it to the butler yourself. Lu Wushuang was merciless. He threw down a sentence and turned to walk in. What a fucking loser. As a bodyguard, he actually had the nerve to say that he was knocked down. Chen Fan was very happy and put his arm around Chen Meng's shoulders. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Don't leave until you're drunk. He glanced at Lu Wushuang's 2 pitiful bodyguards and laughed heartily. Wasn't that pretty awesome just now? I didn't expect it to be so delicious. The nearest night snack stalls at this time are at the front gate and back street of the school. There are mostly restaurants in the front, but the back street is where they are happiest. Late night snacks, accommodation, KTV, foot bath, and massage. Chen Fan took him to the back street, and Chen Meng was fascinated by the long legs under the short skirts. Finally, he sighed, you still have to study. Otherwise, you can't even get through the door. Chen Fan ordered a case of beer and a lot of barbecue, and the 2 of them chatted while drinking. Chen Meng, you are quite skilled. Follow Boss Su and work hard. I won't treat you unfairly. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded obediently, and he opened his mouth and ate the whole skewer of barbecue. Su Ruzhen called, where are you? Barbecue stand, would you like some? Forget it, I'll lose weight at night. Su Ruzhen asked, is the matter settled? I was just about to tell you, Chen Meng is really good. He knocked down Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards. Raise his salary to 30,000 tomorrow. Well, come over after you have supper. What? Su Ruzhen said depressedly. What else can I do? You finished eating, why don't you give me some? Then she sent a location message to Chen Fan. Jiangzhou International Hotel. After seeing this message, Chen Fan added a few more skewers of lamb kidneys. It was almost 1 o'clock. Chen Fan paid the bill and looked at Chen Meng's greasy mouth. Let's go. 2 people took a taxi, and 1 went to the company dormitory in Yinfan building. 1 came to Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen took a shower and lay on the bed lazily. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and she hurried over to open the door. Chen Fan flashed in with a smile, looking at Su Ruzhen, who was clean and white in her bathrobe. This guy is smiling like a pervert. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, why don't you take a shower? Smelling a strong smell of barbecue, Chen Fan rushed into the bathroom. Eno flushed. Vaish, vaish, vaish. Seeing this guy so impatient, when he came out, Su Ruzhen handed him a bathrobe and smiled slyly. Sorry, I'm full tonight. Day. Chapter 71, Godlike Man. Of course, when I was with Su Ruzhen, we mainly talked about work. That kind of thing should be done in moderation. Chen Fan didn't go overboard. 3 or 4 times a day was enough. After finishing her work, Su Ruzhen told him that Chu Yinfei would come to work tomorrow. She also brought a colleague who was also working in sales with her. She is very good-looking, which meets Chun Fan's requirements for a front desk clerk. Chun Fan said, "I won't interfere in the company's affairs. You are fully responsible. Oh, let me tell you something very important. I plan to short Jiangnan Paper, Nangguo Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile." After hearing this, Su Ruzhen sat up instinctively with a look of surprise on her face. "What's the matter? Why didn't you react so strongly just now?" Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you know that these 3 companies are all owned by the Liu family?" Chun Fan was slightly stunned. "What a coincidence." "Never mind. Shouldn't I make money?" Su Ruzhen said, "That's not what I meant. I thought you were deliberately going to war with the Liu family." "Not really. It's just a coincidence." Chun Fan really didn't expect things to be so coincidental, but tomorrow will be a major turning point. The market, which has been rising rapidly since last year, is about to change. It will be a bloody storm. I will transfer another 2 billion to the company's account early tomorrow morning. You give the order and complete the layout before 10 o'clock. Throw all the money you have at it. I'll send you a message with a specific plan. When it comes to work, Su Ruzhen is never vague. Of course, she had no idea what would happen tomorrow. The next morning, Chun Fan transferred the money to the account of Blueprint Investment Company. 2 billion. He also held a large number of shares in Western Frontier Energy and Northern Mining, just waiting to sell them out next week. After all, the crazy rise of these 2 stocks against the market trend cannot be missed. Although Su Ruzhen was troubled by Chun Fan last night, she still arrived at the company on time. At this moment, various departments of the company have been established, including personnel, finance, logistics. The most core department is, of course, the operation team, which has a total of 16 people. Each person is responsible for at least a dozen financial accounts, and they're all traders, no analysts. Blueprint's company account is generally not activated. This is also Chun Fan's arrangement because he does not want to be exposed to these capitals too early. The market opened at 9:30 and soared. At this time, no one would have thought that a major change would occur today. Su Ruzhen instructed everyone to borrow securities and short sell. At this time, all the traders felt incredible. Someone asked in confusion, "Mr. Su, the market is rising rapidly. Isn't it inappropriate for us to operate like this?" Su Ruzhen said, "Your task is to follow orders. Don't ask anything else. If you don't borrow securities when the price goes up, you won't be able to buy them when the price goes down. Moreover, they only shorted 3 stocks under the Liu family and would not touch the others for the time being." At this moment in the Jiangnan Liu family, the young and energetic Li Yuxuan was very excited to see the great rise in his own company's stocks. If they hold on for a while longer, the Liu family's assets could double again. As an outstanding representative of the younger generation of the Liu family, he is now the president of the company. The Su family was preparing to match him with Su Ruzhen, but Su Ruzhen refused and ran away from home. The Liu family's goal is to double the market value of its several listed companies. As their plan was about to be realized, they certainly didn't know that something big was going to happen today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the early trading was still fine. Billions of dollars of northbound funds flowed, and shortly after Su Ruzhen completed his layout. Suddenly, the market changed, and the market index, which had been rising sharply, suddenly turned around and fell. At first, no one took it seriously. After all, there is no stock market that only goes up and never goes down, so a correction is reasonable. But the market rose by more than 1 point and soon fell below yesterday's closing index. Then it goes all the way down, diving straight down. Oh no, the situation is not good. I guess everyone has this thought at this moment. Some experts looked at the market index and K-line and said, it's okay as long as it doesn't break. It should be a technical adjustment. After all, the previous rise was too fast. However, the stock market was far from being as simple as they had imagined. The huge buy orders for almost all stocks, including many funds for capping the daily price limit, were swallowed up in an instant. The stock price plunged from a high level. The market quickly fell 2 points. Then it eased a little. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a sharp drop, there will be a strong rebound. Seeing this, some smart people will immediately try to take advantage of the rebound. Another huge amount of funds are bought. But buying at this time is tantamount to walking into a trap. I guess most people don't realize the risk is coming. The market rebounded for just 3 minutes, rising by less than a point, before plummeting again. And the magnitude is even greater. A storm is coming. The market dropped 5 points. At this moment, at least half of the stocks have hit the limit down. The 3 stocks under the Liu family have also fallen by more than 8 points. The stock market turned green, and Liu Changfeng's face also turned green. As the third-generation head of the Liu family, he is in charge of hundreds of billions of assets under the Liu family. Seeing that his plan was about to fail, Liu Changfeng's face became terribly gloomy. Liu Yuxuan advocated saving the market and was determined to withstand the pressure at all costs. He was restrained by Liu Changfeng. After all, he is a veteran in the business world who has experienced decades of ups and downs, and he smelled a crisis. According to his experience, he should not fight to the death at this time, but take the opportunity to escape, otherwise there would be no recovery. Sure enough, within half an hour, all 3 stocks under the Liu family hit the limit down. In the entire stock market, only a few stocks are still holding up. Of course, there are also high-quality stocks that are rising against the wind. For example, Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining have firmly held their daily limit and are as stable as a rock. And they will continue to rise. There was an uproar in the Blueprint investment trading room, and everyone was surprised, staring at the plate in amazement. They had to admire Mr. Su for his foresight. It was as if the stock market was controlled by her, rising or falling as she wished. Seeing everyone's admiring eyes, Su Ruzhen felt secretly ashamed. She could only admire Chun Fan. This guy was simply a godlike man. YYDS. In the afternoon, the market continued to fall. The bears did not give the bulls any chance, and the market eventually closed at minus 7.73%. Su Ruzhen called Chun Fan and said, "It's closed. We won a great victory. What should we do next?" Chun Fan said, "Wait." In this wave of market, the market fell by more than 500 points, with only a small rebound in the middle. The 3 stocks under the Liu family fell by more than 60%, and he just had to reap the benefits. Otherwise, don't do anything. Su Ruzhen received instructions and asked everyone to rest. Snacks, coffee, and fruit plates are all ready. Everyone can eat and play at will. Real money-making work doesn't need to be so tiring. Chun Fan watched the stock market in his apartment all day, turned off his computer, and stretched. As soon as the 3 stocks under the Liu family fell, "Well, I made a few $100 million again today." Others only make money when the stock price goes up, but he makes money even when the stock price goes down. There is currently another $10.396 billion in funds in the account. This does not include the more than $3 billion transferred to Blueprint Investment. Next week, we must quickly sell Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining and mobilize funds to do another big deal. Just as he was about to go out and relax, Tang Jing sent him a message. "Chun Fan, are you free?" Chapter 72, opening the door to another world for Tang Jing. Seeing this message, Chun Fan barely had any second thoughts. "Well, go ahead." Seeing that Chun Fan was not busy, Tang Jing quickly called him. "Hey, Chun Fan, can you come out for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Tang Jingyan hesitated. "Come out first and we'll talk." Perhaps she felt that this was not a good idea, so she explained, "I want to treat you to a meal. It's certainly nice to be invited to dinner." But Chun Fan noticed that something was wrong with Tang Jing's tone. She has something on her mind. Chun Fan shook his head. "This Tang Jing, it seems like she needs some good counseling. She has become a different person ever since the incident in her family." "Okay, then come to the apartment complex across from the school. I'll wait for you downstairs." Chun Fan waited for more than 10 minutes before Tang Jing finally arrived. "Didn't you treat me to dinner? You made me wait so long. That's not sincere enough." "Wait, there seems to be something wrong with Tang Jing today." Although she didn't wear any makeup, you could tell she had made some effort to dress up. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head. Her face was pretty, and her facial features looked particularly delicate. And she wore jeans that made her legs look longer today. After seeing Chun Fan, she seemed a little embarrassed. "Am I late?" This question was really difficult for Chun Fan to answer. He looked at Tang Jing quietly. This child looked very quiet. "Fortunately, I only waited for about 10 minutes. Tang Jing looked at him awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Ah. Seeing how cautious she was, Chun Fan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. "Isn't it too early to eat now? Then, shall we find a cafe and sit for a while?" Tang Jing asked for his opinion. Chun Fan said readily, "Okay." To be honest, he didn't like the way Tang Jing looked now. Ever since the incident at home, she has become cautious and reserved in front of him. After the two arrive at a nearby coffee shop, Chun Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Tang Jing emphasized, "It's my treat today." She picked up the phone and said, "Let me pay you back 10,000 yuan first." She transferred the money to Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, "Why are you so anxious? I'm not rushing you." Tang Jing blushed. "You didn't urge me, so I can't go back on my word, right? You've helped me a lot, and I feel uncomfortable leaving you in debt. It's like having a stone weighing on my heart." I didn't expect Tang Jing to be so honest. If it were some other people, they would never return the money if they borrowed it. He also understood Tang Jing's psychological pressure and comforted her. "Take your time. Anyway, I'm not short of money for the time being." Tang Jing hummed, trying to force a smile. "Thank you." There was a gleam of simplicity, reality, and sincerity in her eyes. An idea suddenly came to Chun Fan's mind. "In fact, you shouldn't lock your mind for this little money. You should open it. It's just a temporary problem. If you're tied down by a small amount of money, it will hinder your future development. Perhaps you will become particularly cautious from now on, and you will not be able to let go. This will also limit your vision." Hearing him say this, Tang Jing was stunned. Chun Fan's words touched her heart. She was indeed the proud little princess in her parents' eyes. She has excellent grades and is beautiful. She has always been cared for by everyone since she was a child. But she lives in an ordinary family environment after all. Once something as big as my dad getting into a car accident happens, the whole family will fall apart. Money is a gap that many people cannot overcome in their lifetime. This is the reality. Although money is not everything, without money, nothing is possible. I used to be a person with dreams, but now she only thinks about making money. A debt of more than 200,000 yuan is also a considerable burden for ordinary people. It may take you several years to pay it back. Therefore, Tang Jing wanted to seize every opportunity and work hard to make money to pay off her debts. Sometimes she thought to herself that she just ran into Chun Fan. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be so lucky. She had analyzed Chun Fan over and over again in her mind, and many people said that his family was very poor. He has been working part-time to pay for his studies and even received poverty subsidies from the school. But who could have thought that he would be able to rise in just 2 years? He went from being a student receiving poverty subsidies to a person with the strength and ability to help others. Tang Jing was deeply moved by Chun Fan's story. Maybe if nothing like this had happened at home, she wouldn't have noticed this boy at all. Thinking about it now, she still thinks Qin Nan has good vision. Chun Fan also noticed her thoughts, put down the cup, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere." Seeing Chun Fan stand up, she quickly said, "I'll go pay the bill." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Let me do it." "How can this be? I already said it's my treat." Tang Jing rushed to pay, but was stopped by Chun Fan. "You will make a boy lose face if you do this." Tang Jing blushed and felt too embarrassed to insist. "Where are we going?" "Go to a place that can open the door to another world for you." Although I knew every word he said, I just couldn't understand him. Tang Jing thought of many possibilities. "What are you going to do?" "He has a girlfriend." Tang Jing began to have wild thoughts. The two hailed a taxi. "Master, let's go to the exotic goods market." Tang Jing had no idea what the rare goods market was. Hearing that they were not going to the hotel, she finally felt relieved. The two of them were sitting in a taxi, and her hand accidentally touched Chun Fan. An electric shock-like feeling spread throughout my body. Tang Jing's heart trembled. We arrived at the place. The odd goods market is similar to Wenzhong Street. That side is mainly about antiques, while this side is another place of prosperity. Trading large and small rare stones is what many people often call gambling on stones. One knife makes you poor, another knife makes you rich. Some people become rich overnight here, while others lose their families and homes here. But this is fundamentally different from winning the lottery. If you spend money to buy lottery tickets, hoping to win the jackpot, it's different here. As long as you have enough courage and vision, the chances of betting on a rise are very high. After all, this is a formal trading market, and many stones are clearly marked with prices. Tang Jing couldn't understand why Chun Fan brought her here. This was indeed an area she had never touched before, and also another world she had never entered. What are we doing here? Tang Jing looked at Chun Fan curiously. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Aren't you always worried about owing that 200,000 yuan? Today I will help you resolve this problem. Let's go over there and take a look." The two came to the raw stone auction area, where stones of different sizes were placed, all with clearly marked prices. As long as you pay, you can go there to cut the stone. Whether it rises or falls, the decision will be revealed with one knife. Chapter 73, Gambling on Stones. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils changed immediately. The perspective function is automatically turned on. Dang Jing. Oh shit. Excuse me. I really didn't mean it. Operational error. Chun Fan looked embarrassed, and Tang Jing was still in the dark. What's the matter? She had no idea that the little cuteness inside her had been seen by Chun Fan. Ahem. I didn't expect that Tang Jing was so attractive. He pulled Tang Jing over and whispered, by the stone marked 10,800. Tang Jing blushed. How could she have the money? I just returned the 10,000 yuan I had saved with great difficulty to Chun Fan, and I only have a few hundred yuan left for living expenses. Chun Fan asked, can you be more flexible? I will return the 10,000 yuan to you. You don't have to pay me back yet. I'll give you another 800. How can this be possible? Tang Jing was very upset. You want me to gamble on stones? You're right to listen to me. Go ahead. But Tang Jing bit her lip, still a little worried. I have no experience in this area. Chun Fan smiled and said, try it first. If you win, you can return it to me. If you lose, you don't have to return it. Besides, how do you know whether you will win or lose if you don't try? I'm not asking you to gamble. I'm just telling you the truth. Don't keep the debt in your heart. You should let it go. Money is just a thing outside of your body. We spend our money and get something else in return. Tang Jing thought about it and said, okay then. She followed Chun Fan's instructions and wanted to buy the stone marked with 10,800. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a Gucci handbag next to him smiled and said, young man, you are really good. This broken stone has been on display for more than a year and has not been sold. It is a useless piece of waste. Tang Jing became even more nervous and looked back at Chun Fan. Chun Fan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. We don't expect to make money anyway. Just buy for fun. A thin, middle-aged man nearby looked at the two of them and said, you look unfamiliar. You must be tourists here, right? In the industry of gambling on stones, one really needs good eyesight. Young man, how about I help you take a look? If you like it, you can give me 10% of the labor fee. If you don't like it, I won't take a penny. Chun Fan really wanted to laugh. This damn liar is really good at fooling people. Who wouldn't want to do this kind of business that is sure to make a profit? It's a pity that he said it so seriously. But there are people who really fall for it. Some tourists and laymen who came to play were grateful to him once they bought the items after being persuaded by him. Even a fool knows that this logic is completely nonsense. They all said this stone is no good. It's okay, just play it and treat it as an experience. You have to experience the joy of spending money. All right, Tang Jing paid the bill, and the staff asked, do you want to have the stone cut? Certainly. I don't understand. Should I buy it and keep it as a memorial? The stone was not big, only about 20 to 30 centimeters in shape, and a stone cutter took it away directly. The two men came over together and saw the stone cutter fixing it on the machine. Do you have any requests? Most of the tourists who come here are for fun. It would be better if they can win, but it doesn't matter if they don't. They obviously thought they were tourists too. Tang Jing knew nothing about this, so Chun Fan said, just cut it casually. Anyway, the jade inside was not big, and Chun Fan could see it clearly. Of course, the stone cutters use the most common method, which is to rub it from the side to see if they can rub out green. But he wiped it with a knife. Oh wow. Many people watching nearby shook their heads. I told you, young man, you have poor eyesight. I helped you choose, but you didn't listen. The thin guy standing next to him seemed to be gloating. Tang Jing became even more nervous. That was the 10,000 yuan I saved up with great difficulty. I didn't see anything, and you killed it with just one knife? Chun Fan ignored the thin man and handed a cigarette to the stone cutter. Master, please give me another cut here. He gestured on the stone. Master Jiesher nodded, good, but I'm sure there's no hope for your stone. Having worked in this kind of environment for many years, he smiled on his slightly old face. Chun Fan said, let's try it first. The other party cut it with a knife, and before the cut surface was revealed, Tang Jing covered her eyes with her hands. Chun Fan leaned close to her ear and said, cuckold. Green. It's green indeed. The onlookers shouted. Oh my god. The cut went up. It really turned green. Look, there's indeed jade in it. Young man, you've made a fortune. Chun Fan smiled faintly. You think a fist-sized piece of jade can make me rich? He pulled away Tang Jing's hands that were covering her eyes. Tang Jing looked at the green ball in the middle of the stone and was petrified on the spot. Is this the legendary gambling stone? And he won the bet. Chun Fan fired another round of cigarettes, and Master Jiesher grinned and said, "Congratulations. You're lucky, young man. This is the first green the first solved today." Chun Fan didn't have anything to get excited about. He said to Tang Jing, "You won the bet." Oh, Tang Jing was still in a daze. At this time, a jade shop owner nearby shouted, "Young man, sell it to me for 80,000 yuan. This is the advantage of the rare goods market. There are people waiting here from top to bottom of the entire industrial chain. As long as you cut it green, someone will come and buy it immediately. Of course, you can also choose not to sell it and keep it for your own collection." Chun Fan laughed. "I won't sell it for 80,000. Another boss shouted, "I'll give you 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing was somewhat moved, but she listened to Chun Fan. Chun Fan was also unambiguous. "Who wants to take the 300,000? Wipe. Young man, you are too cruel. You have to leave some profit margin for others. I can't take 300,000. Several jade shop owners shook their heads. "I want 300,000. A voice was heard from the crowd, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a woman wearing a white shirt, black wide trousers, and a pair of shiny earrings that looked particularly beautiful. The breeze blowing her long hair looks so cool. Boss Liu, do you think highly of this small business?" Several jade shop owners were quite dissatisfied when they saw this. However, the Liu family is powerful and is the leader in this industry, so they can only feel unhappy in their hearts. Chun Fan didn't expect that he would meet Jiangzhou's famous jade industry goddess, Liu Ruoxian, here. Liu Ruoxian is as her name suggests, with bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and bones, and she looks like an immortal. Don't bully the little kid. This is clearly a piece of top-quality jade. You are too mean. Liu Ruoxian smiled at Chun Fan and the others and said, "How about selling it to me for 300,000? Chun Fan turned around and asked Tang Jing, "Is it okay?" "I'll listen to you." Tang Jing pulled his arm nervously. The sky-high price of 300,000 already astonished her. The other party transferred the money and said to Chun Fan, "Handsome boy, add me on WeChat. You can contact me if you need anything in the future." Chun Fan added her WeChat. Chapter 74, Goddess Military Training, Telescopes Sold Out. Liu Ruoxian is very smart, and people like Chun Fan may become her customers at any time. Chun Fan also had an idea in his mind that the jade industry was a good industry. With my special abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to break in, right? After the two left the strange stone market, Chun Fan looked at Tang Jing, who was completely confused. "What's the matter with you?" Tang Jing bit her lip and looked at him cutely. "Take this 300,000, and now you can treat me to a meal." Tang Jing said, "This is the money you earned. Didn't I tell you that this 10,000 yuan is your capital?" Tang Jing wanted to say something else, but Chun Fan said domineeringly, "Okay, now you finally don't have to feel any pressure about the 200,000. Go back to being your happy self. These 200,000 belong to you and me, and you can keep the remaining 100,000. The two went to a Sichuan restaurant and ordered a few simple dishes without drinking any alcohol. Seeing that Tang Jing was still very reserved, Chun Fan said, "Actually, I have an idea in my mind." Tang Jing stared at him intently, waiting for what to come next. "Tell me, what is your ideal after graduating from college?" Tang Jing pondered for a while. "Of course, I want to be a white-collar beauty like those high-level white-collar workers on TV." "It's too small," Chun Fan said solemnly. "Didn't what happened today give you any inspiration? If you get a job, no matter how well you do, you are still just an employee. You can take other avenues." Tang Jing did not respond. She didn't know what Chun Fan's intention was. Chun Fan did not hide his purpose. "I am interested in today's jade market. You can develop in this direction." Did you see that Liu Ruoxian just now? She is the boss of this industry. Don't look at her young age. The Liu family has always dominated the entire industry. We can replace her." Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart pounding. Chun Fan said, "Don't be afraid. People are trained to be strong. Otherwise, everything I have done today will be in vain. I believe you have learned a lot during this time at Blueprint Investments. I have indeed been working hard, because after the incident at home, Tang Jing changed her previous personality and became much more mature." Su Ruzhen also mentioned to Chun Fan that Tang Jing was very serious at work and was a good talent worth cultivating. "Of course, this is just my first step." After dinner, they sent Tang Jing back to school. There are only 3 roommates in the dormitory at the moment. Since Qin Nin moved out to live with her boyfriend during the summer vacation, she has not lived in the dormitory this semester. Tang Jing lay on the bed, with today's scenes constantly in her mind. To her, it felt like a dream, but she thought it was simple. Did Chen Fan want to start a business with her? She became curious when she thought about the fact that Chen Fan had not gone to Blueprint Investment Company with everyone before. It turns out that he has been working hard behind the scenes. Although she couldn't imagine what kind of state Chen Fan was in now, Tang Jing was full of respect for him at this moment. He is a child from the countryside who always works harder than others. People who struggle are amazing. Perhaps it was this spirit that made her feel that there was a resonance between the two of them. I will definitely work hard too, Tang Jing said in her heart. Today's Chen Fan completely affected her. Before entering the jade industry, make a plan first. In the next few days, the stock market was in very bad condition and continued to fall. The 3 stocks under the Liu family were hitting the daily limit, and countless hot money, institutions, funds were all buried in them. In order to control the market maker directly sets the price limit, leaving retail investors with no chance to escape. As for Chen Fan, he has handed over all the work in the stock market to Su Ruzhen. On September 9th, the growth of Xizjiang Energy and Bagua Mining has come to an end. Although there will be a small increase in the future, this is already a fluctuation in the market maker's shipments. Chen Fan asked Su Ruzhen to sell the stocks in his own way and try to clear out both stocks before the banker. It took Su Ruzhen 5 full trading days to completely withdraw his funds from the 2 stocks. At this moment, the total amount of funds in Chen Fan's personal account is 12.283 billion. This money does not include the funds he transferred to the Blueprint investment account. In addition, he personally bought nearly 1 billion bonds in 3 listed companies under the Liu family. On Su Ruzhen's side, all the 2 billion in the account were invested. Having fleeced the Zhao family last time, the Liu family may have to pay the price this time. According to the current market trends that Chen Fan has seen, a 60% drop in losses is absolutely unbearable for the Liu family. They will not sit still and wait for death, but will definitely fight back. However, under the current environment, they dare not act rashly. Zhao Real Estate is not having a good time at the moment. Zhao Guowei had just won several big projects when he encountered this kind of thing. He was also a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the hotel that Zhao Linlin is in charge of has not been affected, and the hotel decoration is proceeding as usual. The general environment of the stock market does not affect the mentality of these students. The freshmen were undergoing military training, and Chen Fan was preparing to go to school for formal classes that day. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, a dozen sneaky men and women carrying bags and holding binoculars chased Chen Fan and asked, "Young man, do you want to have a try?" Only 300. Chen Fan looked at these people strangely. When did they start a telescope business in front of the school? And it seems that business is very booming. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming to set up stalls. No, Chen Fan refused. Come on, many people in your school have bought one. You are sick. Why buy a telescope? Chen Fan pushed away the woman who was blocking him and strode into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructor was instructing the freshmen, marching with vigorous and high-spirited steps, shouting slogans. Chen Fan came to the classroom. Oh shit. A group of boys were leaning against the window, holding binoculars. Don't push, don't push. Let me have a look. I saw it. Is that Liu Wushuang himself? Wow, so white. Alas, it's just that daddy's mom is a little smaller. What a beast. When Yi Langgao saw Chen Fan coming, he quickly handed the telescope to him. Come on, this is our new school beauty goddess. Chen Fan pushed him away with disgust. Does he need this? Besides, Liu Wushuang lives next door to him, so they can meet every day. You people, so what? I still like Zhuo Bing a little better. Zhuo Bing's body is very flexible, and she can perform many difficult moves. And Su Ruzhen, that is a happiness you can't imagine. Chapter 75, Election of Class Leaders. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone was watching the show with great interest when Liang Dong arrived. Liang Dongkai looked very impressive today, wearing a branded suit and tie, and his newly cut haircut made him look more confident. It's time for class, it's time for class. Hurry back to your seat and sit down. A goddess like Liu Wushuang is also within your reach. You are already in your 3rd year of college. If you don't work harder, won't there be many cases of college students losing their jobs? After everyone returned to their seats, Liang Dong glanced at Chun Fan unhappily. He has been worried about Zhuo Bing's matter and has been thinking about it for 8 nights but still can't figure it out. What exactly does Zhuo Bing like about him? Is he more handsome than me? Is he richer than me? Then he started talking to Yilang Gao again. Yilang Gao, I heard that you've been doing well lately and got a job as a manager of a property management company. Yilang Gao was unhappy when he heard him say that. What do you mean? Is this what I call picking up? I got it by my own ability. When the classmates heard that Yilang Gao had used his summer vacation to work and actually managed to get a manager position, they were extremely envious. Yilang Gao, then you have to treat us. Okay, it's no problem to treat us. The barbecue tonight will be on me. Yilang Gao waved his hand arrogantly, looking like a wealthy man. Students, no matter how well you study, you still have to adapt to society in the end. Some things need to be done early. It will be troublesome to find a job after graduation. But being a manager is troublesome and tiring. Well, classmate Yi's graduation outfit is pretty good. This caused many female classmates to have stars in their eyes. Wow, Yilang Gao, you are so handsome. Some boys were also envious. He is already the manager of a property company before he even graduated from college. Wang Hao next to him remained silent. He was quite low-key. But Yilang Gao did not forget this brother. Don't underestimate our classmate Wang Hao. He is the same as me now. Deputy Manager Wang, please say something and pass on some of your experience to the students. Wang Hao, nothing at all. Guo Jinliang looked at the two of them, his eyes almost bulging out. One wrong step, all wrong steps. In just one summer vacation, people had already distanced themselves from him. Liang Dongkai originally wanted to step on him, but unexpectedly, he took the opportunity to pretend to be arrogant. He said disdainfully, I really can't stand you poor people. What's so great about having a job? It's not a good thing for people like me. I won't be able to find a job in the future and can only go back to inherit a fortune of several hundred million. Puff, a bunch of pretend criminals. I really can't stand it, but there's nothing I can do but let him finish bragging. Liang Dongkai changed the subject and said, Chun Fan, you and your brothers are doing so well, so I guess you're doing well too, right? Chun Fan ignored him. He thought Chun Fan was embarrassed to speak, so he smiled and said, that's true. With a family background like yours, without any background, it's really hard to stand out. How about this? You admit your mistake to me, and I'll tell my dad to let you work as a security guard in his company. Ha ha. Some classmates who looked down on Chun Fan also laughed. Many people have a very strange sense of superiority and a serious competitive mentality. Especially those students who don't have much family background. They think in their hearts that I am at least better than Chun Fan. Of course, the current Chun Fan is no longer the same as he was before. Seeing Liang Dongkai insulting him again and again, Chun Fan was not polite. Really? Then ask your dad to come and talk to me. Depend on, Liang Dongkai angrily said. Who do you think you are? My dad makes millions a year. Would he care about a poor loser like you who has to work part-time to pay for his living expenses? Chun Fan, you bastard, don't be so shameless. We're going to re-elect the monitor today. Why become the monitor? I'll kill you first. The class monitor for this semester will be re-elected. The previous monitor has been recruited by a large enterprise in advance, so Liang Dongkai, the deputy monitor, is very likely to be promoted. Therefore, he was particularly proud of himself. Being a class monitor and then becoming the vice president of the student union was also a kind of qualification. Can being a squad leader kill me? Do you really think that squad leader is an important official? Chun Fan sneered. This is forcing me to finish pretending. After Shun Mingyao left, the new head teacher was a Mediterranean man in his 50s. The top of his head was already reflective like a mirror, so he grew the hair on the sides as long as he could to support the middle. Liang Dongkai had already made arrangements for the homeroom teacher. They say there will be an election, but it's basically just a formality. Ahem. The head teacher came and stood on the podium looking at the students below. Hold a class meeting today to elect new class leaders. The candidate nominated for class monitor is Liang Dongkai, the deputy class monitor of last semester. He is a very competent student, actively cooperates with the teachers of various subjects, and does a very good job in class management. Please vote now. Please raise your hands if you support Liang Dongkai. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to raise their hands, Chun Fan stood up. Everyone looked at him curiously. What was this guy going to do? The head teacher also found it very strange. Does this student have anything to say? Teacher Xie. According to the election law process, shouldn't you consult other students for their opinions? Perhaps there are other candidates? The head teacher was stunned. He looked at the students in the audience and asked, "Do you have any other classmates to nominate?" Everyone shook their heads, because they all knew they could not compete with Liang Dongkai. "Look, no one wants to nominate," the head teacher said. "I want to run for class monitor." Chun Fan raised his hands and shouted. "Ah!" Everyone was stunned when they heard Chun Fan's decision. Looking at the poorest student in the class in surprise, some people wondered in their hearts, did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? He also wants to run for class leader? That's hilarious. Well done. We support Chun Fan in running for class monitor. Ilang Gao, Wang Hao, and others understood what was happening and immediately shouted loudly. Some of Chun Fan's classmates, who were on good terms with him, also expressed their support. The head teacher frowned, but he couldn't give any reason to object. However, he was not optimistic about Chun Fan. After being transferred to this class as the head teacher, he conducted a thorough investigation of the situation of each student. Chun Fan has always been an unknown student in the class. After 2 years of study, it is estimated that many teachers cannot remember his name. If he were to compete with Liang Dongkai and run for class monitor, wouldn't that be humiliating himself? Liang Dong just heard that Chun Fan was going to run against him for class monitor, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Well, since he has the courage, I welcome him with a raised hand. This will make our class leader election more convincing. Teacher Xie, let him participate in the PK. Liang Dongkai smiled obscenely. Whether in terms of popularity or strength, he could definitely crush Chun Fan. In that case, I will severely humiliate him, so that he can know what it means to overestimate one's own abilities. When a head teacher saw that Liang Dongkai also agreed to Chun Fan's participation in the class leader election, it was of course difficult to stop him. Then let them compete fairly. Chapter 76, First Pretense. Since it's a fair competition, 2 people are required to PK. Liang Dongkai was dressed particularly formally today, probably because he came prepared. What's even more impressive is that he placed his BMW car keys on the table seemingly accidentally. Next, his performance began. He walked up to the podium. "Dear class teacher, Mr. Xie, dear students, hello everyone. A new semester is coming. As the vice monitor of our class last semester, I have made a lot of contributions to the class. I also spent a lot of time helping the head teacher and subject teachers manage class discipline and organize class activities. I also organized everyone to pay class fees many times, made class activities colorful, and received praise and award from the school many times. Now, the former monitor has been recruited by a large foreign-funded enterprise in advance because he is too outstanding. Today, I hope everyone will vote for me. I have the ability and confidence to manage our class better. I will definitely lead everyone to work hard together so that our 4 years in college will not be wasted. Thank you, everyone." Liang Dongkai had just finished his campaign speech when he bowed politely to his head teacher and classmates in the audience. Pa, pa, pa. The head teacher nodded with satisfaction and led the students in applauding. Liang Dongkai's ability is very good, and this is obvious to everyone. Next, please invite Chun Fan to come to the stage and give your campaign speech. Good, good, good. Pa, pa, pa. When Ilang Gao and Wang Hao heard that Chun Fan was asked to go on stage to give a speech, they both stood up and applauded. But the scene was awkward, and everyone looked at the 2 of them like they were fools. The 2 of them sat down again awkwardly. Chun Fan checked his phone. When a head teacher said that class leaders would be elected today, he sent a message to Su Ruzhen. It should be about time now, right? He walked on a stage. This was the first time he stood on the podium and gave a speech in front of all his classmates and teachers. However, Chun Fan's psychological quality was already very strong at this time. Otherwise, most people would not have the courage to clean the cafeteria and do such rough work. Most people would feel embarrassed and ashamed, but Chun Fan didn't think so. It is said that children from poor families grow up early. He has experienced much more than ordinary people and matures faster. At this moment, he was standing on the podium, and his street stall clothes were in sharp contrast to Liang Dongkai's brand-name suit. But there was such a maturity and stability about Chun Fan that even the head teacher had an illusion. He also knew that Chun Fan had been relying on poverty subsidies from a school and was a student from a very difficult family situation. However, his head teacher was not optimistic about his running for class leader. Chun Fan looked at everyone. "Dear class teacher, dear classmates, I am here today to participate in the class leader election. I know everyone is surprised. Today I will only say one thing. Liang Dongkai just said that he will organize everyone to pay class fees many times to make class activities more colorful. In the 5 months of last semester, he organized 6 activities and we paid class fees 6 times, ranging from 200 to 300 each time. It's true that his family is rich because he has a rich father. But are all of our classmates' families so wealthy? Not necessarily. The tuition for 6 classes is nearly 2,000 yuan. I believe it is a considerable expense for many students. Will he pay our class fees? The answer is definitely no. But if you elect me as class monitor today, you can organize as many activities as you want, and you don't have to pay a penny for class fees. I'll cover all the expenses. There was surprise in the classroom. Everyone stared at him blankly. I can't believe it. Not to mention them. Even Elang Gao and Wang Hao began to doubt their ears. You must have heard it wrong. Etc. Is the person standing on the podium Chun Fan? Liang Dong sneered. Who doesn't know how to brag? Everyone knows that you're the poor student in the class. Don't mention that you have to pay all the class fees. How many times did you pay the class fees last semester? Can you spare a dime? Chun Fan said, whether I am bragging or not can be confirmed immediately. His cell phone rang, and Chun Fan picked up the call. Yes, come in. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Meng appeared at the classroom door, holding a bag. Chun Fan waved at him. Chun Meng handed the bag to him, and then turned and left. Chun Fan put the bag on the podium and quickly unzipped it. Crash! A fresh smell of ink wafted into my nose, and inside the bag were 200,000 in cash neatly stacked. Chun Fan said, "This is the money I earned during the summer vacation. Now I am donating it as class fees. If it is not enough in the future, I will continue to make up for it. If my classmates support me to be the class monitor, please vote for me." Snap, snap, snap. There was thunderous applause in the classroom, which lasted for a long time. Elang Gao and Wang Hao widened their eyes. This is so awesome. Chun Fan donated the money he earned during the summer vacation as class fees. Who can do this? With this money, students can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks without having to pay a penny. Who wouldn't be excited when it comes to personal interests? Who wouldn't be excited? Who is unhappy? Men and women in the classroom all stood up and shouted, Chun Fan is awesome. Chun Fan is the most handsome. We support Chun Fan to be the squad leader. Chun Fan YY'd yes. Seeing the students going so crazy, the head teacher shook his head helplessly. Even he felt that Chun Fan was courageous. Especially for a poor student like him, he can donate the money he earned during the summer vacation. This selflessness, generosity, who can compare? He suddenly felt that the tea cakes and Rejoice cigarettes Liang Dong had just given him were no longer fragrant. On the pattern, Liang Dongkai is still too young. In that case, let's vote. Voting results. Chun Fan received 55 votes. Liang Dong received only 1 vote. Even Guo Jianliang secretly changed his camp. After all, he would not be required to pay shift fees in the future. Ahem. The head teacher combed her hair out of habit, trying to move the edges towards the middle. Since everyone supports Chun Fan to be elected as class monitor, then Liang Dongkai should be the deputy class monitor. Liang Dongcai's face turned green. He shouted unwillingly, "Impossible! How can he make 200,000 in one summer vacation? He's a liar." Chun Fan ignored him and handed the bag to the student committee member who was also in charge of finances. Peng Xiaoqian, please deposit the money into the class account. All future expenses will be reimbursed from here. Huh? Oh, Peng Xiaoqian stood up angrily and took the bag in disbelief. Chun Fan glanced at Liang Dongkai with disdain. Damn it, you are the one who is doing the bidding of me, and this is the first time I pretend to be the one. Chapter 77. Do you mind having another girlfriend? The power of money is indeed strong. In the face of interests, Liang Dongcai's past kindness is completely insignificant. Plus, this guy is usually not very kind, arrogant, and likes to put on airs. More importantly, after Chun Fan became the class monitor, he no longer had to pay class fees. I believe that 200,000 is a huge sum of money for every student here. On average, each person gets more than 3,500 yuan. Liang Dongkai has never been so generous. No matter how rich his family is, he just shows off from time to time. How could anyone be as honest as Chun Fan? Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. The classroom was filled with uniform voices, deafening. Even the class teacher was shocked as it was the first time he saw such a scene. Liang Dongcai's eyes were bloodshot. I don't accept it. You're a gigolo. You must have gotten the money from Zwabing. Otherwise, with your ability, it would be impossible to make so much money. Chun Fan gave him a look of contempt. If you don't agree, you can call your dad. Chun Fan didn't want to pay any attention to this pretentious criminal. From now on, I will be the class monitor and he will be the deputy class monitor. He has to obey his own orders. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "We will try to organize a social gathering with the freshmen this weekend. I will cover all the expenses." When the students heard the news, the classroom was in an uproar again. The squad leader is awesome. The squad leader is open-minded. Squad leader, YYDS. A large group of male and female students rushed to the podium, picked up Chun Fan, and threw him toward the ceiling. There was constant cheering in the classroom, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Several brave girls screamed, "Chun Fan, I love you." The male classmates offered their knees unconditionally. Only Liang Donkai could dig out a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house with his toes. This glory should have belonged to him, but it was stolen by this poor loser. Damn it. Not only did he steal my girlfriend, but he also stole my title of class monitor. Liang Donkai's eyes were so bulging that they almost bled. He ran outside the classroom and called, "Dad, give me $500,000. I want revenge." There was silence on the other end of the phone before Liang Dong yelled hysterically, "Dad, my squad leader has been snatched away again. Give me $500,000 and I'll get it back." Damn it. He's a poor loser. Why does he have the right to bully me? After a long time, I heard a faint sigh from the other end. "Son, it's not that Dad doesn't want to give it to you. Dad can't protect himself now." In the stock market crash, all the funds were trapped. We were surrounded and taken advantage of. No more talking. I'm mortgaging my property to see if I can make up for the loss. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone call ended, Liang Dong collapsed to the ground weakly. His father runs a fun business, and the millions in profit every year makes Liang Donkai feel a little proud. He lives in a villa, drives a luxury car, and leads a wealthy life that most people can't imagine. This time he gambled all his wealth and invested it all in the stock market. He was about to achieve all his life goals and double his assets, but a sudden stock market crash left him with no chance to escape. He, like most of the hot money and institutions, was buried in it, directly suffocate to death. How could I have a mood to care about such trivial matters as my son's? After the matter of selecting class leaders was settled, Ilang Gao and Wang Hao looked at Chun Fan with envy. "Zwabing is so good to you." Chun Fan was depressed. What did this have to do with Zwabing? Of course, Zwabing also brought me another kind of happiness after I became an adult. Ilang Gao said to Wang Hao, "We are different. We have to rely on our own efforts." Chun Fan was defeated by these two guys again. It seemed that they all thought that this was Zwabing's money. He is the one who is living off his wife. But Wang Hao was very cooperative and said, "Yes, it is said that behind every successful man, there's a woman who silently pays for him." Of course, there could also be a group of women waiting for him to pay the bill. During class, Chun Fan's WeChat on his phone kept vibrating. Many girls in the class who had never greeted Chun Fan sent him friend requests. Some boys also came to join in the fun. When Chun Fan got out of class, he glanced at his phone and saw dozens of friend request messages. He is the class monitor now, and one should not be too arrogant. Chun Fan asked them all to agree, but he seemed to have underestimated these passionate and unrestrained girls. Soon, "Squad leader, I love you." Puff. Chun Fan's heart was trembling. "Monitor, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to the library, the grove behind it." "Squad leader, I want to get up with you." "Squad leader, do you mind having another girlfriend?" In just 2 or 3 minutes, I received more than a dozen such messages. Chun Fan could only pretend not to see it and ignore it. At noon, he made an appointment with Zwabing to have lunch together. "You are the monitor now. You are really well informed. Do you have a spy in our class?" Zwabing rolled her eyes at him and said, "You made such a fuss that the whole school knows about it. I was forced to do it." Chun Fan was embarrassed. The news spread so fast. But so what? There's no need to show mercy to people like Liang Donkai. "I heard that many girls in your class confess their love to you." "No. Who told you that? Let me see your phone." Seeing Zwabing reaching out his hand, Chun Fan was petrified. He hadn't had time to delete a lot of messages just now, but he still handed the phone over calmly. Zwabing was very cunning. She tilted her neck and smiled with her beautiful eyes. "Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that I'll check your phone? I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid?" "Okay, I believe you." Zhua Bing returned the phone. She sent a photo of herself to Chun Fan. I won't check your phone anymore. Just change your profile picture. Women are indeed scheming. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, okay, I'll meet your request. Come with me to the hotel tonight. Roll. Rolling in the sheets? Zhua Bing rolled her eyes, but when she saw Chun Fan change his profile picture to her own, she smiled with satisfaction. Love you, pig. Which hotel do you want to go to? No rush. We'll decide tonight. After a while, I will have my own hotel. Then we will reserve a special suite there. I don't want to wait any longer. Let's go. Zhua Bing put down the lunchbox, took Chun Fan's hand, and stood up. What? What? Are you in such a hurry? Chun Fan suddenly discovered that Zhua Bing had changed, becoming more proactive. But I like. Chapter 78 kneeled down and apologized to me in person. The two stopped the car at the school gate. Master, let's go to Wunjung Street. Hey, didn't you say we were going to the hotel? Chun Fan found out that he had been cheated. Zhua Bing pulled his ear and asked, what are you thinking about? In your heart, do you think I'm very promiscuous? Don't, it hurts. Chun Fan's mouth was twisted, and Zhua Bing finally let go and glared at him fiercely. But she added a brilliant finishing touch. Don't you always say that it hurts a little at first, but becomes comfortable over time? Puff. The taxi driver nearly crashed his car into a tree. He turned around and looked at the bold girl speechlessly. Am I driving or are you driving? How about I give you the steering wheel? But the next moment, she covered Chun Fan's ears. Does it really hurt? Let me blow on them for you. Chun Fan rested his head on her chest. Yeah, this is much more comfortable. Poor taxi driver. He had only driven a few kilometers and already ate a lot of dog food. When they arrived at Wunjung Street, the two got out of the car, and the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Hey, you haven't paid yet? It's strange. Why did he leave? Zhua Bing looked at the taxi's receding shadow, looking puzzled. Chun Fan put his arm around her waist and said, come on, let's go buy something. How can I go to my father-in-law's house empty-handed? Zhua Bing said, no need. You can be more stingy in front of my parents. We need to let them see that we have no money, so they will give us money to spend. Chun Fan paused. You're their daughter, okay? If I were a little more stingy, I probably wouldn't even let him in the door. After picking up 2 bottles of Matai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes from a tobacco and liquor store, the two rushed to Zhuahandong's store. Zhuahandong is busy. There were 7 or 8 colleagues sitting in the shop, pondering over stone. Seeing her daughter and Chun Fan coming over, she greeted them. Hey, why are you here? Zhua Bing walked with his long legs and greeted Zhuahandong's friends. Uncle, hello, uncles. Oh, Zhua Bing, you're getting more and more beautiful. TSK. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Yeah, what a great figure. The Zhua family has good genes. Hey, Lao Zhua, your family is too extravagant, isn't it? Does Zhua Bing need a follower to study? Zhuahandong took the gift from Chun Fan and explained awkwardly, what's that look? How can such a handsome guy be a follower? This is our Zhua Bing's boyfriend, Chun Fan. Come here, Chun Fan, let me introduce you. These are Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu. Well, basically they're all bosses. However, there are no poor people in Zhuahandong's circle. After all, how many poor people can afford to deal in antiques? Hearing that Zhua Bing had a boyfriend, this group of people all looked up at the young man in front of them. Mr. Huang looked at it for a while and said, I know why Lao Zhua has become obsessed with gambling on stones recently. But finding a son-in-law is different from gambling on stones. You can only know whether there is something valuable inside the gambling stone after you cut it open. Whether the son-in-law has inner talent or not, this cannot be cut off. Ha ha! The group of people burst into laughter. Chun Fan didn't mind. He offered cigarettes to everyone and casually glanced at the stone. There is a window in the stone, revealing a 2-centimeter green spot. The eyes have the ability to see through things, and one could see the structure inside the stone at a glance. Uncle Zhua, did you buy this stone? Mr. Huang bought it from the rare goods market this morning. More than 3 million. I was just thinking about whether or not to take it down. Oh, Chun Fan frowned. He already understood. Mr. Huang bought the gambling head from the rare goods market and was planning to sell it to Zhuahandong. Zhuahandong likes collecting. He thinks this stone is good, but he can't make up his mind. Fortunately, I came, otherwise my father-in-law would have been killed today. He dares to bid more than 3 million for this stone? Chun Fan looked at Mr. Huang and smiled. Mr. Huang, I'm afraid your 3 million is just a waste. This stone is worth at most tens of thousands of dollars. What did you say? Mr. Huang jumped up immediately when he heard that the treasure he bought for more than 3 million yuan was only worth tens of thousands of yuan. What do you know as a kid? That's nonsense. They've opened the window. Can't you see? Zhou Handong saw that Mr. Huang had a bad tone, so he advised him to save face. He is just a child and doesn't understand things. Mr. Huang, please don't bother with him. Someone nearby said, "That's right. You've already opened a window in this stone. You can't escape from cutting and increasing the price. According to my estimate, it will have to at least double. Children should not talk nonsense if they don't understand." Mr. Huang is averse to this. A stone like this with windows is not a completely rough raw material, so its selling price will definitely be high. The stone that Chun Fan and Tang Jing bought last time was a rough stone without a window, so there was more of a gambling element. Therefore, its price is also extremely cheap. But a stone like Mr. Huang's can also be deceptive sometimes. Even if you open the window, there may be only a thin layer of green outside. Otherwise, why do people say that in the gambling stone industry, one cut can make you rich or poor? Seeing that they were not buying it, Chun Fan said, "If you don't believe me, you will know after you cut it open." I reminded him with good intentions, but he didn't believe it. When Mr. Huang heard this, he became even angrier. "Okay, I'll do as you say today. If the price goes up, what do you say we should do?" Seeing his attitude, and considering that he was also the kind of person who looked down on others, Chun Fan said in a loud voice, "Whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you." Ahem. Mr. Huang was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw that a young boy dared to challenge him. "Okay, in that case, let's all bear witness. If the price goes up, I won't ask you to do anything else. Just kneel down and apologize to me in person." Seeing this, Zhou Handong said, "Boss Su, adults don't care about the mistakes of small people. How can you care about a child? He's still a kid. He already has a girlfriend. Loud, don't stop me today. I will make a bet with him." Chun Fan was not to be outdone. "Okay, if the price really goes up, I'll apologize to you, but what if you lose?" Mr. Huang was so angry that he said, "Even if I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you. From now on, you are my grandfather. It's a deal." All right. The two of them had already talked to this point, and it was difficult for others to dissuade them. What's more, they also want to know what kind of material can be produced from this raw stone. There are stonecutters in Wenjiang Street. In addition to antiques, there are also people doing jade business here. Mr. Huang held the stone in his arms, very unconvinced, and went to a jade shop not far away with everyone else. The store's backyard can do the stone cutting, but they'll charge a fee. "Come, help me cut this stone open. I want to teach this kid some new knowledge." The shop owner looked at the stone for a long time and was still not sure. "Let's cut it first. Whether it rises or falls depends on God's will." He asked the workers to fix the stone on the machine, and according to Mr. Huang's instructions, they cut next to the open window. Mr. Huang said angrily, "If you fail to cut it today, I will call you Grandpa. After all, this is a multi-million-dollar business. How could I lose to a little brat?" Zhou Handong looked at Chun Fan worriedly, and he felt uneasy as well. Chapter 79, This Future Son-in-Law is Not Simple. As for the gambling stone industry, Zhou Handong has not really entered the industry yet, but he has recently become very interested in these strange stones. After all, the temptation of this industry is too great. If you see it right, your net worth will double immediately. Of course, there's also a possibility this knife cuts down, you will go back to the time before liberation. He had also seen with his own eyes that a boss in his previous circle spent tens of millions to buy raw stone materials. Obviously bullish, but then the market went downhill. Collapsed. The boss refused to believe it and borrowed tens of millions more to continue. Finally, he freely fell from a building of more than 50 floors and ended his entire life in a few seconds. Many people feel sorry for him. If he didn't gamble on stones, he would at least be a boss worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. It was greed that ruined him. Zhou Handong is different. He will not gamble his entire fortune. He just likes the excitement of opening blind boxes. Seeing people around him playing it, he also wanted to try it. Huang was the first one in this circle to try this. A few even became rich with him. I heard that Zhou Handong was also interested in this, so he came here today with the raw stone he found. It was sold to Zhou Handong for more than 3 million. Everyone said that the price of this material would definitely increase, and a window had been opened. Zhou Handong also felt that the loss was not that big. Now it all depends on this knife. Everyone watched nervously as the stone cutters cut the stone. The piercing sound numbed their eardrums. Zhua Bing covered her ears and leaned close to Chun Fan. Chun Fan was not nervous at all. He had already seen clearly what was inside the stone. Now he was just waiting for Mr. Huang to kneel down and apologize to him. Snap! With this cut, the stone skin turned over. The jade shop owner took a look and said, "Don't bother looking at it. It's useless. There are gray streaks inside, not a single bit of green." "Ah, how so?" Mr. Huang was slapped in the face. He sat down on the ground, looking at the cut stone in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible." He got up again and rushed towards the cutter. Holding the cut stone skin, he said, "I don't believe it. Cut it again. Keep cutting it." The jade shop owner shook his head and said, "If you don't believe me, cut it again." The worker changed the direction and cut it again. This knife goes down. It was still the same gray streaks as before, with no green at all. The entire stone is just a small piece of stone, just like the window. Zhua Handong wiped his sweat and looked at Chun Fan in surprise. "It's really my savior. If he and Zhua Bing hadn't come here today, I might have spent more than 3 million to buy it." Ouch! Mr. Huang was extremely depressed when he saw that the raw stone he had carefully selected was cut. Seeing this, others shook their heads and sighed. You have to know that before this, they all said that this rough stone was good and would definitely increase in value. Who knows? There will be a little green on the edge. Mr. Huang spent about 1.2 million yuan to buy it, and he plans to sell it to Zhua Handong for 3.68 million yuan. You can make 2 or 3 times the profit by reselling it. It ended up being a mess. What do you have to say now? Chun Fan looked at Mr. Huang, who was going crazy. Mr. Huang was burning with anger. If it weren't for this kid, I would have succeeded in this business today. If it is sold to Zhua Handong for more than 3 million yuan, whether it goes up or down is none of my business. But such a good business was ruined by him. Mr. Huang couldn't help but yelled in anger. "It's all because of your damn bad mouth. How about I cut this down too?" This made even Zhua Handong unhappy. "Boss Huang, you are wrong to say that. You were the one who made a mistake. How can you blame Chun Fan? You should apologize to Chun Fan. Zhua Bing is not a weak girl, and she has disliked Mr. Huang for a long time." Shouted at Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang was so frustrated that he snorted and prepared to leave. "Stop!" Chun Fan stopped him. "Who told me to kneel down and apologize? You haven't forgotten our bet, have you?" Mr. Huang was being arrogant. "Do you really want me to kneel down and apologize?" "Of course. I'll admit defeat." Chun Fan refused to give in. "Who told him to be so arrogant just now?" Mr. Huang turned his gaze to Zhua Handong. "Old Zhua, aren't you going to say something?" Zhua Handong certainly would not side with outsiders, and said coldly, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I believe Mr. Huang is such a big boss. He won't go back on his word, right?" The others wanted to persuade him, but since Zhua Handong had already taken sides with his future son-in-law, they couldn't say anything. Because they all knew in their hearts that if Chun Fan hadn't seen that this piece of raw stone would collapse, Zhua Handong would have been cheated. As for whether Mr. Huang wanted to trick Zhua Handong, he knew it himself. "Aren't you going to speak up for me?" Mr. Huang looked back at everyone, and no one said anything. At this time, Mr. Zhang said, "I also think that what this young man said is right. I am willing to accept the loss. If he loses, you can't just let it go, right?" Yeah. When others saw Mr. Zhang speaking, they also echoed him. You are so cruel." Mr. Huang gritted his teeth and knelt down with a plop. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." He admitted his mistake to Chun Fan. Chun Fan said disdainfully, "You are a person who betrays even your friends. How dare you stay here? Go away." Huang said angrily, "I didn't." "You still say no? The price of this stone in the rare goods market is 1.238 million. You're actually selling it for over 3 million, and you're still saying you're not cheating your friends." Silk. Zhua Handong took a breath of cold air. But what was even more shocking was how Chun Fan knew the inside story. Of course, he didn't know that Chun Fan had been to the rare goods market and had seen this stone. I guess some experts have noticed that this stone is just for show and can only deceive outsiders, so it has not been sold yet. As a result, Mr. Huang was self-righteous and bought it. If this piece of raw stone is really that valuable, could it have deceived Lu Ruoxian and the others? After Chun Fan told him the truth, Mr. Huang left in disgrace. Others shook their heads secretly, thinking that Mr. Huang was a bad person. After such an unpleasant incident, everyone left. Zhua Handong called Chun Fan and the other man back to his store, took Chun Fan's hand and said, "Chun Fan, if it weren't for you today, I would have been cheated. Although more than 3 million is not too much for him, it is not a small amount either. Chun Fan said, "The gambling stone industry is too complicated. If you don't know much about it, I suggest you don't touch it easily. Based on my experience, this rough stone must have been deliberately set by some expert." "Ah, is there such a thing?" Zhua Handong said in surprise. Chun Fan nodded. He was able to see the only bit of green in this rough stone, so he opened a window here. This shows that this person is very powerful, which is something that ordinary people can't do. So you'd better avoid touching it in the future. Uh-huh. Don't worry, I will never touch it again. Through what happened just now, he has been convinced by Chun Fan. Chapter 80, I'll reward you a few hundred million later. In the evening, Zhua Handong insisted on keeping Chun Fan at home for dinner. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen flat on my face today. After hearing about this, Han Kaiying looked at Chun Fan with even greater respect. This kid is good. With this ability, why worry about not being able to become rich in the future? No wonder he doesn't want to go to his own company. People in their line of work are very profitable. It's not like me who worked so hard to earn tens of millions and still feel complacent. Han Chai-young used to be very strong-willed and had to prove her ability, but now her confidence is a little shaken. I'll take you back to school. After finishing her meal, Han Chai-young picked up her bag and called out to the two of them. I don't want to go to school. Chin Fan looked at Zhua Bing speechlessly. They had agreed to go to the hotel that night. What's the result? Zhua Bing glared at him fiercely. She must never let her family know about what happened between her and Chin Fan. After all, dating and having sex are two different things. After Han Kaiying sent the two to school, Chun Fan said against his will, "Thank you, Annie." Han Chai-young smiled and waved. "Come to my house when you have time." "Okay." Chin Fan nodded, but did he really dare? Sitting is fine, but playing is too. Well, it takes a lot of courage to have a relationship nowadays. After sending Zhua Bing back to the dormitory, Chun Fan also returned to the dormitory. This was the first time he came back this semester. When he entered the door, he found that Guo Jianliang had moved back. "Squad leader." This stingy guy shamelessly handed me a cigarette. "Are you alone? Then go to sleep." Chun Fan replied and turned to leave. "Squad leader, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to sleep tonight?" Guo Jianliang chased out and shouted. He had actually drafted the plan 100 times in his mind. He didn't want to abandon them at the beginning, but to go undercover to Liang Dongkai. But Chun Fan didn't give him a chance to explain. Seeing Chun Fan's departing back, Guo Jianliang pounded the wall in frustration. Chun Fan walked out of the school gate and called Su Ruzhen, "Come pick me up." Su Ruzhen asked mischievously, "Why should I pick you up? Dare you tease me? I'll give you a spanking." But fortunately, Su Ruzhen arrived in just over 10 minutes. She drove here by herself. "You are really smart. I just happened to be eating nearby. I came to pick you up before I even finish my meal. I'll treat you well. It's okay. I'll feed you later." Ever since Lu Wushuang came here, Su Ruzhen has never been to the apartment again. "Why don't you go to the apartment? It's closer to the school. What are you going to do when you're not here?" Chun Fan saw that she was dressed very fashionably and sexily today, with a tight skirt that showed off her beautiful figure to the fullest. "Since being with me, my underwear has increased by another size." Well, Su Ruzhen still has potential. "Where are you living now? Didn't you go to the villa?" Seeing that Su Ruzhen was going in the wrong direction, Chun Fan asked curiously. "I bought her a villa, but she has never lived in it." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "I'll live with you in the villa from now on. It's too lonely to be alone. I live in the office now." "All right, you are so dedicated. I'll reward you a few hundred million later." Su Ruzhen knew what this guy was talking about. His eyes turned and he asked, "Cash?" "It depends on your performance." Chun Fan smiled and actually transferred 100 million to her. He has never been stingy with Su Ruzhen. "Bite, you have the latest news. Your account balance received a transfer of 100 million. Su Ruzhen was shocked. "You really turned?" "Of course. Have I ever broken my promise?" Su Ruzhen shook her head repeatedly. "No, that's really not what I meant. Don't do this all the time, giving me lots of money. It makes me feel like that all the time. Can't there be some purity between us?" Su Ruzhen's quality is really good. Chun Fan smiled happily and said, "It's okay, let's go." The car entered the company and the two came to Yunfan building. Chun Meng was on patrol. When he saw two people coming, he hurried to meet them. Boss Su, Chun Fan. He had long guessed the relationship between Su Ruzhen and Chun Fan, so there was nothing strange about the two of them being together now. But he could never understand why Su Ruzhen, who was so beautiful and rich, wanted to be with Chun Fan. Is it just his kung fu that is good? My strength is not weak either. I can fight against several people alone. Even Lu Wushuang's bodyguards were no match for him. Where exactly is my fault? Yes, it must be because he didn't study. Chun Fan smiled at him, threw him a cigarette, and entered the elevator with Su Ruzhen. As business increased, more and more companies moved in. Now there are 70 or 80 security guards in Yunfan building. Chun Meng was promoted to security manager and Su Ruzhen's bodyguard. The salary was increased to 50,000. He has many comrades who work as bodyguards, and most of them earn between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan. He is already far ahead of others. Of course, if Chun Meng's family needs help, Chun Fan will definitely not be stingy. After all, he treated Chun Meng as a brother. The two entered the lounge at the back of the office, which was actually very large and luxurious. In an area of nearly 100 square meters, there's a 2.2-meter large bed and a set of sofas, with powder room, dressing room, and bathroom. A home is just like this. Su Ruzhen took off her shoes as soon as she entered the door and threw her bag. Would you like to take a shower first? That is a must. Chun Fan took off his short-sleeved shirt and asked, "Want to join us?" Su Ruzhen gave a charming smile. "No. If you do it together, you're not taking a bath." "Well, I found that you became more serious after you got me." Puff. Su Ruzhen smiled so hard that she bent over. Her eyes were as charming as silk. "Go quickly. I have work to discuss with you later." Chun Fan quickly finished washing it in 10 minutes. Su Ruzhen took out a set of newly bought pajamas from the closet. She had already washed them by hand, and the clothes still had a fragrance. Chun Fan put it on and waited for Su Ruzhen to take a shower. Then the two of them discussed work together. The market value of the three companies under the Lu family has fallen below 50%. How should we proceed with our next work? Su Ruzhen is an absolutely serious person at work. She told Chun Fan her recent work summary. Chun Fan stared at the data on the computer and the stock market K-line patterns. A company's stock price drops by half, which means its market value is cut in half by 50%. A company with a market value of 100 billion yuan only has 50 billion yuan. And the more than 30 billion that Chun Fan had asked her to buy had made a profit of almost 50%. If it weren't for the limited amount of securities lending, Chun Fan would probably let Su Ruzhen buy all the stocks. Let's put it this way. If the price continues to hit the limit down tomorrow, you should stop shorting and then buy heavily. Remember to use a small account so people don't mistake it for a retail investor entering the market. Our total funds now amount to more than 10 billion, which are fully invested in these three companies. This amount should not affect them. Okay, Su Ruzhen took notes, and Chun Fan had already clearly seen the trends of the three stocks under the Lu family in the next 15 trading days. After a sharp drop, there will be a sharp rise. What's more, so much money is trapped in it. If the market opens tomorrow, countless funds will surely flee. As a family as big as the Lu family, they would not allow the stock to continue to plummet like this. After all, this storm will soon pass. They are bound to be the vanguard of the rebound. Then just go with the flow. Chun Fan smiled and waited for his assets to reach 30 billion. Chapter 81, 15 billion full position purchase. After the two finished talking about work, they had an in-depth exchange. Living on such a high floor, you don't even need to draw the curtains. Since Su Ruzhen has to preside over work tomorrow, we can't stay up too late. Chun Fan also stopped. The next morning, Su Ruzhen got up early, packed up, and leaned over to kiss Chun Fan. "You can sleep for a while. I'm going to get busy. I'll bring you breakfast later." At 8 o'clock, everyone went to work. Su Ruzhen sat in her office with a serious face. Of course, no one knew that there was a man lying in the lounge behind her. Chun Fan also got up, had breakfast, and turned on the computer. Su Ruzhen had to go to the trading room before the market opened. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in. "Huh, Mr. Chun, why are you here?" Chun Fan smiled and asked, "Is your work going well here?" "Well, it's good. President Su is very nice to us. Finally, I don't have to shamelessly smile hypocritically for guests." "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chun Fan waved his hand. "That's fine. Work hard. President Su won't mistreat anyone who is loyal to the company." Mr. Chun, let me pour you a glass of water." As expected of someone who used to work in sales, Chu Yanfei is very capable in handling things. As for why Chun Fan appeared in President Su's office, she was not surprised at all. The relationship between the two must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Chun Fan give President Su a villa? She didn't dare to disturb Chun Fan and quietly left. At the call auction at 9:15, many stocks were still suspended without any suspense. Only Chun Fan knew that there would be a very intense counterattack today. The three stocks under the Liu family are about to become the vanguard of the rebound. The market opened at 9:30, and Su Ruzhen had already ordered more than a dozen traders to be ready. On the big screen, Jiangnan Paper, Nanfang Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile were all blocked by large orders ranging from hundreds of thousands to 30 or 40,000. The share price of Jiangnan Paper is 12.33 yuan. The share price of Nanhwa Real Estate is 26.44 yuan. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile had previously seen a sharp increase, and even after a 60% drop, it is still only 51.22 yuan. Jiangnan Paper's closed orders totaled more than 450,000 lots, with a total closed capital of more than 500 million yuan. Nanhwa Real Estate's closing funds amounted to more than 400 million yuan, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobiles was more than 600 million yuan. Not all of these funds are from the market makers. There are also many retail investors who want to escape desperately. They have been waiting in line to see if there will be a chance to escape one day. 10 minutes after the market opened, Su Ruzhen gave the order to buy. The traders acted quickly and bought in more than 1 billion funds. All orders were eaten up at lightning speed, but she also stopped chasing and did not push up the stock price. A large number of buy orders poured in, and the dealer saw this and knew what was going on. Some people are ready to take advantage of the rebound. Of course, they are also happy to have funds coming in. Otherwise, what should they do with so many trapped shares? But after the other party takes up the order, they will stop buying. The banker was inevitably disappointed, as it turned out that a small retail investor was manipulating the market. However, surprisingly, some people saw that the lower limit was opened, and countless retail investors and institutions took the opportunity to flee. The fastest runners are hot money. They wanted to come in and have some soup, but ended up dropping their bowls. Su Ruzhen kept asking the traders to place buy orders continuously, and the price remained 1 or 2 cents close to the lower limit, and it just wouldn't go up. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Countless people who were selling in front of their computers were scolding those who bought as idiots. Those who bought are also calling those who sold idiots. The trading volume continued to increase that day, from hundreds of millions to more than 10 billion. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile's stock price is high, with trading volume exceeding 2 billion in the morning alone. In Jiangnan Liu Group, Liu Changfeng sat in his office, staring at the board. Liu Yuxuan was standing next to him. Dad, a huge amount of money is coming in today. I guess it is most likely foreign capital. We can't find out their details, but it's definitely not done by retail investors. Liu Changfeng nodded, agreeing with his son. These damn foreign capitals were the ones who caused this sudden crash. It has now been found out that a large amount of foreign capital was jointly shorting. Having created this farce, what do they want to do now? Want to repeat the same old trick? What's the situation at the company that helps us with market value management? Don't worry, they're already taking action. That's good. Liu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his son. Yuxuan, when do you want to get married to Su Ruzhen? Liu Yuxuan said arrogantly, no rush, let's wait a few years. Now Su Juru is asking our Liu family for help. I want her Su Ruzhen to come to me on her own initiative. Liu Changfeng was very happy that his son had such courage and at least was not inferior to others in momentum. Besides, a man should not be sentimental and should focus on his career. Women, there are many, but the girl from the Su family is really good looking. If she can really marry into the Liu family, it would be a relief to the audience. Su Ruzhen, who was busy, suddenly sneezed several times. Who is scolding me behind my back again? In Indy. The morning session ended at 11 o'clock, and she asked everyone to rest and get enough rest. Continue the fight in the afternoon. She returned to the office and reported the morning's results to Chen Fan. The total buying funds for the 3 stocks were 6.99 billion. Chen Fan nodded. Come here, I'll comfort you. He hugged Su Ruzhen, and within a few minutes, Su Ruzhen melted completely. Don't. Let's go to the lounge. Boom, boom, boom. Boss Su, lunch is here. Chu Yanfei from the front desk came over with a lunchbox. The meals they ordered for the employees were all clay pot rice at 100 yuan each. Chu Yanfei knew that Chen Fan was there, so he specially brought 2 copies over. Su Ruzhen quickly came out of Chen Fan's arms, fixed her hair and clothes, and said, come in. When Chu Yanfei saw that Su Ruzhen's face was so red, he put down his lunchbox and quickly avoided her. Continue to buy in the afternoon, but any capital account must be absolutely controlled within the 5% upper limit. Of course, with the current amount of funds, it is impossible to reach this share even with more than 100 accounts. The market opened at 1 o'clock and trading became extremely active. There were many retail investors and hot money who were waiting and watching in the morning, but after seeing this situation, they ran away. With a trading volume of billions, the stock price does not move at all. It always fluctuates by 1 or 2 cents at the lower limit. It must be that the market maker is fleeing. Su Ruzhen did not hesitate and intervened with all his warehouse. Anyway, she has become accustomed to Chun Fan's trading model. The deal was done before 2 o'clock. The total amount of all funds is approximately 15 billion. Finish the job. Everyone go and rest. Su Ruzhen was also tired, so she went back to the office to accompany Chun Fan. Chun Fan lit a cigarette and looked out the large floor-to-ceiling window. Most of Jiangzhou was in sight. From his current position, he could even see the river flowing eastward, with the rolling waves rushing endlessly. What are you thinking about? Su Ruzhen snuggled up to him coquettishly, and Chun Fan smiled and said, I have a feeling that we must follow the trend of the times and rise to the occasion. Su Ruzhen raised her head and touched his chin. Then you are not allowed to abandon me. Silly, how could that be? No matter how big the pond is, you will always be the biggest fish. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, thinking that Chun Fan was going to do something bad. Unexpectedly, he stood up and said, Let's go do something big. Another plan in my mind is about to begin. Chapter 82. Sweeping the market for exotic goods. Before 3 o'clock, Su Ruzhen had already arranged the personnel. Following Chun Fan's instructions, Tang Jing was brought along. Chen Meng had already arranged for someone to prepare a car, and then more than a dozen bodyguards followed. Where are we going? In the elevator, Su Ruzhen changed into a small suit, looking particularly formal. It's better to wear less super short skirts, as they are too tempting and easy to get stolen. Go to the odd goods market. Chun Meng was driving, Tang Jing was sitting in the passenger seat, and Su Ruzhen was sitting in the back seat with Chun Fan. Tang Jing had always been curious about the relationship between Chun Fan and President Su. Moreover, she found that President Su listened to Chun Fan very much. She had countless speculations in her mind, but she felt that they were not very realistic. At this time, Chun Fan said, Tang Jing, learn more from President Su. Tang Jing was flattered. Well, I will try my best. Although she couldn't be sure of Chun Fan's identity, Chun Fan was undoubtedly helping her at this moment. Su Ruzhen smiled and said, Tang Jing is a very good seedling. She has always worked very hard. If there's a chance, I'll let her take charge of a department to hone her skills. As Chun Fan's agent, if she didn't understand this sentence, then her life would be in vain. And this time Chun Fan specifically asked to take Tang Jing with him, of course, in order to train her. After all, Su Ruzhen comes from a large family with a big vision. She knew deeply that she could not stand still and must open up her mind. As long as Chun Fan expands the company and builds his own financial empire, her status will rise accordingly. If the company is just a county town, then you're at most a county magistrate. If the company develops into a country, I will become the prime minister, second only to the emperor. If you understand this principle, you will see everything clearly. The group rushed to the rare goods market, where business was still booming. In addition to local speculators like Mr. Huang, there are also many high-end players who come here because of its reputation, as well as many tourists. Chun Fan did not touch the funds in the company's account this time, but he still had 200 or 300 million in personal savings. This was the pocket money he had saved up, and since he hadn't spent it all, he might as well use it to do something. Unlike last time, Chun Fan brought people to the rough stone auction area. As long as it is a stone I like, you can buy it. Chun Fan gave instructions to everyone. Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly and asked Chen Meng and others to get ready. Because there were so many people, it was inevitably a bit chaotic. The stones here are clearly marked with prices. There is no dispute or bargaining over the prices. If you want it, make the deal. If you don't, walk away. Of course, there are some raw stones like the one Mr. Huang bought last time, which have windows opened. The price of this kind of raw stone is much higher. After all, it's not a complete blind box. Coincidentally, Mr. Huang, who had a setback yesterday, was also here today. When he saw Chun Fan, he wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson, but he found out that Chun Fan actually brought so many bodyguards with him. Mr. Huang was stunned on the spot. Who is this kid? This scene feels even more awesome than Zhuahandong's. At this moment, Chun Fan began to select the raw stones, pointing at the stones he liked. This one, and this one. He bought more than 20 pieces in one go, and then asked Su Ruzhen, how much is it now? The price tags of these raw stones range from tens of thousands to millions. Tang Jing answered with a calculator at the side. 67,790,000. Okay, the rough stones here were almost selected, and Chun Fan shouted to everyone, follow me over there. Mr. Huang was watching in the crowd and couldn't help but gasp. Damn, this guy buys raw stones like buying cabbages. Which wealthy family does this young master belong to? Thinking about how he had offended him, Mr. Huang couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of his neck. Soon, Chun Fan and his team came to another raw stone area. The raw stones here were larger in tonnage and more expensive. The starting number is at least several million, and the number can go up to hundreds of millions. One of the raw stones with a window opened was priced at over 300 million yuan. Ordinary people simply don't dare to enter this area, and usually only a very small number of industry leaders visit it. Lu Ruoxian didn't come today, and several industry leaders pointed fingers but didn't dare to act rashly. If the raw stone worth hundreds of millions is cut into pieces, it will be a disaster. But Chun Fan came over and picked up 4 or 5 large pieces of raw stones in one breath. Su Ruzhen said, almost. It was a reminder that his money was gone. All right then. Chun Fan took a few glances at the raw stone with the window opened. This was the treasure of the store. However, he did not move, but asked Su Ruzhen to take people to settle the bill. The bill came out. It was over 230 million. Well, I finally ran out of money. So poor. Chun Fan stretched lazily. All the 15 billion in the stock market account was used to buy 3 stocks under the Liu family, and more than 200 million in the bank card was used to buy raw stones. Do you want to dissolve the stone? The boss has been running this business for so many years, and apart from Lu Ruoxian, he rarely encounters such buyers. This young man bought more than 200 million yuan worth of raw stones in one go. He is very courageous. Isn't he afraid of cutting it down? Of course, the boss is an expert here, but the master is not omnipotent. If he could see the situation in each piece of raw stone, he would open it directly. Chun Fan said, just try to solve a few pieces. The boss was very happy to have such a big buyer. He waved his hand and said, come here, help this little brother to cut the stone. Several stone cutters came over and, according to Chun Fan's instructions, used a cart to drag away a piece of raw stone weighing several hundred kilograms. Many people saw how generous Chun Fan was and gathered around to watch the fun. Several local industry leaders also looked at Chun Fan curiously. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting. Wipe. The stone cutters began cutting according to Chun Fan's instructions. Of course, you must start by rubbing one surface. If it turns green, the value of this stone will basically increase. Chun Fan spent more than 30 million on this piece of raw stone, and the workers who cut the stone were also extremely careful, fearing that something might go wrong. One cut. The stone skin is turned over. Green. Green. Oh my God. Several big men who were sipping tea also stood up and said, let's go and take a look. The price of such a big piece of raw stone is incredible when it is cut and sold at a high price. Even the shop owner became curious. Why is this young man so lucky? Before everyone got close, a senior jade expert exclaimed, it looks like it's glass-type imperial green jade. The key is to see how big it is inside. It's hard to say. It could be only the size of a fist, or it could be very big. Several big men came over to take a look, and their faces changed drastically. It really is a glass-type imperial green. Several people stared at Chun Fan in amazement. Isn't this kid's luck too good to be true? If the jade inside was bigger, its value would be inestimable. Seeing this, Chun Fan said, let's open a few more windows and take a look. The stone cutter followed his instructions again, rubbed several surfaces in succession, and opened 4 small windows in the raw stone. Each window piece has been polished to reveal green. There is no doubt that this is a priceless piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite. As for the specific price, they dare not estimate it. Chapter 83. Does he want to eat shit? Who is this young man? A group of industry leaders looked at Chun Fan and did not dare to make any rash judgments for a moment. Looking at his demeanor, he looks like a secretary or a bodyguard, and he doesn't look like an ordinary person, especially this piece of raw stone, which is clearly placed in front of us. All 4 windows are painted green, which is simply mouth-watering. How much do you want for this stone, young man? A cunning fellow asked, tentatively, testing the waters. Let's first take a look at Chun Fan's price range. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Old man, I won't sell this stone. I'll keep it for my shop. Trying to trick me?" Ah. Others looked at each other in bewilderment. Did he really want to enter this industry? Chun Fan didn't care what they were whispering to each other. Keep going. After buying so many raw stones, you can't just take them all back as decorations, right? The stone cutter started to cut the second piece of raw stone, still following Chun Fan's instructions and rubbing out one surface first. With one cut of the knife, screams rang out again at the scene. Oh my goodness! It's green again. Although this piece of material is not as good as the previous one, it was finally cut into green. This guy is really amazing. He has so much luck. 2 consecutive cuts have increased. You know how many people have lost everything here? It's amazing. The shop owner and several industry leaders couldn't sit still anymore. Both pieces were cut green. They came closer again, took a closer look, and couldn't help but gasp. If the first piece was just luck, what about the second piece? Everyone looked at it for a while, but no one said anything. Chun Fan still asked the stone cutters to open a few windows, which undoubtedly told all buyers that they are all genuine products and you basically won't lose money. The stone cutter cut 3 pieces of raw stone in one breath, and as a result, each piece increased in size. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to give a red envelope to the workers. "Master, you have worked hard." The workers who received the red envelopes were grinning from ear to ear. "Boss, you are so stylish. With your luck, it will be hard not to get rich." Chun Fan smiled, and he didn't understand the rest. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit and holding a plate of walnuts came over and said, "Young man, sell all these to me." Finally, a big buyer came, and Chun Fan looked at him. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should be a big shot in the jade industry. So he said happily, "Okay, you name a price." The other party was holding a walnut in his hand and said, 300 million. I'll take it all. Chun Fan thought he had heard it wrong. "How much did you say?" 300 million. Don't you understand? The other person's face was somewhat contemptuous. Chun Fan sneered, "Go wherever it's cool. The biggest piece I offered just now was more than 300 million. Does he want to eat shit?" But the other party didn't know what to do. "That's enough, young man. You spent a total of 230 million on these raw stones. I gave you 300 million, and you also made 70 million. You can make 70 million just by going to the exotic goods market. Where in the world can you find such a good business? Be content. Don't be too greedy. Be careful if your appetite is too big." Chun Fan didn't want to bother with him anymore. "Who is he? Who are you? You told me not to be too greedy, damn. What the hell is that? Sitting on shit doesn't smell bad. Boss Su, arrange for someone to load these rough stones onto the truck." Chun Fan gave the order, and Su Ruzhen immediately ordered the bodyguards to take action. The man in the tang suit frowned and said, "Oh, you are so shameless. Do you still want to take these rough stones away from here today? Boy, let me tell you, we have to sell it today, whether we want to or not. If you are smart, the deal is worth 300 million yuan, and I will pay you the money in half a month. If you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for being embarrassed." Encountered a local tyrant. Chun Fan set his eyes on the shop owner. Seeing that he could no longer hide, the shop owner had to speak out. "If everyone comes here to steal the goods, who will dare to come to me in the future?" "Ahem, Boss Chow. This is a formal trading market. If people don't want to sell, you still have to follow the rules." Boss Chow narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't say anything. This is between him and me. Your deal is done. It has nothing to do with you now." Well, the shop owner was speechless. He really couldn't afford to offend Boss Chow, who was a well-known tycoon in the jewelry industry in Jiangzhou, second only to the Liu family. But the Liu family will not act recklessly in business. He couldn't defeat the Liu family, but he often caused trouble for his peers. He had a very bad reputation in the entire industry. Seeing such a big piece of fat today, of course I won't let go. Other industry leaders have remained silent as they do not want to cause trouble. However, they would rather the young man in front of them had a stronger background, so that they could punish the Chow family and stop him from being so arrogant. Seeing that Chun Fan ignored him, Mr. Chow became angry and embarrassed. "If I were to ask you to carry away a piece of raw stone today, I would be a F** king in human. Are you human?" Chun Fan was disdainful. Although the other party is powerful, to put it bluntly, he may not be richer than himself. Besides, I brought bodyguards with me today, so I'm not afraid of you. If he really wants to make things bigger, he may not get any benefits. The Chow family is not yet so powerful that they can cover the sky with one hand. Fuck, How dare you scold me? Boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Mr. Chow was also a ruthless man. He shouted, "Someone come!" Thump, thump, thump. A dozen followers immediately ran out from behind him. The shop owner and others knew that today was going to be troublesome. Although he was not afraid of the Chow family, peace was the most important thing in doing business. Some things can just be let go by turning a blind eye. There is no point in fighting to the death. Boss Chow was obviously bullying Chun Fan because he was unfamiliar with him. He thought that a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake, so he wanted to act tough. Seeing this, Chun Meng asked, "What the hell do you mean?" Before he could finish his words, he had already rushed in front of Boss Chow. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Seeing that the people around Boss Chow were about to take action, Chun Meng shouted, "Don't come over here, or I'll throw him to death." These people were really shocked. Boss Chow's face turned red from being strangled, and he grabbed Chun Meng's hand and struggled desperately. "Stop! Lu Ruoxian is here." Lu Ruoxian was wearing a pair of black wide-leg pants today, and she looked very stylish when she walked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her coming. The reason why places like the rare goods market can remain safe and sound and operate normally is largely due to the efforts of the Lu family. After all, there are always some people in this world who uphold justice and stick to principles. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Lu Ruoxian came over. Her face darkened. "What do you mean? Don't you take Jiangzhou's people seriously?" Chun Fan gave Chun Meng a look, and Chun Meng threw it away. Mr. Chow fell to the ground, covering his throat and coughing. Ahem. He lay on the ground, very unconvinced, and said, "It doesn't matter who comes today, Lu Ruoxian. It's none of your business. Don't interfere." Chapter 84. Lu Ruoxian invites you. Lu Ruoxian didn't expect that the guy who had an argument with Boss Chow was the same guy from last time. But today he actually brought bodyguards and assistants. Lu Ruoxian couldn't figure out his origins for a moment. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the raw stones that Chun Fan bought, and her brows furrowed slightly. She has her own informant here, and when she heard that a glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite had been mined, she came here specially. I didn't expect to run into Boss Chow, who was acting so arrogantly. After figuring out the whole story, Lu Ruoxian sneered. "Boss Chow, this is interesting. Is this a forced sale? We don't have such rules in Jiangzhou." When Boss Chow saw her coming, he knew that things would become more and more troublesome. With Lu Ruoxian's personality, she would definitely grab such good material when she sees it. So he greeted Lu Ruoxian first. But Lu Ruoxian ignored him and said, "Handsome boy, are these raw stones yours?" "Yes, Mr. Lu. Do you want to buy it?" Lu Ruoxian looked at him for a long time and applauded repeatedly. The handsome boy has good eyesight. He polished all 3 rough stones to reveal green. This is definitely a trend of increasing profits. Well, especially this material. She couldn't help but admire Chun Fan's sharp eyes in this area. You know, these raw stones have been screened countless times by the masters in the industry, but he can still find such top-quality ones. She estimated, 1 billion, I want all of it. 1 billion. Silk. The big guys present had to admire Lu Ruoxian's courage. Only she dared to call out such a price. If it were someone else, they would definitely bargain. Boss Chow was anxious. "Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? This is my favorite business. Why do you want to interfere?" Chun Fan said disdainfully, "Did I promise you? Because of what you did just now, even if you give me double the price, I will not sell it to you. Investing more than 230 million yuan and selling it for 1 billion yuan is definitely an amazing business." Boss Chow's face was dark. "Boy, there is no benefit in offending me in Jiangzhou. I advise you not to be stubborn." Lu Ruoxian couldn't bear it any longer. "What's your price?" Boss Chow snorted. "I'll pay 1.8 billion. Cut. Not for sale. This guy doesn't look like a good person. You just wanted to cheat me and took away the 300 million, but now you are so stingy. Do I need your 80 million? Chun Fan said to Lu Ruoxian, "I'd better sell it to Mr. Lu. After all, this is not the first time we have dealt with each other." Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to transfer the money right away." Seeing that both parties traded all the rough stones in Chun Fan's hands for 1 billion, Mr. Chow's face turned green. He glared at Chun Fan fiercely. "You are so cruel. Don't let it fall into my hands next time." He left with his men. Lu Ruoxian seemed to admire Chun Fan very much and invited him. "Handsome boy, can you please do me a favor and come sit with me?" I have dealt with Lu Ruoxuan twice, and I feel that she is a very straightforward person. Chun Fan readily agreed, and Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, then please. Notarus, I have some personal matters to attend to. Mr. Lu, give me an address, and I will come later. Then I'll wait for you. Lu Ruoxian walked to the shop owner's tea room and drank tea with a group of bigwigs. Boss Lu, you are so courageous. Only you can close such a big order. That's right. I think there's probably no one else except Mr. Lu. Listening to these people's compliments, Lu Ruoxian smiled lightly and said, my dear seniors, you are too kind. I'm just being fair, and this batch of rough stones is worth the price. Everyone nodded, yes, yes. After all, the Lu family is rich. How can an ordinary person come up with 10 billion funds with just a few words? So some people know they can make money, but they just can't eat it. In fact, Boss Chow can't come up with so much money. He just wants to get something for nothing. Chun Fan picked up another stone from the raw stone area. It was not big and suitable for making an ornament. I asked the stone cutters to scrape a few edges and open 3 small windows. Every window is green, which looks quite attractive. It is only about 40 centimeters long, and with a base underneath, it is quite eye-catching when placed on the counter. After finishing, Su Ruzhin came over to report, Boss Lu's funds have arrived. Well, you guys go back first. Chun Ming come with me. Okay. Su Ruzhin called on everyone else to retreat, and Chun Ming loyally followed behind Chun Fan. He totally couldn't understand what Chun Fan did today. A deal worth 1 billion yuan is just a casual transaction. This guy gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. Is he still the same childhood friend? And his relationship with President Su is also intriguing. However, Chun Ming knew that he should not ask questions that he should not ask and just do his job well. Seeing Chun Fan finish his work, Lu Ruoxian stood up and said, handsome boy, let's go. Seeing Lu Ruoxian invite Chun Fan to leave, a group of bigwigs whispered, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Ruoxian should want to recruit him. Well, this kid is pretty good and has a lot of experience. I bought so many raw stones and I didn't make a mistake. You know, there are more than tens of thousands of raw stones here. There are more than a dozen pieces, big and small. And after screening countless times, Chun Fan was able to pick out so many here without missing any of them. With this skill alone, I'm afraid no one will be able to match him in the gambling stone industry in the future. Therefore, they concluded that Lu Ruoxian must want to recruit Chun Fan into the group. As for those who have wrong ideas, stand in the corner by yourself. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to get in her car. Chun Fan didn't hesitate and asked Chun Ming to take another car. This is the Maybach that Lu Ruoxian uses to entertain guests. Of course, the Lu family has no shortage of top luxury cars like Rolls-Royce. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to his century-old store on the pedestrian street, which sold gold and silver jewelry, and jade. The store was large and decorated in an antique style, rather than the modern style commonly used by many stores. Little handsome boy, please. Lu Ruoxian took Chun Fan upstairs and came to a tea room. In the tea room, fairy mist was curling up, and a faint fragrance was everywhere. There was a woman in Hanfu playing the piano next to him. Lu Ruoxian asked Chun Fan to sit down and then made tea herself. Chun Ming stood outside like a loyal guard. What's your name, handsome boy? Lu Ruoxian smiled sweetly and raised her eyebrows slightly. Chun Fan. Chun and Erdong Chun. Fan and ordinary. Oh, a good name, ordinary yet not vulgar, and hidden yet profound. Lu Ruoxian laughed again. Chun Fan was stunned. How could you see this? But Lu Ruoxian is really beautiful, different from other women he has met. She is calm and generous, and has a unique charm in her every move. When dealing with such a person, Chun Fan didn't want to lose momentum, so he tried his best to appear steady. He said calmly, what's the matter with Mr. Lu calling me over? Of course. Lu Ruoxian smiled. I want to work with you. She looked at Chun Fan with an indescribable feeling in her eyes. Chapter 85. As a sister, you have to love your brother. Chun Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. In fact, he had already guessed it in his heart. There was only one possibility why Lu Ruoxian asked me to come over. He was wondering whether to cooperate with her. If I enter the jade industry, apart from a skill of gambling on stones, I'm a layman in other aspects. If we could really cooperate with the Lu family, it would be a win-win situation. So Chun Fan asked, how do you want to cooperate? Tell me your plan. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Ruoxian's eyes. She didn't expect Chun Fan to be so calm. If it were an ordinary person, he would have agreed long ago, right? After all, There's so many people who want to cooperate with the Liu family, but how many of them can get the opportunity? Liu Ruoxian smiled slightly. With the sales network of my Liu family in this industry, we are definitely the best choice to cooperate with Mr. Chun. Chun Fan laughed. He had to admit that Liu Ruoxian had a unique vision. She could see a lot of essential things, which makes her a respectable opponent and the best partner. So Chun Fan said, "How about this? You arrange someone to discuss the specific cooperation matters with my assistant tomorrow. There's no need for us to waste time on these details." Good. Liu Ruoxian didn't expect Chun Fan to be so straightforward. She laughed happily. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chun Fan frequently. "Mr. Chun, how old are you?" "Ahem." Chun Fan looked at her expression and said, "I have a girlfriend." Ha! This guy is really funny. Even Liu Ruoxian couldn't help but laugh. "Don't tell me you think I want to fall in love with you." "Stop it. I just want to know how old you are." Chun Fan said, 20 this year. "Wow, no way. You're still a student?" "Yes." Chun Fan did not hide it either. Liu Ruoxian stared with surprised eyes. "May I ask again, where are you from?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Boss Liu, you want to ask me which family I am from, right?" "Yes, very clever. In fact, this is the issue that Liu Ruoxian is concerned about, but she just doesn't want to ask it directly." Chun Fan said, "I am just a commoner. If Mr. Liu wants to join forces with some big families, it is not too late to give up the idea now." No, no, no. Liu Ruoxian was a little bit unconvinced. If Chun Fan was really a commoner, it would be too unbelievable. Judging from his appearance today, he doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. She smiled sweetly. "Actually, what I want to say is, if you don't mind, how about accepting me as your sister?" "Ah, elder sister? Not so good." Chun Fan looked at her steadily. Liu Ruoxian was a little depressed. She said these words on a whim because she saw that she got along well with Chun Fan. This guy is actually doubting? Am I not worthy of being your sister? Chun Fan also noticed her expression and smiled. "As a sister, you have to love and protect your brother." Faint. Liu Ruoxian's face turned red instantly. She suspected that Chun Fan was flirting with her. But she was not convinced. You know, in Jiangzhou's circle, most people didn't dare to joke with her, Liu Ruoxian. Chun Fan is an exception. Maybe this is the world outside the circle. They don't understand themselves, so they are particularly relaxed. She, Liu Ruoxian, is a well-known iceberg beauty. Otherwise, why would even Boss Chow be afraid of her? Seeing Chun Fan say this, Liu Ruoxian said, "Okay, you said so. That's settled then. In this small piece of land in Jiangzhou, I will protect you." She looked particularly beautiful when she smiled, and her chest trembled violently. The two of them chatted happily, and Chun Fan saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up and said goodbye. Liu Ruoxian asked, "Why don't you stay and have dinner with your sister?" "Maybe some other time." Chun Fan was still worried about something, so he didn't bother him anymore. "That's fine. Remember, next time I ask you out, you must not refuse." Liu Ruoxian was a little bit domineering. Chun Fan nodded. "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond." After watching Chun Fan leave, the assistant beside him looked at Liu Ruoxian curiously. "Boss Liu, you haven't been this happy for a long time." A bitter smile flashed across Liu Ruoxian's face. She sighed faintly. "There are too few people in this circle who understand me. Perhaps only when I am with someone like him. I have no defenses at all. Although the Liu family is powerful enough, it is not the absolute top family. There is always someone better than you, and Liu Ruoxian is very cautious in every step she takes in her circle." Since the two of them had just come here in Liu Ruoxian's car, they were still being sent off by Liu Ruoxian's driver. After rushing back to Yin Fan building, Chun Fan immediately took the raw stone prepared for Zhuahandong and asked Chun Meng to drive it over. In the car, Chun Meng said, "You scare me today." "What's the matter?" Chun Meng turned his head and said, "You give me a very different feeling than before. If you do this today, you can make hundreds of millions directly." "Oh my God, are you still the Chun Fan I know?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "This is not surprising. You have to put all the knowledge you have learned to good use. Just like if you learn a lot of martial arts, wouldn't it be a waste if you just work as a security guard?" "Well, I told you, I didn't make a mistake. I'll hang out with you from now on." Chun Fan said, "It's the same with me and President Su." I know. You two share the same bed." "Ha ha." The two men laughed. "Chun Meng, go to Mr. Su tomorrow to get 1 million and ask your family to build the house." "Ooh." Chun Meng glared. "This is not good. What's good or bad about it? You're not someone else. I'll find you a wife in the future, the kind with long wavy hair." Chen Fan's house has been built, and Su Ruzhen transferred another million yuan to them so that they can live a good life at home. Don't overwork yourself. Chen Ming always told his family that it was Chen Fan who introduced him to the job. On Wenjiang Street, Zhou Handong was drinking tea with a few guests. Chen Fan brought Chen Ming over, and Chen Ming was carrying a stone in his hand. Hey, Chen Fan, why are you here? When Zhou Handong saw the stone in Chen Ming's hand, his eyes were immediately attracted to it. What are you doing? For you. Chen Fan smiled and asked Chen Ming to bring the raw stone to the table. Seeing this, several guests gathered around to watch. Oh my god, Lao Zhou, this rough stone has a window. All three sides are rubbed green. It's a good thing. Another customer pondered. I'm afraid it won't cost tens of millions, right? Zhou Handong was shocked. Is this thing so valuable? He stared at Chen Fan in a daze. Where did it come from? Hey. Chen Fan smiled like a child. Zhou Handong guessed something and stopped asking questions. Uncle, since you like playing with this, I'll keep it for you as a decoration. Chen Ming, let's go. Hey, don't go. Zhou Handong chased him out. How could he just give such a valuable thing to himself? This kid. Chapter 86. A gift from the future son-in-law. What a good thing. Zhou Handong looked at the rough stone for more than 2 hours and couldn't let it go. An old man wearing reading glasses and holding a magnifying glass examined it and said solemnly, Lao Zhou, your stone is conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 60 million. Hiss. When Zhou Handong heard this, he was completely stunned. How much did you say? A conservative estimate is no less than 60 million, or even higher. All right. Zhou Handong stared at the stone blankly. What a great gift this kid gave him. Such a generous gift, 60 million. My goodness, it's almost half of my family fortune. You have to know that his personal net worth is only a few hundred million. This Chen Fan, he called his daughter, Zhou Bing. How are you and Chen Fan doing? Dad, what do you mean? When his father suddenly asked this, Zhou Bing felt inexplicably guilty. Could it be that he knew that Chen Fan and I went to the hotel? No, Dad just wants to know. Do you know what he's been busy with recently? Oh, Zhou Bing was so scared that he patted his chest nervously. No, we are going to participate in the competition and don't have time to see him. What's the matter? Did he do something bad? No. He is very nice. He just came to my shop again and gave me a big gift. Zhou Handong felt very happy. This future son-in-law was good. Fortunately, I didn't cheat others at the beginning, otherwise I would have missed this opportunity. Zhou Bing said, oh, this guy want to bribe my dad again? But she didn't take it to heart. The next second, Zhou Handong sent a video over, look, this rough stone is worth at least 60 million. What? Zhou Bing was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Are you going to sell your daughter? Silly girl, what are you talking about? I just asked you to thank him for me. Oh, okay. Zhou Bing hung up the video and pouted. How else can I thank you? This guy is really good. He actually learned to follow the father-in-law's path. She called Chen Fan, who had just arrived at the school. Miss me? Shouldn't I? Then I'll miss someone else. You dare. Then let's have dinner together tonight. Zhou Bing spoke quickly. She was also busy on her end, so she hung up the phone soon. Hey. Chen Fan smiled secretly. Over at Zhou Handong's side, he called his wife over to admire it. See, this thing alone is worth more than 60 million. Han Chai-young was shocked. It was almost her own company. The couple runs their own business without interfering with each other. Han Chai-young's net worth of tens of millions is earned by herself, but a piece of her husband's stone is worth 60 million. She was a little confused. Hey, this is a gift from your future son-in-law. Are you talking about Chen Fan? Do you have several sons-in-law? Zhou Handong glared at her, feeling particularly happy today. Han Kaiying was a little confused. Didn't they say that his family is from the countryside? Why am I getting more and more confused about him? He won't do anything illegal, right? What nonsense are you talking about when I asked you to do this with me? You refused and insisted on being financially independent. The business of antiques and gambling on stones is a very profitable one. There's nothing weird about it. Let me tell you, Chen Fan is very capable. The antiques he found for me were all sold at good prices. Okay, then you watch him and don't let him go astray. This poor son-in-law suddenly reached a height that they dared not dream of, so Han Chai-young naturally no longer disliked him. She could only accept this fact. When Chen Fan returned to the classroom, the group of animals in the class were shocked. Fuck, squad leader, you're still alive. I just became the monitor and I haven't been seen for 2 days. The head teacher was very angry. If the classmates hadn't unanimously resisted, I'm afraid the class monitor would have to be replaced again. Elang Gao stood up and said with a grin, "Squad leader, are your legs weak?" "Why are your legs weak? You've been out for 2 nights, and you haven't been drained yet." "Roll." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at the guy and said, "Take your classmates to the cafeteria for a snack tonight, and the money for the meal will be deducted from the class budget." "Wow, thank you, monitor. The squad leader is awesome. YYDS." Seeing how much his classmates supported Chen Fan, Liang Dong felt dejected and extremely embarrassed. Although his family is rich, they can't afford such treatment, and he never gave his classmates extra meals. It is true that he is rich, but what has he done for us besides showing off? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Now, except Liang Dongkai, no one dislikes Chen Fan, including the study committee member Peng Xiaoqian. Everyone secretly glanced at Chen Fan several times. Then he blushed again and pretended to be reading seriously. After school, Chen Fan logged into his financial account and took a look at the stock market. I was surprised to find that the entire stock market has bottomed out and rebounded, and many stocks have made a comeback and hit the daily limit. Among the 3 stocks, Jiangnan Paper, Nangor Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, 2 hit the daily limit, and 1 rose to 7.66%. You have to know that they all rushed up from the lower limit, which means that Chen Fan's 15 billion investment has earned at least 2 billion. Oh my god, I'm going to continue to survive and become the world's top star. Well, after finishing this wave, I will go to the Hong Kong stock market and overseas stock markets. Harvest the leaks of these foreigners. Of course, the jade industry must also speed up its progress and achieve diversified development for its companies. Student Chen Fan, you have a long way to go. Come on. Just as she was about to go find Zhua Bing for dinner, Su Ruzhen called and said, "Chen Meng's father fell off his motorcycle and is in the hospital for emergency treatment. I heard that his condition is serious, and he wants to take a leave. Tell him to come back and tell him not to panic. The company will reimburse all his medical expenses. I promised him another $1 million to build a house." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Chen Fan called him again and told him not to worry, that everything would be fine. Chen Meng said gratefully, "Thank you, brother. Boss Su has already told me, and you know I'm a rough guy with no other skills. From now on, my life belongs to you. Don't be silly. Given our relationship, why are you saying this? As long as uncle is okay. Well, I'll be back soon." Chen Meng flew back to Tongshan County overnight. Lu Ruoxian was very efficient and arranged for her assistant to contact Su Ruzhen that evening. The 2 parties reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. Neither of them made a decision immediately, but instead took the contract back to report to their respective bosses. As long as Lu Ruoxian and Chen Fan agree, the 2 parties will formally reach an agreement and become partners. After Lu Ruoxian read the agreement, she told her assistant, "No problem, you can sign it. We can also make more concessions. That's okay." The assistant said, "Boss Lu, this is the most sincere offer we have made. No other company would be able to offer this kind of treatment. After all, we're the boss of this industry." Lu Ruoxian glanced at her and said, "Since this is a collaboration, you have to humble yourself and treat each other as equals. Otherwise, it won't last long." The assistant said helplessly, "Okay." Chapter 87. Remember to help me cut. The market opened the next morning with great momentum. Many stocks hit their daily limit. Probably because they were suppressed too harshly, they finally let out a sigh of relief. There are at least a few hundred stocks on the daily limit board. The 3 stocks under the Lu family opened with an increase. This is a good rise. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Today's increase brought another 10% profit. Could it be that someone says that in this day and age, the richer a person is, the faster he makes money? From yesterday to today, the gain has been nearly 30 points. A few days ago, Chen Fan looked at the list of Jiangzhou's richest people. The 10th richest man was only worth 10.2 billion. The number 1 family has total assets of more than 60 billion. The Lu family ranked second with 41.1 billion. The Zhao family ranks behind the Lu family with total assets of only more than 30 billion. After some time, when I become successful, all the rich people on the rich list will probably be stepped on by me. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly remembered a poem. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flowers will bloom and all other flowers will die. Work hard. Juvenile. That morning, Su Ruzhen called and prepared to sign a cooperation agreement with the Lu family. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen an instruction. for the cooperation with Sue's, set up another company and don't register it under the name of Blueprint Investment. Clear. Su Rujin is really capable. She immediately understood Chun Fan's intention. After explaining things to Su Rujin, Chun Fan thought that he would have to continue investing in other industries in the future. There will be more and more companies under his name, and the entire architecture system will become larger and larger. You must have a complete system to maintain the operation of the company. It seems I still need to study hard. The English teacher's operating model is very good and can be used as a reference, but I seem to need more manpower to manage these companies. It would be too tiring for Su Rujin to handle alone. We need to choose the right candidate carefully. Chun Fan pondered in his mind. In fact, Tang Jing is very good, but she needs training. At noon, Chun Fan called Tang Jing, and Tang Jing seemed a little flattered. Mr. Chun, you're looking for me? She used to regard Chun Fan as a schoolmate. Ever since Chun Fan took her to the rare goods market, the door to another world in her life was opened. Chun Fan's position in her mind has been elevated many times. Especially when Chun Fan was gambling on stones, he spent a huge amount of money and made a net profit of more than 700 million. This was an experience she had never had before. In the past, I saw a boss with millions or tens of millions of dollars. Many people were in awe, but now in Tang Jing's view, this was a complete joke. The world of truly rich people is simply unimaginable to the poor. Chun Fan could hear her reservedness on the phone. Are you free at noon? I want to talk to you about something. Yes. Tang Jing zet ponde the piten. Okay, I'll wait for you at the cafe at the school gate. Chun Fan has always been clear and concise when he makes phone calls. He keeps to the point and never chats nonsense. After receiving Chun Fan's call, Tang Jing suddenly became nervous. She analyzed thousands of possibilities in her mind, but she still couldn't figure out Chun Fan's intention in asking her out. Could it be that? Impossible. He already has a girlfriend. In this regard, the once arrogant Tang Jing became completely lacking in confidence. After the fourth class, Yilang and Gao asked Chun Fan to go out for dinner, but Chun Fan turned them down. Yilang leaned over and said, "You value women over friendship. Did I tell you I had a date with a girl? Besides girls, do you have any other hobbies? People like me are much more pure, male, but I like women. Get lost. Be careful. Sukuching might kill you." Chun Fan ignored him and went to the OU coffee shop at the school gate. Tang Jing had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Chun Fan coming, she stood up quickly and said, "Mr. Chun." Chun Fan smiled gently and found that Tang Jing was like a little white rabbit in front of him. "We are all alumni. Don't be so reserved. Just call me Chun Fan, especially in school." "Uh-huh." Tang Jing nodded. "What do you want to drink? I'll order it for you." "Whatever. I'm not here for coffee." "Ah." Tang Jing's heart tightened then. Chun Fan asked the waiter to bring 2 clay pot rices. The two of them ate and chatted. "How have you been studying lately? We have signed a cooperation agreement with Lu Ruoxian and would like you to go over and learn from her." "Can I?" Chun Fan frowned when he saw how nervous she was. "Can you be more confident? Otherwise, I will change someone." Tang Jing was so scared that she quickly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Chun Fan. I was wrong." Chun Fan waved his hand. "I asked you to go there because I wanted to train you. Do you remember what I told you before? Since the Lu family is willing to cooperate with us, this is an opportunity. If you are competent, the jade industry will be left to you in the future. Do you know why I asked you to stay with Su Rujin? Look at her. How capable is she? I hope you can do the same and stand on your own in the future." Tang Jing became more and more nervous. "I know. Don't worry, Chun Fan. I will definitely work hard. Okay, let's eat. When you return from your studies at Lu Ruoxian's, I should call you Mr. Tang." Tang Jing blushed and didn't dare to raise her head. Tang Jing knew that Chun Fan had worked so hard to cultivate her, and she was very grateful. But some gratitude can only be hidden in the heart. They all say that college is a watershed in life, and the people you meet and what you learn will determine your future. Of course, Tang Jing also wants to stand out, so she has to work harder. There wasn't much rice in the clay pot rice to begin with, and Chun Fan finished it in just a few bites, while Tang Jing was still shoveling it into her mouth. Girls are very delicate when eating, especially Tang Jing, who can't let go in front of Chun Fan, afraid of having a bad image. Chun Fan smiled and said, "I'm leaving first. You pay the bill." Oh. Watching Chun Fan leave, Tang Jing was as shy as a girl. Chun Fan arrived at the school gate, and a young lady ran over with a mobile phone in her hand. Handsome, Can you add me on WeChat? Forehead. Chen Fan looked at the other person in confusion. He looked so unfamiliar. Are we familiar with each other? Wouldn't it be better if we added one? Just add one. We are alumni after all. All right. Chen Fan took out his phone and scanned her WeChat. After passing, the girl waved her hand, turned around, and left. Thank you. Remember to help me cut it. Damn, Chen Fan really wanted to chop her with a knife. Do you think you are becoming more charming? He was so depressed that he deleted it quickly. When I returned to the dormitory, I found that these guys were all gone, and even Guo Jinliang, who had moved back, was nowhere to be found. He lay on the bed and lit a cigarette. His eyes fixed, huh? Zhao Linlin actually came back. Hasn't she been preparing for the new hotel? This arrogant little princess is quite awesome. She manages 2 hotels at such a young age. But from now on, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and lick my ass. Chapter 88. Zhao to Campus Beauty, you're going to lose money soon. Linlin, if you don't come back, the position of the most beautiful girl on campus will be taken away by that little bitch Lu Wuxuan. Zhou Yufei was wearing a cartoon pajamas and shaking her long white legs. Zhao Linlin smiled nonchalantly. What's the use of these false reputations for me? Hey, you don't need it. I don't even have a boy chasing me. Even poor Chen Fan looks down on me. Zhou Yufei sighed. It seems that my wish to have a reckless love affair in college will be shattered. Zhao Linlin laughed. Have you confessed to him? Hearing this, Zhou Yufei jumped up from the bed. Shouldn't he be the one to confess his love to me? Their family is so poor. I really don't understand why Zhou Bing would fall in love with him. Zhao Linlin was speechless. Since you like it, why don't you go for it? Zhou Yufei pouted. Who said I like him? I just feel bored and want to find someone to entertain myself during college. You might as well study hard and help me manage the hotel in the future. Zhou Yufei shook her head. No, I want to fall in love. She glanced at Zhao Linlin's chest and said, I heard that boys like big breasts. How about we get one? Puff. Zhao Linlin spat a mouthful of water on the computer screen. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yufei laughed. Why? Don't you like it? Roll. I can't stand this guy. Who is it? As a girl, can you be more serious? Besides, do you need it? It's not a cow. Zhou Yufei took the telescope again and leaned over the window to look at the boy. Well, this child owed. Zhao Linlin cast her eyes out the window. In fact, don't I envy Zhou Yufei's free and unrestrained life? You don't have to think about anything every day. Just look forward to the love you want. His eyes unconsciously fell on the opposite side, the boys' dormitory where Chen Fan and his classmates were. Zhao Linlin frowned. This guy is also a weirdo. Ever since the last time she went to the hospital, my aunt has been asking herself what happened with that boy. She suspected that her aunt was also in love and love gossip so much. Don't think about it. The market will open at 1 o'clock. Zhao Linlin turned on the computer and logged into her financial account. She learned how to trade stocks in high school and invested most of her pocket money in it. In total, at least 10 or 20 million have been invested, and now there are 100 or 200 million in the account. So Zhao Guowei said she had talent and directly gave her a hotel to manage. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën automobile. At this moment, she also set her eyes on this stock, but it hit the daily limit as soon as it opened. So there was no chance at all. Zhao Linlin frowned and said, then joined Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. The performance of this stock is very good. After the previous plunge, it is currently accumulating strength at a low level and preparing for an outbreak. The K-line chart and volume are perfect. Chen Fan was also looking at stocks at this moment, and he also saw this stock by accident. Hiss. Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals' stock price plummeted in the next 15 trading days. In the stock market, this type of stock is the one you need to avoid the most. Sometimes the situation seems to be very good, but suddenly something unexpected happens. Then the stock price plummeted. Investors are full of goat mud horses. Of course, he didn't expect Zhao Linlin to buy this stock. Just as I was about to go to the classroom after checking the stocks, Su Ruzhen called me and said, Boss, are you free to come over this afternoon? The cooperation agreement with the Liu family has been signed. I will report the work to you. Seeing that there were no important classes after class, Chen Fan agreed. But when I got to the school gate and tried to hail a car, beep beep, a Porsche 911 drove over and stopped beside Chen Fan. Where are you going? Maybe because she had helped her last time, Zhao Linlin actually took the initiative to say hello. Let's go downtown. Come up, I'll take you. Chen Fan looked at her strangely for a while. Zhao Linlin took off her sunglasses and said, Go ahead. Stop dilly-dallying. Do you like standing here in the sun? Then take me to Yunfan building. Zhao Linlin paused. Are you still working part-time there? Uh-huh. Chun Fan didn't explain either. There was no need. But he saw that Zhao Linlin's complexion was not right. His pupils shrank, and his supernatural powers were automatically activated. Chun Fan was shocked. You're going to lose money soon. What did you say? Zhao Linlin was concentrating on driving and didn't understand for a moment. Chun Fan said, I said you're going to go bankrupt soon. He was thinking about Zhao Linlin and the hotel's affairs. After all, she had a joint venture with Blueprint Capital. If something really happens to the hotel, Blueprint Investment will also be in trouble. But Zhao Linlin frowned and said, Are all you guys so flirtatious? You're using this kind of trick to get close to me. She had accidentally bumped into Chun Fan before, but Chun Fan didn't cheat her, so she ended up blaming him wrongly. In addition, Chun Fan helped her again later, so Zhao Linlin also developed some good feelings towards him. But this guy actually used this trick to get close to me, which lowered his image in my mind. No, don't think I want to seduce you. I don't have that idea at all. It's just that you're really going to lose money recently. Be more meticulous about hotel matters. Decorations are prone to accidents. Safety first. Zhao Linlin's face froze. What the hell? You have no idea about me at all? Am I that bad? Girls are like this. If you really want to get close to her, she will be on guard against you. If you're not interested in her, she will be depressed, as if you looked down on her. She glanced at Chun Fan and stopped talking. What he meant was that he was not as good as Zwabing. After arriving at Yunfan building, Chun Fan got out of the car and said, Thank you for giving me a ride. You're welcome. It's on the way anyway. Zhao Linlin went to the hotel decoration site, and Chun Fan went to the Blueprint Investment Company. He took the special elevator and came directly to the outside of Su Ruzhin's office. When Su Ruzhin saw him coming, she immediately came forward to greet him warmly. What Chun Fan is most worried about now is the hotel he is cooperating with Zhao Linlin. Nothing must happen. Send someone to check the hotel this afternoon. Safety is the top priority. Su Ruzhin was very surprised, but she still responded happily. Okay, I'll go there myself later. That's not necessary. Just arrange for someone to go. There's no need to do everything yourself. You care about me so much? Su Ruzhin smiled very ambiguously, which made Chun Fan feel distracted. What a goblin. Su Ruzhin made a phone call and asked the property management to check, just in case. After reading the contract signed by Su Ruzhin and Lu Ruoxian, there's no problem. Lu Ruoxian also gave a very good concession, and Chun Fan praised her. I am really relieved about your work. Really? Then reward me. Su Ruzhin sat on his lap. How could he tolerate this? I'm not that stupid guy like Liu Xiaohui. Without saying anything, Chun Fan carried her into the lounge. Chapter 89. My dad has assets worth hundreds of billions, and you want me to work for you? Chun Fan and Su Ruzhin stayed in the lounge for more than 2 hours, and Zhao Linlin was busy at the hotel for more than 2 hours. The property management staff also came and checked all the floors of the hotel, gradually eliminating safety hazards. Zhao Linlin also attached great importance to this aspect, especially what Chun Fan said in the car just now. She was not disgusted, but safety was the first priority, and no one dared to neglect it. After finishing her work, she was exhausted and out of breath. Su Ruzhin did the same, lying limply beside Chun Fan. It's over. Don't work this afternoon. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and said, You can move to the villa. I will go there to accompany you when I am free. Okay. When she heard that Chun Fan was willing to accompany her, she readily agreed. Seeing her take out a pair of stockings from the drawer and bend over to put them on her legs, Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh. My figure is getting better and better. I said it was my own achievement. I hope you won't object. Not long after Su Ruzhin left, someone came in to report. Boss Su, the hotel decoration has been fully inspected and there are no safety hazards. Mr. Zhao and his team are also investigating. Okay, Chun Fan heard the conversation in the lounge and wondered, are there any safety risks? All right, in this case, the problem should not be with the hotel, but with other issues, right? What if she's not a good driver and hit someone again? Seeing that it was almost time, Chun Fan also came out of Yunfan building. Zhao Linlin was feeling depressed at the moment. Chun Fan said all these to her for no reason and wasted a lot of her time. When I got back to the car and was about to leave, I saw Chun Fan standing on the side of the road stopping a car, but I didn't call him this time. Beep. She received a text message on her phone and picked it up to take a look. Buzz. My brain is about to explode. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has collapsed. involving many issues, including falsifying performance and transferring huge amounts of funds overseas. Zhao Linlin was stunned and stared at her phone in a daze. When she opened the trading software, the stock price plummeted. It's over. She suddenly remembered what Chun Fan said. So this is what he meant, that he would lose money soon. With an investment of over 100 million yuan, tens of millions were lost in the blink of an eye. No wonder people often remind us that the stock market is risky and one needs to be cautious when entering the market. And this fall is unlikely to happen in just 1 or 2 days. It is very likely that he will lose all his hundreds of millions of dollars. Zhao Linlin's face turned red, and she waved her fist in frustration. Since he knew he was losing money, why didn't he just say it? Beep beep. Campus beauty Zhao slammed her fist on the steering wheel. This was the result of her years of stock speculation. After working hard for several years, we fell back to the period before liberation. By the way, where are the others? When Zhao Linlin looked up again, there was no sign of Chun Fan. It was impossible to make an appointment with Zhua Bing tonight, so Chun Fan was preparing to return to the apartment. As a result, Zhao Linlin stepped on the accelerator and caught up. Beep beep. She honked the horn frantically, and Chun Fan turned around. What are you doing? Crunch. Zhao Linlin parked the car next to him and said, Wait a minute. I have something to talk to you about. Zhao, the school beauty, this is not good. Zhao Linlin didn't care about that anymore. Let's find a place to talk. There are many restaurants, cafes, and even small hotels around the apartment building. Chun Fan asked, Where do you want to go? Just over there. Zhao Linlin pointed to a tea house in front. She parked the car, and the two of them went to the tea house. Among students of their age, few drink tea. Most of them prefer coffee and other beverages. Zhao Linlin asked for a private room and called Chun Fan in. What would you two like to order? 2 cups of green tea. I don't want green tea, I want black tea. Golden eyebrows are best. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. The waiters in the tea house are all dressed beautifully and like to wear cheongsams, deliberately showing off the figure in an exaggerated way. For some reason, Zhao Linlin thought of what Zhou Yufei said, Go get that. She glanced at the waiter, and her face turned red. Do women have to expose their bodies to others like this? Such tight clothes, I feel like I can't wear them. When the tea came, Chun Fan asked, What do you want from me? Zhao Linlin didn't want to hide it. How do you know I'm going to go bankrupt recently? Forehead? Chun Fan was also interested in this question. After all, he didn't know what had happened to Zhao Linlin. After taking a sip of tea, he said calmly, I can't tell fortunes. Do you believe me? Let her. I don't believe you, you idiot. What era is this? You're still playing this trick on me. Be serious. Zhao Linlin said angrily. Chun Fan was helpless. I can really see it from your face. Tell me what happened. Zhao Linlin was angry. You know what? Just because of what you said, I specially checked the hotel decoration site. Fortunately, no violations were found. I was really worried about safety accidents. Then what? Chun Fan looked at her steadily. Later, I found out that the stocks I bought today were stuck. Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals suffered a financial loss of over 100 million yuan. It really works. Chun Fan was stunned. This reminded him of Teacher Shun. When I met Teacher Shun that time, I noticed that something was wrong with her, so I reminded her. Her relationship may not be stable, and her husband cheated on her. It seems that I can change my career in the future. But he never expected that Zhao Linlin also traded stocks, and she also stepped on a landmine. Then you're screwed. It is a taboo for a listed company to go bankrupt, but you just happen to be one of them. Zhao Linlin frowned. You're also investing in stocks. If I didn't invest in stocks, I would have starved to death. Chun Fan drank his tea and said, Yeah, in my opinion, after spending more than 100 million, you will probably still have 10% left. Zhao Linlin's face turned green. This was the result of several years of hard work. But what can we do? Her breath hitched. Is there any way? No. Girls, don't touch this. Isn't it better to run your hotel well? No one can save you from stepping on a landmine. You can only watch it hit the limit down every day. As for how much is left after the board opens, it depends on God's will. Zhao Linlin was a little crazy, but she was also someone who could afford to lose. Since you have bought bad stocks, you have to admit it. No one has stipulated that you can only make money and not lose money when investing in stocks. You should know that only 20% of people make money in the stock market, while the rest are losing money. Why don't you stop working in those messy places and come help me? Zhao Linlin looked at him steadily. You can name your salary. Chun Fan smiled. You can't afford me. Honestly, you might as well work for me. Zhao Linlin was almost angry to death. What are you talking about? My father has assets worth more than 30 billion yuan, and you want me to work for you? Are you crazy? Chen Fan said seriously. I am serious. I need talents like you. As for stock trading, if you don't have talent for it, then don't try it. You? Zhao Linlin didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she stood up and left angrily. I had good intentions, but he treated me like a donkey's liver and lungs. Just as he was about to leave the tea house, Chun Fan's voice came from behind him. Pay the bill before you leave. Grass. No, I can't fuck him. Chapter 90, believe it or not. I stole your young lady away. She doesn't believe that she is richer than her family. What can I do? However, Chun Fan's assets are indeed a little less than those of the Zhao family at present. But who knows what will happen in the future? Let's see in a few days who is the real king. Zhao Linlin was so angry that she left. Chun Fan simply didn't bother to go to school and went straight back to the apartment building. When they took the elevator to the 26th floor, Lu Wushuang had already returned. The two new bodyguards were staring at Chun Fan warily, as if they were afraid that their eldest daughter had been kidnapped away. Ever since she came, it has been inconvenient for Su Ruzhen to come to the apartment. Chen Fan passed by Lu Wushuang's door. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black crop pants today. The hair is tied into a ponytail, simple and pure. Lu Wushuang's looks and height are impeccable, except that her thing is not big enough. Probably B+. Chun Fan didn't do much research on that, but Zhao Linlin should have developed faster than her. Just after taking a look, two of Lu Wushuang's bodyguards came over and shouted, "What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig your eyeballs out." Damn, Chun Fan is speechless. Why are all your bodyguards like this? Be careful, or I'll steal your young lady away. BS. I guess they don't know how the first two bodyguards lost their jobs. Hey, schoolgirl. Chun Fan came to the balcony. Lu Wushuang lived next door to him, and the two bodyguards lived opposite him. Therefore, the bodyguard could not see this side on the balcony at all. Lu Wushuang had just finished a phone call with home. When she saw Chen Fan greeting her, she responded, "What's up? It's okay. You've been fighting with your neighbor for so long, so you should formally get to know him." Lu Wushuang met Chun Fan the first time she came to this community. They were also alumni, so naturally she didn't refuse him. If a boy greets her at school, she will ignore him. In an apartment building like this, the two balconies are very close to each other, and anyone with a little courage can climb over them. Aren't you bored? You're being watched like a thief by bodyguards every day. Seeing that Lu Wushuang didn't seem to be disgusted, Chun Fan continued to ask questions. Lu Wushuang curled her lips. "What can I do? My dad asked them to come. Hey, I rarely see you come back." Maybe because of the balcony, Lu Wushuang felt safe. Then he started talking to Chun Fan. Chun Fan hummed, "I'm a junior now, so I'm a bit busy. Are you looking for a job outside?" "Yeah, if I don't go to work, I won't be able to pay the rent." Lu Wushuang looked at this guy speechlessly. It turned out that he went out to find a job just to pay the rent. But why does he have to rent a house and live alone? Wouldn't it be better to live in the dormitory? Are you interested? I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chun Fan extended an invitation, and Lu Wushuang pointed outside the door. They will tell tales. Chun Fan smiled. How difficult is that? I'll pull you over and you flip over the balcony. Lu Wushuang probably had never done such a rebellious thing since she was a child. She looked downstairs. Oh my God, 26th floor. Do you want me to be turned into a meat pie? In order to dispel her concerns, Chun Fan directly flipped over from the balcony. Oh my God, you. Lu Wushuang stared. Aren't you afraid? That's fine. How about I open a door from here tomorrow, and then we can go out for supper every night? Lu Wushuang kept shaking his head like a rattle. It's so horrible. Then you wait. Chun Fan turned over again. Lu Wushuang didn't know what he was going to do, but soon she heard the door closing, as if he was going out. The school is opposite the balcony, and you can see what's going on campus at a glance. Lu Wushuang sat on the balcony, looking at the scenery of the school from afar. She has no friends or acquaintances here. A loner. For her safety, her family assigned her 2 bodyguards and a nanny. Such a college life is destined to lose a lot of happiness. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, her family never allowed her to come into contact with ordinary people. Everyone in her circle is from a prominent family, and everything she learns, sees, and hears is high-end. She's like a princess in the kingdom. As the sun sets, the yellow sunlight shines on her face. Lu Wushuang looked towards the balcony, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Miss, it's time to eat. The nanny came and knocked on the door. Lu Wushuang walked to the door and said, I don't want to eat. You guys eat it. Then call me when you want to eat. The nanny didn't dare to say anything more and walked back with her head down. More than an hour later, Chun Fan came back, carrying large and small bags, as well as wine, all covered tightly. After entering, locked the door. Then he came to the other side of the balcony. Junior girl, junior girl. Lu Wushuang had already returned to her room and was lying on the sofa watching the news. Hearing the shout, he ran out again. What's wrong? Chun Fan showed her a few boxes. Good stuff. I went out specially to buy them. What? Take it first. Chun Fan handed over the bag, and then the drinks. Watching this guy climb over the balcony so swiftly, Lu Wushuang felt a little skeptical. Was he going to climb over and peek at her in the middle of the night? Go lock the door. Chun Fan took out all the things in the bag. Wow, it turned out to be a red lobster. Huh, can this thing be eaten? Lu Wushuang refused instinctively, but a fragrance came to her nose. Garlic fried braised, and beer. Sit down and eat. Chun Fan handed her a pair of gloves. Lu Wushuang has never eaten crayfish. If she wants to eat crayfish, she would eat big lobster or Australian lobster. I heard that crayfish are very dirty, but they are really beautiful in red, and it smells very good. Chun Fan opened 2 bottles of beer and said, I guarantee that after you have tasted this, you will never forget it again. Don't worry, this one is clean. He grabbed a shrimp, peeled it, removed the shrimp thread, and stuffed it into her mouth. Lu Wushuang was stunned for a moment and gently bit the shrimp meat. Can crayfish be so delicious? Lu Wushuang widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Chun Fan filled her glass with ice-cold beer and said, Beer is a must when eating shrimps. It will taste better this way. If you have a chance in the future, I'll take you to the night snack street. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to peel her again, she quickly said, I can do it myself. Chun Fan took out a disposable bib and handed it to her, and the two began to peel shrimps and drink beer. This was probably the first time Lu Wushuang had eaten something like this. It was very spicy. You have to drink when the food is spicy. Take a sip of ice beer, and you'll feel refreshed all the way. Boom, boom, boom. The bodyguard outside heard the sound and knocked on the door. Mississippi. What? Leave me alone. I'm watching TV. She turned up the volume, but the bodyguard couldn't hear anything unusual, so he gave up. Chun Fan sighed. What's the difference between your life and being in prison? When you get rid of them, I'll take you out to play. Lu Wushuang drank beer in big gulps because of the spiciness. Yeah, okay. For bottles of beer and 6 pounds of lobster were quickly finished by the two of them. Lu Wushuang was still not satisfied. Anything else? No. Let's continue next time. Chun Fan packed up his things and went out onto the balcony. Lu Wushuang shouted at him, Take me out to eat next time. Chapter 91, Shorting Crude Oil. Chun Fan hasn't been to the apartment for 3 days since eating lobster with Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang waited in the apartment every day, looking at the balcony next door from time to time. Where's this guy? What does it mean? Just whet their appetite and then run away. Lu Wushuang has good eating habits, and her family hired a nanny specifically for her, mainly for health reasons. She usually eats light food, but the crayfish that Chun Fan brought over was fragrant, spicy, and refreshing, leaving her with an endless aftertaste. In summer, eating crayfish becomes popular all over the country. People in Jiangzhou are particularly obsessed with crayfish. How could Lu Wushuang resist the temptation? But Chun Fan hasn't been seen for a few days. What's going on? If it weren't for the sake of face, she would have gone to the classroom to find him. Jiangzhou University has tens of thousands of students and dozens of majors. Lu Wushuang studied business administration. It's a bit far from the finance department where Chun Fan is. Of course, she didn't know that Chun Fan did it on purpose just to whet her appetite. However, Chun Fan has been busy these days. The stock market has rebounded to a certain extent, and now the total amount of funds in his account has reached 31.2 billion. Ship it. My goal has been achieved, and the volume is so large that I cannot wait until the rise fades before taking action. Otherwise, they will run away and you will be suffocated to death inside. Su Ruzhen immediately organized people and shipped the goods in an extremely gentle manner. After all, such a large volume can easily arouse the dealer's vigilance. But for a large listed company with a market value of over 100 billion yuan, a daily trading volume of several billion yuan is within the normal fluctuation range. Chun Fan estimated that it would take about 3 to 4 days to complete. So if Lu Wushuang wants to eat lobster again, he has to wait 3 or 4 days. But it's so magical when people are lucky. On this day, Shenlong Automobile hit the daily limit and then opened the board to release the gate. Su Ruzhen was not polite and took this opportunity to ship the goods quickly. On that day, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile released a huge amount of shares, and the turnover rate reached 45%. Su Ruzhen took advantage of the situation and made off with more than 6 billion yuan in one go. Jiangnan Paper and Nanfang Real Estate only managed to earn 30 to 40 billion. At this moment, the campus beauty Zhao was completely depressed. After stepping on a landmine, she had suffered 3 consecutive limit downs. The dealer did not give them any chance to escape. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep well these days. However, the issue that boys in school are most concerned about is the release of the school beauty list. After a new round of competition, the 4 school beauties were re-ranked. Zhao Linlin still tops the list, Lu Wushuang ranks second, and another freshman, Lu Wanwan, is a popular anchor and has also successfully made it onto the school beauty list. Zhou Bing from Chun Fan's family was unexpectedly ranked 4th, and there was still controversy. A group of animals were shouting on the BBS, saying that Zhou Bing was no good, and someone had slept with Zhou Bing. Damn it. When Chun Fan saw this, he was furious. Damn it. You guys are just saying the grapes are sour, because you can't eat them. Besides, can you guarantee that other school beauties have not been contaminated by others? Zhou Bing became even angrier when he saw this. If this matter gets to my mother's ears, I'll be in trouble again. Chun Fan. I will pay 100,000 to anyone who makes his mouth swollen. A reply like this suddenly appeared on the BBS. The whole forum went wild. Holy shit. The talented guy who spent 200,000 yuan to kill Liang Dongkai and was elected class monitor appeared. In the past, Chun Fan was unknown and no one paid attention to him. He became famous ever since Zhou Bing publicly confessed her love for him. It's just that most people can't identify him with a real person and don't know who he is. But those who spoke ill of Zhou Bing wisely deleted their inappropriate remarks. Zhou Bing's family is not short of money. If they really want to take action, you'll have to bear the consequences if you really suffer the consequences. It seemed that the storm had subsided, and Su Ruzhen had finally completed the shipment. The total funds in the account have now reached 31.6 billion, more than 400 million higher than before. Good. Very nice. Chun Fan spent an afternoon studying the stock market. Due to the previous plunge, most stocks have now rebounded strongly. Except for those weak stocks, many stocks have more than doubled. The stock price is currently in a stable period, and with so much money in my hands, it is impossible for me to catch the daily limit every day like before. It's time to change our thinking. Open the future section. By international crude oil price fell by 70.7%. Oh shit. Chun Fan quickly clicked on the crude oil quotation, my goodness. In the next 15 trading days, international crude oil prices plummeted from $65.50 a barrel to $19.95. What is there to hesitate about? I immediately called Su Ruzhen and said, "Baby, you may have to work the night shift. If I'm going to die, can't you let me rest for a few days?" Su Ruzhen misunderstood and thought he was coming to bother her again. She has put a lot of thought and effort into shipping the goods during this period and is indeed a bit tired. We also have to move and are adding furniture to the villa. Ahem, that's not what I meant. When Chun Fan heard her soft voice, he knew what she was thinking. Su Ruzhen is different from Zhou Bing. She has great needs and can withstand much hardship. Zhou Bing is still a student after all and isn't as open-minded as her. After hearing Chun Fan's explanation, Su Ruzhen's pretty face flushed. Sitting in the office, she instinctively clamped her legs together in black stockings. What do you mean? Get ready to short international crude oil. International crude oil faces the global capital market, which has huge potential. Now is the time to invest madly before the market starts to plummet. More than 30 billion short orders. Let them enjoy it to their heart's content. Su Ruzhen carefully recorded Chun Fan's instructions. Trading in international crude oil does require working night shifts, and may even require staying up all night. But this is work, and Su Ruzhen has no choice but to do it. She gave up the idea of living in the villa temporarily, and it would be more convenient to live in the office. After finishing the work at hand, I made an appointment with Zhou Bing to have lunch together at noon. Looking at Zhou Bing's long legs, Chun Fan said depressedly, "These people are blind. They actually say that my Bing Bing is not as beautiful as them." Zhou Bing, on the other hand, didn't care. What's the point of caring about these false reputations? She took Chen Fan's arm and said, "Haven't we been out shopping for a long time?" Chen Fan looked at her speechlessly. "Can you blame me? It's because you were so busy with rehearsals that you even ignored your husband." So Bing gnashed her teeth and pinched him. "You're yelling again. It sounds terrible." Chen Fan grimaced in pain. "Stop shopping. I'll give you a sports car. You've been a little bit arrogant lately. Last time you gave my dad a stone worth tens of millions, and now you want to give me a sports car. What does that mean? Do you want people to say I'm after your money?" So Bing pinched his face and said, "Don't forget your status. You're the poorest student in the class. Even though you are rich now, don't be too high profile. Many people get into trouble because they're too carefree." "Got it, wife. Roll." Zhou Bing is not feeling well these days, as her relatives are visiting. Chen Fan didn't want to argue, so he could only go eat crayfish in the evening. "I guess when Lu Wushuang saw me, his eyes would bleed with hatred. Just when I got a taste of the new thing, you slipped away and haven't been seen for several days." Chapter 92, I didn't expect the eldest lady of the Lu family to be so pure. "Miss, it's time to eat." "No, no." The nanny came over and called Lu Wushuang to eat, and Lu Wushuang got angry. "It's like feeding pigs every day. How can you eat this?" Lu Wushuang lives in the south of the Yangtze River and eats Huaiyang cuisine, which emphasizes freshness and mild flavors. I suddenly tried crayfish, and it tasted delicious. Just when she was angry, the elevator door rang. Ding dong. Lu Wushuang ran out and saw that Chen Fan had returned. Due to the presence of bodyguards and nannies, she didn't say anything, but just stared at him with a depressed look. Chen Fan smiled, gave her a wink, and then opened the door as if nothing had happened. Lu Wushuang understood and immediately returned to her room and locked the door. "Miss," the nanny was anxious. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Eat, don't bother me." She came to the balcony, and Chen Fan was there as expected. "Where have you been? Didn't you say you would take me to eat crayfish?" "Shoo." Chen Fan looked at the door and threw a few pills to her across the balcony. "What are you doing? Go eat first and deal with them. It would be best if you put this in their food. This medicine is estimated to last for 3 to 4 hours. Okay, time to eat, time to eat." Lu Wushuang opened the door and looked at the food on the table. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, others can only stand when she eats. She glanced at the three of them. "Can you guys stop being so stupid? Get busy. I'm tired of watching over me like this every day." "Yes, Mississippi." The three of them walked out of the room, and Lu Wushuang quickly put the medicine given by Chen Fan into the soup. He first served himself a bowl and finished the rice in no time. She walked out of the room. "I'm going to take a rest. You guys go eat too." The nanny usually prepares the meal first, and then eats with the bodyguard after she finishes eating. The eldest daughter had a poor appetite these days, so the nanny specially prepared extra meals. Seeing this, the two bodyguards didn't hesitate and sat down to eat. After finishing the meal, one of the bodyguards yawned. "Today's meal is so delicious." Well, Aunt Lu's cooking skills are getting better and better. Aunt Lu was a little unhappy. "Young miss doesn't like to eat. No matter how good it is, it's useless." The bodyguard who spoke first stood up and said, "The young lady is going to rest. I will go back to my room and lie down for a while." Another bodyguard followed closely behind, and the two returned to the room to rest. The nanny was clearing away the dishes. "What's wrong with the weather today? I feel so sleepy." "Forehead? Is it done so quickly?" Lu Wushuang saw the bodyguard fell asleep on the sofa and gently closed the door. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan was waiting next door when Lu Wushuang came over and knocked on the door. "Done, let's go." Ah. He suddenly realized that Lu Wushuang was actually quite cute. Perhaps it was because of this kind of life for a long time that made her yearn for the outside world. Her family protected her too well, and she lost too much wonderful things. Chen Fan took her out of the community and hailed a taxi. "Master, let's go to Yinha Avenue." Every summer, the Riverside Avenue is packed with people. The entire riverside is lined with night snack stalls and food stalls. Every time Lu Wushuang saw others happily drinking beer and eating barbecue in such places, he was extremely envious. But her family never allowed her to go to such places. She only went to high-end places like big hotels and manors. It's called living an upper-class life, but what's the point? Not down to earth at all. The two soon arrived at the Riverside Avenue. Looking at the endless stream of people, Lu Wushuang was particularly excited. "This is the first time that there is no tail following me. Boss, give us a pot of lobster, grill it or something. Give us more." The two picked a seat, and Chen Fan waved and shouted, "Good class. Want some beer?" "Sure, 2 cold beers." The boss left happily, and Lu Wushuang sat in his seat, looking at the scenery by the river. Do so many people come here for midnight snacks every day? She asked curiously. More than that, it's only a short time now. There will be more people at night. You can eat as much as you want today. Don't worry. Lu Wushuang loved this kind of stimulation. The boss quickly brought out a whole big pot of cooked lobsters. Draft beer was served and barbecue followed. Chun Fan grabbed a large beer mug and said, "Come on, let's go." Lu Wushuang was still very ladylike. She picked up the cup, smiled, and drank most of it. While Chun Fan was peeling shrimps, she took out her phone and said, "Add your WeChat. I couldn't find you for a few days." Chun Fan was stunned. Huh? I shouldn't have to chop myself this time, right? After adding WeChat, a young lady carrying a guitar and a speaker came over and asked, "Brother, sister, would you like to order a song?" Lu Wushuang used to go to large-scale concerts frequently, but she never expected that such a place could have such an atmosphere. Then why don't you sing a song called "Miss You Too Much"? This is the song that Lu Wushuang ordered. The young lady smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you for ordering Miss You Too Much. Who do you miss?" Chun Fan stared at her. Lu Wushuang, rose petals one by one, withering before my eyes. Your promises come little by little, echoing in my ears. The young lady started to sing. Her voice was very nice, and many people around her looked at her sideways. Chun Fan picked up the beer glass and asked, "Would you like a sip?" Wait a minute. I haven't finished peeling the shrimp yet. The shrimp thread is too difficult to remove. Fool! Chun Fan glanced around and saw a few beautifully dressed girls who were questioning the customers who were eating shrimp one by one. Do you need someone to peel the shrimp? Our young lady is attentive, enthusiastic, generous, and professional. Chun Fan waved his hand. Beautiful ladies, two of you come this way. Good class. When he heard that someone needed service, the other person smiled. And soon he called over two girls who were about 17 or 18 years old. Sir, are there enough for two? That's enough. That's enough. Okay, enjoy your meal. The two girls sat down, put on gloves, and started peeling shrimp. Is this still possible? Lu Wushuang stared. No way. It's so thoughtful to have such service even when eating shrimps. You know, lobsters are very difficult to peel because their shells are too hard. For Lu Wushuang's delicate hands, peeling too much would hurt them. The two of them enjoyed star treatment and only cared about eating and drinking. The barbecue was also served, and Lu Wushuang gradually integrated into the environment, eating without caring about his image. There is red oil on the corners of the mouth. The young lady finished singing, and Chun Fan said, "Keep singing, don't stop. I'll give you 100 yuan for singing a song." Then he added, "You'll have to pay me later." Lu Wushuang really didn't care about money. She nodded innocently, "Of course. In the future, if you have time, take me out for a good meal often and I will pay you." Ah. Chun Fan was happy. I didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Lu family to be so pure. Look, these are the flowers in the greenhouse. But in front of Lu Wushuang, there's no need for me to act so pretentiously. It doesn't matter who gives me the money. Chapter 93, Big Bad Wolf and Little White Rabbit. Today I really had enough to eat and drink. The two of them had 2 beers, a large plate of lobster, and some barbecue. Chun Fan discovered that Lu Wushuang could actually drink quite well. At least a few bottles of beer wouldn't get her drunk. A huge amount, this should be innate, right? Chun Fan went to pay the bill, but Lu Wushuang said first, "I'll do it." There was no way she would let Chun Fan pay for it. The singing lady charged 10 yuan for each song, and Lu Wushuang directly paid her 2006 for 26 songs. After all, Chun Fan also wants to save face. Who asked him to agree to it? The 2 young ladies who peeled the shrimps each received a tip of 200 yuan and left happily. Chun Fan looked at the night market and said, "Let's go back." "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." Lu Wushuang stroked her round belly. "Maybe next time. Your bodyguard and babysitter will be waking up soon." Lu Wushuang was helpless and somewhat unwillingly returned to the apartment with Chun Fan. While the bodyguard and the nanny were still asleep, Lu Wushuang opened the door and slipped in. After a while, my mother called me via video. Shuang, what are you busy with?" "Eat, sleep, study." "Mom, don't play videos all the time next time. I have a lot of study to do." All right. You're annoying Mom so soon. Can you please withdraw those 2 bodyguards? They're so annoying. They're like follower-like dogs. No, we must ensure your safety. Then transfer 2 million to me. Shuang, what are you doing? Mom, you asked too many questions. I don't want to answer you. All right. Beep. A few minutes later, 2 million arrived. Lu Wushuang lay on the sofa board. It was not until today that she realized how boring her life was. This is not the life I want. I also want to have my own space like my classmates. The two bodyguards woke up and jumped out of bed in shock. Fuck, why do we fall asleep? Where's the young lady? Boom, boom, boom. Miss. Lu Wushuang opened the door and asked, "What are you doing? Are you annoying?" Fortunately, the eldest lady is still there and has not been stolen. The two bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief and then went back to their room to wait. Chun Fan was also lying on the sofa at this moment, and WeChat rang. Zhuxi Wushuang. Senior, can you still climb the balcony? Chun Fan. What are you going to do? Peerless. So boring. Come over and chat for a while. Chun Fan. Then I'll take a shower first. A grown man is so particular? Okay, I'll take a shower too. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan climbed over the balcony. Huh? Where are the people? Where are the people? Schoolgirl. The TV was on, and the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit was playing. Ah! Lu Wushuang came out wrapped in a bath towel and screamed in fright when she saw a figure. Miss, what's wrong with you? The two bodyguards moved upon hearing the noise. Oh no, something's happened to the young lady. Chun Fan rushed over and covered her mouth. Shoo! I was scared to death. Lu Wushuang panted and shouted at the door. It's okay, it's just a cockroach. I stepped on him to death. Oh! The two bodyguards felt relieved, shook their heads, and went back to the room opposite. The eldest daughter of a rich family is so pampered that she is even scared like this by a cockroach. Back then, even caterpillars could be crushed to death. Chun Fan hugged her body, felt it was soft, and instinctively let go. Why are you yelling so loudly? Lu Wushuang blushed. Why did you come here? Didn't you ask me to come here? But I didn't expect you to be so fast. Fussed. Chun Fan was too embarrassed to stare at her delicate skin. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Soon, she changed into a princess dress from the bedroom. Chun Fan smiled. Why are you laughing? Fine. Today's college students dress themselves beautifully and maturely. Lu Wushuang is still very naive in this regard. Senior, don't go to work anymore. I'll pay you. Ah! Chun Fan looked at her in confusion. What are you going to do? No, if you take me out to eat delicious food every day, I will give you money. No, how can I have time to go there every day? I'll give you 2 million. Chun Fan refused to do it. What can you do with 2 million? Do you know how much the time I spend bending over is worth? Beep. WeChat transfer red envelope of 2 million. Chun Fan was stunned and returned the money. Forget it, I'd better go back to sleep. Trying to buy all my time with 2 million is impossible. Seeing Chun Fan was about to leave, Lu Wushuang became anxious. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that you work hard every day. Lu Wushuang looked quite aggrieved. Chun Fan sighed and touched her hair. Remember, the happiness of life does not lie in gaining something for nothing, but in achieving your goals one after another through continuous efforts. So what is your goal? Lu Wushuang blinked, and Chun Fan looked at her with a smile on his face. You want to know? Chun Fan approached her step by step and pushed her into a corner. Staring at the little white rabbit with aggressive eyes, Lu Wushuang felt guilty for no reason. The pretty little face was red. The redness spread all the way to her swan-like white neck. She glanced at Chun Fan, then quickly dodged. Chun Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang panicked. Senior, close your eyes. Lu Wushuang shook his head in confusion. Chun Fan came closer, and just as his lips touched hers, her body softened. I fainted from excitement. So useless. Chun Fan quickly lifted her up and carried her to the sofa. It seems that the lovely Miss Lu is a complete blank slate when it comes to emotions. There was the sound of bodyguards moving outside the door. Chun Fan covered her with an air-conditioned blanket and poured her a glass of water. Go over the balcony. After a while, Lu Wushuang woke up. She sat up and looked at the water glass on the table. Recalling the scene just now in his mind, he touched his lips instinctively, and his face felt hot. The next morning, when Chun Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards were still alert. He always looks unhappy with him. Shit, what does that mean? Of course, he didn't know. The Lu family has already contacted teacher Shen. If Shen Mingyao hadn't been unwilling to sell the house, Chun Fan would probably have been driven away by them. By then, only Lu Wushuang and his bodyguards would be living in the entire apartment. They have to clear all obstacles and ensure the absolute safety of the young lady. Chapter 94. Lu Wushuang came to see Chun Fan quietly. Department of Business Administration, in a classroom for freshmen. Lu Wushuang was searching on her phone. If a boy kisses you first, does he love you? Answer 1. Not necessarily. Maybe he just wants to sleep with you. Answer 2. What if he just wants to taste your lipstick? Answer 3. Ask yourself whether you have loved everyone you have kissed. Answer 4. If you're not particularly rich, it should be true love. The answers on the internet are a mess. Lu Wushuang couldn't figure out what was going on either. She stared blankly at her phone. As for what the teacher said, she didn't listen at all. Soon, she opened WeChat again and changed Chun Fan's note to Big Bad Wolf. Chun Fan decided to be a good monitor today and listen to the class carefully. Because today's lesson is very important, it talks about classic cases of how those international financial giants play around in this world. Someone shorted a country. Someone ruined the economy of a continent. There are also people who monopolize all resources. The big hand of capital is controlling the entire world. From what I have seen so far, those wealthy bosses I have come into contact with are just trying to survive in the cracks. They can't even get on the world stage. During the 4th class, everyone was listening attentively. There was a sudden commotion outside. Huh, Lu Wushuang. Wow, why is Lu Wushuang here? Oh my god, my goddess. Chun Fan didn't even notice that Yi laying down next to him pushed him and pointed out the window. What? Outside the window, Lu Wushuang was indeed looking into the classroom. What is this girl going to do? Chun Fan was wondering when he received a WeChat message on his phone. Big Bad Wolf. I'm here to see you. Which class are you in? Barbecue is here, and she comes to the door. Chun Fan replied on WeChat. I'm in the classroom where you're standing. What do you want to do? It's okay, just stand up and let me take a look and then leave. It's okay, I was just passing by, no one knows. Chun Fan stood at the window. Lu Wushuang glanced at him quickly and left quickly. Well, for some reason, Chun Fan felt that he was in big trouble. Not long after, Lu Wushuang sent another message. Big Bad Wolf, remember, if you see me at school, you must pretend not to know me. We don't know each other. It's over, I really stepped on a landmine. As soon as Lu Wushuang left, the classroom returned to peace. Chun Fan despised these animals. They had never seen a woman before. Of course, he didn't know that there were many boys in college who had never been in a relationship for 4 years. They ate free dog food and wasted their best years. At noon, Zhu Bing called. Let's go back and have dinner together tonight. My cousin is back with her boyfriend. Okay, Chun Fan had never met Zhu Bing's cousin, but since Zhu Bing had said so, Chun Fan definitely couldn't refuse. This also means that he has been accepted by the Zhuo family, and it is very likely that it was Zhu Bing's family's intention. After class in the afternoon, Zhu Bing was waiting for him at the school gate. An alpha took Lu Wushuang away. She went back to the apartment building to eat every day and was picked up and dropped off by bodyguards. Chun Fan came over and Zhu Bing waved to stop a car. Su Ruzhen has been very busy recently, so Chun Fan wouldn't disturb her unless there was something important. The taxi driver turned his head and saw, oh shit, it's you two again. He was particularly impressed by these two guys. The taxi driver looked sad and said, can you change a car? I have a family to support. Chun Fan was so surprised. Don't we give you money? It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that the dog food is too full. Zhu Bing also recognized him. It turned out to be the driver from last time. It's okay, we'll give you double this time. Zhuo Handong and his wife have arrived at Yuchuan Hotel. The two went home early, took a shower, and changed their clothes. Han Chai-young, in particular, even sprayed perfume on purpose. Dress yourself up in a very Western way. Handong, you see my chain is not as expensive as Bing Bing's. Why don't you buy me one? Zhuo Handong said, okay, why did you buy such an expensive chain? You don't need to compare yourself with others. Han Chai-young, stop talking. This old man is even worse than my daughter's boyfriend. Look at Chun Fan. He spends all the money he earns on his girlfriend. This is true love. Zhuo Handong knew that Han Chai-young was very concerned about her reputation, and especially liked to compete with her sister-in-law. We are all sisters-in-law. What is there to compare? Zhuo Handong's brother is also a boss. He has a big business and is worth more than 10 billion. However, Zhuo Handong does not pursue these. He likes that kind of leisurely life. In his opinion, life is not about rushing to achieve a certain goal, but about enjoying every process of life. My niece brought her boyfriend back today, and she couldn't help showing off. Zhuo Handong knew that he was not as good as his brother, but he didn't care. Han Chai-young is different. Otherwise, why would she try so hard to prove herself? The couple arrived at the hotel entrance, but did not rush up. Han Kai looked at her watch and said, call Bing Bing and ask if they have arrived. In fact, she specifically asked Zhuo Bing to call Chun Fan over this time in order to save some face. Since Chun Fan could give Zhuo Bing a necklace worth more than 6 million and Zhuo Handong a raw diamond worth tens of millions, he should be more capable than the future son-in-law from his sister-in-law's family. Not long after, Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing arrived by taxi. Han Kaiying became anxious when she saw Chun Fan dressed so ordinary. Why don't you even change your clothes? I will be dressed beautifully then, and you will look so shabby. Zhuo Handong said, all right, there's no time left, let's go up. We are all family members. Why are there so many rules? Han Kaiying glared at him and said, don't blame me for not warning you if you make a fool of yourself later. Chun Fan didn't know the reason and was about to ask, but Zhuo Bing pulled him back and said, it's okay, let's go. The four of them came to the Huakai Fugue box of Yuchuan Hotel. Sitting in the box was a middle-aged woman who looked particularly wealthy and a young couple. Zhuo Handong's family came in, sister-in-law. Zhuo Chun is back. The middle-aged woman stood up immediately and asked, Handong, why are you here just now? Hey, Bing Bing is here too. Come and sit down, Then she looked at Chun Fan. This is my boyfriend, Zhuo Bing said frankly. Wow, Bing Bing, do you have a boyfriend? Seeing this, my cousin immediately became excited, and he winked at the young man next to him. The man was dressed very neatly, wearing designer clothes from head to toe, a suit and tie, and even his hair was combed neatly. He stood next to his cousin and looked particularly gentlemanly. Han Kaiying saw this and became very anxious. This Chun Fan didn't even know to change his clothes. Now, I've been completely surpassed by others. When my cousin's boyfriend saw Zhuo Bing, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Bing was wearing jeans today. With her northern ancestry, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. My cousin is only 1.60 meters tall. Although she is wearing branded clothing, she is so much lower in level than me. The chubby sister-in-law called out, sit down, Han will be here soon. Chapter 95. Who was the more powerful son-in-law of the two families? 3 women make a drama, and 2 women talk a lot. The eldest sister-in-law was in a particularly good mood today. She was dressed in jewels and kept commenting on the jewelry on Han Chaiyang. Every piece of jewelry she wears is more high-end than Han Kaiying's, including rings, earrings, necklaces. The total value adds up to several million. Seeing her sister-in-law comparing these with herself, Han Chaiyang glared at her man fiercely. Zhuo Handong has a calm personality and doesn't like comparisons, only interested in antiques. One of his characteristics is that he is quite handsome. This meant that Zhuo Bing had inherited some of his genes. Seeing Aunt Zhuo Bing always saying these things, Chun Fan went out and made a phone call. Cousin Zhuo Chun looked at Chun Fan and said, Bing Bing, is your boyfriend your classmate? We are alumni. Oh, what does his family do? It doesn't look like they're doing very well. Otherwise, why do many girls nowadays have trouble finding boyfriends? It's after entering society that we become worldly wise and no longer as innocent as we were in school. We become too picky. When they choose a boyfriend, they no longer look at feelings but consider material things first. Zhuo Chun has only graduated for 2 years. When she was in college, didn't she also find a boyfriend who was handsome but poor? Of course, the final result is predictable. Such a boyfriend was beaten out by his aunt with a broom and forced to break up. My cousin also accepted this reality. She found that there was a bigger forest after giving up the crooked tree. My current boyfriend is better and comes from a good family. After Chin Fan finished his call, Zhuo Chin's boyfriend picked up the gift box that he had prepared long ago and said, Annie, I brought this back from abroad. It's just a small gift. Please don't mind. Hey, why did you bring a gift? Don't be so polite. This kid is real. My aunt looked blaming and said, since we are all family, there is no need to spend so much money. Zhuo Chun felt very proud when her boyfriend gave her mother a gift. Mom, open it and see if you like it. In fact, they carefully selected this gift together because Zhuo Chun knew that his mother loved dressing up. Although she is plump, she likes to show off her wealth. Okay, don't make it too expensive. My aunt opened the gift with a smile. It was a particularly beautiful dress. There is also a pair of bracelets in the box next to it. Wow, it's so beautiful. How much does it cost? My aunt seemed flattered, and her expression was particularly exaggerated. Zhuo Chun said proudly, Mom, it doesn't cost much. This skirt is only 130,000 yuan. The key is this pair of bracelets. This pair of bracelets cost more than 200,000 yuan. Wow, it's so expensive. So expensive. My aunt kept shaking her head, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Xiao Yuan, you are really something. Your family is so polite. Xiao Yuan stood up and said politely, of course, of course. You only have one daughter like Zhuo Chun. If we don't respect you, who will? This child is really good at talking. My aunt was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Although these things are not more expensive than what she usually uses, the thought is enough. But if you want to give it to me, then give it to me. To show his presence, Zhuo Chun deliberately asked, hey Bing Bing, has your boyfriend ever given me a gift? Zhuo Handong frowned when she mentioned this. People can't be so snobbish. Chun Fan is low-key, but the things he gave you are something you would never imagine in your lifetime. Han Kaiying is a good person. I gave it to you, I gave it to you. Our Chun Fan also sent a piece to Handong. Ahem. Zhuo Handong interrupted her and looked at his niece. Chun Fan has been kind enough to us. There's no need to show off here. Zhuo Chun smiled and said, Uncle is still so protective. If he gave it to me, then he gave it to me. If he didn't, then he didn't. I don't think Xiao Qin's family is very wealthy, right? But it's okay. Your uncle is worth over 100 million yuan anyway, and they will be able to make a living by relying on you in the future. Zhuo Bing noticed that her cousin had been a little bit arrogant recently, so she took Chun Fan's arm and said, you won't understand how good Chun Fan is to me. She was really curious. Why did her uncle's family like to show off so much? My aunt wanted to join in the fun. Little Chin's family is not very well off, right? Chun Fan was unhappy. Who said that? I also brought a gift for my mother-in-law, but it's still on the way and should be here soon. Oh, you really brought a gift? Zhuo Chun laughed. What gift? Let us see it. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Seeing Chun Fan so calm, the aunt and her family smiled. Especially Xiao Yuan, who has a strong presence. Your aunt is also very happy because her husband is richer than her brother and her son-in-law is better than her family. Aren't you? Han Chai-young, very strong-willed? Let's see what you can compare with me in the future. As he was speaking, Chun Fan's cell phone rang. Come in, the flowery and wealthy box. Boom, boom, boom. A very beautiful young lady appeared at the door with 2 jewelry store clerks. This beautiful young lady is Chu Yinfei, the receptionist of Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan just called Su Ruzhen, and Su Ruzhen immediately arranged for her to come and handle the matter. The 2 jewelry store clerks were also dressed neatly in work clothes, looking dignified and elegant. Mr. Chun, here's what you want. Chun Fan nodded, and Chu Yinfei brought them in. Everyone stared at it blankly. What did it mean? Chun Fan, what are you going to do now? Zhuo Bing also looked at him. 2 jewelry store clerks placed several jewelry boxes on the table and opened them. A necklace, a pair of bracelets, a pair of earrings, and an emerald ring. A complete set of jewelry commonly used by women. The prices are 12.88 million, 3.488 million, 699,800, and 1.228 million respectively. Chun Fan stood up and said to Han Kaiying, Annie, take a look and see if you like it. If not, I will ask them to change it. Forehead? What does this mean? Han Chai-young was a little confused, looking at the crystal-clear diamond necklace, the heart-wrenchingly green jade bracelet, and the gemstone ring on the table. Chun Fan, what are you doing? Chun Fan smiled and said, I was very busy before and didn't have time to give Annie a gift. I just took this opportunity to make up for it today. Auntie, if you think it's okay, just accept it. If you think it's too cheap, I'll ask them to change it. Is this still cheap? Han Kaiying's hands were shaking with excitement. No, this is too expensive. This kid gave a gift of 10 or 20 million. I like it. The smile on my aunt's face froze. Impossible, this must be fake. The clerk of the jewelry store said politely, Our Lu Jewelry will compensate you tenfold if the product is fake. We guarantee the quality. Madam, if you don't believe me, you can go to any authoritative organization for appraisal. My aunt's face darkened completely. Now even the gift Xiao Yuan gave her was not interesting in any way. It was just a piece of junk. My cousins Zhuo Chun and her boyfriend also wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Especially Xiao Yuan, who glared at Chun Fan angrily. Damn it, why are you trying to show off by stepping on me? Chapter 96, I also have more than 1 billion. Well, I really don't want to use dimensionality reduction attack, but I am forced to do so. Han Chai-young was so excited that her son-in-law completed the mission that her husband failed to complete. Just now I said I wanted Lao Zhuo to send it, but Lao Zhuo refused. She looked at Chun Fan and the other person happily and said that she would never interfere in their relationship again. And we must find a way to catch him as soon as possible and make sure he doesn't let anyone abduct him. Seeing that Han Kaiying liked it, Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "You guys go and get busy." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Chu Yanfei left with 2 employees from Lu's jewelry store. The atmosphere in the box became extremely awkward, and Zhua Chen's boyfriend became even more restless. Just now, in order to show off, he gave the gift to his future mother-in-law in front of Chun Fan and others. A gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You ordinary people, you probably have never seen it in your entire life, right? Unexpectedly, my face still hurts. My teeth are almost knocked out. Fortunately, Zhua Hanwen came. Before he came in, I could hear him talking on the phone from a distance. Okay, I got it. Just follow my plan. This project is very important to our company, you know? He hung up the phone and walked in. "Hey, why haven't you served the food yet? I've been waiting for you." Zhua Handong wrote. "Why are you so polite to your family? Sit down, sit down." Seeing everyone standing up, Zhua Hanwen waved his hand, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Xiao Yuan bowed. "Hello, uncle." Zhua Hanwen looked at him. He looked good and seemed to be quite cultured. However, Zhua Hanwen himself had a big belly and was not tall, less than 1.7 meters tall for a grown man, wearing a white shirt and tie. In comparison, Zhua Handong is still more handsome. Then serve the food. The wave of his fat hand exudes a strong aura. From beginning to end, he never looked at Chun Fan once, nor did he ask about it. The 2 brothers opened a bottle of matai, and Zhua Handong asked the waiter to bring 4 wine dispensers. "You 2 should drink with us." Xiao Yuan stood up and said, "Thank you. I'm not used to drinking this. I'm used to drinking red wine abroad." "Then have another bottle of red wine. You ladies should drink some too." Zhua Hanwen always behaves like a patriarch at home. After all, he is the elder brother, and he has the final say. After giving the order, he looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "I heard that you are working for a big company abroad?" Yes. Our company is engaged in capital operation." Xiao Yuan was particularly reserved in front of his future father-in-law. After all, Zhua Hanwen was a tycoon worth more than 1 billion. His salary abroad is not low, and he comes from a well-off family, so he is usually quite arrogant. Well, young people should gain more experience. In this day and age, it's unacceptable not to have an income of tens of millions. Yes. Xiao Yuan wiped his sweat. My future father-in-law is so arrogant, with an income of tens of millions. He turned around and looked at Zhua Chun and said, "That means I still have to work harder." Zhua Handong next to him smiled slightly and looked at Chun Fan with satisfaction. It shouldn't be difficult for Chun Fan to earn tens of millions. Dad, Jiarong is coming back to start his own business. Zhua Chen meant that he hoped his father would support him. Zhua Hanwen glanced at his daughter and said, "Okay, what are your plans? What industry do you want to work in?" Yuan Jiarong said cautiously, "I plan to set up an investment company and do my old business, stock trading and capital operations. With my ability, it's no problem to double or triple my income in a year." Since you have a goal, just go for it. You are great to be among today's young people." Zhua Hanwen also did not express any support. He picked up the cup and said, "Come on, drink." His eyes fell on Chun Fan, and his brows sank. "Zhua Bing, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhua Bing nodded. "Yes, uncle." Zhua Hanwen said unhappily, "You haven't even graduated from college yet. What's the point of dating?" He asked Chun Fan, "Are you still a student?" Chun Fan felt that Zhua Hanwen was not as easy to talk to as Zhua Handong, and his words and actions were full of arrogance. It may be because he has been in this circle for many years and has been admired by his subordinates in the company, so his mentality is a little floating. To be honest, people don't become more stable as they get older. Many adults do things that are even worse than young people. Some people make money, become arrogant, and look down on others. Zhua Hanwen is used to being bossy in the company, and he does the same thing at home. Seeing that Chun Fan was dressed very casually and was a student, he said to Zhua Handong and his wife, "Bing Bing is looking for a boyfriend. You as parents should also take some responsibility. You can't just follow her orders. Although now is not the past, and we don't care so much about matching up, there are still some rules that we have to understand. After all, our Zhua family is not just any family. In Jiangzhou, we can at least be recognized by others if we go out." No matter how stupid Chun Fan was, he understood that he disliked him. Maya just suffers setback and is feeling very unhappy. When she heard Zhua Handong and his wife being lectured by her husband, she immediately felt proud. But Zhua Handong didn't care at all and said with a bit of cynicism, "Well, our Chun Fan is not bad. Although he is a student, he is young and promising. Yes, our Chun Fan is very good." even if Xiao Yuan wants to catch up with him. I'm afraid he still has some distance to go. Han Chaiyang has long wanted to vent her anger, seeing that her eldest brother's family is like this, always looking like they are preaching. She has been unable to hold back her feelings for a long time. Even though we are brothers, your family has money, but you never give me any. Why do you always act like the boss? Chun Fan had just made her proud, and she couldn't let Chun Fan suffer any injustice. Zhou Hanwen listened to the couple's tone, and his face darkened. What is Xiao Chun so capable of? He looked at Chun Fan, thinking that his brother and his wife were probably flattering him just to save face. It would be fine if you said he was excellent, but you actually said that even Xiao Yuan still had a long way to go to catch up with him? Of course, he knew Xiao Yuan's situation. He made $1 million a year. The pride of young people. Today he wants to see what rights his younger brother and sister-in-law have to say such big words. Xiao Chun, what are you studying? Finance major. Chun Fan answered politely. Oh, good major. Can I make money? Chun Fan looked speechlessly at the billionaire in front of him. Uncle, how much do you think we have to earn to be considered profitable? Zhou Hanwen was stunned. He didn't expect him to ask this. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said, at least I have to make $1 million a year like Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, you can't get into the circle at all. Chun Fan nodded, but said nothing else. Zhou Hanwen looked at him. What does that mean? You tell me. He stared at Chun Fan unhappily. Isn't this request a bit too high? Not bad. How much are you worth, uncle? Well, damn it. Do you still want to compare your net worth with mine? Even Zhou Handong and his wife felt a little overwhelmed when they heard this. Speaking of his net worth, Zhou Hanwen was quite proud. I started from scratch. Now the entire company is worth more than 1 billion yuan. I will make some plans this year to double the assets and strive to go public next year. I also have tens of billions. Chun Fan spoke slowly and in a low-key manner. Puff. At that moment, everyone in the box burst into laughter. Han Chaiyang was so anxious that she almost lost her temper. My dear son-in-law, it's true that I want you to show off, but you don't have to be so pretentious. Chapter 97, Who wants to be your younger brother? I want to be your older brother. Zhou Hanwen's face twitched and his expression turned ugly. Are the young people nowadays so out of touch? Do you also have tens of billions? Could you pretend a little more? I have worked hard for decades to accumulate this little wealth. You tell me, one of your students has tens of billions? Damn it. Zhou Hanwen really wanted to swear. I'm not bragging, but with my current net worth, who wouldn't give me some face in public? Who is so impolite to call me Mr. Zhou? Even when he met the city leaders at a meeting, they would call him Lao Zhou in a particularly affectionate manner. You're bragging too much. My aunt couldn't help it any longer and stood up with her waist as thick as a bucket. Xiao Chun, you are too outrageous. More than 12 billion. Do you think it's just paper? What do you have? That's not how you brag about being awesome. If you have the ability, show us what you have. If you have 1 billion, I'll eat shit. Chun Fan's words made her feel very unhappy. In front of outsiders, she was a real rich lady. Every time she goes back to her parents' home, all the relatives gather around her to curry favor with her and serve her like an old lady. Xiao Yuan was particularly excited to see his future mother-in-law getting angry. Is this kid too pretentious? Several billion? Why don't you take off? As a young talent like me, I only give a few $100 million to my girlfriend every time. But can that thing be used as money? You're screwed. Han Kaiying saw that her sister-in-law was serious, so she quickly came out to protect her. Sister-in-law, don't argue with a child. He may have said the wrong thing by mistake. It is necessary to protect your son-in-law. Who asked this son-in-law to give you such a big gift? Chun Fan, apologize to your uncle. Why apologize? I really do. You kid. Even Zhou Handong was anxious. What do you have? Isn't this a slap in the face of my uncle? Uncle will be very angry. Indeed, Zhou Hanwen was already very angry, and even when people gave him a way out, he didn't know how to do it. This emotional intelligence. But then he got even angrier. Chun Fan had already taken out his cell phone and opened the bank information. That one is transferred from Lu Group. 1 billion. That's right, he made that money in the exotic goods market. Lu Ruoxian reached an agreement with him on the spot and closed the deal. Zhou Handong wanted to stop him, but when he saw the message on his phone, I was petrified instantly. Han Kaiying saw her man in a daze and came over to take a look. Huh? The couple was a little confused. He really had 1 billion. And the party transferring the funds is Lu Group. You have to know that Zhou Hanwen has always wanted to do business with the Lu family, but they never gave him any face. The Lu family was simply out of his reach for him. He saw the expressions of his brother and sister-in-law and glared at them. That's not possible. Could it be that he... Zhuhanwen was a little dumbfounded. Damn, this kid. It really is 10 billion. But when he saw the words, amount transferred from Lu Group, he couldn't help but sneer. Oh, you are deceiving yourself. You two should sit down and stop looking like ignorant people. You don't even need to think about it. How can a Lu family transfer 1 billion to him? Auntie and Zhuo Chun were also shocked when they saw the numbers in Chun Fan's account. But after hearing what their father said, the three of them looked at Chun Fan with contempt. Damn, I was scared to death. I really thought he had 1 billion. After studying in college for a few years, I learned how to Photoshop. I'm really promising. Only Zhuo Bing looked at Chun Fan tenderly and silently. If he said 1 billion, it was 1 billion, and Zhuo Bing never doubted it. If Chun Fan really didn't have any ability, how could he give 60 million worth of raw stones and 20 million worth of jewelry to his parents? You don't believe it, right? Chun Fan put away his phone without explaining. Anyway, the money is yours and you won't give it to me for no reason. As for whether I have money or not, it has nothing to do with you. Zhuhanwen looked unhappy. It doesn't really matter whether a person has money or not. The key is to be honest. You are so young. Do you think it's fun to play this kind of trick? Young man, I advise you to stay in the circle that you are supposed to be in. This is not the circle you want to enter. Don't force your way in. If you really want to use this method to get to the top and become a Phoenix man, I believe Zhuo Bing also has a choice. Uncle, what are you talking about? Chun Fan is a nice guy. Zhuo Bing usually respects her uncle, but she wants to protect Chun Fan's dignity. Even Zhuo Handong was afraid that his brother's words would make Chun Fan angry, but Chun Fan turned out to be calmer than they had imagined. He nodded and said, Mr. Zhuo is right. Everyone has their own circle. If you stay in this small circle of more than 1 billion people for a long time, you will naturally not see the outside world. The wealth created by young people today is beyond your estimation. Just as Chun Fan said this, his cell phone rang. He didn't give Zhuhanwen face and answered the phone directly. Oh, I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and her family at Yuchuan Hotel. Huh? You're here too. That's perfect. I'm in the fortune flower box. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhuhanwen got angry after seeing Chun Fan's performance. But in Zhuo Handong's opinion, hey, this kid is not bad. Stay calm in the face of change and know when to advance and retreat. Although facing such a scene, he was not angry and remained calm. This way you won't embarrass your family. Of course, he didn't know what Chun Fan was thinking, so there was no need for him to get angry because everyone present was not on the same level as him. What's the point of getting mad at them? Facts speak louder than words, and they will see the truth sooner or later. Boom, boom, boom. Someone came. The waiter pushed open the door, and Lu Ruoxian was standing at the door holding a cup. Zhuhanwen was originally very unhappy, but when he saw Lu Ruoxian, he immediately stood up. Lu? President Lu, why? Why are you here? But Lu Ruoxian didn't know him. As a boss worth tens of billions, you are totally insignificant in front of the Lu family. Lu Ruoxian frowned. You are. So embarrassing. However, Zhuhanwen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt very honored. He bowed and stretched out his hands. I am Zhuhanwen from the Hanwen Group. I greeted you during the last meeting. Did you forget? Zhuhanwen, I really have no impression. But Lu Ruoxian still gave him face and pretended to remember. Oh. After a few polite words, she looked at everyone in the box with her beautiful eyes and smiled. Chun Fan, these are... Chun Fan stood up and said, my girlfriend's family. Let's have a simple meal here. What are you doing here? How embarrassing. Lu Ruoxian laughed and punched him in anger. Why are you embarrassed? Since they're your girlfriend's family, as your sister, it's not too much for me to come over and offer a glass of wine, right? Everyone was shocked and looked at Chun Fan in fear. Ahem. This is so embarrassing. Chun Fan coughed and asked, who wants to be your brother? I want to be a brother. Chapter 98. Feeling proud. Chun Fan is actually Lu Ruoxian's younger brother. Everyone had an expression of disbelief, especially when they saw the usually arrogant and cold Lu Ruoxian acting so close to Chun Fan. Everyone was secretly curious. Lu Ruoxian naturally knew what everyone was thinking and explained, don't get me wrong, Chun Fan is my adopted brother. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan was not happy. Boss Lu, don't take advantage of me. As a man, how can I be inferior to others? I am the only one who can call me brother. So why should I acknowledge you as my sister? You? That's too much. Zhuhanwen was so anxious that his heart was beating fast. You are so shameless, aren't you? Don't talk about you. At my age, Mr. Lu told me to call me brother. and I accepted it without saying a word. Seeing Chun Fan and Lu Ruoxian chatting and laughing as if no one was around, Zhou Hanwen felt both envious and jealous. He picked up the wine glass and said, Come, Mr. Lu, I toast you with this glass of wine. He is young and ignorant, so I hope you don't take it to heart. Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, It's okay. This is not the case between him and me. Zhou Handong and his wife stood by, stunned. When did Chun Fan climb up to the big tree of the Lu family? No wonder this guy is so arrogant, and tens of billions are no problem for him. Ahem. Seeing a big shot like Lu Ruoxian, Zhou Handong also wanted to show his face. Boss Lu, we salute you. This is my brother Han Wan. I am Handong, and Chun Fan is my son-in-law. Please take good care of him in the future, Mr. Lu. Lu Ruoxian's eyes fell on Zhou Bing. Wow, Chun Fan, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Well, this figure, even I am jealous. Everyone come together, you're welcome. No, Sister Lu is more beautiful, Zhou Bing said modestly. When Lu Ruoxian appeared, my uncle's family also became polite and respectful. After toasting this glass of wine, Lu Ruoxian patted Zhou Bing's shoulder and said, Little sister, come to my shop with Chun Fan when you have time. I won't disturb your family reunion today. I hope you enjoy your drink. Boss Lu, take care. The two brothers Zhou Hanwen saw the man off respectfully. After returning to the box, Zhou Hanwen looked at Chun Fan with a particularly strange expression. Xiao Chun, it turns out that you are so familiar with Mr. Lu. Yeah, why haven't I heard you mention it? Han Chaiyang is also concerned about this issue. Chun Fan said calmly, It doesn't matter if we are familiar with each other or not. We are all business friends. Zhou Hanwen wiped his sweat. It can't be that simple, right? Others may not know, but his experience is very profound. In Jiangzhou's circle, people of his level are simply out of reach. Not to mention his good relationship with Lu Ruoxian. Zhou Hanwen said, My dear nephew, if there is a chance, I will introduce you to your uncle. We are all family. If I have done anything wrong to you just now, please don't take it to heart. Yeah. At this moment, my aunt's expression changed, and she quickly started to flatter Chun Fan. You are also a young talent, thousands of times better than our Xiao Yuan. You are so outstanding at such a young age, and your future achievements are limitless. Chun Fan just smiled faintly. My aunt took the opportunity to praise her. Our Bing Bing has good taste. She is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like Xiaochen. Bing Bing, come here, your aunt will give you a gift. She took off the jade bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from her wrist and was about to put on Zhou Bing's hand. Zhou Bing was anxious. No, aunt. Keep it for yourself. I don't like wearing this. Hey, this is a little gift from your aunt. Don't despise it. Thank you, auntie. Seeing that Zhou Bing refused to accept, the aunt said, Then bring Xiaochun home some other day, and I'll make you something delicious. Then she tried to please Han Chaiyang. Chaiyang, you are so lucky. Xiaochun is a rare talent. Don't forget in the future that we are all one family. Come on, let's have a drink together. The atmosphere in the box became harmonious. The uncle and his wife praised Chun Fan and tried to please Han Chaiyang. Han Chaiyang felt so happy. After holding my breath for so many years, I finally get to breathe a sigh of relief today. It's not easy to make your sister-in-law submit to you and flatter you. She looked at Chun Fan, a son-in-law she needed to protect well. Why not let Zhou Bing have a baby with him as soon as possible? Anyway, universities allow marriage now. After finishing the meal, Zhou Hanwen took Chun Fan's hand and said, My dear nephew, you must keep your uncle's affairs in mind. We are all family, so we should keep the wealth within the family. Uncle will remember you. Chun Fan said, Okay, I got it. Well, young man, do a good job. He personally opened the door for Chun Fan and protected the car frame with his hands, fearing that it would hit Chun Fan's head. Today, Zhou Bing was the only one who didn't drink, and she was driving. Zhou Handong asked, How about I take you back to school first? Han Kaiying glared at him and said, Why go back to school? Come to my house and have a seat. If it doesn't work, I'll just sleep at home today. Zhou Handong looked at his wife and asked herself what it meant to sleep at home. Chun Fan's heart also skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhou Bing instinctively. How could Zhou Bing not know what he was thinking? He gave this guy a fierce look. After returning home, Han Chaiyang personally poured tea and treated her politely like a distinguished guest. Chun Fan, I feel so relieved today. You helped me gain a lot of face. Do you know that your aunt has never been so polite to me in her life? Look at how she tried to please me today. The more Han Chaiyang thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. It is said that people fight for a breath, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Isn't it the same for Zhuahandong? Well, has my brother ever treated me like he did today? He always looks like he's preaching something. This son-in-law is pretty good. Zhua Bing quietly nudged Chun Fan with her foot. Mom, let's go back to school first. I have classes tomorrow morning. Why go back to school? I'll take you there tomorrow morning. No, let's go back to school. We have to get up at 5:30, which is too early. Zhua Bing pulled Chun Fan up. Chun Fan was still wondering, why don't you let me sleep openly at home? However, since Zhua Bing wanted to leave, he couldn't force him to stay. Zhuahandong also stood up. Then please be careful. Yeah, it's okay. The two hurried downstairs. Zhua Bing took Chun Fan's arm. What are you doing? Do you really want to sleep in our house? Chun Fan smiled and said, if you can control yourself and not scream so loudly, then why not? Roll. Zhua Bing gnashed his teeth in hatred. This bastard. She didn't want her family to know that the two of them had already, under the cover of night, the two young people snuggled together, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. The two were in high spirits tonight. After walking for a while, Zhua Bing looked up at him and asked, do you want to go to the hotel? Are you going? Then let's go. Chapter 99. There's $1 billion in the card. The two went to Jinding International Hotel, but found that there were no luxury suites available. Zhua Bing was too lazy to run. Whatever, a king-size bedroom is fine. Chun Fan likes Zhua Bing's carefree personality, and he is not picky. Unlike many girls who are too ambitious and picky even though they have nothing. Some people like to show off their status by pretending to be cool, but Zhua Bing never does that. The two came to the room and saw Zhua Bing running to take a shower, so he quickly slipped in. Others waste water when taking a bath, but they just waste water when taking a bath. Seriously, Zhua Bing's pair of long legs really made Chun Fan linger on the memory. If it was Zhao Lin's collision that opened the peak of her life, Zhua Bing opened the door to another world for himself. This is the happiness of men. After repeating the previous process, the ice on the left melted, lying there like a puddle of mud. I'm going to die. How could that be? Idiot. Chun Fan let her rest her head on his arm. Let's go buy a car tomorrow. Why? Reward for you. Zhua Bing rolled his eyes. I don't like you treating me this way. So what do you like? I like it. Zhua Bing leaned close to his ear. You should make it shorter. Roll. Who is this person? This guy put his hand on her armpit. The two of them started fighting on the bed. The next morning, the two of them were yawning and stretching. Watching Zhua Bing go to the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, Chun Fan leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. I slept until after 9 o'clock. It is true that spring nights are short and the sun rises early. No wonder the king did not hold an early court. With a beauty like this, only a fool would get up so early. At 10 o'clock, they finished washing and had breakfast. Chun Fan took her directly to the world of luxury cars. Luxury cars gather here, including Porsche, Ferrari, Maserati, Lamborghini, McLaren, everything you need. Do you two want to buy a car? A male salesperson with acne on his face came over and asked. When the other party saw Zhua Bing, his eyes lit up and he became particularly attentive. Chun Fan frowned and said, change it. The other party was very depressed. Why? I don't like the way you look at my girlfriend. The other party walked away embarrassedly. A beautiful saleswoman whose clothes were about to burst was replaced by a standard professional suit with black stockings pulled up to her thighs. With a professional smile, she said, what kind of car do you like? We have all the high-end brands here. After changing the salesperson, Chun Fan was quite satisfied. He put his arm around Zhua Bing's waist out of habit. Look, what do you like? Zhua Bing originally didn't want to keep spending his money, but he couldn't help it because this guy was too rich with 1 billion yuan in his card. If I don't spend a little, wouldn't I be unworthy of being your official girlfriend? If you don't know how to choose, just buy them all and switch them out every day so they're different. Zhua Bing frowned. I'll go give a try and get a feel for it. She walked up to a white Ferrari and stood next to it. Wow, don't move, don't move. The beautiful saleswoman shouted in surprise, then picked up her cell phone and took a photo. At this time, a man in his 30s was standing on the second floor with a mobile phone in his hand, watching the situation in the exhibition hall from a distance. Zhua Bing sat in each car to get a feel for it. The salesperson would take a photo for her every time, and Chun Fan would always smile. Zhua Bing's image is better than most car models. That pair of classic long legs is so amazing. Especially today, she was wearing a white short skirt, which was very consistent with the temperament of a car model. Whichever model you like, you can test drive it. The salesperson was quite enthusiastic. Chun Fan said, It doesn't have to be limited to one model. 2 or 3 will do. Wow. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Chun Fan and almost cried with envy. Are there any boyfriends like this? Give me one. If it doesn't work, you can lend it to me for a few days. She looked at Chun Fan eagerly, her beautiful eyes flickering around, and she felt like she couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. The man upstairs came down and asked, "Little brother, are you buying a car for your girlfriend?" Mr. Tan, when the salesperson saw the boss coming, he greeted him politely. He immediately introduced, "This is the owner of our store, the president of the Luxury Car Association." Chun Fan nodded, and Mr. Tan extended his hand. "Hello, what's your name, little brother?" Chun Fan. "Hello, Mr. Chun." The other party shook hands with Chun Fan in a friendly manner and asked, "What kind of car do you want to buy? I just saw your girlfriend upstairs. She has a very good temperament. Do you want to be a car model?" "No, thank you." Mr. Tan smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, being a car model is actually a very good career, and you can also become a big star. With her conditions, she can definitely beat many of the current top models." Chun Fan waved his hand. "I'm here to buy a car." Mr. Tan did not force it. "Well, if Mr. Chun likes any of them, tell me and I'll give you a discount." Then he called on the salesperson. "Treat the guests well and give us the best service." "Okay, Mr. Tan, take care." Seeing Mr. Tan leaving, the salesperson was particularly enthusiastic. "Handsome guy, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any problems with the car in the future, you can always contact me." The two added each other on WeChat, and Xiao Xiao was the one who looked a bit fierce and aggressive. "This WeChat name is good." Chun Fan took a look at her. Zhou Bing came over and said, "Then let's go with McLaren." She was interested in the McLaren MP4-12C with a displacement of 3.8 T. "Anything else?" "It's not closed, why buy so much? Besides, there's nowhere to park." "Oh well." Chun Fan asked the salesperson directly, "How much?" "Huh? Aren't you going to test drive the car?" "Don't try, just drive away. You won't bargain?" The salesperson was a little confused. It was the first time he saw someone buying a car this way. "Do you need me to bargain for this? Just sell it to me at the actual price." What a straightforward guest. The beautiful saleswoman was very excited and quickly processed the procedures for the two people. The total price is 4.06 million, including license plate registration, insurance, and D-tax. In short, everything is taken care of by the store. Chun Fan paid the money and completed the car purchase procedures. Xiao Xiao, with a fierce look on her face, handed over the invoice, vehicle certificate, and related information with both hands. "Don't you two want to put on the film? Do you want to decorate the interior?" "No, the car is just a means of transportation. There's no need to cherish it so much." "All right." The store held a simple car handover ceremony, and Chun Fan and Zhou Bing drove away. "Xiao Xiao, come here for a moment." Mr. Tan on the second floor shouted towards the exhibition hall. Xiao Xiao went upstairs excitedly. "Boss Tan, what do you want me to do?" Mr. Tan looked at her with a smile. "Please pay more attention to this customer just now. If possible, try to get that girl to be a car model. She's in such great condition. I seem to have seen a star rising in the world of car models." Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Well, I'll try my best to convince her." "Go ahead. There will be a reward when you succeed." Mr. Tan waved his hand. Chapter 100. The little girl in love is really clingy. Woo! A brand new McLaren drove into the campus like a flash of white lightning. The exhaust roars and is extremely cool. Chun Fan and Zhou Bing got off the car happily. "Bull. Bye-bye." Zhou Bing waved his hand. Fortunately, it was noon and everyone was taking a nap. Otherwise, I don't know how many people's hearts would have been broken. Show off your love. Especially when they saw Zhou Bing offering a kiss. Several boys who saw it wanted to rush up and beat him up. Zhou Bing is one of the goddesses in everyone's mind. How could you do this? But there are also people who are envious, jealous, and hateful. Wow. Live off others. Zhou Bing's family is so rich, and they actually bought another sports car. I don't know how this guy got such good luck to be able to date a goddess like Zhou Bing. What is a goddess? A girl who is unattainable in your eyes is called a goddess. In Chun Fan's eyes, it doesn't exist. No matter how beautiful a girl is, she is just one of the countless people in the world. Goddesses are the exclusive property of dogs. When I returned to the dormitory, Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang were both there, and Yilang Gao went to the rental house again. Guo Jianliang has been trying to curry favor with Wang Hao and Yilang Gao recently, asking them to take him under their wing. Seeing everyone making money, he also felt itchy. But he has one advantage. He can get some living expenses from a 200-pound boss lady from time to time. But it's not easy to ask for living expenses. It's very costly. Chen Fan had just laid down when he received a WeChat message on his phone. Big Bad Wolf, where are you? Moving bricks. Zhu Shi Wu Shuang. I'll give you money, so you don't have to work so hard. Ugh. Chen Fan. No, men should be independent. Zhu Shi Wu Shuang. I'll wait for you that night. Is this girl addicted? Come on, take a picture and show it to me. No, I'm in my pajamas. Forget it, I'll just move bricks. Don't. A few minutes later, a selfie appeared on the phone. Lu Wushuang had changed her clothes and was wrapped tightly, with nothing to look at all. Chen Fan took a look and found it boring. Sleep. Hey, why aren't you talking? Chen Fan still ignored him. She sent another message. Are you ignoring me? Chen Fan replied. Why would I ask you to post this kind of photo? It doesn't even give you any motivation to work. So which one do you want to see? Think about it yourself. Lu Wushuang sent a pouting expression. Then she struggled in the apartment for a long time. Chen Fan opened the stock trading software and entered the futures interface. Well, crude oil has indeed started to fall. The power of capital is so strong that it dropped directly from $65.50 a barrel to $52. And this is just the beginning. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. According to the market conditions I have seen, the price will continue to plummet and will fall to $19.95. Enjoy the joy of short selling. But at the moment, I am just riding on other people's coattails, and the real capital tycoons are controlling everything. I will continue to survive in the ocean of capital, and one day, I will become one of the world's top capital tycoons. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Lu Ruoxian will go to the rare goods market to purchase the first batch of raw stones. Just when I was about to take a nap, Xiao Xiao, who sounded fierce and aggressive, sent me a message. Handsome guy, I had a small gift for you just now, but I forgot about it. When are you free? Can I bring it to you? A small gift? Forget it. Keep it for yourself. No. Our company has regulations, and the customer must sign. I may have to pay you a return visit next. Chen Fan. Just go find my girlfriend. The fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao was suddenly speechless. Wasn't his hint obvious enough? No. Handsome guy. Girls don't know much about cars, so I'd better tell you. Handsome guy. You don't think I'm too ugly and you don't want to see me, do you? Forehead? Chen Fan. Let's talk about it later. I'm very busy recently. Okay, I'll wait until you're free. Anytime. Seeing that Chen Fan was really busy, she didn't pester him too much to avoid offending the customer. Chen Fan looked through her WeChat and saw that all of them were photos showing off her figure. As expected of a car dealer, the headlights are pretty good, almost as good as Mr. Shun's. In the afternoon, Chen Fan stayed in the classroom for a class, and Lu Ruoxian came to pick him up. Please park your car further away. If a person like Lu Ruoxian appeared on campus, it would definitely cause a sensation and even alarm the school leaders. Chen Fan walked out of the classroom and walked for a while before getting into Lu Ruoxian's car. Due to busy family affairs, Lu Ruoxian temporarily gave up the plan to go to southern Yunnan and first went to the Jiangzhou rare goods market. After all, if she sees good materials, she will buy them. Tang Jing followed Lu Ruoxian and smiled at Chen Fan. After not seeing her for a while, Tang Jing has changed a lot. The main thing is that her temperament has changed. She is no longer like before, always carrying heavy psychological pressure that makes her feel breathless. Temperament is something that emanates from within a person. Especially by following someone like Lu Ruoxian, you can learn more. Tang Jing, learn well from Mr. Lu. Tang Jing nodded, very docile. Lu Ruoxian saw this and joked. I didn't expect you to be so caring. Chen Fan said as a matter of course. That's right, she is my schoolmate. Tang Jing glanced at him and didn't say much. When they arrived at the rare goods market, the boss complained, Boss Lu, here we go again. Since this guy bought from me last time, few people have found green jacks. This little brother has very poisonous eyes. Chen Fan smiled and said, Don't pretend. You want to hide the good stuff, right? The shop owner said with a bitter face. Really? Yesterday, Chow picked out more than a dozen pieces of material, and none of them were cut into pieces. He threw away more than 20 million and left. Lu Ruoxian laughed. Don't you understand, Mr. Chow? Can't he afford to lose money? Today, Chen Fan is going to do a big sweep and clean out several larger stores here. The exotic goods market is huge, but it is run by several bosses. Of course, there are also some small vendors here and there, but they're just there for fun. Lu Ruoxian accompanied the boss for tea, while Chen Fan took people to buy goods. Tang Jing was assisting nearby. Having been to the exotic goods market several times, Chun Fan has also learned a lot from experience. We don't want those that are not in good condition and only choose high-quality materials. It is best to have one without windows. Those with windows are usually very expensive and not cost-effective. After a round of browsing, I picked out about 20 pieces in total and then went to a few other stores. In one afternoon, he picked out hundreds of pieces of raw stone. It takes several pickup trucks to haul the goods. After Lu Ruoxian's people settled the bill, they went back home and sent the materials to Lu's warehouse. Workers then cut the stones and processed them into jewelry. Seeing that he was tired after working for most of the day, Lu Ruoxian invited him. "Let's have dinner together tonight." Chun Fan looked at the time on his phone and said, "No, maybe next time." Lu Wushuang, the little white rabbit, is still crying for food. She has just come to her senses and cannot be hungry for too long. Otherwise, she would hate herself to death, and there might be a surprise in the evening. Chapter 101 Brother, don't get anyone killed. Lu Wushuang has been feeling a little depressed these past 2 days. The big bad wolf would disappear from time to time, causing her to go to the balcony to check on it several times throughout the night, but there was no trace of it. It must be very hard for her to work, right? When she was at home, she also visited the family-owned companies. Especially when I see the migrant workers on the construction site doing the most tiring work and getting the lowest wages, I feel really pitiful. Is the big bad wolf doing this too? Then he really worked hard. I better not bother him anymore. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound of a door opening was heard from next door, and Lu Wushuang hurried out. "Miss, are you going to class?" The 2 bodyguards immediately stood up and prepared to take her to school. "Isn't it still early?" Evening self-study usually lasts until 9:30. She returned to the room and sent a WeChat message to Chun Fan. "Big Bad Wolf, are you back?" Chun Fan laughed when he saw the message. Lu Wushuang was indeed very simple. "I can't stand the teasing. Are you thinking of me again?" "Oh, stop teasing her." He came to the balcony and blew the whistle, swoosh. Lu Wushuang ran out and was very happy when she saw Chun Fan. "Big Bad Wolf, you're finally back. Did you have meal?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Not yet. Have you eaten yet?" Lu Wushuang shook her head. How could she have the heart to eat? She glanced at Chun Fan and said, Are you going to the evening study?" "Go ahead." When Chun Fan saw her like this, he knew what she wanted to do. Across the balcony, he asked, "Do you want to go to the night snack stand again?" Lu Wushuang didn't say anything, just lowered his head and puffed out his cheeks. In fact, she was no longer looking forward to the midnight snack, but was looking forward to the feeling of being bullied by the big bad wolf after the midnight snack. Chun Fan glanced at the door. Her 2 bodyguards were really annoying. How about we get rid of them? But after killing 2 more come. This is not a solution. He said to Lu Wushuang, "I'll go take care of your 2 bodyguards." Lu Wushuang was anxious. "What are you going to do again?" "They will tell my dad." "Don't worry, if I can't handle both of them, how can I survive?" He called Su Ruzhen and asked Chun Ming to bring me 500,000 yuan in cash. Su Ruzhen has to work the night shift recently and has no time to accompany Chun Fan. When I heard that Chun Fan wanted cash, I arranged it immediately. After Chun Ming returned home, the company paid all of his father's medical expenses and gave him 1 million to build a house in his hometown. He only stayed at home for 5 days and rushed back to work immediately. In less than half an hour, he arrived with cash. "Boss, the cash has arrived." Chun Fan said you stay first. Chun Ming didn't know what he was going to do, but he just followed the instructions. Boom, boom, boom. This time Chun Fan took the initiative to knock on the door of the 2 bodyguards, and one of them came out, "What?" He looked at Chun Fan with an unfriendly expression. Regardless of whether this guy has his eyes on the young lady or not, he is always a hidden danger. Chun Fan glanced at him and walked in. Chun Ming followed with the box. The 2 bodyguards looked at them, puzzled. Chun Fan sat down carelessly and asked Chun Ming to put the box on the table. "Open it." Chun Fan said this to the 2 bodyguards. The 2 looked depressed. "Who are you? How dare you order us around here? Boy, I think you want to be beaten?" Chun Fan's eyes were stern. "Don't rush to brag, or you will regret it. Do you know how the 2 bodyguards in front of you were fired? They looked at me the same way you did at first, and then nothing happened." The 2 men clenched their fists, and Chun roared, "I told you to open the box. Are you deaf?" His voice was so loud that it made both of their eardrums numb. Just as he was about to move, Chun Ming grabbed their shoulders and used his luck. The 2 were about to resist, but found that Chun Ming's strength was too great. His shoulders shook a few times, and the pressure on him became heavier and heavier. The 2 of them instantly realized that they had met a master today. "Tell me, what do you want from us?" Chun Fan set his eyes on the box, and a bodyguard had no choice but to step forward and open it. There was 500,000 in cash neatly laid out inside. It also smells like ink. The two of them didn't understand what Chun Fan meant and looked confused. Chun Fan said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to compete with him. If you lose, your fate will be the same as the first two bodyguards. The second is that after you accept the money, don't interfere with Lu Wushuang's private life in the future. At the same time, I will give you another salary." Well, the two bodyguards looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that this guy was such a powerful figure. Seeing the two people hesitating, Chun Fan brainwashed them again. "You are also working. I don't want to embarrass you. Just do it yourself." He took out his phone to check the time. "You have 10 seconds to think about it." This was the first time Qin Meng saw Chun Fan. So awesome. His aura. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, Chun Fan seemed like a big shot, completely in control of the situation. The two bodyguards looked at each other and finally surrendered. "We listen to you. With 500,000 in cash and 2 salaries, why not be smarter? Okay, let's go." He called Lu Wushuang and said, "You can come out now." Lu Wushuang opened the door and saw two bodyguards lowering their heads and shouting, "Mississippi." Chun Fan said, "Okay, you guys just stay home and rest. I'll send her back later." Of course, they were happy to take a break and get paid. Fortunately, the nanny is not here and has gone to dance square dance. Chun Fan patted Chun Meng on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Chun Meng scratched his head. "What are you talking about? This is what I should do." He looked at Lu Wushuang and laughed. "It's really beautiful." Lu Wushuang's face turned red. Chun Fan took her into the elevator and said, "I'll take you to visit Jiangzhou City tonight. See the most beautiful scenery. Let me let you experience this kind of freedom and happiness." The two bodyguards watched them leave, and one of them asked, "Are we just going to compromise like this? What else?" The other bodyguard shrugged. "But who is this guy? I don't know, it looks pretty awesome. Go back to bed. From now on, I can make money even when I'm lying down." The two returned to their room to sleep. Lu Wushuang was very curious. "How did you deal with him?" "Ball." Chun Fan pouted at Chun Meng. "With him around, nothing can't be solved. I guess even the two bodyguards of the Lu family combined are no match for him." "Chun Meng, you should go back too." "Well, wait for me." Chun Meng was very obedient. He ran quickly to a pharmacy in front and came back after a while. He quietly stuffed 2 small square packages into Chun Fan's hand and said in a low voice, "Brother, don't kill anyone. Roll." Chun Fan threw the 2 things to him. "What are you thinking about? Such impure thoughts." Chapter 102, Why Don't You Close Your Eyes? Don't miss it if you like love. Let's change the program tonight and not eat crayfish. Chun Fan took her to Jiangzhou's specialty snack street. There are countless delicious foods here, from the street to the end of the street, no matter how big your stomach is. Guaranteed to keep you full. And they never get tired of it and never want to leave. The two hailed a taxi and rushed here. It was just getting dark. The crowd was so huge that you couldn't see the end of it. Next to the specialty snack street is Jiangzhou's most beautiful Deshang Lake. A few small boats on the lake, reflected by the lights on the shore, are as poetic as a painting. How could Lu Wushuang have the chance to come to such a lively place alone? Given the importance the Lu family places on her, it is impossible for her to be so down to earth. It would be even more impossible to be as carefree and free as today. She was very happy to see so many people. "Big Bad Wolf, let's go." Looking at Lu Wushuang like a greedy cat, Chun Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, the Lu family's protection of her was a bit excessive, leaving her life experience like a blank sheet of paper. But she is indeed beautiful with delicate features, and she is as pure as by Xiuzhu in the Golden Age. "Eat whatever you want today, play whatever you want, I'll pay for it." "Okay, thank you, Big Bad Wolf." "Wait, why do you call me Big Bad Wolf?" Chun Fan held her back, and Lu Wushuang looked away. "Aren't you the Big Bad Wolf?" Of course, he didn't know that since that night, he had been recalling the scenes of that day in his dreams. The moment he touched his lips, his whole body went numb. Chun Fan saw her blushing and waved his hand. "Let's go. There are so many delicious foods here, with all kinds of flavors: sweet, salty, spicy, braised pork knuckle, roast duck, roast goose. The fragrance is everywhere, tempting people's desires all the time. Some people were swallowing their saliva. They were so greedy that they couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Wushuang couldn't help himself and started eating the delicious food. As a result, before I had even walked a quarter of the way down the street. My stomach was full, but my mouth was still craving for more. Chun Fan saw that her mouth and cheeks were red. I couldn't help but laugh. Would you like to look in the mirror? What's the matter? She took out a tissue and handed it to Chun Fan. Help me wipe it. The two walked out of the snack street and came to the lake. Chun Fan asked, how is it? Do you like it? Lu Wushuang said happily, I like it. My parents didn't allow me to go out before, and I had bodyguards following me everywhere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to experience these. Hey, Big Bad Wolf, are you really carrying bricks outside? Don't go there anymore, okay? What? You support me. Chun Fan stared at her and smiled. Lu Wushuang blushed. I can give you money. Real. Seeing how serious she was, Chun Fan pinched her face. What's on your mind? I studied hard for more than 10 years. Is it just to find a rich woman? Lu Wushuang pursed his lips and stopped talking. Whoosh ba! Suddenly, a salute was heard by the Dashang Lake. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the air with a bang. Look, there's a fireworks show tonight. Immediately afterwards, fireworks shot up into the sky one after another. Like fire dragons, bright flowers bloom in the darkness. There was a lot of noise by the lake. Fireworks rushed into the sky, one after another. Just like life, blooming its most beautiful moments, leaving a series of brilliant and indelible marks on the world. Lu Wushuang was stunned. It was not like she had never seen such a scene before, but she had never been so close, crowded together with thousands of people, feeling such a shared happiness. Seeing such beautiful fireworks, her smile was just like the fireworks, becoming the most beautiful scenery tonight. She looked up at the sky and imagined herself flying into the blue sky. Looking at her obsessed look, Chun Fan couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. So beautiful. I don't know if it was the fireworks or her appearance. Such a night is destined to leave the most beautiful memories in some people's hearts. The fireworks lasted for 40 minutes, lighting up the entire sky. More and more people gathered around, and when the last climax came to an end, everyone was left with an aftertaste and were reluctant to leave for a long time. Lu Wushuang lay on the guardrail, holding her face with both hands. Perhaps she was struck by the beauty of the night. Perhaps she wanted to keep this beauty in her heart. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and asked, what are you thinking about? Lu Wushuang didn't look back. Big Bad Wolf, will you bring me to see the fireworks again in the future? You can come anytime you like. Music started playing in the square, and the most awesome square dance of this era began. You accompany me to sing love songs, watch the most beautiful fireworks, hold my hand in the city, and my love trembles for you. After going through so much hardship, I fell in love with singing love songs. You are the stars in the night, and all that I truly love. It was the temptation given by Lang that made me sing a love song. There is a beautiful moonlight in the sky of longing. It is the happiness that Lang gave me. I dried up the loneliness. In the sky of happiness, you are everything to me. Lu Wushuang had already immersed herself in the song. She raised her head and looked at Chun Fan. His eyes were wide open, with a hint of desire in them. Big Bad Wolf, what's the matter? She looked at him. He looked at her. Chun Fan took a step closer and couldn't help but lift her chin. Lu Wushuang's eyelids trembled repeatedly, and she seemed a little nervous. Chun Fan swallowed his saliva and moved his lips closer. Why don't you close your eyes? He found that Lu Wushuang's eyes were staring at him. No. Well, when kissing, will girls close their eyes? Lu Wushuang's face turned red with shame. The atmosphere was completely ruined by this guy. She covered her face and didn't want to see anyone. It's getting late. Let's go back. Lu Wushuang lowered his head, his face flushed red. Don't you know how much courage she mustered to take this step? Unexpectedly, this guy's words, why don't you close your eyes, made her collapse. Now she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chun Fan didn't expect her to be so shy. He couldn't help but shook his head and took her hand and said, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to come next time? Next time, Lu Wushuang glared at him depressedly. Now she didn't dare to think about what had just happened. So embarrassing. Chun Fan took her back in a taxi. She didn't say a word during the whole journey. It's been so long, and I still haven't gotten over the embarrassment that just happened. The elevator opened on the 26th floor, and the two bodyguards were finally relieved to see them come back. But the young lady seems to be a little bit abnormal. Could it be the Big Bad Wolf succeeded? The two of them felt a pang in their hearts. Go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow. Chun Fan waved at Lu Wushuang, and Lu Wushuang opened the door and went in. Then he covered his face and lay on the bed. In the room opposite, two bodyguards looked at the 500,000 red bills. It's hot. Chapter 103, Major Business Opportunities, Restructuring Plan. At night, the international crude oil futures market. The battle between bulls and bears has begun again. The bears suppressed the market with all their might, and crude oil prices once fell below $30 a barrel. It was cut in half, but the bulls did not give up the struggle. A strong counterattack followed, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Su Ruzhen led the team to watch the game overnight. With their current strength, they were just spectators, not even capable of a fight. You have to know that the mere 30 billion yuan of funds here is only equivalent to a few billion US dollars. Such a tiny amount is not a cause for concern. All they can do is sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and fish in troubled waters. Make profits from the ups and downs of capital. But the competition tonight was so intense that the whole team felt thrilling and treading on thin ice. You must know that in this situation, a sudden counterattack from either party may cause many people's assets to be wiped out in an instant. Direct liquidation. Those who have never been to such a place cannot imagine the horror involved. However, the account operated by Su Ruzhen and others already has a lot of profits, so there's no need to worry too much. But seeing the huge ups and downs in prices, everyone's nerves were on edge. Fighting all night, the short side capital ultimately won a great victory, pressing the long side to the ground. The crude oil price finally settled at 20.33, just one step away from 19.95. But the futures delivery date has not yet arrived, and the battle will continue. But the next counterattack will be even more violent. Chen Fan also watched the market for an entire night. When it was almost dawn, he yawned and went to sleep. In the next room, someone is still in a daze. I looked out the window and counted the stars in the sky all night. The next morning, when Chun Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang and two bodyguards were standing at the elevator entrance. "Why are your eyes swollen? Did you not sleep last night?" Lu Wushuang puffed his cheeks and didn't want to talk. The two bodyguards saw this guy pinch the young lady's face. Ahem. They immediately looked up at the ceiling. Wow, the ceiling was so white. Chun Fan likes the emotional intelligence of these two bodyguards more and more. Well, it's really good. Lu Wushuang was escorted by bodyguards every day. When she got in the car, she asked Chun Fan, "Are you coming up?" Chun Fan shook his head. It was only a few steps away. It would be healthier to walk. In fact, Lu Wushuang really wanted him to come up, but when she got to school, she was afraid that others would find out. Girls have very contradictory minds. Today is Professor Sun Songqiu's practical class again. Chen Fan heard him talk about a lot of theories. He smiled and opened a stock trading software on his mobile phone, looking at all kinds of indicators, volume, and data analysis. The theory is good, but he may not know that all indicators in the stock market are lagging. It is a K-line chart based on daily volume and transaction amount. Of course, these indicators can also reflect a lot of data, such as the movements, motivations, and purposes of the main forces. But a true master will make it impossible for you to capture this information. Bye. The mobile phone software received a prompt. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical launches restructuring plan. Forehead. Chun Fan instantly captured a powerful business opportunity. Quickly opened the interface of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Oh my god, I don't know how many consecutive limit downs there have been, and the stock price has fallen to 3.17 yuan. Is Zhao Linlin about to cry to death? I don't know how much of her more than 100 million is left. Chun Fan carefully read the information that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical had launched a restructuring plan, the date of which was a week later. The stock is currently at the lower limit and will be suspended tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Buy it. Anyway, I still have 1 billion in pocket money. Chun Fan entered the bank-to-securities transfer app without hesitation and transferred all the funds in the card into the securities account. Purchase. 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 The lower limit means at least tens of billions of funds are hanging, and everyone wants to escape. After all, after this explosion, too many institutions and hot money were buried in it. The market value of this stock also fell from tens of billions to more than 4 billion. Chun Fan bought all the money without hesitation. With 1 billion yuan in capital, it was sold out in seconds. However, some people saw the increase in volume and quickly made up for it. Hundreds of millions of funds immediately blocked the price limit. It's incredible that someone actually bought it. Even the dealer is grinning foolishly. Who is so stupid and has so much money? There are rumors everywhere on the internet now that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical will activate the delisting mechanism. How can anyone dare to buy it this time? Was it an erroneous order? The transaction volume of 1 billion was instantly raised like a middle finger. This broke the situation of complete lack of volume in the past 10 days. Zhao Linlin is also watching the market at this moment, right? It's actually open. She wanted to sell it, but she couldn't. There are simply too many sell orders ahead of us. Chun Fan sent a message to Su Ruzhen. How much money do you have? Su Ruzhen stayed up all night and didn't fall asleep until after 7 o'clock. When she heard the message ring, she picked up her phone and yawned. Seeing that it was from Chun Fan, she quickly replied, I'll check it out. There's no more money left in the stock market, and the company still has 1 billion in reserve funds in its account. Immediately transfer the funds to the stock market account and buy all of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Su Ruzhen was startled and instinctively sat up and rubbed her eyes. That's right, Chen Fan wanted her to buy Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. She didn't even bother to wash up. She ran out of the lounge in her pajamas and logged into her account on her office computer. All funds in the company's account are fully invested in buying. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was delisted instantly, and Zhao Linlin was overjoyed. Finally, there was a chance to escape. However, she hesitated when she saw the balance in the account. She had invested more than 100 million yuan, and only this much was left. This is probably the biggest failure I have ever suffered in stock trading. Zhao Linlin frowned and bit her thin lips. Her IQ was still pretty good, so she didn't sell immediately. Instead, she was analyzing the intention of this wave of buying funds. With tens of billions of dollars invested, what on earth does he want to do? Do you want to make a comeback? Or is there inside information? Zhao Linlin thought for a moment and did something unusual. The remaining 20 million yuan in the account was added back. At this moment, the stock assets in the account are nearly 50 million. After the market closed that afternoon, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical announced that starting tomorrow, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical would be suspended indefinitely. Zhao Linlin was confused for a moment. What does this mean? Are you digging a hole to bury me? Based on her experience in stock trading, there are only two possible outcomes. Next, the company will either be warned of the risk of delisting or undergo asset restructuring. But now she has to figure out one thing. What is the background of this large amount of funds purchased today? If it is a large securities company or institutional funds, then the possibility of restructuring is greater. If a person, then he is an idiot. To invest 2 billion yuan in total is to seek death. Immediately afterwards, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical issued another announcement that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was being targeted by individual investor Chen Fan. Currently, Chen Fan personally holds 21.17% of the company's shares. Chen Fan? This name instantly caught Zhao Linlin's attention. Could it be him? But she quickly shook her head again. How could it be possible? There are so many people with the same name in the world. Chapter 104 Shun Mengyao returns. Chun Fan is really out of money now. More than 30 billion yuan was invested in futures, and 1 billion yuan of pocket money was also used to buy stocks. There's probably only about 1 million left on the card. However, the atmosphere in the class was very lively today. Liang Dongkai was pretending to be done again. Haha, international crude oil prices have plummeted. I bought the dip. My father invested 60 million yuan to go long on international crude oil. His father was deeply trapped in the stock market last time, but fortunately he recovered after the rebound. Now he has invested another 60 million to go long on international crude oil. When his classmates heard his bold statement, they were both envious and impressed. After all, not every family is as rich as theirs. Seeing him showing off, Chun Fan ignored him. There is no way. I am really poor now. After school in the afternoon, Yilang called out to him, Let's go eat together? No, I don't have money. You paid 200,000 yuan for the class fee by yourself, and now you say you have no money to eat? Wang Hao still understood him. He doesn't have time, are you stupid? Oh, never mind. Lu Wushuang returned to the apartment for dinner and passed by the finance department on purpose. I looked at the classroom where Chun Fan was for a long time. This guy didn't send me any messages all day. She curled her lips, expressing her strong dissatisfaction. At the moment, Chun Fan was thinking about a problem. As his funds became more and more abundant, blueprint investment in one company would definitely not be able to operate. A new company must be set up to handle other sectors, but there are no suitable candidates at the moment. Although Tang Jing is growing fast, she is definitely not capable of handling things on her own. Oh, what a headache. The reason why he came up with this idea was that Chun Fan also saw the announcement issued by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. With this purchase, he became the largest individual investor in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. If the shares of Blueprint Investment are added, it will be the absolute largest shareholder. When Chun Fan walked out of the classroom, Zhao Linlin was just about to go home as she was not going to attend evening self-study today. I need to go back and review and study Dongfeng Pharmaceutical carefully. Chun Fan was thinking with his head down and didn't see her, and she didn't call out. This guy said last time that he was going to lose money, and he really stepped into a big trap. I kindly asked him to work in the hotel, but he actually despised it. But Zhao Linlin couldn't figure it out either. She found that this guy was always mysterious. Could it be that he is the individual investor who bought Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? But no matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. 1 billion yuan. Where did he get so much money? You should know that last semester he was still cleaning the school cafeteria to earn a pitiful living. No matter how capable a person is, it is impossible for him to develop so quickly in a short period of time, unless he's been hiding himself. Of course, if it weren't for that accident, I would never have known him. Zhao Linlin went to the parking lot and drove away. Chun Fan kept thinking about the issue of selection. The phone rang, and Chun Fan picked it up casually. Hello. Student Chun Fan, are you done with school? Can you open the door for me? I need to get something. Forehead? Teacher Shun? Teacher Shun, are you back? You bastard. It's you who rented my house, but you kept this secret from me. If the agent hadn't told me the phone number, I would still be in the dark. Chun Fan was embarrassed. Come here for a moment. I'll get something. Teacher Shun had left some things in the apartment and hadn't taken them away. Chun Fan said, "Oh," and hurried to the apartment. It is evening now, and the breeze is blowing. Shun Mingyao stood in the evening breeze, her hair flying, her exquisite and beautiful face radiating infinite glory. She was wearing a long black dress, floating like a fairy. Chun Fan saw from afar that Teacher Shun had become more beautiful. She has walked out of the shadow of that marriage and returned to the confident and beautiful teacher she once was. Teacher Shun. Chun Fan walked over and smelled a faint fragrance. Shun Mingyao smiled and said, "You came back so quickly. What's going on?" Classmate Chun Fan. "Are there any changes this semester?" Chun Fan said, "I don't, but Teacher Shun is more beautiful." Faint. A blush appeared on Shun Mingyao's face. This guy didn't learn anything, but he learned how to flirt with girls? She glared at Chun Fan and said, "Don't be so slick in front of the teacher." "I'm telling the truth. Does Teacher Shun want me to lie?" The two walked to the elevator together, and Chun Fan pressed the elevator button. In the small space, Shun Mingyao's fragrance is even stronger. She tidied the long hair around her ears and said, "Last time, someone called me and said he wanted to buy my apartment for a high price, but I didn't agree. Is he from the Liu family?" Yes. How did you know?" "There are 4 units on the 26th floor, and they bought 3 of them." "Oh." Shun Mingyao didn't care too much. She just wanted to keep the house so that she could use it as an emergency measure when needed. The 2 of them arrived at the 26th floor, but Lu Wushuang and the others were not there. Chun Fan opened the door, and Shun Mingyao came in and found that the room was clean and still looked the same as before. I couldn't help but smile knowingly. "You are really meticulous," Chun Fan explained. "Except for adding 2 computers, I basically didn't touch your things. I was just afraid that you wouldn't like them when you come back." Shun Mingyao smiled. Such a thoughtful tenant is of course the landlord's favorite. She took out the things she had packed from the cabinet, and Chun Fan said, "Where are you going?" "I'll help you. I'll leave it with my parents. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to keep it here." "It doesn't matter. I rarely come here anyway." "Teacher Shun, you're not going out this time when you come back, right?" Chun Fan helped her pack her things. Shun Mingyao hummed, "I'm going to find a new job, and I don't want to go back to school." Hearing this, Chun Fan's heart moved. "What kind of job are you looking for?" Shun Mingyao shook her head. "I don't know yet. Maybe I can work in the company. Many of my friends have gone into business, and I don't want to be stuck in this ivory tower forever." She sighed quietly. "I was too naive before, thinking that teaching and growing up with students was good for my whole life." Thinking back to the past days, Shun Mingyao always feels a little emotional. Chun Fan laughed and said, "You are not innocent." "What's that called?" "Why my she? You live in a fairy tale. At that time, you only thought about love, career, and family. Maybe this is the most perfect life. In fact, the value of a person's life must be reflected in his career. How great your achievements are, how glorious you will be." Wow. Shen Mingyao looked at her former student in surprise. You have grown up. She discovered that this guy indeed had a temperament that she had never had before. Looks more mature and stable. He actually has his own distinct outlook on life. That's good. She likes this kind of positive young people. Nowadays, too many people are living a life of drunkenness and dreams, have no goals of their own, and waste their years relying on their parents as a big tree. It's great that young people have ambitions. Chen Fan found that Shen Mingyao looked really pretty when she smiled. Very charming. And she is so mature and has a different style from those students. Teacher Shun, can I invite you to have dinner together? Chun Fan extended the invitation very politely. Shen Mingyao was slightly surprised. Invite me to dinner? Yes. Seeing Chun Fan's sincere face, Shen Mingyao smiled and said, let me treat you. Chapter 105 Cooperation with Shen Mingyao. Teacher Shun, do you still think I'm a child? The two came out of the apartment, and Shen Mingyao opened the door of her red Audi A4. Well, this car is no longer suitable for Teacher Shen's identity. After getting in the car, Chun Fan said domineeringly, you must listen to my arrangements tonight. Shen Mingyao was stunned again and looked at him in disbelief. This guy has changed, become very courageous, but it's quite interesting. Okay, then you arrange it. She wanted to see what kind of surprise this little boy could give her. Chun Fan looked at his phone. There is still more than 1 million left. That should be enough to treat the teacher to dinner tonight, right? When I was poor, my teacher always took special care of me. I apply for poverty subsidies for myself every semester. A drop of water. As the car drove out of the apartment complex, Shen Mingyao asked, where are we going? She thought to herself that she could just find an ordinary small restaurant, as she knew Chun Fan's family situation. She was also prepared to find an excuse to pay the bill when they had dinner later. But Chun Fan said, go to Jiangzhou Impression. Shen Mingyao was a little confused. She stepped on the brake and stared at Chun Fan in a daze. That's a Western restaurant. Not only that, but it's also extremely expensive. Chun Fan nodded nonchalantly. Go ahead, we'll talk slowly. Some things can change your opinion of a person. Don't worry, there's enough money for food. Shen Mingyao was still a little nervous. The consumption in a place like this would cost at least a few thousand yuan, and there would be no upper limit for the amount. I've only been there once before. But Chun Fan acted very calm. Teacher Shun, let's go. All right. Shen Mingyao gritted her teeth and drove the car to Jiangzhou Impression. When the security guard saw that it was just an Audi A4, he stood at the door and did nothing. This is totally inconsistent with the principle that the customer is God. Shen Mingyao had no choice but to park the car herself and got out with her bag. The mature and charming Shen Mingyao stood with Chun Fan. It's really eye-catching. A beauty like her always attracts attention wherever she appears. Seeing countless eyes looking over here, Chun Fan realized that he had underestimated Shen Mingyao's charm. Especially when Shen Mingyao walked, her chest thrust out. The magnificence of that scene deeply shocked countless people. This was the first time Chun Fan knew this. It turns out that a woman can be like this. Compared with Teacher Shun, the fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao that I met a few days ago is probably not even close to him. The two walked into the Western restaurant, which was magnificent, with large European-style crystal chandeliers shining brightly. A waiter in a blue work uniform trotted over and asked, how many people are there? You two, please arrange a seat. Okay, please follow me. The waiter led the way and took the two to the second-floor lobby. There are already quite a few guests here, but most of them are parents with children or couples. The restaurant is upscale and the floor is spotless. On the stage at the front of the hall, there was a young girl playing the piano. There was also a blonde man playing the violin next to him. It seems like we shouldn't be here. Shen Mingyao glanced at the couples over there. They were eating Western food, drinking red wine, and listening to music. However, the guests who can come here can indeed be said to be either rich or noble. If two people just eat something simple, they won't leave without spending several thousand. The waiter picked up an exquisite recipe book and asked, what would you like to eat? The recipes are all in English, and of course, there are particularly beautiful illustrations. Chun Fan said politely, Teacher Shun, come on. Shen Mingyao took the menu. She planned to pick a few items that were not too expensive, just something good. After all, she still didn't understand Chun Fan's actual situation, and she always felt something was weird in this atmosphere. This place is perfect for a date with couples. But I and Chun Fan are not suitable, right? She ordered a steak, a fruit salad, and a drink. I'm fine, order it yourself. Chun Fan said nothing, picked up the menu, and asked the waiter to leave. After explaining everything to the waiter, he returned to his seat. Actually, we really shouldn't have come here. It's so expensive, and there's nothing to eat. Shen Mingyao looked around and found that many men were stealing glances at her from time to time, which was so embarrassing. She also noticed that her body proportions were indeed a bit provocative. When she was in school, she used to wear clothes that did not show her figure. After leaving school, of course I have to dress more beautifully. But aren't those men too unscrupulous? Chun Fan smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't come here often. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." After a while, a man wearing a white chef's hat pushed a food cart over, followed by two waiters. Their order came, and the steak and salad were missing. Instead, there were French foie gras, caviar, French baked snails. There was even a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands. Did you guys go to the wrong place? This is not what we ordered. Shen Mingyao panicked when she saw this. The waiter smiled and said, "This gentleman ordered it." Ah, she looked at Chun Fan. "What are you doing?" "You are." Chun Fan smiled slightly and signaled the waiter to leave. He picked up the red wine glass in front of him and said, "Teacher Shun, I toast to you. First of all, thank you for your care and concern for me over the past 2 years. With your help, I have grown a lot and learned a lot. But don't worry today. I'm no longer the poor boy who needed care. Everything you see and experience now is what the boy in the past achieved through his own hard work. I made money, and it was not a small amount." Shen Mingyao looked confused, and seeing Chun Fan gestured to her repeatedly, she had no choice but to pick up her cup and clink it with his. After taking a sip of her drink, she asked, "What happened?" Chun Fan said, "I have made a lot of money in the stock market and the gambling stone industry. I invited you to dinner today, but I have one more request." "You say?" Shen Mingyao was not in the mood to eat. She was more curious about what happened to Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, "I have some money now and want to start a company, but I can't find the right person for the time being." "Didn't you just say you were going to apply for a job? Why don't we work together? I don't need your investment money. You just need to help run the company, and I'll give you 10% of the shares. As for salary, you can ask for whatever you want. You want me to work for you?" Shen Mingyao was a little confused. Chun Fan explained, "It's a collaboration. You are responsible for management, and I am responsible for investment. How much money are you prepared to invest?" Shen Mingyao had no idea. She was just curious about Chun Fan's strength. Chun Fan smiled and said, "It depends on your ability. I will invest as much money as the company you can control." Forehead, if he was not my student, I would really suspect that he was a liar. But despite this, she still didn't believe it. Chapter 1062 Old Drivers. Teacher Shen also majored in finance and has unique insights into economics. Few people miss her classes, her theories are very good, and she often plans for some companies. Chen Fan had been her student for 2 years and, of course, understood her abilities. This is a wild horse. Oh no, this is a good horse and needs a wider sky. Seeing her unconvincing expression, Chun Fan smiled and said, "I can show you something." He took out his cell phone and opened the announcement released by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Individual investor Chun Fan purchased 315,457,400 shares, accounting for 21.17% of the company's shares. Then he logged into his capital account and found that the total amount of funds he held was close to 1 billion yuan. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao was completely stunned. I stared blankly at my former student. What a genius! They say facts speak louder than words. These are the best proofs. Shen Mingyao looked at Chun Fan absent-mindedly, as if she were dreaming. Chun Fan raised his glass. "Teacher Shun, I toast to you." Shen Mingyao recovered and smiled. "You really didn't disappoint me. You came from the worst family background, but you became the most accomplished student. Come, the teacher will toast you." Boom! After taking a sip of wine, Chun Fan politely greeted him again. "Come, have some of this. I don't know if you like it or not, so I can only do my best." Shen Mingyao cut a piece of goose liver and put it in her mouth. "Well, I can finally eat it with confidence. Otherwise, I would be really nervous." The two of them enjoyed the meal very much and finished a bottle of red wine. A blush appeared on Shen Mingyao's fair face. "Let's find a tea house to continue our chat." Shen Mingyao finally became interested in the cooperation. She originally wanted to join a large company. If she worked with Chun Fan, his capital was too small and he wouldn't be able to do well. She didn't want to lose this person. Since he has a lot of money, if he can give him 1 billion to start his own company, he can give it a try. 1 billion and give her 10% of the shares. She is worth hundreds of millions. Of course, she still underestimated Chun Fan's strength. The two left the restaurant and found a tea house to continue the previous topic. Have you thought of a name for your company? She asked Chun Fan. Chun Fan asked the waiter for paper and pen and wrote as he spoke. The name of the company is Home to Capital. Huh, isn't that a bit big? Big. It will be bigger in the future. Don't limit yourself to the current amount of funds. I'm not just talking about pie in the sky. You will see it in the future. All right, Chun Fan continued. Next, you have to go through the process of registering the company, and you will be the legal representative. The operating model of Home to Capital is the same as that of Blueprint Investment and is controlled by a company under Chun Fan's own name. Your status is different now. Go buy a few cars tomorrow. When you are working, you can ride in the Maybach. Then we will buy you a private car. No, I can just drive my own Audi. No. Now you represent the company's image, and people will think our company has no strength. It's settled now. Listen to me. Shen Mingyao found him a little overbearing. This little boy was so cute. Of course, you also need to look for a high-end office space. If there is a suitable place, we can buy it directly. Forehead. Shen Mingyao was stunned again. How much will it cost? Chun Fan said, this is a problem that the boss should worry about. Teacher Shun is worrying too much. Okay, Boss Chun. Shen Mingyao smiled and casually tidied her hair by her ears, revealing her delicate profile, which was so beautiful that it was unfair. Why would such a beautiful woman meet a scumbag? At this moment, Chun Fan really had the urge to beat her ex-husband to death. Ahem. It was getting late, so Chun Fan asked, where does Teacher Shun live? Shall I take you back? Shen Mingyao looked at her watch and said, oh, it's almost 12 o'clock. You see, we forgot the time while chatting. Forget it. I won't go back, so as not to disturb them in the middle of the night. Don't worry about me. I'll just find a hotel. How can that be possible? There are many large hotels in Jiangzhou, the best of which is the Yuanzhou International Hotel, a joint venture between the Liu family and foreign capital. It is managed by the most advanced management team abroad and has extremely luxurious configurations. Even the receptionist has a bachelor's degree and knows level 6 foreign languages. Chun Fan directly booked a luxury suite online. Come on, I'll take you there. Don't drink and drive. So the two of them called a designated driver. After sending Shen Mingyao to the hotel, Chun Fan left. Just as I was about to go back to my apartment to sleep, someone sent me a WeChat message. Xiao Xiao, who looks a bit fierce and aggressive. Handsome guy, are you still having fun outside? Did this woman install surveillance cameras on herself? Chun Fan, how do you know? Xiao Xiao, who look a bit fierce. Huh, I'm following you. Chun Fan turned back. Fart, I saw a little yellow. I took a photo and asked, so this is you? Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, said with a distressed look, no, I'm not. Am I really that ugly? Chun Fan, it's not ugly, but when he walks he blocks my view and I can't see his feet. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, understood immediately. Hate it. Chun Fan, tell me, how did you know I was outside? Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, started to giggle again. Look at your steps. I set a special attention. Seeing that you were always moving, I guess you were just having fun outside. Chun Fan, who said that? What if I was in bed? Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, sent a surprised expression. Then you are really amazing to be able to hold on for so long. Depend on an experienced driver. He understands everything in seconds. But I just happen to be looking for her. Come out, I want to do business with you. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, did not speak for a long while. Chun Fan, don't want to? No, I'll find someone else. Xiao Xiao said fiercely. No, just send me the location and I'll come right over. That's right, the customer is God. Jiangzhou is not big, but it has a population of several million. Chun Fan waited for more than half an hour before the fierce-looking Xiao Xiao finally came in a taxi. As soon as he got off the car, Chun Fan was stunned. She was wearing JK outfit. I originally thought that with her figure, she would look ugly in this kind of clothes, right? I didn't expect there would be another kind of fun. Only, that lamp is really too big. People of her age are almost catching up with Teacher Shin. At least the fourth letter of the English alphabet. Chun Fan stood in the square outside the hotel, casually flicked the ash off his cigarette, and threw the butt into the plate. Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, came over with a somewhat shy expression. He glanced at Chun Fan evasively. This is my first time accompanying guests. Is the room ready? Then she lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes nervously. Chun Fan looked at her with a smile. What are you talking about? I wanted to buy a few more cars from you. What are you thinking about? Huh? You're not. Why didn't you say it earlier? You made me worry about it for so long. Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, had a red face and a look of resentment. Chapter 107. Does he look down on me? Hey, how old are you? Qin Fan thought that this girl was quite interesting. Since he was full of energy today, he decided to just chat with her. Xiao Xiao said with a red face, D. Puff. Qin Fan was stunned. I asked you your age. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, was so embarrassed that she raised her fist and hit him. You are so bad. I'm 23. Oh, you're quite young. Let's go have a midnight snack. Since I've called her over, let's have a midnight snack and talk about buying a car. Xiao Xiao looked back at the hotel and left with Qin Fan. The two came to the night snack stall. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. As a salesperson, she is quite considerate and would ask Qin Fan for his opinion on every item ordered. Qin Fan said, It's up to me, just do what you like. Aren't you picky? Not picky. I didn't say anything about that. Qin Fan corrected her after hearing the hidden meaning in her words. Make a statement first and tell him that you're not a casual person. After the two of them became familiar with each other, Xiao Xiao began to relax. After ordering a dozen items, we asked for 2 drafts of beer. Mr. Chun, how old are you? After the waiter left, Xiao Xiao asked curiously. 18. This answer made her frown. I'm not asking about the size. Damn, this old driver drives even harder than me, and she even said it was her first time accompanying a client. She can catch any jokes that I throw out. You're telling me you don't understand? Qin Fan looked at her with a playful expression. Tell me, what have you been through that made you so outstanding? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and said, You have to believe me, I'm really not that kind of person. It's just that in that environment, they tell jokes every day, so I understand it even if I don't understand it. Don't look at my big breasts. I'm actually very pure. I don't believe you. The barbecue came and the beer was served. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to pick up the cup. I toast to you. Thank you for your care. It's okay. After all, it's easier to talk to acquaintances. Qin Fan told him the type of car he needed. As for Shun Mingyao's private car, she would be able to choose it herself. Xiao Xiao was very happy. If she could get these cars, her commission this month would be huge, and she would probably win the sales crown directly. After having supper, Qin Fan was about to leave. Xiao Xiao stood on the side of the road for a long time in suspicion. Does he look down on me? She reached into her bag and touched the square packages, feeling somewhat lost. When she heard Qin Fan say that she was indeed struggling for a long time about going out to do business. Even the various unspoken rules of the industry are supplemented in my mind. Unexpectedly, what a nice person. Qin Fan took a taxi back to the apartment. Just as he opened the door, Lu Wushuang poked his head out from next door and said, Big Bad Wolf, you just came back? Qin Fan looked at her. You haven't slept yet? Lu Wushuang pointed to the balcony and said, You know what I mean, then closed the door. In the middle of the night, he asked me to go to the balcony. Well, Qin Fan sent her a WeChat message. I'll take a shower first. It seems like I can't escape from her clutches tonight. It's already 2:30 and I'm still not asleep. After Qin Fan finished a shower and came over to the balcony, Lu Wushuang was sitting on the sofa with a pillow in her arms, wearing a loose pajamas. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Don't you know it's not good for girls to stay up late? Looking at Lu Wushuang's innocent eyes, Qin Fan couldn't help but pinch her face. No, I'm just worried about you. Qin Fan's heart tightened. Could this silly girl be being looked at like this by him? Lu Wushuang lowered her head in embarrassment. Qin Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang's eyes were particularly bright and clear as water. Go to bed early. I still have to move bricks tomorrow. After working with Shan Mingyao, the new company is about to open. Although I don't have to be busy with it myself, there are still a lot of things to do. Qin Fan coaxed her for a few words and stood up to leave. Big Bad Wolf. Lu Wushuang stood up and hugged him from behind. Don't move, I'll hold you. Qin Fan felt her face pressed against his back, her arms tightly around him, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Qin Fan had no choice but to turn around and hug her. Her soft body was particularly gentle. He whispered in her ear, I'm not going over tonight. Lu Wushuang didn't answer, but just buried her face shyly in his arms. The next morning, Qin Fan quietly climbed over the balcony and left. When I returned to my room, I found a large wet area on my chest. This girl drools while sleeping? I guess I was greedy in my dream. When going to school, Lu Wushuang was particularly happy, with a smile emanating from every pore. She also sent a WeChat message to Qin Fan, Big Bad Wolf. I love you. Chen Fan was so frightened that his hands trembled and his cell phone fell to the ground. I didn't do anything last night. In fact, last night should have been the most exciting moment for Chen Fan, but he missed the most exciting moment. There was a big battle last night, and international crude oil prices fell directly to zero. That's right. A very historic moment. Crude oil is no longer free. When I entered the classroom early this morning, I found many classmates shouting, "Fuck the grass. Crazy. This is fucking crazy." Chen Fan was surprised. "What's the matter?" Wang Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You don't know yet, right? I guess you will never see Liang Dongkai again." "Why?" "Something happened to his father. The international crude oil price fell to zero last night. Depend on. I actually forgot such a big thing." Chen Fan immediately opened the software to check the market. "Why? Didn't we see it drop to $19.95 before? How come it's zero?" He quickly called Su Ruzhen. "How is our crude oil contract?" "It's pretty good. I made a lot of money." Su Ruzhen was feeling a little lazy and was lying on the big bed in the lounge. Now she divides the operation team into 2 shifts, some in charge during the day and some at night. Hearing that he had made a lot of money, Chen Fan shouted happily, "Aoli go! Keep watching, there will be big moves tonight. When the time comes, we may see the right opportunity and it may fall into negative territory. I've never seen this before. This kind of thing is something no one could imagine." Chen Fan just saw it too. When Su Ruzhen heard this, she immediately perked up. "Okay, I'll keep watching tonight. I will come here in person to supervise the battle then." Chen Fan said with a smile. "Okay, I'll wait for you then." Su Ruzhen was very happy when she heard that Chen Fan was coming. Well, such a big bed does lack something when sleeping alone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan thought that it seemed that this capital war was more exciting than he had imagined. "Fortunately, I have this special ability, otherwise I would not know how I died in such an environment. I would like to ask, in all these years, has anyone ever seen futures trading fall in negative numbers?" Hey, what did they just say? Liang Dongcai's father? The last time I heard Liang Dongcai bragging, he said his father spent $60 million to go long on crude oil. I guess he doesn't have a father now. It is no wonder that some people say that stock market futures have no bottom. You think it's the bottom, but there's also a basement floor. You think it only goes to the underground first floor, but there are still 18 levels of hell below it. With this fall, countless amounts of capital were wiped out. Chapter 108, a historic moment, a great victory. As soon as Shun Mingyao woke up, she received a message from Chun Fan and the contact person for purchasing a car. As the boss of a company, you must have a good car to show off. Now Mercedes-Benz Maybach is the standard configuration of Chun Fan's company. As for other more expensive models, he thinks they are of little significance. When setting up a new company, there's a lot of work to do in the early stages. Of course, all of these can be left to Shin Mingyao. Chun Fan gave her an annual salary of $1 million, plus performance commission, and she also owned 10% of the shares. This kind of treatment cannot be found anywhere else. Therefore, Shin Mingyao also worked peacefully as a worker for his students. Since he had to go to Su Ruzhen's place to supervise the battle in the evening, Chen Fan turned down all his appointments. After school, he asked Zhuo Bing to drive him to Yin Fan building. Zhuo Bing knew he was very busy and didn't disturb him. I drove back by myself. Before entering the elevator, I ran into Lang Gao and Su Keqing. The 3 of them chatted for a while. The 4 of them are quite capable in managing the property. After all, there's so many employees under them, and their main job is management. According to the current situation, the 4 of them can get more than 100,000 yuan each year. As a student, it is definitely a high income. Chen Fan learned about the situation and said that he had something to discuss with Mr. Su, so Lang Gao did not disturb him. He hugged Su Keqing and went to study the next generation. Chen Fan was eating takeout in Su Ruzhen's office. After eating, take a short rest. Su Ruzhen made tea herself, and the 2 of them drank tea while discussing the battle situation tonight. According to the market conditions Chen Fan saw, tonight will be the most intense battle. It is also a rare capital war in history. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Fan said to Su Ruzhen, "Let's go take a rest first and get enough rest." Su Ruzhen's eyes were charming, and she naturally knew what Chen Fan meant. After closing the door, the 2 men entered the lounge. But when she changed her clothes and came out, Chen Fan had already fallen asleep. Forehead? It turns out it was a real rest. Su Ruzhen shook her head speechlessly and lay down beside him obediently. While he wasn't paying attention, I reached out to check the goods. Well, it seems he's really tired. Su Rujin had no other thoughts and just laid down for a while. The two of them slept until around 9 o'clock when the alarm rang, and then they got up and prepared to work. The staff of the trading room were already in place, and Su Rujin made some arrangements before going to take charge. Chen Fan was giving orders in her office. There is one advantage of trading international crude oil futures. The T+0 model allows you to buy and sell at any time. Now Chen Fan has so many short orders in his hands. He can make huge profits whenever he closes them, but he wants to wait until the most glorious time. The fluctuations at 10 o'clock in the evening were relatively smooth, with little ups and downs. It is estimated that both sides will accumulate strength and fight for the last chance. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in to refill Chen Fan's tea. Why are you working the night shift too? Chen Fan didn't expect that she, a receptionist, would still stay here. Chu Yanfei smiled and said, yes, we have 3 people at the front desk, and I stay to work the night shift. I'm just outside. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Chen Fan nodded, and the disc began to move. The bulls attacked strongly, trying to push the price up, but it was soon suppressed by the bears. The staff in the trading room were very nervous. Boss Su, that's enough. The price of crude oil has become 0 now. Should we wait any longer? Every penny it goes up is a loss for us. Notarus. Su Rujin refused to move as she did not receive any order from Chen Fan. This man who slept with me for 2 months has godlike precognitive abilities. He seemed to see through everything. Soon, the bulls counterattacked again and crude oil prices continued to rise. In less than 10 minutes, the price had risen to more than $10 a barrel. Everyone was extremely anxious, but no one dared to act rashly without President Su's order. Chen Fan looked at the board, and the two sides had been free for less than half an hour. The short side takes action. Crude oil prices were instantly depressed, and it was falling straight down, 8 yuan, 6 yuan, 5 yuan. It quickly returned to 0. Not only that, it plummeted again. It's a negative number, oh my god. There was a scream in the trading room. Su Rujin's brows were furrowed and her eyes were as sharp as torches. But she still didn't receive Chen Fan's order. Crude oil prices continued to fall, minus 9.96. Then it was minus 12.33. Continue minus 16.76. Then rebound. Continue to fall. Minus 23.55 now. Boss Su, close the position. The traders were so nervous that they dared not even breathe. They never dreamed that the day would come when crude oil prices would be negative. But Chen Fan still didn't give any orders, so Su Rujin could only wait. Behind this battle, the world's top capital is competing against each other. As crude oil prices continue to fall, it also means that countless funds from multiple parties are being swallowed up. It is like a huge black hole, ruthlessly plundering everything. Behind every victory of one side, there must be a failure of another side. After more than an hour of repeated fighting, all parties finally ran out of strength. The bears once again struck hard, driving the crude oil price directly to minus 30.32. Su Rujin received Chen Fan's instructions through the earphone. Everyone get ready. Close the position at negative 37 US dollars. Everyone pay attention. Everyone has it. Prepare. Su Rujin shouted the command. Target parity minus 37. The traders are ready to go and can't wait any longer. Seeing the big victory of the bears, the bulls completely lost resistance and the price began to retreat. It soon fell to minus 37 US dollars. No one dared to hesitate and acted decisively. Minus 37.23. Minus 37.16. Minus 37.42. Good news came one after another, and everyone had completed the transaction. Ugh! Su Rujin made a victory gesture. You guys are awesome. The average transaction price was minus 37.26. Very nice. The final closing price was minus 37.63 US dollars per barrel. The bears win. The trading room was in an uproar as everyone rushed to hug each other. So Rufin Smythe, everyone has worked hard. Go back and rest early. Tomorrow is a day off, and the company will hold a celebration meeting the day after tomorrow. Yeah, everyone cheered. After staying up for most of the night, they could finally rest. Seeing the employees leaving one after another, Chu Yanfei came over and said, Boss Su, I'm off work too. Su Rujin waved and returned to the office. Chen Fan looked delighted. The profit from shorting international crude oil after settlement exceeded 300%. This is a historic moment for the company and the entire international market. Of course, the bigger beneficiaries are the capital giants behind the scenes, and Chunfan just took a ride. The initial investment was $31.6 billion, and after settlement, deducting handling fees and interests, it became $93.9 billion. Just one step away from $100 billion. Thanks for your hard work. Boo! Chunfan came with Su Ruzhen in his arms. I want a midnight snack. Her body pressed against Chunfan like a snake, and she started to act coquettishly. Ugh! Chunfan was about to call her out, but she pulled him into the lounge. Chapter 109 Layout of Hotel Industry. The next morning, Chunfan was watching the news. Jiangzhou Rich List. The Rothschild family, which ranks first, has total assets of only over $60 billion. The second-ranked Liu family has $41.1 billion. As for the Zhao family, it's just over $30 billion. You can't do it. You're a bunch of little brothers. Su Ruzhen, wearing pajamas, came over slowly and lay on his shoulder. What are you looking at? Chunfan turned around and kissed her. Did you sleep well last night? Well, you're so bad. Su Ruzhen was really a beauty. She pinched him coquettishly. Then he asked curiously, how are you and your girlfriend doing? How far have you progressed? Chunfan picked her up and placed her across his lap. Don't ask such boring questions. I'm obsessed with you, a fairy, every day now. How can I have the mood to think about other women? Yeah. Su Ruzhen's eyes were charming, and she put her arms around his neck and moved closer to him. How's the villa going? Let's go and take a look. Today was a day off, so the two of them came out of Yinfan building and went directly to Jiangshan Daijing Villa District. All the furniture and appliances have been bought. All I need now is a few pieces of clothes and quilts before I can move in. Chunfan stood in the restaurant and looked around for a few seconds. Let's get a few boxes of wine and put them here. We'll live here from now on. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Ruzhen hugged Chunfan from behind in a particularly clingy manner, and the hint of her was very obvious. What are you doing? I'm going to drain you dry. Su Yaojing leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. In the afternoon, Chunfan made adjustments to the company's funds. He left more than $40 billion in blueprint investment and transferred $50 billion back to his own holding company as a backup. Su Ruzhen was asked to pay attention to Oriental Pharmaceutical, as the possibility of restructuring is very high. After all, it is not an ordinary private enterprise, and the higher-ups will definitely find a way to revive it. You can throw it in as a growth investment, or you can quit when you see good results. After all, Blueprint Investments also holds a 21.17% stake. As for the company's celebration party tomorrow, I will not attend, but I will get the bonus in full. After explaining all this, Chunfan returned to the apartment. He still has a lot of things to deal with. As for the security personnel, he also had to make arrangements. He called Chunming over and asked, how is your recruitment of special veterans going? Chunming said, we have recruited 4 people. They should be here in 2 days. Okay, contact me as soon as you get there. Chunming Yao called and said that the car had been bought and would be picked up in 2 days. However, the company has never found a suitable venue, which is rather troublesome because the company address is required for registration. As for personnel arrangements, she has already hired a human resources manager to recruit people. After listening to her report, Chunfan said in a deep voice, the company's office building must be grand and high-end, otherwise don't do it. Well, pay more attention. After hanging up the phone, he stood at the window thinking. The news is being broadcast on TV that Western Watson Capital is gradually withdrawing from the Chinese market, and many of its hotels will have no one to take over. Oh, Chunfan fixed his eyes on the TV screen. Watson Capital is withdrawing from the Chinese market? Haha, just when I was about to go to sleep, someone handed me a pillow. He immediately called Shunming Yao and said, check immediately whether Watson Capital has a joint venture hotel in Jiangzhou. Yes, I'm checking. Have you seen the news too? It's really teacher Shen. He thinks the same as me. Nice, Shunming Yao said, but the hotels that cooperate with them have huge funds. Even if you want to take over their business, how about the funds? Don't worry about this. I'll take care of the money. If you like it, take it. Forehead. Shunming Yao was stunned. No, for a hotel of their size, even if we take half of the shares, it would probably cost tens of billions. Cost less, 20 to 30 billion is required. Chunfan knew that Watson Capital had partners, and the hotels they invested in were worth at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. A hotel like this is not just limited to accommodation and dining. It also has many other ancillary industries. Even if they own half of the shares, it would still be an astronomical figure. Chun Fan understood Shen Mingyao's thoughts. I will invest 10 billion in you, and you could do it freely. Huh? Shen Mingyao was completely stunned, and her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't imagine it all. 10 billion? How powerful is this student of mine? Oh my god, I was shocked when I saw his 1 billion stock market funds a few nights ago. Today, he directly invested 10 billion in himself. Shen Mingyao was confused. If that's the case, then I really have nothing to worry about. However, the Liu family is in some trouble at the moment, and all family members gathered together to hold a family meeting. Watson Capital, which cooperated with the Liu family, wanted to leave the domestic market, and they asked the Liu family to use 6 billion to buy their shares. Otherwise, they sell their shares to someone else. The Liu family was a bit overwhelmed. Although the family assets were as high as over 40 billion, it was absolutely impossible for them to come up with 6 billion in liquid funds. Nowadays, many large companies and enterprises have a great reputation outside. The total value of their assets is tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but it is simply impossible for them to come up with 1/10 of their liquid funds. Many companies are even in debt. Although they have a large scale, their debt ratio is also high. It's the bank's money that's being played with. Because what rich people do is completely different from what poor people do. They will use the funds in their hands to get a bigger piece of the pie. But the poor always earn $1 and do work worth $1. Now, let alone the Liu family, even the Luo family, the richest family in Jiangzhou, probably cannot come up with such a large sum of money. Liu Ruoxian said unhappily. They really dare to ask for it. 6 billion, it would be enough if we can give them half of it. These foreigners are really evil. Yes, they're obviously white, but their hearts are so black. Liu Ruoxian's cousin said, if we don't take over in Jiangzhou, how can others dare to take over? Then let's fight him and see who can afford it. Yes, I support this proposal. The head of the Liu family is Liu Ruoxian's father. He looked around at everyone and said, if we let the Luo family intervene, we will be passive. Liu Ruoxian said, would the Luo family be so stupid? This is billions of dollars, and I guess they won't waste this money. I think the people at Watson Capital are deliberately trying to provoke internal strife among us so that they can benefit from it. This is their usual tactic. The head of the family nodded and said, it is possible that the Luo family wants to intervene. If so, we will have to seek external help. But in Jiangzhou, there are probably only a handful of people who can really help. The head of the family thought for a moment and said, Ruoxian, please contact Zhao Guowei. They also have a hotel business. Let's see if we can join forces. Okay, I'll go to Zhao Guowei's office this afternoon. Due to the sudden withdrawal of Watson Capital, the situation in Jiangzhou is quietly changing. Who will have a last laugh? Chapter 110, Why Do I Have a Bad Feeling? Jiangzhou Luo Family Compound. This is a truly big family with assets of more than 60 billion and an unshakable position in Jiangzhou. Moreover, the Luo family and the Liu family have been in constant grievances for decades, fighting openly and secretly. Watson Capital is about to withdraw from the domestic market, and the Far Eastern International Hotel, which is cooperating with them, has become the focus of everyone's attention. The Luo family father and son are studying. Well, this is an opportunity. Yes, Dad, if we take over Watson Capital's shares, the Liu family will be in trouble, huh? Luo Xingwang laughed triumphantly. Dad, how about I contact the people at Watson Capital? No. The head of the family, Luo Jinxian, shook his head. We need them to come to us on their own initiative. We can't be passive. Don't worry. These people will definitely be clever for money. They will definitely seize the Liu family's weakness. Okay, then we'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Luo Jiaowang was particularly excited today, with an unconcealable look in his eyes. Liu Ruoxian, Liu Ruoxian, let me see how your Liu family will break the impasse this time. Ahem. At this time, a professional personal nurse slowly walked out with the old man's support. Dad, grandfather. The father and son quickly stood up. The old man waved his hands, his cloudy eyes revealing a ruthlessness that grew stronger with age. You are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Liu family. Luo Jiaowang asked in confusion. Why? Grandpa, the Liu family is our mortal enemy. Mr. Luo glared at him fiercely. You know nothing. No matter how much the Luo family is against the Liu family, we must use our real ability to defeat them fairly and reasonably. But you are colluding with these foreigners, which is an insult to our integrity and our family. You fight among yourselves and let the foreigners gain the advantage. What the hell is this? Mr. Luo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at the father and son and cursed, "Whoever dares to interfere will never be allowed to enter the threshold of my Luo family again." "I know, Dad, don't be angry. I told them not to interfere," Luo Jinxian said respectfully. Only then did Mr. Luo nod. But the young Luo Jiaowang didn't understand and was very dissatisfied. At the campus apartment, after Chun Fan had given instructions, he was about to lie down and rest for a while. "After all, I overworked last night." At this moment, he suddenly thought of the little white rabbit next door. How strange. The little white rabbit didn't send me a message today? That's not normal. Today is the weekend, and she should rest. "Little white rabbit, what are you doing?" After a while, the little white rabbit replied, "Busy." "Huh? What are you busy with?" "Not in the apartment." "Yes, I saw you were not at home, so I didn't disturb you." "What are you doing sneaking around the house alone?" Chun Fan climbed onto the balcony again. Lu Wushuang was fiddling with the computer and saw Chun Fan coming over. "Please sit down for a while. I'll be done soon." Chun Fan was not used to the little white rabbit's reaction. What was it that fascinated her so much? When I leaned over to take a look, I saw the screen was full of codes. "Huh, you are. Chill." Lu Wushuang made a cute gesture. "We are hacking a foreign website." "Wipe, you're still a hacker?" Chun Fan stared at her focused face, unable to believe it. "Wait until she finishes and closes the computer." "I'm Fine." "Big Bad Wolf, what did you do today? I didn't see you come back last night either." "Work. I want to make money. Lots of money." Seeing that Chun Fan looked very tired, Lu Wushuang stood up and said, "I'll go get you a glass of water. Why don't you take a rest, and we can have dinner together tonight?" What a thoughtful little white rabbit. Chun Fan took the cup of water and pulled her to his side. He pinched her cute face and asked, "Did you miss me?" The little white rabbit didn't say anything and snuggled in his arms with a blushing face. "Honestly, if you feel too tired, you can stop working so hard. I'll give you money." Chun Fan. He lifted up Lu Wushuang's face and said, "Tell me, what is your conspiracy? Why do you always want to support me?" Faint. The little white rabbit's face turned even redder, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. "What are you doing? Look at me. Why aren't you looking at me this time?" Lu Wushuang's face became redder and redder, but her chin was held by the big bad wolf, and she couldn't dodge. The big bad wolf was not polite this time and kissed him with a man's heavy breathing. The little white rabbit did not hide and accepted it silently. The big bad wolf's hands are dishonest. He is indeed Big A's brother. Wushuang's sister, if this were an English test, you wouldn't even be able to pass the 3rd level. Little white rabbit was so embarrassed. But she did not refuse. She hid in the big bad wolf's arms more and more shyly, and her whole body felt hot as if on fire. Boom, boom, boom. "Miss." Outside, 2 bodyguards came over and knocked on the door in a tactless manner. Chun Fan stared at the door, speechlessly. It seemed that the salary increase had not yet been fully paid. Lu Wushuang quickly responded, "What's the matter? It's time to eat." "You guys eat? I'm not hungry." "Go deal with it. I'll take you out later." Chun Fan whispered in her ear, and Lu Wushuang smiled happily and ran out to eat. The nanny prepared another sumptuous meal today. It was more like it was cooked for the 3 of them rather than for the eldest daughter. Lu Wushuang only ate a little at each meal, and the rest was eaten by the 3 of them. Seeing that the young lady ate so little, the nanny said worriedly, "Young lady, please eat more, or the lady will criticize me again." Lu Wushuang was in a particularly good mood today. "It's okay, just tell her. I don't want to turn into a fat pig. In fact, there's no need to send someone to cook for me. It's fine for me to eat in the cafeteria." This sentence frightened the nanny so much that she trembled. "Miss, please don't say that. I will lose my job." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Wushuang said, "I see. I won't say anything more then." After dinner, she returned to her room excitedly. The big bad wolf fell asleep on the sofa. It seems that moving bricks is really hard work. The little white rabbit felt sorry for him and took out an air conditioning blanket to cover him. 2 days later, 4 retired Special Forces soldiers recruited by Chun Meng arrived. Chun Fan asked him to bring him in for an interview. He looked at Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards with a hint of a smile on his face. For some reason, the 2 of them suddenly felt uneasy. Said to be, "I have a bad feeling." Me too." 20 minutes later, Chun Meng arrived with 4 others. These 4 people all look very energetic and have standard short hair. Standing there like a pole, straight and upright. Let's not talk about its strength first, just the appearance is very good. Chun Fan pursed his lips. Today's assessment task is to challenge the two of them one-on-one. You start, and the countdown starts now. Damn it. Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards were speechless and turned and ran away. The first retired soldier rushed forward and knocked down the two men in 18, 19, 56 seconds. Next one, the second one rushed forward, and the two of them forced the situation to deal with it. Knocked out in 44 seconds. Third place, 1 minute 15 seconds. Fourth place, 1 minute 27 seconds. The two people lay on the ground and simply stopped struggling. He stared at Chun Fan with resentment. What the hell does that mean? Are you using us to practice? He was knocked out in turn by 4 retired Special Forces soldiers. Both of them had bruised faces and noses, a horrible sight. Chapter 111, The 4 Bodyguards. Well, it was a good performance today. Chun Meng, take them to wash their feet and give them a massage later. Both of them fuck. Chun Fan then looked at the 4 capable retired veterans and asked, "What are your names?" The 4 of them lined up in a row, took a step forward one by one, and stood at attention. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Huang Yun, Marui. Good. It's just the 4 of you. What are your salary requirements? The 4 of them said loudly, "Follow the boss's arrangements. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Your mission is to do your utmost to protect your boss. The year-end bonus starts at 500,000 yuan, and there is no upper limit." The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, and immediately stood at attention again. "Thank you, boss." Yeah, Chun Fan nodded. I was very satisfied to see these 4 skilled bodyguards. He ordered Chun Meng, Zhang Long. Zhao will be transferred to General Manager Su as a bodyguard and will be responsible for all her safety. Okay, I'll take them to familiarize themselves with the situation. Chun Fan nodded and patted his shoulder. I'll ask General Manager Su to give you a raise, and all the people in the security department will be under your leadership. Chun Meng said sincerely, "No need, brother. You have already given me a lot." Chun Fan glanced at him and asked, "What's that?" "You will have to follow me across the country and around the world in the future. Our struggle has just begun. You go and get busy first." Chun Fan also brought Huang Jun and Ma Rui to Shin Mengyao. Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards got up and said, "Oh shit, where's the foot wash we promised you?" Shin Mengyao is staying in the hotel temporarily. Chun Fan said to Huang Jun and the others, "From now on, your mission is to protect Mr. Shun with all your strength." "Okay, boss." The 2 of them immediately got into character, and Shun Mengyao handed them the car keys. Seeing that Chun Fan cared about her so much and even provided her with bodyguards, Shun Mengyao was a little touched. This guy is really careful in what he does. With her previous thinking, she had never thought about these things. At most, he would be equipped with a driver. It would be too much to have a bodyguard. But with bodyguards, the status is different. As for her salary, Chun Fan will adjust it later. An annual salary of several million or even tens of millions is not impossible. After all, it is still in the early stages and there is no performance yet. Plus, she also has shares, so there is no problem with the current salary structure. After arranging these bodyguards, Chun Meng came back. "Brother, President Su asked me to come back and follow you." Although Chun Meng is older than Chun Fan, he still calls Chun Fan brother. This not only shows his loyalty, but also respects Chun Fan. After all, she is his woman, so Su Ruzhen actually sent Chun Meng to protect him. Chun Fan nodded. "Okay then. But the bodyguard team needs to be strengthened. If we can recruit suitable candidates, we should do our best to recruit them." "Okay, everything is up to you." Seeing Chun Meng so loyal, Chun Fan patted him on the shoulder and said that some things did not require much talk. Then he asked Chun Meng to take Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards to wash their feet and have a massage. As a man, you should keep your word. Unexpectedly, the 2 guys came back from washing their feet and said, "Boss, let's hang out with you." Although the 2 men's fighting power was a little weak, they could actually fight 3 or 5 strong men alone. It's just that I met a few perverts like Chun Meng. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Protect Miss Lu first. You are welcome to come over any time in the future." "Thank you, boss." From then on, the 2 of them obeyed Chun Fan completely. At Su Ruzhen's side, the celebration party was over and every employee received a bonus. She received another order from Chun Fan to go long on garlic futures. "You are so cruel again." Chun Fan sent her the transaction plan and left the rest to her. On the Lu family's side, The negotiations between the two sides reached a deadlock. The price asked by Watson Capital was too high, and there was no way the Liu family would agree to it. They sent someone to contact the Luo family privately, but Mr. Luo criticized Luo Jinxian and his son. No matter how great the benefits are, we cannot collude with foreigners. What's more, Watson Capital asked for such a high price. It was obvious that they wanted to make a fortune from them, so Luo Jinxian did not agree to their request. Shin Mingyao wanted to take it down, but after making inquiries from many sources, she also realized the ambition of Watson Capital, so she would not take the initiative to contact them for the time being and continue to sit on the sidelines and watch the fight. After this period of preparation, the company structure was basically formed. Various departments have been established, and the staff is gradually increasing. Chen Fan was very happy to see that his company was growing slowly. Now he has also begun to pay attention to cultivating his own high-end network of contacts. After all, to gain a foothold in society, one often needs a larger network of contacts. Especially since Chun Fan wants to build his own financial empire, connections in high-end circles are indispensable. It was the same person who had supper with me last time. The fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao sent me a WeChat message again. Mr. Chun, do you have time to meet? Chun Fan was giving an open class when he received the WeChat message and started laughing. He had a strong premonition that this Xiao Xiao might be trying to hook him. The other night, she pretended to send the wrong message on purpose. She sent a photo of herself in pajamas and then explained that she was sorry and made a mistake as she had originally sent it to her best friend. I also asked Chun Fan to delete it. Send it to your bestie? I don't believe you. Do your besties like to see such chubby photos? He replied with a message. I'm not free today. Let's do it another day. Don't postpone it to another day. Let's do it today. I really have something important to discuss with you. This girl is definitely a veteran. She understands every word Chun Fan says. Seeing how anxious she was, it was even more impossible for Chun Fan to agree to her. I'm really busy, sorry. Then I'll wait for you whenever you're free. Chun Fan didn't reply to the message. She lay on the bedboard. Is there something wrong? Why don't you believe me? After class, Chun Fan came out of the classroom. I bumped into Tang Jing unexpectedly. Tang Jing's clothes are still so simple and refreshing. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and her face was clean and flawless. When Chun Fan saw her, she greeted him playfully. Hey. After all, after having been out there for so long, she has become a lot bolder and her mind is completely opened up. Chun Fan saw her holding a book and asked, Are you going to the study room now? Tang Jing not that. You're not going to lose weight at night, are you? Seeing Chun Fan like this, she couldn't help but smile. Did Zhou Bing say that too? Chun Fan looked at her slender figure and said, Actually, you don't need to lose weight. This is good. Tang Jing shook her head. I've been eating too much these past few days because of what Boss Liu has been doing. I need to lose weight. When Liu Ruoxian was mentioned, a thought suddenly flashed through Chun Fan's mind. Hey, how is the negotiation between the Liu family and Watson Capital going? Do you have any news? I'm not sure, but Mr. Liu went to see the CEO of Zhao Real Estate a few days ago, and it seems there is no hope. Oh, why did you go to see Zhao Guowei? Tang Jing shook her head. She wasn't quite sure either. After all, she is not the core management of Liu Group. Okay, then go to the study room. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and wondered how to take over the shares in Watson Capital. Chapter 112 National Justice. Watson Capital and the Liu family failed after 3 rounds of negotiations. So they issued a notice that an open tender would be held in 3 days. When Chun Fan saw this notice, his brows slightly sank. The scene became more and more intense. Shin Mingyao has been paying attention and has searched for a lot of information. Watson Capital initially thought that the Liu family would give in and buy back their shares at sky-high price, but the Liu family refused to agree. They even planned to ask the Luo family to raise the price, so that the Luo family and the Liu family would fight to the death. As a result, Mr. Luo had a sharp eye and saw through their conspiracy at a glance. He insisted on stopping all family members from participating in this matter. This has led to the current situation of open bidding. At this moment, the Liu family, although Mr. Liu is in good health, he is old after all. He is in his 70s and his hair is gray. He was drinking tea in the yard and listening to the younger generations talking about family affairs. Someone said, Fortunately, the Luo family did not intervene, otherwise this would be troublesome. The old man glanced at him indifferently and said, You are still a little lacking in this aspect. You can't see through the essence of things. Everyone was puzzled. Grandpa, why? The old man took a sip of tea and said, "This is not the kindness of the Luo family, but the righteousness of old man Luo. Based on the behavior of the Luo family father and son, I'm afraid they have intervened a long time ago. Old man Luo should have seen through the tricks of these foreigners." After saying that, he sighed. After all, old man Luo and I have been fighting for so many years, and at least he still knows how to stick to his principles when it comes to major issues. Remember, there are some bottom lines that can never be touched. Some things are done even though you know they are impossible, even if it means getting hurt. There are some things that you know you can do, but you don't do them, even if the benefits are enormous. This is national justice. New, a group of Lu family descendants nodded and kept their grandfather's teachings in mind. On the campus of Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan had just finished lunch with Zhuo Bing and returned to the dormitory for a nap. Lu Wushuang sent a message. "Big Bad Wolf, my brother has come to Jiangzhou. Don't look for me these days. I don't want them to know." Lu Yushuan is coming to Jiangzhou? Chen Fan asked. "Why is he here?" "I don't know. He said he came to see me, so he must have something else to do." "Okay, I got it." Chen Fan replied to the message and immediately called Su Ruzhen. Lu Yushuan is in Jiangzhou. In fact, Su Ruzhen had just received the news, and she didn't know how to tell Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had already known about this. She wasn't sure whether Lu Yushuan was coming for her. "Let him come. It's none of my business. Come over earlier in the evening. I'll be waiting for you in the villa. I asked someone to make you some old hen soup." Chen Fan said, "You are really a juice squeezer." "Okay, wait. Isn't Lu Yushuan coming? What does he want to do?" In the evening, Chen Fan drank old hen soup and asked Su Ruzhen for sex 6 times. Su Ruzhen's neck and body were covered with red marks from kisses. Su Ruzhen was speechless. "How am I going to face people tomorrow?" "Then just rest at home and don't go anywhere." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Seeing Su Ruzhen working obediently at home, Chen Fan returned to school contentedly. Now, Chen Ming drives the Tuareg to pick up Chen Fan every day, and Chen Fan decided to go to the apartment to take a look. He wanted to meet Lu Yushuan. What kind of person was he? But there was no one in the apartment, and then he saw the circle of friends posted by Lu Wushuan. "My brother is here to see me." The address is Yuanzhou International Hotel. Chen Fan understood that this was something the little white rabbit had sent specifically for him to see. It turned out that they went to the hotel. At this moment, in the presidential suite of Yuanzhou International Hotel, Lu Yushuan was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. The butler actually came with him this time. Besides him, there was also Lu Yushuan's team. As the eldest son of the Lu family and the future successor, Lu Yushuan is really handsome and has a handsome face. After all, he is Lu Wushuang's biological brother and has good genes. But there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. The housekeeper reminded him, "Master, I heard that Miss Su is also in Jiangzhou. Do you want to go meet her?" Lu Yushuan said arrogantly, "Why didn't she come to see me?" After being retorted by him, the butler dared not say a word. He just turned around and glanced at the beautiful assistant next to him. The assistant was wearing a standard business suit. The tight skirt wrapped around her sexy body, and the pair of black stockings on her feet were particularly eye-catching. Lu Yushuan asked calmly, "When will the people from Watson Capital arrive?" "It will take at least 2 hours to get back to the president." "Depend on." Lu Yushuan threw the pen aside and said, "These idiots just like to pretend to be great. No more waiting. Just leave them alone. Sister, let's go and have dinner." "Ugh." Little White Rabbit, Lu Wushuang responded happily. 3 days later, Watson Capital launched an open bidding in Jiangzhou Guarantee Building. There were at least dozens of companies participating, and Shen Mingyao brought her bodyguards and assistants with her. What she didn't expect was that, apart from some local financial groups in Jiangzhou, even the people from the Jiangnan Lu family had left. Among them, a young man with an arrogant and indifferent look caught her attention. "I heard that this man is the young master of the Lu family." Looking at his expression, he looks down on everyone and seems to not take anyone present seriously at all. Shen Mingyao had seen people like this before. Deep down, they look down on everyone. He has no feelings for anyone, as if he is above everything. As a teacher, Shen Mingyao naturally disdains such people. She also didn't know where this kind of person got such a strong sense of superiority. But she soon saw Lu Ruoxian had also arrived. Lu Ruoxian was 1 or 2 years younger than her, but equally beautiful. The two people sat on opposite sides of the scene, like 2 red roses in full bloom. As beautiful as a fairy, with a charming and seductive figure. Representatives from Watson Capital also came and sat in the main venue. The host of the bidding conference came out to announce that today's bidding conference is an open bidding for Watson Capital's shares in Far Eastern International Hotel. The news was released 3 days ago. A bidding conference will be held today, and the highest bidder wins. Many people at the scene shook their heads. Their purpose of coming here was not necessarily to acquire shares of Far Eastern Hotel, but to take a look at the situation of the bidding conference. After all, this is also a testimony to a capital competition in the circle. A blonde, blue-eyed, cunning middle-aged man came up to Lu Ruoxian and said, "Miss Lu, I think you will regret this." Lu Ruoxian stood up and sneered, "Not necessarily. No one present here today is a fool. You own 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, which is worth at most 20 to 30 billion. You want to sell it at a whopping price of 6 billion. Do you think everyone in the world is an idiot? You are so evil-minded. I will never let you succeed today." The blond man smiled sinisterly. "Just wait and see." Chapter 113. Lu Yushuan, the Arrogant One. Lu Wushuang was also brought out by her brother today to attend such an occasion. This is also a kind of training and cultivation for her, where she learns by what she sees and hears, and by words and deeds. The more you see and the more you experience, the different your perspective will naturally be. Lu Yushuan had an arrogant and indifferent look on his face. Seeing Lu Ruoxian arguing with the other party, he sneered, grabbed a grape in front of him, and threw into his mouth. He said calmly, "Miss Lu, I will help you get the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, and you'll be my woman." Puff! Everyone was startled and spat out their tea. Even Lu Wushuang next to him was shocked. "Brother, it's not good for you to be so fickle. Isn't there Sister Su Ruzhen?" Hearing this, Lu Ruoxian turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Hee. Lu Yushuan chuckled. "You don't even know me. You Jiangzhou's wealthy families are really arrogant." At this time, a middle-aged man next to him whispered in Lu Ruoxian's ear, "He is the eldest son of the Jiangnan Lu family." Lu Ruoxian's face turned cold. Who did I think it was? I've heard for a long time that the Lu family has a young master who is arrogant and cold. When I saw him today, it was indeed true. Seeing Lu Ruoxian mocking him, Lu Yushuan was not angry. "I am proud, so I have the capital to be proud. Does Miss Lu like to be humble when she is angry?" The 3 listed companies under my Lu family have a market value of hundreds of billions each. Who in Jiangzhou can compare to me? There was silence in the meeting room. Even Luo Jiaowang was silent. He knew Lu Yushuan and the strength of the Lu family, so he didn't want to offend the Lu family. The Lu family is so powerful that, in addition to the 3 listed groups, they also have other hidden industries. Even the Su family succumbed to their strength. But Lu Ruoxian didn't buy his tricks. "Thank you for your kindness. We, the Lu family, can handle our own affairs ourselves." "Ha! Miss Lu, let's be frank. I really don't care about this small share of Yuanzhou International Hotel. But I heard that Miss Lu is extremely talented, beautiful, and charming, with a beauty that can shame the moon and flowers, and a figure that can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. That's why I came here to see her." Puff! Lu Wushuang next to him was really about to vomit. "Brother, you're going too far. I got goosebumps." She really didn't expect that her arrogant and cold brother could actually say such words. Are all men really pigs? Lu Wushuang stood up and was about to leave. Lu Yushuan frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to throw up." Ahem. The host interrupted the two and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. The bidding conference has officially begun. Now, please look at the big screen." The big screen began to introduce the situation of Yuanzhou International Hotel. From design concept to service, to management, hotel prospects, influence, and so on. Yuanzhou International Hotel is indeed one of the best in Jiangzhou, and of course its consumption is also the most expensive. But its business is surprisingly good. Maybe the more expensive it is, the more it shows the dignity of the consumers. Many wealthy people come to Jiangzhou, and this is almost the most stylish place to check in. After the introduction, the host asked everyone to fill out the bid. Of course, there is no doubt that the highest bidder wins. This is also the purpose of Watson Capital. Their offer was 6 billion. Who on earth would be so stupid and rich that he would spend 6 billion to buy shares worth 2 or 3 billion? Shin Mingyao picked up the tender document, read it carefully, and wrote down her own offer. 289 billion. This is a price she can accept. Watson Capital did not read out the bids in public. but instead took them back and announced the results a week later. The purpose of doing this is to leave yourself more room for maneuver. Shen Mingyao left the venue and returned to the hotel where she was staying. She called Chun Fan and told him about the situation at the bidding site. Okay, let's wait for the news. It's too expensive anyway, so we don't want it. Of course, if we can acquire 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou Hotel, cooperation with the Liu family will be a win-win situation. Ding dong. Ding dong. Shen Mingyao had just finished her call when the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, she was surprised. Boss Liu, standing at the door, was a beautiful and graceful lady. Her temperament and beauty were no less than hers, and her aura was even more powerful. Liu Ruoxian looked at Shen Mingyao and asked, "Can I come in?" "Come in." Liu Ruoxian walked into the room and sat down on the sofa. "Mr. Shen, I'm sorry to bother you. I saw you at the bidding site today. I didn't expect that Mr. Shen was also interested in Yuanzhou Hotel." Shen Mingyao naturally knew her purpose and said without hiding anything, "Yes, we are a newly established company. If we can acquire the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel this time, it will be a milestone event for our company. Of course, we don't want to interfere with the management of the hotel, nor will we cause any negative impact on the Liu family. On the contrary, we can cooperate with the Liu family to give you more room to play." Liu Ruoxian looked at the equally beautiful woman in front of her and was also amazed at her sexiness in her heart. Although two people are of similar height, one may not be taller than the other when they lie down. Mr. Shen's figure has at least reached the 4th level of the English alphabet. Even Liu Ruoxian couldn't help but think of a word in her mind. Beauty. With a figure like hers, she must be a man's favorite. After hearing Shen Mingyao's statement, Liu Ruoxian asked, "Mr. Shen, can you tell me your offer at that time?" Shen Mingyao did not hide it. "My offer is 2.89 billion. Liu Ruoxian frowned. "It's a bit high. Its true value is around 2.5 to 2.6 billion. "Okay, sorry to bother you, Mr. Shen. If you take over the hotel shares, please take care of me in the future." Since Liu Ruoxian was so polite, Shen Mingyao naturally treated her with courtesy as well. He personally walked her to the door and they waved goodbye. Liu Ruoxian entered the elevator and immediately told her assistant, "Go check Mr. Shen's background." At this moment, in the presidential suite of Yuanzhou International Hotel, Liu Yuxuan sat on the sofa and no one knew what he was thinking. The assistant reminded, "President, do you still want to meet with the people from Watson Capital?" Liu Yuxuan snorted coldly. "No. Let them show off." He was stood up yesterday and was very upset. He raised his hand to look at his watch, frowning slightly. "Humph, Su Ruzhen is really awesome." The butler listened nearby and shook his head secretly. "I asked him to meet Su Ruzhen a few days ago, but he was too arrogant and said that the girl should come to see him on her own initiative. Later, he asked his assistant to call the Su family and tell them that he had arrived in Jiangzhou. What is this operation? It's obvious that Su Ruzhen still has to come and see him. But Su Ruzhen didn't move at all, and probably didn't have such an idea. It seems that the marriage between the two families will be troublesome. Chapter 114, you are a genius, but am I not? The matter of Yuanzhou International Hotel is not over yet. Zhao Linlin is very happy today. As one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangzhou University, she has a net worth that most people can only dream of. Some time ago, Chan Fan said that she was going to go bankrupt, and it turned out to be a disaster for her. But today, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical finally brought epic good news. The company officially announced its restructuring and was acquired by another local peer company. In fact, this is also a means for another company to go public through a backdoor listing. Many companies cannot meet the listing requirements on their own and have to find other ways. After the reorganization, Chan Fan's equity was diluted by more than half, but he didn't care. "I don't want to take over the management of this company, so how they play is none of my business, Chin Fan. As long as the stock price goes up to the right level, I'll get what I want." Zhao Linlin studied this mysterious shareholder carefully, and she wanted to ask Chun Fan for clarification several times. Was it him who did this? Sometimes women's curiosity is greater than heaven. The campus beauty Zhao De actually came to find him. In fact, this can't be entirely blamed on her, because this guy said he also trades stocks. And he predicted that the campus beauty Zhao would lose money, so it would be strange if she wasn't curious. Just after school that afternoon, the little white rabbit Liu Wushuang couldn't control his longing for the big bad wolf and wanted to find a chance to meet him. As a result, she came to the finance department specifically and saw the campus beauty Zhao at first sight. What is she doing here? Lu Wushuang was very curious, but it had nothing to do with her if she came here to wait for the big bad wolf, right? But who would have thought that when Chun Fan came out of class, the school beauty Zhao walked over and said, Chun Fan. Chun Fan was stunned and asked in confusion, "What? Come with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." This isn't good. Chun Fan looked around and saw a group of animals staring at the two of them with curiosity, especially several sports students. All of them were eyeing with eager eyes. Damn it. Now that you already have Zhuo Bing, do you still want to date the campus belle Zhao University? Ahem. Just tell me what you want to say. Zhao Linlin rarely takes the initiative to talk to boys, and she also feels that people around her are full of hostile eyes towards Chun Fan. Embarrassed, let's talk outside. It's not very convenient here. All right. Chun Fan decided to challenge the bottom line of these athletes. I'm going out with the campus beauty Zhao. What's wrong with that? You bite me. The two came to the parking lot. Zhao Linlin pressed the car key, and her Maserati blinked happily. Chun Fan looked at the car several times. Yeah, the headlights are nice. Zhao Linlin has several cars, which she drives in turns. This is so embarrassing for those guys who are showing off after buying a used car. What do you want to say now? There's no one here. The school beauty Zhao glared at him depressedly. Are you so afraid of Zhuo Bing? Ahem, what does this have to do with Zhuo Bing? What's the matter? Are you going to steal her boyfriend? Zhao Linlin blushed. What are you thinking about? Do you really think you're such a charmer? I just want to ask, are you the individual investor who holds 21.17% of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares? This stock has been reorganized. Did you know that? I know. Why would I buy it if it doesn't reassemble? Chun Fan said lightly. Such a big thing seemed like a piece of cake for him. Zhao Linlin stared. Is it really you? What's so strange about this? Look at yourself. You haven't even graduated from college yet, and you're already managing 2 5-star hotels. Your net worth must be over $1 billion, right? Isn't this normal? But Zhao Linlin was a little confused for a moment. She had been guessing before. Now it was finally confirmed, but she still couldn't believe it. Wasn't he a poor student receiving poverty subsidies before? Chun Fan said calmly, you don't have to be surprised. There are so many geniuses in this world. He will inadvertently create the most beautiful and brilliant fireworks. Listening to this guy bragging, Zhao Linlin was absolutely convinced. Aren't you a poor student? Yeah, I'm still poor now. Chun Fan spread his hands and sighed in his heart. It's really poor. Just 2 girlfriends. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk to this pretentious criminal anymore. If you have nothing else to do, I'm leaving. Don't. Zhao Linlin pulled him back and said, actually, I want to cooperate with you. She looked into Chun Fan's eyes and said, I am serious. You can negotiate any terms you want. Chun Fan looked at the school beauty Zhao. Why? Zhao Linlin lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. To tell you the truth, I just want to achieve amazing results. Help my dad show off his power in Jiangzhou. Forehead? What's the meaning? Chun Fan was a little puzzled. Zhao Linlin bit her lip and said, you don't know, I've seen my dad grovel in front of others. Although Zhao's real estate is now considered to be successful and has tens of billions of assets, it is still not enough in front of those real bosses. So I swore that I would never let my dad compromise in front of others again. Chun Fan was stunned. He never expected that the campus beauty Zhao would have such thoughts. Not bad. Many people in the circle seem to be doing well, but in fact the suffering and hardships they endure behind the scenes are things that outsiders can never understand. Maybe you only see his glory, but don't know his hard work. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be lying, and there was no need for her to lie. Let's talk about this later. What I need is not a partner, but a professional manager. Professional managers are just workers. Chun Fan saw that she was silent. Maybe she felt that what she said was a bit crazy, but it was the truth. I just need talents. Let the world's talents work for you. Only in this way can we support a larger financial empire. Zhao Linlin seemed a little unconvinced. I increased my position in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Oh, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that she had such courage. Only when you're in danger can you survive. It's really good with some business talent. Chun Fan nodded, excellent. But after Dongfeng Pharmaceutical's restructuring takes off, it will be almost time to come out. The purpose of stock trading is just to make money. There's no need to get involved in the fight for equity among them. Chun Fan left after he finished speaking. Zhao Linlin got into the car. I feel like I can't accept these facts for the time being. This guy is awesome. Could it be that apart from buying Dongfeng Pharmaceutical at a bargain price, he has more secrets? You don't have to be surprised. There are so many geniuses in this world. he will inadvertently create the most beautiful and brilliant fireworks. Thinking of the boasting this guy had just made, Zhao Linlin curled her lips. You are a genius, but am I not? Humph. I'll surpass you. The campus beauty Zhao was really unconvinced and waved her fists. As soon as Chun Fan came out of the parking lot, he received a WeChat message from Little White Rabbit. Big Bad Wolf, what are you doing? Chapter 115, she went on a date with her boyfriend. The Little White Rabbit misses me again. Liu Yuxuan came to Jiangzhou these days, and she was so scared that she didn't dare to contact Chun Fan. She could only tell Chun Fan what she was doing by posting on WeChat moments. Before Chun Fan could reply, she sent another WeChat message. I'm at the apartment, come back soon. I'm going to the hotel to have dinner with my brother later. Ugh. When Chun Fan rushed to the apartment, the Little White Rabbit was indeed waiting there. Her two bodyguards greeted Chun Fan respectfully when they saw him. Mr. Chun, the nanny doesn't have to cook these days and has gone to dance in the square again. So Chun Fan entered the Little White Rabbit's room with full legitimacy. As soon as the door closed, the Little White Rabbit jumped into his arms. Like a docile kitten. Big Bad Wolf, do you miss me? Chun Fan stroked her hair and lifted her chin. Boo! The Little White Rabbit's face turned red. Now, she has learned to close her eyes. The two had not been intimate for 3 minutes when Liu Wushuang's cell phone rang. She quickly turned around to answer the phone. Miss, the president asked you to come over for dinner. Got it. I'll come right after I change my clothes. After hanging up the phone, she was a little reluctant. My brother called me. Well, go ahead. The Little White Rabbit stayed there for another 2 minutes before turning around to change clothes. In fact, Chun Fan also wanted to meet Shun Mingyao, so he took a shower and asked Chun Ming to drive him there. When I arrived at Yuanzhou International Hotel, Shun Mingyao didn't open the door after ringing the doorbell twice. Wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Shun Mingyao was heard shouting inside. Huang Jun and Ma Rui stood at the door, very respectful. Chun Fan casually took out 2 packs of cigarettes and gave them to them. Chun Ming, take the brothers to eat something good. Huang Jun and Ma Rui said, no hurry, let's do it later. Maybe Mr. Shun has something wrong. They are both loyal. Chun Ming also said there was no rush, so Chun Fan ignored them. Shun Mingyao opened the door and a fresh scent of shampoo hit her nose. Seeing that she was wearing loose pajamas, I guess she put them on temporarily. Come in first. Maybe she still regarded Chun Fan as her former student and didn't care too much about him. Chun Fan looked at Shun Mingyao's proud figure. Even such loose pajamas could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. People from Watson Capital approach me, and they hope we can become their agent. Not interested. These people are too naive to actually come up with such an idea. In this way, they withdrew from the Far East International Hotel on the surface, but in fact they just changed the way to continue to control everything. Besides, how could I agree to such conditions? That's what I meant. Shun Mingyao poured a glass of water for Chun Fan and sat on the sofa. It seems that the equity dispute of Yuanzhou International Hotel is quite troublesome this time. Even the Liu family has intervened. I came to you to discuss this matter. How should we deal with it? Chun Fan looked at the time and said, how about we go eat first? Shun Mingyao said, I won't eat at night. Otherwise I will have to change clothes again. What's going on? Is it popular among women nowadays to skip meals at night to lose weight? They can choose not to eat it, but I can't do it myself. I always wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Chun Fan advised, no need to change. You actually look pretty good in this outfit. Shun Mingyao frowned. Chun Fan, have you learned how to flirt with girls now? Are you in love? No. How can someone as honest as me fall in love? You know, my dream is to make money. Shun Mingyao expressed her disbelief, saying that she believed it herself before when he didn't have a girlfriend because he was too poor. Almost no girls in the class liked him. It's hard to say now. Chun Fan shouted, let's go, we won't go far. Let's just eat at the restaurant downstairs. All right. Shun Mingyao did it reluctantly. After all, Chun Fan was her boss. She went to the bedroom and changed her clothes into simple casual wear, but still looks beautiful. The two of them went to the restaurant downstairs together, followed by 3 bodyguards. Seeing this, the waiter immediately stepped forward to greet them. Please come this way, both of you. There were quite a few people sitting in the hall. Shun Mingyao ordered 7 or 8 dishes and a soup for herself. When the waiter left, Shun Mingyao whispered, many people here are here for Watson Capital shares. Chun Fan took a few looks and was surprised to find that the Little White Rabbit was also here. She was having dinner with a man in his late 20s. Could this be her brother? Chun Fan took a closer look at her. She looked good, but she was too arrogant. The little white rabbit had already seen him and was smiling at him. What are you looking at? Lu Yuxuan followed his sister's gaze and asked, huh? He had met this woman before and was impressed by her. I didn't expect to meet you here again by chance. When Lu Yuxuan's eyes fell on Chun Fan, a sneer flashed across his face. I didn't expect this woman to have a dog. It's just bad taste, isn't it? Waste natural resources. Lu Yuxuan was somewhat disdainful. He winked at the bodyguard beside him and said, Go, ask that beautiful lady to come over for a couple of drinks. Elder brother, the little white rabbit was a little anxious. What are you doing? It's okay. I'll find you a sister-in-law. The bodyguard came over and said, Beauty, my young master wants you to come over for a drink. Shen Mingyao looked over there. It was him again. Thinking of how this guy looked at the bidding site and how he was frivolous towards Lu Ruoxian, Shen Mingyao said unhappily, Not interested. Chun Fan didn't expect Lu Yuxuan to be so arrogant and courageous. It seems that this guy is not a good person. If it weren't for the little white rabbit, I would really ask Chen Ming and the others to take action. The bodyguard was turned down and came back angrily. Young master, the other party is unwilling. Roll. Lu Yuxuan glared at the bodyguard. Useless thing. Just as I was about to pick up the wine glass. Hey, sister. Where's my sister? Boss. The young lady went to the bathroom. At the end of the bathroom corridor, the little white rabbit was hugging the big bad wolf tightly. The two of them were clinging to each other. Big bad wolf. Why are you here too? Who is that sister? She's so beautiful. As pretty as you. The big bad wolf looked at her and smiled. She was my former homeroom teacher. Oh, the little white rabbit curled her lips. Are you inviting the head teacher to dinner? She took out her cell phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Chun Fan. What are you doing? Chun Fan was speechless. This girl always transferred money to him. Did she think I was only fit to be a gigolo? All right, I'll let you see it some other day. The little white rabbit said happily. You have to pay for the teacher's meal. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. This guy pinched the little white rabbit's face and said, I'm not short of money. What I'm short of is. Okay, go back first. Your brother will be looking for you again later. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yuxuan's voice came from outside. Sister, sister. When he saw Chun Fan coming out, he asked, Did you see a very beautiful girl about 18 or 19 years old? Oh, she's on a date with her boyfriend. Roll. Chapter 116, Do you think I won't poach your employees? It seems that the Lu family really regards Lu Wushuang as the apple of their eye. Even Lu Yuxuan, a scumbag, is so nervous. Chun Fan returned to his seat, happily accompanied Shen Mingyao to finish the meal, and then returned to the hotel together. Mr. Shun, Watson Capital can be delayed, if I'm not mistaken. They must be in a hurry to withdraw their shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel because of the last sharp drop in international crude oil prices and tight funds. Chen Fan's guess was actually correct. During the last international capital war, international crude oil prices plummeted to negative numbers. Many parties were liquidated, and Watson Capital was one of the unlucky ones. When international crude oil prices fell to $19.95, they thought it would rebound and bought at the bottom. As a result, he didn't get the bottom and fell into the 18th level of hell. When the price of crude oil hit zero, they made another fatal mistake and covered their positions. In Chun Fan's opinion, how can this be considered as covering a position? It's clearly a way to stab yourself. I guess these are the first group of people in the history of crude oil who killed themselves. The result is obvious. They're short of funds and are busy withdrawing investments to save themselves. After reaching a consensus with Shan Mingyao, Chun Fan left the hotel. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the hall, someone called him, Mr. Chun. Chun Fan turned back. Forehead. The fierce and ferocious Xiao Xiao appears before our eyes in a spectacular manner, ready to burst out. Why are you here? Accompanying a client again? Chun Fan frowned slightly. No. Xiao Xiao drank milk tea and said, I've been trying to get you a date for so long, but I couldn't get one. Come here and try your luck. She blinked her eyes and seemed particularly happy. Do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about. Chun Fan really had nothing to do at night. Go ahead. Shall we find a place to talk? Then I'll go get a room. Hey, I'm telling you something serious. Get in the car. Xiao Xiao is in car sales. When she saw Chun Fan's Tuareg, she said, So you like to keep a low profile. The lowest configuration of this type of car costs hundreds of thousands. Although Chun Fan's car is not the top of the line one, most people who spend $1 million or so to buy a Tuareg are not sure of money. And she also witnessed Chun Fan's generosity. Chun Ming, go back to school. Chun Fan gave an order, and Chun Ming responded loudly. Good one. Let's get started. Chun Fan was lying in the back seat. Xiao Xiao looked at him with blinking eyes. Seeing that Chun Fan had his eyes slightly closed and seemed a little tired, she put down the milk tea in her hand. He reached out his hand considerately and pressed Chun Fan's temple. Forehead? Feeling her soft hands, Chun Fan frowned slightly. I was thinking about her intention. It's not comfortable for you to lie like this. Change your position. Before Chun Fan could say anything, his head rested on a soft and elastic place. Is there such service? But it's quite comfortable. Chun Ming drove the car to the artificial lake next to the school and went down to smoke. Are you comfortable, Mr. Chun? Xiao Xiao asked softly. Well, what do you want to say? Chun Fan lay there and didn't want to move at all. This treatment was amazing. Xiao Xiao said, there's a large auto show recently, a nationwide one. Our President Tan wants to talk to you. What does the auto show have to do with me? No, don't misunderstand me. He wants to work with you. Are you kidding? It's just a car show. I'm not interested. Mr. Tan is not a good person. Chun Fan lay there and looked up at Xiao Xiao's chin. How much money can you make from selling cars in a month? When it's high, maybe 20,000 or 30,000. It depends on the performance. Thank you so much this month. I won the top sales and got a bonus. Don't sell your car, come to me. Didn't Mr. Tan always want Zwabing to be a car model? Snort. I'll make sure you end up losing more than you gain. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Really? Chun Fan moved his neck and found that Xiao Xiao's pillow was really comfortable. He continued to look at her chin. Do you think I don't have the ability? No. I was so surprised. If you really want me, I'll quit my job and come here right away. Well, from now on you will be my personal secretary, with an annual salary of 500,000. Ah, Xiao Xiao trembled and said excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard to serve you. The annual salary is 500,000. How much does it cost for her to buy a car per month? It would be great if I could earn hundreds of thousands a year. And this is simply impossible because during the off-season, sales are sometimes only a few thousand a month. They also have to shamelessly curry favor with this boss or that boss and call customers every day. I'm always worried that if I don't keep up with the customer one day, the customer will run away. Now Chun Fan directly gave her an annual salary of 5 million, and Xiao Xiao was deeply moved. Just a personal secretary. Xiao Xiao's pretty face turned red as she looked at the handsome Chun Fan. Well, it seems that I am not at a disadvantage. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Mr. Tan, who was drinking tea with his friends, suddenly sneezed several times. What's going on? Who is cursing me behind my back? Of course, he didn't know that he was being poached. The next morning, Chun Fan was in class when Xiao Xiao sent him a message. Mr. Chun, I'm here. Okay, then go to the apartment, 2601. The door lock code is, remember to wash your clothes. Okay, during lunch, Zwabing suddenly asked, do you want to have a celebrity girlfriend? Chun Fan didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Zwabing asked, tell me first, what do you think when you see those stars? No. Chun Fan answered straightforwardly. I don't believe you. Zwabing gave him a charming look, biting the spoon, and said, my cousin signed me up for a modeling competition. Chun Fan was stunned. You want to participate? I'm asking for your opinion. This seems to be nationwide, and it's hosted by the central bank. We can accept individual registration. Well, if you want to go, then give it a try. Since we accept individual applications, we are not restricted by capital and modeling agencies. What's more important is that the organizer is very powerful, and a live selection should be fair and just with no inside information. Chun Fan agreed. So Bing smiled happily and said, actually, I don't have any idea, but my cousin has already signed me up. Just treat it as an experience. If your girlfriend advances, then you can. Zwabing's feet clamped him under the table, and Chun Fan pinched her face. Go if you want. But I have to monitor the whole process. Of course you must. You must go with me. How about your girlfriend is so beautiful? Don't worry. You're getting more and more shameless. But Chun Fan thought of a question. Zwabing and her team do have great potential. Why don't I take this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry? There are also e-commerce and live streaming, which are all money-making industries. Go back and talk to Shiming Yao and ask her to prepare the layout. Chapter 117.3 of My Girlfriends Have Gone Away. It is said that people feel refreshed when they are happy. Chun Fan has been living a good life recently. I used to wash my own clothes, but now someone even washes my underwear for me. Life is well organized. From Shunming Yao's side, good news came early in the morning. Watson Capital finally couldn't bear the financial pressure. A transaction agreement was reached with Home to Capital at a price of $2.89 billion. This is good and exciting news. From then on, Chun Fan had shares in another high-end hotel under his name. This is also an important symbol of Chun Fan's entry into the real industry and is of milestone significance. According to Shunming Yao's analysis, Watson Capital chose to transfer its shares to herself because they had their own little thoughts. Of course, there were bids higher than Home to Capital in this bidding conference. But why would they transfer the shares to themselves? Shunming Yao thought that the other party had taken a fancy to Home to, a new emerging force. It is a brand new company with no other complicated background. They have investigated all of this. Maybe they want to keep a backup plan. As for whether Home to Capital will cooperate with them in the future, that is a matter for the future. However, if they want Home to Capital to become their spokesperson, that is just a dream. Given Chun Fan's personality, it is impossible for him to agree to such a request. Shunming Yao has made significant progress. After acquiring shares in Watson Capital, she has reached an agreement with the Liu family. The cooperation between the two sides is a win-win situation, Shunming Yao told the other party. Home to Capital does not participate in the management. She only requested a floor of an office building next to the hotel as the company's office area. The company is also getting on the right track and, following Chun Fan's instructions, preparing to expand into the live streaming and entertainment industries. As for Su Ruzhen, you are so cruel. Garlic futures are being squeezed out step by step and are soaring all the way. Su Ruzhen was extremely happy to see such market conditions. Now, she just had to wait until harvest time. The third good news is that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was acquired, restructured, and listed, and its stock price rose to the daily limit on the opening day. Zhao Linlin was also very happy to see the news. According to current forecasts, there is absolutely no problem for the stock price to double. But the information Chun Fan saw was definitely not as simple as doubling it. When I bought it before, it was only 3.17 yuan. If it only doubles, you are underestimating the appetite of those investors. At least the market conditions that Chun Fan can see at the moment are all daily limit increases. This means that funds that have not been bought and cannot come in at all, and only those who have already gotten on the train have the opportunity to make big profits. Seeing that the stock price always hit the daily limit at the opening, Zhao Da's heart was pounding. In a market like this, there's almost no trading volume. So she couldn't help but send a WeChat message to Chun Fan. Well, can I ask you a question? The campus beauty, Zhao, became more and more cautious when speaking to Chun Fan. Well, go ahead. When do you plan to sell the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical stock? If Chun Fan makes a move, the trading volume will definitely increase dramatically immediately. After all, he holds 1 billion yuan in funds. Even after dilution, there is still more than 10% of the shares. Notarus. Chun Fan replied with a message and ignored her. Zhao Linlin looked at the market trends on her mobile phone. If he was not in a hurry, she would be even less anxious. As a veteran in the stock market, Zhao Linlin also has her own insights. Generally speaking, when encountering such market conditions, if the price doesn't rise, it will just go up, but if it rises, it will soar to the sky. But she couldn't be sure exactly when it would reach the top. Double? 3 times? Or is it a more evil existence? Zhao Linlin puffed her cheeks and said, I will do my best. On the weekend, Zhuo Bing went to participate in the auditions for the national model competition. There are no requirements for clothing in this kind of audition. You just walk around on the stage and you will advance if you pass. If you don't meet the requirements, shoot. Chun Fan accompanied Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing didn't even put on any makeup and just wore a pair of denim shorts. She has a great figure, especially her long legs, which have always been her killer feature. Seeing the people who came up on stage being patted by the audition mentors one by one, Zhuo Bing said, I guess I will be eliminated in the first round too. It doesn't matter. You're just here for the experience anyway. If you can get in, get in. If you can't get in, don't worry about it. That is, Zhuo Bing is indeed quite calm in this regard, and she doesn't have much pursuit for material things. Maybe it's because she grew up in a well-off family. She is definitely not the kind of girl who can be coaxed away by a lollipop. It was her turn to go on stage, and Chun Fan went out to answer a phone call. Wait for him to come back. Forehead, is the show over? Zhuo Bing's cousin shouted excitedly. Wow, my Bing Bing is so good. She got 3 promotion cards and went straight to the finals. Didn't we agree that you would just come here to have fun? You've advanced already? When Zhuo Bing came out, She waved to everyone excitedly. 2 classmates from the dance team came with her, although both of them got promotion cards. But Zhou Bing went directly to the finals. They still need to go through a second round of selection before they are eligible to enter the finals. Of course, this is just the Jiangzhou branch of the South China competition area. There are many more levels to come. If you want to stand out in the competition, you need to overcome them one by one. It is said that there are no more than 3 people like Zhou Bing at present. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, "You are awesome." Zhou Bing said innocently, "I don't know either. I just walked around casually. 3 instructors said I passed." All right, who can blame her for her natural beauty? This innate advantage is unmatched by others. Chun Fan had lunch with them. Zhou Bing and her cousin went shopping, and Chun Fan strolled leisurely on the road next to the Shang Lake Park. Ring, ring. The bell of the electric bike rang, and the delivery boy hurriedly shouted, make way, make way." Bang! Chun Fan dodged to the side, but there was an old lady on the other side. The other party was driving too fast and hit the curb. The takeaway food in the car flew out and scattered all over the floor. The delivery boy got up and looked at the unmanageable scene in a daze. It's over. It's too late. But he still walked over to the old lady. "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady shook her head. She was indeed frightened by him just now, but he didn't hit her. "Young man, don't be so impatient. Be safe. I'm sorry, grandma." Seeing the old lady staggering away, the delivery guy turned around and cleaned up the mess on the ground. Chun Fan stopped and looked at him for a long time. Jiang Chaosheng? Just now he felt that the other person looked very familiar, and it turned out to be his high school classmate. Jiang Chaosheng was stunned when he saw Chun Fan. "Chun Fan, why are you here?" "Haha, old classmate." Chun Fan walked over and hugged his shoulders. "Long time no see. Why are you doing this? Didn't you get into college?" Jiang Chaosheng is also a child from the countryside. He has good grades and has a good relationship with Chun Fan. "I heard that he took the bar exam, but I didn't expect he was delivering food here." Jiang Chaosheng shook his head awkwardly, looking at this old classmate who came from a poor family like himself, and said with emotion, "Don't talk about it. I have no money and my girlfriend has run away with me 3 times. Children without umbrellas must run hard. I'm using my vacation to deliver food." Chapter 118, Hidden Rich, Second Generation. "Don't send me off, let's talk. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Chun Fan cordially invited me. Jiang Chaosheng looked at him several times and said, "Okay, then I won't send you off today." "Oh, I missed this order. I guess I'll lose points. I'll call the client." Before I even made the call, the customer called. "Are you the delivery guy?" "What the hell? I clearly saw the takeaway was only 300 meters away from me. How come it's always been 300 meters away? Are you stealing food? No more words, just pay me back. Bad review. Hello, hello." Jiang Chaosheng shouted a few words, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Needless to say, this deal is a sure loss. He took a photo so that he could explain it to the platform later. After finishing the call and seeing Chun Fan looking at him, Jiang Chaosheng smiled bitterly and said, "Don't think our industry is hard. In fact, if you do well, you can make tens of thousands a month. Hey, do you want to come along? I'll recommend you to our boss." Chun Fan shook his head. Jiang Chaosheng thought he couldn't endure hardship, so he said earnestly, "Chun Fan, I also understand your family situation. We all came from poor mountain villages. Don't be afraid of being ugly, and don't be afraid of suffering. For people like us, we have no background and no money. How can we turn things around if we don't work hard on our own? The few girlfriends I dated all left me because I couldn't afford to buy a house in Jiangzhou." Chun Fan handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Jiang Chaosheng said in a very arrogant tone, "We were almost holding hands." Puff. Chun Fanti patted his shoulder sympathetically. Jiang Chaosheng said, "I'll work hard this month and buy her an Apple phone. I think I can win her back." The direction is completely wrong. Chun Fan originally wanted to tell him that what he needs to do now is to arm himself instead of kneeling down and licking the other party. The two sat down on chairs in the park, and Chun Fan said, "Chaosheng, don't deliver food anymore. I have a friend who needs people in his company. Go and get some exercise." Jiang Chaosheng's first reaction was, "How much is the salary?" Chun Fan really wanted to tell him that what he should focus on now is not the salary, but how to develop his own abilities. Seeing Jiang Chaosheng's urgent look, Chun Fan shook his head. "I'm not sure about this either. Please ask for me. If the salary is acceptable, I'll go over." Chun Fan walked to the side and called Su Ruzhen. Does your legal department need anyone else? No, what's the matter? Do you have someone you know coming in? Su Rujin understood Chun Fan very well and immediately guessed Chun Fan's intention. Of course, it's an exception if you want to arrange someone. Who told me to love you so much? Puff. Shen Yaojing is just good at flirting. How much is an intern's salary? How many interns can there be? 3,000 at most. This salary system cannot be messed up. If it is messed up, it will be impossible to manage. I understand. When Chun Fan came back after hanging up the phone, Jiang Chaosheng asked anxiously, how is it? How much salary can he give? 6,000. Are you going? It's only 6,000. I might as well be delivering food. Jiang Chaosheng was not very willing. Okay then, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Chun Fan left him a phone number. Seeing Chun Fan leave, Jiang Chaosheng shook his head. It seems that he has not been beaten by society. I just want to work in a big company. You know, those big companies require work experience at every turn, and the threshold is very high. Delivering food is great. There is no threshold, and the salary is high. It is earned through your own labor, and there is no shame in it. Jiang Chaosheng is not a bad person by nature. It's just that his vision has not yet been opened up. He can't see anything further. Perhaps he is still obsessed with his love. Chun Fan didn't force it. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Back in the apartment, Xiao Xiao saw the boss coming back and immediately handed him his shoes. Mr. Chun is back. I'll give you a massage. Ever since Xiao Xiao came here, all the small things in life have been left to her to handle. Li Yuxuan stayed in Jiangzhou for a few days and finally left. Little White Rabbit heard the noise and came to knock on the door. When she saw Xiao Xiao, she was completely stunned. Big Bad Wolf, my brother has only been here for a few days, and you've already changed him? Kumein. Seeing that she looked aggrieved, Chun Fan quickly pulled her in. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Wushuang in surprise. Who is this? What a beautiful little sister. Chun Fan pulled her to sit on the sofa and said seriously, this is Xiao Xiao, my personal secretary. Let her handle the household affairs from now on. Personal secretary? The little White Rabbit stared with confused eyes and asked, how can you, a bricklayer, be more awesome than my dad? My dad only has a dozen secretaries. But he needs to do it for his job, as there are so many companies under him that need to be managed. Xiao Xiao said cleverly, yes, I am Mr. Chin's new personal secretary. You can come to me if you have any questions in the future. The little White Rabbit pouted and pulled Chun Fan to the next door. What exactly do you do? You even have a personal secretary. Ahem. Chun Fan pinched her face and whispered in her ear, call me husband, and I'll tell you. Faint. The little White Rabbit blushed, feeling so embarrassed. Seeing her so embarrassed, Chun Fan stopped making things difficult for her. I'm running a company now. You've met Chen Meng. He has always been my bodyguard. Ooh. The little White Rabbit's eyes widened. It turned out that this guy was a hidden, rich second generation. I thought I was just going to school with a bodyguard. The little White Rabbit was angry and raised his fist to hit him. You are so mean. You keep lying to me. Chun Fan grabbed her fist and pushed her against the wall. Okay, haven't I told you now? Seeing this guy's mouth approaching, the little White Rabbit closed his eyes. After being with Chun Fan, little White Rabbit gradually became more relaxed. She is very obedient and well-behaved. But when Chun Fan wanted to take it a step further, she became very nervous and refused to agree. Seeing her begging pitifully, Chun Fan didn't feel comfortable using force. Seeing how docile the little White Rabbit was, Chun Fan said lovingly, in the future, if you want to go shopping or something, you can ask her to go with you. She will definitely help you get everything done. The little White Rabbit looked up. How big is your company? Well, you know the Yuanzhou Hotel? I own 45% of the shares there. Ooh. The little White Rabbit opened her mouth. She had stayed with her brother at the Yuanzhou Hotel for a few days, so of course she knew what that place meant. I didn't expect the Big Bad Wolf was so rich, and he kept lying to me. Of course, the speed at which Chun Fan made money was far beyond their imagination. After the reorganization, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has been on the rise for 10 consecutive days, which can be called a miracle for pharmaceutical stocks. When Zhao Linlin saw this trend, her left chest began to beat rapidly. She also didn't know to what position the main force would pull it to, but a growth rate of 10% per day was still quite terrifying. After covering her position, her loss of more than 100 million yuan has returned to 130 million yuan, and she will be able to make back her investment in full in a few days. Now she had to admire Chun Fan's previous amazing operation. Dare to spend billions of dollars to pry open a landmine. The key is that he bet right. Chapter 119, This Campus Beauty is more powerful than I imagined. At the end of October, the reorganized Dongfeng Pharmaceutical hit 19 daily limit ups in one go. The stock price rose from 3.17 yuan to 19.39 yuan. The increase was more than 6 times. The 50 million yuan held by Zhao Linlin has also turned into 305 million yuan. Not only did she recover her losses, she also earned back more than 100 million. This is unprecedented in Zhao Linlin's trading history. She had never taken such an adventure before, and she was particularly excited when she saw the funds in her account. It stands to reason that after trading stocks to this extent, you should be content. You have to know that the risks involved in stock trading are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The rise is crazy, and the fall is crazy too. Zhao Linlin has experienced all of this. The roller coaster-like feeling is shocking and thrilling. After the 19th daily limit, the stock opened the next day. From the 20th board, it poured down. In just 10 minutes of trading in the early morning, the trading volume had reached an astonishing 2 billion. Zhao Linlin took a special leave and kept a close eye on this stock. When she saw the stock price opening, she cleared her positions without hesitation, because she knew that in a situation like this, if she didn't leave, she would have no chance. Then she watched the stock price go slowly down. Trading volume continues to increase. In the morning alone, it had reached more than 6 billion. The turnover rate is 36.6%. Zhao Linlin thought to herself that Chun Fan must have shipped the goods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a large trading volume. In the stock market, it is important to lock in profits. Zhao Linlin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the funds in her account safely leaving. Faced with this result, she was both happy and nervous. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to know what was going on with Chun Fan. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chun Fan. Are you out yet? A few minutes later, beep, she received a reply from Chun Fan. Half of it is out. Zhao Linlin widened her eyes and secretly estimated the funds in Chun Fan's hands. At first, he invested 1 billion yuan, and after 6 times, his capital amount reached 6 billion yuan. With such a huge size, it is certainly impossible for him to be as light as a small retail investor like himself. Therefore, what Chun Fan said should be half right. Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. What should I do with the rest? Keep going. Still continuing? Zhao Linlin pondered this sentence carefully and analyzed the board for a long time. That's right. With the amount of money he has, he definitely won't be able to spend it all in one day. So, there's still a chance? In the afternoon, the stock price continued to fall from the upper limit to the lower limit. The trading volume on that day exceeded 10 billion, and the turnover rate reached more than 40%. Seeing the stock price hit the limit down, Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. Take another gamble. Since it hasn't come out completely, I don't believe it will continue to fall. So she bought a third of the position. In this way, she will be invincible regardless of the stock price limit. At least he got back his 200 million yuan principal, and the remaining 100 million yuan in profit was left there to float. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after she bought the stock market was about to close. Suddenly, a large buy order came in, swallowing up all the sell orders in the blink of an eye. The stock price started to rise again. Whoosh, whoosh. The price limit was reached in 3 seconds. Damn it. At this moment, countless stock investors across the country were cursing. Cunning. Damn it. It's a dishwashing. This amazing move left a long lower shadow on the K-line. At 3 o'clock, the stock market closed. Zhao Linlin accidentally made more than 20 million yuan from the 100 million yuan fund. No wonder. For rich people, the stock market is no different from picking up money. She was very satisfied with her performance today. At this moment, Chun Fan also exited the stock trading software, as if he had already gotten used to all this. Of course, what he gained today was beyond Zhao Linlin's imagination. This was also the first time he played a leading role in driving up the stock price. After Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals' market value initially fell to more than 4 billion yuan, it underwent restructuring and surged to nearly 300 billion yuan. The total amount of funds invested by Chun Fan and Blueprint Investment is only 12 billion. The funds that fled today were part of the stocks held by Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan sold half of them and bought them back at the end of the trading day. After this round trip, The total amount of funds in his personal account reached more than 6.5 billion. Of course, he never expected that Zhao Linlin was so bold as to dare to lick blood on the edge of a knife. 100 million yuan was purchased at the end of the trading day. After school, Chun Fan was still reading a book when he heard a commotion at the classroom door. Goddess! Goddess! Someone patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "Look, the goddess is here." Chun Fan looked up and saw Zhao Linlin standing at the classroom door waving at him. "What's the meaning?" "Class monitor, the school beauty Zhao is looking for you." A nosy girl ran over and shouted. The boys in the class screamed and howled, "Ah! It's over, it's over." He slept with half of the 4 most beautiful girls in school by himself. Chun Fan knew that she was looking for him probably because of the stock issue. The classroom started making noise. The class monitor is so awesome. The squad leader is awesome. All right, if you make trouble again, I'll deduct half of your class fee. The classroom became quiet in an instant, and the group of animals quickly covered their buttocks, as if they were afraid that a leak would upset the class monitor. Chun Fan walked out of the classroom. "What's the matter? Can we go over there and talk? I have something to tell you." Zhao Linlin is not as shy as Lu Wushuang. After all, she manages a hotel and has seen scenes of all sizes, so she has already trained herself. Chun Fan followed her to the playground, and Zhao Linlin asked, "Did you pull it up at the end of today's session?" Chun Fan glanced at her and said, "You shouldn't ask this kind of question. This is a business secret." Zhao Linlin said, "I know, I just want to confirm it. Because I bought another 1/3 of the position at the end of the trading day." Chun Fan stared at her for a long while. This Zhao Linlin was more capable than he had imagined. Anyone who has ever traded stocks knows what 1/3 of a position means. Advance and retreat in moderation, and don't be afraid of ups and downs. So he had to look at her again. Then he gave her a high evaluation. "Well, you have good talent and are qualified to be my apprentice." It makes sense for her to do so. The stock price will not fall as long as the market maker has not run away. Either it will fluctuate or continue to push up shipments. "Do I have a chance to work with you now?" Chun Fan shook his head. "The market will get even weirder next time, if you can keep up with the train of thought." Zhao Linlin said solemnly, "Don't worry, I promise I won't fall behind." Now she finds that large-scale capital operations are much more exciting than managing a few hotels. If I can expand the funds in my hands, wouldn't I be able to become a figure comparable to Lu Ruoxian and others? Maybe I can even stand at a higher position and become a legend in Jiangzhou's business world. After Chun Fan left, Zhao Linlin began to think about tomorrow's plan. How much is the reorganized Dongfeng Pharmaceutical worth in the eyes of these capital tycoons? This is a question worth thinking about. Chapter 120. If you can't afford it, then don't admit that you are poor. The valuation of a stock determines the height of its share price. The main force will price it at a certain position based on how much it is worth in the eyes of the main force. Looking at the entire pharmaceutical sector, are stocks like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical only worth 19.39 yuan after the reorganization? Obviously more than that. After figuring out this problem, Zhao Linlin's thoughts suddenly became clear. I see. The next day, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical opened sharply lower, minus 6.56%. Zhao Linlin seized the opportunity and decisively increased her position, once again investing all the funds she had. Then she locked the position, trusting her own judgment. Zhao Linlin's trading method is very sharp and bold, but it is enough to illustrate her talent. Sure enough, this day was another day of strong market cleansing. After violent fluctuations, the stock price fell by more than 2 points, bringing today's decline to 9 points. It's almost a limit down. Looking at the huge volume that appeared on the market again, Zhao Linlin wondered if it was the main force fleeing. The third day opened flat, but less than 2 minutes after opening, the stock price was violently pulled up again. Then the price limit was reached. Ouch! Zhao Linlin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This daily limit increased her funds by more than 30 million. At this moment, Chun Fan just opened his phone and took a few glances. Then he showed a faint smile. "I didn't move today, and neither did Blueprint Investment." In that case, who pushed up the stock price? Hot Money. This is definitely a powerful group of hot money, and they are good at trading such stocks. I remember that several years ago, there was a stock called Tianshan Shalai. Its price started from more than 2 yuan and was taken over by others to 45 yuan, not including the stock expansion and dividends in the middle. The power of hot money is strong, and they can often create miracles that defy the will of heaven. Well, it's another day to pick up money. But who is the banker of this stock? Snort. Hard to say. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen an order to sell all the stocks before the stock price reached 40 yuan. Got it, okay. At noon, a Mercedes Maybach worth more than 2 million yuan was parked quietly at the entrance of the campus. A young woman in an OL business suit asked respectfully, "Boss Xiao, are we going to find him like this?" There was also a middle-aged man with a big belly and a deep look in the car. "Contact him first." Okay. The woman in professional attire made a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Chen Fan. I'm Zhu Chu from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Do you have time? Can you come out and meet me? I'm already at the gate of your school." Chen Fan was very surprised to receive this call, but he quickly realized that he had left his phone number at the securities company, so it would not be difficult for the other party to find him. What does it mean that the people from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical are looking for me at this time? Chen Fan thought for a moment and came to the school gate. From a distance, I saw a Mercedes Maybach with an out-of-town license plate and a young woman standing next to it. It should be them. You know what? Zhu Chu is quite pretty. However, bosses like them need several secretaries. One for day use and one for night use. Chen Fan came over. Zhu Chu. The other party was stunned. Although she had already checked Chen Fan's background, she was still shocked. You should know that Chen Fan's current shareholdings are worth 60 to 70 billion. Still so low-key? How does the way he's dressed look like a billionaire boss? At this moment, Zhu Chu suddenly had a guess. Could he be just a tool of some group? Seeing her in a daze, Chen Fan didn't care and just asked calmly, "Is there anything wrong? If not, I'm leaving." "No, please wait." Zhu Chu was anxious and stopped Chen Fan anxiously. "Our boss wants to talk to you. Is it convenient to get in the car?" In fact, Chen Fan could see everything inside without Zhu Chu opening the car door. "No one has any secrets in front of me. Even if you're wearing iron underwear, I can see it clearly." The man in the car nodded slightly at Chen Fan. "It depends on whether the topic you're talking about interests me or not." Zhu Chu said, "It's like this, we want to buy the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares you hold. Is it convenient for you?" "This is possible. If you can reach an agreement, you can save yourself a lot of time." Chen Fan said, "Okay, pick a location." Zhu Chu invited again. "How about getting in the car and going together?" "No, I have my own car." Chen Fan made a phone call, and Chun Meng, who was guarding the school gate, immediately drove over. Seeing that Chen Fan was actually sitting in a Touareg, the middle-aged man in the car said, "This young man is not simple. Since we're discussing big business, of course we can't go to a place that is too low-key." Zhu Chu and his friends drove their Mercedes Maybach directly to Jiangzhou International Hotel. When Chen Fan came in, Mr. Xiao kept an eye on his every move. He found that the young man did not feel the slightest bit out of place in such a high-end place, but was instead very relaxed. From this, he concluded that Chen Fan was most likely the real shareholder and not a tool, as Zhu Chu had guessed. They found a place in the hotel, and the two sides sat down to negotiate. After the waiter brought the tea, Zhu Chu spoke first. "Mr. Chen, we want to buy the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares you have." Chen Fan glanced at the two of them calmly and said, "Sure, what's your price?" Zhu Chu looked back and asked Mr. Xiao, smiling, "The current closing price of the stock market is 19.41 yuan. How about we give you an additional 10% increase based on this price?" From the fact that they were looking for him, Chen Fan guessed a possibility. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical may be caught up in a dispute over equity. Otherwise, how could the other party come so far to find me? At present, apart from the major shareholders after the reorganization, I should be the largest individual investor. He previously owned 21% of the shares, and after the restructuring and dilution, he only had a few percent left, which is also a large proportion. This does not include the shares held by Blueprint Investments. Chen Fan shook his head, stared at the two men, and asked, "You came from such a long distance. Isn't the gas expensive?" Zhu Chu didn't understand what Chen Fan meant at first, but Mr. Xiao did. "Since Mr. Chen thinks we are not sincere enough, can you make an offer?" Chen Fan was very direct. "Double it." The two of them were stunned for a moment. This guy had such a big appetite. If it doubles again, how much money will it cost? You have to know that the shares he holds are worth 6 or 7 billion. Mr. Xiao frowned and said, "Young man, be content. You've made enough money on this stock. Don't be too greedy. Too much greed will eventually devour you." Chen Fan snorted, "Goodbye. Doing business is a matter of mutual consent. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it." He doesn't admit that he is poor and says others are too expensive. What's the meaning? I have never seen anyone so shameless. After Chen Fan left, Zhu Chu asked anxiously. Mr. Xiao, what should we do? Let's go to Blueprint Investment Company and ask. They really checked the investors' information thoroughly. Chapter 121 Popular Anchor Lu Wanwan. Well, now that we are at the Far Eastern International Hotel, let's go see Teacher Shun. Shun Mingyao's office is on the 28th floor of the office building next to the hotel. This number corresponds exactly to her age. Of course, this is just a coincidence and not something she deliberately chose. The office is spacious with a great view. As soon as Chun Fan came in, Shun Mingyao saw him. Hey, why are you here? I came to see you, Teacher Shun. Shun Mingyao joked. You still call me teacher? Now I'm working for you. Okay, Mingyao. Shun Mingyao heard this and said angrily, you are getting more and more oily. What should I call you then? Meng Meng? Yao Yao. Come on. It's getting more and more out of control. Whatever you want. Chun Fan laughed. You said it. Then I will call you Meng Yao from now on. Shun Mingyao felt so disgusted by this name. But fortunately, he was his former student after all. Chun Fan stopped joking with her. Didn't you take a break at noon? Shun Mingyao looked at her watch. Well, didn't you say you wanted to enter the live broadcast and entertainment industry? I have an appointment with a popular anchor at noon, and I want to check it myself. Just let the people below do this kind of small thing. Have you eaten yet? I eat cereal. Women are really willing to risk their lives for their figure. It's been kept so well, I don't know who got the benefit. Chun Fan shook his head. Then you go ahead and get busy. When I came out of Shun Mingyao's office, I ran into the company's human resources manager and a girl. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. The other party also looked at him, and the two of them entered Shun Mingyao's office. Chun Fan called Chun Meng, and the two of them had dinner at a nearby restaurant. I'll give you a day off today. Go and have fun. Seeing that Chun Meng was by his side every day, Chun Fan took special care of him. Chun Meng said, no, I'm not tired. When you were in school, I was idle every day. Chun Fan transferred him 100,000 yuan and said, go buy a few sets of clothes and add some of the things you want. All right. Chun Meng wondered if his boss thought he was an eyesore and was hindering his ability to pick up girls. He hesitated for a moment, then took something out of his pocket and put it into Chun Fan's hand. Then take this. Seeing this thing, Chun Fan rolled his eyes. How much did you buy? There are 6 more boxes in the car, all for you. Chun Meng strode away, and Chun Fan threw the things away speechlessly. It just happened to fall at the feet of a girl. When she looked down, her face turned green. Chun Fan walked over awkwardly and picked up the thing. Well, don't get me wrong, this is not mine. That guy just dropped it. I just wanted to throw it into the trash can. Unexpectedly, the other party said, don't hide it, Mr. Chun. Forehead. Chun Fan looked at her blankly. She was the popular anchor who had just gone to Shun Mingyao's office for an interview. She's pretty, but a little cold. At least 1.7 meters tall with a thin waist and a big butt. Am I that famous? Chun Fan looked at the other person carefully for a long time and had some impression of him, but he couldn't remember it. What did you call me? Mr. Chun, you are very famous in school. Don't you know it? The other party said mockingly. Why? Think about it yourself. A lot of girls are telling you the same thing anyway. Chun Fan suddenly realized. You are also from Jiangzhou University? What else? The other person looked disgusted and walked away from him into the restaurant. I was in such a hurry to apply for the job that I haven't eaten yet. Chun Fan looked at her back, but still couldn't remember who she was. Haha, these girls in school actually call me Mr. Chun? You golden lotuses, just wait for me. As soon as I returned to the apartment, Su Rujin called me and said, someone claiming to be from Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals said their boss wants to see me. Chun Fan said, ignore him and just reply directly. They came to me at noon and actually wanted to buy my shares at a low price. It's just outrageous. Su Rujin understood the other party's intention and nodded. I know what to do. According to Chun Fan's previous plan, he would clear out the inventory before the price reached 40 yuan. We will not intervene in their equity disputes and let them play however they want. Chun Fan was lying on the sofa and browsing his phone when the system pushed a live broadcast to him. I have good news for you all. Today I successfully signed a contract with a brand new entertainment company. From now on, I will officially enter the entertainment industry. Behind me now is Jiangzhou's famous Dashang Lake. There are no classes this afternoon, my dears. I will take you to see it. Forehead? Isn't this the girl who just called me Mr. Chun? Chun Fan clicked it and saw a pink curve. 1.09 million fans. Turn out to be. Chun Fan finally understood that she was Lu Wanwan, one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangzhou University. I've heard of his name, but never met him. I didn't expect to meet you in this way today. Does this mean that she will be an artist under her own company from now on? Lu Wanwan's facial features are quite recognizable, and her live broadcast has an advantage. It's just that he's not like some anchors who have no talents at all. He kept shouting in the live broadcast room, asking everyone to crowdfund. The scattered tickets are on the list. Sometimes I thought they were quite funny. They would PK with others at every turn and treated their fans as ATMs. Lu Wanwan didn't ask for votes. She just played the live broadcast casually. Chun Fan analyzed that these fans probably came for her looks. After just a few minutes of watching, someone in the live broadcast room kept refreshing the screen, turning off the beauty filter. I didn't turn on the beauty filter. I've always been live streaming without makeup. If you don't believe me, I'll wash my face for you. She really ran to the lake and washed her face. This action immediately attracted countless popularity, and the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly increased to 40,000. Then someone else flooded the screen with messages, saying, "Let's dance." Can Lu Wanwan dance? Oh, she is from the art department. With such a thin waist, she must be a good dancer, right? Seeing the fans' request, Lu Wanwan agreed and said, "Okay, I'll perform a live segment for you. But I didn't change my clothes today, so just make do with it." She put down her phone and started dancing the Dunhuang flying dance. Hawthorn and pear. Cherries and pears. On the screen, swipe. Countless rockets took off. This is an artist under my own company. Chun Fan casually swiped 10 carnivals. Wow. The popularity of the live broadcast room exploded instantly, soaring to 120,000 people. Lu Wanwan was a little surprised. "Thank you, Brother Chun." Damn, when did this guy change his name to Mr. Chun? Lu Wanwan clicked on his profile picture. Who else could it be but him? I heard that he slept with half of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Zhao Linlin, who ranked first, also openly went to the classroom to find him. What did this guy want to do? Throw money at me? If you think so, you are really wrong. I, Lu Wanwan, am not such a person. Since I started the live broadcast, I have received countless private messages from level 60 brothers. They were all ignored by Lu Wanwan. What she pursues is to truly step into the entertainment industry and become a film and television celebrity like a TV star. This is my Lu Wanwan's life goal. After all, being a small anchor is a bit wild and not orthodox. Chapter 122 Equity Dispute. Chun Fan watched the live broadcast for a while and then fell asleep on the sofa. Xiao Xiao came back from shopping with Little White Rabbit and saw him lying on the sofa. She quietly covered him with an air-conditioned quilt. The Little White Rabbit tiptoed in and motioned Xiao Xiao to come over to her side. Then she curled up and lay beside the big bad wolf. Chun Fan woke up after sleeping for more than an hour and felt something soft in his arms. Who is this? It's so comfortable to sleep while holding me. I opened my eyes and saw the Little White Rabbit looking at me and giggling. Naughty. Chun Fan pinched her face and asked, "When did you come in?" The Little White Rabbit said happily, "I've been back for a long time, and I saw you sleep for more than half an hour." Chun Fan sat up. "Where's Xiao Xiao?" "In my room." Chun Fan stretched and washed his face. The cell phone rang, another unfamiliar number from out of town. "Hello? Who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Chun Fan?" "I'm Xiaoying from the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical Board of Directors. Do you have time? We would like to meet with you." A woman's voice came from the phone, speaking pretty standard Mandarin. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical again? It sounded like they were not from the same group as Mr. Xiao. So Chun Fan asked, "What's the matter?" Xiaoying said, "Mr. Chun, let's meet in person. It's not easy to talk over the phone. How about this, if it's convenient for you? Can we have dinner together tonight?" Chun Fan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, you guys pick a place." After hanging up the phone, Little White Rabbit asked, "Do you have anything to do tonight?" "It's okay, let's go together." "Xiao Xiao, get ready." When Xiao Xiao heard the sound, she immediately ran over from the next room. Chun Fan called Chun Ming again. "There's a mission tonight. Hurry up." At 5:30, the other party sent a message, 1916 Mansion. This is also a giant in Jiangzhou's catering industry and one of the top restaurants. It was the first time that Chun Fan brought Little White Rabbit to a banquet. Little White Rabbit was wearing a long white dress. I just went downstairs to get my hair done. I'm an 18 or 19-year-old girl, energetic and fashionable. Seeing that Chun Fan was going to take her to the banquet, the Little White Rabbit was very happy. As for Xiao Xiao, she is of course a personal secretary at the same level as Chun Ming. The 4 of them got in the car and rushed to the 1916 mansion. Upon learning that Chun Fan and the others had arrived, Xiaoying was waiting at the door early. Compared with Zhu Chu, she is almost a different style. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, a pair of large, shiny earrings on, and a small suit on her body, she looked like a company executive. Xiao Xiao got out of the car first and opened the door for the boss personally. Xiaoying was stunned when she saw Chun Fan and Lu Wushuang appear. She had done some research before and knew Chun Fan's background. This posture is completely like a rich young man. "Hello, Mr. Chun." "Hello, two beauties." Shaking the other person's hand, Chun Fan also greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." "Kumain." Xiaoying was quick to speak and didn't waste time. Since they had met, they could talk slowly about the matter. Everyone came to the box where there were several staff members. It seemed that Xiaoying was their boss. Before, Xiaoying claimed to be from the board of directors on the phone. She is only about 26 or 27 years old, right? It's not easy to join the board of directors at such a young age. The little white rabbit has entered this kind of occasion more than once, but she is particularly happy today. Since Chun Fan was willing to take her out for social events, it showed that the big bad wolf had her in his heart. Sitting next to Chun Fan at this moment, the little white rabbit is particularly well behaved. Xiao Xiao stood behind Chun Fan, ready to take his orders at any time. Behind Xiaoying, there were also several men standing. "Mr. Chun, please serve the food first. We can talk while we eat." "Ugh. Some things don't require too much nonsense. Everyone knows it anyway." Xiaoying's secretary asked the waiter to serve the dishes, and to show her sincerity, Xiaoying also asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine. She raised her glass and said, "Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to bother you. This glass of wine is for you too." After the three of them drank, Xiaoying said, "The thing is, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has always been managed by me and my father. After the incident some time ago, Mr. Xiao and others joined the board of directors of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Now they're fighting for the management rights of the company, and the two sides have reached an irreconcilable point. According to the information I received, Mr. Xiao and his team should have contacted you." Chun Fan did not hide it. "Yes. That's fine. This will save us a lot of trouble. The reason I came here today is also for the shares you have. Now that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has undergone a restructuring, the two sides have had a dispute, so the shares you hold will directly affect who will control the entire company in the future." Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? When the little white rabbit heard the name, he took a deep breath. This is a well-known large company in the pharmaceutical industry, with a market value of hundreds of billions. How come it is the big bad wolf's turn to call the shots? She looked at Chun Fan in surprise. What on earth does this guy do? They are all related to listed companies. After listening to Xiaoying, Chun Fan said, "Mr. Xiao, I can tell you that I will not side with any party, and I have no intention of participating in your equity dispute. I will sell my shares to anyone who can afford the price. I'm just an investor, and I don't have any thoughts on these power struggles." Xiaoying smiled bitterly. "Mr. Chun, you have to know that the stocks you hold are worth 6 or 7 billion now. Who has the ability to take out so much cash? This guy actually holds 6 or 7 billion shares in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical." Xiao Xiao and Little White Rabbit beside them were stunned. "That's crazy." Chun Fan took a sip of wine and said, "That's really not easy. As long as the price is right, I'm ready to make a move at any time. Go to the bank and pledge it. Can't you just get the money and then release the mortgage?" Xiaoying shook her head. "We have thought of all possible solutions, and they will continue to push the share price higher, which will make it even harder for us to buy out the shares held by other shareholders. So you want me to give you the shares?" No. I just want you to join the board of directors and support us when we vote. Chun Fan holds more than 10% of the shares, not including Blueprint Investment. If I add all these shares together, I'm afraid few of them can surpass me, right?" Seeing Xiaoying's eager eyes, Chun Fan suddenly regretted it. "Damn it, I shouldn't have come to eat this meal. I was just speculating in stocks, and now I have become a shareholder and joined the board of directors. We'll talk about this later, but I can make it clear that I will not support the Xiao family." "Idiot with the surname Xiao. You look down on yourself, don't you?" He said that he should be content with making so much money. Hearing his tone, Chun Fan wanted to slap him. With Chun Fan's words, Xiaoying immediately picked up the cup and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your support. Xiaoying is very grateful. I offer this glass of wine to both of you. I will come to reward you handsomely after the issue of shares has been settled. Don't worry, Xiaoying, am not the kind of person who doesn't repay a favor. If Mr. Chan needs anything from my Xiao family in the future, just ask." "I like this attitude." Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. But on the surface, he still said, "Mr. Xiao, you're too polite." Chapter 123. Who else but me could be the first in wealth? After dinner, Chun Fan called Xiaoing. "You go find her. As for your board of directors, I will not join." This is... Xiaoing had not contacted Su Ruzhen yet, and her first stop when she arrived in Jiangzhou was to find Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, "Mr. Su from Blueprint Investments." Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaoing couldn't help but take a breath. You know, Blueprint Investment also holds extremely important shares. Could it be? Xiaoing instantly lost her composure. Their combined shares were enough to shake the shareholding of anyone on the board of directors. After all this fuss, they have been arguing here, but the other person is the one who truly controls the life and death of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. After Chun Fan and the others left, Xiaoing anxiously called Su Ruzhen. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhen was very polite. "Okay, come over and meet me." Chun Fan, hugging Little White Rabbit, said, "Shall we take a walk? Or go back to sleep?" The Little White Rabbit's face turned red, and he punched him a few times. Is there someone behind him? I've been with the big bad wolf for so long, but I still can't let go. Needs to be trained well. Chun Fan glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was following behind him, and whispered in the Little White Rabbit's ear, "What are you afraid of? She knows more than you do. Otherwise, she could have developed so well." So embarrassing. The Little White Rabbit gritted its teeth and pinched the tender flesh on the guy's waist tightly. "Let's go to the hotel." Being held by the hand by this guy, the Little White Rabbit bit her lip and was extremely nervous. Xiao Xiao was very smart. Before the two of them entered, she rushed to the front desk. After a while, "Boss, the room is ready. Depend on. You are such a bad sister." The Little White Rabbit looked at her speechlessly. Are the players who provide assists so powerful now? It's just a job. There's no need to work so hard, right? When Chun Fan brought her into the room, the Little White Rabbit's face turned red and her whole body was burning. Chun Fan pinched her face. "What? Such a pleasant thing has been made so embarrassing by you." The Little White Rabbit covered her face and didn't want to face him. Okay, let's enjoy the scenery. Living in such a high hotel, the night view outside is nice." The Little White Rabbit snuggled in his arms, and she raised her head. "Will you be unhappy?" "No, it's just uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable." The Little White Rabbit is so simple. But Chun Fan grabbed her hand. She shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. This guy is so mean. This night, after all, it is Jiangfeng fishing fire. The next morning, Xiaoing called to thank Chun Fan. She reached an agreement with Su Ruzhen, whereby Su Ruzhen would join the board of directors to help the Xiao family regain control of the company. Mr. Xiao was an outsider in the reorganization, and his dream of taking over the company's position was shattered. Naturally, Chun Fan was too lazy to care about these troubles. Wouldn't it be nice to be a happy rich man? Dongfeng Pharmaceutical stock price is still rising wildly. In less than 10 trading days, the stock price doubled again. It rose from 19.41 yuan at the time to 41.12 yuan. Everyone understands the intention, and no one wants the other party to gain any benefits. The higher the share price, the more expensive the acquisition will be. But at this moment, Xiao was very calm. With Su Ruzhen's help, it was impossible for the other party to take over the management of the company. The current price is already in line with Chun Fan's target price. Since Su Ruzhen had promised Xiaoing, it was naturally impossible for her to continue clearing her inventory, but Chun Fan could. After all, no matter how high the stock price is, there will be a time when it returns to rationality. Not to mention that after the reorganization of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, its stock price has increased tenfold. When Zhao Linlin saw this market situation, she cleared out her stocks and left without saying a word. This tough girl is truly outstanding, worthy of being trained by Zhao Guowei since she was a child. She made more than 400 million yuan in this round of market. At this point, the funds she had in her hands were close to 700 million. Ouch! After clearing out the inventory, she let out a long sigh of relief. I have never felt so happy before. Put down your computer and look into the distance. I couldn't calm down for a long time. This time, she truly witnessed the madness of the stock market. Of course, Chun Fan contributed a lot to this. If she was not sure that Chun Fan had invested such a huge amount of money in this stock, she would not be so bold. So at this moment, Zhao Linlin was thinking, Chun Fan, what kind of person are you? There are many kinds of women in the world. Some people can be persuaded by words, while some people can be conquered by your personal charm. Zhao Linlin is the latter. She also calculated Chun Fan's profits. The 1 billion this guy invested before had already doubled to 60 or 70 billion, and now it has doubled again. Oh my god. He made a net profit of 12 to 13 billion from this stock alone. Zhao Linlin was a little confused. This is too cruel. However, this is only 1/10 of Chun Fan's current total wealth. So far, Blueprint Investment's investment of more than 40 billion yuan in the garlic futures market has doubled. The shareholding in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical also doubled to more than 13 billion. If we add the 50 billion yuan that Chun Fan withdrew before, Chun Fan's total wealth has reached about 160 to 170 billion yuan. Looking at the entire Jiangzhou, who else but us can be the richest? What Luo family, Lu family, Zhao family? They're all scum. Chun Fan transferred the cashed-out money into his own personal account. Stock market transactions have already been taxed, so the money earned does not need to be taxed separately. For now on, just keep these 10 billion as pocket money. Anyway, you have two major companies under your control to make money for you. Bite. As soon as the money was withdrawn to the bank, Chun Fan's bank was in an uproar. President Zeng, who was worried about the annual savings task, racked his brains, pulling at his few remaining hairs. The office door was suddenly pushed open and the lobby manager rushed in. He was out of breath, holding his chest, and said, "President of the bank." President Zeng frowned and looked at the graceful young woman unhappily. "What's the matter?" Great. Faint. I know it without you telling me. Can't I see that you have big breasts? How can I have a mood to think about these things now? It's almost the end of the year and half of the tasks are not completed. The lobby manager took a breath and finally recovered. Go and have a look. A customer suddenly transferred more than 13 billion from the stock market. Our savings mission is saved. What? Even the experienced President Zeng could no longer sit still and jumped up from his chair. Come on, take me to see it. With such a large amount of funds coming in, the bank will definitely monitor it immediately. I followed the lobby manager to the reception counter and saw the funds with my own eyes. I was suddenly excited. President Zeng. President Zeng. Several bank staff members quickly supported him. President Zeng, are you okay? President Zeng held his heart and waved his hand. It's okay. My blood pressure is just a little high. The lobby manager considerately helped him back to the office, and President Zeng immediately instructed, contact this customer immediately and do everything you can to keep the money. If it doesn't work, at least half of it will do. The lobby manager also knows that the funds for these stock speculations flow very quickly. Maybe it will be transferred to someone else in the next second. President Zeng continued to instruct, if you stay, the performance will be yours. The lobby manager was delighted. Okay, I'll contact this guest right away. She couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Chapter 124, the battle ends in 3 seconds. So cool. The lobby manager is Yang Fengqing, 29 years old. As the name suggests, she is full of charm. With a height of 1.65 meters, she is a popular girl in the workplace. She has done very well in her career, and her drinking capacity is amazing. In just 2 years, I have climbed from an ordinary employee to my current position. President Zeng also attaches great importance to her. Whether we can keep this customer this time depends on her. President Zeng touched his head, which was about to fall out. If you can't keep your hair, you must keep your guests. At noon now, Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing were eating in the cafeteria. Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei were also there. Seeing the two showing their affection, Zhao Linlin poured all the meat into Zhou Yufei's bowl. What? I don't eat this meat. Zhou Yufei was very depressed. Why was she unhappy for no reason? As the two were about to leave, a tall boy and a dozen people surrounded them. They walked up to Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing, and the tall boy glanced at Chun Fan unhappily. Boy, I heard you've been very arrogant lately. Zhuo Bing knew this person, a sports student majoring in martial arts and traditional ethnic sports. Seeing someone targeting her boyfriend, she stood up and asked, Zeng Bin, what do you mean? Zeng Bin's parents had always hoped that their child would be both civil and military when he grew up. His limbs are well developed, but his brain is not enough, and he often lets his father down. Of course, Zeng Bin knew Zhuo Bing, and the two families had some friendship. But Zeng Bin likes the campus beauty Zhao De, and he once publicly confessed his love to her. But I was disappointed. The campus beauty Zhao also doesn't like this kind of humanoid beast with strong limbs and a simple mind. This guy is about 1.9 meters tall and fat and strong. Zhou Yufei often said that this guy was too tall, and being his girlfriend, she would not be able to enjoy many happiness, right? Zheng Bin was upset when he saw Zhuo Bing defending Chun Fan. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Of course, Chun Fan would not let his woman suffer any loss, so he pulled Zhuo Bing to sit down. He looked up at the other person. What are you doing? Zheng Bin pointed at his nose and said, damn it, people are saying everywhere that you killed half of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. So arrogant. Puff. What else did Chun Fan think it was? It turned out to be just this kind of ridiculous rumor. When Zhuo Bing heard this, he immediately retorted, what does it have to do with you? Go after him if you can. In private, she pinched Chun Fan secretly. She still had a safe face and would settle the score with him when she got back. Zheng Bin rolled up his sleeves and pointed at Chun Fan. Damn it, how can you be called a hero if you hide behind a woman? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. I'm making this clear today. It's okay for you to touch Zhuo Bing, but you can't touch Zhao Linlin. The cafeteria was immediately in an uproar, with many people who didn't know the truth talking about it. How did it get involved with Zhao, the campus beauty? Zhou Yufei also stared at Zhao Linlin in confusion. No way, what does this have to do with you? Zhao Linlin was also speechless, as there was nothing wrong. Now that this guy has made a fuss, I'm afraid the whole school will know about it. It's just that it's hard for me to come forward and explain this kind of thing. What a stupid teammate. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to fight me alone? Humph. Do you dare? When Zheng Bin heard this guy's tone, he immediately became full of confidence. Chun Fan smiled and said, why not? Okay, you're brave. Come on, let's go outside. I'll beat you till your teeth are all gone. As a sports student, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a country bumpkin like Chun Fan, right? If you lose, you have to crawl around the school for me. Chun Fan laughed and stood up. Zhuo Bing grabbed him and said, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? He's a sports student. Why are you competing with him? Chun Fan smiled and said, it's okay. Our athlete's awesome. There was a basketball team following behind Zheng Bin, and they were all unhappy when they heard this. Zheng Bin beat him up. These people hate it too. The last time Zhao Linlin went to find Chun Fan, they wanted to take action. Zheng Bin rushed to the playground behind him and rolled up his sleeves. Damn it. I'm not Zheng if I don't beat him to a pulp today. Brother Bin is awesome. Brother Bin is so domineering. A group of buddies behind him shouted excitedly to cheer Zheng Bin up. Chun Fan was dragged by Zhuo Bing. You can't go. Chun Fan patted the back of her hand and consoled her. Are you just going to be scared just by looking at your boyfriend? Everyone will laugh at you. Zhuo Bing picked up a stool leg and said, since you insist on going, take this. Chun Fan looked at this silly guy and laughed. Don't worry, you can't lose. Chun Meng, let's go. The two of them came to the playground together, and many people gathered around to watch the fun. Zhou Yufei also pulled Zhao Linlin and said, let's go and take a look. This girl never complains about having too much to do. On the playground, Zheng Bin saw Chun Fan coming and gave him the middle finger. You're awesome. This kid actually dared to accept the challenge. Chun Fan looked at him with a smile. You said that if you lose, you have to crawl around the school. Certainly. Zheng Bin flexed his huge biceps to show off to Chun Fan. That's settled then. Chun Fan didn't care at all and said slowly, Chun Meng, go ahead. Arrive. Chun Meng stood in front of him. Although he was not at an advantage in height, he was definitely the king in fighting. Just as Zheng Bin saw Chun Meng. Well, what do you mean? Chun Fan said calmly. Didn't you say you wanted to fight me alone? It doesn't have to be me. Defeat my little brother first. Chun Meng turned around and looked at Chun Fan. You're already in college, but your Chinese grades are so bad? The person next to him was angry. You cheated. Zheng Bin said angrily. It's okay. Even if the two of them come at me together, I can knock them down with one move. When Zhuo Bing saw Chun Fan let Chun Meng go up, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, pressed his bulging chest, and rolled his eyes at this guy. Chun Meng walked towards Zheng Bin. Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Cut. I'll knock you down first, and then I'll kill that guy. After saying that, Zheng Bin was not polite either. The sports student majoring in martial arts was quite skilled and punched Chun Meng in the chest with a heavy punch. An opponent of this level should be able to be knocked down with just one move, right? Call. But Chun Meng flashed away. Zheng Bin's punch missed. Depend on. He roared and swung his fist again. Chun Meng shook his head, thinking that he had gained all this fat for nothing. After 3 moves, Chun Meng rushed forward with an elbow strike, and then a sweeping kick. Zheng Bin flew. Then it fell heavily to the ground. Pass. There was a vibration on the concrete floor of the playground, and everyone was silent. More than a dozen teammates behind Zhang Bin swarmed forward. A faint smile appeared on Chunmeng's face. He just jumped up lightly and bounced up from the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The battle is resolved in 3 seconds. So cool. When Yilang Gao and Wang Hao heard the news, they dragged their stools over. Shit, the fight is over. Chapter 125, Why are you helping others beat your own son? Fuck you, you're done. My dad is the president of a bank. Zhang Bin lay on the ground, full of resentment. As a sports student and a tall and strong man, many people dare not mess with him. Chun Fan actually asked someone to beat him up. Those who knew Zhang Bin's background looked at Chun Fan with sympathy. Some people even shouted with gloating joy, "Oh, Zwabing is going to be without a boyfriend." It's over. His dad is the president of the bank. This time I kicked a rock. Yes. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? I can ask you to get out of the campus with just one word. Zhang Bin's team members also said angrily, "Brother Bin, call your dad." They just didn't believe it. How could a mere Chun Fan be able to shake a big tree like an ant? Zwabing was so angry that she stood in front of Chun Fan and asked, "Are you still men? Is it interesting to ask Dad to come after you lose the fight? I don't care. Who told him to call for help? There are still more than a dozen of you. What's wrong with him calling out to one person? I don't care. Anyway, he won't have an easy time today." Zhang Bin started to make phone calls. "Dad, I was beaten." Zwabing was really worried that this kind of thing would alarm the school leaders. No matter what, fighting would definitely result in punishment. But Zhang Bin is such a loser, a grown man who can't afford to lose. She pulled Chun Fan and said, "Let's go, ignore him." President Zhang is a very arrogant person. He holds a high position, so how could he take ordinary people seriously? Although Zwabing's parents also knew each other, they were still several levels lower. Especially those who run businesses. If they want to get some loans from banks, they have to treat them like masters. What coincidence today? President Zhang was rushing to the school gate with Yang Fengqing. After receiving the call, "Damn, this bastard got into a fight again. Xiaoyang, give his classmate Chun Fan a call. I'll go to the playground first." "Okay, President." Yang Fengqing dialed the contact number that Chun Fan had reserved at the bank. "Hello, who is this?" "Oh, hello. I'm Yang Fengqing, the lobby manager of Jiangzhou Bank. Are you Mr. Chun Fan?" "It's me. What's the matter?" "Oh, it's like this. Our president wants to meet you in person. Do you have time? And we're already at your school. Is it convenient for you?" "I'm in the playground behind the school. Come over." Beep beep. At noon, there were many people on campus and President Zhang's Audi drove over. Many students came over to watch. Seeing President Zhang in the Mediterranean, Zhang Bin lay on the ground and shouted in pain and joy, "Dad, Dad." Damn. He wanted to get up, but he had no strength at all. President Zhang got out of the car with the beautiful lobby manager. When he saw his son being beaten like this, his face turned green. "Who dares to hit my son, Zhang?" President Zhang walked over angrily and looked at his son distressfully. "Who did it?" Yang Fengqing thought Chun Fan was also here to watch the fun, so she hurriedly called him. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Chun, where are you? Could you please wave your hand?" Chun Fan answered the phone. "I'm here." Yang Fengqing saw it and ran over in a hurry. Zhang Bin, who was lying on the ground, pointed at Chun Fan, him. "Dad, he was the one who ordered someone to beat me up, and all my teammates were injured by him. Ouch, it hurts." President Zhang fixed his eyes and stared at Chun Fan unhappily. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Yang Fengqing ran over and said breathlessly, You, are you classmate Chun Fan?" Looking at the attractive lobby manager in front of him, Chun Fan nodded, "Yes." The phone was not hung up yet, so he showed it to her. Yang Fengqing was overjoyed. "Finally found you. Student Chun Fan, nice to meet you." Yang Fengqing held Chun Fan's hand tightly. President Zhang was stunned for a moment and looked at Chun Fan in disbelief. "Are you Chun Fan?" Chun Fan looked at the Mediterranean uncle who had just gotten angry at him. "Yes. Is this your son?" President Zhang turned around. Bang! He slapped Zhang Bin in the face. This was not enough to satisfy her, so she grabbed his hair and said, "Pa, pa, pa. I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch." "Ah, it hurts." "No, Dad. Why are you helping others beat their own son?" "I am your biological child." Zhang Bin was so confused after being beaten up by his father. He didn't dare to fight back and just kept screaming. President Zhang was so angry that he kicked him several times, then grabbed Chun Fan's hair and dragged him in front of him, kneel down. "Apologize to Mr. Chun Fan." Ooh. Everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Linlin stared with her eyes wide open, completely unbelievable. Zhou Bing stared at Chun Fan blankly. She didn't know what was going on. From what she knew about President Zeng, he was a very protective person. Why did you change your personality today and suddenly beat and kick your son like this? Zeng Bin grimaced in pain and screamed, Dad, he was the first to do it. We are all victims. Shut up. President Zeng was so angry that spit was flying everywhere. He casually fixed the hair on the edge of his head and poked it in the middle. Apologize to Mr. Chun Fan immediately. Damn it, this is a client who has more than 10 billion yuan in deposits. If this thing fails today, the main account will be ruined. At worst, I can just practice another trumpet. When Yang Fengqing saw President Zeng getting so angry, she was so scared that she covered her heart with her hands. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't have gone to the cafeteria to provoke you. I know I was wrong, classmate Chin Fan. If you let me go this time, I won't dare to do it again next time. Zeng Bin knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and begged for mercy. The people watching nearby were all puzzled when they saw this. President Zeng was also trying to beg for mercy. Student Chin Fan, I'm really sorry. This bastard is really a piece of shit. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. When Chun Fan saw President Zeng and the lobby manager coming in person, he roughly guessed what was going on. But President Zeng was quite ruthless just now, and Zeng Bin's face was swollen. For his sake, let's just forget it. He waved his hand. Remember, this won't happen again. Zeng Bin knelt there. I know. Chun Fan then asked the two, Is there anything I can do for you two? President Zeng was not stupid. Seeing so many people on the playground, he said cleverly, Let's talk somewhere else. The school is really not a place to discuss things. President Zeng invited him kindly. How about we go to Yunhu International Resort to discuss it? Chun Fan understood and pulled Zhu Bing, saying, Let's go. Yunhu International is a famous resort center in Jiangzhou, which integrates hot springs, hotels, restaurants, all in one place. This was also the place where Shun Mingyao and her classmates had their reunion last time. Chun Fan took Zhu Bing into his Tuareg, and the two cars drove one after the other to this famous leisure place. Chapter 126. In order to complete the task, President Zeng also tried his best. Yunhu Resort is built on the mountain. There's an open lake in front and a hot spring bathing area behind. This is not a single-family business. Several families have shares. The major shareholder is the Luo family. As the president of Jiangzhou Bank, President Zeng is of course a frequent visitor here. Even if you don't take a hot spring bath, there are still many fun activities here. Yang Fengqing had already arranged everything over the phone. After everyone arrived at the resort, the security guard let them in directly. President Zeng got out of the car and habitually smoothed his hair with his hands. Student Chin Fan, this beautiful lady, please. President Zeng was particularly polite and treated the two men like distinguished guests. Zhu Bing could only secretly gasp in amazement, as even his own parents had never enjoyed such treatment. What on earth did this guy Chan Fan do? It was surprising that President Zeng was so polite to him. President Zeng led the two of them to a private box, and Yang Fengqing asked someone to serve tea and snacks. Would you two like to go to the hot springs? Why don't you take a bath first, since you're already here? After saying that, without waiting for Chun Fan's consent, he made arrangements. Manager Yang, take this beauty to the women's area. And the brother who's driving, let's join us. Anyone who can sit in his position has particularly good eyesight. Even though the other party was just a driver, he was very polite and made thoughtful arrangements. Chun Meng didn't want to go at first, but then he thought, what if Chun Fan needed anything? As a bodyguard, you must stay by his side all the time. Since he was already here, Chun Fan followed the host's wishes and said to Zhu Bing, Let's go soak in the water. Zhu Bing was still hesitating. Yang Fengqing smiled and said, Don't worry, beautiful lady, I have arranged the swimsuits. Please come with me. Go ahead. Chun Fan nodded to Zhu Bing, and they went to the service desk to get the wristband, and then walked into the men's area. In fact, taking a hot spring bath means taking a hot bath in an open-air pool. As for the fun of it, experience it yourself. There were many people in the resort center, and everything was white. When Chun Fan and the others came out wearing swimming trunks, Zhu Bing and Yang Fengqing were also ready. They were both wearing swimsuits and wrapped in white bath towels. Of course, Zhu Bing's body is impeccable, with long legs and skin as white as jade. I didn't expect Yang Fengqing to be so beautiful. After all, she is a young woman and her figure is much fuller. She took Zhuo Bing and a group of people to the fish spa pool and the rose pool. Chen Fan and President Zeng found a low-temperature pool with few people and went in. When soaking in hot springs, move gradually from low-temperature pools to high-temperature pools to allow your body to adapt slowly. You can't run directly into a high-temperature pool, as your body won't be able to handle it. Chen Meng followed behind Chen Fan without saying anything. The two men sat in the pool, and Chen Fan discovered that the elderly President Zeng had a big white belly and looked like a skinned frog. This was also the first time he realized that the man's belly was big. So ugly. It seems that I need to pay more attention to my lifestyle in the future. President Zeng did not talk to Chen Fan about the deposit. They just had a casual chat. He is very talkative and humorous. There's absolutely no pressure at all. Of course, this is also the outstanding feature of President Zeng. If he meets someone who asks him to do something, his attitude and approach will naturally be different. The two groups of people were soaking in the water and soon met in a big pool. Yang Fengqing and Zhuo Bing's faces were red, as if they had been drinking. After seeing Chen Fan, Yang Fengqing smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, Sister Zhuo Bing is really beautiful. I'm so envious. With this figure, she can definitely be a model." Chen Fan said, "You are not bad. If I met you in school, I would have thought you were from the same class." Huh. You are really good at talking. She was very happy to hear Chen Fan praising her. President Zeng said, "They're all beautiful. They're all beautiful. Each has its own merits. Hey, Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is a local, right?" Zhuo Bing nodded without revealing her identity. It would be awkward to say that we have met before. After all, people never took people of Zhuo Handong's level seriously before, so Zhuo Bing simply didn't mention it. We soaked in the hot spring for a while and then went swimming for a while. Zhuo Bing is very good at swimming, and Chen Fan is a child from the mountains, so he has no problem going up mountains and into water. Seeing the two people playing in the water, Yang Fengqing and President Zeng were full of envy. "I'm not going back tonight," President Zeng said carefully without showing his expression. Yang Fengqing understood and smiled. After coming out of the swimming pool, the two were taken to the foot bath center. Yang Fengqing took Zhuo Bing to do SBA, and Chen Fan, President Zeng, and Chen Meng went for a massage together. President Zeng waved his hand and said, "Beautiful lady, please arrange 6 technicians." Chen Meng. He glanced at Chen Fan, then looked at the 6 sexy technicians in tight skirts. "I like this one." He was thinking, why not persuade Chen Fan to go back and invest in a foot massage shop? The 3 of them enjoyed massage from 6 technicians, and that was not all, as they added another hour. If time hadn't been tight, he would have probably kept pressing it. An entire afternoon passed like this, and everyone returned to their previous box. President Zeng personally made tea for Chen Fan. Yang Fengqing said, "Dinner has been arranged. It will be served in half an hour. Everyone stay here tonight. Everything has been arranged." Chen Fan said, "President Zeng and Manager Yang have worked hard today. They have been with us for most of the day." President Zeng smiled and said, "You are our most distinguished guest. Don't just say I will accompany you for most of the day. In the future, as long as you like, I will come to accompany you anytime." He glanced at Yang Fengqing seemingly unintentionally, and Yang Fengqing immediately understood. "Mr. Chen, we actually have a request. I don't know if it's convenient to tell you. People have done this much. How could Chen Fan not understand? I have heard people say before that in small cities like the 3rd and 4th tier cities in the mainland, if you have 10 million in savings, during every Chinese New Year and other holidays, banks will come to give you gifts and celebrate the festival. In a big city like Jiangzhou, 10 million is definitely not enough, but for a big client like Chen Fan, not to mention President Zeng, even the higher-ranking leaders would probably come forward." Chen Fan nodded. "You say?" Yang Fengqing hurriedly asked, "Can you transfer the money you deposited in our bank after New Year's Day? As you probably know, the end of the year is particularly important to us. We all have a mission. Of course, we will definitely not give you less than what you deserve." Chen Fan is also a straightforward person. It is definitely impossible to keep all of them. You also know that time is money to me. Since you two are so polite today, please leave 3 billion. Yang Fengqing didn't dare to make the decision, and President Zeng immediately stood up and shook Chen Fan's hand enthusiastically. "Thank you. Thank you. You really helped me a lot. After the new year, you can take it any time you want. Manager Yang, come and prepare some wine. I want to have a couple of drinks with Brother Chen and Xiao Zhuo tonight." Chapter 127. Men are novices when it comes to playing tricks on women. We drank white wine at night. A bottle of tie-dye cost more than 3,000 yuan. With a glance from President Zeng, it was time for Yang Fengqing to perform. She has a very good alcohol tolerance and can drink a bottle and a half of white wine and beer at will. President Zeng is also a seasoned wine lover, so he just starts with a bottle. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan was really confused. The two of them raised their glasses frequently, showing too much enthusiasm. Chun Fan looked at the two of them helplessly and said, "You guys are going to ruin my next show." President Zeng was stunned, looked at Yang Fengqing, and burst into laughter. "This little brother is interesting. Yes, you must not get drunk. Yes, I brought my girlfriend to the resort specially to play. What does it mean by getting yourself drunk?" Yang Fengqing is really good at setting the mood. "Hey, some things are more interesting when you're half drunk and half awake. Come, I'll have a few more drinks with you too. It's okay not to get drunk, but you have to have fun. It's rare that everyone is so happy today." Chun Fan couldn't refuse the kindness. "Then my girlfriend won't drink it. I'll take her place." "No, then you have to drink 2 cups. What does it mean? Do you have to get me drunk?" "I'm trying to lighten the burden on Sisters Wabing. Otherwise you men are too mean." The atmosphere in the box is really good. Seeing that Chun Fan had drunk more than half a caddy of white wine, so Bing asked quietly, "Are you okay? How about I drink it for you? It's okay for me to get drunk anyway." Forehead. Chun Fan's expression immediately became interesting. Zwabing is Zwabing, so insightful. He put his arm around Zwabing's shoulders and made eye contact. "Can you drink?" "It's okay, SOSO." Zwabing blinked. Then she picked up the cup and said, "Sister Yang, let me accompany you." When Yang Fengqing saw it, he said, "Hey, there's hope. Sisters Wabing, are you ready? I can't stand up to ordinary people, okay?" She glanced at President Zeng with a charming look. President Zeng laughed out loud. Perhaps he was the only one who understood what Yang Fengqing meant. Zwabing was very modest. "I'll do my best, as long as my sister's happy. Come on, let's get started." The two women started to fight. President Zeng looked at Zwabing meaningfully and said, "You are so lucky, little brother. Your girlfriend loves you very much. Come on, we 2 men should not be scared. Let one of us go." The two had just finished a drink when Zwabing said, "Sister Yang, another one. Wipe." Chun Fan looked back and saw that the two of them had already finished half of the bottle. Zwabing is awesome. Chun Fan held her hand under the table, and she smiled sweetly with a blush on her face. Yang Fengqing said, "I won't drink with her anymore. She's too powerful." In order to show respect for his elders, Zwabing toasted President Zeng again. By the end of the drinking, everyone was having a great time. "Let's not do any other shows, just go back to sleep." President Zeng arranged a luxurious suite for Zwabing. When Chun Fan saw Zwabing coming out of the shower, he asked, "You can drink quite well. How much can you drink?" "I don't know. My mother can drink 2 kilograms. Northeastern women are really tough." As soon as I lay down on the bed, I heard beautiful music coming from next door. Chun Fan listened carefully for a while and gave a very fair evaluation. "Manager Yang has a good voice." So Bing rolled his eyes, pushed him down, and wrote on him. Then he gave Chun Fan a fatal question. "Which is more important, me or money?" "Of course it's you." "Then you give me all the money." Chun Fan picked up the phone to transfer the money, but Zwabing snatched it away. "We're not talking about money at this time." She smiled charmingly and said, "Tell me, will you become bad in the future?" "Of course not. You're so beautiful. Why would I care? But if someone jumps on you, it's none of your business, right?" Chun Fan. "This woman can see through your heart." "They're singing over there again. Shall we sing a song?" Chun Fan quickly changed the subject. "No, you haven't answered my question yet. What's going on with Zhao Linlin?" Zwabing stared at him teasingly. "I don't know. How about giving her a call and asking? Do you still have her phone number?" "All right, I surrender. When it comes to playing tricks on women, men are all rookies." Seeing this guy looking depressed, Zwabing giggled. "Put your arms around his neck, boo." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Ouch. Chun Fan felt relieved. Looking at the cunning girl Zwabing, he knew he could only play landlord tonight. I bet you can't guess this joke. The next morning, Chun Fan and the other person got up yawning. Just as I was about to go back, President Zeng was standing there with a smile on his face, along with 4 middle-aged men. Behind each of them stood 1 or 2 staff members, all wearing bank uniforms and carrying gift bags. Yang Fengqing looks even more radiant today, and her innate charm is evident from the rain and dew. "Little brother, Young people have good physical strength. You finally got up. For some reason, Chun Fan always felt that he had bad intentions when he saw his smile. He looked at the four men curiously, and the four men came forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Miss Swa. What are you doing? Ahem. Elder Zung was embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained, These are the four presidents. Grass. Chun Fan understood immediately. He glared at President Zung angrily. You are not a human being. Ahem. I'm really sorry. I drank too much last night and accidentally pretended to be drunk. Ahem. The presidents of the four major banks came over and said, Mr. Chun, I'm so sorry to bother you. We have no other choice. The pressure from above is too tight. Okay, don't say anything. 2 billion in each bank. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun is so nice. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Several bank presidents immediately signaled to the staff behind them and quickly put the gift packages into Chun Fan's car. What got pile in the car? Don't give me these things either. You can contact my personal secretary when the time comes. Chun Fan also figured it out and decided to just make friends. After all, living in this circle, you never know when it may come in handy. President Zung came over with a thick face and said, I'm so sorry, little brother. Don't worry, I promise I won't do it again in the future. Chun Fan said magnanimously, Forget it, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter where you save it. Several bank presidents wanted to invite them to dinner, but Chun Fan waved his hand and said, Next time. Since we're already friends, there's a long way to go. Okay. Several bank presidents respectfully saw the three off. In the car, Swa Bing looked at him in confusion. How much money did you make? Chun Fan leaned close to her ear and grinned. If I give you a few $100 million every night, I think you can last more than a year. Puff. Swa Bing pinched the tender flesh on this guy's waist hard, and his skin felt itchy again. After a happy night, I sent Swa Bing back to school. Chun Fan returned to the apartment and planned to take a rest. Xiao asked in confusion. Just now I received calls from several banks saying that you want to apply for a card. They will come to our door, and you can help with the process then. Anyway, just open an account and transfer the money yourself. Yeah, Xiao nodded. She's been doing a good job recently. She keeps the house in order and often goes shopping with Little White Rabbit. This personal secretary is quite competent. Just after he finished explaining, Tang Jing called, Chun Fan, something happened at Boss Lu's house. Chapter 128. Something happened to the Lu family. Before I even left the house, the bank's account manager came over, carrying a lot of things. Chun Fan gave his ID card to Xiao to handle, and then went out to meet Tang Jing. Tang Jing has undergone a substantial transformation now. She wears a well-fitting suit, and her face is clean without any makeup. Her temperament and appearance are completely that of a standard white-collar beauty. The two sat down in a nearby cafe, which was quiet and elegant. Chun Fan noticed that Tang Jing had sprayed perfume on her body. Tang Jing seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and explained, Boss Lu gave it to me. I sprayed some because I thought it wasn't too strong. Phoenix. Tang Jing always maintains a heartfelt gratitude towards Chun Fan. She told Chun Fan that she missed the Lu family. It turned out that Lu Ruoxian's cousin went to southern Yunnan to purchase goods, and more than 2 billion worth of raw stones were lost. Chun Fan frowned when he heard this. Even the dumbest person wouldn't be so unlucky, right? He keenly felt that Lu Ruoxian's stupid cousin must have been tricked. Doesn't the Lu family have a professional master? For people in their line of work, who doesn't have a few experienced people around to help and keep an eye on things? Tang Jing shook her head. I don't know the inside story, but he is in southern Yunnan now and doesn't dare to come back. More than $2 billion has gone down the drain. Chun Fan secretly took a deep breath. If this matter got out, the Lu family would lose face. This will damage their reputation in the industry. But Chun Fan always felt that this matter was not simple, and there must be something behind it. Not long after, Lu Ruoxian called. Chun Fan, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? I'm in southern Yunnan now. Are you free recently? Can you spare some time to come here as soon as possible? I'll let Tang Jing explain to you later. It's not convenient over the phone. Chun Fan looked at the time and said, It's definitely too late today. Let's do it tomorrow. Okay, I'll pick you up at Dianan Airport tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan knew that this trip was unavoidable. He had to go back to school and ask for leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Lu Ruoxian quickly called Tang Jing again. Go to Chun Fan to get some identity information. I'll ask my assistant to buy you plane tickets. There will be a car to pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Yeah, okay. Dangjing Ansuo Li. That's it. We'll set off tomorrow. Chun Fan stood up, and the two of them came out of the cafe. You have to give me your ID card. Mr. Liu will ask someone to arrange the plane ticket. Chun Fan had no choice but to give her his and Chun Meng's identity information. When he returned to the apartment, the bank account manager was still processing the matter. There was no other choice, as the four banks had agreed to come together, which would also save Chun Fan time. After opening 4 bank accounts, a lot of things appeared at home. Cigarettes, alcohol, oil, rice, basins, cups. Of course, there's shopping carts. I'm going to be away for a few days. Please go find a better villa community and buy a villa. Chun Fan ordered. You won't take me with you? Xiao Xiao is looking forward to it. Chun Fan looked at her. Didn't I ask you to go and look at the house? Oh, Xiao Xiao was a little disappointed. Actually, she also wanted to go out with Chun Fan. Otherwise, she would only be able to watch cartoons with Little White Rabbit for the next few days. Chun Fan took 4 packs of cigarettes and came to school. Elang Gao and Wang Hao did not go to work today. Chun Fan handed the cigarettes to the 2 men and said, I'll give you 2 packs of cigarettes. Elang Gao opened the bag and took a look. There are obviously 4 of them. Give the remaining 2 to the class teacher. Wow. Elang Gao threw 1 to Wang Hao. We're rich. Boss Chen gave us some wazi. Wang Hao held the cigarette and said, I'm afraid this cigarette is not easy to hold. Tell me, what's the matter? Chun Fan smiled and said, I need to take a few days off. I don't know exactly when I will be back. Tell your class teacher. Wipe. When they heard that he would take so long, they both felt that the cigarette was a little hot. But there is no other way. I have to go. Who says we are brothers? When Chun Fan went out, he happened to meet Guo Jianyang. When he saw the 3 of them smoking cigarettes, his eyes popped out. Unfortunately, he could never fit in with everyone again. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Fan asked Chun Meng to load all the rice, oil, pots, and other things in the house into the car, leaving half for cigarettes and alcohol. Then he called Zhuo Bing and went to his future mother-in-law's house together. Seeing Chun Fan sending so many things again, Han Kaiying said angrily, Child, you always give gifts. You should save your money. Chun Fan smiled and said, This is a gift from the bank. I'm just offering it as a token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Zhua Handong looked at the cigarettes and alcohol and said, I don't mind. I don't mind. But he was very curious, since the bank gave away so many things. How much money would he have to deposit into the card? After having dinner at Zhua Bing's house in the evening, Chun Fan talked about his plan to go to southern Yunnan. Zhua Bing exclaimed, You're going out? What's the matter? I have the finals in a few days. But it doesn't matter. Go ahead and do your work. I'm just playing around anyway. Zhua Bing has a very good personality. Unlike some girls, she's not like those who get timid over trivial matters and can be angry with you for months. Zhua Handong asked, Why are you going to southern Yunnan? Are you going to see the raw stones? Or I might as well go and play for a few days. Chun Fan said, Something happened to the Liu family. I think they might be in trouble. I'll go and help. Oh, never mind. Hearing that it was Liu family's business, Zhua Handong didn't want to get involved. And judging from Chun Fan's expression, it seems that the matter is not small. Han Kaiying stared with surprised eyes. Are you familiar with the Liu family as well? Chun Fan said calmly, Just a business friend. Wow. Now Han Chai-young likes her son-in-law more and more. At 8:30 the next morning, the driver arranged by Liu Ruoxian came to the school gate to pick up Chun Fan, Tang Jing, and the others. Tang Jing was carrying a box, while Chun Fan and Chun Meng had nothing with them except their cell phones. Carrying luggage when going out is a complete burden. It's not like they haven't bought anything there. After arriving at the airport in 40 minutes, the 3 were led to the VIP lounge by the staff. Chun Fan picked up his phone and looked at the transfer record. He transferred money to the 4 major banks yesterday, with $2 billion in deposits in each bank. After what they did, I was left with only about $2 billion in pocket money. It seems I have to continue working hard to make money. While waiting for the flight, I took another look at the price of garlic futures. It was almost reaching the top, so Su Rujin was arranged to prepare to close the position. I'll talk about the rest after I come back. We are on board. The plane left the horizon and went straight into the sky. Chun Fan looked at Tang Jing, who was quietly beside him, and smiled slightly. He looked out the window, and his experiences over the past 6 months came to mind vividly. Now, I feel like this plane soaring in the sky. Blue sky, white clouds, breeze, sunshine. Everything is so different. Looking at the people and buildings moving farther and farther away on the ground, they all become so small. Chen Fan thought to himself, one day I will stand at the top of the world and overlook everything like I do now. Take off. Juvenile. Chapter 129, there is something wrong with this old guy. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Yunnan South Airport. Tang Jing got off the plane with Chen Fan. For some reason, when she looked at Chen Fan, there is always something inexplicably unfathomable. His whole temperament doesn't seem like that of a college student at all. There is something extra about him that is different from ordinary people. Maybe that is profundity. Chen Fan was born in the countryside and has seen too much of the ways of the world. Therefore, he is much more stable than other young people of the same age. Even though he has made money now, he will not be carried away. He will not be like many young people who suddenly become rich and have no bottom line. Chen Fan knows deeply that he needs to learn to grow now. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the status and glory that money brings you. After helping Tang Jing with her luggage, the three of them arrived at the airport exit. Lu Ruoxian was wearing casual clothes and sunglasses and waved at Chen Fan. The dozen or so bodyguards behind him were all wearing black suits and white-collar shirts, and were all about 1.8 meters tall, looking really tough. You have to know that southern Yunnan is located on the border, and there are all kinds of forces mixed together, so Lu Ruoxian has to be careful. Chen Fan got into Lu Ruoxian's car, while Chen Ming and Tang Jing sat in the car behind. The group went to the hotel in a mighty procession. Southern Yunnan is a mountainous city, and further ahead is the border. A lot of raw stones come from here. Therefore, this place is also called Jade City. Compared with this place, Jiangzhou's rare goods market is nothing. Chen Fan was arranged to live opposite Lu Ruoxian. Chen Ming lived next door, and he and Tang Jing both had luxurious single rooms. Lu Ruoxian asked, "Would you guys take a rest first? Let's go eat together later." Chen Fan waved his hand. "Don't waste time. Tell me the situation." Lu Ruoxian was not shy and kept Tang Jing, Chen Fan, and her assistant in the room and told them the cause of the incident. It's basically the same as what Tang Jing said. Originally, Lu Ruoxian was in charge of purchasing raw stones, but my cousin, under the instigation of others, in order to prove his ability, he had to take over the matter. Chen Fan knew that in such a large family, brothers and sisters, and even fathers and sons would all be scheming against each other, and it would be impossible to achieve true harmony. It was probably because the cousin saw that Lu Ruoxian's position in the family was becoming more and more stable, and he became jealous. And the uncle also supported his son to take on the responsibility. So of course Lu Ruoxian's father had no way to refuse. What's more, the family's experienced master was sent to help him take a look. This should be a turtle in the jar, and it will be easy to catch it. But who could have thought that something would go wrong? Chen Fan asked, "Where are they now?" "I don't know. He must be hiding." "What a coward. What kind of person is he who hides away after screwing up? Where did the enthusiasm to grab the credit go? What about the old master who was with him? He should be in the room. Should we ask him to come over?" Chen Fan waved his hand. "No hurry. This matter may have something to do with him." Lu Ruoxian said, "Are you doubting Master Zhou? That's impossible. He has been in the Lu family for more than 20 years. His loyalty is absolutely reliable." Chen Fan glanced at her and didn't refute. Anyway, the truth will come out. Chen Fan thought that some things might have been destined. Originally, Lu Ruoxian asked her to come to southern Yunnan together, but her cousin snatched the mission away. This caused the Lu family to suffer a setback. So what do we do next? Chen Fan asked Lu Ruoxian how to arrange it. There is no rush for the things ahead. Let's buy the rough stones first. I'm waiting to use it at home. Otherwise, so many stores will be out of stock. Master Zhou also came during lunchtime. He is a middle-aged man in his 50s, and his facial features have two characteristics. First, when you first look at him, the first thing you see is his two nostrils. Second, his mouth is very big and flat, a typical toad mouth. Therefore, Chen Fan was particularly impressed by him. After all, those two nostrils were too eye-catching. Moreover, Chen Fan felt that he obviously looked down on him. Maybe he thought that he had been in this industry for so many years. So what was the big deal about the Lu family sending another young man? Seeing that he was unhappy, Chen Fan and Lu Ruoxian didn't care. I just made a brief introduction, and then after everyone finished their meal, they went straight to the raw stone purchasing base in the afternoon. There are many cars parked here, and people from all over the world. Lu Ruoxian brought Chen Fan and his party to the scene, and the scene was very lively. Especially at the stone cutting site, it was bustling with people. The screaming continued. Once the price goes up, someone will hold red envelopes and throw them to the crowd. "Who among those who come here is not wealthy. Since the price has already increased, I naturally don't care about this little money. Let's take a look first. Chen Fan was not in a hurry to select the raw stone, but waited and saw the situation. The person who just cut the stone out was a fat, fair-skinned man in his 40s. He was carrying a bag and was followed by 2 bodyguards. The quality of his raw stone is very good and is worth at least tens of millions. I heard from the people next to me that this is the best piece of material produced today. He bought it for more than 4 million, and the price went up immediately. Where's the material your cousin cut earlier? Take me to see it. Chen Fan suddenly turned around and said to Lu Ruoxian. Lu Ruoxian asked Master Zhou, "Do you know?" Master Zhou's eyes were a little evasive. It was thrown into the scrap heap a long time ago, right? I'm not sure. Let's go. I want to see the reason. Master Zhou was a little angry. What tricks can you see? It's all a bunch of junk. Chen Fan stared at him steadily. I want to see if there is anything wrong with these rough stones. Can't I learn a lesson from them? You can go if you want. I'm not going anyway. Master Zhou said angrily. Lu Ruoxian advised. Master Zhou, we came all the way here, and over 2 billion has gone down the drain. Chen Fan wants to see what the reason is. Is there anything wrong with this? Master Zhou glanced at her, but was still wary of her identity as a young lady. I had to take everyone to the waste area. These cut-off wastes were piled there like garbage. Without jade material, it is just a pile of rotten stones, worthless. Master Zhou pointed to the pile of dozens of rough stones of various sizes and said, "They are all here." Chen Fan walked over. His pupils shrank, and he turned on the perspective function. These stones are so large that some even weigh several tons. Therefore, the price is ridiculously expensive. Through the X-ray function, Chen Fan did not see any value in these materials. But why did Master Zhou ask cousin Lu Ruoxian to buy it in the first place? In theory, he is a professional. At the very least, it's impossible that I'm wrong about all the materials, right? Of course, for such a large stone, the stone skin is too thick, and it would be impossible to see it without decades of experience. That's why Master Zhou should have stopped him. But they bought them all, and at a sky-high price of more than 2 billion. Do you really think that your Lu family is me? You don't treat money as money, right? Chen Fan glanced at Lu Ruoxian without saying a word, and Lu Ruoxian actually understood. I pretended to glance at Master Zhou casually. There was something wrong with this old guy. Chapter 130, Song of the Frontier. There are so many people here that it's hard to speak out many things. Chen Fan reached out and patted Chen Meng on the shoulder. Have you ever seen such a scene? Chen Meng didn't know what to do and shook his head in confusion. Chen Fan asked, "Do you still remember when we were little, we recited Lu Luan's 3 Songs of the Frontier with Zhang Push together?" Chen Meng was stunned, looking at Tang Jing beside him awkwardly, and asked quietly, "What is that he is talking about?" Tang Jing didn't know what Chen Fan meant, but she still told Chen Meng quietly. "The moon is dark and the geese fly high. The Chanyu fled at night. I want to chase the light cavalry away. The snow covered the bow and sword." Oh shit. Since when did being a bodyguard become so unruly? He scratched his head. Let's go back first. Chen Fan looked at the scene and shouted to Lu Ruoxian. Lu Ruoxian nodded. Okay, let's go back. Master Zhou snorted. Boss Lu, since you have invited an expert here, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince people if you just walk around and do nothing. I think some people are just gaining fame for nothing. They are so young, yet they dare to act pretentiously in this industry. I don't think he can tell what these rough stones are worth. Chen Fan glanced at him indifferently again, said nothing, and turned to get in the car. Why don't you guys go back and I'll go find Master Lu. Master Zhou seems to have a deep prejudice against Chen Fan. Lu Ruoxian said, No need. I've already sent someone to look for it. Let's go back and study some countermeasures first. Since we are already here, we don't need to waste a moment. Everyone went back home. Lu Ruoxian and Chen Fan came to the suite where she lived together, and Tang Jing was also there. No one else dared to come in without permission. Chen Fan, do you doubt Master Zhou? But he has been the Lu family's master for decades. He has always been loyal and reliable. It shouldn't be the case, right? Chen Fan did not explain. Have someone check his bank transfer records right away, including those closest to him. Lu Ruoxian did not hesitate and called home immediately. 10 minutes later, the other party replied. There is nothing unusual in all the bank records of Master Zhou and his family. That's impossible. Chen Fan always felt that something was wrong. He paced around the room, stroking his chin. Tang Jing has been paying attention to his every move. He frowned and concentrated. I thought to myself, what exactly is the problem? Chunming, where is Chunming? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly shouted. Tang Jing said, I haven't seen him since I came back. How about I go look for it? No need. Call Master Zhou over quickly and tell him that I have something to ask him. Lu Ruoxian waved to the bodyguards outside, and the bodyguards immediately went to invite Master Zhou. At this moment, on another floor of the hotel, Master Zhou hurriedly grabbed a bag and prepared to go out. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chunming, who startled him. What are you doing? Sneaky. Chunming held a piece of dogtail grass he had pulled back from the mining area in his mouth and stared at Master Zhou's bag. What? You want to go out? What's it got to do with you? What right do you have to control me? Chunming chuckled and said, Did you do anything wrong? Roll. Master Zhou was furious and reached out to push Chunming away. But Chunming didn't move at all, just standing there like a wooden stake. Don't run away. You can't get away. Just turn yourself in. You, Master Zhou roared angrily. I'm going to find the young master. Then I'll take you there. Chunming reached out, grabbed him, picked him up, and left. On Lu Ruoxian's side, the assistant hurried over and said, Chunming brought Master Zhou here. Lu Ruoxian looked outside in surprise, only to see Chunming striding towards them carrying Master Zhou. After entering the door, he threw it casually. This guy tried to run away, but I caught him. Oh, how did you know he was going to run? Lu Ruoxian was a little confused. Chunming grinned and laughed. Boss Lu, do you still remember the question that Boss Chun asked me accidentally just now in the mining area? You mean the poem? Tang Jing looked at the two of them in confusion, and Chun Fan smiled without saying anything. He just looked at Chunming, the reckless guy, with admiration. He's got some brains and good understanding. Chunming said proudly, Yes, I asked you what you meant at that time. Oh, Tang Jing suddenly realized. Lu Ruoxian was kept in the dark and didn't care at the time. Tang Jing explained, The poem goes like this. The moon is dark and the geese fly high, and the Chanyu flees at night. I guess it's hinting that someone is going to run away, right? After hearing this, Lu Ruoxian gave a thumbs up and said, Awesome. Chun Fan said modestly, This is called tacit understanding. Master Zhou struggled and yelled, I want to go back and seek justice from the head of the family. I have worked like a slave in the Lu family for more than 20 years, and this is the treatment I get. Lu Ruoxian, you are going too far. In fact, Lu Ruoxian was unsure, as she had no evidence to prove that there was anything wrong with Master Zhou. Open his bag and take a look. But now that things have come to this, Lu Ruoxian can only bite the bullet and go ahead. Master Zhou shouted angrily, These are my personal belongings. We have no right to search them. Lu Ruoxian, you're going too far. Two bodyguards held him down, took his bag, and opened it. There was really nothing suspicious inside except some documents, 2 pieces of clothing, a razor, and so on. Did I make a mistake? Chen Fan had no choice but to shrink his pupils and turn on the perspective function. Master Zhou, I'm sorry. He shouted to the 2 bodyguards, searched the lining of his underwear. Well, Lu Ruoxian, Tang Jing, and several other women turned away awkwardly and avoided the situation automatically. 2 bodyguards held Master Zhou down, and Chunming pulled down his pants without any hesitation. Master Zhou yelled, Assholes, let me go, you blind bastards. Before he finished speaking, Chunming touched something and asked, What is this? Master Zhou's face changed drastically. He was suddenly speechless. His eyes almost bulged out with blood. Chunming unzipped his pants and pulled out a transparent plastic bag from the lining of his underwear. There are a few thin pieces of paper inside, which are convenient to hide here. Chunming took it in his hand with a look of disgust. Huh? Master Zhou, you can't urinate all the time. There's a strong smell of urine. Lu Ruoxian and the others frowned slightly. Mr. Chun found this. Chunming brought the thing over, and Chun Fan glanced at it. Open it. The bodyguard lifted up Master Zhou's pants, and the women turned around. What's this? Lu Ruoxian found something strange in the transparent bag. Chunming tore them open, took them out, and presented them to everyone. There were 2 huge checks. One is for 130 million, and the other is for 110 million. Hiss! Lu Ruoxian's face changed drastically. Where did it come from? No wonder we asked someone to check his bank transfer records just now, but found nothing. Originally, checks were used for transactions. She looked at Chun Fan with admiration. This guy is awesome. This can all be found out. Only, how do you know to hide it in such a place? Lu Ruoxian looked at Chun Fan, thinking about it with great fear. Chapter 131, The Liu Family Has a Traitor. Master Zhou, do you have anything else to say? Master Zhou said resentfully. Liu Ruoxian, I have been the Liu family for so many years, and even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. How dare you do this to me? Seeing that he was stubborn, Liu Ruoxian said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you have served the Zhou family for so many years, would you still be so carefree now? Tell me, what's going on? I know nothing. It's none of my business. Master Zhou is still quibbling. Liu Ruoxian was too lazy to waste time with him. Take him away and hand him over to the head of the family for disposal. After the two bodyguards escorted him away, Liu Ruoxian waved her hand and said, Everyone else go and have a rest. I have something to discuss with Mr. Chun. Everyone left the room. Liu Ruoxian sat on the sofa. What do you think about this? Chun Fan said, Isn't this obvious? The Zhous colluded with others to set up a trap, and your young master just jumped into it. For a transaction worth more than 2 billion yuan, Master Zhou took more than 200 million yuan in kickbacks. Snort. They can really eat it. Liu Ruoxian looked angry. Chun Fan didn't want to waste too much time here, so he suggested, Let's go get the goods tomorrow, and I won't take care of the rest. We have to rush back to Jiangzhou as soon as possible. Liu Ruoxian nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. You have helped our Liu family a lot again. Don't be polite. We are so familiar with each other. Why are you talking about this? But she still wanted to find her cousin and get an explanation for this matter. You can't just suffer a loss like this without knowing why. Then go and rest first. We'll go to the mine tomorrow. Chen Fan came out from Liu Ruoxian's place and found Tang Jing standing in the corridor. Why don't you go take a rest? Wait for you. See if you need any help. Such a caring girl. Chen Fan nodded. It really is there. Go buy 2 sets of clothes for me and Chunming. The two of them went out without any luggage, so they just thought of buying it here. Okay, I'll go buy it right away. Tang Jing was very diligent and just turned around and left. Wait, I'll give you money. Chen Fan took out his cell phone, and Tang Jing immediately said, No, I have money. Chun Fan still transferred 5,000 to her. It doesn't have to be too expensive, just ordinary clothes will do. Ask Chen Ming to go with you. No. After the two left, Chun Fan watched TV in the room. Xiao Xiao sent some pictures on WeChat. These were some real estate projects she saw in Jiangzhou today and asked Chun Fan to choose from them. Chun Fan took a few looks and was not very satisfied. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to say, Then I'll go watch it tomorrow. An hour later, Tang Jing and Chun Ming came back. Chun Ming was very happy. Thank you, boss. This dress is nice. Tang Jing just took him to buy 2 sets, spending more than 5,000 yuan. Chun Fan took a look at the sign and knew that Tang Jing had paid for it. Didn't we just tell her to buy ordinary clothes? This girl is disobedient. Tang Jing handed over 2 sets of clothes. Would you like to try them on? No, leave it there for now. I'll take a shower and change later. Well, I'll be leaving first then. Tang Jing was about to turn around and leave, but Chun Fan stopped her and asked, How much did you spend? Before Tang Jing could say anything, Chun Ming said, More than 10,000. She also told me not to tell you. Chun Fan shook his head and said in reproach, I told you not to buy something so expensive. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Need not. Tang Jing became anxious and stopped Chun Fan's hand. It's not easy for you to earn a few bucks. How can I let you spend money? Tang Jing bit her lip, feeling quite embarrassed. Chun Ming saw the opportunity and left the room. You guys chat slowly. He closed the door. Tang Jing then said, You've helped me so much. Can I give it to you as a gift? Chun Fan said, I can accept your gift, but you don't have to spend so much money. You could treat me to a meal or give me a small gift. Tang Jing said seriously, This is what I want. Can you respect my decision? Judging from her expression, if I continue to refuse, the girl will probably feel embarrassed. Okay, thank you then. You're just too persistent. In fact, there are some things that you don't need to keep in mind all the time. It's too tiring. Seeing that he accepted it, Tang Jing was very happy. I'm going back to my room. You should have a good rest. Watching Tang Jing leave, Chun Fan said helplessly, This girl. The next morning, Liu Ruoxian took Chun Fan and his party to the mining area to purchase raw stones. Unlike other customers, they did not cut the stones on site and then transport them back, but directly loaded them onto trucks and took them away. This operation aroused the curiosity of countless people. Whose girl is this? Why is she so awesome? Are you overconfident? Yeah, what if she buys something that's all garbage? How will she end up like that? But Liu Ruoxian did not listen to these rumors. but followed Chun Fan's advice. There's a saying that wealth should not be exposed. If the stone turns out to be top-quality jadeite, such a large purchase volume would probably attract a lot of people. Now, I'm too lazy to cut the stone, so I just pull it away. The other party probably won't take the risk. Moreover, this kind of raw material is much cheaper, and as long as the price is increased, it will be a huge profit. Since she had to escort these raw stones back, Lu Ruoxian was very cautious and brought bodyguards with her personally. She asked Chun Fan for his opinion. "Mr. Chun, do you want to go together or take a plane back first?" Seeing that the matter was resolved so smoothly and would not be delayed for long, Chun Fan agreed to go back to Jiangzhou with them. We set off at 2 p.m. and returned to the hotel to pack our luggage. Lu Ruoxian's cousin Lu Jiping is here. "Hey, sister, why are you in southern Yunnan?" Lu Jiping was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt and white pants, and spoke in a slick manner, like a gangster. It was also the first time that Chun Fan met this dandy young man, but he heard that he was very famous in Jiangzhou. Lu Ruoxian said coldly, "How dare you come out?" "Oh, Lu Jiping, let's see how you're going to report back when we get back." "Hey, Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? Hasn't everything been settled? You're not that evil, are you? You take all the credit, and I'll take all the blame." Seeing the people around Lu Ruoxian, Lu Jiping snorted coldly. "I have good intentions and come here to help you take the raw materials back. Please don't be ungrateful." "Thank you then. Go away, I don't need it." Lu Ruoxian was speechless. Lu Jiping was a complete waste. Every time something goes wrong, he disappears, and when you handle the problem, he comes out to take the credit. I don't know what I owed him in which life, and I ended up having such a cousin. Moreover, these days, he's been hiding in nightclubs every day, living a life of debauchery and drunkenness. He waited until his family sent someone to clean up his mess. Now he can finally come out and meet people. If he steals Lu Ruoxian's credit, if he took the raw materials back by himself, his family probably wouldn't blame him. Chapter 132. Tang Jing wants to go home with me. After lunch, everyone prepared to set off. The raw stones were loaded onto a large truck and escorted by 7 off-road vehicles. From southern Yunnan to Jiangzhou, it is more than 2,000 kilometers. Lu Ruoxian arranged for Chun Fan and Tang Jing to ride in the same car with her. Lu Jiping was shameless and insisted on following. "Hey, this girl is pretty good. Is she new? Sister, can you introduce her to me as a girlfriend?" He saw Tang Jing and smiled. Tang Jing's face turned red. She couldn't afford to offend such a person, so she could only lean towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan had a cold face, but didn't get angry for the sake of face. "Boss Lu, the car is so crowded. Tang Jing and I should go to another car." Hearing this, Lu Jiping stared at him arrogantly. "Who are you? Do you have a say here? Why are you pretending in front of me, you little punk?" Lu Ruoxian said angrily. "Lu Jiping, please show some respect. Mr. Chun is the guest I invited." "Guests? Huh," Lu Jiping said with disdain. "Don't be so shameless." He acted like a ruffian and was very arrogant outside. How could they take a small figure like Chun Fan seriously? The relationship was broken, so Chun Fan didn't bother to be polite with him. Chun Meng, hearing the shout, Chun Meng rushed over immediately. "Boss, throw it down. Damn it. I'm here to help your family, and this is what you do? What happened to the Lu family? Not even as much money as I do." Hearing Chun Fan's order, Chun Meng grabbed Lu Jiping by the collar and dragged him out of the car without any hesitation. "Ouch! Let me go, damn! How dare you touch me? Come on, kill him!" Lu Jiping made a mistake and shouted angrily. A dozen bodyguards ran over, but Lu Ruoxian stopped them in time. "Enough! Lu Jiping, are you crazy? How could Lu Jiping have ever suffered such humiliation?" He struggled to get up and said, "Even the gods can't stop me today. Lu Ruoxian, please don't interfere. I'm going to kill these 2 idiots." Bang! Chun Meng didn't tolerate him and slapped him in the face. "You even scold your own sister. You're not a human being." Everyone around was confused. Was he scolding Mr. Lu? Chun Fan gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Lu Jiping was beaten so hard that he screamed loudly, and more than a dozen bodyguards rushed forward to protect their master. Lu Ruoxian stopped him. "Back off. Do you still take me seriously?" The bodyguard could only retreat in embarrassment. Lu Jiping was hysterical. "Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? What about the arm being bent outward?" Lu Ruoxian's face darkened. "You're the one who is so mean. Who can you blame?" "Chun Meng, just leave him here, and everyone else get in the car." Chun Meng didn't listen to her and looked at his boss. Chun Fan nodded, and then he threw Lu Jiping away. Everyone got in the car, leaving Lu Jiping cursing, "Fuck, I'm going to kill you when I get back. This matter is not over yet. Wait for me." He shamelessly got into another car behind. As the convoy set off, Lu Ruashian apologized. "I'm sorry, I apologize to you. This guy's a jerk, but my uncle still defends him. Even if he farts, it smells good." Every time he said he wanted to get down to business, my uncle would become very excited. But Lu Jiping always disappoints him. Despite this, my family members kept falling into his trap again and again. Chun Fan didn't want to get involved in the Lu family's affairs, but Lu Jiping was too cowardly, so he had to teach him a lesson. With someone like Lu Jiping around and the Lu family protecting him, the troubles in the future are probably just beginning. We drove all night last night, and several bodyguards took turns driving, starting from southern Yunnan to Jiangzhou, passing through Daxiang province. Chun Fan borrowed a car from Lu Ruashian. "I'll go home and take a look." Lu Ruashian was also a person who understood etiquette. "Then let's get off the highway in the city ahead. I'll go buy some things for my uncle and aunt to bring back." "No, don't be so polite. I should go with you to see them, but I feel uneasy if I don't send these rough stones back. Please forgive me. Please say hello to my uncle and aunt for me." Chun Fan declined, but how could Lu Ruashian be willing to do it? I had to get off the highway in the city ahead and bought a lot of things, spending at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Tang Jing hesitated for a long time. "Can I go with you?" She didn't want to stay in the convoy and was frightened when she saw Lu Jiping's malicious eyes. "That's fine. Be careful on the road then." Lu Ruashian gave Tang Jing a few instructions, and then they set off separately. I haven't been home for almost 3 months, and I only stayed for a few days during the summer vacation. Daxiang province is right between southern Yunnan and Jiangzhou. Shenming drove towards Tongcheng. Tang Jing and Chun Fan sat in the back row. "Boss, do you want to take a break?" Chun Fan looked at his watch and said, "Let's find a service area to rest and try to get home before lunch." "Good class. There's still more than 200 kilometers to go before reaching home." And Chun Ming is also very excited. The car turned into the service area, and the three got out to take a breath and stretch their muscles. Chun Fan instructed Chun Ming, "Don't call me boss when you get home. Just call me by my name." Chun Ming scratched his head awkwardly. "Then I'll call you Brother Fan." "That's fine." It was 10:30 in the morning when Chun Fan arrived in Tongcheng. He called his mother on the way. When she heard that her son was coming back, his mother thought he had brought his wife back with him, so she quickly killed a chicken and asked Lao Chan to go to the street to buy vegetables. After entering the village, Chun Fan said, "Chun Ming, take some of the things in the car back with you. Don't go back empty-handed." No. This is what Mr. Liu bought for my uncle and aunt. How can I accept it?" "Don't talk nonsense. Take it back yourself." "Oh well." Chun Ming drove the car to the door of Chun Fan's house, took the initiative to pick up the things and greeted, "Aunt, we are back." Chun Fan's mother quickly wiped her hands and came over to greet him. "Hey, why are you buying so many things again? Waste of money. Xiao Su, why did you change people again?" The words came to my mother's lips, but she swallowed them back. "Isn't this pretty girl in front of me Xiao Su from last time?" She gave her son a strange look. Chun Fan saw his mother's confusion and explained, "This is my schoolmate, Tang Jing. We just happened to pass by and came here together." Oh, come on, sit inside." While her mother was greeting the guests, Tang Jing politely called out, "Auntie, you're welcome." Seeing Chun Fan's mother killing a chicken, she took the tea and put it aside. "Auntie, let me help you." No. This girl is too diligent." Chun Fan's mother quickly declined. How could she let a girl do such dirty work? Tang Jing was a city girl and had probably never killed a chicken before, but she actually took the initiative to help. Chun Fan shouted, "You can't do this kind of thing, Tang Jing." "It's okay, I can learn." Seeing how diligent she is, Chun Fan's mother is a little overwhelmed. She looked at her son. Could it be that this guy was really replaced? Chun Fan knew his mother's doubts and said in his heart, "Mom, it's not what you imagined." Chapter 133, Famous Rural Blind Date Scene. Chun Ming stayed for a while and went home. Chun Fan looked at his newly built courtyard house, which had a construction area of about 400 square meters, with only 1 floor in the front and 2.5 floors in the back. There are green plants all around, and the yard in the middle feels very comfortable. Old Chin came back from buying vegetables on the street and saw his son. "Huh, this girl." He looked at Chun Fan blankly. Chun Fan smiled bitterly. "Dad, you're back. This is my schoolmate." "Oh, good. My son is indeed more promising than me. He put down his things and pulled Chun Fan into the room. Where's Xiao Su? You have to be nicer to her. Chun Fan. Don't cook at home at noon. Your uncle's family is looking for a daughter-in-law today. Old Chun just received a call on the way, asking them to go to his uncle's house for dinner. Then do it at night. Mom packed her things and went into the house to change her clothes. When your uncle's family is looking for a daughter-in-law, as a relative you cannot dress too poorly. Otherwise people will say that your relatives are of low class. Seeing that his parents had packed up, Chun Fan called Tang Jing. Let's go. Tang Jing nodded and followed Chun Fan obediently. Old Chun said, Son, in order to find a wife for your cousin, your uncle lent us 50,000 yuan. My cousin Chun Pingyan is an honest man. He is already 30 years old, but he still has no wife. In fact, he is not ugly. He is just introverted, but he is a very down-to-earth person. As long as he can do something, he will do his best to do it. Because his family was poor at the time, he would rather drop out of school and save money for his sister to go to school. He said that if a girl is uneducated, she will be looked down upon after she gets married. Chun Fan was also a poor person in the past, so he can especially understand this mentality. I originally wanted to look for my cousin last time, but he was working outside. I didn't expect that when I came back this time, my cousin was going to find a wife. Hearing that his uncle had borrowed 50,000 yuan, Chun Fan asked, Why don't you borrow a little more? Uncle has helped us a lot, and you are brothers, so you should help each other. Dad, I can make a lot of money now. If you need anything, just tell me. But don't be arrogant and don't go around bragging in the village. Some things are better left to you. Society is complex, and if you talk too much, you are bound to cause trouble. This is what Chun Fan has been worried about, and he took the opportunity to talk to his parents about this. I know. Now everyone in the village says, Mom, stop talking here. The villagers said that Chun Fan found a good wife and his family was rich now. A new house was also built for the Chun family. This makes many people envious. Chun Fan also heard such gossip. He just smiled. As long as my parents are living well, it doesn't matter what others say. A family of 4. Oh no. Tang Jing followed Chun Fan, and for some reason, she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Chun Fan smiled and said, My uncle's family are all very authentic and down-to-earth country folk. They are very hospitable. Don't be nervous. Tang Jing nodded, looked at Chun Fan, and smiled. My uncle's house is actually not far away, only a few hundred meters away. Seeing Chun Fan's family coming over with gifts, the uncle said excitedly, Hey, Chun Fan is back. Nephew, that's great. Now you're a role model in the village. Chun Fan. Uncle, congratulations. The uncle smiled happily, took the gift from his brother's family, and said politely, Come over for a meal. Why are you being polite? The two brothers have a pretty good relationship. Old Chun said, This was bought by Chun Fan. It has nothing to do with me. The uncle turned around and looked at the girl next to Chun Fan. Xiao Su is here too. Chun Fan's face was full of black lines, but Tang Jing looked at Chun Fan in confusion. Who is Xiao Su? Has this guy brought other girls back? Of course, she didn't expect it to be Su Ruzhen. Ahem. Lao Chan was a little embarrassed. This isn't Xiao Su. Were you looking at me, brother? The uncle looked at it carefully for a few more times, then smiled like a simple countryman. Sorry. Danzing bu set hello, unso. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, she had to call Chun Fan's uncle. In order to entertain the guests, my aunt specially called my sister to come and help. The two were busy in the kitchen. There was a matchmaker and a woman sitting in the room. He is not young anymore, probably around 28 or 29 years old. Looks, it's hard to put into words. In Chun Fan's opinion, it can only be rated 50 points. A round face with spots, body shape, they are about the same size from top to bottom. In short, a very ordinary woman. But for some reason, she was not very happy and had a stern face. Her mother also came and sat there chatting with the matchmaker and peeling melon seeds. I don't know what's going on with my cousin Chun Pingyan. He doesn't dare to stay in the house. He is busy with this or that, and with his head down. Chun Fan knew that this guy was nervous. After all, I'm 30 years old. If I can make the deal, I'll probably be able to have a good meal. Chun Fan walked over with a smile and handed him a cigarette. Congratulations, brother. Chun Pingyan turned and went into the kitchen. I'll go see if the food is cooked. Chun Fan laughed. Your food is cooked, all cooked. You? When he saw this woman for the first time, Chun Fan felt from the bottom of his heart that she was not worthy of Chun Pingyan. Although my cousin's family is not well off, He is not ugly and can be quite handsome if he dresses up. Just too honest. These days, honest people suffer. It was also the first time for Tang Jing to see someone on a blind date. Seeing this scene, she actually felt shy. Chun Fan asked, "It's not your blind date. Why are you so nervous? Your face is so red." Tang Jing couldn't help it and hit him awkwardly. It was time to eat, and everyone sat down together and started talking about business. Uncle brought the rice wine and asked, "Would you like to drink some together?" The matchmaker was well known in the area for her eloquence. At that time, Chun Fan had just graduated from junior high school. She said she didn't want to study anymore and should get married as soon as possible to carry on the family line. At that time, Chun Fan wanted to beat her to death. She has a good alcohol tolerance and can probably drink more than a pound of rice wine. After everyone picked up their cups and walked around, the matchmaker called out to Chun Pingan, who was holding a bowl and sitting at the door. "Pingan, come here. This is your lifelong event. How dare Chun Pingan come over?" When he saw that woman and heard that she was his girlfriend, he became so nervous that he almost couldn't stand it. Blind dates are different from dating. In dating, two people first have a liking for each other, then slowly get to know each other and develop feelings for each other, and then develop into lovers. But blind dating is too direct. When two people sit down together, they think that she may become their partner in the future. My heart started pounding. The purpose was so obvious that even Chun Fan felt uncomfortable. Seeing that Chun Pingan was unwilling to come over, the matchmaker took a sip of wine and said to the uncle and his wife, "Old Chun, I just talked to the girl. Your family conditions are really poor. You haven't even renovated the house. Besides, Chun Pingan is not young anymore. If the girl marries you, you have to build the house quickly." My uncle and his wife said repeatedly, Okay, we will build the house even if we have to borrow money." Well, this is number one. The matchmaker continued, "When you get engaged, you have to give the woman a deposit of 168,888. We'll talk about the gift when the time comes. In addition, the clothes, gold and silver jewelry, and gifts for the woman should all be based on local customs." The uncle and his wife twitched their faces, but still responded, "Yes, it should be. Chapter 134. The Chun family is also proud of themselves in the village. It costs hundreds of thousands to get engaged, which is also the local custom. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find a wife nowadays. But my uncle's family thought so. The woman was not young anymore, and although she never had children, she was married once after all." Hearing the matchmaker's high conditions, Chun Pingan rushed in from outside and said, "I won't get married. Dad, Mom, forget it. The price is too high. Can't afford it." He threw down the bowl and ran out angrily. Seeing this, Chun Fan also dropped his bowl and chased after him. Chun Pingan sat by the pond at the entrance of the village, feeling very depressed. Originally, the family made some money, but a few years ago, my mother was not feeling well and fell ill. I spent all the money my dad and I earned. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now and still not found a partner. Chun Fan came over, handed him a cigarette, and sat down next to him. The two brothers lit up their cigarettes and puffed away together. "Brother, tell me, do you like this girl?" Chun Fan looked at the pond. He wanted to know what Chun Pingan was really thinking. Chun Pingan shook his head. "At my age, do I still beg for love? Isn't it just to find a woman to carry on the family line, so as to avoid being criticized by the villagers in the future? I feel relieved with your words. Listen to my advice. A man should have ambitions. Go out. The world outside is huge." Chun Pingan sighed. "Where can I go? You know your brother. He can't do anything except some dull work." Chun Fan put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't be so discouraged. Come with me. Now your brother can make money. If I eat, you will get some." Chun Pingan was stunned. "How can this be possible? I don't want to implicate you. Besides, you haven't even graduated from college yet. Although you have found a rich girlfriend, rich people look down on you, and you still have to please them." Chun Fan said, "Do you look down on your brother so much? To tell you the truth, I started a company. Chun Meng is also hanging out with me." The last time Chun Meng came back, he took 1 million and turned his old house into a villa. Everyone in the village says that he is awesome, promising, and doing well. Unlike Chun Fan, a college student can only live off others. They said it with a mixture of hatred and envy. "How about this? I'll give you some money. You build the house at home first, and then come to Jiangzhou to find me. As long as you believe in your brother, other people make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and if you work hard, you can make 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, right? Chen Pingon nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then let's go. The two brothers came back in high spirits and vigor. After hearing what Chen Pingon said, the woman left angrily. The matchmaker was very unhappy and said that the Chun family did this even though they had no money. The girl doesn't mind, but you are still picky. It's good enough to be able to marry a wife these days. Well, the matchmaker also left angrily. The uncle and his wife looked worried, but Chen Pingon was very happy. Dad, Mom, there's no need for a blind date. Chen Fan and I will go to Jiangzhou to work. Chen Fan called everyone into the room and told them his thoughts, and transferred 1 million to my uncle's bank card on the spot. Then he patted his uncle on the shoulder and said, "Don't sigh. When my brother becomes rich, he will marry a beautiful woman. I promise to give you 8 or 10 grandchildren. Look how happy you are." Tang Jing blushed when she heard this. When the uncle and his wife saw the transfer on the bank card, they were stunned. Chun Fan, don't do this. This is my own money. Take it, build the house, and our Chun family will be proud of itself in the village in the future. But we can't afford it, nephew. Seeing my uncle and his wife like this, they're indeed real people. Chun Fan said, "This is your nephew's gift to you. Why should I return it? You are my uncle, which means I am also your son. What is there to distinguish between us? Let's build the house first." This nephew is so nice that the uncle and his family are so moved that they can't say anything. He held Chun Fan's hand tightly and nodded continuously. My aunt wiped her tears and said, "Chun Fan, thank you. We old bones don't know what to say or do, so let Pingon repay you for this kindness in the future." After a lifetime of suffering, he finally saw the dawn of his family's rise. Then the old couple told their son, "Pingon, go with your brother. Leave the construction to us. Remember, your life belongs to your brother. No matter what he says or does, you must do everything in your power." Chun Pingon knelt on the ground with a plop. "Dad, Mom, I get it." Chun Fan's parents were also very pleased to see their son being so successful. Tang Jing was quite moved watching from the side and was also infected by this atmosphere, so she quietly turned her back. Chun Fan didn't stay at home for long and returned to Jiangzhou the next day. He asked Chen Pingon to follow Chen Meng for the time being. Chun Pingon doesn't have much education, but he is strong and is more than qualified to be a security guard. Of course, when Chun Fan is free, his abilities will be gradually developed. As soon as he returned to the apartment, Lu Wushuang couldn't wait to skip class, and when he saw the big bad wolf, he hugged him. Chun Fan could feel her strength, which was all longing. "You're skipping classes. You're getting bolder and bolder." Lu Wushuang didn't say anything either and put her face against his chest. The two of them were bored for a while, and Chun Fan picked her up. "Let me see if you've lost weight." Lu Wushuang shook his head no. Recently, she saw many people commenting on her on the school's BBS. Dad's mom is too young. So angry. In a rage, she hacked the forum. Chun Fan had just taken a breath when Lu Ruoxian called. "Chun Fan, are you back? You are truly a deity. I just arrived in Jiangzhou." Chun Fan could hear the tiredness in her voice over the phone. "You're not half asleep, are you? What's wrong? Have you pulled the raw stone back and cracked it?" Lu Ruoxian sighed quietly. "It's not that I haven't woken up yet, it's that I'm tired." She didn't know how to start. All the raw stones have been brought back and cut, and the prices have all increased. "Thank you. This time it was done beautifully, and my family is very happy." Chun Fan said politely, "What are you thanking me for? It's just a piece of cake. Besides, the two parties have been cooperating for a long time, and Chun Fan will also get a share of the money made." But Lu Ruoxian really couldn't say it. "It has nothing to do with me. It's someone else's credit. You may not know this yet, but that bastard Lu Jiping drugged a few of us on the way. He came back with his bodyguards and the raw stone to claim credit. Puff! Are there such shameless people in the world? His shamelessness is almost catching up with Guo Jinliang's." Chun Fan was completely speechless. Lu Ruoxian sighed. "But fortunately, the original stone is fine. When are you free? I'll treat you to a meal." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Chun Fan could only agree. "Then let's do it in the evening. You decide the location." Chapter 135. Don't you want to learn from Wang Jihuan? I have to go meet Mr. Lu tonight, so I can't have dinner with you." Chun Fan told Lu Wushuang helplessly. Lu Wushuang puffed out his cheeks. Oh. Although she was a little unhappy, she still understood the situation. Chun Fan leaned close to her ear and said, "Leave the door open for me." Lu Wushuang immediately blushed, feeling extremely ashamed. "But I like it so much." Chun Fan took a shower and changed his clothes. Xiao Xiao shouted. Mr. Chun, I want to see a few more villas. Do you want to pick one? Let's talk about it later. There's no rush. All right. I've been looking at villas these days and posted several messages on WeChat Moments. My friend's circle was buzzing with envy. Many men who had a crush on her and liked her quietly put their thoughts away. Well, out of reach. After all, he's going to buy a villa and even has to rely on a loan for the down payment. As Chun Fan left the apartment, Su Rujin called him and said, "Come and stay with me tonight." "No, I have an appointment with Lu Ruoxian today to discuss cooperation with her." Su Rujin was really unhappy. "Can I have a baby if I work with her?" "Cannot. That's right, follow me. Tell me, when will you come? Maybe some other time. I definitely can't go tonight." Without saying anything, Su Yaojing sent him a photo of herself lying in the bedroom. "Don't you want to learn from Wang Jihuan?" Ahem. Chun Fan wiped the blood from his nose and said, "What do you mean? I don't understand. The day's clothes are gone." "Oh shit. Su Yaoying dive so fast. I can't stop." Beep beep. Chun Meng drove over and Chun Fan chatted for a few words before hanging up the phone. Soon, Lu Ruoxian told him, "I'm at the entrance of Ruinfu Road Park. Come over." When the two arrived, Lu Ruoxian was sitting in a G-class and waving at him. "Where are you going to eat?" Lu Ruoxian did not answer him, but told Chun Meng, "Leave him to me. You don't have to take care of him tonight." Chun Fan's heart tightened. "Boss Lu, aren't you picky about food?" Lu Ruoxian frowned, not understanding what he meant. Chun Fan said, "I'm still a child." Roll. Lu Ruoxian finally reacted and gave the guy a cold look. "Do you think I would take advantage of you? In my eyes, you are really a child. Little brother." After getting into Lu Ruoxian's car, she drove into a private manor. "Where is this?" "Don't worry about it. Just follow me in." Seeing Lu Ruoxian stop the car and jump out first, Chun Fan was still hesitant to get out. He looked around and said, "Why do I smell a dangerous atmosphere?" "Come down." Lu Ruoxian chuckled. After Chun Fan got off the car, he said, "My dad wants to see you." "Why? How could you do this? Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal alone?" "Is there?" Lu Ruoxian turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful face was particularly nice to look at. "Originally, I wanted to invite you to dinner alone, but my dad called me out of the blue and said he wanted to meet you. Let's go. He doesn't eat people. Now that I'm here, what else can I do?" Chun Fan had no choice but to follow her in. This kind of private villa is very quiet and there are almost no outsiders. As Lu Ruoxian walked into the hall, the gorgeous chandeliers were dazzling and the European style was refreshing. The nannies, bodyguards, and staff here are in good order. When they saw Lu Ruoxian bringing people back, they all bowed and shouted, "Miss." Lu Ruoxian waved her hand and took Chun Fan to restaurant number 2. "Go tell the master that the guests have arrived." "Okay, I'll go right away." The nanny hurried upstairs, and after a while, a middle-aged man and woman slowly walked down the spiral staircase. "Dad, Mom, Chun Fan is here." The middle-aged man wore glasses and had a neat crew cut. He looked very serious, very much like a big shot on TV. The woman next to him looked very elegant and dignified. "This is Xiao Chun. Sit down." "Sit down. You're welcome." Mrs. Lu entertained the guests with a smile. "You are Xiao Chun." Coming down from upstairs, Lu Ziyuan kept looking at Chun Fan. "Yes. Hello, Chairman Lu." Chun Fan didn't feel any pressure at all, which surprised Lu Ziyuan. "You have to know that because of my status and position, most people become very nervous and restrained when they see me." The young man in front of him acted as if nothing had happened, which made Lu Ziyuan feel a little insignificant. "Seat." Everyone sat down, and Mrs. Lu asked the kitchen to serve the food. "Xiao Chun, do you drink?" "Thank you. I'm still a student and I don't drink." "What kind of wine do you drink with them?" "Just finish eating early and go back." He glanced at Lu Ruoxian, this pigeon king. "If I had known, I would not have come." "Is Fairy Sue still waiting for her clothes to run out during the day?" "I heard that Chun Fan doesn't drink, so let's eat." The dishes came out very quickly. There were more than a dozen dishes for 4 people. The nanny came over and served everyone a bowl of soup. Lu Ziyuan took a sip and asked, "Xiao Chun, I heard from Ruxian about your situation in southern Yunnan. Are you interested in coming to our Lu family?" "Not interested." Chun Fan shook his head. Lu Ziyuan felt very upset after being rejected so directly by him. Lu Ruoxian's breathing stagnated, and she almost spit out a mouthful of soup. Ahem. She covered her mouth with a tissue and looked at the guy depressedly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, she quickly explained, "Dad, with Chun Fan's ability, how could he possibly work for others?" Lu Ziyuan looked up and said, What if you and Ruoxian work together to start a new company? Chen Fan didn't understand what he meant. What does Lu Ziyuan want to do? Lu Ruoxian obviously didn't know what her father meant. Dad, why? Lu Ziyuan said, I will separate the jewelry business in a few days, and you can take charge of that business. In the past, the jewelry industry was part of the head office as a whole, but now Lu Ziyuan wants to split out. Lu Ruoxian understood. But if we do this, will Uncle and his family agree? Grandpa won't agree, right? I'll coordinate this. Lu Ziyuan didn't say much, but asked Chen Fan, what do you think? As for their previous cooperation, it was of course invalidated. That's no problem. When the time comes, Mr. Lu will just come up with a specific plan. Okay, that's settled then. Lu Ziyuan was very decisive and finalized the matter with just a few simple words. During the meal, we basically didn't talk about business anymore. Only Mrs. Lu kept calling Chen Fan to eat more vegetables. Chen Fan really had no appetite for eating in such an environment. He quickly finished half a bowl of rice, and when everyone had finished eating, he said goodbye. Lu Ruoxian said, I'll take you there. Dad, Mom, let's go. Watching her daughter and Chen Fan hurriedly leave, Madame Lu asked worriedly, Ziyuan, do you think he is reliable? What if Big Brother and the others start making trouble? Lu Ziyuan frowned. I'm saving the Lu family. If we don't separate the core jewelry business, the entire Lu family will be defeated by them sooner or later. Then he murmured, I hope Ruoxian is not wrong. Chapter 136. This Xiao, what a waste of talent. Outside the villa, the night wind was blowing, and Chen Fan saw Lu Ruoxian catching up with him. Don't send me off. I'll go back by myself. How can that be? You have to finish what you start. No. Chen Fan waved his hand, seeming to want to say something, but stopped himself. Lu Ruoxian looked at him teasingly. Are you afraid that I'll disturb your good time? You have a date with your girlfriend? Mr. Lu knows so much. It's okay, I'll take you there. Seeing Lu Ruoxian insisting like this, Chen Fan scratched his head and said, No, I just don't know which girlfriend to go to. Lu Ruoxian's face was full of black lines. You are so fickle. Chen Ming drove over to pick him up, and Chen Fan gave her a you-know-what smile. Lu Ruoxian rolled her eyes. I didn't expect this guy to be so bad. Rushing to Su Ruzhen's villa, the two of them were in a heated debate. Looking at Su Yaojing's jade-like skin, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's amazing that a woman could be born so delicate. God created women to bring harm to men, right? It took until 9:30. Chen Fan stood at the window, lit a cigarette, and looked at his other villa behind him. It's impossible to live in this villa if it's located here. Keep it. After staying at Su Ruzhen's place until around 11 o'clock, Wang Hao called and asked him to go for a midnight snack. Chen Fan asked, Want to go together? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I still have the strength to move? Chen Fan stroked her long hair lovingly. Be moderate. Faint. Chen Fan put on his clothes and prepared to leave. By the way, has the Garlic contract been closed? Plan for the next trend in the next 2 days. Su Ruzhen stretched and said, Will you come over after supper? No, go to bed early. Chen Ming waited in the car until Chen Fan came out. Brother Fan, is there another game? Take care of yourself. Chen Fan glared at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. Call my brother and go have a midnight snack together. Chen Ming made a phone call and asked Chen Pingan to wait at the agreed intersection. After picking him up, the three of them headed towards Yexiao City where Wang Hao and the others were. As soon as they met, Chen Fan threw a cigarette at Wang Hao. What? Reward for you. Wang Hao was completely confused. I'm just making a phone call. Is that necessary? Yilang Gao saw it and said, Fuck. Brothers, split it in half. There are a lot of people here tonight. Qin Nan and Su Keqing are both here. Chen Fan patted Chen Pingan's shoulder and said, This is my brother. Let's take him to experience the prosperity of this city. The money is mine. Wang Hao and the other man patted their chests and said, Leave it to us. It was already past 1 o'clock when we got back to the apartment. As usual, continue climbing the balcony. This is Chen Fan's safe passage. Just as he jumped over, a figure pounced over. Lu Wushuang's soft body was in his arms. This girl really didn't sleep. She is really addicted. Chen Fan, do you love me? In the darkness, Lu Wushuang asked, leaning against his chest. Chen Fan's heart trembled, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. He held Lu Wushuang's face in his hands and looked at her suspiciously in the dim light outside. What's the matter with you? Lu Wushuang dodged his hands and buried her head in his chest again. No, I just miss you. Ouch. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He hugged Lu Wushuang tightly. Can I take you with me next time I go out? Lu Wushuang raised his head. Really? Real. Chun Fan pinched her face, and the girl smiled happily. It was getting late, so after a simple wash, Lu Wushuang hugged her tightly like a pet. I'm a little tired today. Just as I was about to go to sleep, Lu Wushuang got into the quilt. Chun Fan's whole body tensed up, and he jumped up instinctively. What are you doing? Who did you learn this from? Lu Wushuang was frightened by him and blinked violently. Chun Fan felt something was wrong. How could such a simple girl like Lu Wushuang be capable of such things? Tell me, what's going on? Lu Wushuang covered her face and lay on the bed. No more, no more. Chun Fan looked at her depressedly. This is not right. Is my snow lotus contaminated? He leaned over and whispered in Lu Wushuang's ear. Did you do something bad? No, it was Sister Xiao Xiao who taught me. When you're not around, she showed me a short video. This Xiao Xiao is such a waste of talent. I would be sorry for her if I didn't promote her as a supervisor. Well, this girl is pretty good. Chun Fan then smiled happily and said, It's okay, you're great. At lunch the next day, Chun Fan added a chicken drumstick for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at him strangely. What's the matter, boss? Eat more. You've been too tired lately. Am I tired? Xiao Xiao thought that she was rewarded by her boss for looking at houses. Would you like to go and see the Riverview Villa? She has looked at more than a dozen villa properties these days, and only this Riverview Villa feels the best, especially when you sit on the second floor and look out over the rolling river. Unrivaled vision. Moreover, this kind of detached villa can be used to hold parties and barbecues. Chun Fan looked at the photo she sent and said, Go take a look. If you like it, take it. Normally, he would be too lazy to go, but this time he wanted to live somewhere else. It can also be said that we have settled down in Jiangzhou. Chen Meng sent them to the sales office of Vientiane International, and Xiao Xiao was interested in building 28. Like Jiangshan Daijing, it is also fully decorated, and you can move in as long as you buy furniture and appliances. The community environment and property are pretty good. Chun Fan only looked at it for less than 10 minutes and paid the full amount directly. With one swipe of the card, more than 40 million was gone. The house is registered under Chun Fan's own name. The rest of the matters will be left to Xiao Xiao. After coming out of the sales office, Chun Fan walked to the riverside and stood with his hands behind his back. Facing the rolling river, I actually feel a special feeling in my heart. The great river flows eastward. The waves wash away all the heroes of the ages. In the rolling tide of history, who can remain in people's hearts forever? Half a year ago, I was still an unknown little person. Now he has hundreds of billions of wealth and 2 major companies. Thinking of the mediocrity and desolation in the past, all of this will be carried away by the mighty river. In this vast business world, who is the master of the ups and downs? I am Chun Fan. One day, I will stand on top of the world. Let's fight. Juvenile. Xiao Xiao came out of the sales office after completing the formalities. Boss, what are you thinking about? Chun Fan turned around and smiled slightly. We will live here from now on, so clean up this place as soon as possible. Okay, Xiao Xiao answered excitedly. She also liked this place. It was much more comfortable than staying in the apartment. When Chun Fan was not around, she drank coffee and admired the unparalleled river view. It feels like the boss is working for me. Xiao Xiao, go pick a car yourself some other day. Chun Fan instructed Xiao Xiao on the way back, and Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. Yeah, thank you, boss. She looked at Chun Fan and blinked. My boss is so nice to me. Shouldn't I be more proactive? I've been here for so long, but I haven't achieved anything. Chapter 137. The Brilliant Night Belonging to Zhuo Bing. Pig, are you back? Chun Fan was on his way back to the apartment when Zhuo Bing suddenly sent him a WeChat message. He had looked at Zhuo Bing's circle of friends in recent days and found that he had been busy with the model competition. Zhuo Bing's cousins Wei Chun and Han Kaiying and others all went to the scene, forming a strong group of relatives and friends. Tonight's competition will select the final champion, runner-up in 3rd place in the region. After receiving Zhuo Bing's message, Chun Fan smiled slightly. What time is the final? I will definitely be there. It starts at 7:30 and the results will be out at 9. Always. After replying the message, Chun Fan put down his phone and said, Chun Meng, you and Xiao Xiao should do something right away. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, Please give me your orders, boss. Go organize some people and buy all the fireworks in the city. Okay. The 2 of them responded loudly without any hesitation. Of course, if there are not enough people, Chun Ming can mobilize more than 100 people from the company's security department. If it is still not enough, Jiangzhou Hotel can also transfer people. Just tell Lu Ruoxian. Chun Fan ordered. After buying all the fireworks, leave them where they are and listen to my orders. Yes. After receiving the order, the two men immediately started to act. Then Chen Fan called again. Flower shop? Order me 9,999 roses. Yes, I'll deliver it to the gymnasium entrance at 9 o'clock. After doing all this, Chen Fan went back to take a shower and change his clothes. At 7:30, the final of the National Model Contest East China Division officially began. Han Chaiyang, Zhua Handong, Zhua Chun. At least 30 members of the family and friends group sat anxiously in their seats. They were even more nervous than Zhua Bing. Zhua Handong stretched his neck and asked, "Where's Chun Fan? Why hasn't he come yet?" "I don't know, maybe he's busy." Han Chaiyang holds her mobile phone, ready to record her daughter's most glorious moment at any time. Since this selection is for car models, every time a model comes on stage, there will be cars of different brands as the background. At the competition site, Mr. Tan, the owner of the luxury car shop where Chun Fan bought a car last time, was also present. He was also one of the sponsors of this event. They have their own car models participating in this competition. However, the organizer of this event is the central bank, and the judges are also nationally renowned celebrities. The entire event will be broadcast live, and there will be no room for fraud or deception. Every model who comes on the stage has her own number, and their figures and looks are absolutely top-notch. After the auditions and semifinals, the remaining 36 contestants enter the finals. Each time two contestants come up, they walk the runway and perform, and the winner is ultimately decided. Zhua Bing was in the 9th group, and she was paired with a tall girl. The other party is well known in the Jiangzhou car model circle, and she is the favorite to win the championship this time. And he has the support of the big brother behind him. If it weren't for the central bank directly parachuting in as a judge, he might have been selected long ago. Zhua Bing saw the contestants coming up on stage from backstage. Each of them had an outstanding temperament and was particularly fashionable and generous. Everyone's makeup and appearance are professionally designed by makeup artists and costume designers. It's not as casual as the auditions. Zhua Bing was wearing a white short skirt, which matched her skin and figure very well. Finally, it was Zhua Bing and her friends' turn to perform, and the two girls walked out from backstage. After a round of catwalk, they came to the car and posed in various ways. The spotlights flashed nonstop, and the live broadcast attracted countless people across the country to watch. Zhua Bing stood on the stage, calm and composed. She was not nervous at all, but instead had a sweet smile on her face. Han Chaiyang waved her hands excitedly when she saw her daughter. Screaming Bing Bing is the best. At the back of the huge gymnasium, rows of lights suddenly appeared, forming words. "Come on, Zhua Bing. Awesome. Zhua Bing will win." Chun Fan, that pig, was holding a sign and waving in the distance. Zhua Bing's face was filled with a loving smile. She completed all the projects, bowed to the audience with the girl on the stage to express her gratitude, and then left the stage. The contestants who have completed the competition cannot come out immediately. They have to wait backstage. Wait until all contestants have finished their catwalk and the judges have finished scoring. The host asked all the contestants to stand in a row on the stage and wait for the announcement of the results. The scene was so quiet that even the audience tried not to make any noise, curiously awaiting the result of tonight's final. A few minutes later, the host received the final results selected by the jury. He waved his hand while holding the envelope. "Hello, everyone. The results of the East China car model competition have been announced. So who will win the first, second, and third place that we are looking forward to?" He looked at the row of beautiful young ladies and said with a smile, "The answer is in my hand. Now, let me officially announce the results." He opened the envelope in public. Wow. The third place winner of the National Car Model Contest in the Donghua Division is number 8 Wang Jieli. Pa pa pa. The whole audience was shocked and thunderous applause broke out. A girl standing in the front row was flattered when she heard her name and instinctively covered her open mouth. "Oh my God, is it really me?" It seems that she is an unpopular contestant. Even she herself is surprised. The host asked her to stand in the front row for the third place. "Next, let me announce the runner-up of the National Car Model Contest. The runner-up of the Donghua Division is number 22 Cheng Shi. Number 22 is the girl who is on the same stage with Zhua Bing, and she is also the favorite to win this time. But she only got the runner-up. Although she had won, she was still stunned. "I'm only second? When the host asked her to come forward, she felt a little disappointed. But she is indeed good, has impressive qualities, and is also very beautiful. She really couldn't figure out who she lost to. Zhuo Bing stood there, but his eyes were looking in the direction of Chun Fan. When she heard Cheng Shishir's name, she felt that she had no chance because Cheng Shishir stood out so much among this group of people. Logically speaking, she is the only one who can win the championship this time. But she lost. This means I probably have no chance. But Zhuo Bing has a good personality, and she feels very happy to be able to stand on this stage. The host smiled and asked, which contestant will be the champion? He kept everyone in suspense. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. I guess the audience in front of the TV can't wait any longer. Now I officially announce that the winner of a national car model competition, Donghua Division, is number 19 Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing really couldn't believe that he was the champion of this competition. Like Wang Jelly, she felt extremely shocked. Offstage, there was thunderous applause and thousands of people cheered. The relatives and friends were eager to rush onto the stage. They stood up, waved their hands, and shouted Zhuo Bing's name. Zhuo Bing waved his hand with a bright smile. After the award ceremony, Zhuo Bing slowly came out surrounded by his relatives and friends. A large number of reporters swarmed around and took pictures nonstop. But what about Chun Fan? Zhuo Bing looked around and saw several flower shop employees pushing a huge bunch of roses towards her. Are you Zhuo Bing? This is a gift from your boyfriend. Wow, 9,999 roses. Zhuo Bing was stunned and covered his mouth. What on earth is this pig doing? What about others? I clearly saw him just now. At this moment, Zhuo Bing's phone rang. It was Chun Fan. Where are you? Zhuo Bing bit her lip, feeling excited. Chun Fan's voice came from the phone. Look up at the sky. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Call out. Bang. In an instant, a cluster of fireworks shot up into the sky, blooming into beautiful flowers in the night sky. Then, countless fireworks, as if receiving an order, rushed into the sky from every corner of the city, blooming in unison. Woos, bang, woos, woos, bang, bang. The whole city is blooming everywhere. The night sky is so bright. Chapter 138, A Bit Arrogant. Wow, so beautiful. Zhuo Bing stared at the sky in a daze. She was completely stunned. Pig, what are you doing? Chun Fan laughed. These are the fireworks I prepared for you. Tonight is your bright night. Do you like it? I like it, I like it. Zhuo Bing was so moved that she nodded with tears in her eyes. The fireworks continued for a long time, blooming continuously above the city. They're so beautiful and so dazzling. The spectators in the stadium poured out and looked up at the sky in amazement. Countless citizens also leaned out of the windows to enjoy this feast. On the street, everyone looked up at the sky. Even the driver was stunned. He stopped the car and came out to watch the fireworks. The whole city seemed to be still, except for the bright fireworks and the dazzling sky. Everyone stood still, staring blankly. This fireworks display shocked everyone. But they all don't understand that this feast is just for Zhuo Bing to win the championship. Left Han Dong, Han Kaiying, and her husband looked at the sky. Their hearts were extremely shocked. Zhuo Bing's cousin cried with envy. She turned around and hugged her boyfriend, tears welling up in her eyes. Hubby, I want a feast like this too. Xiao Yuan. The fireworks lasted for half an hour before they stopped, but everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Zhuo Bing burst into tears. Pig, where are you? Look back. Chun Fan yelled on the phone. Zhuo Bing turned his head. Looking back suddenly, Chun Fan was standing under a tree, smiling and waving at her. Chun Fan. Zhuo Bing dropped what he was holding and ran away. Seeing this, Zhuo Handong turned around and looked at his wife. What? Han Kaiying glared at him, and Zhuo Handong put away his romantic thoughts in disappointment. When they were about to rush over, hey, where's Zhuo Bing and the others? Zhuo Bing and Chun Fan had already boarded a taxi. Master, let's go to Yuanzhou International Hotel. The taxi driver was very gossipy. Did you see the fireworks just now? I heard it was prepared for tonight's model champion by her boyfriend. Wow, so well informed. The two smiled but didn't say anything. The taxi driver was particularly excited. Back then, when I married my wife, I just set off some firecrackers, but he lit up the whole sky. If only I had a son-in-law like this. Master, drive carefully. Chun Fan held Zhuo Bing in his arms and did not let the driver see her face. After arriving at the place, Chun Fan scanned the 38 yuan fare and said, "No need to give me the change." Taxi driver, "Damn it, you still owe me 50 cents? Chun Fan brought Zhuo Bing to the hotel suite that had been booked in advance. As soon as he entered the room, he picked up Zhuo Bing and spun her around more than a dozen times. "Are you happy today?" Zhuo Bing nodded vigorously. Then, "Bull. Love you." Zhuo Bing smiled and hugged Chun Fan tightly. Outside the gymnasium, Zhuo Handong looked left and right, and the two guys were gone. Chai Young called him quickly. Han Chai Young glared at him. What a tactless person. "Let's go quickly, go back, go back." The next morning, Zhuo Bing was awakened by countless phone calls. There were media reporters, entertainment company scouts, agents, and so on. Of course, many classmates also called and sent WeChat messages to congratulate me. Zhuo Bing lay on the bed, really not wanting to answer the call. Chun Fan shouted, "Get up, it's already 9:30. Zhuo Bing sat up and looked at him. "How am I going to explain this to my parents when you dragged me here last night? You just told them you were back to school? Can they believe it? Believe it or not, will they expose you?" Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes, a little arrogant. "This makes my mom and the others suffer in silence, and they are too embarrassed to ask." Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Chun Fan walked out to open the door. "I guess it's the hotel delivering breakfast." He just called and specifically requested it. Sure enough, the waiter came in with a food cart, put the food away, and left. Chun Fan woke up Zhuo Bing and had breakfast. Her phone rang again, and it was an unfamiliar number. Zhuo Bing answered it in annoyance. "Hello. Hello. I'm a talent scout from entertainment company." Beep beep. Zhuo Bing hung up the phone directly. This guy got hit at least 10 times. "Are you planning to join an entertainment company?" Zhuo Bing shook his head. "I heard that there are a lot of unspoken rules in that industry." Chun Fan smiled and said, "If you want to develop in this direction, I am a very safe agency. It's absolutely fine to let them help you run it." Oh, Zhuo Bing didn't expect that Chun Fan was even familiar with this. "Hurry up and eat. I'll take you there later. We're all family, so there won't be any trouble." After they finished their breakfast, Zhuo Bing packed up simply and left the hotel with Chun Fan. The administrative building next door is Shun Mingyao's office. Chun Fan took her to the 28th floor. Boom, boom, boom. Shun Mingyao was busy, and Chun Fan knocked on the door. She looked up and asked, "Why are you here?" Then she saw the girl behind Chun Fan, and her eyes lit up. This girl has a great figure, and her long legs are so charming. Today, Shun Mingyao is wearing a Chanel summer dress, looking graceful and exuding an indescribable mature charm, especially when she stood up. That posture. "Boss Shun, I brought someone to you." Chun Fan greeted her, and Shun Mingyao hurried to greet him in person. "This is..." Chun Fan held Zhuo Bing's hand. "My girlfriend, Zhuo Bing." "Oh, how beautiful." Seeing Zhuo Bing, even Shun Mingyao couldn't help but admire him. Zhuo Bing looked suspicious. "Are you Teacher Shun?" Chun Fan laughed. "Yes, this is my former head teacher, and also the goddess teacher of our school." Zhuo Bing was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that it was really Teacher Shun. "No wonder I felt like I'd seen it somewhere when I came in just now. How did she start her own company?" Now that everyone knows each other so well, conversation becomes much easier. Chun Fan explained the purpose of his visit. Zhuo Bing had just won the championship of the East China region of a national model contest organized by the central bank. He wanted Shin Mingyao to help package him so that Zhuo Bing could shine in this industry. Shin Mingyao nodded repeatedly. "Of course, your girlfriend will definitely have no problem. We will definitely go all out and devote all our resources to build it." Chun Fan said to Zhuo Bing, "With Teacher Shun here, you don't have to worry." Zhuo Bing nodded, but she was still curious about how Chun Fan could be so free in Teacher Shun's company. Seeing that she was confused, Shun Mingyao explained, "Chun Fan is our company's investor, boss. I also work for him." Zhuo Bing was shocked. Could this guy be so awesome? Teacher Shin's company looks very big. After chatting in Shun Mingyao's office for more than an hour, Shun Mingyao saw that it was getting late and said, "Let's go eat together first, and then sign a contract when we come back." Even though she is the boss's girlfriend, the procedure still needs to be followed. Shun Mingyao made a phone call and asked her assistant to book a restaurant. Chapter 139, Ex-Husband's Tears. The restaurant the assistant booked was 1916 Mansion, a place Chun Fan had been to before. He asked Shin Mingyao and the others to go in first while he went to the bathroom. As soon as I unzipped my pants, I saw a man standing next to me. "Hey, President." The other party also saw him and said in surprise, "Mr. Chun, what a coincidence." Yes. You come P2. Chun Fan quickly solved the problem and left, but President, he was still standing there waiting. There's an advertisement above the station. If you have frequent urination, urgent urination, or inability to urinate completely, please come to Oriental Hospital. When they arrived at the private room, Shin Meng Yao was already ordering food. When she saw Chun Fan coming in, she handed him the menu and asked, "See what you like to eat. Let them be girls. Come, pick the one you like best." Chun Fan is never picky about food, and he has eaten here once before and the food tasted good. So we arranged for the waiter to serve several signature dishes and added 2 or 3 more to make it basically the same. Shen Mingyao suggested, "Let's have a drink. Welcomes Wabing to join our big family." Chun Fan turned around and asked Wabing, "What kind of wine do you want to drink?" So Wabing said it was okay. Chun Fan knew her alcohol tolerance. "Let's just drink some red wine and take care of the others." Chun Fan ordered a bottle of red wine worth 7,000 yuan. Just after ordering, a man in a white shirt and tie came in. He asked the waiter unhappily, "What's going on?" "This is not what I ordered." Halfway through his words, he froze. "Shun Mingyao? Why is it you?" When Shun Mingyao saw the other person, her expression also changed drastically. She didn't expect to run into her scumbag ex-husband here, but she had already given up on him, otherwise she wouldn't have divorced him. "What does my presence here have to do with you?" Today's Shin Mingyao is no longer the teacher whose mind was full of poetry and books. She has become a strong woman in the business world. Seeing this woman who once had, now becomes both beautiful, sexy, and fashionable. Zhu Yiping always felt a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. After looking at the people in the box, he felt even more unbalanced. "Excuse me, this is the box I booked. Please leave." Shin Mingyao ignored him and looked at the waiter. The waiter explained, "Sir, you may have made a mistake. Please go to the front desk to check it. This box was booked by this lady." Zhu Yiping did not leave, but snorted coldly. "Shin Mingyao, aren't you arrogant? Why were you expelled from school?" "Humph, you had to divorce me just for such a small matter. To tell you the truth, I got promoted again. The guest I want to invite today is President, he from one of the 4 major banks. If you change your mind and get back together with me now, I can still treat you the same as before. If I really delay it for a few more years at your age, it will be difficult to find someone who can catch up with me." Shin Mingyao's face turned cold. "Get out. You are not welcome here." Zhu Yiping glanced at the crowd and saw that there were no important people. He snorted coldly. "Don't be shameless. When I become successful one day, if you want to curry favor with me, you will have to depend on my mood." Roll. Shin Mingyao was furious. At this time, Chun Fan stood up and picked up a glass of water on the table. "What did you say?" Zhu Yiping glanced at him disdainfully. "What does it have to do with you? Do you still want to have any fantasies about her?" Puff. Chun Fan threw a glass of water on his face. "Your mouth stinks. I'll give you 1 second now. Get out of the box immediately, or you'll be in big trouble today." Since she dared to insult Shin Mingyao, of course Chun Fan had to defend her. Zhu Yiping wiped the water stains off his face and glared at Chun Fan angrily. "Fuck, this is between me and my ex-wife. Why are you interfering? Have you 2 been mixed up for a long time? Bastards." Bang. Chun Fan didn't tolerate him and slapped him directly. Zhu Yiping was hit so hard that he staggered back a few steps. "Fuck you, you dare to hit me? Yes, I will beat you." Chun Fan was very unhappy. "Huangjun Marue, drag him out." 2 bodyguards rushed in and were about to grab Zhu Yiping and drag him out. President He, who had just returned from the bathroom, passed by the box and saw Chun Fan at a glance. "I was just about to look for him, but unexpectedly someone was causing trouble in the box." He walked in and saw that the troublemaker was Zhu Yiping. "Mr. Chun, what's going on?" "Last time, with the help of Chun Fan, I deposited 2 billion yuan in their bank." President He was just looking for an opportunity to thank him, but he didn't expect to meet him today. Chun Fan saw President He coming in and waved his hands. "It's okay, I just met a mad dog." President He stared at Zhu Yiping. "Manager Zhu, what do you mean? How dare you offend Mr. Chun? Go back and tell Zhao Guowei that there is no point in discussing the loan. Go away. I can't afford this meal today." "Huh? President He, this is bullshit. Mr. Chun is my most distinguished customer. You have offended him. Do you still want to get a loan? Go away. I really don't know how Zhao Guowei uses people." Seeing President He so angry, Zhu Yiping was completely panicked. "Damn, it turns out this kid has a very important background. I was panicking when I thought about how I had messed up. No, President He, give me a chance. Their boss Zhao Guowei is coming soon. If he finds out that he is the one who messed up everything, how can he survive? I was just bragging to Shen Mingyao about getting promoted? It's all over now. Of course, President, he would not give him this face. After all, in the eyes of a person like him, what does a mere Zhu Yiping mean? Even their boss, Zhao Guowei, had to be polite and respectful in front of them. You don't stand a chance, get out. When Zhu Yiping heard this, he collapsed on the spot. He hugged President He's thighs and said, "No, President He. It's not easy for me to climb to this position today. Can you please be kind to me?" President He pulled his foot away impatiently, with a look of disgust on his face. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhu Yiping quickly pleaded with Shen Mingyao. "Mingyao, help me. Please. Since we were husband and wife before, you must help me. It was all my fault before. I'm not a human being, I'm not a thing. I apologize to you, and I kowtow to you. I will return half of your property before the divorce. When we were getting divorced before, he refused to agree no matter what. He even put forward shameless conditions, unless Shen Mingyao left the house with nothing. But Shen Mingyao was so tough that she signed on the spot and left." Seeing Zhu Yiping like this, Shen Mingyao also felt disgusted. What is there to sympathize with such a person? She turned her face away and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Zhu Yiping lay on the ground and begged, "Mingyao, please help me." At this moment, outside, Zhao Wuwei, the chairman of Zhao Real Estate, also came in. Chapter 140, on equal footing with his father. As the chairman of Zhao Real Estate, Zhao Guowei has been having a headache recently due to financial issues. In fact, considering the scale of the Zhao Group, if he were in other cities, he would also be considered a big shot. But in Jiangzhou, where many heroes emerged, the Zhao family's assets of just over 30 billion yuan were really nothing, right? However, in order to speed up the development of the company, he was willing to sell his shares for cash. After winning several large projects, he was running out of funds. Today, I finally made an appointment with President He to come out and try to apply for a loan from him. For this purpose, he specially arranged for Zhu Yiping to come and say hello in advance. Who would have thought that as soon as he stepped into the hotel's door, the assistant ran over in panic? "Chairman, something terrible has happened." Zhao Guowei was a superstitious person. He was very upset when he heard this. He yelled with a dark face, "What's going on?" The assistant was terrified. Manager Zhu has offended President He. Depend on. Zhao Guowei was furious. "I asked him to come over and say hello in advance. And he help you offend someone? Quick." Zhao Guowei took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the box where Chen Fan and the others were. Zhu Yiping sat on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, while President He stood there with an unhappy look on his face. As for the other people in the box, he didn't care. "President, congratulations." Zhao Guowei was extremely anxious. "What's going on?" President He saw him coming and said coldly, "Humph, President Zhao, is this the quality of the people in your company?" Zhao Guowei wiped his sweat, puzzled. Fortunately, his assistant came to tell him the truth. Zhao Guowei was so angry that he yelled at Zhu Yiping on the ground, "You are fired. Get out of here right now. You are sick, this idiot. I actually offended such an important guest." Seeing Zhu Yiping getting up and walking out in a panic, Zhao Guowei said carefully, "President He, I'm really sorry. I apologize. In fact, Zhu Yiping is quite capable, otherwise he would not have been promoted. But I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. If the negotiations today fail, Zhao Guowei will have to slap himself hard twice. Bad use of people. President, he was really angry today. If Chen Fan and the others were not here, he would have left long ago. In order to thank Chen Fan for his help to the bank, he must treat this guest today. No need to apologize. I can't bear it. Chairman Zhao, please go back. Today I want to have a couple of drinks with Mr. Chen and some friends." President He turned to Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, you have to give me this honor today. It's not easy to meet you." Someone called the waiter. Hearing that President He was coming, the manager of the hotel ran all the way to the box and apologized to President He in person. "I'm sorry, I was too busy today and didn't know you were coming." Then she saw Zhao Guowei again. "Hello, Chairman Zhao, hello." Zhao Guowei smiled awkwardly. President He waved his hand and said, "Let's follow the highest standards for lunch today. As for the wine, let's get one first." Okay, I'll arrange it right away." The manager bowed and left the box, and gave orders to serve the dishes in this box again. Shen Mingyao and others were a little surprised to see President He being so enthusiastic. She has not had any interaction with these people yet, but Zhuo Bing knows them well because she met several bank presidents last time at Yunhu Resort Center. Seeing this, Zhao Guowei immediately volunteered. President He, I'm coming. Give me some face. It's true that I did a bad job today. I shouldn't have been late. For the sake of our friendship over the years, can you forgive me this time? President He said, it's not a question of whether I can forgive you. It's that your subordinates have offended my most respected guest. I say, Lao Zhao, how do you employ people? What kind of quality do they have? Seeing President He's tone soften, Zhao Guowei was secretly delighted. I'm sorry. I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment later. A person like him, who has been in the business world for so long, naturally knows how to read people's expressions. Although Zhao Guowei couldn't figure out Chun Fan's origins, he knew in his heart that he had to take advantage of this gentleman today. So he came over and said very politely, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you and your friends today. I apologize to you all. Please take care of me in the future. For a CEO of a listed company to say such things, he is indeed humble. Chun Fan had no grudge against Zhao Guowei. He was upset with Zhu Yiping. Zhao Guowei was also very good at handling things. Don't worry, I've already fired Zhu Yiping. He won't be able to continue working in this industry anymore. Chun Fan set his eyes on Shun Mingyao, who said, then don't spoil everyone's fun. Let's sit together. Originally, she just wanted to welcome Zhuo Bing, but ended up running into so many big shots. How could Shun Mingyao refuse? Chun Fan and the others agreed. So President He naturally did them a favor. Then I will be the host today. Please give me some face. Zhao Guowei shouted excitedly. Come on, serve some wine. He had to seize the opportunity to build up his network while eliminating the impact of what had just happened. The assistant brought 5 or 6 cases of wine in with his men. Zhao Guowei said, each person gets a case of this wine. If you can't finish it, pack it up and take it away. President He said angrily, you old bullshit. You are playing the same trick again. I'm telling you, this is bribery in disguise. No, let's be friends. Mr. Chun, these people are... Shun Mingyao said, I am Shun Mingyao from Home to Capital, and this is my assistant. Oh, hello, Mr. Shun, hello. Zhao Guowei shook Shun Mingyao's hand and was very polite. Home to Capital acquired 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, and the news spread throughout Jiangzhou. Everyone was very curious about this company that suddenly emerged. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Zhao Guowei asked Zhuo Bing again, and Shun Mingyao said, this is Mr. Chen's girlfriend Zhuo Bing. Hello, Miss Zhuo. Zhao Guowei stood up and shook hands. Zhuo Bing also politely replied, hello, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Chun looks very young. Where is he from? Why haven't I seen him before? Chun Fan said, of course you haven't seen it. We go to the same school as your daughter. Puff. Hearing this, Zhao Guowei couldn't help himself for a moment. Embarrassed, he wiped his face with a tissue and asked in surprise, You are students of Jiangzhou University? Chun Fan nodded. Zhao Guowei can no longer sit still. Oh my goodness. How could a student like him have such great abilities? Even President He was so polite to him. Which big family did he come from? Zhao Guowei wiped the sweat off his face and became more and more anxious. It seems that I have to go back and ask my daughter about the other party's origins. Are you Zhao Linlin's father? Zhuo Bing also screamed and stared at Zhao Guowei in a daze. Oh my god, isn't it such a coincidence? Thinking about how proud Zhao Linlin was in school, Chun Fan is now on par with his father. Chapter 141 people have helped you make money, but they hide it so well. Chen Guowei enjoyed the dinner tonight very much. Although Governor, he did not make a clear statement. At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. And he also met a mysterious person. When I got home, I happened to meet my daughter Zhao Linlin. He applied a hot towel to his forehead. Linlin, there is a classmate named Chun Fan in your school. Do you know him? Zhao Linlin's heart tightened. Dad, what's wrong? No, I ran into him today. Zhao Linlin looked at her father, undecided for a moment. Her father suddenly mentioned Chun Fan, and she didn't know what he meant. Zhao Linlin asked nervously, why is he with you? No, he's with President He. Well, Zhao Guowei sighed and recounted what had happened. Oh, I see. How could this guy be related to someone like President He? Zhao Linlin thought he must have deposited money in someone else's bank. With the amount of his funds, he is of course the bank's most popular big customer. Zhao Linlin didn't know about the other things, but she knew that Chun Fan had at least tens of billions in his hands. Linlin, do you know him? Zhao Guowei has always been curious and wanted to find out about Chun Fan's situation. Zhao Linlin hummed. We're from the same school, but we're not that familiar with each other. Does he have any background? I'm not sure about that, but he's quite rich. He made more than 10 billion from the last Dongfeng pharmaceutical stock. Puff. Zhao Guowei jumped up reflexively. What did you say? A student earned more than 10 billion. What kind of amazing operation is this? He widened his eyes and asked exaggeratedly, is this true? As the CEO of a listed company, he naturally knows a lot about the stock market situation. There were rumors that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was at risk of delisting, and even he felt it was a pity at the time. Later, the restructuring was successful and the stock price increased more than tenfold. Now it is embroiled in a dispute over equity. It can be said that the restructuring of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical is like inviting a wolf into the house. After they come in, they attempt to control the entire enterprise. Zhao Guowei has always been wary of this. Because of Zhao Real Estate, he doesn't have many shares left. If someone takes advantage of the situation, he will follow in the footsteps of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. This is also the reason why he has been reluctant to reduce his holdings in the stock market. Zhao Linlin nodded seriously. Yeah, he did make a lot of money. My dear, Linlin, can you think of a way to invite him to your home for dinner? Zhao Linlin was stunned. She never dreamed that her father would have such an idea. But she looked at Zhao Guowei. Are you having financial difficulties again? Zhao Guowei did not hide the fact that he handed over the hotel business to his daughter, and this area has been developing steadily. But Zhao Guowei is determined to become stronger and bigger, and he is also an ambitious person. Zhao Linlin frowned. Dad, I still have nearly 700 million in funds. Why don't you use it first? Zhao Guowei jumped up like a spring again and looked at his daughter in disbelief. Where did you get so much money? Is the hotel profitable? Zhao Linlin bit her lip and said, I made the money from stock trading. Damn it. This was the first time Zhao Guowei swore in front of his daughter. The lady ran out of the room. What's the matter? What happened? Zhao Guowei was very happy and grabbed his wife's shoulders. Your daughter is amazing. She made 700 million yuan by speculating in stocks. No, Dad. More than 20 million is my capital. She made 700 million yuan from a capital of more than 20 million yuan. My daughter is a genius. Zhao Guowei and his wife were so excited that they could hardly express it in words. Quick, tell Dad. How did you make the money? Yeah. Can you make so much money by speculating in stocks? Madam is also particularly concerned about this issue. You know what? Mrs. Zhao, who is in her 40s, has very delicate facial features. She has always been an elegant woman, and even though she is old, it is not difficult to see how stunningly beautiful she was when she was young. Zhao Linlin inherited the advantages of both of them, and she is so beautiful that she became the well-deserved #1 school beauty. Seeing her parents so curious, Zhao Linlin remained honest and said, I also made money by following Chun Fan to speculate on Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Ooh, oh my god. At that moment, Zhao Guowei's expression was particularly wonderful. So, my daughter is very familiar with Chun Fan? She even lied to me and said that they were not very familiar with each other. They help you make money. It's hidden so deeply. Zhao Linlin noticed that her father's eyes had become strange, so she quickly explained, Dad, it's not what you think. I don't really know him very well. Will someone you don't know take you to stock trading? No, it's not what you think. And Zhao Linlin lowered her head and said, I bumped into him before. None of this is important. What's important is that you know each other and that person has taught you how to trade stocks. Can you invite him to your house for dinner? Madam said, it's not a good idea to invite someone to your home for the first time, right? Then go outside to the best restaurant. Zhao Guowei can't wait any longer. Zhao Linlin shook her head. I'm really not sure. Try your best or I'll go myself. Well, Zhao Guowei felt that this was more sincere. Seeing that her father was so anxious to meet Chun Fan, Zhao Linlin was very upset. In particular, many people in the school were saying that Chun Fan had one half of the 4 campus beauties. I have nothing to do with him. Dad, why don't you take my money and use it? Chun Guowei said, 700 million is not enough. We need to get those real estate and commercial projects up and running as soon as possible to get the funds back. Then redeem the shares that we sold previously. Otherwise, if there is capital invasion, we will follow the same fate as Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Having been influenced by her father in this circle for so long, Zhao Linlin certainly knows the consequences of losing control of equity. Well then, I can only ask Chun Fan for help. If his more than 10 billion yuan of funds were poured in, Chen Guowei wouldn't have to worry about all these messy things. Of course, as to whether Chun Fan is willing or not, it depends on his own efforts. As someone who has worked hard in the business world, he certainly knows that all these are resources. What's more, my daughter and Chun Fan are schoolmates. As for Chun Fan, after dinner, he really sensed with being back to school this time. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Xiao reported to him, "Boss, the fireworks cost a total of 120 million this time. Last night's fireworks show cost more than 100 million yuan. You know, the grand wedding of certain big star cost more than 100 million yuan, and it was also described as a sky-high priced wedding." Of course, Chun Fan's idea was just a spur-of-the-moment one. If the fireworks were really customized, the price would be even higher. He told Xiao Xiao, "Take care of the things at the villa as soon as possible. We will move in as soon as possible." "Okay, boss." Xiao Xiao smiled happily, wearing a tight skirt, and ran to get water for Chun Fan to soak his feet. Seeing that he had drunk a lot of wine, she wrung out a hot towel and put it on his forehead. Serve people comfortably. Chapter 142, Zhao to Campus Beauty, your dad is here to pick up Chun Fan. The next morning, Chun Fan came to Blueprint Investment and gave Su Ruzhen an investment plan. Part of the funds will continue to be invested in futures, while the other part will be invested in Hong Kong stocks. Recently, he took some time to do some research on the Hong Kong stock market and selected several stocks with good growth potential. Because Dagong stocks have an advantage, there is no price limit control, and it has a T+0 trading system. As long as the capital power is strong enough, the price can rise indefinitely. It is possible to increase by dozens of points in a day, or even double. But it is not easy to run away with a large amount of funds, so Chun Fan decided to invest separately. For example, Hongang shares on number 23 had a maximum increase of an astonishing 217.2%. If you're a retail investor with a small amount of capital, you can probably make a lot of money by buying and selling at random. As for international crude oil, after the previous plunge, it will soon usher in a rising process. Su Ruzhen can completely throw his funds into it and go long in the long term. So far, Blueprint Investments funds have reached 110 billion. Chun Fan asked her to go ahead and do it. After explaining everything to Su Ruzhen, Chun Fan returned to school. As a student, you cannot neglect your studies. For this purpose, he brought 2 bottles of good wine and 2 packs of cigarettes to see the head teacher. Seeing how generous he was, the head teacher said a little embarrassedly, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. Why are you so polite?" It makes the teacher look so tacky. Chun Fan smiled and said, Okay, I got it. Thank you for your care, teacher. If you establish this relationship, you will feel much more comfortable in the future. Now Chun Fan has been planning the industrial investment on Shun Mingyao's side. He injected 50 billion into FIFIN shares, and from this 50 billion, he invested 10 billion into Hongtu investment. This is a question of capital flow procedures. The money entering the 2 major companies must go through extraordinary investments. The reason for this plan is to operate the stock market one by one and to enter the real industry the other, so as to achieve the goal of walking on 2 legs. The stock market is about making money, while industry is about establishing one's status in the industry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a brand new Mercedes-Benz Maybach parked quietly at the school gate, followed by 2 S450s. Zhao Guowei called his daughter in the car. "What time does Chun Fan finish school?" Zhao Linlin said, "Just like us, 5 o'clock. "Okay, I understand. You can come with us later." Zhao Linlin felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't refuse. Dad is in trouble now. If she doesn't come forward, who will? Zhao Guowei didn't mean anything else. He knew that Chun Fan had a girlfriend. It's just that my daughter and Chun Fan are schoolmates, so it should be easier to talk to them. Seeing that it was still early, Zhao Guowei made an excuse to visit the principal. When the principal saw the real estate tycoon coming, he was of course very polite. Zhao Guowei brought 2 bottles of red wine and 4 cakes of tea to the principal. Then I drank tea with the principal for 40 minutes, and when I saw that the time was almost up, I left quickly. After school, Chun Fan's cell phone rang, and he saw it was Zhao Guowei. When everyone was having dinner together yesterday, Zhao Guowei specifically exchanged contact information with him. Seeing that he called personally, Chun Fan guessed that he had something to do. People like them are usually very busy. After answering the phone, Chun Fan asked, "Director Zhao, is there anything wrong?" Zhao Guowei smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, have you finished school? I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Is it convenient to come out?" "Have to. Everyone has arrived at the school gate. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "You say. It's like this. Thanks to your help yesterday, I came here today and wanted to invite you and your girlfriend to have dinner together. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Don't be polite, Mr. Zhao. Besides, I didn't help you much yesterday. Forget about the meal. It's not good to let you spend money all the time." Zhao Guowei got anxious when he heard this. "No, I'm already at the school gate. You won't let me wait in vain. How about this? I'll come to the classroom and invite you." "Don't. A real estate tycoon comes to the classroom to invite me? Forget it." Chen Fan said, then wait a moment. He guessed that something must be wrong with Zhao Guowei. Since they were here, Chen Fan casually called Zhuo Bing. "Zhao Guowei is here to invite us to dinner. Let's go together." Zhuo Bing shook his head. "You go. I won't go. My mother has been waiting for me at home for a few days. I don't know how to report back to her. Pig, if she asks, what should I answer?" Chen Fan was speechless. Why should I answer this? She also came from a young age. "Don't worry. I believe she won't be so stupid. How dare you say that about your mother-in-law?" Snort. Zhuo Bing said harshly. "You can go, but you are not allowed to seduce someone's daughter." "Ahem. Am I that good?" Zhuo Bing said. "It seems so. Apart from the longer time, you don't seem to have any other advantages." Puff. This girl is not a human being. Chen Fan arrived at the school gate, and Little White Rabbit's 2 bodyguards just happened to come to pick up the young lady. When Lu Wushuang saw Chen Fan, he was about to give him a smile, but he saw Zhao Guowei striding over and shaking his hand very enthusiastically. The Little White Rabbit was stunned, and then there was a sound of surprise from the side. "Isn't that Zhao Linlin's father? Why is Jiangzhou's real estate tycoon shaking hands with a student?" "Fuck you, Mr. Chen. What do you mean? Is Zhao Linlin going to openly challenge Zhuo Bing? Even Dad has moved out." Zhao Linlin just came out and heard these gossips. She blushed and quietly got into the car. Not far away, the popular anchor Lu Wanwan was also there. She frowned slightly and became more and more curious about Chen Fan's identity. A big boss worth tens of billions personally invited Chen Fan to get in his car, and the rumor spread around the school. The most depressed person was Zhao Linlin's best friend, Zhou Yufei. "Zhao Linlin, let's break up." Some people were jealous of Chen Fan. This Carswell hub is really ugly, but it looks pretty good when driving. They went to the 1916 mansion last night, and today Zhao Guowei took Chen Fan to the Imperial Banquet Restaurant on Riverside. This place is not far from Chen Fan's newly purchased villa, and the scenery is great. Zhao Guowei invited Chen Fan into the box and invited him to sit in the main seat. Along the way, Zhao Linlin didn't say a word, and she didn't know what to say. Just sit quietly by the side as a guest. Zhao Guowei's secretary had already arranged everything, and the dishes were served quickly after the 3 of them entered the box. "Mr. Chen, what kind of wine would you like to drink? Is the stage okay?" Chen Fan raised his hand to stop him. "Director Zhao, let's make this clear before we eat. You are so enthusiastic today, you have to give a reason, right? Otherwise, I won't be able to finish this meal. No reward without merit." Chen Fan doesn't want to be known as a freeloader. Seeing Chen Fan mention the business, Zhao Guowei smiled awkwardly. Anyway, he had to speak up. There was nothing to be ashamed of, so just say it. "Here's the thing, Mr. Chen. I heard that you helped Linlin trade stocks. I need your help urgently." Chen Fan looked at Zhao Linlin. It seemed that she had already told Zhao Guowei about the stock trading. Chapter 143, 10 billion invested in Zhao's real estate. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and took a puff. "What can I do for you?" Zhao Guowei didn't expect him to be so mature, and said anxiously, "My company needs a lot of funds, and I hope Mr. Chen can support us. How much do you want?" Chen Fan speaks very directly and is not as shy as others. Zhao Guowei was shocked. "For 5 billion, maybe." Hiss. Zhao Linlin, next to her, took a deep breath. "My dad took a big step. After selling more than 10 billion yuan from the stock market, there is still such a big gap. No wonder my 6 or 700 million yuan didn't do much for him." Chen Fan did not agree directly, but asked Chen Guowei, "How do you plan to cooperate? If you borrow money directly, it will definitely not work." This Chen Fan must have a bottom line. Zhao Guowei also saw his sophistication. "Of course, if Mr. Chen is willing, he can invest in the form of shares. Our project can definitely be said to be the best project in Jiangzhou." Chen Fan said, "Someone will naturally review this. How about this, Mr. Zhao? Money is no problem. I can even give you 10 billion. As for the specific terms of cooperation, someone will come to discuss with you then." Zhao Guowei was shocked. It seemed that Chun Fan's background was not that simple. He casually mentioned 10 billion. If it were someone else, people would really think he was bragging. But Zhao Linlin told him that Chun Fan made more than 10 billion from Dongfeng pharmaceutical stock. So, his financial resources are far more than that. In the Jiangzhou circle, there's probably only one person who can come up with 10 billion, right? Even the Liu family and the Luo family do not have such strength. Zhao Guowei could no longer remain calm and excitedly shook Chun Fan's hand. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your support. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Chun Fan said calmly, go find Mr. Shun from yesterday, but I hope we can cooperate in the form of investment and shareholding. Okay. Zhao Guowei waved his hand excitedly. Come on, serve the wine. I'm going to have a couple of drinks tonight. Chun Fan is so happy. He is nothing like those bank presidents who are still not happy after giving so many gifts. The secretary asked someone to bring in a table, and Zhao Guowei opened the wine himself. Linlin, why don't you drink a little with Mr. Chun? Since you are alumni, just be casual. Zhao Linlin's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Although she didn't know who Mr. Shun that Chun Fan was talking about, this guy started by investing 10 billion. How much money did he make? Before, when Chun Fan asked her to work for him, she was angry, but now it seems that he is really awesome. After all, Zhao Linlin had experienced the ups and downs of the business world beforehand, so she was very generous. He picked up the cup and shouted, Chun Fan, this glass of wine is for you. Thank you for supporting my dad. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Zhao Da's campus beauty toasted him, and Chun Fan smiled and said, don't be polite. This is just a cooperation between the two parties. I hope this cooperation will be a win-win situation. Zhao Guowei immediately responded, that's right. The two clinked their glasses and drank them in one gulp. This small cup of white wine has no lethality. However, Zhao Linling's alcohol tolerance is not as good as Zhuobing's. Zhuobing can probably finish a bottle of liquor like this. It's good enough for Zhao Linlin to drink half a caddy. But after all, she has been exposed to various social occasions in advance, and her style of doing things is much calmer than many people. After toasting Chun Fan several times, Zhao Linlin asked, Chun Fan, when you go to trade stocks again, take me with you. Her beautiful face was flushed, making her look more charming than usual. Chun Fan smiled and said, it depends on the opportunity. Zhao Linlin has a decent talent in this area, and it should come in handy after some training. The key lies in the mentality of the father and daughter. Today's meal was quite pleasant, and Chun Fan found that his alcohol tolerance had increased. When love is deep, it is strong. When wine is drunk, it is satisfying. The meal took more than an hour, and then Meng took him to Mengyao. Mengyao has been staying in a hotel recently. It is close to the company, and she doesn't have to run back and forth. Apart from occasionally going back to visit her parents, she could be said to have no worries. Hearing that Chun Fan was coming, Mengyao brewed a pot of the best Junmei tea in the tea room of the suite. When Chun Fan arrived, Mengyao frowned slightly. Have you been drinking? Well, I didn't disturb you, did I? Mengyao wore a cotton nightgown tonight, and she originally planned to go to bed early. Since Chun Fan was coming, she couldn't refuse. It must be something at work. Moreover, Chun Fan was her former student, so she felt at ease. The two came to the tea room, which had an excellent view. The large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the night view of the entire city. Mengyao lifted up her delicate, white legs and said, have some tea first. Chun Fan nodded and tasted the black tea brewed by Mengyao herself. I was drinking with Zhao Guowei tonight, and he hoped we could provide some financial assistance. Mengyao was very smart and guessed the reason immediately. She was also here last night, and was also invited by Zhao Guowei. How do I do it? Mengyao picked up the cup with her slender fingers and asked. Her hands were as delicate as young onions and as white as jade. It makes people feel very moved when they see it. Chun Fan said seriously, you invest 10 billion in him, and we require that the transaction be completed at 85% of Zhao Real Estate's current share price. 85% is equivalent to a 15% discount. In this way, Chun Fan's cost of entering Zhao Real Estate will be much lower than that of most shareholders and institutions. Chun Fan had said before that money cannot be given for free. It is impossible to lend it to you directly. You have to exchange it for stocks. Of course, it was impossible for Zhao Guowei to directly give him the stocks he held in bulk transactions. There is only one way, which is to increase capital. The 10 billion yuan private placement will inevitably dilute the shareholdings of many people, including Zhao Guowei. But this is a good way for him to get direct financing without paying interest. Shen Mingyao nodded. Okay, wait for him to come to me, and I'll talk to him. You've been drinking, why don't you lie down for a while? Chun Fan shook his head. Just lie down, drink some tea, and leave. It's not convenient for you here. What nonsense are you talking about? You are just a child. What's the inconvenience? Shen Mingyao was very depressed. If it were someone else, there would be no way he would be allowed in. Do I have any idea about you? Looking at the beautiful Shen Mingyao, Chun Fan smiled meaningfully. However, we must have enough respect for Teacher Shen. He finished the tea in his cup and said, Let's go. Good night. Shen Mingyao walked him to the door and looked at his receding back with an inexplicable smile on her face. This guy. Previously, Chun Fan invested billions to let her acquire 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel. Now he wants to invest another 10 billion to enter Zhao real estate. Now even Shen Mingyao can't understand him. It feels like a dream. As a result, I embarked on a different life. She looked out the window, her mind wandering. Chapter 144, The Era Belongs to Me, Chun Fan. After the major shareholder of Zhao Real Estate reduced its holdings, the stock price has been sluggish. The current price is 9.83 yuan. Zhao Guowei's own shareholding is 28.99%. The current market value of the entire company is less than 90 billion. Shen Mingyao and Zhao Guowei reached an agreement, and Zhao Real Estate issued a targeted share purchase announcement. Hongtu Capital invested 10 billion yuan to acquire 10.79% of the shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of Zhao Real Estate. This also means that Chun Fan has begun to comprehensively lay out the real economy. Currently, Hongtu Capital owns 45% of shares of Far Eastern International Hotel and 10.79% of the shares of Zhao Real Estate. These two industries alone have allowed Hongtu Capital to enter the top 10 of the Jiangzhou rankings. You should know that the top 10 families in Jiangzhou have a capital of only 10.2 billion yuan. This is the data released not long ago. Therefore, many people are very curious about Shen Mingyao, this entrepreneur who suddenly emerged. Some even speculated that she was the white glove of foreign capital. But Shen Mingyao is also very low-key and not ostentatious. Don't attend those meaningless gatherings. She is a breath of fresh air in the business circle of Jiangzhou. Another company under Fifen Holdings, Blueprint Capital, has been in a secretive state, continuing its principle of low-key development and growing rapidly in the capital market. Jiangzhou University, Zhao Guowei personally came to the school gate to greet us, which had a huge impact. Now the school is full of rumors about him and Zhao Linlin. Chun Fan is so innocent. Honestly, I didn't mean that. Of course, he didn't want to explain. It is said that rumors stop at the wise, so let them talk. Zhao Linlin was also very depressed at this moment. There are people who say whatever they want, especially Zhou Yufei, who is dissatisfied with her boss. Say she eats alone, but Zhao Linlin was very angry. What does this have to do with anything? Just cooperate. She is not like Zhou Yufei, who thinks about love all day long. After explaining for a long time, Zhou Yufei snorted and sat down on the edge of the bed with a feeling of grievance. But after a while, she took out the telescope and looked at the boy again. In the Department of Business Administration, Lu Wushuang saw these rumors on the BBS. As soon as my aunt was unhappy, the forum was hacked again. After evening self-study, I returned to the apartment and was stopped by Lu Wushuang before I even entered the elevator. Chun Fan. When she was angry, she called Chun Fan's name. Forehead? Chun Fan didn't notice Lu Wushuang squatting under a tree in the community. When he turned around, he saw that the little white rabbit looked very strange. What's the matter with you? Lu Wushuang puffed up her cheeks and glared at him without saying a word. What's the meaning? Why don't you say anything and let me guess a riddle? Lu Wushuang still didn't say anything and looked really angry. Chun Fan's face darkened. If you don't say anything, I'll leave. Girls should not be spoiled too much. If they get used to being coaxed, you will suffer in the future. You can be nice to her and give her everything she wants, but you must never spoil her. Seeing Chun Fan turn around and left, Lu Wushuang chased after him angrily. I'm not happy. If you're unhappy, just say it. Tell you what, you must communicate well if there is anything. Communication is the best bridge between people. Lu Wushuang bit her lip and twisted the corner of her clothes nervously. Does Zhao Linlin like you? Seeing her like this, Chun Fan was happy, pinching her little face. Are you jealous? Lu Wushuang was embarrassed. Chun Fan continued to tease her. It's right to be jealous. But is this my fault? There are so many people who like the RMB. Is the RMB wrong? Lu Wushuang. There seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said. Chun Fan put his arm around her shoulders and said, Let's go, little idiot. Don't be so stupid in the future. Just believe everything you hear. Zhao Linlin's father came to me just for cooperation. Their company was short of money, so I bought 10.79% of their shares with 10 billion yuan. Oh, hearing that it was such a big deal, Lu Wushuang responded obediently. She is also a person who has seen the world. Her father at home always talks business with others. There are also rumors about him outside, especially about her brother. In the past, her mother often quarreled with her father, and her father said a very classic statement. You can be willful, but you can't hinder a man's development. This sentence left a deep impression on Lu Wushuang. She was not stupid. Of course she knew that if Zhao Linlin really liked Chun Fan. Is it necessary to ask my dad to step in on this kind of thing? Zhao Wei invited Chun Fan over so politely, of course, for something more important. Seeing that the little white rabbit was no longer angry, Chun Fan said happily, Actually, you are quite well behaved. Lu Wushuang lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Come on, I'll take you to eat seafood tonight. The little white rabbit is very obedient and very well behaved. She went back and told the nanny, I'm going out to eat tonight. You take a rest. The nanny was very happy, and she didn't object to the young lady going out for a meal occasionally. And with bodyguard accompanying you, you don't have to worry about safety issues at all. Of course, she didn't know that the two bodyguards had already defected and were happily dancing in the square. Chun Fan brought Lu Wushuang to Luo Ji Seafood Restaurant and ordered her favorite salmon, chilled conch, abalone with oyster sauce, baked shrimp with garlic and cheese, and steamed grouper. Unparalleled. Chun Fan suddenly called her name, and Lu Wushuang was a little nervous. Yeah, I want to set up an information collection department. Are you interested? Lu Wushuang raised his head. What do you want me to do? You know hacking skills, so why don't you help me lead a team to collect all kinds of information, including small things like deleting posts? It's similar to an intelligence agency, right? Why does she think so deeply? But after listening to Chun Fan, she was interested. Chun Fan said, This department can only be controlled by me, and I won't reveal it to anyone else. I'll provide the funds, and you just need to do the work. Lu Wushuang thought about it and said, Okay then. Chun Fan picked up a piece of abalone and put it in her bowl. But you have to be absolutely serious when doing this kind of thing. You can't be emotional or willful. I know, work is work, and feelings are feelings. My dad always taught me that. What a great tutor. I didn't expect Lu Wushuang to be so principled. Chun Fan praised, You are awesome. Seeing her cute appearance, Chun Fan teased her. So, let's go back and try out your new skills from that night. Faint. Lu Wushuang's face flushed. It's all Xiao Zhao's fault for teaching me these things. It's so embarrassing. Lu Wushuang ignored him and hurried to eat. Fortunately, Chun Fan's current mood is not about women, but about his career. He is ambitious and determined to build his own financial empire. Planning a huge business empire will further open up the situation in Jiangzhou. Then march to Grand Harbor, to the world. Let the whole world hear your horn. It must also make those unscrupulous financial tycoons tremble. I must let them know that an era that truly belongs to me, Chun Fan, has arrived. Chapter 145, Well, Old Enemy. Once people have a goal, they will work harder. This is what people often say. People who are richer than you work harder than you. That's Chun Fan. During this period, Chun Fan went to school during the day and studied stocks and futures tirelessly at night. He is also looking for opportunities to enter the international market. Recently, the price of international crude oil has been rising steadily, and Su Ruzhen has made a lot of money by going long on crude oil. But this is not Chun Fan's ultimate goal. Currently, all assets added up are still less than 200 billion, so he's going to roll it up. But now he is increasingly finding that the rented apartment is no longer suitable for him to display his abilities. Xiao Xiao had already arranged everything in the villa according to his requirements, and even specially prepared a very comfortable and spacious office for Chun Fan. Opposite the office is a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. Through the window, you can see the endless river outside. The view is excellent. After seeing the scene, Chun Fan praised Xiao Zhao's ability to handle affairs. I was not wrong. It was the right decision to let her be my personal secretary. Well, this girl is nice. Chen Fan rewarded her with 100,000 yuan. Last time, Chen Fan let her choose the car by herself. In fact, it is also a test for her to see if she knows how to put herself in the right place. Xiao Xiao was also very sensible. She only chose a domestically produced Mercedes-Benz GLC. The price of this car is only around 4 or 500,000. Mid-range car, mainly practical. And it is not rough and can be used by both men and women. She also knew that if she asked for a high price and chose a sports car worth millions, I guess my boss will look down on me. Therefore, it is important for people to correctly position themselves, which is also an important magic weapon for entering society. At noon, Chun Fan came out of the villa. I received a call from Zhua Handong in the car. My dear son-in-law, is it convenient? Something happened to me. Do you know anyone who can help me sort it out? Chun Fan asked as soon as he heard it. What's the matter? Zhua Handong felt a little embarrassed. He was such a grown-up, but he actually needed a young man like Chun Fan to help him solve problems. He said to Chun Fan, I accidentally got into an argument with the CEO of Manhwa Jewelry. Is he going to lay me off? Your uncle is useless here. Zhua Handong is a person with a calm temperament and who does not like to compete with others. He just loves collecting and has a group of like-minded friends. I rarely argue with others. It seems that this matter is not that simple. The father-in-law's business is his own business. Chun Fan said without hesitation, Okay, you wait. Send me the location and I'll be right there. Chen Meng, call someone. Chun Fan knew Minghua Jewelry, which was also a listed company. He had seen this stock many times in the stock market. The market value is not too high, about 40 billion. Since he was not optimistic about this stock, Chun Fan did not pay much attention to it. I didn't expect it to belong to a listed company in Jiangzhou. Go meet this great guy yourself and see what he means. The location is Handongfa is a tea house. Tianxiang Pavilion. Chen Meng made a phone call to Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, and Ma Rui. Arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Hanging in the lobby of the tea house is a painting of tea and Zen. When Chun Fan came in, the atmosphere in the tea house was very tense. The other guests avoided him for fear of causing trouble. Brothers Handong was standing there, and the person sitting on the other side was actually he. It turned out to be Boss Chow. Who else did I think it was? Uncle, what's going on? Chun Fan couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the scene. When Boss Chow saw Chun Fan, he was like, oh shit. He stared. What are you doing here? Zhua Handong was shocked. Do you know each other? Chun Fan smiled and said, yeah, old enemy. Puff. A big guy who was drinking tea next to him burst into laughter. He also looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed a little crazy. Even Mr. Chow is not taken seriously. Mr. Chow sneered with a dark face. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you, just because you have such a connection with the Liu family? It won't help no matter who comes today. Mr. Chow slammed the table. Chun Fan scoffed. Someone said the same thing last time. Grass. Speaking of the last incident, Mr. Chow became even angrier. He pointed at Chun Fan's nose and said, believe it or not, I will kill you. Brothers Handong was so scared that he trembled. No, Mr. Chow, if you have something to say, please talk to him nicely. Don't bother with young people. Zhou Hanwen wiped his sweat. The other party didn't even give him face. He didn't expect Chun Fan to come over and make things worse. He said helplessly, Boss Chow, please give me some face. How do you decide how to deal with this matter today? We brothers apologize to you. He has always been so low-key, and he never offends anyone who smiles at him. They're all well-known figures in the circle. So can't they give in a little? But Mr. Chow sneered and glared at him. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? I'm giving you face. Can you bear it? Some people say that when people reach a certain class, their quality will be very good. But the truth is, no matter which circle or class, there are always some self-righteous and arrogant idiots. Some people have better cultivation as they have greater abilities. Some people become more arrogant the more capable they are. Seeing his character, Chun Fan decided to use courtesy before force. Uncle, what's going on? Zhua Handong wiped his sweat and told the whole story. Today he made an appointment with some people to have tea here, and then Boss Chow asked someone to bring out a painting. A large group of people were here discussing the value of the painting, and Zhua Handong could tell at a glance that the painting was a fake. He gave a friendly reminder, but ended up offending Mr. Chow. My painting is fake. You know nothing. I spent more than 10 million yuan to buy this painting. A masterpiece by a famous teacher, And you actually told me it's fake? Chun Fan glanced at the painting. They said it was a masterpiece by Mr. Zhang in 1965, a painting of Swiss snow-capped mountains. But the information that popped up in front of Chun Fan was 1985, Swiss snow mountain, created by Wang Kai. Mr. Zhang passed away in 1985, so it is obvious that this painting cannot be authentic. It's just a very realistic copy. It is normal for experts to make mistakes on some things, and some experts even deliberately throw smoke bombs to cooperate in the acting. Now Boss Chow asked Zhuo Handong to kneel down and apologize, and also to slap himself a few times, because he was going to give this painting to some important person. What would he think if you said it was fake? Of course, Zhuo Handong would never kneel down to him, and he insisted on his own opinion. This completely angered Boss Chow. Zhuo Hanwen rushed over, but the other party still refused to give him face and pointed at his nose and cursed at him. After knowing the whole story, Chun Fan sneered, "What's fake won't be real, and what's real won't be fake." Mr. Chow, do you dare to inspect the goods in front of so many people? Boss Chow jumped up and said, "Go ahead and test it. If you can't find anything, I'll give you a few slaps in the face." "What if it turns out to be fake?" Chun Fan asked back. "If this is fake, what do you think?" Boss Chow said viciously. Chun Fan sneered. "Okay, if I find out it's fake, you kneel down and apologize to my uncle and uncle." Chun Fan. The Zhuo Handong brothers were afraid that things would get out of hand, so they tried to dissuade them. Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "Bring the painting over here. Let's inspect it." Chapter 146. See how many people in Jiangzhou dare to touch me? Seeing Chun Fan asking someone to bring the painting over, Mr. Chow slammed the table and threatened, "If you can't test it out, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish." Chun Fan sneered and picked up a cup of tea. "Puff, don't want." Seeing him being so rude, Zhuo Handong's heart almost jumped out. It was too late to stop it. A cup of tea wet the upper left side of the painting, and at least a quarter of the painting was soaked. Boss Chow also jumped up in anger. How dare he waste a painting worth more than 10 million like this? Damn it. What if nothing can be found out? Watch how I deal with you. Boss Chow stared at Zhuo Hanwen grimly, thinking in his mind how to transfer his billions of assets to his own name. "Play with me, hum. I'll kill you." But just as everyone was astonished, Chun Fan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled very confidently. He pointed to the upper left corner where the tea had wetted it, and a line of faint handwriting suddenly appeared there. It's not too obvious. You have to look very carefully to see it. "Look, what is this?" There were also several professionals present, all of whom were lovers of ancient paintings and antiques. Has a very deep foundation. One of them had sharp eyes and pointed at the faint handwriting and shouted. Several senior elders came over wearing reading glasses, but unfortunately, they still couldn't make out what was written on it. Chun Fan said loudly, "This is reverse writing. You can see it if you turn the painting over and hold it against the light." Everyone followed instructions, carefully turned the painting over, and shone their flashlights on it. Wang Kai copied it in 1985. Grass. Even a few old gentlemen couldn't help themselves. This Wang Kai was very famous in the circle decades ago. He used to be a poor teacher, but later he became a professional copyist of the works of famous masters. The level is so high that it is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Many people fell into his trap at that time. So many people hated him deeply. But he has a principle that he will leave a mark on any work he copies. This is quite conscientious. If you can't see it, that's your business. However, in the past decade or so, he has disappeared from public view and his paintings are rarely mentioned. Seeing this certificate, everyone shook their heads and sighed. A fake painting bought for more than 10 million yuan, alas. When Boss Chow heard that it was a fake painting, he personally took a magnifying glass to carefully examine it. Especially when I saw the last 4 words, I roared like thunder with anger. Throwing the magnifying glass away, he said, "Fuck." Chun Fan grabbed the painting and snorted coldly. It was torn to pieces on the spot. Hey, don't. Several experts present felt very distressed. Even if it was fake, it was still worth a lot of money. "Mr. Chow, what do you say now?" Chun Fan stared at Boss Chow with a cold face. Boss Chow was furious and pointed at Chun Fan fiercely. "Boy, just wait for me." Having said that, he was about to leave. Chun Fan shouted coldly, "Stop." Chun Meng's figure flashed and blocked Boss Chow's way. "What? Do you still want to touch me?" Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, everyone stepped back. Chun Fan said, "Your words won't sound like farting, right?" Zhuo Handong was afraid of making things worse, so he pulled Chun Fan aside and said, "Forget it. Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten what he did to you guys before? Chun Fan did not give in at all. Fulfill your promise. Boss Chow said coldly. Just you. Go and ask around and see how many people in Jiangzhou dare to touch me. I'm sorry. If what I say sounds like fart, don't blame me for being rude. Bang. Chun Ming grabbed a tea set on the table and smashed it, then held a sharp piece of porcelain against his neck. Boss Chow was not to be outdone. Someone come. He also brought bodyguards, and there were quite a few of them. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed in and surrounded everyone in an instant. Boss Chow was originally a gangster who made his fortune. Now, his true nature is completely exposed. Are you trying to be tough with me? He waved his hand and said, Kill them for me. The bodyguards rushed over without saying a word. Chun Ming stepped back and protected Chun Fan and the other two. Zhang Long glanced at the group of bodyguards. He shouted loudly, 3 per person, don't fight over them. Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, and Ma Rui could no longer hold back and pounced on their prey like hungry tigers. Damn it, we agreed not to steal. Huang Jun had just knocked down 2 of them when another one was picked up by Zhao Hu and thrown heavily to the ground. Ouch, ouch. In less than 10 seconds, all 12 of Boss Chow's bodyguards were knocked down. Boss Chow's face was as black as charcoal, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. The others were even more breathless. Each one of them was so nervous that they were almost unable to bear it. No one expected that this young man's bodyguard was so fierce, and he was so awesome even when fighting 1 against 3. The backs of the Zhua Handong brothers were drenched in sweat, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Chun Fan stared at Boss Chow coldly. How is it? Do you want to call for help? Chun Ming pressed the broken porcelain piece in his hand against his neck and kicked him in the leg bone. Boss Chow knelt on the ground with a thud and said unwillingly, I give in. Everyone in the tea house was nervous. Boss Chow, the local tyrant, was actually forced to give in by a young man. If what happened today gets out, how will Boss Chow face people? But the facts were before him. Boss Chow wiped the sweat off his chin and said, Boss Zhua, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I apologize to you. Zhua Hanwen said hastily, Forget it, get up. We are all just a few people in the same circle. There's no need to be so serious. He was not on the same level as them before, and he is not on the same level now. He was afraid that if he pushed the other party too far, the consequences would be disastrous. You have to know that with Zhua Hanwen's current social status, how can he compete with Boss Chow? So he quickly came out to smooth things over. Boss Chow looked very unhappy. He got up from the ground, snorted heavily, and left in a huff. Oh no, things have gotten out of hand. Zhua Hanwen was secretly anxious. Chun Fan said, What are you afraid of? If you don't deal with this kind of person, will he let you go? I was still wondering when I could catch the little white rabbit. It seems I have to catch this guy named Chow first. He winked at Chun Ming, who understood and immediately asked Ma Rui to chase after him. Let's go back. Chun Fan called brother Zhua Hanwen to get in the car. Zhua Hanwen asked, Xiao Chun, where did you get these bodyguards? Are they so powerful? Chun Fan smiled and said, They are all retired Special Forces soldiers. Oh my goodness. The 2 brothers stuck out their tongues in fear. Zhua Hanwen, in particular, felt that his future son-in-law was increasingly unfathomable. At the same time, she was secretly worried that her daughter might not be able to control a person like Chun Fan. I hope she's not as strong-willed as my wife. Otherwise, if I confront her head-on, I will definitely get nothing. Manhwa jewelry, right? Chun Fan returned to the villa, turned on the computer, and selected the stock owned by the Chow family. With a market value of more than 40 billion yuan, the major shareholder is the Chow Manhwa family. The shareholding ratio is 31.66%. Well, I have to find out. Chow Manhwa, just wait for your death. Chapter 147, The Little White Rabbit, is finally put to use. In the evening, Ma Rui came back to report. He followed Chow Manhwa to his villa, but it was heavily guarded, so he did not go in. After Chow Manhwa returned, he got very angry. He could hear the sound of him throwing things outside. After listening to his report, Chun Fan and Ma Rui returned to their work. It seems that if Chow Manhwa doesn't get dealt with properly, it will not work. Now that he has offended me, I cannot let him go. So the next day, Chun Fan took his men and swept the rare goods market again. Walk in other people's way and leave them with no way to go. Basically, they cleared out all the raw stones that could be cut and sold in the market, and then waited for Chow Manhwa to purchase them. I believe that within a few days, Chow Manhwa will become desperate and do whatever he wants. On Chun Fan's side, He continued to send people to keep an eye on Qiao Minghua's every move. Sure enough, after he cleared out the entire rare goods market, the raw stones that Qiao Minghua bought for 2 consecutive days did not go up in price at all. This made him roar like thunder. Originally, like him and the Liu family, they had 2 sources of supply. A large amount of goods are purchased directly from the mining area in southern Yunnan. For small quantities, if they have the opportunity to see good and high-quality sources, they will also purchase some from the rare goods market. But now that Chen Fan has blocked his way to the Jiangzhou market, he has to go to southern Yunnan to purchase goods. But the journey to southern Yunnan to purchase goods is long and takes several days. Brother Fan, something's happening. That day Chun Ming suddenly called Chun Fan. What's the matter? The person who came out of Qiao Minghua's villa seemed to be the one surnamed Zhou from the Liu family. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Zhou and Qiao Minghua have been secretly colluding for a long time. He immediately called Liu Ruoxian and asked, "What did you do with that guy named Zhou last time?" Liu Ruoxian said, "The old man said that since he has served the Liu family for so many years, he should just let him get out of the Liu family. From now on, anything that happens to him has nothing to do with the Liu family. Your Liu family is really generous, but I found that he is most likely working with the Qiao family to set up this scheme." Liu Ruoxian was silent for a while. "Do you have any evidence?" "Shouldn't you guys be the ones looking for evidence?" Chen Fan was speechless. "I don't care about this kind of thing. I just discovered a problem and wanted to tell you about it, so that you don't get sold out and have to help count the money." Liu Ruoxian said she understood, and she was also too tired to deal with it at the moment. Of course, Chen Fan didn't know that there was a disagreement between the 2 brothers in the Liu family. How could Liu Ruoxian have the mind to care about this? Chen Fan called Su Ruzhen again. "Please pay attention to Minghua jewelry for me." Su Ruzhen opened the market and took a look. "There's nothing much to do with this stock. The current price is quite high." Chen Fan smiled and said, "If the position is high, then do it." Su Ruzhen understood. Well, the little white rabbit is finally put to use. Chen Fan found Liu Wushuang and asked her to hack into the financial computer of Minghua Jewelry Company. I didn't expect that the little white rabbit was so awesome and actually got the financial data of Minghua Jewelry. Then Chen Fan asked someone to fabricate a report about Minghua Jewelry's financial fraud. In the stock market, nothing is more destructive than financial fraud. At this moment, Master Zhou has led a team to southern Yunnan to purchase raw stones. But suddenly, news of their financial fraud was exposed online. As soon as the news came out, the stock price instantly hit the limit down. Qiao Minghua was sitting in the office. He had been planning to find someone to vent his anger on. But the company suddenly ran into a problem, and all the raw materials purchased from the rare goods market were cut down. More than 100 million yuan wasted, and he had to send people to southern Yunnan to purchase goods. As a listed company, there must be no problems with the supply chain, because he is also preparing to sell off his holdings at a high price recently and cash out some money. But they didn't expect that their company's financial fraud would suddenly be exposed. This drop is not a big deal. For 7 trading days, the stock price hit the limit down every day, and it fell directly from 45 yuan to 21.52 yuan. Su Ruzhen asked Chen Fan, "Can I come in?" Chen Fan said there was no rush. If my guess is correct, Qiao Minghua will definitely find a way to save the situation at this moment. As for who he is looking for, it's hard to say. The best way is to redeem the shares yourself and give them market confidence. Sure enough, after the 7th limit down, Minghua Jewelry issued a notice that the major shareholder increased its holdings by 2 million shares. 2 million shares equals 43 million. As major shareholders increase their holdings, market sentiment has slightly improved, but without a large amount of capital coming in, it will be difficult for the stock price to recover. After all, after the explosion, many institutions will stop losses in time. At this time, Chen Fan instructed Su Ruzhen recreate the scandal of Minghua Jewelry's product quality issues 2 years ago. You have to know that the stock market cannot withstand any disturbance. Even a misunderstanding can cause stock prices to fluctuate. After this news was exposed, the share price of Minghua Jewelry was once again nailed to the limit down. The institutions and hot money inside also understood that someone was messing with Minghua Jewelry, and he must have offended someone. If this continues, the company will be doomed, so some institutions lurking in it have fled. In the next 10 trading days, the stock price almost always hit the limit down. Qiao Minghua is going crazy. The stock price fell directly back to 7.5 yuan. The market value of the entire company also fell from more than 40 billion to more than 7 billion. At this time, Su Ruzhen took action. According to Chun Fan's statement, he would buy as many as possible. Even if you buy all of them, it would only be around 7 billion. What's there to be afraid of? These days, Su Ruzhen started shopping. The transaction volume on the first day was over 300 million, which has not yet reached the warning line of 5%. Therefore, no declaration is required. The next day, she used Chun Fan's personal account to take in more than 300 million yuan, still keeping below the 5% warning line. On the third day, she used another account to take in more than 300 million yuan. Moreover, each transaction is made in small orders, and no large orders are ever actively purchased. Although trading volume continues to increase, prices have not fluctuated much. Chao Minghua was not stupid, and someone below him reported to him, "Boss Chao, someone is buying up our company's shares." Chao Minghua was very annoyed because the company's market value had depreciated by more than 80%. His worth also fell from the altar. He used to be the second in Jiangzhou's jewelry industry, but now the entire company's market value is less than 8 billion. Isn't it a good thing for someone to buy his own company's stock at this time? Chao Minghua waved his hand, too lazy to care. On the fourth day, Chun Fan called Zhao Linlin and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to do some stock trading with me? Use small orders to buy Minghua jewelry. And remember, do not exceed the 5% warning line." Zhao Linlin was very excited when she received Chun Fan's call. He started trading without hesitation and didn't even go to class. She also bought at least 300 million yuan. But the stock price has been hovering between 7.3 to 7.9. After Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen's 4 operations, most institutions have cut their losses and left the market, and hot money has also fled. Chun Fan and the 3 accounts under Blueprint Investment, together with Zhao Linlin, already own nearly 17% of Minghua Jewelry shares. Chun Fan looked at the shareholding ratio of the major shareholder. It was 31.66% before. After his increase in holdings, it was only around 31.9%. My own shareholding is still some distance away from that of a major shareholder. Roll quietly first, don't shoot. Chun Fan ordered, "Keep buying, buy as much as you can." Chapter 148, Savage Invasion. This is a bit difficult. After all, he only has so many dishes. We can't buy them even if we have money. After several consecutive days of massive capital outflows, the remaining funds were basically stagnant. This is the most common operation for many investors. If you fall, just lie there and pretend to be dead. If the price goes up a little bit, they often can't hold back in order to hold on to their insignificant profits. I was afraid that it would fall, and so I sold it quickly. This is the habitual thinking of retail investors. Because the stock price has been suppressed and cannot rise, the chips cannot be pulled. What to do? It hit the daily limit at the end of the afternoon, and the next day, it opened high and closed low, giving them a big negative line. Dark clouds are covering the sky. Volume is also rising. Well, that's a good idea. But Chun Fan's special abilities were no longer useful, and he could only rely on the experience he had accumulated during this period of time. This was also the first time he operated a stock in this way. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, 30 minutes before closing. Su Ruzhen ordered to raise the stock price. Just when retail investors were so anxious that they wanted to smash their keyboards, large purchases suddenly occurred. The stock price rushed up. A group of people were so anxious that they started shouting and screaming. Quick, the main force is pulling up. In just over 10 seconds, the price was capped at the high point. Those retail investors who followed the trend at low prices can now leave. Chun Fan looked at the board and said, "If you continue to be greedy, you can't blame me. There are always some smart people in the stock market. The more the stock price falls, the more they like it and buy at a low price." At this moment, Lu Wushuang was also following Chun Fan and saw him staring at the board with a serious look on his face. Then I understood. It turns out this guy is a stock market tycoon. Chun Fan's move caused countless investors to analyze it secretly. Well, the rise at the end of the trading day shows that the market maker is short of energy. Let's go. Some people also said, this is the market maker trying to push up the price to see whether the market can bear it. So let's wait and see. Some people simply don't understand. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we finished the work. This daily limit resulted in more than 100 million chips being traded. Chun Fan looked at Lu Wushuang, who was particularly curious. "Why don't you go to school?" The girl chuckled. "Are you so good at stocks?" Chun Fan hugged her and smiled. "You are still very naive and don't understand many things." I'll be even more powerful. Xiao Xiao came over with a fruit plate. Boss, I don't understand either. Chun Fan. You still don't understand? You are already an experienced person. Xiao Xiao. There's nothing to do this afternoon. You can take Wushuang out to play. I'm going to continue to work hard on my homework and beat him to death. Okay, call us if you need anything. Xiao Xiao is a very competent personal secretary. Seeing that Chun Fan is very busy, especially when he is working and cannot be disturbed, she takes Lu Wushuang out to play. Chun Fan looked up all the information about manhwa jewelry and analyzed their equity structure. It was found that its circulating shares accounted for a large proportion, with the circulating market value reaching 83%. Well, there's a lot of room for maneuver. When Xiao Xiao and the others came back in the evening, Chun Fan was still looking up information. It's really overwhelming. It's going to kill Chao Minghua. At around 10 o'clock, Lu Wushuang was taken back to the apartment by 2 bodyguards. The next morning, Chun Fan's trading method of opening high and closing low was indeed implemented. It opened 2.13 points higher and then rose and fell back. Next, use a small knife to cut the meat slowly, and pull it down bit by bit. Many people couldn't stand this trend, so they cursed MMP, handed over their chips, and left. Anyone who has a little technical knowledge knows that this is the rhythm of the market makers raising the price to sell. Some people suddenly realized, damn, this is hot money. Run. Many hot money investors are very cunning and often make day trips. It goes up one day and cashes out at a high level the next day. People mistakenly believe that the market makers are pushing up the price, but they end up disappearing without a trace the next day. Make a dozen points and run. There are all kinds of techniques in the stock market. Those who were still hesitating left when they saw the stock price fall below yesterday's closing price. Of course, there's still some diehards. No matter what you do, he just won't move. Su Ruzhen called Chun Fan. The chips are still not enough. Chun Fan said decisively, let's do it with our left hand and right hand, increase the transaction volume, and see if we can't scare them to death. All right. Su Ruzhen gave orders to the traders to sell in large quantities and buy in small quantities. This move really stunned many people. The trading volume has been infinitely magnified, breaking the historical high. Wow. Run away. Something big is going to happen. Will it collapse like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? The stock market is very risky, and it is impossible for every stock to have the opportunity for restructuring and revival like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Manhwa jewelry fell from 45 yuan to more than 7 yuan, and its market value dropped by more than 80%. Who can withstand this? Run. Even Chao Minghua's sister secretly cashed out more than 100 million yuan. In case the company goes bankrupt, I will have money to spend. It was not until the closing of the market at 3 p.m. that Su Ruzhen reported that more than 500 million yuan had been purchased today. Well, a good harvest. The company now has an additional 7 percentage points of shares. The total shareholding ratio has reached 25%. It will open sharply lower tomorrow. Buy with the company's large size. If the volume is sufficient, just raise the sign. It's finally time to show your fangs. This was a combination of punches used by Chun Fan. After failing to increase the trading volume, he reaped a wave of profits by hitting the daily limit on the first day. The next day, it opened high and closed low, and another wave of profits was reaped with huge volume. The third day opened sharply lower, and the market continued to be suppressed and harvested another wave. Many people saw this situation and were scared to death because all moving averages were broken directly and there was almost no support below. If you don't leave now, you will probably fall into the bottomless abyss. Especially when I see the stock price has been slowly going down like a small knife cutting meat. Those who can survive this wave are already very awesome. But they're also worried that if they continue to hold on, what if there is another endless limit down? Go away. Finally, on this day, Su Ruzhen collected enough chips. The 2 accounts bought more than 700 million. Among them, the large-scale Blueprint investment purchased 566 million, accounting for 8% of the total shares. Another account accounted for 2.8%. Blueprint Investments officially issued a notice, and this was also the first time that it raised its stake in such a high-profile manner. The director of Manhwa Jewelry reported to Chao Minghua, "Our stock market conditions have not been right recently. Is someone trying to make trouble?" Chao Minghua stared. "What article? I'm still the major shareholder of the company. What can he do to me?" Now many institutions have fled, and Blueprint Investment only holds 8% of the shares. What can it do to itself? Hee hee. The next day, individual investor Chun Fan sold his shares to Blueprint Investments through a block transaction. Blueprint Investments holds a 12.2% stake. Then, Su Ruzhin transferred all the holdings and other accounts under her name to Blueprint Investments through block transactions. At this moment, in addition to the 4.2% held by Zhao Linlin, Blueprint Investments' shareholding has reached 31.6%. The Chow family only holds 31.9% of the shares, and his sister secretly cashed out more than 100 million yuan. This directly resulted in their family's shareholding being lower than that of Blueprint Investments. Blueprint Company has become the major shareholder of Manhwa Jewelry in one fell swoop. Manhwa Jewelry is about to change. Damn it. Only then did Chow Manhwa realize that the situation was not good. Was his company going to be taken over by someone else? Chapter 149 Lu Family. I don't take the blame for this. Immediately send someone to check the details of this Blueprint investment and see what they are trying to do. Chow Manhwa quickly convened a family meeting. At the meeting, upon learning that his sister had sold off her shares in the secondary market and cashed out more than 100 million yuan, Chow Manhwa was so angry that he slapped her in the face. Are you so short of money? It's already this time, and you're still thinking about your own private affairs. I'm telling you, if the company is taken over, you'll all be finished with it. By then, the entire J market will be occupied by the Lu family. The person who went to investigate quickly came back to report, Mr. Chow, this Blueprint investment is a new enterprise in Jiangzhou. It has only been established for less than half a year, and the legal representative is Su Ruzhin. I'll go meet her. How dare a woman like her dare to take advantage of others? Chow Manhwa was so angry that he immediately asked the driver to prepare the car, brought his bodyguards, and rushed to Yunfan building with great momentum. He rushed to the front desk, but was stopped by security. What? Chow Manhwa was originally a local thug who had turned over a new leaf and had no moral principles. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Take them down." Several bodyguards were about to take action when they suddenly saw Zhang Long and Zhao Hu staring at them with a playful look on their faces. Well, Chairman, Chow Manhwa understood everything as soon as he saw it. Oh shit, are they in the same group? Since we can't win, let's talk reason. I'm Chairman Chow of Manhwa Jewelry, and I want to see your CEO, Su. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Damn it, I'm the CEO of a listed company, and I need to make an appointment to meet your boss. Beep beep. A low-key Tuareg drove over, and a handsome Chun Fan got out of the car. He lit the cigarette slowly and took a puff. Then he glanced at Mr. Chow calmly, and then asked Zhang Long, "What's going on? Is anyone causing trouble? Whoever dares to cause trouble will be kicked out. There are plenty of surveillance cameras in the Yunfan building. As long as you don't cause trouble, self-defense is legal." When Mr. Chow saw Chun Fan, his face turned completely dark. Boy, it's you. But he couldn't understand how he could have such powerful strength. You have to know that controlling 31.6% of Manhwa Jewelry shares would cost more than 2 billion. I understand. It must be the Lu family supporting them from behind. Damn Lu Ziyuan. He wants to swallow up my Manhwa Jewelry so that he can rule the world. You wish. His suspicion was justified because Lu Ruoxian had stood up for Chun Fan. Now Chun Fan has contacted Blueprint Capital to take advantage of the opportunity to take control of Manhwa Jewelry. Chow Manhwa realized this and turned around and left. Lu's headquarters building. Lu Ziyuan has had extremely high business talent since he was a child, so he is much better than his brother. Therefore, he became the current head of the Lu family, while his brother was only the nominal deputy general manager. However, things have been very uneasy in the Lu family recently. For some reason, the eldest brother started competing with him for power. He even unconditionally supports his good-for-nothing second-generation rich son to take charge. The last time we tried to purchase goods from southern Yunnan, we failed at the hands of his son Lu Jiping. And for some unknown reason, the old man defended the boss many times. This made Lu Ziyuan feel helpless. The lack of unity within the family is the biggest hidden danger. In order to protect the Lu family, Lu Ziyuan even did not hesitate to become a bad guy and separate the family's core business. But unexpectedly, the boss strongly opposed it, and he reported it directly to the old man. Lu Ziyuan was having a headache when his assistant came in to report that Mr. Chow from Manhwa Jewelry had arrived. He came in a very aggressive manner and asked to see Lu Ziyuan by name. Lu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Why did Chow Manhwa come to cause trouble at this time? According to his daughter Lu Ruoxian, The last incident was probably caused by Chao Minghua and Master Zhou plotting against Lu Jiping. And now Master Zhou has joined Chao Minghua. To be honest, Lu Ziyuan has always looked down on people like Chao Minghua. He was born a gangster and has no manners at all. But since he dared to come to him, Lu Ziyuan really wanted to see what tricks he would play. After giving the order, Mr. Chao soon arrived with 2 bodyguards. As soon as he entered the room, he yelled in annoyance, "Lu Ziyuan, what do you mean? Looking for someone to trick me?" The security capabilities of the Lu group are certainly not bad. If Chao Minghua dares to cause trouble here, he will definitely be in big trouble. Lu Ziyuan didn't give in to him either and asked coldly, "What's the matter? Stop pretending." Someone took the opportunity to buy a large number of shares of Minghua jewelry. "You must know about this, right?" Facing Mr. Chao's accusation, Lu Ziyuan said, "What does it have to do with me?" "Chao Minghua, if I wanted to deal with a small person like you, I would have killed you right away. How could it allow you to come this far?" Back then, when Chao Minghua wanted to develop the jewelry market in Jiangzhou, he also came into conflict with the Lu family. Later, he asked someone to come forward and asked the Lu family to let him go. President Chao said angrily, "Stop pretending. How dare you say that Blueprint Capital is not your lackey? Blueprint Investment?" Lu Ziyuan really had never noticed it. After all, this company is not big and has no reputation. Of course, if he knew the true strength of Blueprint Investments, he probably wouldn't think so. "If you have nothing to do, please leave. I can tell you that the Lu family has nothing to do with Blueprint Investment. Someone, show the guests away." 2 bodyguards walked in. "Mr. Chao, please come in." "Snort." Mr. Chao snorted angrily and said, "If I find out that you guys did it, I will never let you go." "Stop." Lu Ziyuan got angry. "I haven't come to you to settle the score for the immoral things you did with Master Zhou. What qualifications do you have to yell here?" "Roll." It can be said that Lu Ziyuan did not give him any face at all. Mr. Chao's face fell hot, and he turned around and left. He believed that given Lu Ziyuan's character, if he said that Blueprint Investment had nothing to do with them, then it really had nothing to do with them. If that's the case, then who is backing them? Damn it, it looks like I have to talk to them. Things have come to this point, and he only has 2 choices. Or join forces with other shareholders to acquire their shares and ensure their own controlling rights. Or go to the secondary market to grab chips. But no matter which step he takes, it is something he cannot bear at the moment. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be as awesome as Chun Fan and manage so much money. You have to know that assets of 10 billion and having 10 billion in hand are completely different levels of scale. At this moment, Chun Fan was sitting in Su Ruzhen's office. "Don't touch the shares in Zhao Linlin's hands for now. Leave them as an ambush." "You still have ambushes?" Su Ruzhen stared with her eyes wide open. Even she couldn't understand how much Chun Fan had done with this stock. "Tell me, have you been planning this for a long time?" Su Ruzhen glanced at him with a charming look on her face. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Anyway, we're going to take over Minghua jewelry this time and make it our property." As the 2 were chatting, Chu Yinfei came in to report that Mr. Chao is causing trouble again, and he wants to see Mr. Su. "What's there to discuss?" "Just announce the acquisition of Minghua jewelry tomorrow," Chun Fan ordered. He wanted to let Chao Minghua, the old gangster leader, experience what it felt like to be despair and helpless. Chapter 150, Taking Over Minghua Jewelry. That afternoon, Chun Fan called Zhao Linlin over. At a premium of 20%, she transferred 4.3% of shares. The next morning, Su Ruzhen brought people directly to the headquarters of Minghua Jewelry Company. Announced the acquisition of Minghua Jewelry. Chao Minghua roared like thunder. "What qualifications do you have to acquire Minghua? You only own 31.6% of the shares." "No, now I own 35.9%. From now on, I will have a veto over all matters of the company." Puff. Chao Minghua was about to vomit blood. When did she quietly increase her stake? God knows how many cards she has in her hand. Chao Minghua was furious and pointed at Su Ruzhen and said, "Don't force me to play dirty tricks. Minghua jewelry belongs to me. No one can take it away. But you are not even the chairman now. I have the veto power over the company. I want to reorganize the board." "You dare." Chao Minghua was about to take action when Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood over there. There are also bodyguards that Chun Meng had summoned long ago, whose strength completely crushes Chao Minghua. And Su Ruzhen also brought reporters. As a major shareholder, Who can stop me from reorganizing the board of directors? Su Ruzhen responded sharply, not giving it at all. You don't have to participate. You don't have a say anyway. Since Su Ruzhen was going to take over manhwa jewelry, the first step was to take over personnel and financial rights. This is the basis for controlling a business. Chao Minghua was kicked out of the chairman's office. He angrily said, I won't let you have an easy time. Just wait and see. At the board meeting, Su Ruzhen sat in the chairman's seat and looked at the group of board members. Manhwa jewelry is originally a family business, so everyone present here is a member of the Chao family. Su Ruzhen said, I'll give you two choices. Either transfer your shares to me, or you'll be kicked out of the board of directors one by one. Chao Minghua's sister asked, if we transfer the shares to you, how much will you pay? Su Ruzhen said arrogantly, the first one to transfer will get a 50% premium. The second one is 40% premium, and so on. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, everyone stood up and expressed their opinions. I want to transfer. I want to transfer too. Very good. Only Chao Minghua and his wife hold shares left. The two of them together account for at least 22%. Since you are all so active, everyone will pay a 50% premium. It doesn't cost much anyway, so just take them all. A share transfer contract was signed with them on the spot. At this point, Blueprint Equity Investment Company has an additional 9% of shares, accounting for more than 45% of the shares. Su Ruzhen completed this system operation and returned to Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan solemnly instructed Chun Meng and others to mobilize all security forces to protect General Su 24 hours a day. Su Ruzhen asked, what about you? As long as I have Chun Meng by my side, that's enough. How can that be possible? Send a few more. Besides, I don't need so many bodyguards. The two men were arguing and both wanted to place security personnel around each other. Chun Fan said, okay, I have the final say. Also, keep a close eye on Chao Minghua. We know everything he does. Ugh. Someone said before that there were too many security guards in Yunfan building with more than 100 of them, but now they are finally coming in handy. If you want to do it, you can't let the other party have the ability to fight back. If he moves, kill him. Soon, the news that Manhwa Jewelry was acquired by Blueprint Investments spread in the circle. Everyone was shocked. How come Blueprint Investments, an inconspicuous small company, suddenly became so powerful? Its appearance was as sudden as home to capital, leaving many people unable to react. It has a sense of sudden emergence. Home to Capital emerged because it acquired 45% of the shares of Far Eastern International Hotel. It then invested another $10 billion to acquire a controlling stake in Zhao Real Estate. The two big moves were jaw-dropping. Now Blueprint Investment has swallowed up Manhwa Jewelry in one gulp, and even Lu Ziyuan was shocked. Although this kind of thing happens every day in the capital market. But this time it really happened to them. I heard that Chao Minghua was kicked out of the company like a dog, and almost all of their family shares, except for Chao Minghua and his wife, were taken over by Blueprint Investment. Chao Minghua's situation is over. Of course, in everyone's eyes, this was a trap set by the Liu family. After all, they're in the same industry. Apart from the Liu family, who else would be so cruel to Chao Minghua? Hearing the rumors outside, Lu Ziyuan was speechless. If I say that I have nothing to do with Blueprint Investments, will anyone believe me? It is estimated that among these people, only Lu Ruoxian knows the relationship between Su Ruzhen and Chun Fan best. But he couldn't figure out how much money Chun Fan had. He was able to swallow Manhwa Jewelry in one gulp. After the dispute over equity, Manhwa Jewelry was temporarily suspended due to the disclosure of major events. Manhwa Jewelry was officially renamed Mingyuan Holdings. During this period, according to reports from people sent by Chun Meng to monitor Chao Minghua has been jumping around a lot. He sought help everywhere, hoping to find someone to come forward and seek justice for him. But now many people think that this is the Liu family supporting Blueprint Investment. These people did not want to offend the Liu family, so Chao Minghua was in an awkward situation. In addition, he is not a good person in normal times, and he is arrogant and domineering when he is in a good position, so he has no popularity at all. After receiving this information, Chun Fan sneered. Tell Chun Meng not to take it lightly, as a centipede will remain alive even after death. Keep an eye on him, and kill him if he dares to move. On Friday afternoon, the front desk received a call from someone who claimed to be the young chairman of the Roche Group. Ask Su Ruzhen to answer the phone. Xu Yanfei reported this news to Su Ruzhen. Young director of Luo Group? What does he want? Does the Luo family also want to interfere in the equity dispute between Blueprint Investments and Chao Minghua? Interesting, but the weight of a mere young chairman of the Roche Group is a bit light. Su Ruzhen refused directly. Tell him I'm busy. Ugh. Chu Yanfei politely declined, saying that Mr. Su was not there. Show off to me. Luo Xingwang threw the phone angrily, with a photo in front of him. Su Ruzhen is young, beautiful, sexy, and charming, a typical domineering female president. Before making the call, he investigated Su Ruzhen's identity and background. Of course, he only saw the surface and did not find out Su Ruzhen's true background. Hearing that this was a very beautiful woman, Luo Xingwang was indeed interested. But he didn't expect Su Ruzhen to not even give face to the Luo family, which made him very angry. However, Luo Xingwang is much stronger than Lu Jiping. He graduated from a prestigious university and has a very good reputation in the circle. But young people are always a little arrogant. Not to mention his identity and background, he thought that if he came forward, Su Ruzhen would give him some face. But no one paid any attention to him. I want to meet this woman. Chao Minghua flattered beside him. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Luo. I will definitely reward you handsomely after the task is completed.